3 years had passed since Su-Yi traversed into the Marvel Universe. Initially, he believed himself to be nothing more than a mere pawn, grateful for the gift of survival. Little did he know that in his darkest hour, he would awaken the formidable power of the Supreme Day of Destruction. Throughout these 3 years, he had forged countless terrifying legends. Bored and yearning for something new, he received an invitation to a dimensional chat group. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-Yi pressed the agree button. Whitebeard, Gurararara. Welcome, newcomer, to the dimensional chat group. I am Whitebeard, the Emperor of the Seas. Kirigaya Asuna. Welcome, newcomer. I am Asuna, the poorest member of the group. CC. Welcome, little brother. I am eternally 18, surveying the familiar names before him. Su-Yi replied, Thank you for the invitation. I am in Marvel, the Supreme Day of Destruction. Chapter 1. The Supreme Day of Destruction. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury scrutinized the documents in his hand, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Turning to Agent Coulson beside him, he inquired, Are you certain this individual is the gentleman that Kingpin referred to? Can he truly be so young? Yes, Director. Initially, I too was skeptical, believing there to be an error in our intelligence. However, as our investigations progressed, it became increasingly evident that the gentleman Kingpin spoke of is likely that terrifying individual. Fury's expression darkened further. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, Notify Black Widow to conduct a personal investigation. Should she confirm that he is the one who has been active in the world for the past 3 years, inform me immediately. Understood, Director. Meanwhile, Queens, Midtown High School, Sue sat in the corner of the classroom, having spent 3 years in the Marvel Universe. When he first realized he had crossed over, despair enveloped him. As a traveler, he was acutely aware of the impending events that would unfold. Even mere survival could lead to utter obliteration under Thanos' snap. Fortunately, just as he reached the depths of despair, he awakened the powers of the Supreme Day of Destruction. This bestowed upon him the ability to annihilate the heavens and earth, a leaping prowess akin to flight, boundless stamina that defied fatigue, and an astonishingly rapid, regenerative ability. Moreover, during combat, he could continuously evolve to counter his opponent's abilities, adapting to any environment or adversary. Even death could not claim him. He would resurrect, evolving to devise appropriate countermeasures. In essence, no one could employ the same method to vanquish him. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Su-Yi's lips as he gazed out the window at the playground, confidence flickering in his eyes. Thus, he wielded such power, leaving behind countless legends across the world. Even Kingpin, who nearly controlled the entire underworld, had become his subordinate. Yet, at present, even Iron Man had yet to make an appearance. In his overwhelming boredom, Su-Yi picked up a book and meandered through the campus, idly wasting his time. After all, the teacher's lecture was the most effective form of hypnosis. Su-Yi yawned, propping the book before him. He rested his arms on the desk, laying his head upon them, and closed his eyes. Just then, someone nudged him from the side. Lifting his gaze, he turned to see Peter Parker, who spoke in a hushed tone. Su-Yi, did you hear? Yesterday, the Playboy Tony Stark was attacked while testing his latest invention. The entire internet is buzzing with claims that he is doomed. Upon hearing Peter's words, a spark ignited in Su-Yi's eyes. However, fatigue soon crept back in. At this juncture, Tony Stark was simply too weak. Seeking a fight with the current Iron Man seemed far less entertaining than tormenting Magneto. After all, having been bested by him numerous times, Magneto's strength should have increased. All right, Peter Parker, I'm going to sleep now. Please do not disturb me. With that, Su yawned once more and drifted off in the last row of the classroom. The teacher, having witnessed this scene, chose not to intervene. He had grown accustomed to it in recent days. Just as Su-Yi closed his eyes, a sudden electronic voice echoed in his mind. Beep, would you like to join the dimensional chat group? Agree decline. Gazing at the 2 buttons, Su-Yi, who had been resting his head on the desk, abruptly opened his eyes wide. A terrifying aura, akin to an abyss, radiated from him, sweeping outward. In an instant, everyone in the building felt as though they had plunged into an icy cavern. Among them, the most acutely aware was Natasha, the Black Widow, who had just entered the building. She instinctively shivered, fear flickering in her eyes. As a seasoned agent, she recognized this aura well. It was the murderous intent honed through relentless battle. The intensity of it resonated with her in a way that was all too palpable. In that moment, Natasha's heart sank. Could the boy in the dossier truly be that terrifying individual? Taking a deep breath, she strove to quell the tumult within her and stepped toward the classroom where Su-E resided. At that very moment, the source of the disturbance, Su-E, lay on the desk, his energy subtly coursing through him, assessing whether anything was amiss within his body. Yet, a perplexing thought struck him. Possessing the powers of the Supreme Day of Destruction rendered him immune to mental intrusion. How could anyone breach his consciousness? With this question lingering, Su-E slowly declared in his mind, "Agree." As his words faded, the electronic voice resonated once more. "Beep, congratulations on joining the chat group." Only then did Su-E suddenly realize the gravity of the situation. A traveler from another realm. Prior to his transposition into the Marvel Universe, he had perused a multitude of novels centered around chat groups. Little did he anticipate that he would one day encounter such a chat group himself. The mood of Su-E significantly improved at this revelation. He found himself pondering the extent of the prowess possessed by the individuals within this group. In Su-Yi's perspective, the more formidable these figures were, the better. Ideally, they would challenge him repeatedly. Such encounters would undoubtedly expedite his own ascension and strength. After all, he was endowed with the formidable power of the Supreme Day of Destruction. His personal motto reverberated within him. Those who sought to vanquish him would only serve to render him more powerful. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had been in the Marvel Universe for a full 3 years. The invitation to this chat group had come rather belatedly, did it not? With a heart brimming with anticipation, Su-E endeavored to steady his fluttering emotions, fervently wishing for the presence of extraordinarily powerful individuals within the chat. Before Su-E could thoroughly investigate the caliber of the members present, a flurry of messages cascaded across his screen. "Whitebeard. Gurararara. Welcome, newcomer. I am the Emperor of the Sea. One of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Yuki Asuna. Welcome to the chat group. I am the poorest member here, C.C. Don't listen to her, newcomer. She is, without a doubt, the wealthiest and absolute heiress." As he absorbed the greetings from these individuals, Su-Yi's initial excitement began to wane. Aside from himself, the group comprised only 3 members, an elderly Whitebeard, a young lady named Yuki Asuna, and an ageless witch. Glancing at these 3 members, Su-E rested his head upon the table and sighed. Perhaps sensing something, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance. There, Natasha entered the classroom, clad in her uniform, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Upon witnessing Natasha's arrival, a faint smile graced Su-Yi's lips. Perhaps the unfolding events would prove to be far more intriguing. With this thought in mind, Su-E addressed the chat group, proclaiming, "Thank you for the invitation. Here in the Marvel Universe, I am the Supreme Day of Destruction." Chapter 2. The Attention of the Beautiful Teacher Natasha. Asuna Yuki, Supreme Doomsday? What a formidable name. Is it a title? Asuna Yuki. Shouldn't the newcomer explain this? CC. With the word supreme in it, it must be quite powerful. CC. In any realm, bearing the title of supreme cannot be underestimated. Whitebeard, Gurararara. Just from your words. I am eager to have a good fight with this fellow. Asuna Yuki. Stop messing around. You are the strongest in the group. Asuna Yuki. Newcomer, you must not agree. Whitebeard has consumed the tremor fruit and can shatter space with a mere flick of his hand. CC. I'm actually a bit excited about the prospect of a battle between the newcomer and Whitebeard. The group was fervently chatting. Meanwhile, Su-E, after sending a message, went silent. In the classroom, Natasha, clad in uniform, approached the podium under the gaze of eager students. The teacher momentarily paused, glancing at the stunning beauty before him, and softly inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" With a slight smile and captivating eyes, Natasha replied, "Due to a shortage of faculty, the principal has specially appointed me to take over this class. Starting today, I will be teaching all the courses." At that moment, the teacher's phone buzzed with a message. After confirming its content, he cast a curious glance at Natasha and exited the classroom. As soon as the teacher left, the students erupted with excitement. "Wow, are you really our teacher? You're so beautiful. If you teach me, I will definitely study hard." The classmates were abuzz with enthusiasm upon seeing Natasha, except for Su-E, who observed her with interest, unaffected by her beauty. He recognized that this woman was a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her thoughts wholly centered on her mission. He pondered whether her current assignment was related to him. Regardless, he was merely an ordinary student at present, with nothing more than a bit of wealth at home. Thus, Su-E quietly watched Natasha until class concluded. As a skilled agent, Natasha had her own plans. She would not approach Su-E directly. Rather, She intended to gather insights about him through his classmates over the coming days before cautiously initiating contact. This meticulous approach was the reason behind her success in completing missions. This time, Natasha had her sights set on Peter Parker, who sat beside Sui. "What do your classmates call you?" Natasha asked with an approachable smile directed at Peter Parker. The young boy blushed, responding, "Peter Parker. I noticed you were very animated in class just now. That's mainly because you teach with such humor." After a brief exchange of compliments, Natasha swiftly got to the point. "However, I noticed your classmate beside you seems rather unenthusiastic. Do you know why?" Peter scratched his head, thinking it inappropriate to speak ill of others in front of a teacher. He ventured, "Sui recently transferred here, but he mostly sleeps in class. Aside from me, not many people have interacted with him." "Oh, so you know him quite well? What do you think of him?" "He's a nice guy, though he likes to sleep. I once saw him feeding a stray dog by the roadside. He must have a kind heart." Natasha, upon hearing Peter's words, felt a twinge of confusion. According to the intelligence provided by SHIELD, Sui was a formidable individual who had spent the past 3 years challenging powerful foes across the globe. His battles had even caused waves strong enough to evaporate entire bodies of water. The notion that such a person would feed stray dogs was hard for Natasha to fathom. Suddenly, Sui's phone rang. It was a special device prepared by Kingpin, impervious to SHIELD's detection, albeit exceedingly costly, only to be used when Kingpin needed to contact Sui. Answering the call, Sui inquired, "What has happened?" "Mr. Su, Daredevil has destroyed the division I established. It has even caused a collapse of the ground, affecting the nearby mall, and my wife and child are in danger. I need you to save them. Please. They mean everything to me." Despite being an underground Kingpin, Kingpin cherished his family dearly, which was why he reached out to Sui in this moment of desperation. After listening to Kingpin's plea, Sui replied, "Just this once. You know I usually refrain from acting unless faced with a formidable presence." "Yes, Mr. Su, there won't be a next time. Then please send me the address." After hanging up, Kingpin promptly sent the location to Sui. Upon receiving the address, Sui yawned. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. With terrifying speed, he achieved sonic boom in an instant, causing the ground to crack. As Sui's silhouette disappeared entirely, a thunderous sound erupted as he sped toward the location. Simultaneously, Sui activated the video feature in the chat group, a perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess. With that thought, his spirits lifted, and he accelerated further. In the blink of an eye, Sui arrived at the address provided by Kingpin. It was the heart of a bustling mall in Queens, usually teeming with people and traffic, but now lay in ruins, engulfed in raging flames. If left unattended, the survivors amidst the debris would surely perish. Without hesitation, Sui plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, the already unstable ground erupted upon his landing, sending countless debris soaring into the air. Locking onto the survivors' silhouettes, Sui flickered once more. As a flurry of blurred afterimages surrounded the rescuers, they stood in awe at the astonishing scene unfolding before them. What is happening? Such terrifying speed. Could he be a mutant? Who could say? The most pressing matter was that he was currently saving lives. In 3 seconds, he rescued 3,072 individuals, placing them safely on the ground, regardless of their condition, alive, gravely injured, or deceased. As the colossal boulders, rendered powerless, plummeted from the heavens, Sui arrived at the very heart of the chaos. He gazed upward, witnessing the torrent of stones descending from above, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gradually extending his palm, he directed it toward the oncoming boulders. In an instant, energy coalesced within Sui's hand. Boom! A brilliant azure radiance erupted from his palm, surging forth into the surrounding space. The immense energy, akin to an abyss, expanded to a staggering kilometer in the blink of an eye, engulfing all the boulders in its wake. This was the ability Sui had awakened during his confrontation with Masterman of the Ten Commandments. As the light dissipated, all the boulders were reduced to mere dust. Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers were left in a state of utter astonishment. After capturing the moment on video, Sui shared the footage in the chat group, causing an uproar among the members. Chapter 3. The Enigmatic Affection of Asuna? Ding! Sui has posted a 10-second video. CC. Has the newcomer shared a video? Yuki Asuna. I'm curious to see what the newcomer's world is like. Whitebeard. Gurararara. Let me see what this newcomer has shared. As the chat group buzzed with notifications, members began to chime in. Ding! Whitebeard has received the video. Ding! Yuki Asuna has received the video. Ding! CC has received the video. As the 10 seconds elapsed and the video concluded, the chat group erupted in excitement. Yuki Asuna. Is this truly something a human can achieve? Yuki Asuna. This is utterly unbelievable. You must be a deity. CC. 66666, what a master. Judging by the video, you might even surpass Whitebeard. Whitebeard, a 10-second video. Accomplishing spatial movement, saving the populace, obliterating boulders. Whitebeard, such a comprehensive skill set would undoubtedly place you above admirals in my world. You could even rival the 4 emperors. Yuki Asuna, the 4 emperors. How exaggerated. Is this newcomer really that formidable? Yuki Asuna, Su-e, do tell us, who are you? Please introduce yourself. CC. Lady Asuna, are you perhaps harboring secret affections? Have you taken a liking to Su-e? Yuki Asuna, flustered, JPG. What secret affections? And you, which? Don't just go after Su-e. What if someone misinterprets my intentions? Su-e, fear not, I won't misconstrue your feelings, after all. You are a lady of high standing. And CC, you are an immortal witch, while Whitebeard, you are one of the 4 emperors. Pausing momentarily, Su-e continued, I am well aware of all your circumstances. Instantly, the group members were taken aback. Yuki Asuna, what does that mean? Whitebeard, I too am curious about the meaning behind Su-e's words. CC, oh, do you happen to know our world? Su-e, it appears you may not believe me. If that is the case, allow me to start with you, Whitebeard. Su-e, Whitebeard, over 30 years ago. You were a member of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard, shocked JPG. Su-e, Yuki Asuna, is there a civilian terminal known as NERV gear being sold in your realm? Yuki Asuna, not yet, though pre-sales have commenced. How do you know about that? As Su-e's words settled in, the chat group members were left astounded. At that moment, CC inquired, Su-e, what about me? Do you know my world? Su-e, indeed, not only do I know your world, but I am also quite familiar with you. I know you have lived for an extensive period and are perhaps even yearning for death, correct? CC, Su-e, it truly matters not. For I too cannot perish. I can revive after death. CC, oh, so you and I are of the same kind? Su-e, no. I am merely an ordinary person with slightly enhanced abilities. Ordinary. The members of the chat group envisioned a question mark in their minds. How could someone capable of spatial movement, saving lives, and demolishing boulders in 10 seconds claim to be ordinary? Yet, at that moment, Su-e had completed his act and had already exited the chat group. While their conversation was lively, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. His figure vanished once more, as if he had never existed, leaving behind a multitude of astonished individuals. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was meticulously studying Su-e's dossier. Su-e's background was nothing short of impeccable. Abandoned as a child, he grew up in an orphanage. Upon maturing, he worked in an internet cafe where he penned his first book, which rapidly ascended to fame, amassing billions in revenue. He was the mysterious author of the globally acclaimed bestseller A Song of Ice and Fire. All of this had been uncovered by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigations. However, what puzzled Nick Fury was how a mere orphan could possess such remarkable literary prowess. Just as Nick Fury's suspicions were brewing, news of the recent events at the mall reached him through Coulson. An Azure beam? It must be that individual again. Though the reason for their intervention remained unclear, it was an opportunity that could not be overlooked. Nick Fury made a swift decision, instructing Natasha to head to Su-e's residence. Based on their recent observations, Su-e's first action after school was to return home. You must check immediately. Understood. In the academic building, Natasha received Nick Fury's orders and promptly exited, driving towards Su-e's abode. Su-e resided in the most luxurious villa area of Queens, within a beautifully adorned standalone villa. Upon arriving in the neighborhood, Natasha skillfully located a blind spot in the surveillance and stealthily approached Su-e's villa, keenly observing the activity within. Director, Su-e has not returned home. Through a special communication device, Nick Fury received Natasha's update. According to their previous comparisons, Su-e should have been home by now. His absence only deepened the suspicion surrounding him. At that moment, Natasha's voice rang out again. Director, Su-e has returned to the villa. He didn't take a vehicle, but rode his bicycle back. A bicycle? That explains his late return. Yet, Nick Fury's instincts warned him that something was still amiss. Bang! Nick Fury slammed his hand on the desk. Coulson, seated nearby, jumped in surprise. He had never seen Nick Fury so anxious. Through gritted teeth, Nick Fury muttered, Su-e, you must not let me find a flaw, or I shall not spare you. He recalled the mysterious figure in the black cloak who had suddenly appeared and stolen his pager. Let us allow Nick Fury to weep in sorrow, for it is indeed his most formidable trump card, an essential item for summoning Captain Marvel. This explains why Nick Fury is so incensed. At this moment, Su-e cast a glance at the thicket not far from the villa before retreating into his abode. Just then, a notification from the chat group echoed in his mind. Ding! Hinata Hyuga has joined the chat group. Ding! The chat group now has 5 members and is selecting a group leader. Ding! The result of the group leader selection is Chapter 4. Hinata's plea for help, Su-yi's rescue across worlds. As the chime of the chat group resonated in Su-yi's mind, he immediately envisioned Hinata Hyuga's countenance. She is an exceedingly adorable girl, yet harbors an indomitable spirit within. It must be said that the existence of this chat group has rendered Su-yi's otherwise mundane life infinitely more intriguing. Su-yi. Hello, Hinata Hyuga. This is a dimensional chat group, not an illusion. We are all individuals hailing from different realms. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Asuna Yuki. Welcome, Hinata Hyuga. Rest assured, we are not malevolent entities, haha. CC. Welcome, dear newcomer, Hinata Hyuga. Whitebeard, Gurararara. I am currently hosting a banquet. Just as I was about to enjoy a drink, my sons have forbidden me from indulging. Whitebeard. I believe we must raise our glasses in celebration of your arrival. Asuna Yuki. Old Whitebeard. Are you simply looking for an excuse to drink more? I recall you mentioning your body has many hidden injuries. Do not overindulge. Whitebeard, Gurararara. My body remains robust. Even the admirals from the Navy would not stand a chance against me. Hinata Hyuga stood there, blinking her eyes. Observing the members of the chat group engaging in lively banter, she felt a twinge of trepidation. Hinata Hyuga. Is this really not an illusion? Are you truly from other worlds? Su-e. Fear not, Hinata. This is no illusion. As long as we remain in this group, we are family, regardless of what transpires. You may seek our assistance. CC. It seems you are familiar with Hinata's world. Su-e. A little. Just being modest, haha. Asuna Yuki. Pray tell. What is the world of the newcomer like? I am quite curious. Su-e. Hinata. May I ask if you have taken the Chunin exam? Hinata Hyuga. No, I haven't. It was evident that Hinata was somewhat shy, prompting Su-e to gracefully withdraw. He merely inquired, Hinata, do you know someone named Naruto Uzumaki? Hinata Hyuga. I have heard of him, but I have not interacted with him. Su-e. That is good. Hinata. You must remember my words. Steer clear of that yellow-haired fellow when you encounter him. He is a dangerous individual. CC. Why do I feel like you have ulterior motives? However, just as CC finished speaking, a notification resonated once more in the chat group. Ding! The chat group now has 5 members and is selecting a group leader. The abrupt notification stunned all members momentarily. CC, selecting a leader? So it's random, then? Asuna Yuki, perhaps there will be some privileges. I wonder what they could be. How exciting. Hinata Hyuga. Although I do not quite understand what is happening, it sounds impressive. Whitebeard, Gurararara. The group leader is indeed something to anticipate. While the group engaged in conversation, the selection for the group leader was finalized. Ding! The result of the group leader selection is Sui, CC. So you, a newcomer who has just arrived, have suddenly transformed into the group leader? Asuna Yuki, how enviable. I want to be the group leader too. Lemon emoji. Hinata Hyuga. What is a group leader? Can one eat it? Whitebeard, Gurararara. I never expected it would be Su-e. Shocked emoji. Asuna Yuki. Wow. Old Whitebeard. You even use emojis now? Whitebeard. What is so difficult about that? It's just an emoji. Whitebeard. Show off muscles emoji. Whitebeard. I am the most handsome emoji. Whitebeard. Haha, laughing emoji. CC. I have gained new insights. I never imagined you to be this kind of Whitebeard. Unlike the other members, Su-e was inundated with a flood of notifications. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the group leader. Ding! As the leader, you possess the following abilities. 1. World traversal. As the leader, you may establish traversal pathways, and with the consent of the traversing members, you can traverse worlds. Note, traversal between members also requires the leader's approval. 2. Eject function. As the leader, your authority is supreme. You may eject members at will. 3. SOS function. As the leader, you naturally bear the responsibilities of leadership. Should any member find themselves in danger, they will alert the leader, and upon rescuing them, rewards may be obtained. Ding! The current level of the chat group is 1. Upon reaching 7 members, it can be upgraded to level 2. At that time, additional functions will be unlocked. Upon reviewing the information in the chat group, Su-e did not conceal anything and promptly shared this information with the other members. Asuna Yuki. Wow. Does this mean we have the protection of the group leader? CC. So, does this mean that throughout my lengthy existence, I can traverse to different worlds? Whitebeard, Gurararara. Thinking about it, that sounds splendid. This way, I can gather more sons in other worlds. Asuna Yuki. Snickers. I can confirm that old Whitebeard has not changed in the slightest. Su-e. To all members, welcome to my world. My realm boasts countless parallel universes, where magic and technology coexist, featuring the formidable purple potato essence, which can annihilate half of the universe's life with but a snap of the fingers, along with various entities that defy logic. Asuna Yuki, purple potato essence? Can it be eaten when cooked? Whitebeard, group leader Su-e. What kind of existence do you embody in your world? Upon hearing Whitebeard's question, all members were filled with anticipation. After all, the chat group now possessed an SOS function. The stronger the leader, the greater the benefits for them. At this moment, Su-e replied, Su-e, I am of the sort that cannot perish. Not only can I not die, but each time I meet my demise, I can grow even stronger through the power of the Supreme Destruction Day. Indeed, it is my motto that those who can kill me will only serve to make me more formidable. As the other group members were astounded by Su-e's extraordinary abilities, a warning reverberated through the chat group. Ding! All members please be advised. Hinata Hyuga has initiated an SOS. In an instant, the messages in the chat group came to a sudden halt, and Su-e remarked, I never expected that as the leader, the first SOS would come so swiftly. Whitebeard, group leader Su-e, do you require our assistance? After all, you can establish a traversal pathway, can't you? CC. However, that requires the consent of the members, since just now, Hinata has not made an appearance. Asuna Yuki, I'm so worried about Hinata. I remember there is a live streaming function in the group, right? Can we activate it? Otherwise, we can only fret. Su-e, no problem, trust in my abilities. With a press of the rescue button, which only the group leader can activate, Su-e's figure vanished from his villa. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, Hinata Hyuga was huddled against the corner, her originally fair face now as pale as a ghost. This scene depicted the moment when the Hidden Cloud Village was about to abduct Hinata Hyuga. At that instant, a passageway, tall enough for a person to walk through, unfolded before Hinata. Su-e emerged from within. Chapter 5, Live Battle. The group leader's domination. Inside Hinata's chamber, the height of the passageway captured everyone's attention. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone could hear footsteps echoing from within the passage. The sudden change momentarily stunned the ninjas present. Quickly, they became alert, bending slightly and fixing their gaze on the entrance. Tap. A foot stepped out from the passage, followed by Su-e's entire figure. The sight was that of an elegantly antiquated wooden structure, its refreshing and delicate aroma providing a sense of comfort. Su-e casually surveyed his surroundings, ultimately directing his gaze towards the three ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. He then addressed Hinata behind him. Hello, Hinata. I'm Su-e, the group leader. Leave the rest to me. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense. The three ninjas felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. They could sense an unprecedented and terrifying killing intent emanating from Su-e. The intensity of this killing intent was something they had never experienced before. Furthermore, the ninjutsu they had just witnessed was entirely foreign to them. However, their mission was at hand. The target was right behind Su-e. Having infiltrated enemy territory, they had no choice but to fight. The three ninjas exchanged glances and charged towards Su-e. At that moment, Su-e had just activated the group chat livestream. The events unfolding on his side were broadcasted to the group members in the form of live video. Upon seeing the three ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and Hinata cowering in the corner, Asuna Yuki was particularly furious. Asuna Yuki, how dare these fiends target a child? Which beast thought it wise to send 3 against 1 little girl? Asuna Yuki, if I find out who it is, I will not let them go. CC, but you lack combat abilities, right? Should I wait until you have time to play in your world and see if you possess the potential for Geas? If you do, I can bestow Geas upon you. Whitebeard, Asuna Yuki, if you truly wish to grow stronger, I can share the training methods for physical combat with you. If you desire a devil fruit, I can sell you one, but it must be exchanged for gold. Asuna Yuki, but even if I had gold, how would I deliver it to you? Surely, you can't just come to my world and carry it away. That would be too much of a hassle. CC, are you not aware that the chat group has a red envelope feature? You can send anything except living beings. Asuna Yuki, solid evidence. You witch. Spend your free time exploring various functions in the chat group, don't you? CC, I'm off to watch the group leader dominate. CC's words snapped everyone's attention back to the live video. In truth, they were no longer worried about Hinata's safety. After all, their group leader, Su-e, had arrived on the scene. Inside the room, Hinata Hyuga slowly regained her composure. She gazed longingly at Su-e, feeling an unprecedented sense of security enveloping her. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Hinata quickly warned Su-e. They are ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. They are likely 3 elite jonin. You must be cautious. Upon hearing this, Su yawned, turned his back to Hinata, and flashed an okay gesture. To the three ninjas from the hidden cloud village, this gesture appeared as a monumental opening. You fool, we are the top elite Jonin. Underestimating us will cost you dearly. Before the Jonin could finish his sentence, Su Yi's figure appeared before him. His arm shot up like lightning, and in a blur, he struck the Jonin's face with a resounding slap. Bang! The Jonin was sent hurtling away at a speed faster than he had arrived, his head crashing into the wall beside him, his body slumping lifelessly. What a pitiful sight. Before the other two Jonin could react, two more loud slaps echoed in the room. In a bout of mischief, Su Yi aligned the three Jonin. Their heads stuck together against the wall. The three elite Jonin from the hidden cloud village, who sought to abduct Hinata Hyuga and research her bloodline limit, met their demise. Hinata's gaze remained fixed on Su Yi, her heart racing in astonishment. To her, elite Jonin were akin to those at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Yet, such formidable foes were effortlessly dispatched by Su Yi with a mere slap. The overwhelming shock reverberated through Hinata's spirit, imprinting Su Yi's invincible figure deep within her heart. Clap, clap, clap. Su Yi casually brushed his hands together as if dismissing the contact with them. He then turned and approached Hinata, extending his hand to gently pinch her cheek. Wow, so soft. Is this Hinata's little face? I've always wanted to touch it. Indeed, those baby cheeks are adorable. Hinata felt Su Yi's warm hand caressing her cheek, an unprecedented flush spreading across her face, her heart racing like a startled deer. The members in the group erupted in excitement. Asuna Yukio? She is so cute. CC. Speaking of which, I'm a bit tempted to try it too. It seems delightful. Su Yi smiled, continuing to rub Hinata's cheek. He paid no mind to the chatter in the group, but instead spoke to Hinata. Hinata, I know your potential is immense. If possible, I hope you will showcase your abilities. I want to see you take center stage in this world. Just focus on becoming stronger. Whenever you encounter something you cannot handle, simply call for help in the chat group, and the members from all realms will stand by your side, making sure that those who bully you know you are not to be trifled with. Asuna Yuki, indeed. Well said. Hinata, take flight with confidence. Your friends will always be by your side. CC. Upon hearing the leader's words, I cannot quite fathom why. But I feel a surge of emotion. Whitebeard, Gurararara, anyone who dares to bully a member shall face my wrath first. Within the chat group, the members' exchanges were keenly observed by Hinata Hyuga. Tears welled up in her eyes. She nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on Su Yi, and earnestly declared, Brother Su Yi, I will strive even harder. I shall become stronger, until I am the best in the world. When you find yourselves in peril, I wish to come to your aid. Su Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile gracing his face. In that moment, he realized that Hinata's fate had been irrevocably altered by him. As for the future child of destiny, Naruto Uzumaki, he should make way for Hinata Hyuga. With the support of the chat group, Hinata's progress would undoubtedly reach extraordinary heights, surpassing all prodigies. At that moment, the electronic voice of the chat group resonated in Su Yi's mind. Chapter 6, A Soft Girl Falls from the Sky. The 8 trigrams 64 palms, the strongest taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, an advanced skill of gentle fist. Upon hearing the reward notification from the chat group, Su Yi understood that he had completed his task. In the current world of Naruto, the combat power was not as exaggerated as it would later become. Thus, he did not linger, bidding farewell to Hinata before vanishing from the Naruto world. Just after Su Yi departed, a multitude of individuals surged into Hinata's room. However, all these newcomers bore the forehead protectors of Konohagakure. They were all members of the Hyuga clan. Leading the charge was Hayashi Hyuga, the clan leader and Hinata's father. Upon entering the room, Hayashi was utterly astounded. He beheld 3 cloud village ninjas, their heads embedded in the wall, lifeless. Hinata had risen from the floor, her gaze directed at her father. Hayashi then asked incredulously, Did you kill these 3? His voice was filled with disbelief, for in his eyes, Hinata's talent had always been too feeble. Her timid nature and limited prowess in taijutsu had led to this unprecedented shock for him. Hinata did not respond to her father's inquiry. She could never divulge the existence of the chat group. Instead, she addressed him resolutely. Father, these 3 ninjas attempted to abduct me. I know I am still too weak, but I vow to become stronger. I will. At that moment, Hinata clenched her delicate fists. In the villa, Su Yi returned to his room, temporarily refraining from engaging in the chat group. He glanced at the time. It was now 6 in the evening. He had departed just before 6, indicating that the flow of time between worlds differed. The time in the Naruto world moved a bit faster. However, this was a good thing. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he instinctively looked up, feeling as if something were plummeting from the sky. To validate his intuition, A thunderous crash erupted from the villa's roof. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening sounds reverberated through the villa. A figure descended from the heavens, shattering the roof of Su-Yi's villa and several layers of ceiling, landing right before him on the ground floor. Su-Yi gazed upward, peering through the debris-strewn ceiling at the sky awash with the remnants of sunset. A pang of sorrow struck him. He had just moved into this villa. How could it be ruined so soon? As time shifted, Su-Yi focused on the figure. The silhouette was strikingly slender. Her disheveled black hair lay scattered across the floor, and her complexion was inexplicably pale and weak. Most notably, her black, form-fitting combat attire was slowly disintegrating. Before him lay a vision of exquisite beauty. Countless wonders filled Su-Yi's eyes. Yet, he did not shut his eyes. Rather, he savored the scene before him with delight. Suddenly, Su-Yi's pupils constricted. He recognized the woman before him, the goddess of death, Hela. But wasn't she sealed by Odin? How could she appear here, descending from the sky and even damaging his villa? He resolved that she must serve as a maid to compensate. Otherwise, she would not be allowed to leave. With this thought, Su-Yi approached Hela, crouched down, and cradling her in a princess carry, lifted her into his arms. Just then, the doorbell rang. Presumably at this hour. It was someone from Shield. It could even be Natasha herself. With that thought, Su-Yi glanced at Hela in his arms and hurriedly made for the basement. Outside, Natasha reported to Nick Fury, "Director, I've knocked on the door, but there hasn't been a single sound from within. Are you certain something fell into Su-Yi's villa? Our satellites detected no anomalies." "Absolutely. Then rush in immediately." Nick Fury calmly instructed Natasha. There might be significant revelations awaiting them. Following Nick Fury's orders, Natasha prepared to burst through the front door. Just then, the door slowly creaked open. Su-Yi feigned surprise upon seeing Natasha at the entrance. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Natasha, an elite agent of Shield, and a future member of the Avengers, displayed a range of emotions. First shock, then urgency. "Su-Yi, how are you here?" "No, wait, are you unhurt?" "I just got off work and was heading home when I saw something fall here. I was concerned, so I came to check." Upon hearing Natasha's explanation, Su-Yi shook his head slightly. He opened the door wide, gesturing casually toward the spot where Hela had fallen, saying, "Teacher, thank you for your concern. A massive rock fell from the sky just now. I must say, it truly frightened me." Then, he shifted the conversation, addressing Natasha. "Teacher, you mentioned you were heading home. Do you happen to live around here?" Natasha replied with a composed demeanor, "Yes, I just moved in across the street." "What a coincidence. I also just moved in recently." Su-Yi emphasized the word coincidence with subtle intonation. Then he continued, "Well then, teacher, I'm perfectly fine. According to local law, any meteorite that falls is claimed by the one who first discovers it, so I might as well keep it as a collectible." After speaking, Su-Yi stifled a yawn and remarked, "Teacher, let us discuss this further when you have the time. I am rather fatigued at the moment and shall retire to rest." Implicit in Su-Yi's words was the unmistakable intent to dismiss. Before Natasha could utter a word, Su-Yi decisively shut the door. He then relocated the meteorite lying on the ground to his basement, placing it in its designated spot. Surrounding the meteorite were treasures that Su-Yi had amassed over 3 years, including a communicator capable of summoning Captain Marvel. Stretching languidly, Su-Yi murmured, "The Shield could certainly use a wake-up call. Otherwise, these pests are becoming exceedingly bothersome." As if responding to Su-Yi's voice, the goddess of death, Hela, lying on the ground, emitted a faint groan. Chapter 7. The astonished Hela and the enraged shithead. As Hela's groan faded, she slowly opened her eyes. Initially, her gaze was filled with confusion, but soon, she seemed to realize her surroundings. Rising to her feet, she instinctively shielded her body, her eyes blazing with fury as she regarded Su-Yi. Her chest heaved with anger, and her breath became slightly more rapid. "Human, you must have witnessed what transpired." Su-Yi glanced at her and replied, "No." Hela's rage escalated at Su-Yi's demeanor. "Die." With that, Hela flung her hand toward him, envisioning lethal blades materializing to strike at Su-Yi's heart. However, apart from Hela's feeble voice, there was no shift in reality, no ripple of change whatsoever. Simultaneously, Hela felt a jolt of realization. She became painfully aware of her own frailty. Having just broken free from her seal, she had paid a steep price. Not only was her body severely injured, but her divine power was nearly depleted. This explained the absence of the anticipated blades. Observing Hela's condition, Su-Yi understood her predicament. "Do you realize what you've done? You have breached my villa. As compensation for the damage, you shall serve as a maid in my home for the time being." "Maid?" Hela's brows furrowed in disbelief. How had the mighty goddess of death been reduced to such indignity? If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Su-yi on the spot. Yet, in her present state, she was merely a frail woman. Perhaps recuperating here wouldn't be so bad after all. As these thoughts crossed Hela's mind, Su-yi draped one of his garments over her shoulders and said, "Please stay here and rest. I will procure some clothing for you. By the way, these items around you are my collectibles. So I trust you will refrain from any ill intentions." "Humph. Do you truly believe your mundane trinkets possess any allure for me? Regardless, if you wish for me to remain here, so be it. Just know that I hope you won't come to regret this decision." With that, Hela disdainfully surveyed the collection around her. Yet, upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. Her pupils dilated as she spotted 10 distinct rings nestled within a nearby cabinet, each imbued with considerable power. Then she turned her gaze to the meteorite, which seemed to be composed of a mysterious metal capable of completely neutralizing surrounding vibrations. If Captain America were to see it, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Isn't this the material of my shield?" As she continued to peruse the collection, Hela even caught sight of the tesseract. These treasures were indeed the fruits of Su-yi's endeavors over the past 3 years, leaving Hela in a state of disbelief. She gazed at Su-yi, instinctively asking, "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Su-yi had reached the elevator in the villa. He simply replied, "Just an ordinary wealthy individual." With that, he stepped into the elevator, pressing a series of buttons to descend deeper underground, leaving behind the astonished goddess of death, Hela, clad in Su-yi's clothing. She realized she may have stumbled into the abode of an even more enigmatic figure. Suddenly, a smile crept across Hela's lips. Perhaps this situation was not so dire after all. At the very least, she could recuperate in peace. Su-yi descended to the deepest level of the villa, where a high-speed train for transportation awaited. Once aboard, he entered a chat group. Ding! Group leader Su-yi has logged in. Upon entering the chat group, Su-yi was immediately bombarded by Asuna Yuki. Group leader Su-yi. Group leader, you must see the task panel. I discovered that the task panel is functional now. CC interjected, that task panel activates automatically once the chat group reaches 5 members. I was aware of that already. Really? I thought I was the first to discover it. I was so excited for nothing. Asuna lamented. CC teased, I see you are trying to curry favor with Su-yi, little fox. Ah, you witch. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean curry favor? Su-yi and I have never even met in reality. We are not familiar at all. Hinata Hyuga chimed in. Brother Su-yi is wonderful, the very best. CC teased further. Hey, Hinata, do you like Brother Su-yi? Asuna pressed. Hinata, don't tell this witch anything. Just confide in me, and I will keep it a secret. Su-yi interrupted. All right, enough teasing Hinata. I need to examine this task panel. We can chat later. With that, Su-yi activated the task panel within the chat group, only to find it completely blank, devoid of any descriptions, rendering him unable to proceed. Never mind. I will delve into this task panel once I have dealt with my affairs. First, I need to attract the attention of S-H-I-E-L-D. They have been far too presumptuous lately. On my return, I shall also pick up a maid outfit. But what style would be most suitable? Seated on the high-speed train, Su-yi mumbled to himself. Before long, he had left Queens and ventured into the outskirts. Upon reaching the surface, he found himself surrounded by dense woods, a desolate expanse. He donned the black cloak that had been on the train, bent his legs slightly, and with a sudden burst of strength, propelled himself skyward. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, Tony Stark was laboring in a cave, sweat soaking through his dark, grimy attire. The sound of metal striking metal echoed relentlessly in the cavern. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could he, a notorious playboy, find himself enslaved by terrorists to forge weapons? This disgrace must be thoroughly redeemed. However, through his understanding over the past few days, he realized that his capture was due to a mysterious individual who had brutally slain their superior, Masterman. With the absence of Masterman's leadership, instead of vying for dominance among themselves, they sought revenge for him, aiming to restore the illustrious reputation of the Ten Commandments gang. Thus, he found himself tragically targeted, to be transformed into the most formidable weapon. All of this stemmed from that enigmatic figure. Contemplating this, Tony Stark struck the iron before him with greater force. Subsequently, he gazed confidently upon his creation, the Mark I armor. Within the cave, Tony Stark proclaimed, "At last. It is complete." Just then, a notification from the chat group's task panel suddenly appeared. Ding! Task released. Rescue Tony Stark. The task requires the removal of the group leader, Su-yi, and allows 1 additional participant. Upon completion, a reward of 100 points will be granted. Points can be redeemed for items and enhancements of personal abilities after upgrading the chat group. Upon witnessing this scene, the group members erupted in excitement. Chapter 8, 100,000 Troops versus the first generation Iron Armor. Asuka Yuki, it's out. A task has emerged. CC, does this mean we are going to the group leader's world? Hinata Hyuga, I am curious about what kind of world Suyi's is. Whitebeard, let us wait for more people. It seems we can use these points to exchange for various items. I wonder if there are any healing items available. When Sui saw the task, he was momentarily taken aback. This time, his goal was to find Tony Stark. His subordinate, Jean Ping, had informed him early on that remnants of the Ten Commandments gang were still active. Moreover, due to Suyi's butterfly effect, they had gathered nearly 100,000 individuals. With the first suit of iron armor forged by Tony Stark in the cave, it was impossible to contend with such a vast army. This time, he planned to accomplish multiple objectives. First, with Tony Stark captured, Sui could seize shares of Stark Industries, becoming a major shareholder. Once Tony Stark returned, the value of the stock would undoubtedly soar due to the iron armor. Second, he aimed to attract the attention of SHIELD, directing their focus towards Tony, ensuring they would not bother him any longer. And now, the system had also presented a task that would allow the chat group members to earn points. It was truly a threefold opportunity. In this regard, Sui felt nothing but exhilaration. Sui, after all, they are merely 100,000 terrorists. Rather than allowing them to act with impunity, it would be better to eradicate them entirely. This time, who among you wishes to join? Remember, this is a chance to earn 100 points. Asuka Yuki, I'll sit this one out. I simply lack the capability and would only hinder others. After speaking these words, a tinge of disappointment enveloped Asuka Yuki. For the first time, a desire for strength stirred within her. Hinata Hyuga, I have been training in physical techniques, preparing to graduate from ninja school ahead of schedule. Asuka Yuki, go for it, Hinata. You can definitely do it. Hinata Hyuga, thank you, Fairy. CC, though I am immortal, I would be of little use. My efficiency would be far too slow. Whitebeard, Gurararara, if that is the case, allow me to take on this task. Asuka Yuki, yes, old Whitebeard. You probably need the points more than we do. Perhaps you could exchange them for items and regain your former glory. Whitebeard, child, do not speak nonsense. My body is still quite vigorous. Sui, Whitebeard, you shall undertake this task. I await the day you regain your peak to engage in a duel with me. Whitebeard, Gurararara, I would relish that. I feel the fire igniting within me. Sui, very well, when I reach the location, just set up the passage for me. If possible, it would be best if you donned a black robe. Whitebeard, got it. I will see what I can find. After receiving Whitebeard's response, a faint smile graced Suyi's lips. It seemed that something even more intriguing was about to unfold. It must be said that the chat group was quite fascinating. With this thought, Sui quickened his pace. In a remarkably short time, he traversed from Queens to this desert. Sui looked down from the sky. With extraordinary vision, he surveyed the vast expanse of desert below. Sure enough, the rebel forces were densely packed, scattered throughout the sandy terrain. Each individual was fully armed, with armored vehicles, tanks, and even armed helicopters stationed there. It was a truly exaggerated sight. Just as Sui prepared to bring an end to everything swiftly, a sudden commotion arose in the desert below. Rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of gunfire erupted. The crack of bullets echoed in Suyi's ears. Following the sound, he instantly focused his gaze on a bunker. If his intuition served him correctly, it was Tony Stark, piloting the first suit of iron armor he had created. Engaged in combat within the bunker, the gunfire reverberated, capturing the attention of those nearby. These individuals were accustomed to dancing with death. A single gunshot immediately heightened their alertness. Everyone assemble. Prepare for battle. The commands rang out repeatedly as the rebel forces gathered around the bunker, their weapons trained on its entrance. Meanwhile, Sui observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. At that moment, a grayish-white metallic suit of armor, resembling a tin can, came into view. All who beheld this iron armor were momentarily stunned. What was this? They had never encountered such a thing. If memory served them correctly, it had not been seen in their base. Just then, many squad leaders shattered the collective contemplation, shouting, "Open fire!" In an instant, countless bullets were unleashed towards Tony Stark's first-generation iron armor. Rat-a-tat-tat, flames mixed with smoke surged around. Bullets sliced through the air, piercing toward Tony Stark. Yet, as he piloted the iron armor, Tony Stark remained unfazed. The memory of Ethan's sacrifice to protect him ignited an overwhelming fury within him. Come on, you murderous rebels. It's my turn now. Bullets rained upon the iron armor, but they proved utterly ineffective. In fact, upon contact, the bullets ricocheted back onto those who had fired them, rendering the suit a veritable embodiment of invulnerability. Before him stood Tony Stark, deftly maneuvering his Iron Man suit, arms outstretched, as flames erupted in an instant. The suit was equipped with flame apparatuses that unleashed torrents of fierce fire, transforming into a ferocious dragon of flames that voraciously consumed everything in its path. Had it not been for Su Yi's unexpected arrival, the inexorable gears of fate would have allowed Tony Stark to escape effortlessly. However, due to Su Yi's presence, Tony Stark found himself confronted by 100,000 insurgents, mere terrorists. Thus, the moment Tony Stark emerged, he was overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of bullets and missiles. Despite the fiery onslaught from his flame apparatus, it proved utterly futile. Faced with this dire predicament, Tony Stark resolved to flee. Just then, one of the squad leaders directed a cutting-edge missile, produced by Stark Industries, towards him. Witnessing this turn of events, Tony Stark's heart plummeted. At that critical juncture. Chapter 9. The Arrival of Whitebeard. A terrifying shockwave reverberated through the air. In this moment of peril, a brilliant azure beam of light descended from the heavens. Boom. The light consumed the missile, rendering any explosion impotent in its presence. This was a pure, resplendent blue radiance. Tony Stark's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding spectacle, momentarily entranced. What was transpiring? He gasped in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, an even more astonishing sight emerged. As the light dissipated, a massive crater, several dozen meters deep, came into view. The ground in this vicinity had been reinforced due to the bunker, or else they would have been engulfed by the searing sands of the desert. Raising his gaze, Tony Stark spotted a distant black dot in the sky, which grew larger by the second. Suddenly, he recalled the rumors he had heard, of a figure cloaked in black who had sparked fearsome legends across the globe. It was him. That very individual had arrived. Not only did Tony Stark perceive Su Yi's presence, but everyone present was also captivated by the luminous spectacle, turning their attention skyward. There, they beheld a figure clad in black robes standing before them. The surviving terrorists, who had previously counted themselves fortunate, now trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Su Yi. The demon, that fiend had returned. How could he, who had been thought to have vanished, reappear before them, shift targets, and open fire on the figure in black? As bullets rained down upon him like a torrential storm, Su Yi could not help but chuckle. I never expected to be this popular. With that, he sent a message in the chat group to Whitebeard. Su Yi, Whitebeard, hurry up, I've reached the location. Ding, Whitebeard requests interdimensional travel. Accepted. Ding. Interdimensional passage established. Task detected. Participants are Su Yi and Whitebeard. Completion of the task will reward each with 100 points. As the notification chimed, a colossal passageway materialized beside Su Yi. Upon witnessing it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, Whitebeard's towering 6 meters and 66 centimeters truly commands respect." At that moment, Whitebeard emerged from the passage, also clad in black robes, his signature white beard prominently visible, wielding the formidable blade, 12 clouds of the supreme great knife. The sight of Whitebeard's imposing figure left all onlookers in a state of disbelief. Was he a giant? No. Could he truly be human? How could any person be so tall? He must be a monster, without a doubt. Whitebeard's colossal stature instilled a profound sense of shock in the crowd. Strangely, despite being in the sweltering desert, they felt an overwhelming chill. Simultaneously, Whitebeard's characteristic hearty laughter echoed in their ears. Gulalala. Remember my name? I am Whitebeard. Before he could finish, Su Yi unleashed a Guardian's 8 trigrams 64 palms, the surge of energy obliterating all bullets in the vicinity into dust. Aside from the armored figure behind him, all others were annihilated. Whitebeard exclaimed, Gulalala. Leave this to me. Su Yi added, the terrorists have committed countless atrocities. Do not hold back. CC remarked, should we consider a live broadcast? Group leader Su Yi. Su Yi replied, that could work, but if anyone has a weak constitution, they may want to look away. With that, he initiated the live stream. The surrounding environment was instantly transmitted to the eyes of the group members. Su Yi stood casually on the ground, while Whitebeard's massive frame loomed like a small hill. The contrast was striking. Behind them stood the astonished Tony Stark, while before them lay 100,000 terrorists, armed to the teeth. The chilling sight struck a profound chord in Asuna's heart. This scene was the most impactful for her. She found herself enveloped in a world of technology, where her understanding of firearms and missiles was fairly accurate. Consequently, she began to worry. Asuna, group leader Su Yi, Whitebeard, are you truly all right? This is 100,000 forces of firepower. The terror is unimaginable. CC quipped. Are you concerned for Sui? I was merely teasing before, but now it seems this is no trivial matter. Hinata Hyuga added, Brother Sui, Grandpa Whitebeard. Please be careful. Whitebeard reassured her, Gulalala. Little girl, you need not worry, for I am Whitebeard. Sui remarked, in truth, once you attain our level of strength, you will realize that even the greatest numbers are but mere ants. Ants Kirigaya Asuna fell into a contemplative silence. She realized that perhaps she could indeed strive for the realm Sui spoke of. As a veteran of the chat group, she did not wish to be the weakest. She, too, aimed to grow stronger. With their conversation concluded in the chat group, Sui and Whitebeard charged forth. Whitebeard took a step forward. His fist clenched and arm slightly bent, before delivering a powerful strike into the air, generating a shockwave. All present were curious about Whitebeard's actions. In the next instant, the very fabric of space began to crack. The entire dimension appeared to warp and misalign. Bullets, missiles, and various other projectiles in flight erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Unable to approach Whitebeard by even a fraction, everyone was rendered speechless at the sight before them. Those who had been closely observing the battlefield, particularly Tony Stark, were convinced that the Elder, towering like a giant, was undoubtedly the strongest among them. All gazes shifted towards the imposing figure of Whitebeard, who was now under a relentless barrage of firepower. At that moment, however, Sui stepped forward with an elegance that belied the gravity of the situation. The terrorists facing him froze momentarily, bewildered by the significance of Sui's action. Yet, as time elapsed, nothing transpired around them. Just when they presumed Sui lacked the strength of Whitebeard, the ground suddenly trembled. The very sand of the desert began to quiver, and behind Sui and Whitebeard, Tony Stark bore witness to the unfolding chaos with utmost clarity. However, the most astonished were not Stark, but rather the agents of SHIELD, who detected the disturbance from afar. Through satellite imagery, they saw that Sui, clad in a black robe, was at the epicenter of a seismic upheaval, with vast expanses of desert ground cracking and trembling, as countless shards of gravel cascaded downward. In the blink of an eye, the terrorists were engulfed entirely. Chapter 10, Sui's True Power? Universal Shock. The earth continued to collapse, with innumerable grains of sand surging into subterranean depths through the fissures. Even 100,000 terrorists stood no chance against such overwhelming might. At SHIELD, Nick Fury observed this phenomenon with clarity via satellite. Had the desert met its demise? Not only Fury, but also Coulson, who stood beside him, looked on in sheer disbelief at the spectacle. Such terrifying power could only belong to a god among men. It was no wonder that the mere aftermath of a previous battle could obliterate an entire city. The desert flowed downward incessantly as the crust beneath Sui's feet pressed together, fundamentally transforming the landscape. Towering mountains erupted as if animated, reaching skyward with fervor. Within moments, the desert had vanished, replaced by a plethora of majestic peaks. A closer inspection would reveal that these mountains were stained with fresh crimson blood. As the peaks ascended, the 100,000 terrorists were crushed instantly, a final act of mercy from Sui, allowing them to depart this world without suffering. It is important to note that his capability of wielding the supreme day of destruction far surpassed that of Superman. Superman could effortlessly bench press the weight of the earth for 5 days and nights without breaking a sweat, and he even claimed it was a trivial task. One could only imagine the extent of Sui's prowess. Gulp. Whitebeard instinctively swallowed hard, his expression shifting as he stood agape at the unfolding scene. Reflecting on Sui's earlier words about challenging him once he regained his strength, Whitebeard felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Initially, he believed himself to be on par with Sui. Even if Sui surpassed him slightly, it could be attributed to his own advancing age. After all, based on Sui's speed and strength, he had seemed manageable. But what had just transpired? With a mere step, Sui had laid waste to the entire desert, triggering tectonic movements that formed mountain ridges before their very eyes. Most astonishing of all was that the ground beneath their feet remained entirely unscathed. Such mastery over terrifying power was beyond anything Whitebeard could comprehend. He turned his gaze upon Sui, pondering if this figure before him might indeed be a monster. Ding! Congratulations to group leaders Sui and Whitebeard for completing this mission, each receiving 100 points. Upon hearing the notification from the chat group, Whitebeard cast a lingering glance at the towering mountains before him and declared, "Leader, now that the task is complete, I shall take my leave." As his words faded, a portal materialized behind him, through which he promptly stepped, vanishing from sight. In the chat group, numerous members remained silent. at a loss for words after witnessing the live broadcast. They struggled to articulate the awe-inspiring scene they had just witnessed. CC, is this the power of Sue-E as the group leader? CC, this is beyond formidable. One step, and he altered the desert's environment. Hinata Hyuga, brother Sue-E is amazing. Starry-eyed Asuna Yuki. Is this what Sue-E meant when he said that at his level, quantity holds no meaning? Meanwhile, Whitebeard, back in his world, was still grappling with the enormity of what he had witnessed. He emerged from his vast chamber to face his sons, as a newfound ambition to grow stronger ignited within him. Father, what's wrong? Marco inquired. Gather the finest doctors for me, Marco. I shan't touch alcohol during this time. Marco was taken aback by Whitebeard's proclamation. It was well known that Whitebeard was a notorious drinker, indifferent even to grievous injuries. Why would he make such a decision now? Sensing Marco's curiosity, Whitebeard gazed out toward the endless azure sea. He spoke softly, because I must become even stronger. This declaration stirred a tempest of excitement. Father, you are the strongest man on the sea. No one can rival you here. It was hard to fathom how powerful he would become if he continued to grow stronger. Whitebeard offered no further words to his son's exuberance. By the way, Father, Ace just shared some good news with me. He said he has caught up to Blackbeard. Is that so? Then we shall trust Ace to triumph. In the Marvel Universe, only Sue-E and Tony Stark remained. Observing Stark, Sue-E noted that he had been rendered unconscious by fear. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet again. I'm sure those S-H-I-E-L-D agents will attribute this achievement to you and boast of your exploits, so do help me draw their attention. Sue-E remarked as he concluded the chat group's live stream and vanished from the spot with astonishing speed, racing towards his villa in Queens. Along the way, he stopped at a made outfit specialty store to purchase various costumes to bring back for Hela. As Sue-E departed, Nick Fury indeed contacted others, hastening to the scene to investigate what had transpired. Upon arrival, he discovered the unconscious form of Tony Stark. Simultaneously, he redirected most of his focus towards the recent battle, particularly the figure in the black robe resembling Whitebeard, marking him as a prime subject for further investigation. Aside from Natasha, all other gazes had already drifted away from Sue-E. At this moment, Sue-E had returned to his villa, where he discovered Hela leisurely adorned in her exceedingly loose attire, engrossed in the television within the living room. You seem to adapt quite swiftly. Here, I have purchased some clothing for you. Do wear these, he remarked, tossing 3 made outfits onto the sofa beside Hela. As for the vulnerabilities in the villa, Jean had dispatched a team to thoroughly mend them, rendering it as good as new. Upon hearing this, Hela picked up the garments beside her. To her, Sue-E appeared exceedingly enigmatic, his abilities unknown. However, the collections within the home were undeniably intimidating. Thus, Hela had resolved that she would not depart from this place until her injuries had completely healed, even if it meant donning a maid outfit. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply as she fixated on the maid outfit in her hands. What do you think? Isn't it quite lovely? I meticulously selected it, you know. Lovely. Are you certain this qualifies as a maid outfit? Does your maid wear outfits with openings? The being known as the goddess of death, Hela, felt her cheeks flush upon seeing the maid attire, an inexplicable sensation gradually enveloping her heart, a feeling she had never experienced before. Chapter 11. Edward Elric. Present. In the Stark Industries building, Tony Stark sat on the floor in disarray, continuously devouring hamburgers, his favorite indulgence. Having narrowly escaped death, he savored each bite of this delectable treat. Before him stood a throng of reporters, their cameras aimed at him like artillery. Mr. Stark, could you shed light on the recent events? And why has that desert transformed into a mountain range? Tony Stark bit into his hamburger with fervor, his gaze deepening in intensity. Yet, he refrained from directly addressing the reporters' inquiries, instead uttering gravely, I witnessed young lives extinguished, perishing beneath the very weapons I designed to protect the masses. At long last, I have awakened from this nightmare. I aspire to contribute more to this world, to society. Therefore, I am prepared to shut down Stark International's weapons manufacturing division. With Tony Stark's declaration, the reporters erupted into a frenzy, countless flashes illuminating the scene, etching this moment in time. Meanwhile, Sue-E and Hela sat upon the sofa, watching the live broadcast. Hela, still clad in Sue-Ye's attire, radiated an undeniable allure. Sue-E, I am fatigued. I shall retire to my room for some rest. Currently, Hela needed to await the complete recovery of her injuries before she could regain her divine powers. Until then, she was akin to an ordinary person, experiencing fatigue, hunger, and weariness. However, as Sue-E gazed toward the direction of Hela's departure, his expression turned peculiar. Hela, that is my room. At that moment, Hella had reached the door. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, her body momentarily froze. Yet, she soon took a step forward. So what if it's your room? I claim it. With that, Hella strode into Su Yi's chamber. Yet, when she lay upon the bed, she was enveloped by Su Yi's scent, that feeling of being enveloped lingering in her heart. Su Yi could only smile in resignation. At that instant, Su Yi received a private message from Yuki Asuna. Su Yi, are you free at the moment? Yes. Is there something on your mind? I have pondered for quite some time. I desire to become stronger, yet I am uncertain how to achieve this. So I thought to consult you, the group leader. My power system is somewhat intricate and may not be well suited for you. Personally, I believe you could trade with Hinata and Whitebeard. Hinata possesses both physical and ninja techniques, but currently, you lack the energy to replace it. So you can only learn some physical techniques. Whitebeard also has physical techniques and a phenomenon known as the devil fruit. I assume you are aware that even the most inexpensive devil fruit costs 100 million berries, but you may trade with gold. The devil fruit is arguably the best means of enhancing one's strength. As for CC's Geas, I would not recommend it, as its randomness is quite significant. And if one's will is weak, it could lead to uncontrollable abilities. In a room adorned with a distinctly feminine decor, Yuki Asuna reclined on her bed, reflecting on Su Yi's words. Suddenly, an idea struck her. By the way, Su Yi, do you know what will occur in our world in the future? Indeed. You are not currently pre-ordering the fully immersive game helmet, are you? Once you purchase it, you will enter a death game. Dying within it means absolute demise in reality. It serves as an excellent means to hone one's combat experience and reflexes. Will I still be able to use the chat group at that time? Beep. This chat group supersedes all. All members can utilize all group functions regardless of circumstances. Upon seeing the chat group's notification, Yuki Asuna felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. I understand now. I will certainly grow stronger and will not fall behind you all. Seeing Yuki Asuna's message, a slight smile graced Su Yi's lips. However, ever the kind and friendly soul, he offered a cautionary note. Remember, if you encounter a black-haired man claiming to be Kirito, do not engage with him. He is quite the scoundrel. I understand. Well then, I shall retire for the night. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. After exchanging farewells, Yuki Asuna went in search of Whitebeard and Hinata. Before long, a new day dawned. Su Yi emerged from another room, stretching lazily. Yesterday had arguably been the most fulfilling day of the past 3 years, joining the chat group, connecting with its members, becoming its leader, and even acquiring a death goddess as a maid. Aside from the inability to combat formidable foes, the overall experience had been rather pleasant. Hella, have you arisen? Come. Let us prepare breakfast. Su Yi called out to Hella's room as he swung the door open. The moment he did, a radiant light flooded his vision. Instinctively, Su Yi swallowed hard. At that moment, Hella was just awakening, her eyes still hazy as she gazed at Su Yi. Realizing what was happening, she promptly covered herself with the nearby blanket and shouted, Su Yi, get out. Thus commenced a day filled with commotion. Beep. Edward Elric has joined the group chat. With the notification from the chat group resonating in Su Yi's mind, Su Yi casually closed the door and reclined upon the sofa in the living room, his mind slipping into the chat group. Su Yi. Edward Elric, welcome to our new member. I am Su Yi, the group's administrator. Asuna Yuki. Hello newcomer. I am the poorest member of this group. Hinata Hyuga. Humph. Don't be deceived. Asuna is clearly the wealthiest one aside from Su Ionaikin. CC. This is a realm of eternal youth. Welcome aboard. Whitebeard. Gurararara. Is there yet another newcomer? Welcome, welcome. Edward Elric was momentarily taken aback. He had just received an unexpected invitation to the chat group and instinctively clicked to accept. To his astonishment, a plethora of messages flooded his mind. Edward, what is this? Alchemy? CC, alchemy? It seems your world is rather antiquated. Asuna Yuki. Haha, here it comes. The witch with a sharp tongue. Su Yi. Edward Elric, fret not. This is not alchemy. We are all individuals from different worlds, akin to family, helping and encouraging one another to grow stronger together. Upon encountering the word family, Edward was utterly stunned. He currently possessed only his brother, who had been transformed into armor, and a father who was lost in the abyss of his own pursuits. The concept of family had seemed a distant notion to him, yet he now felt a profound warmth akin to familial bonds emanating from the chat group. This sensation was undeniably peculiar, soothing the fatigue that weighed heavily on his heart. At that moment, however, the chat group issued a mission. Ding, mission issued. Save Nina. Participant limit. 2. Completion reward, 100 points. The atmosphere in the chat group, which had been so jovial, instantly turned cold upon the announcement of the task. Edward Elric, Nina? Are you referring to our Nina? But we just left her. CC, what on earth is happening? Group Leader Sui? Asuna Yuki, Sui. You are familiar with our world and should also be aware of Edward's world. So what does this mission entail? Meanwhile, Sui, lounging on the sofa, felt an aura of menace emanate from him upon seeing the task announcement. This drew the attention of Hella, who had just emerged from her room. However, Sui paid her no mind. In the chat group, Sui, Edward Elric, you must return to Nina immediately. Her father is a beast. He intends to use alchemy to fuse his own daughter with Nina's dog, creating a speaking chimera. At this revelation, all members felt a chill run down their spines. A biological father, merging his daughter with a dog. Is such a thing even conceivable? Sui, Edward Elric, hastened to Nina's side. I will establish a portal. Who among you wishes to accompany me? CC, let me and Sui partake in this mission. Asuna Yuki, Sui Onaikan, make sure to teach that beastly father a lesson. Whitebeard, if it were me, I would leave him in utter ruin. Edward Elric, so this mission truly concerns Nina? Will her father genuinely attempt to merge her with Alexander? Alexander being the name of Nina's beloved dog. Sui, indeed, and our task is to rectify this absurdity. When Sui had initially witnessed this scene before his transmigration, he had been filled with indignation. Now, he was determined to repay that anger with interest to Nina's father, Tucker. The only way to protect Nina was to ensure his complete eradication from this world. Edward Elric, having confirmed the mission, wasted no time and turned to his brother. Alphonse Elric. Alphonse, we are returning to Nina's residence. Alphonse, unaware of the circumstances, immediately followed Edward's lead, racing into the distance. If what the chat group claimed was true, then Nina was in grave danger. With this thought, Edward quickened his pace. Before long, they arrived at Nina's abode, where the sunset cast a reddish hue across the sky. The silent mansion exuded an eerie ambience. Edward panted slightly, his gaze resolute. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. Bang! Alphonse, witnessing this, exclaimed, Brother, what are you doing? Why are you kicking down the door? There's no time for explanations. We must locate that scoundrel Tucker. Let us split up. Alphonse had always trusted his brother. Though unsure of the unfolding events, he followed Edward's lead, searching for Tucker. At that moment, in a concealed laboratory within the mansion, Tucker heard the commotion outside. Damn it! It appears nuisances have arrived. Just when I was about to reach the critical moment, Tucker's eyes glinted with a chilling light, reflecting the pale visage of little Nina. Found on the experiment table. Daddy, what are you doing? Why have you tied me to the table? Why did you knock out Alexander? Daddy, what is wrong with you? The repeated calls of Daddy echoed in Tucker's ears, yet he remained unmoved, instead uttering grotesque words. Do not blame Daddy. I am left with no choice. Tomorrow is the National Alchemist Assessment, and if I cannot deliver results, I will lose everything and be ridiculed by countless people. So, Nina, you must endure for Daddy. Won't you? As Tucker's words faded, a thunderous crash resounded at the door. Boom. The hidden laboratory door was forcefully kicked open by Edward. You selfish scoundrel. Release Nina at once. Nina's eyes brimmed with tears. Upon seeing Edward, she could no longer contain her emotions. Big brother, please save me. He is not my father. My father would never act this way. Nina's desperate cries made Edward grit his teeth. He loathed himself for not recognizing Tucker's true nature sooner. If only he had acted earlier, perhaps this catastrophe could have been averted. Tucker, observing the weeping Nina, sighed in frustration. Just when he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, why must they interfere? As Tucker spoke, he reached into his breast pocket and produced a whistle. With a twisted expression, he glared at Edward, his demeanor frenzied. You shall perish. Once he had spoken, Tucker blew the whistle. The sound echoed through the mansion. The once eerily silent abode began to tremble ever so slightly. Countless particles of dust cascaded from the ceiling. The thudding footsteps seemed to fill the upper floors. Edward finally beheld the source of the noise. They were synthetic beasts. There were hybrids of cats and snakes, bats and dogs, sharks and eagles. These grotesque creatures were a testament to the frenzied experiments Tucker had conducted during his time as a national alchemist. Each synthetic beast had blood-red eyes, fixated intently on Edward, rushing towards him with alarming speed. At that moment, Tucker's voice reverberated in Edward's ears. Edward, I concede that your abilities are commendable, but before my synthetic beasts, you shall only be devoured. Just watch as I fuse Nina and Alexander the dog. She will become the most perfect synthetic beast. Edward gazed at the oncoming horde of synthetic creatures, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe I would allow you to succeed so easily? As Edward's words fell, a portal materialized before him. Chapter 13, A Fist to Shatter Stars. The Altered Future of Nina. The appearance of the portal left Tucker momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend what was transpiring, a man and a woman emerged from the passage. The man bore a stern expression, his demeanor icy. The woman had long, smooth green hair cascading to her waist, her countenance equally frigid, mirroring that of the man beside her. Upon seeing these two figures, Edward promptly cautioned, "Be careful. These synthetic beasts are exceedingly formidable. We must proceed with utmost caution." Caution? No. Allowing such scum to live for even a second is an act of mercy. Thus, it is better to eliminate him outright. Although Tucker was unaware of the alchemy that had summoned them before him, he dismissed them as mere two individuals. Do you think that with your 3, you can defeat 100 synthetic beasts? I assure you, that is utterly impossible. My beloved synthetic beasts, devour them. Tucker snarled at the trio before him. Roar. Leading the charge was the hybrid of shark and eagle. With astonishing speed, it lunged towards Su-Yi. Edward, witnessing this, shouted, "Be careful." However, they had underestimated Su-Yi's power. TCH, Su-Yi let out a disdainful scoff. His gaze turned towards the nearby synthetic beasts. Heat ray. With that, crimson beams shot forth from Su-Yi's eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, the synthetic beasts were effortlessly sliced in half. Not even a cry escaping their lips. CC, meanwhile, skillfully obscured this scene. Paying little mind to Tucker, she strode directly towards Nina. Upon seeing this, Tucker's face drained of color, instinctively exclaiming, "No, how can this be?" In a frenzy, Tucker shouted, "Impossible. My synthetic beasts are the strongest in existence. How could they be vanquished in an instant?" As Tucker realized CC's intentions, he pointed at her. What do you intend to do? Stay away from me." With that, he drew a handgun from his side, raising his arm to shoot at CC. Die. Tucker roared, his throat raw, his eyes wide with rage, bloodshot. Yet, just as he squeezed the trigger, Su-Yi appeared before him. "You beast, allow me to send you to hell for your repentance." However, Tucker paid no heed to Su-Yi's words, for his gun had already discharged a bullet. The bullet cleaved through the air, flames erupting from the muzzle. To Tucker's belief, Su-Yi was too close to evade. In other words, Su-Yi was surely doomed. But in the next instant, reality plunged Tucker from heaven to hell. The bullet surged towards Su-Yi's heart, yet it merely grazed his skin, ricocheting harmlessly away. What? How is this possible? You are not human. You are a demon. A demon. Tucker's voice became shrill. Su-Yi, however, did not grant him further opportunity to speak. He seized Tucker by the throat and lifted him high above the mansion. At that moment, the cold enveloped Tucker. The terror of suspension and the dread of death intertwined. "Let me go, please. I will never dare again." Tucker trembled. He feared death. He longed to continue relishing the beauty of this world. He did not wish to die. But, gazing down at Tucker, Su-Yi slowly remarked, "I am neither a saint nor a harbinger of justice. So bear your sins and repent in hell." As Su-Yi's words fell, he propelled Tucker further into the cosmos. The power of the Supreme Destruction Day was on full display. The coldness of the universe coated Tucker's skin with frost. The absence of air inflicted great agony upon him. Yet, to Su-Yi, this was merely insufficient. Only when Tucker was utterly obliterated could this scum be completely purified. Whether a slaughterer of thousands or millions, such matters were inconsequential to him. But to harm one's own kin was unforgivable. "I will slay each one I encounter. With boundless remorse, perish." As Su-Yi's words echoed, he accelerated further. Colliding with a planet, he crashed Tucker down. Boom, boom, boom. In a furious punch, Su-Yi sent Tucker to his grave. Instantly, the planet began to crack, the ground heaving, spreading outward with increasing speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire planet erupted. The violent explosion transformed into a black hole, devouring both the planet and the pulverized remains of Tucker, eradicating all traces of his existence. Meanwhile, CC approached Nina, gently lifting her from the examination table, cradling her tenderly. She whispered into her ear, "Nina, it's all right now. Everything is over. You need not fear anymore." CC's voice drifted into Nina's ears, soft and soothing. In a fleeting moment, Nina succumbed to slumber. CC gazed at Nina, a fleeting sadness washing over her. Yet, thinking of her encounter with Su-Yi and the other members of the chat group, her heart lightened somewhat. Surely, the existence of the chat group constituted a semblance of home. Believing that Nina, cradled in her embrace, will surely grow strong and ultimately discover her own happiness. Brother. At this moment, Alphonse finally arrived beside Edward. He had been searching for the hidden laboratory when he suddenly heard the sounds of battle erupting here, prompting him to hasten his arrival. To his surprise, he found a green-haired girl holding Nina in her arms. This scene exuded an aura of tranquility. Ding. Mission to save Nina completed. Participants Su-E, CC, rewarded with 100 points. Member Edward of this world awarded 100 points. Ding. Mission complete. Group members may leave at any time. As the sounds from the chat group resonated in the minds of the three, CC, holding Nina, approached Edward. This child is in your care now. If you need assistance, just call for us, they said before preparing to depart. CC then spoke softly to the sleeping Nina. Nina, may you find happiness in the future. After saying this, CC exited the mansion. At that moment, Sui descended from the skies. Having dealt with the scoundrel, his spirits were lifted. CC, let us retreat, leaving the rest to Edward. We must trust in our new member's abilities. As for Nina, I will prepare a red envelope for Edward to pass on to her. I believe the future has already changed, and she will surely be happier. CC remained silent, merely gazing at Sui. With a playful smile, she remarked, Hey, Sui, I look forward to your guidance in the future. With that, CC extended her finger, entwining it with Sui's, and they walked towards the passageway together. Chapter 14, Rivalry and Jealousy. The Green Giant makes an entrance, feeling the delicate touch at his fingertips. Sui cast a peculiar glance at CC beside him. Yet in that moment, neither of them uttered a word. Upon returning to his own world, Sui was met with the astonished gaze of Hela, who was staring at him in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Is it similar to a rainbow bridge? Hela questioned, fully aware that Sui was no ordinary individual. However, she did not anticipate that he possessed a teleportation-like ability, which was exceedingly rare. Sui simply yawned and did not respond to Hela. Instead, he pointed towards the kitchen. As a maid, shouldn't you be preparing breakfast now? Hela was momentarily taken aback by Sui's words, but as the goddess of death, she swiftly refused. I absolutely will not cook. But if you are willing to prepare a meal for me, I might spare your life when I return to my peak. Hearing Hela's words, a smile crept across Sui's lips. However, the next moment, he changed his tone. In that case, you can starve. I'm off to school. With that, Sui burst into laughter and headed towards the garage, leaving Hela utterly dumbfounded. Exiting the villa, Sui took out his phone and called Jean Bing. Jean Bing, prepare a ton of precious metals for me. I'll pick them up in the afternoon. Understood, sir. I'll take care of it. Jean Bing replied without further inquiry. As Sui's subordinate, he felt fortunate to be under Sui's formidable wing. Although he harbored ambitions, he understood that his capabilities were sufficient for getting by on Earth. Given Sui's terrifying presence, he preferred to remain a loyal follower. Once he had given his instructions, Sui drove his favorite Bugatti Veyron towards the school. At that moment, he happened to spot Natasha emerging from the villa. Natasha, having noticed Sui, extended her hand and greeted him. Good morning, Sui. She had not abandoned her role as a teacher, gracefully clad in an alluring uniform. Seeing this, Sui halted his vehicle and politely responded, Good morning, teacher Natasha. Natasha gazed at Sui, a hint of allure playing at the corners of her mouth. She was expertly leveraging her advantages to subtly capture Sui's attention. As an operative, she was well acquainted with her own physique and understood how to maximize her charm. The villa area was some distance from Midtown High School in Queens, providing her with the perfect opportunity to learn more about Sui during the ride. However, just then, Sui's voice reached Natasha's ears. Well then, Natasha, I must take my leave. With that, Sui, in a rather straightforward manner, drove away from her line of sight. This left Natasha completely bewildered. What just happened? Shouldn't Sui have invited me into the car? She pondered. Did I just encounter the legendary ironclad straight man? A series of questions flooded Natasha's mind. Little did she know, Sui would allow anyone into the car, except for an operative, as that would be far too troublesome. In the chat group, Sui announced, Everyone, the mission has been completed. I am currently gathering a ton of precious metals, which I will package as a red envelope for Edward. Sui added, Edward Elric. I will rely on you to take good care of Nina. Edward Elric replied, Rest assured, group leader. I will take Nina to the countryside, where it is peaceful and my childhood friend resides. She will receive the best care. At this moment, Edward Elric had come to regard the chat group as another home. Feeling the warmth of its members, especially during this incident involving Nina, which had made him acutely aware of the essence of family. Asuna Yuki chimed in, CC. Since there was no live stream this time, I'm curious about what you did. Did you hold Sui back? CC playfully responded, Oh, you seem quite concerned about Sui. If you have a crush, just say it out loud. But I certainly did not hold him back. In fact, I held his hand. I must say, Sui's hand is exceedingly warm. I've never touched the hand of the opposite sex before. This was my first time. Asuna Yuki exclaimed, You love-struck girl. How could you touch Sui's hand? She continued, just you wait. I have consulted with Hinata and Old Man Whitebeard about the secrets of martial arts. When I master it, I will come to find you. You better be prepared. CC replied, all right. If you're willing to come, I will certainly host you well. Edward Elric interjected, are you two quarreling, or are you just being jealous? CC advised, newcomer, it would be better for you to remain silent about such matters, smirks. Asuna Yuki retorted, even if it's jealousy, so what? Hinata Hyuga added, piquing JPG. She then asked, by the way, where's Old Man Whitebeard? He usually spends this time chatting in the group. Asuna Yuki affirmed, yes, during this time, Old Man Whitebeard is indeed the most active in the group. CC, perhaps there is something amiss. Su-e, there is no need for excessive concern. Let us not forget that the chat group possesses a distress signal feature. Moreover, within his realm, individuals capable of posing a threat to Whitebeard are exceedingly rare. CC, indeed, you speak the truth. Kiriyama Asuna, pervert, keep your distance from the group leader. Observing the two women exchanging barbs within the chat group, Sui could not help but chuckle softly. Soon, he arrived at the school, casually parking his Bugatti in a vacant spot. Under the gaze of onlookers, he strolled toward the school, yawning. The school seemed to exude an enchanting aura, as upon entering, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from a distance. Boom, boom, boom. The noise was rhythmical, akin to a colossal creature in rapid motion. Following the sound, Sui beheld a giant, clad in green, its body adorned with exaggerated muscles. Upon sighting this behemoth, Sui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Hulk. To his astonishment, this creature had emerged. This promised to be entertaining. As Sui uttered those words, he noticed several armed helicopters trailing closely behind the Hulk, roaring through the skies in pursuit. Unsurprisingly, this scene depicted the Hulk being hunted. However, perhaps due to his presence, the original narrative had veered slightly off course, resulting in the Hulk appearing before him. Yet, this was fortuitous. Let him experience the might of the Hulk. He was ignited with excitement. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air. Chapter 15, General Ross's Compromise. The scream sliced through the atmosphere like an arrow, piercing Sui's ears. He momentarily diverted his gaze from the Hulk, who was leaping between buildings, and looked toward the source of the sound. There, he spotted a pale-skinned girl with black-framed glasses, crouched on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Above her, a fallen ceiling loomed ominously, clearly a result of the Hulk's rampage. What a troublesome predicament. Sui muttered a complaint, yet the moment he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot and dashed toward the girl. He attempted to maintain a facade of an ordinary individual, but his speed was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the girl. At that moment, the steel reinforcements within the ceiling could no longer bear the weight, and with a deafening crack and a cloud of dust, it plummeted downwards. The girl, witnessing this, felt enveloped by sheer despair. However, at this critical juncture, Sui appeared before her, hoisting her onto his shoulder and sprinting towards safety. With a crash, the ceiling collapsed behind them. Simultaneously, Sui remarked, crouching here with your head covered is a waste of time. You should have just run forward. The girl felt a powerful arm encircle her waist, and a flush crept across her cheeks. Yet, upon hearing Sui's words, she found herself momentarily speechless. I'm so sorry. I was just too scared, she stammered. Well, it's all right. Not fainting is a good thing. As Sui's sharp tongue continued, the girl opened her mouth, ready to respond, but the words evaporated into shyness. Gazing at Sui's face, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. Just as she contemplated inquiring, Sui gently set her down. All right, you are safe now. Remember, next time, it's better to run forward desperately than to remain rooted in place. With that, Sui turned to depart. Meanwhile, the city was engulfed in a cacophony of screams. The Hulk's emergence had incited widespread panic among the citizens, compounded by the armed helicopters overhead, intermittently unleashing torrents of fire, disrupting the rhythm of daily life. Unbeknownst to Sui, who was in search of the black-cloaked figure, he made no effort to conceal himself. He surmised that S.H.I.E.L.D. was likely focused primarily on Tony Stark and the desert, perhaps still investigating the whereabouts of Whitebeard, who had vanished from the Marvel Universe. Consequently, the resources expended on him were minimal. Even if he were to be discovered, it was of little consequence. It would merely entail some inconvenience. With this thought, Sui ceased his attempts at concealment, swiftly following the trail left by the Hulk. In the skies, the armed helicopters pursued the Hulk closely. Yet, as time elapsed, they realized the gap between them was widening. General Ross, the Hulk is accelerating. We may lose our target. On the other end of the communication device was General Ross. stationed far behind. His icy gaze remained fixed on the large screen displaying the Hulk's data. An unprecedented greed surged within him. He fantasized about possessing such terrifying power. However, the operatives tracking the Hulk risked losing him, a situation General Ross could not tolerate. Should you lose the target, you need not return to me, he coldly declared. This is no jest. I have borne immense costs for this Hulk. The expenses for the city's damage and the ensuing chaotic explanations will all fall upon me. If we fail to capture the target, all my efforts will be in vain. But the Hulk is gaining speed, and our fuel is running low. That is your problem, not mine. If you cannot accomplish this, be prepared for the consequences. With that, General Ross terminated the call, his expression growing increasingly tense. If the Hulk escaped this time, tracking him down again would prove exceedingly troublesome. Thus, regardless of the cost, he was determined to capture the Hulk. Immediately, General Ross seized his military phone and dialed Nick Fury. The call connected swiftly. Nick Fury, I need you to utilize your resources to assist me in capturing the Hulk. Upon hearing General Ross's request, Nick Fury fell momentarily silent, refraining from an immediate response. General Ross's lips twitched. He was well aware that Nick Fury did not act without assurance, yet the power embodied by the Hulk was something he coveted immensely. General Ross took a deep breath before addressing Nick Fury, stating, If you can assist me in capturing the Hulk, I am willing to collaborate with you in researching his powers. However, should we refrain from taking action, your chances of success may diminish significantly. Nick Fury displayed no signs of intimidation in the face of General Ross. Their rivalry had been characterized by a series of overt and covert confrontations, with each experiencing victories and defeats. This time, however, General Ross's ambition was particularly intense, prompting Nick Fury to feel that neglecting this opportunity would be a disservice to himself. It was clear that General Ross understood Fury's intentions, and he silently cursed. Fury is truly insufferable. Under normal circumstances, General Ross would never permit Fury such audacity. Yet he begrudgingly glanced at the large screen displaying the data they had compiled on the Hulk. In that moment, his desires overwhelmed his rationality. He turned to Nick Fury and declared, I will share all the technology developed by my military with you. General Ross possessed an arsenal of formidable resources. Fury, clearly taken aback by the extent of Ross's willingness to compromise for the Hulk, recognized the general's determination. Since you are so generous, I shall reciprocate with utmost sincerity. Await the arrival of good news. Just then, General Ross received an urgent call. Report, a suspicious figure is rapidly approaching the Hulk. Fury overheard this alarming information, and the atmosphere within the space became palpably tense. Chapter 16, A Headache. Sue-E is no ordinary person. Suspicious figure? Do you know which organization it belongs to? General Ross's tone had grown markedly urgent. He immediately signaled to those around him to activate the cameras on the armed helicopter. However, the helicopter had descended significantly, revealing little more than a hint of green, which only intensified Ross's anxiety. Report. It appears there is only one silhouette. What? Only one silhouette? How is that possible? Who would dare confront the Hulk head-on? Ross's voice rose several octaves. In his view, no one on Earth could rival the Hulk. The notion that someone was approaching him so swiftly was utterly shocking. Nick Fury, having gleaned this intelligence from Ross, promptly suggested, General Ross, since we are collaborating on this endeavor, let us, H-I-E-L-D, contribute as well. Coulson, utilize S-H-I-E-L-D-S satellites to locate the Hulk's position. Simultaneously, share the screen with General Ross. Yes, Director. As Coulson's words echoed, the entirety of S-H-I-E-L-D sprang into action. At that moment, Nick Fury, through the agency's satellites, caught sight of Sue-Yi's figure. His previously calm pupils suddenly constricted. Without hesitation, he severed communication with General Ross, hurried several paces, and leaned toward the display screen, scrutinizing Sue-Yi's movements with growing trepidation. Indeed, this individual was Sue-Yi. He was certainly no ordinary person. Fury's emotions were uncharacteristically stirred. Coulson, promptly update S-H-I-E-L-D-S records. Sue-Yi is that terrifying individual. At this juncture, Fury's brow furrowed, recalling that this formidable figure had recently appeared in the desert. Of course, the desert had since transformed into mountainous terrain, but this provided Fury with crucial insight. The individuals clad in black robes were likely part of an organization. If they were indeed part of an organization, there would undoubtedly be regulations within it. From what they observed, the black attire seemed to be one such rule. Additionally, Natasha had previously relayed that Sue-Yi had cared for numerous stray dogs, suggesting he was a compassionate individual. Contemplating this, Fury felt increasingly uneasy. Could he have been mistaken? With that thought in mind, Fury commanded, immediately pull up the city's surveillance. Soon, Coulson retrieved the footage. They witnessed Sue-E rescuing a young girl. Though he carried her directly, this act indicated a heart willing to save others, starkly contrasting the violent nature of the terrifying figure. It was clear that Sue-E was indeed extraordinary, yet not aligned with that fearsome individual. Fury found himself in a quandary. If Sue-E was not a member of that organization, he would need to commence an investigation from scratch. However, this could be fortuitous. If Sue-E were merely an ordinary person, he could potentially be recruited into the Avengers. This notion had long been rooted in Fury's mind since his days as an agent. It had only taken until now to find a suitable candidate. The first was Tony Stark, and now, the second was Sue-E. Just as Fury pondered this, his phone rang once more. Nick Fury, what transpired? Why did you terminate our call? No worries, General Ross. It was merely a slip of the finger. Rest assured, I have already dispatched personnel to handle the Hulk situation. After a pause, Fury added, as for that silhouette, we will manage it as well. Await our good news. With that, Fury hung up once more, simultaneously cutting off the shared screen with Ross. As the image before him faded, General Ross's expression remained unchanged. He was unaware of Fury's true intentions. But as long as he could secure the Hulk, he cared not. Meanwhile, Sue-E remained oblivious to Fury's thoughts. He activated the video feature in their chat group, initiating a live broadcast. The moment Sue-E opened the video, group members flooded in. Asuka Yuki, fantastic. Sue-E is live again. I've already begun my physical training. This is the perfect opportunity to gain some experience. CC. Oh dear, is Sue-E about to engage in battle again? CC. Curious about who Sue-E's opponent might be. Hinata Hyuga. Sue-E, brother, please be careful. Edward Elric. Is this what live streaming looks like? It's my first time seeing it. It's quite amazing. The group buzzed with excitement. Yet, they soon noticed the absence of Whitebeard's presence. CC, strange. Usually when a live stream starts, Whitebeard is always there. Asuka Yuki. Yes. Without Whitebeard's antics, it feels like there's less laughter in the group. Asuka Yuki. Whitebeard. Old man, what are you up to? Aren't you coming to watch the live stream? At long last, Whitebeard has arrived. Whitebeard, Gurararara. It seems that my absence has left you yearning for my presence. CC. Not quite. We are merely curious about your activities. Whitebeard, Gurararara CC. Your sharp tongue is quite remarkable. I now understand the sentiments of Asuna Yuki. Asuna Yuki, right? Just wait until I train a bit more. I shall pay her a visit in her world and teach her a lesson for her sharp tongue. CC, evil grin JPG. I could be even more acerbic. But I fear you might not withstand it. CC, Asuna Yuki, come here and show me how you intend to reprimand me. Above the vast ocean, Whitebeard observes the lively banter in the chat, and the gloom within him dissipates significantly. Whitebeard, Gurararara. I've been rather busy of late, so I must take my leave for now. We'll chat again when I have the time. Whitebeard, I'm off JPG. Sue-E, Whitebeard, should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to summon us. Whitebeard, it's merely a trivial matter, not worth concern, Gurararara. With Whitebeard's response, Sue-E refrains from further words, as he has already caught up with the Hulk, who has also sensed his presence. Chapter 17, Astonishment. The might of Sue-E's finger. Roar. The Hulk's furious roar reverberates like a sonic attack, exploding in Sue-E's ears. Had it been an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly experience severe tinnitus, or even bleed from their orifices. However, the Hulk is faced with Sue-E. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth and a look of disdain in his eyes, Sue-E softly remarks, "What are you roaring for? Do you think your loud voice makes you formidable?" Casually flexing his wrist, Sue-E challenges the Hulk, "Come now. Let me witness your strength and see if it can excite me." As Sue-E's words echo, an overwhelming aura ascends from him. A powerful pressure mingled with an utterly terrifying force, akin to a mountain pressing down upon the Hulk. The Hulk, sensing the threat embedded in Sue-E's aura, feels his nerves being struck. Roar. Like a raging gorilla, the Hulk ferociously pounds his chest, no longer fleeing into the distance. Enveloped in boundless fury, he charges towards Sue-E. S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury observes Sue-E's battle via satellite, holding data on the Hulk in his hands. The more he examines the Hulk's data, the more he comprehends why General Ross was willing to expend such great resources to capture the Hulk. The primary reason lies in the immense power the Hulk embodies. It is simply unparalleled. Agent Coulson, dispatch reinforcements to support Sue-E immediately, regardless of his identity. Our priority is to subdue the Hulk. As Nick Fury speaks, he casts a deep gaze at the screen, Sighing, Su-E is undoubtedly no match for the Hulk. However, before Nick Fury can finish his thought, he observes that Su-E faces the Hulk's onslaught without a trace of fear, appearing rather at ease. The Hulk throws a punch, and Su-E counters with one of his own. Their fists collide. They exchange blows. Yet, the Hulk finds himself steadily retreating. At this moment, Nick Fury can scarcely believe his own eyes. In a desolate park in Queens, the battle between Su-E and the Hulk rages on. Why do you strike like a girl, with such feeble fists? Or is your strength truly this meager? The words of Su-E strike like a dagger to the Hulk's heart. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the Hulk unleashes a terrifying force, his presence engulfing the area for miles around. In the park, countless birds take flight, darting away as if fleeing from impending doom. The Hulk, now thoroughly enraged by Su-Yi's taunts, witnesses his muscles bulging to an enormous size. The sheer fury transforms him into a behemoth. To the Hulk, Su-Yi appears as a mere child. The members of the chat group, watching the video, feel an unprecedented pressure emanating from the Hulk's form. Asuna Yuki, the oppressive force from this guy, is overwhelming. I know this is just a video, yet my body trembles. CC. Indeed, after all this time, I've never encountered someone with such terrifying power. This pressure, an ordinary person would likely be scared to death. Edward Elric, can the group leader truly defeat that green fellow? It feels as though his strength has multiplied. Edward Elric, if I were in his shoes, I fear I wouldn't even withstand a single punch. Hinata Hyuga, Su-E Onaikan will be just fine. I believe in him. As the group members grow anxious for Su-E, he merely yawns. He softly states, I ask you, why roar so loudly? Do you think you can defeat me now? The Hulk seems to heed Su-Yi's words, and his already furious demeanor intensifies, with countless veins bulging on his forehead. The Hulk clenches his right fist, channeling tremendous energy into it. In the blink of an eye, he propels himself forward, the ground erupting in a mound of earth. The force catapults the Hulk towards Su-E like a massive missile. His fist generates a powerful gust of wind, tearing through the air. Nick Fury, observing through the satellite, murmurs, Su-E, it's over. As the enormous green figure seems poised to strike Su-E, he extends an arm. Though it appears slow, it is as swift as lightning. As the Hulk's fist descends upon him, Su-E suddenly retaliates with a flick. Bang! The Hulk's expression darkens, his rage instantly replaced by intense pain. Su-Yi's blow shatters the Hulk's arm. But this is not the end. The force propels the Hulk away at a speed faster than he approached. Bang! 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 Trees shatter in succession. Only when the Hulk crashes into a wall 3,000 meters away does he finally come to a halt. At this moment, an unprecedented silence envelopes the park. Those who witness this scene instinctively swallow hard. Edward Elric, is this the power of our leader? It is simply too formidable. Edward Elric, is it any wonder he is the leader? Asuna Yuki, this is astonishing. With merely a finger, he sent that Hulk flying. When will I ever reach such heights? CC, I believe this is still not Su-Yi's full potential. Hinata Hyuga, in any case, Su-E is the strongest brother. Stars in my eyes JPG. CC, yes, yes, we all know little Hinata adores her brother Su-E. Hinata Hyuga, embarrassed JPG. Su-E, as long as you all strive to enhance your abilities and support one another, you will undoubtedly reach this level one day. With that, Su-E ended the live broadcast, leaving the members to ponder in silence. Equally quiet was S-H-I-E-L-D. At this moment, not a soul in S-H-I-E-L-D uttered a word. They gazed at the scene before them, their hearts swirling with tumultuous waves. An unparalleled shock rendered them momentarily speechless. All they witnessed was Bruce Banner emerging from the Hulk form, his arm hanging limply at his side, and he fainted. Meanwhile, Su-E yawned as he ambled towards the school, appearing as if he were merely going to take a nap there. The intensity of this impact left them in a daze for an extended period. Chapter 18. The humiliated Harry and the exquisite school beauty, Hannah. Coulson, I couldn't have misseen. Could I? In the blink of an eye, Su-E sent the Hulk flying. Nick Fury was still in disbelief. He replayed Su-Yi's earlier actions, questioning if someone had tampered with his mind. Yet, Coulson beside him pulled Nick Fury back to reality. Director, you did not missee. Su-E indeed defeated the Hulk in the blink of an eye. Huh. Nick Fury took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. In my recollection, such immense power could only belong to that terrifying individual. However, Su-E is shrouded in mystery, making it impossible to ascertain his true identity. As the king of spies, his principle is to eliminate any potential threats without exception. But applying this principle to Su-E is exceedingly perilous. If Su-E were indeed that terrifying person, Perhaps there might be alternative methods to reclaim the stolen Captain Marvel communicator. We could then summon Captain Marvel to deal with Sui. But if Sui is not that terrifying individual, such actions would undoubtedly provoke his ire, thereby creating a formidable enemy out of thin air, regardless of how one contemplates. This is a scenario Nick Fury wishes to avoid. At that moment, Coulson spoke. Director, based on our investigations over the past few days, Sui may possess the potential to be a hero. Perhaps we could temporarily overlook his identity and invite him to join us. I believe that as long as we treat him with respect, he would refrain from any drastic actions. After all, I perceive a significant difference between Sui and that terrifying individual. As time passes, Sui's true identity will eventually reveal itself. If Sui is not that terrifying figure, perhaps we can leverage him to balance the scales against that individual. What do you think of my proposal, Director? Listening to Coulson's words, Nick Fury pondered the feasibility of this approach. However, such a course of action carries inherent risks. For now, let's capture the Hulk since Bruce Banner has reverted from his Hulk form. As for your suggestion, I shall contemplate it further. At this moment, Sui was leisurely making his way to school. He received a message from Peter Parker. Sui, where are you right now? Are you hurt? The school has summoned us to the auditorium to take attendance. If you see this message, please hurry over. Closing the message, Sui glanced at his missed calls, 12 in total, all from Peter Parker. Despite having only met recently, he already treated him as a friend. Is this what they call the future Spider-Man? With a slight smile, Sui's fingers danced across the screen as he swiftly crafted a reply. I'm fine. Just saw your message. On my way back now. After sending the message, Sui yawned again and continued his stroll towards the school. Why is it that every time I think of school, I can't help but feel drowsy? The auditorium of Midtown High School can effortlessly accommodate all students and remains one of the few buildings unscathed by the Hulk's rampage. With a sense of responsibility, the teachers gathered the students here. Among them was Hannah, the girl Sui had rescued earlier. Though she wore a pair of black-framed glasses, it did little to conceal her beauty. Regarded as the most stunning school beauty of all time, her mere presence in the auditorium captivated countless gazes, including that of Harry Osborn. Upon seeing Hannah enter the auditorium, his eyes widened with excitement. He had heard tales of her astonishing beauty but had never witnessed it firsthand. Now that he saw her, it was indeed true. Her fair skin seemed to radiate light. Her rosy lips and delicate nose complemented her enchanting eyes that sparkled with moisture. She was truly breathtaking. Harry Osborn nudged Peter Parker beside him and said, Parker, I feel like my heart might leap out of my chest. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to go strike up a conversation with her. All right. I'll wait here for you. Peter Parker nodded, watching as Harry approached Hannah. Harry Osborn had transferred to Midtown High School quite some time ago. Upon his arrival, his father, Norman Osborn, had even delivered a speech emphasizing that Harry was his son. Consequently, Harry Osborn had garnered significant attention. However, he had been traveling recently and had only just returned today. Thus, as he walked towards Hannah, he inevitably drew the attention of many. Look, that must be Harry. Isn't he supposed to be traveling? Has he returned? How envious. The wealthy can travel whenever they please. Look at where he's headed. He can't be planning to talk to Hannah, can he? I bet $5 she'll say yes. After all, Harry Osborn's father is Norman Osborn, a local business tycoon. Those who witnessed Harry's approach couldn't help but gossip among themselves. Hearing their chatter, Harry's vanity was fed, causing him to stand a little taller and exude more confidence. Standing before Hannah, he confidently bowed in a gentlemanly manner and said, Beautiful lady, I am Harry Osborn, and I would very much like to get to know you. Hannah was taken aback by Harry's sudden advance. However, upon realizing he was merely attempting to flirt, she furrowed her brows slightly. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to get to know you. With that, Hannah turned and walked away in another direction, leaving many onlookers to witness this unfolding scene. Initially, they believed that Hannah, the stunning flower of the school, would undoubtedly succumb to their charms. However, they were taken aback when Hannah decisively rejected them. Without so much as a moment's hesitation, their astonishment reverberated throughout the auditorium. Harry Osborn also caught wind of the commotion emanating from the group, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. No one had ever dared to refuse him before. It seemed he needed to showcase a hint of his prowess. With this thought, Harry positioned himself once more in front of Hannah, donning what he presumed was an irresistibly charming smile. Wait a moment, beautiful. Allow me the opportunity to get acquainted. There's a charity gala tonight, an exclusive event reserved for the most affluent elite. If you're willing, I can drive you in my limited edition sports car to choose a luxurious evening gown. This is a chance to broaden your horizons. If you miss it, there won't be another. Inadvertently, Harry revealed his wealth, believing that no one could resist the allure of a limited edition sports car and an exquisite gown. Yet, just as he anticipated Hannah's acceptance, he realized she seemed entirely oblivious to his words, her gaze fixed on another direction. Following her line of sight, Harry turned to see Sue-E slowly entering through another entrance of the auditorium. Dust clung to Sue-E, remnants from the recent battle he had effortlessly triumphed in. However, that slight dusting, in Harry's eyes, rendered him a mere pitiful wretch. Before Harry could utter a word, Hannah dashed toward Sue-E. The scene left many in shock. Who was this fellow? The school bell was running toward him? Incredible. She had turned down the affluent Harry, only to rush toward this seemingly impoverished lad. Was this truly the kind of man she fancied? The surrounding whispers cut deeply, mercilessly piercing Harry's heart. Jealousy ignited within him, just as he pondered Sue-Ye's identity. Hannah reached Sue-E and exclaimed, thank you for saving me. If possible, I would love to have dinner with you tonight. Do you have time? Her tone was somewhat hurried, filled with anticipation. Yet, in response to her eager invitation, Sue-E appeared indifferent, simply waving his hand dismissively. Not free. I have a charity gala to attend tonight. A charity gala? You? Don't tell me you're boasting. Do you even have the standing for that? He scoffed. I doubt I've ever seen your name in high society. Harry had been irked by Sue-E since he first laid eyes on him. After all, Hannah had brushed him off only to seek out Sue-E, who then disregarded her as well. Was he truly inferior to Sue-E? As the illustrious heir of the Osborne family, he would never swallow such indignity. Just then, Sue-E cast a fleeting glance at Harry. A mere glance. Yet it felt as though Harry had stumbled upon a mountain of corpses, the overwhelming aura of terror crashing down upon him. The arrogance dissipated, replaced by an all-consuming dread. Ah! Harry screamed, his body succumbing, collapsing to the ground, his trousers stained in an embarrassing display. The sight of his utter humiliation was laid bare before everyone. Disbelief mingling with uproarious laughter at the sight of the once mighty Harry Osborne reduced to such a state. At that moment, Sue-E coldly uttered, "Silence." The temperature in the auditorium plummeted, as if they had descended into a millennium-old ice cave. A bone-chilling cold enveloped the room, rendering it utterly silent. All eyes turned to Sue-E as he strode toward his seat. No one dared utter a word. Just then, Natasha entered the auditorium, immediately noticing the disheveled Harry Osborne. However, she chose not to comment, instead focusing on Sue-E. "Sue-E, could you step outside for a moment? I have something important to discuss with you." "Important?" Sue-E murmured softly. Without further hesitation, he followed Natasha outside. Once he departed the auditorium, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They were baffled by the oppressive aura that had just enveloped them and had no desire to experience it again. Meanwhile, Hannah was utterly captivated, her heart racing at the thought of Sue-Ye's earlier demeanor. She had never felt such excitement before. In the corridor, Sue-E regarded Natasha, inquiring, "What is this important matter? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Natasha, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sue-E raised an eyebrow slightly. And then, Natasha, taken aback by Sue-Ye's lack of surprise, quickly regained her composure, her professionalism shining through. "Our director wishes to invite you to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. tonight. I hope you have time. The director wants me to come to him? Don't joke. If he truly wants to extend an invitation, he should come find me himself. I have a charity gala to attend this afternoon and no time to play pretend." With that, Sue-E turned on his heel and walked away. Natasha, at that moment, relayed Sue-Ye's response to Nick Fury. The charity gala was hosted by Tony Stark, and all shareholders of Stark Industries were invited. Sue-E was attending in the capacity of a shareholder. Soon, night fell. Sue-E left the school, invigorated after nearly a day of rest. He was in high spirits. However, he did not head directly to the gala. Instead, he planned to take Hella with him. Upon returning to his villa, Sue-E found Hella languishing on the sofa, appearing utterly drained. Seeing her in such a state, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Hella, you haven't been starving all day, have you? There are plenty of top-quality ingredients in the fridge." Hearing Sue-Ye's teasing, Hella propped herself up, unintentionally revealing an indescribable radiance in the oversized clothes she wore. "I absolutely refuse to cook. It does not align with my status." Observing the resilient Hella, Sue couldn't help but find the woman before him exceedingly charming. "All right, I will arrange for 100 exquisite evening gowns to be prepared for you. They should arrive shortly. You can select whichever one you fancy, and we shall indulge in a delightful dinner tonight." Dinner. Hella's eyes sparkled with excitement. In her current state, having nearly become a mere mortal, the prospect of a meal, especially one that required no effort on her part, thrilled her immensely. Without hesitation, she sprang from the sofa. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, signaling the arrival of the 100 luxurious evening gowns. Hela swiftly chose her favorite black gown, a masterpiece of opulence, and eagerly joined Sue as they departed in the Cullinan towards the Stark Industries building. At Stark Industries, the venue was abuzz with the elite of society, all presenting their invitations to gain entry. The building had been lavishly adorned for the charity gala, epitomizing extravagance. Pepper Potts, affectionately known as Pepper, was present at the event, graciously attending to the distinguished guests. Meanwhile, Obadiah, one of the shareholders, personally went to fetch Tony Stark. However, unbeknownst to Tony and Pepper, Obadiah harbored sinister intentions to eliminate Tony Stark. Chapter 20. Perish, Tony Stark. Tony Stark's residence was fraught with peril. The reason for Obadiah's direct involvement lay in the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Unlike the oblivious Tony, Sue was strolling through the charity gala, hand in hand with Hela, who was relishing the fragrant aromas of exquisite delicacies wafting through the air. "Sue, may I indulge in these delightful offerings?" Hela inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unable to resist a chuckle at Hela's cat-like eagerness, Sue replied, "Go ahead and feast. Otherwise, I fear you may stray further from the path of elegance." Hela, feeling genuinely famished, refrained from retorting. Having emerged from her sealed state, she was as vulnerable as an ordinary person, devoid of her divine powers until her injuries fully healed. With graceful strides, she approached the sumptuous food and began to indulge heartily. Each morsel consumed transformed into energy, replenishing her strength. At that moment, Pepper approached Sue. "Good evening. Are you Mr. Sue?" "Indeed," he replied. "Greetings, Mr. Sue. I am Tony Stark's personal assistant." Tony expressed that if you attended the charity gala, you should be treated with utmost hospitality. As a token of gratitude for your unwavering support during Stark Industries' most challenging times, Sue waved his hand dismissively, fully aware that Tony Stark would inevitably rise again and reclaim all his shares. "I merely acted upon my desires, and I firmly believe that Tony Stark will restore Stark Industries to its rightful path. By the way, when is Tony expected to arrive?" Currently, Obadiah, the second largest shareholder, is on his way to Tony's residence. He should be along shortly. "Oh, is that so?" Sue smiled, engaging in light conversation with Pepper before returning to Hela's side. "How's the feast treating you?" he teased, noticing that Hela had consumed a fair amount. Her cheeks flushed, and she appeared more refined, with a hint of her former commanding presence returning. "It's adequate, though these offerings still struggle to truly please me." In response to Hela's remark, Sue picked up a nearby dessert, gently scooping a portion and presenting it to her lips. "How about this?" Hela was taken aback by Sue's unexpected gesture. The dessert's alluring aroma wafted toward her, compelling her to part her lips in anticipation. Just as she was about to savor it, Sue swiftly snatched it away and consumed it himself, relishing the flavor without regard for Hela's disappointed gaze. He playfully pinched her delicate cheek and softly said, "Enjoy your meal here. If you need anything, just ask Pepper. I have a matter to attend to and will return shortly." Hela shot him an annoyed glance, feeling her emotions had been toyed with. Yet, the thrill she experienced was a novel sensation for her. "Go ahead, but do be careful." If Hela's father, Odin, were to hear her words, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. After all, Hela had once been known as the goddess of death, a conqueror of 9 realms. With countless souls at her command, the mention of her title could compel adversaries to surrender. A goddess who thrived on destruction now uttered such sentiments, signifying her subtle transformation during her time with Sue. Exiting the building, Sue drove the Cullinan towards Tony Stark's abode. While others remained oblivious to Obadiah's intentions, Sue was acutely aware. As a shareholder in Stark Industries, Tony's demise would spell disaster for him. As Sue approached Tony's residence, a fierce battle was already underway between Tony Stark and Obadiah. Unlike the cinematic portrayal, Obadiah was not piloting the Ironmonger, but donned an armor strikingly similar to Tony's Mark III. This technology had been illicitly appropriated from Tony himself. After Obadiah's modifications, his Mark III armor, though less agile, boasted significantly enhanced combat capabilities. Additionally, having just extracted the second-generation arc reactor from Tony's chest, Tony was left relying on the first-generation version. The disparity in energy output was insurmountable. In the inky night sky, fireworks erupted sporadically and meteors streaked across the heavens. Curious onlookers began to discern the source of the commotion as the fierce duel between the two armored figures descended closer to the ground. Two nearly identical Mark III armors pursued one another through the air. Tony Stark was drenched in sweat, anxiously contemplating his remaining energy reserves. "How much power is left?" he thought. 9 units left, a maximum of 3 minutes of flight time. Damn it, Obadiah, that scoundrel actually wants to see me dead. I trusted him so dearly. As Tony Stark seethed with rage at Obadiah, a voice emerged from behind him. Tony, isn't my iron suit superior to yours? Just wait for your demise at my hands. Ha. Soon, I shall completely usurp your position and distribute the iron suits across the globe. The world will be mine to command. Obadiah, if you cease your actions now, I may yet forgive your past transgressions. Otherwise, you shall not escape regret. Tony Stark uttered these words through gritted teeth, consumed by a desire to rend Obadiah limb from limb. Yet, the more fury he felt, the more delight Obadiah seemed to derive from the situation. Prepare to meet your end, Tony Stark. With those words, a missile bay ejected from Obadiah's back, locking onto Tony Stark's direction and launching its payload with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the missile hurtled toward him. Ascend. We must avoid collateral damage to the innocents below. But it was too late. Cursed fate. Tony Stark struggled to fly higher. Yet the trajectory of the missile would inevitably lead it to collide with the Rolls-Royce Cullinan ahead. Chapter 21. Dismantling the iron suit as if it were a mere toy. In the driver's seat of the Cullinan, Sue-E observed the unfolding battle between Tony Stark and Obadiah, unwittingly becoming embroiled in their conflict. How delightful. Though I came to assist, must you both present me with such an explosive greeting? Despite his words, a smirk crept across Sue-Yi's lips. For nothing thrilled him more than the thrill of battle. Boom. The missile struck the Cullinan's chassis. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the streets, causing alarms to blare from numerous vehicles parked along the roadside. Tony Stark watched the scene unfold, cursing himself internally. Had he recognized Obadiah's ambitions sooner, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Sir, remaining energy is at 1 minute, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. Silence. I can do the math. Our priority is to defeat Obadiah. We cannot allow this battle to endanger innocent lives any further. At that moment, the essence of justice within Tony Stark began to stir. Obadiah, clad in his iron suit, remained unfazed by the aftermath of the explosion. Instead, he taunted Tony Stark with an infuriatingly shrill voice. Ha, Tony Stark. Why is your speed diminished? Running low on energy, are we? Watch as Before Obadiah could finish, he felt his armor suddenly come to a halt. No matter how he attempted to accelerate, he found himself utterly immobilized, as if bound by invisible chains. In that instant, he glanced at his legs, where a hand gripped tightly, as if ensnared in a vice. It was difficult to fathom such strength could belong to a mere human. What is this? Who possesses such overwhelming power? A wave of shock coursed through Obadiah. Yet, before he could process it, a wave of intense agony surged through his mind. Obadiah's cries of pain echoed in Tony Stark's ears. As Tony pondered his next move, he turned to see the source of the anguished wails. The night breeze wafted gently, and the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing Sue-Yi's silhouette. Sue-Yi's grip was firmly locked around Obadiah's calf, steadily applying pressure. The resilient alloy buckled beneath his strength, crumpling as easily as paper. The iron suit encasing Obadiah's lower leg shattered under Sue-Yi's might, the alloy mingling with flesh and blood, pooling on the ground in a gruesome display. The sight struck Tony Stark with the force of a nuclear detonation. As the designer and creator of the iron suit, he fully understood its extraordinary durability. Not even the most advanced missiles produced by Stark Industries could breach its defenses. Yet now, Sue-E had effortlessly crushed the lower leg of the iron suit. How utterly absurd. But the absurdity was only beginning. Waves of excruciating pain battered Obadiah's mind, his eyes awash with terror. Let go of me. Obadiah struggled to regain control, palm facing Sue-E. Energy coalesced within it. Palm cannon. A close-range palm cannon, he thought. Convinced this man would surely be obliterated. Die, you beast. As Obadiah unleashed the palm cannon, a brilliant flash erupted, the energy hurtling towards Sue-Yi's head. Before Tony Stark could warn Sue-E, he witnessed Sue-E extend his other hand, allowing the laser to collide with his palm. With a firm grip, Sue-E crushed the palm cannon as though it were made of mere paper. With the explosion echoing, Sue-E lunged forward, seizing Obadiah's arm. No, please. Obadiah realized too late what Sue-E intended. Yet, before he could utter another word, the familiar agony surged through him once more. It hurts. Spare me. I beg you. Spare you? You have wrought destruction upon my Cullinan. How do you intend to compensate me? In stark contrast to Obadiah's frantic pleas, Sue-Yi's voice remained chillingly calm. I am the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. I am willing to relinquish all my shares to you. Just spare my life. Upon hearing Obadiah's desperate offer, a smirk tugged at Sue-Yi's lips. He turned to Tony Stark. Surely you heard this wretch's proposal. Do you believe it feasible? Absolutely. I assure you. Tony Stark paid no mind to how Sue-Yi recognized him, considering he was clad in the iron suit. Yet, facing the ambiguous ally that Sue-Yi had become, the situation seemed to be improving. Just as Tony Stark contemplated this, Sue-Yi began dismantling the limbs of Obadiah's iron suit with ease. Tony's eyelids twitched in disbelief. He felt as though the iron suit he took such pride in was little more than a toy in the hands of this man. With such ease, he was dismantling it. As Tony stood in shock, Sue-Yi strolled towards him, a calm demeanor enveloping him. With an inexplicable smile gracing her face, Sue-Yi remarked, "Well, I suppose I have saved you this time. In my endeavor to rescue you, I even sacrificed a Cullinan, along with your life. How do you think you ought to repay me?" Gulp. Tony Stark swallowed hard. Inside his Iron Man suit, a cold sweat had thoroughly drenched him. At that moment, the suit's alert sounded once more. "Sir, energy depleted, unable to engage flight mode." As the notification echoed, Tony Stark was engulfed by a profound sense of loss of control, plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. The sight was utterly chaotic, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from Sue-Yi. Immediately, she activated the photo feature in the chat group to capture this moment of Iron Man's disarray. After all, such a disheveled Tony Stark was a rarity. Once she had documented the scene, Sue-Yi glanced at the time. Then, with a slight bow, she looked down at Tony Stark in the crater and stated, "Tony Stark, it's getting late. We shall converse further at another time. Meanwhile, ponder on how you might best repay me." With that, Sue-Yi's figure vanished before his eyes. Shortly after her departure, Agent Coulson of SHIELD arrived on the scene, coordinating with other agents for follow-up actions and initiating his first contact with Tony Stark. Chapter 22, The Self-Destructive Prince Harry. A breach of etiquette. A surprise attack. Soon, Sue-Yi reappeared at the charity gala. Compared to her previous departure, the venue was now bustling with a considerable crowd. However, upon her arrival, she was met with a cacophony of noise, one that was oddly familiar. Following the sound, she spotted Harry Osborn standing before Hela. Oh my! This is truly the epitome of self-sabotage, daring to provoke the goddess of death, Hela. Remarkable, Harry. Sue-Yi mentally applauded him. She then retreated to a corner, picked up a dessert from a nearby table, and eagerly assumed the role of an amused bystander. "Beautiful lady, you mentioned arriving with a male companion. Where is he? If you're seeking an excuse, at least choose a more credible one." Harry Osborn continued. "Moreover, I merely came to invite you to dance. Surely, you wouldn't label me a filthy pig." With a chuckle, many in the vicinity erupted in laughter. Even Sue-Yi struggled to contain herself, nearly spewing out the dessert she had just taken a bite of. It must be said, this was quintessentially Hela style. With your pitiful demeanor. If you aren't the filthy pig, who else could be? Though currently in a mortal state, Hela exuded an aura of confidence that was unyielding. As she called him a filthy pig once more, Harry felt a surge of indignation. He recalled the earlier embarrassment of wetting himself before the entire school and now being ridiculed by this woman. The flames of fury ignited within him, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, you'll see how I teach you a lesson." With that, Harry lunged toward Hela. A glint of coldness flickered in Hela's eyes. If she possessed even a fraction of her divine powers, she would not allow this filthy pig to utter another word. Yet, in her current state, she was merely an ordinary human. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Harry Osborn had resorted to a breach of etiquette, launching a surprise attack. He lifted his foot, aimed a kick at Hela, catching everyone off guard. Just then, Sue-Yi appeared like a wraith beside Hela, wrapping her arms around the latter's waist and pulling her close. Sue-Yi's sudden appearance was so unexpected that Harry, losing his target, kicked into thin air and stumbled to the ground. "Ah!" Harry roared in frustration. He felt as though he had clashed with Sue-Yi. Why did he consistently embarrass himself in Sue-Yi's presence, especially now, surrounded by the elite? Harry Osborn failed to realize that it was his own infatuation and ensuing rage that led to his humiliation, instead attributing all his misfortunes to Sue-Yi. He slammed his fist on the ground, vowing that he would not let this slide. At that moment, however, Norman Osborn's voice pierced through the air. "Harry, come here." Upon hearing his father's voice, Harry instantly regained his composure. He held a deep respect for his father and, without hesitation, scrambled to his feet and approached Norman. "Dad, you need not speak," Norman coldly interrupted. He then turned to Sue-Yi, saying, "I witnessed the earlier incident. It was Harry's rudeness. Please do not hold it against him." However, after delivering his words, Norman Osborn paid little mind to Sue-Yi and Hela, instead escorting Harry away from the charity gala. Once outside Stark Industries, Harry, brimming with dissatisfaction, confronted his father. "Dad, why must we apologize to them?" "Harry, Sometimes maintaining appearances is paramount. Do you understand? Norman replied tersely. Maintaining appearances? What does that mean? Harry felt perplexed. Yet, his father offered no further explanation, simply instructing him, you should return home. I have matters to attend to at the office. Though reluctant, Harry nodded and drove toward their family villa. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. He adjusted his suit and cast a disdainful glance back at Stark Industries, muttering, whether it's that boy or Stark Industries. The time has come for both to become relics of history. With that, Norman drove to his company, descending to the hidden laboratory at the basement level. At the center of the lab stood the airborne menace, the Goblin Glider. Beside it lay a green suit of armor adorned with a yellow, devilish helmet. Scattered across the nearby shelves were an array of throwing knives and pumpkin bombs. As Norman surveyed the arsenal, a manic smile spread across his face, transforming him into a figure of unrestrained malevolence. His lips curled into a maniacal grin, his eyes ablaze with a desire for destruction. He donned the Green Goblin's attire, fully equipping himself with pumpkin bombs and throwing knives. He then slightly bent his legs, arched his body, and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! The Green Goblin is on the move. As the words left his lips, the demonic glider beneath Norman sprang to life. A fierce burst of flames propelled the glider, soaring away from the secret laboratory. In the darkness of night, the entire atmosphere echoed with the sinister laughter of the Green Goblin. Only two flickering orbs of orange-red flames were faintly visible in the sky. The night continued on, with the charity gala entering its most vibrant phase. Pepper Potts had just joined Tony Stark, stepping in from outside. The mere presence of Tony Stark instantly ignited the atmosphere. After all, this charity event was hosted by none other than Tony Stark himself. One could easily discern from his countenance that his negotiations with S.H.I.E.L.D. had gone rather well, which explained his prompt arrival. However, none of this concerned Sue-E or Hela. On the dance floor, Sue-E had his arms wrapped around Hela's slender waist, their bodies pressed closely together, even feeling each other's breath. They moved in harmony with the music, dancing gracefully to the rhythm. Yet, at that moment, Hela was inexplicably flushed, her delicate features radiating an unusual warmth. Chapter 23. The Green Goblin makes a fool of himself. The melodious music intertwined with Sue-E and Hela's dance, creating ripples of delight. Feeling the warmth around her waist, Hela couldn't help but whisper, Sue-E, you're holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe. For reasons unknown, her voice grew softer, eventually seeming as though she had buried herself against his chest. The fact that the formidable goddess of death, Hela, was nestled in his embrace filled Sue-E with a sense of exhilaration. After about 10 minutes of dancing, Sue-E led Hela away to indulge in culinary delights. Meanwhile, Tony Stark stood under the spotlight, ready to deliver his speech. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our charity gala. You may have heard about my story. I was captured by remnants of the Ten Rings and witnessed the cruelty of the world. Weapons meant to protect the populace have turned into terrifying instruments of death in their hands. Such a thing will never happen again. As Tony Stark's words resonated, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. At that moment, a person slowly raised his arm. Positioned at the forefront, everyone noticed his gesture. The clapping gradually subsided. Tony Stark also acknowledged the individual's action and inquired, do you have a question? The man at the front, upon receiving Tony Stark's attention, brightened with excitement. He boldly called out, Tony, I want to ask, are you the Iron Man featured in the news? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Iron Man? What is Iron Man? This is the first time I've heard of Iron Man. Does he wrap himself in iron? I just saw a notification on my phone stating that 2 Iron Men flew out from Tony Stark's home and fought in the sky. However, aside from that video, there were other clips that mysteriously vanished from the internet, as if they had been erased. No one knows what is really going on. Upon hearing the man's words, others began to engage in animated discussions. Tony Stark, slightly furrowing his brow at the inquiry, soon relaxed and smiled at the man, asking, what is your name? J. Jonah Jameson, publisher of the Daily Bugle. Well then, J. Jonah Jameson, I shall answer your question. I am indeed the Iron Man you speak of. Since the moment he began, J. Jonah Jameson had been live streaming on his phone. Now, discussions about Iron Man had topped the trending topics. This was precisely why Jameson had chosen this moment to go live, posing the question about Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man. As Tony Stark's declaration echoed, the live stream exploded with activity. The entire internet was abuzz. Did you hear? Tony Stark of Stark Industries is truly Iron Man. My goodness, Tony Stark is incredibly brilliant. The speed at which the news spread was beyond their wildest imaginations. What is Iron Man? Hela inquired, sitting beside Sui. Sui retrieved his phone and found a video clip featuring Tony Stark bursting forth from his villa. As for the footage of him decisively defeating Obadiah, it had likely been suppressed by SHIELD. But this suited Sui just fine. Were you preoccupied with this just now? Yes. Handling some trivial matters, but the car was destroyed, so I suppose we'll have to walk back today. Shall we leave now? Have you eaten enough? Yes. Hela shyly nodded. There was no helping it. She was just an ordinary person now, needing food to replenish her energy. Since you say so, let us take our leave. With that, Sui led Hela out of Stark Industries without bidding anyone farewell. They strolled along the street, feeling the gentle night breeze and relishing the tranquil moment shared between them. As Hela felt Sui's hand enveloping hers, a sense of unease flickered within her. She suddenly thought of her father, Odin. Having broken free from her seal, he must have noticed her absence. Surely, he would act soon. Yet here she was, gravely injured. Her powers not yet restored. Regardless of who Odin might send, she would be unable to resist. Any single individual could shatter her current existence. Sui, if one day someone comes to take me back, what would you do? Take you back? That is impossible. Not to mention the fact that you've wrecked my villa. But this exquisite evening gown you're wearing is something you could never repay. Until you settle that debt, I cannot allow you to leave. If I never repay it, does that mean I can stay with you indefinitely? Of course. After all, you're quite comfortable to hold, serving as a splendid pillow. Hela couldn't help but smile at Sui's words, her lips curving into an enchanting smile. She herself was perplexed by her reaction. She had once been known as the goddess of death, decisive and ruthless. Yet since meeting Sui, her fierce demeanor seemed to have softened into playful banter. Sui exhibited no fear of her. Instead, he often teased her. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Perhaps it was precisely due to the loss of her divine powers that she became acutely aware of sensations she had never felt before. With this thought in mind, Hela exerted a slight pressure with her delicate hand. She grasped Sui's hand tightly, halting her own steps. Turning to Sui, she remarked, Sui, you have erred. I am not your pillow, but rather, you are mine. Just as Hela's words fell, the inky night was pierced by raucous clamor and the most jarring of sinister laughter. Ha ha ha, the Green Goblin has arrived. Boy, for offending my son, you shall meet your demise. Upon spotting Sui, the Green Goblin dove downwards, brandishing a pumpkin bomb which he hurled at him. Noticing this, Sui tilted his head upwards, observing the descending pumpkin bomb, and the Green Goblin perched upon his glider behind. Hela, it seems fortune smiles upon us. We need not walk back today. Chapter 24, A Single Punch. The night transforms into day. At 11:34 p.m., on a street adjacent to Stark Industries, both Sui and Hela sensed a disturbance in the sky. They beheld a flamboyantly dressed villain, resplendent in green, plummeting towards them on a demonic glider, moving with astounding speed that echoed with thunderous blasts in the air. Hela furrowed her brows and addressed Sui. Are you all right? Yet. Sui did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he asked, Hela, have you ever witnessed the fireworks of this world? Before Hela could answer, Sui's form abruptly vanished from her sight. Hela's pupils dilated in shock. This was the first time she had witnessed Sui in combat. Though she had surmised that his strength might be formidable, the reality before her was staggering, sending a shiver through her core. His speed was truly incredible. Even if she had regained her full powers, she could not match such velocity. As Hela contemplated this, Sui was already charging towards the Green Goblin in midair. A crimson radiance coalesced in Sui's eyes, and as he opened them, a searing beam erupted forth, obliterating the pumpkin bomb plummeting from above. The explosion echoed in the sky, blooming like a firework. Before the Green Goblin could react, Sui had materialized before him. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Sui altered the very atmosphere, stirring fierce winds and churning dark clouds. The bright moon was swiftly devoured by the gathering storm. At this moment, the Green Goblin's mind faltered. Hadn't Sui just been on the ground? How could he suddenly appear before him? Was it possible he had leapt from the earth to confront him? Such speed seemed unfathomable, even with the experimental enhancement serum coursing through his veins. He could not attain such terrifying swiftness. Countless questions raced through the Green Goblin's mind, but they were abruptly overshadowed as Sui's fist loomed larger in his vision. The air itself seemed to rupture as it struck his abdomen with catastrophic force, rendering the Green Goblin's mind blank. The unparalleled impact was insurmountable, sending his body soaring like a comet into the heavens. Meanwhile, Sui reappeared before Hela, just as she turned to face him. Remarkably, less than a second had passed since he had departed. Standing before her, Sui remained oblivious to the astonishment that gripped Hela's heart. He stepped forward and reintroduced himself. Hela, allow me to present myself. I am Su-E, the Supreme Day of Destruction. As his words resonated, the Green Goblin's body reached a height of over 10,000 meters. At that moment, an explosion of power erupted within him. A torrent of terrifying energy unleashed at such an altitude. The deafening roar mercilessly tore through the obsidian sky. A brilliant light burst forth, scattering the heavy clouds as if the sun itself had descended upon the earth, illuminating the world and dispelling the darkness of night. Everyone gazed up at the sky, witnessing the radiant glow that banished the endless shadows, akin to the sun's embrace. This was the firework Su-E had spoken of, forever etched in Hela's heart alongside his declaration of being the Supreme Day of Destruction. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. It was unclear how long it lasted, perhaps a second, or perhaps a minute. The brilliance lingered in the sky, and within its glow, the shadows of Su-E and Hela intertwined. Beneath that luminous radiance, the two shared their first kiss. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Hela nestled within Su-Yi's embrace, gazing at him with tender affection. She realized that under Su-Yi's influence, she had transformed in a remarkably short time. This change, however, was only evident before him. While in the presence of others, she remained the fearsome goddess of death, the Hela who regarded life as inconsequential. I'm tired, carry me back, she murmured. Su-E replied, then effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, soaring towards the villa. He even retrieved the demonic glider along the way. It was only then that Hela comprehended the origin of the various collectibles in Su-Yi's basement. As Su-E and Hela returned to the villa, succumbing to a blissful slumber, chaos erupted at S-H-I-E-L-D. What had transpired? What was the source of that blinding light? Nick Fury frantically mobilized personnel within S-H-I-E-L-D, striving to uncover the truth behind the phenomenon with utmost urgency. Moments ago, he had rejoiced at the prospect of Tony Stark joining the Avengers, but before he could bask in that happiness, he beheld a radiance akin to the sun blooming in the night sky, lingering long after its emergence. The immense energy contained within that light was unmistakably beyond their current capabilities. Yet, at the very least, he needed intelligence. He had to ascertain who was responsible. S-H-I-E-L-D's intelligence network was formidable, with cameras and surveillance satellites nearly omnipresent across the globe. With a single command from Nick Fury, the vast machinery sprang to life. In mere moments, they uncovered the truth of the matter. However, when Nick Fury grasped the reality, he slumped into his chair in utter disbelief. What did you say? Su-E knocked the Green Goblin away with a single punch. Is that radiance truly the result of Su-Yi's punch? Surely, you must be jesting, as if drawn from a fantastical narrative from the Dragon Kingdom. Who possesses the strength to unleash such an extraordinary phenomenon with a mere strike? Nick Fury remarked to the figure before him, Agent Coulson, while gesturing towards the distant glow. The brilliance continued to expand, casting an illumination that outshone even the afterglow of the sun, rendering the night as bright as day. Coulson's expression grew troubled. Director, should I investigate further? There may have been a misunderstanding. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury retorted, damn it. Hurry and check. I demand the most accurate results. Yes, Director. Coulson replied before hastily departing. He was acutely aware that the current mood of the director was far from pleasant. It was understandable. In Fury's previous contemplations, he had assumed that regardless of Su-Yi's strength, there would be limits. Once he retrieved Captain Marvel's communicator, surely her prowess would suffice to handle the situation effortlessly. Yet, the power demonstrated by that punch, which transformed the night into day, left them utterly helpless. It seemed that from now on, one must tread carefully around this formidable individual. With that thought, Fury's countenance darkened further, and he cursed once more. Damn it. Chapter 25. New members. Isdeth and Matoi Ryuko. It has been a week since Su-Yi's punch illuminated the night. During this week, he acquired a Cullinan and, together with Hela, explored various delightful eateries. Enjoying life to the fullest, especially now that the S-H-I-E-L-D disturbances had ceased. Su-E found himself spending considerably more time engaging in the chat group. Su-E, I haven't seen Whitebeard around lately. CC. Indeed, Whitebeard's appearances have dwindled. If not for the cries for help in the chat group, I might have thought something dire had befallen him. CC. Nonetheless, everyone is aware of Whitebeard's might. The power of the Tremor fruit can conjure colossal waves with a mere flick of his wrist. Kiragayo Asuna. Yes. I remember Whitebeard mentioning that he is the strongest man on the sea. Kiragayo Asuna. With such an exaggerated title, how could his strength be anything less than formidable? Hinata Hyuga. Even in our world, Whitebeard's power would rank among the elite. Perhaps he has simply been preoccupied lately. Edward Elric. Is Whitebeard truly that powerful? Since I joined the chat group, I've hardly seen him. Kirigaya Asuna. You missed it. He was active in the chat group at dawn, noon, and night. There was never a moment without his presence. Edward Elric. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Kirigaya Asuna. Not at all. Absolutely not. CC. Edward Elric. Don't be swayed by Asuna's words. She has a penchant for embellishing the truth. Kirigaya Asuna. Which? Are you speaking ill of me again? Do you want me to stop talking to you? Su-e observed the playful banter between the two women in the chat group, finding it both amusing and endearing. They were undoubtedly close friends. Despite their playful jabs, their bond was evident. A smile crept onto Su-yi's face, reflecting his delight. Hella, noticing Su-yi's expression, smiled in return and asked, Su-e, what is you grinning so joyfully? Of course, I am simply thrilled to be here enjoying good food with such a beautiful companion. He replied. Hella shot him an exasperated glance. Humph. Who was the one being pursued by such a lovely girl? The girl Hella referred to was, of course, Hannah. Whenever Su-e visited school, he was greeted with warmth and concern from her, leading him to become somewhat of a minor celebrity. Are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? Su-e teased. Hella's delicate features flushed slightly. What nonsense. I, the illustrious Hella, could never feel jealousy. Even if I did, I would never concede to it. For she was indeed the goddess of death. However, was she truly not feeling a hint of jealousy? As Hella pondered, Su-yi's expression shifted slightly. Ding. Matoi Ryuko has joined the chat group. Ding. Isdeath has joined the chat group. Ding. The chat group has reached level 2, unlocking the exchange store. Members can now redeem points for rewards. A series of electronic notifications echoed in the minds of the group members. The first to respond was Kirigaya Asuna. Wow. We have 2 newcomers joining at once. Hinata Hyuga. Welcome, sisters, to the Dimensional Chat Group. Edward Elric. Finally, new members. Does that make me an elder now? Edward Elric. Excited JPGCC. Oh, how delightful. 2 sisters with such lovely names have arrived. Matoi Ryuko, what is this ability? Why do I perceive such phenomena in my mind? Isdeath. Is this the power of the Imperial tools? But with my abilities, I should have sensed it upon nearing. Isdeath. It seems I have stumbled upon a rather intriguing place. Su-e. Welcome to our Dimensional Chat Group. I am the group leader, Su-e. Our members hail from various realms, each residing in different worlds. Su-e. Here, we assist one another as if we were family. Furthermore, our group has now grown to 8 members, unlocking numerous features. Su-e. When you have time, I encourage you to explore the various functions of the chat group. I believe you will find it rewarding. Isdeath, group leader? So you are the head of this chat group. Does that mean your strength is unparalleled? Care for a duel? Matoi Ryuko. I would also like to challenge the group leader, as I am quite confident in my abilities. Kirigaya Asuna. These newcomers seem quite formidable. Challenging Su-e right off the bat. Hinata Hyuga. Brother Su-e is the strongest. No arguments allowed. JPG Edward Elric. Just a heads up for the newcomers. Our group leader is exceptionally powerful. You may not stand a chance. Isdeath. Oh, is that so? How can one know unless they test it? Matoi Ryuko. I am also curious just how powerful the group leader truly is, given your admiration for him. Matoi Ryuko. And is it true that defeating the group leader would allow one to take their place? As Su-e read the messages in the chat group, he felt a surge of excitement. It was worth noting that both Matoi Ryuko and Isdeath were indeed incredibly potent entities. The illustrious Mao no Hanaretsu, originally known as Mao no Hana Yichiryu, stands as the inaugural wielder of the title Kenpachi, a distinguished soul reaper. Not only is she the founder of the 11th Division and its underlying philosophy, but her prowess is such that it commands both respect and fear. On the other hand, Isdeath is a formidable combat enthusiast, an individual of remarkable youth, yet the most powerful entity within her realm, without exception. Her abilities grant her the extraordinary power to freeze time itself, pausing it for several seconds. The combat potential of these 2 individuals is undeniably immense. In Su-yi's heart, a fervor for battle surged within him. He was eager to engage with these 2 formidable women. Perhaps, through the power of the Supreme Destruction Day, he could evolve and unlock even more formidable skills. However, at that moment, an alert echoed through the chat group. Ding! All members please be advised. Whitebeard has issued a distress call. Ding! Mission posted. Rescue Whitebeard. Participant limit. 3 people. Reward. 1,000 points. The atmosphere within the chat group seemed to freeze entirely. Chapter 26. Whitebeard's Wrathful Strike. Within the chat group, upon seeing the distress signal, Su-yi's pupils dilated in shock. If memory served him right, Whitebeard's most harrowing moments transpired during the Marineford War. Truly, Whitebeard exemplified his namesake. He was always the first to assist fellow members in times of need, yet would stubbornly endure when he himself required help. Such resilience was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence now. As the group leader, he would never turn a blind eye to the plight of his comrades. Su-yi declared, "Attention, all members. It is time for us to step forth as our comrade is in peril." Isteth replied, "Does this imply there will be combat?" "Perfect. As I too feel the need to stretch my limbs." Mao no Hanaretsu added, "Combat is the essence of everything. It is customary to present a token of our first meeting. Thus, allow me to orchestrate a magnificent war for all, crafting a premier slaughter fest." Kirigaya Asuna remarked, "It appears these two newcomers are exceptionally strong. Perhaps the group leader should let them take the lead." CC concurred, "Indeed, for our current capabilities, engaging in battle would be rather daunting." Hinata Hyuga chimed in, "If Su-yi needs assistance, I am willing to volunteer. I have officially graduated early from the Ninja Academy and can commence missions." Edward Elric added, "I too am capable of fighting." Su-yi responded, "Well then, let me take the newcomers to witness the world. I shall broadcast the event live. Anyone who dares to harm our group members shall feel my wrath as their leader." With that declaration, Su-yi wasted no time and immediately established a portal to traverse worlds. The mission members were designated as Su-yi, Mao no Hanaretsu, and Isteth. In but a fleeting moment, they stepped into the portal. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were utterly stunned. The tension in the air was palpable, with many feeling as though they were suffocating. Even through the live broadcast, the entire world bore witness to the unfolding scene. The overwhelming shock gripped their senses. Whitebeard had been attacked. How could this be? Whitebeard had been stabbed by his own son. This was inconceivable. The perpetrator was none other than his son, Squard. Countless beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, their hearts seemingly halting as profound astonishment enveloped them. "Squard, why would you do this?" Marco shouted, his arms igniting with azure flames as he lunged at Squard. With a resounding thud, Marco's kick sent Squard sprawling to the side. Yet, the traitorous Squard showed no remorse. His already fearsome visage now appeared even more terrifying as he glared at Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, in this farcical charade, you are toying with our lives. Did you not reach an agreement with the Navy? Your crew's lives, including Ace S, were to be spared. We risked our lives to come here for Ace, and yet look, the Navy is slaughtering us." Squard's furious outcry resonated with many, who turned in shock towards Whitebeard. Was this a war manipulated by unseen forces? Such a notion seemed implausible. "I believe in Dad. He would never make such a choice." At that moment, Squard's face twisted into a bitter smile, realizing that merely landing a blow was a miracle. Now everyone knew his true colors. Unintentionally, tears brimmed in the eyes of this once proud man. "Dad, I was wrong." As Squard's words fell, he seemed to buckle under an unbearable weight. Collapsing to his knees, "Gurararara, I am Whitebeard. Navy, you have deceived my son, and I shall make you pay dearly for it." On the execution platform, Sengoku observed the chaos unfolding. Even from the furthest distance, he could keenly sense the overwhelming battle intent radiating from Whitebeard. The strongest man upon these seas was finally serious. "Akainu, take advantage of his weakness and strike. Do not give Whitebeard a chance." "Yes, Admiral." In an instant, Akainu surged towards Whitebeard, his arms ablaze with molten magma, shrouded in dark smoke, scorching the space around him to an ethereal haze. Hellhound. Akainu's assault was swift, his fiery fists reaching Whitebeard in the blink of an eye. "Protect Dad. Quickly, safeguard Dad." The sons of Whitebeard were thrown into a frenzy. Marco prepared to intercept Akainu's attack. Unbeknownst to many, Whitebeard stepped forth at that critical moment. The might of the tremor fruit enveloped his fist. This fist, imbued with unparalleled seismic force, arced through the air and struck heavily before him. Simultaneously, Whitebeard roared, "You dare deceive my son. Die, Akainu." In an instant, the very fabric of space shattered. The area within thousands of feet ahead was distorted and fragmented by the power of the tremor fruit. The collision with Akainu unleashed a terrifying explosion. This explosion served as a signal, heralding the appearance of several figures at the edge of the battlefield. These figures were none other than the Blackbeard pirates. Chapter 27. To Fight to the Death. A Life Without Regrets. The arrival of the Blackbeard pirates drew the attention of others on the battlefield. There loomed the massive warship, Samwon Wolf. Alongside it stood the tyrannical king, Bartolomeo Kuma. The drunken Bacchus Choate was also present. The woman appeared to be the Crescent Moon hunter, Katarina Devon. Even Shiryu, the former chief warden of Impel Down, was among Blackbeard's crew. Ha 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 ha. I never imagined I would get to see you again before your demise. Whitebeard. Whitebeard's muscles quivered slightly, a manifestation of his unparalleled rage. Teach. You are unworthy of being my son. You have violated the only ironclad rule aboard my ship. You have slain your comrades. Therefore, I shall take your wretched life to grant him eternal peace. Whitebeard's cold voice resonated in Teach's ears. Yet Teach, far from being afraid, erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You should be more concerned about yourself, Whitebeard. As if to validate Whitebeard's words, a torrent of magma erupted suddenly before him. Dogbite Red Lotus. Akainu's molten arm transformed into the shape of a dog's head, surging ruthlessly towards Whitebeard's abdomen. Die, Whitebeard. Akainu, enduring his previous injuries, unleashed his most powerful strike. Even the other pirates were taken aback, astonished that the dignified Marine Admiral Akainu would resort to a sneak attack at this moment. With a piercing impact, the searing lava fist mercilessly penetrated Whitebeard's abdomen, emerging from the other side. Flames erupted. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were left utterly stunned by the sight before them, especially the horrifying gaping hole in Whitebeard's abdomen, which was nothing short of terrifying. However, Whitebeard was far from defenseless. Akainu, prepare to meet your end. As Whitebeard's words fell, his palm gathered an immense amount of tremor energy, directing it towards Akainu's head. A collective gasp filled the air. Particularly among the Marines, they could scarcely fathom that Whitebeard, having been stabbed and then impaled by Akainu, still possessed such formidable fighting spirit. Was this truly the strongest man on the seas? As this thought crossed their minds, Whitebeard's fist crashed down upon Akainu's head. With a resounding thud, Akainu's head collided with Whitebeard's face, the tremendous force driving him toward the ground. Gritting his teeth, Akainu enveloped himself in hockey. Yet, against Whitebeard's might, it proved nearly futile. As Akainu's body struck the earth, Whitebeard's power surged forth with ferocity. Boom! The tremor energy, combined with Whitebeard's overwhelming strength, bore down upon Akainu. In the blink of an eye, Akainu's body was driven into the ground, forming a human-shaped crater. Yet the power of the tremor fruit remained unyielding, fanning out like a wave toward the Marines. The ground fractured inch by inch, the acrid scent of blood spreading ominously in all directions. The Marines stood powerless against Whitebeard's might. The sky loomed dark and foreboding. Beneath Marineford, the vast expanse was awash in blood, with corpses strewn about. The sheer force of Whitebeard's strike left a scene of dismembered limbs and carnage in its wake. In this moment, the air seemed to fall into a profound silence, save for the heavy stench of blood that lingered, marking the devastating outcome of Whitebeard's recent effort. Gurararara. I am Whitebeard. As Whitebeard's declaration echoed, torrents of blood gushed forth from his body. The full force of his recent attack, compounded by his prior injuries, had triggered the latent wounds within him. Countless hidden injuries flared up, inflicting intense agony upon Whitebeard. At present, even taking a single step felt Herculean. Yet, the indomitable spirit within Whitebeard surged forth like a raging tide, soaring towards the heavens. Old man, are you all right? Marco, flapping his wings, approached Whitebeard's side, inquiring softly while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, in response to his son Marco's concern, Whitebeard remained silent. His face bore an icy countenance, his brow furrowed deeply in concentration. An expression of profound despondency began to drift from Whitebeard, shrouding him. Damn it, my body. Is it truly incapable of moving now? I am Whitebeard. My son Ace has yet to be rescued. I have not seen them safely retreat. How can I yield like this? I am Whitebeard. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of light seemed to flash in Whitebeard's eyes. Perhaps it was a moment of clarity before the end. He felt a slight easing in his body, as though the hidden injuries had diminished significantly. Gripping the supreme grade great blade, Song Yun Xia, Whitebeard's voice reverberated across the battlefield. Sons, launch the final charge and rescue Ace. Ha ha ha. It is too late. With your current state, you cannot take even a single step. You are merely posturing here. Otherwise, once you dealt with Akainu, you would have come to kill me first. You are undeniably old. Whitebeard, then let me harness your power. Attack. Eliminate Whitebeard completely. Blackbeard emanated an aura of ferocity, his eyes brimming with boundless madness. As his words fell, the entire Blackbeard pirates' crew surged into action. Whitebeard's gaze fell upon the unfolding scene. The dreary sky seemed shrouded in a thin mist. Memories of the past flickered in Whitebeard's mind like a kaleidoscope. Soon, he involuntarily recalled the joy of his family. A smile graced Whitebeard's lips at that moment. With Song Yun Xia firmly grasped in hand, Whitebeard took a slow, deep breath. After all, his body could bear no more, before he departed from this world. He would make one last desperate stand. At the very least, he must ensure Teach's demise. Upon reflecting upon this, Whitebeard mustered the strength within his frail body and grasped the Tsongyun Chia in his hand. The formidable power of the tremor fruit coalesced at the tip of his blade. Old man, stop, old man. If you continue down this path, it will lead to... No, please, old man. Leave these matters to us. The voices surrounding him whispered into Whitebeard's ears, filling his heart with immense solace. Marco, after my death, rescue Ace and retreat immediately. I, Whitebeard. Consider it the greatest joy of my life to have you as my sons. Just as Whitebeard's words fell, the sky abruptly transformed, revealing a portal above the battlefield of Marineford. Simultaneously, a mocking voice echoed. Oh, Whitebeard, you don't intend to fight to the bitter end, do you? As the words faded, 3 figures emerged upon the battlefield. Chapter 28. The terrifying power of 2 women. Oh, Whitebeard, you don't intend to fight to the bitter end, do you? The figure of Su-e materialized before the eyes of the gathered crowd. Flanking Su-e were 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, Isdeth and Mutsu no Hana-ri, whose sudden appearance stirred the hearts of many. They had never encountered such exotic beauty before, their aura seemingly from an entirely different realm. This spectacle caught the attention of the nearby Empress Boa Hancock, who was inwardly astonished by the presence and appearance of the 2 women. Deep within her heart, a feeling emerged that the 2 before her were not beneath her in any regard. Unlike the events unfolding in One Piece, Hancock had never laid eyes on Luffy. The sudden turn of events on the battlefield captured the attention of Sengoku, Garp, and the other Marines. What kind of devil fruit power does this guy possess? Sengoku pondered. I don't know, but it seems the newcomer means trouble and is likely allied with Whitebeard. Garp replied, feeling a slight relief as he spoke. He had an instinct that perhaps Ace would not perish so easily. He had long considered Ace's family. If possible, he fervently wished for Whitebeard to rescue Ace. Just then, Blackbeard's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Ha ha ha, are these 3 your reinforcements? Do you really think they can withstand our assault? He snarled at Whitebeard. He showed no fear of the suddenly arrived Su-e, believing that regardless of Su-ye's abilities, they would be of no consequence against his dark fruit powers. Moreover, his comrades were notorious, each a fearsome presence in their own right. Whitebeard, we will discuss your matters later. Allow us to resolve this first. Su-ye's cold words fell upon the ears of Whitebeard and his crew. At that moment, Marco turned to Whitebeard and said, Old man, they are. Everyone perked up their ears at this juncture. They are my family. As Whitebeard's declaration echoed, his crew was momentarily taken aback. Su-e activated a live broadcast and addressed Isdeth and Mutsu no Hana-ri beside him. Aren't you too eager for battle? The Blackbeard pirates before us should be manageable, right? Isdeth and Mutsu no Hana-ri exchanged glances, still astonished by the world's transformation. Realizing they could traverse each other's worlds as members of the chat group, they fully embraced the existence of the group. Leave them to me, Isdeth declared, charging forward with fervor. Hey, don't go hogging all the fun. Mutsu no Hana-ri exclaimed, equally undeterred, and followed suit. The 2 women surged towards the Blackbeard pirates under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Sengoku shook his head slightly, realizing Whitebeard's crew was truly in dire straits, resorting to sending 2 completely unknown women to the forefront against the Blackbeard pirates. It was widely known that the members of the Blackbeard pirates were not to be trifled with. Garp frowned deeply at the sight. Regardless of the women's strength, the sheer numerical disadvantage was enough to overwhelm them. Sengoku and Garp's sentiments mirrored those of the majority present. In their minds, formidable women on the seas were exceedingly rare, such as the Empress Boa Hancock or the 4 Emperors Big Mom. They had never heard of these 2 women, clearly brought in by Whitebeard as mere fillers. Meanwhile, Isdeth and Mutsu no Hana-ri had reached the front lines of the Blackbeard pirates. Looks like 2 women have come to their doom. Let me handle them. Katarina, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the power of the 9-tailed fox, felt a surge of unprecedented killing intent upon witnessing the beauty of the 2 women. A blue light erupted from her, and 9 tails unfurled from her back, amplifying her aura with deadly intent. However, Katarina was unaware that both Isdeth and Mutsu no Hana-ri were highly sensitive to killing intent. Initially contemplating who should strike first, they quickly solidified their targets. Shuanpa, Mutsu no Hana-ri whispered, her body vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, she abruptly appeared before Katarina. Before Katarina could react, Mutsu no Hana-ri's Zanpakuto, Shinkai, was drawn. An overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted forth, glimmering silver flashed, and a chilling light surged forth. Mutsu no Hana-ri compressed her spiritual pressure to its utmost limit, slicing through the air with her blade. unleashing a devastating arc of energy. Flash. A razor-sharp sword energy descended, imbued with a force capable of shattering the very essence of existence. It seemed as if space itself had been cleaved apart. When the onlookers regained their senses, Matsu no Hana-ri had already sheathed her sword. Only Katarina, now severed in two, remained before them, emanating a frosty mist. In an instant, Katarina's body was encased in ice, disintegrating into nothingness and scattering with the wind. At that moment, those who had previously looked down upon the two women felt an indescribable sting of humiliation. They even questioned whether the woman before them was truly a woman. Such power was utterly astounding. The seemingly demure girl with the long black hair, reminiscent of a Japanese maiden, had displayed a prowess beyond comprehension. The palpable spiritual pressure that had just been sensed by both the Navy and the pirates was undoubtedly that of the conqueror's haki. Moreover, it was the kind capable of aggression. The intensity of such haki could very well surpass even that of red-haired Shanks. The woman with the azure hair, clad in a military uniform, possessed abilities that were eerily reminiscent of Akiji's. Yet, her ease in wielding such powers likely eclipsed even his mastery. Particularly alarming was their ability to instantly eliminate the fearsome criminals confined in level 6. Such strength surely exceeded their wildest imaginations. Kapu, for reasons unknown, felt an unsettling premonition creeping over him. Sengoku, surveying the battlefield before him, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. As if to validate Sengoku's concerns, the two women exchanged glances, both sporting a subtle smile. Isteth, impressive strength. Matsu no Hana-ri, likewise. Isteth, shall we have a little competition to see who can take down more foes? Matsu no Hana-ri, I wouldn't want anything more. In mere moments, the two women sealed the fate of the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the chat group fell into a hushed silence, awed by the terrifying prowess displayed by the two newcomers. Chapter 29, Shirkai, Shiryoku. Kiryu Asuna. Goodness gracious, the power of these two new recruits is utterly terrifying. CC. Indeed, they appear entirely at ease, showing no signs of exertion whatsoever. In other words, the members of the Blackbeard pirates are incapable of forcing them to unleash their full strength. Edward Elric. I thought I had finally shed my status as a rookie, but in the presence of these two, I find myself just as inexperienced. Edward Elric. No, I must become stronger. I'll check the points shop. Perhaps I can redeem something useful. The scene shifted. The Blackbeard pirates, enraged by the death of Katarina, were consumed by an unparalleled fury. Blackbeard's already dark visage deepened in shadow. With a wide grin, his hands, adorned with rings, thrust forward with ferocity. Kill those two women. As Blackbeard's command echoed, the first to charge at Matsu no Hana-ri was the drunken Bacchus Chote. He poured a full glass of liquor into his mouth, reeking of alcohol, before brandishing his firearm and lunging towards her. The tyrant Bartolomeo Pizarro joined him in the assault. Facing the two fierce attackers, Matsu no Hana-ri exhibited no hint of trepidation. Rather, her speed intensified. She extended her delicate hand, her rosy lips parting. O sovereign being, mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, soar high, crowned in the name of humanity. Scorching heat and chaos, surging across the seas to the south, press onward. Bakudo number 31, Shikaho. As her incantation concluded, a blazing red cannon, pulsating with intense heat, materialized in her palm. Boom. The moment the cannon appeared, the very fabric of space seemed to burn away into nothingness. The colossal Shikaho, a linear force accompanied by a whirlwind, surged fiercely towards the drunken man and the tyrant. Humph, mere parlor tricks. Bartolomeo scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. His armament activated, he launched himself towards the Shikaho with tremendous force. Boom. The two forces collided, creating a cacophony of explosions that resonated in everyone's ears. A mushroom cloud erupted into view, shaking the ground beneath them, causing many injured souls to collapse. Was this the extent of Bartolomeo's power? It was nothing short of terrifying. The Blackbeard pirates were indeed a band of ruthless individuals. If the earlier battle had showcased the prowess of the two women, could they truly withstand the onslaught? The surrounding navy and pirates were plagued by such thoughts. Yet, the drunken Bacchus offered no respite to Matsu no Hana-ri. His gun spat fire relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet, imbued with the drunken man's haki, hurtled towards her through the smoke. At that moment, the mushroom cloud that had been ascending skyward was abruptly dispersed by Matsu no Hana-ri's spiritual pressure. However, once the cloud dissipated, her figure was nowhere to be found. How curious, where has she vanished? Bacchus scrutinized the battlefield, desperately searching for his foe. Suddenly, He felt his observation haki flare with urgency. He and the others raised their gazes to the heavens. There stood Matsu no Hana-Rei, having leapt into the air, the fierce winds billowing her garments. Her demeanor, reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko, transformed into one of unbridled battle fervor. It is worth noting that Matsu no Hana-Rei was the first to bear the title of Kenpachi, Shirkai, Shiryoku. As her declaration resonated, her Zanpakuto morphed into a colossal, flat, single-eyed monstrosity. Descending from the sky with unstoppable momentum, it aimed directly at Bartolomeo and Bacchus. The sheer size of Shiryoku rendered evasion impossible. Time was of the essence. They could only brace for impact. In response, both Bartolomeo and Bacchus activated their haki, attempting to bolster their defenses slightly. Yet, even with this effort boom, in that instant, as Shiryoku plummeted to the ground, they were reduced to mere pulp. Not only that, a massive crater, 1,000 meters wide, emerged in the earth. No one within survived. As Shiryoku reverted to its original form, only Matsu no Hana-Rei remained standing at the center of the pit, a gentle smile adorning her face. Reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko. All who witnessed this scene were enveloped by a chilling dread. They regarded Matsu no Hana-Rei from afar, filled with an overwhelming sense of awe. From initial disdain to sheer astonishment, they no longer dared to underestimate her. Yet, why had the atmosphere suddenly turned so frigid? Suddenly, the onlookers realized the source of the chilling sensation. Look, it's snowing. The temperature plummeted as if it had descended from the heavens. What on earth was happening? The ordinary soldiers on the battlefield felt their combat prowess diminish dramatically with the abrupt change in weather. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to the figure responsible for this transformation. Isteth advanced with measured steps toward the colossal warship of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the San Juan Wolf. As a giant, he possessed an immense physique. Upon receiving Blackbeard's command, he charged toward Isteth, a colossal and formidable figure. Each step it took caused the ground to yield beneath its weight, creating deep craters. Isteth's gaze, calm yet merciless, scrutinized the scene before her. Impressive strength, indeed, but it remains woefully insufficient. As Isteth's words echoed, a blizzard suddenly descended upon Marineford. Manifest the essence of the demon, she murmured softly. Her finger pointed towards the massive battleship before her. From the ground behind her, innumerable ice spikes emerged, seemingly growing as they surged towards the gargantuan vessel with astonishing speed. At this moment, the onlookers understood the sudden drop in temperature. As the ice spikes hurtled towards it, the battleship's gaze darkened, yet it bore no trace of panic. Armament haki enveloped its fists as they clenched tightly, launching a powerful strike towards the incoming ice. In an instant, the air erupted with thunderous explosions. Boom! The massive fists collided with the ice spikes, shattering them into fine powder. However, a subtle smile crept onto Isteth's lips at that very moment. Raising her arm, she commanded the shattered ice crystals, which, under her control, adhered to the form of the Saint One Wolf. A swirling storm of ice crystals encircled the towering beast, effortlessly encasing it in a frozen prison. Gradually, Isteth approached the Saint One Wolf. Soldiers and pirates alike instinctively parted ways, creating a path for her. Upon reaching the beast, her exquisitely pale hand casually waved. Slap! The Saint One Wolf was instantly transformed into a crystalline statue. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Sengoku's lips twitched in disbelief. These two women, their strength is simply overwhelming. Who on earth are they? Sengoku's foreboding premonition intensified at this moment. Carp nudged the nearby Akiji, inquiring, Akiji, as a user of the ice fruit, how would you assess that woman's powers? Are they akin to yours? In this world, no two abilities are precisely alike. Thus, they merely regarded Isteth as possessing a remarkably similar fruit, perhaps akin to the snow fruit. Yet, Akiji's expression had frozen in shock. Even Carp's words failed to rouse him from his stupor. Carp's previously relaxed demeanor now bore traces of bewilderment as he gazed at Akiji, asking, Hey, Akiji, what's wrong? With a firm slap, he jolted Akiji back to reality. It was only then that Akiji emerged from his state of shock, though his body trembled slightly, and his lips quivered as he stammered. Impossible, this cannot be. My powers are rendered useless. It seems that whenever that woman utilizes her abilities, my own become ineffective, as if the entirety of ice in the world is under her command. As Akiji's words fell, all eyes turned towards Isteth and the nearby Reiyuzuki. They sensed an unprecedented magnitude of power emanating from the two women. However, at that moment, they noticed Blackbeard advancing towards Whitebeard. Blackbeard had naturally realized that his subordinates had perished. But what did it matter? He possessed the mightiest dark fruit, regardless of the opponent's abilities. they would amount to naught against him. Once he defeated Whitebeard and seized the Tremor fruit, he would merely need to raise his arm and summon even more formidable pirates. Ha ha ha. No one can stop me now. Just as Blackbeard let out a triumphant laugh, Su Yi's figure abruptly moved. No one realized when Su Yi had appeared before Blackbeard. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly in front of him. Marco, standing nearby, gasped, "What incredible speed!" Su Yi lifted his hand, his thumb and middle finger poised, ready to extinguish Blackbeard's life in one swift motion. But at that moment, Whitebeard's voice rang out, "Su Yi, leave Blackbeard's life to me. As a father to my sons, I must avenge them myself." At that instant, a fierce fire burned within Whitebeard's chest. The reason he had endured until now was precisely because of Blackbeard. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Su Yi replied nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall spare this fellow's life." With that, he immediately restrained most of his strength, lightly propelling himself towards Blackbeard. Upon hearing Su Yi's words and witnessing the disdain in his gaze, a fierce glint flashed in Blackbeard's eyes. An aura of murderous intent erupted from him. "Do not underestimate me, you bastard," Blackbeard roared, gathering the power of the dark fruit in his hand. "Regardless of the ability, it would all be rendered void before my darkness." With that, Blackbeard extended his hand, attempting to meet Su Yi's impending strike. But in that moment, it felt as if the only thing that existed was the force of Su Yi's finger. The air erupted violently, and the ground trembled as though it were being upheaved. The force emanating from Su Yi spread out like a fan towards the front. At the center of this power, Blackbeard felt his dark fruit abilities falter, as if all the pressure of that force bore down upon him. His body produced crackling sounds, the sound of bones fracturing. Intense pain surged through his mind. It was a force beyond his capacity to endure. His pupils involuntarily rolled upwards, revealing only the whites of his eyes, and with a final gasp, he succumbed to unconsciousness. His body hurtled away like a cannonball, the fierce wind pressure crushing soldiers into a bloody mist along its path. Boom! Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Blackbeard's form crashed down into Marine headquarters. Marineford. The powerful winds reduced the great stronghold to ruins, leaving it a barren wasteland. At that moment, Blackbeard lay on the ground, his skin in contact with the earth. The body of Blackbeard was left a gruesome mess, sliding nearly 10,000 meters before finally coming to a halt, teetering on the brink of death. At this moment, the entire Marineford was enveloped in an unprecedented silence. Particularly affected were Esteth and Mutsu no Hana-Rei, who had just been reveling in the aftermath of their own destructive handiwork. However, the overwhelming pressure unleashed by Su Yi's single finger rendered them momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. The terrifying gusts had swept directly past them, allowing them to experience an unparalleled sense of dread and power. Esteth trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by sensations she had never encountered before, while Mutsu no Hana-Rei's delicate hand gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, desperately attempting to suppress the rising tide of panic within her. Although the force had not been directed at them, they could still feel the chilling despair that accompanied it. In that moment, both women turned to Su Yi, exclaiming in unison, "Incredible! Is this the power of our leader Su Yi?" Unexpectedly, Su Yi's voice broke the silence, addressing Whitebeard with reassurance. "Do not worry, Whitebeard. Despite the extensive destruction, I have reigned in nearly all of my strength. He will absolutely not perish. I possess great confidence in my control over my abilities." Yet, no one responded to Su Yi's words. They could only perceive the true terror emanating from this man. Merely the pressure of the wind had pulverized soldiers into mere blood mist, and the Navy's substantial investment in the construction of Marineford had turned to dust, reduced to ruins. The fact that Blackbeard, who had borne the brunt of such a terrifying force, still lived attested to the remarkable control of power possessed by Su Yi, which was indeed the core of his terror. They began to wonder if he could, at will, strike a mountain without harming the cattle, yet obliterate the entire island in the process. After an unknown duration, Sengoku finally regained his composure. Clenching his fists, he surveyed the devastating losses endured by the Navy. Gritting his teeth in determination, no matter the cost, he could not allow this situation to continue. Otherwise, the Navy would lose all credibility upon these waters. As the fleet admiral, he would not permit such a calamity to transpire. The only feasible means of salvaging their dignity lay in executing Esteth. Execute her. Sengoku's command resonated through the crowd, snapping them back to reality. Once more, combat erupted between the Navy and the pirates. Yet no one dared to fight in close proximity to Su Yi. Aware of Whitebeard's condition, Su Yi turned to Mutsu no Hana-Rei, who had just approached him. "Mutsu no Hana-Rei, is Whitebeard's injury treatable?" Her tranquil visage momentarily faltered. You seem to know me quite well. Of course. As the leader, I must possess a thorough understanding of each member. Sui replied. Therefore, I must ask you to assist Whitebeard. Matsu no Hana Rei nodded slightly, drawing her Zanpakuto and transforming it into meat droplet. The creature opened its maw slowly, preparing to engulf Whitebeard within. Meat droplet's form was capable of mending severe injuries, even hidden wounds, though the duration of healing varied from person to person. Whitebeard nodded solemnly. If healing was possible, he wished to continue living, for he had unknowingly forged many bonds. Whether it be his sons or the members of the chat group, they were irreplaceable to him. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Sui. Sui, I entrust Ace to you. Sui nodded slightly, casting a glance towards the execution platform where the executioner had raised his blade high. Rest assured, Whitebeard, Ace and your sons will be absolutely safe. With Sui's assurance, Whitebeard slowly closed his eyes, allowing Meat Droplet to swallow him whole. At the very moment Whitebeard was consumed by Meat Droplet, Sui extended his hand towards the execution platform. The executioner's blade was mere moments away from severing Ace's head. Yet, in that instant, Sui intoned universal attraction. As his words fell, the weapons wielded by the Navy soldiers were instantly wrenched from their grasp and drawn towards Sui. Even the executioner's guillotine was compelled to move in his direction. This ability had awakened within Sui after his battles with Magneto in the Marvel Universe, having been killed 3 times before gaining powers through the Supreme Destruction Day. Its properties bore a striking resemblance to the universal attraction from the Naruto world, hence Sui's nomenclature for this ability. Nearby, the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit sensed a disturbance in her weapon, Kimpira, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she exerted force to maintain control. Meanwhile, one of the 7 warlords, Dracul Mihawk, also felt his black blade react, as if a formidable force was drawing it towards Sui. Not only swords, but various firearms and artillery began to congregate before him under the influence of Sui's universal attraction. Spectators witnessed a deluge of weapons converge with incredible speed. For those standing beside Sui or below, the spectacle may not have been particularly overwhelming. However, those positioned upon the execution platform, Sengoku, Garp, and Ace, looked down to see the figures below obscured entirely by the mass of weapons, almost invisible amidst the chaos. It resembled a grand assembly of swords returning to their master, an awe-inspiring sight that captured the attention of all. The air was filled with the sound of weapons slicing through the atmosphere. Under Sui's command, these weapons continued to coalesce, twisted and intertwined. Thousands of tons of weaponry ensnared one another, all eyes fixated upon the spectacle. In an astonishing display of power, Sui compressed these instruments into the shape of a single sword. Logically, compressing such a massive weight into the form of a sword seemed impossible. Yet, Sui's universal attraction, awakened after his encounters with Magneto, possessed the capability to manipulate at an atomic level, allowing for the alteration of chemical structures and material transformation. If he so desired, Sui could even draw the air from the battlefield, causing any creature reliant on oxygen to perish in an instant. However, the overwhelming number of targets made such an endeavor cumbersome, which is why Sui seldom resorted to such tactics. At this moment, the Navy, pirates, the 7 warlords, and other factions were enveloped in an eerie silence. They remained oblivious to the fact that Sui was not merely holding back, he had unleashed an entire ocean. The extent of the power he displayed was beyond their wildest imaginations. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Sui, under their watchful gaze, rescinded the vanishing sky pole. The sword, which had been suspended in midair, plunged straight into the ground, leaving only its hilt exposed. It was as if the exceptionally hardened ground of Marineford was utterly incapable of resisting the blade's razor-sharp edge. In the distance, Dracul Mihawk instinctively swallowed hard at the sight. It was important to note that this was merely a vertical drop, with no one wielding the sword. If someone were to use it, it would undoubtedly become a legendary artifact. The sheer weight of the sword alone surpassed that of the supreme great sword, the 12 Works. Of course, this also imposed a limitation, rendering it akin to Excalibur. At this juncture, the battlefield had fallen silent, all eyes fixated on Sui. Sengoku's heart raced with trepidation as he recalled how he had initially underestimated Sui and his companions. Now, with just Sui alone, the very fabric of the battlefield had shifted. It had been less than 10 minutes. Sengoku felt certain that if Sui so desired, he could effortlessly vanquish them all. Why must such a terrifying individual exist in this world? Sengoku's heart screamed in despair. At that moment, Sui began to stride towards Ace. With each step, It felt as though a heavy stone pressed down upon the hearts of all the Navy personnel. Not a single soul dared utter a word as Sui advanced. Familiar figures flashed before his eyes: Crocodile, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Jinbei, and Boa Hancock, among others. Upon catching sight of Boa Hancock, Sui was genuinely taken aback. It must be said that the Empress was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. If given the chance, Sui would have liked to warn her to steer clear of a certain fool named Luffy. However, he needed to maintain an air of superiority, devoid of any expression. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Sui gradually approached the execution platform, his eyes radiating a crimson glow. Heat ray. He cast a brief glance beneath the platform, and in an instant, it collapsed. Ace plummeted from above. Chapter 32. A critical moment. Sui narrowly evaded the falling debris. Sengoku clenched his teeth, glaring furiously at Sui below. He and the others immediately activated their moonwalk, dispersing to various locations. Only Ace fell directly to the ground. In that critical moment, Sui sidestepped just in time to avoid being struck by Ace's descent. Phew, that was close. If it had been a woman, Sui wouldn't have minded ensuring her safe landing. But Ace was a man. A criminal who had been imprisoned in the depths of the sea for days and was now emanating an unpleasant odor. He had no desire to touch Ace, even for a moment. Once the mission was complete, he wanted to return to embrace his beloved Hela, without any unwanted sense lingering on him. As Sui pondered this, Ace managed to rise from the ground, saying nothing. Having accomplished his task, Sui turned his attention toward Whitebeard. Observing Sui and Ace depart, Carp turned to Sengoku and asked, "Sengoku, shall we not intervene?" Although Carp spoke these words, his heart was brimming with joy. Ace's rescue by such a formidable individual allowed him to finally set aside his worries. Sengoku, of course, was aware of Carp's sentiments. Under normal circumstances, for the sake of justice, he would have spared no effort to retain Ace. However, the overwhelming might of Sui had shattered Sengoku's confidence entirely. There was no need for further combat. Ace's death and Sui were undeniably on the level of the four emperors, particularly Sui, whose terrifying prowess left one questioning whether even the emperors could contend with him. Having sailed the seas for so many years, Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, was quite confident in assessing strength. Yet, it was precisely this confidence that rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Thus, Sengoku could only say solemnly, "No, this plan has failed. Sengoku, do you still consider yourself worthy of the title of fleet admiral? We initially placed our faith in your abilities. Yet now, a mere setback has toppled you. What good are you? Sengoku, you have truly disappointed us." From a distance, 5 voices rang out, their arrogance evident to all. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku and the others exchanged alarmed glances. They swiftly turned to see 5 elderly men, gliding towards them with moonwalk from the Holy Land Mariawa. Behind these 5 elders trailed 10 masked individuals clad in white robes. Sengoku instinctively exclaimed, "The 5 elders. CP0. Why are they here?" Carp's heart sank at the sight. It seemed things were about to escalate. "Looks like we can't afford to muddle through this time," Kizaru muttered, his expression betraying a sense of mischief. At this moment, Saru sighed. "It seems many will perish in the ensuing conflict." Unlike the dovish Sengoku and the neutral Kizaru, the other soldiers felt a surge of confidence upon witnessing the grand entrance of the 5 elders and CP0. The 5 elders, the supreme leaders of the world government. They were the backbone of the world government, their status eclipsing that of the entire military command. Each of them possessed unfathomable strength. CP0, the secret intelligence agency directly under the world government, heralded as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. It comprised numerous formidable individuals from around the world. As they made their entrance, the entire navy erupted in cheers, chanting the names of the 5 elders and CP0. In stark contrast, the faces of every pirate in the Whitebeard crew were etched with alarm and humiliation. Had these individuals arrived, even a moment later, they might have successfully retreated, especially now that Ace had been rescued. But it seemed that a simple withdrawal would not be so easily accomplished. Reflecting on this, their gazes fell upon Sui. With Whitebeard absent, Sui had become their anchor. As Sui heard the clamor of the navy behind him, he casually rubbed his ears and remarked, "Ah, what a cacophony." With that, he led Ace to the side of Marco. He then turned his gaze towards the formidable Momonosuke and inquired, "How is Whitebeard's recovery progressing?" The internal injuries Whitebeard sustained were gravely severe, necessitating further time for recuperation. Momonosuke no longer dared to underestimate Sui, having keenly discerned from their previous exchange that there was an immense disparity in their strengths. Not just Momonosuke, but even his death felt the same way. I recall Whitebeard expressing his desire to personally end Blackbeard's life. So let us not retreat just yet. Let us indulge in this encounter a while longer. As Su Yi's words echoed, a serious glint flickered in his eyes. He had long heard of the unparalleled strength of the Gurararara and CP0. If they could bring about his demise, it would be nothing short of ideal. With this thought, Su Yi turned his attention to the Gurararara and declared, "You may watch the spectacle from your vantage point. The rest shall be entrusted to me." However, they were indeed the Gurararara. "Yes, we are aware of your formidable prowess. But the might of the Gurararara is not to be underestimated. Should you sustain injuries, how shall we explain to father when he emerges?" Marco, witnessing Su Yi's resolve to challenge the Gurararara and 10 CP0 agents single-handedly, furrowed his brow and quickly joined others in dissuading him. In response, Su Yi stated, "Retreat? That word does not exist in my lexicon. Moreover, I promised Whitebeard that he would personally deal with Blackbeard. If we withdraw now, what if the Navy ends up eliminating Blackbeard?" He continued, "And why not relish such an exhilarating affair a bit longer?" The members of the chat group reacted to Su Yi's statement with a flurry of remarks. "Hear you," Asuna commented. "I feel like Su Yi is merely seeking amusement." Edward Elric agreed. "I share that sentiment. It seems the more powerful the adversary, the more exhilarated the group leader becomes, though I cannot fathom why." CC added, "Perhaps it's because stronger opponents allow Su Yi to fight longer." Edward Elric conceded, "I find myself at a loss for words with that explanation." Hinata Hyuga chimed in. "As long as big brother Su Yi is happy, Hinata is happy." CC responded, Yes, I know Hinata adores Su Yi." Hear you," Asuna teased, "when Hinata grows up. Will she marry Su Yi?" Hinata, blushing, exclaimed, "I must take my leave." The group erupted in laughter at Hinata's bashful retreat. While they had no concerns regarding Su Yi, for no one could best him. Chapter 33, The Meteor Falls. The desperate Gurararara. Marineford lay in ruin. A hint of anticipation graced Su Yi's visage as he approached the Gurararara and CP0. The audacity of Su Yi, contemplating a solitary challenge against the Gurararara and CP0, was almost comical. Having remained in positions of power for so long, the Gurararara had long forgotten what it meant to feel fear. In front of Sengoku, the 5 elders stood in formation, each displaying unique movements. To Su Yi's eyes, they appeared to be striking poses. One of the Gurararara spoke. "I recognize your strength is commendable. If you would consider joining CP0, we are willing to grant you 3 conditions." Following this, another Gurararara asserted, "Should you decline, you will face not only us, but also these 10 formidable agents from CP0. A third Gurararara added, "What do you think?" The Gurararara's words were clear, resonating with everyone present. Marco and the others felt a tightening in their chests. They were unfamiliar with Su Yi, merely aware of his status as a beloved family member of their father. Yet now, faced with the overtures from the world's highest rulers, could Su Yi genuinely remain unwavering? Should he choose to join CP0, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for both Marco and their father. As Marco pondered these implications, he noticed Su Yi steadily advancing towards the Gurararara, who calmly asked, "So what is the combat prowess of this CP0 you speak of?" Marco's heart sank. Could it be that this man was genuinely interested in CP0? The Gurararara, surprised by Su Yi's apparent curiosity, exchanged glances of disdain. Indeed, in this world, no one could refuse their invitation. One of the Gurararara proclaimed, "CP0 is the greatest intelligence agency in the world, known as the Shield of the Celestial Dragons. They operate under the direct command of the Celestial Dragons, dedicated to ensuring their safety. It is a position of utmost supremacy." One elder, clad in a dark suit, with white curls and a bushy white beard, wearing a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, extended his arms, his eyes gleaming with reverence as he spoke of the Celestial Dragons. The Shield of the Celestial Dragons. Hancock, one of the Shichibukai, felt her heart sink at this revelation. Her gaze shifted to Su Yi, her delicate hands instinctively clenching. If this man were to join CP0 and become a pawn of the Celestial Dragons, she could scarcely imagine the implications for the world. The number of individuals daring to offend the Celestial Dragons would dwindle, for who could evade Su Yi's wrath? Just as Hancock feared Su Yi might relent, he casually flexed his wrists and ankles. "So CP0 is merely the lapdogs of the Celestial Dragons, is that so? Then tell me, if I were to eliminate all the Celestial Dragons, would you grow stronger out of anger?" Su Yi's inquiry left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of thought process was this? They were at a loss to comprehend. The Gurararara instinctively inquired, "What do you mean by that? What does it mean?" "You will soon find out." As Su Yi's words fell, he slowly extended his palm. At that moment, CP0 braced for defense. Yet they did not anticipate that Su Yi's target was not them. Instead, A small black orb coalesced in his palm, which he then raised high. The orb shot into the sky at an astonishing speed. What on earth is he doing? Hancock's beautiful eyes glimmered with intense curiosity. From that moment onward, every movement of Sue-E captivated her gaze. The next instant, Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, and she instinctively took a step back. Above in the sky, a small black orb appeared to possess an immense gravitational pull. To her astonishment, over a dozen meteors emerged in the heavens, spiraling, compressing, and merging around this ominous sphere. Ultimately, they coalesced into a colossal and terrifying meteor, plummeting towards Mariewa, the sacred land behind Marineford. This immense meteor had a radius nearing 100,000 meters, descending at a rapid pace, igniting the air around it into flames. The sheer terror of its power was palpable, even to those engaged in the battle at Marineford. Witnessing this scene, Boa Hancock was profoundly shaken. She had never anticipated that the man before her, Sue-E, could be so strikingly handsome. Defying the five elders' attempts to recruit him while wielding such formidable power, directly challenging the celestial dragons. She had never encountered a man so captivating. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart raced, and she gazed at Sue-E with admiration, feeling as though she had become weak in the knees. Meanwhile, the five elders and CP0, upon witnessing Sue-E unleash such a formidable ability, immediately demanded, "What is this power? What do you intend to do? Cease this at once." Hearing the urgency in the five elders' voices, Sue-E had no intention of revealing that this was one of the abilities he had awakened during his battle with Magneto, an alternative variant of the gravitational pull, known as meteoric descent. During that confrontation, he had perished 3 times, the first awakening the gravitational pull, the second awakening meteoric descent, and the third awakening the magnetic field. The ability he employed now was indeed meteoric descent. With a raised brow and a teasing glimmer in his eyes, Sue-E regarded CP0 and the 5 elders before him. The meteor had approximately 30 seconds before it would strike Mariewa. "If you kill me within these 30 seconds, the meteor will dissipate," he declared. "You have precisely 26 seconds remaining." Such ruthlessness. All present perceived Sue-E as a truly formidable adversary, compelling the 5 elders and CP0 to eliminate him with utmost urgency. The 5 elders' expressions darkened. They had initially wished to avoid confrontation, but the stakes were too high. Allowing the meteor to strike Mariewa would be an undeniable dereliction of duty. Such an event could not be permitted. 20 seconds. "You have 20 seconds to eliminate this man," commanded one of the elders. In response to his order, CP0 lunged towards Sue-E with terrifying speed. The 5 elders joined them, surrounding Sue-E from all directions. Chapter 34. Wow, all awakened abilities. Exciting. 20 seconds. They had only 20 seconds. Otherwise, the enormous meteor in the sky would descend upon Mariewa, endangering their families. They would never allow such an occurrence. As individuals raised from childhood by the celestial dragons, this mindset was ingrained in their very bones. Thus, at that moment, they unleashed unprecedented power. CP0. Member 1 clasped his hands together, and with a resonating sound, rings of light appeared among the other 9 CP0 members. As these rings manifested, Sue-E could distinctly sense the surge in their collective momentum. If he was not mistaken, this individual was likely an enhancer, capable of amplifying the abilities of others. Just as Sue-E pondered this, CP0, Member 1 clapped his hands again. With a resounding clap, the rings of light fully integrated into their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their heartbeats resonated like a drum, clearly audible. Their physiques expanded by several meters. Marco, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this the awakening of their abilities?" Although Marco and the other pirates had heard of CP0, they had never witnessed their combat prowess firsthand. They had not anticipated that the first to strike would be an awakened ability user. Former celestial dragon Don Quixote Doflamingo, observing this scene, exhibited no trace of astonishment. Hee. The real show is just beginning. His eyes, hidden behind orange-tinted glasses, bore an expression of insidious delight. As if to validate Doflamingo's words, the CP0 members began to unleash their signature techniques. CP0, Member 2 was enveloped in a torrent of fiery clouds, which influenced the surrounding environment, transforming the ground into a dense haze of flames that gradually enveloped Sue-E. This was the awakened ability of the Logia-type Flame Cloud Fruit. Following this, CP0, Member 3 puffed out his cheeks, unleashing a tempestuous gale from his mouth. Fire and wind complemented each other, significantly amplifying their destructive force. This was the awakened ability of the Zoan-type mythical beast, 3-legged golden toad. At this moment, CP0, member 4 joined the fray, thrusting his hands forward, which transformed into two massive serpents that coiled around Su-yi. These serpents were imbued with dark armament haki. They constricted tightly around Su-yi, their heads biting down on his shoulders, effectively immobilizing him. This was the awakened ability of the Zoan-type mythical beast, Snake Fruit, Yamada no Orochi. CP0. Member 5 wielded the Paramecia-type Transmutation Fruit. CP0. Member 6 commanded the Paramecia-type Poison Mist Fruit. CP0. Member 7 manifested the Zoan-type Ancient Species, Cat Fruit, Saber-toothed Tiger form. CP0. Member 8 possessed the Paramecia-type Strength Fruit. CP0. Member 9 wielded the Paramecia-type Perception Fruit, capable of linking the perceptions of all 10 CP0 members, significantly enhancing their awareness. CP0. Member 10 commanded the Paramecia-type Pain Fruit, inducing pain without inflicting actual harm, thereby diminishing the opponent's combat efficacy. Each of the 10 members employed their full arsenal in a concerted effort to defeat the man before them. Su-yi found himself ensnared within a myriad of assaults. Marco anxiously surveyed the unfolding chaos. Is that guy really going to be okay? Hiyori, overhearing Marco's words, immediately replied, he will be fine, because he is our leader. Esther added, our leader? Indeed, he is our leader. Therefore, he absolutely won't come to harm. The two women had unequivocally acknowledged Su-yi's position as their leader, although Marco remained oblivious to the true meaning behind their declaration. However, with their words, the hearts of the crowd found a modicum of tranquility, redirecting their gazes towards the front once more. Every member of CP0 possessed fruit abilities that could synergize with one another. It is likely this very coordination that accounts for their formidable strength. Of course, one of the principal reasons is that they have all awakened their respective fruit powers. It is worth noting that each awakened fruit user could easily become a sovereign in this vast sea. Yet, such sovereigns exist merely as the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Reflecting on this is indeed quite absurd. Su-yi gazed at the 10 CP0 members before him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Is this all the power you possess? 10 seconds have elapsed, and if you do not slay me soon, those celestial dragons will likely meet their demise. Upon hearing Su-yi's taunt, the 5 elders felt a heavy dread settle in their hearts. We shall join in. Let this fellow understand the might of the 5 elders, they thought, seething with indignation at being underestimated. Prepare yourself. I shall make you experience the most excruciating death this world has to offer. As the words of the 5 elders fell, they charged ferociously towards Su-yi, who was trapped at the center. At that moment, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. This was the first time they had witnessed the 5 elders take action, and alongside CP0 no less. One could surmise that this level of power would make even multiple emperors of the sea seem trivial. Perhaps this is the very reason the world government remains unyielding in this realm, fundamentally due to the overwhelming strength of these individuals. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated in the ears of all present. A smoke cloud, obscuring the sky, surged into existence. No one could discern what transpired at the battlefield center. What was perplexing, however, was the complete absence of combat sounds amidst the smoke. Even the sounds of wind and fire had vanished. What on earth was happening? Was there any way to dispel this smoke? It completely obstructed our vision. Damn it, what has become of that man? He must not be defeated. Listening to the murmurs of the nearby pirates, Mosakura Ray extended her delicate fingers and softly uttered, Way of Destruction, number 1, Rush. As her words echoed, a surge of force emanated from her fingertips, stirring the air into countless gentle breezes. In an instant, the smoke and dust were thoroughly dispersed. As the fog lifted, the eyes of all widened in shock. Chapter 35. Im takes action. The farce concludes. The vast smoke was rapidly dissipating. As it cleared, both the Marines and pirates beheld a horrifying sight, especially Sengoku and others, who appeared as if stunned, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, faces pale, filled with disbelief. Even the Marine soldiers dared not breathe, rooted in place, unable to accept this harsh reality. On the pirate side, led by Marco, their expressions mirrored those of the Marines, albeit their shock was tempered by excitement. Seeing CP0 and the 5 elders lying pitifully on the ground, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Their voices far louder than when the 5 elders and CP0 had first made their entrance. In this moment, Marco and his companions were overflowing with joy, their previous gloom evaporating, their spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. At the battlefield's core, Su-yi casually clapped his hands, as if brushing away non-existent dust. He regarded the 5 elders, who were barely holding on, and remarked gently, Should I say you truly live up to the title of the Five Elders? Your strength is commendable, able to endure my finger flick technique. The so-called finger flick technique was merely a playful moniker for the casual force he had unleashed. Seemingly perceiving the mockery in Su Yi's words, the elderly man with flowing white hair slowly replied, I am Lord Im shall not let you off lightly. Indeed, I would welcome him to come and slay me this very moment. By the way, the meteor should be descending soon, right? After uttering this, Su Yi turned his gaze towards the falling meteor. Just as it was about to crash down, several terrifying slashes, each spanning thousands of meters, erupted from a palace in Mariewa, hurtling towards the descending meteor. These slashes were truly blinding. Upon witnessing this, Mihawk felt his spirit jolt. 1,000-meter strike, unleashed in rapid succession. Even Mihawk's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. Renowned as the world's strongest swordsman, he understood that while onlookers might enjoy the spectacle, those versed in the art discerned the depths of skill involved. As a man nearing the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the sheer ferocity of these strikes left him awestruck. With a whoosh, the sword energy effortlessly sliced through the falling meteor, cleaving it into dozens of fragments. The severed pieces plummeted directly into the sea, barely protecting Mariewa. Upon witnessing this scene, the five elders erupted into laughter. Ha! 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 This is the handiwork of Lord Im. He has made his move. Oh, and then what? Su Yi replied nonchalantly. The five elders, gravely injured, glared at Su Yi, their voices defiant. You could never be a match for Lord Im. He is the most powerful being in the world. Oh, and then what? Su Yi teased further at the five elders. The five elderly men, their anger flaring, found it difficult to even raise a finger due to their injuries. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Su Yi addressed them. Since you hold Lord Im in such high regard, I shall pull him down from his pedestal. As Su Yi's words fell, he conjured another small black sphere in his hand. He tossed this sphere into the sky. But that was not all. Su Yi formed yet another small black sphere and hurled it upwards once more. One by one, black spheres gathered in his palm before being sent soaring into the heavens. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Su Yi launched these small black spheres skyward, summoning multiple meteors that intertwined and descended. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with nearly 100 meteors, each thousands of meters in size, flames entwining around them, amplifying their might. With a cataclysmic momentum, he descended from the heavens towards the holy land of Mariewa. After settling matters, Su Yi stretched his arms and murmured, I wonder if the esteemed Im, whom you speak of, is satisfied with the gift I have presented him? No response came to Su Yi's words. The five elders, the Gurararara, stood agape, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. They could scarcely fathom that Su Yi unleashed such a skill with an air of nonchalance. Was this individual truly a denizen of this world? If so, why had he never garnered fame given his overwhelming power? Just as their astonishment reached its peak, the holy land of Mariewa once again erupted with exquisite sword energies. The sword energies were terrifyingly formidable, each slash spanning thousands of meters. These razor-sharp strikes continuously countered the onslaught of a fearsome meteor shower. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The entire sky was shrouded in an ominous darkness, as if the world had been reduced to mere meteors and these dreadful sword slashes. However, they keenly observed that the frequency of these sword strikes appeared to slow down with the passage of time. Eventually, it took almost a dozen seconds to unleash a single sword strike spanning 10,000 meters. It became evident to all that the wielder of these strikes was nearing exhaustion. Consequently, the holy land of Mariewa suffered the impact of several meteor fragments, resulting in numerous craters. Tragically, several celestial dragons perished as a result. Empress Boa Hancock watched the unfolding scene with exhilaration. This man is truly formidable, and so handsome. Could this feeling be love? Her heart raced wildly. Her enchanting eyes fixated on Su Yi, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. At that moment, the voice of Roronoa Zoro reached Su Yi's ears. Su Yi, Whitebeard's body has fully recovered. With Zoro's words, his Zanpakuto returned to its sheath. The figure of Whitebeard re-emerged before everyone's eyes, devoid of any scars. His face no longer bearing the pallor of death. He radiated vitality, his spirit revitalized like never before. Marco, upon seeing Whitebeard, immediately inquired, Dad, how do you feel now? Whitebeard moved his body slightly, the sensation of near-complete recovery enveloping him. An overwhelming force surged within him, and all injuries, whether visible or hidden, had vanished. Gurararara. This feeling is simply exquisite. I feel utterly restored, he exclaimed. Following this, Whitebeard noticed Su Yi beside him and declared, Su Yi, I shall lend you my strength. However, Before Whitebeard could finish his sentence, he fell silent. Instinctively rubbing his eyes, he focused on the individuals lying next to Su-yi. His pupils constricted sharply, and he gasped in astonishment. Whitebeard immediately recognized the Gurararara beside Su-yi. Initially, he had intended to assist Su-yi in combat, but given the current circumstances, it was evident that the world government's Gurararara had been defeated and trampled by Su-yi. Truly, Su-yi is deserving of his title as the group leader. While he was busy restoring his body, Su-yi had already cleared this area. It appears I must become even stronger. Whitebeard, what were you about to say? Su-yi turned to him with curiosity. Nothing. You may continue, Whitebeard replied, his lips twitching involuntarily. All right then, but I must admit I'm somewhat bored. Blackbeard is located over there. Once you deal with him, we can withdraw, and our mission will likely be accomplished. Understood. I shall go settle the score with Blackbeard. With his body nearly restored, Whitebeard felt rejuvenated, striding forward with vigor, devoid of any signs of decline. Su-yi murmured. It seems it's time to bring this farce to an end. Chapter 36. I'm severely injured. The king shattered. Returning home. At the edge of Marineford, in a crater, a long trail of blood extended outward. Blackbeard, dragging his nearly shattered bones, struggled to crawl away. He had to escape. He absolutely had to get away. The thought of Su-yi, that monstrosity, sent shivers down his spine. His former arrogance and pride disintegrated in an instant. It was only due to his unique constitution that he managed to awaken from unconsciousness, though most of his bones lay in ruins. Blackbeard continued to wriggle forward like a worm. Almost there. Just a bit more. He could reach his ship. If only he had a little more time. Blackbeard screamed inwardly. Yet, at that moment, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Footsteps he recognized all too well. It was the sound of Whitebeard's approach. No way. How could this be? Wasn't Whitebeard gravely injured? Blackbeard attempted to turn and confirm, but the excruciating pain rendered him unable to move easily. He could only wriggle faster toward the distance, desperate to escape this cursed place. Teach, where do you think you're going? Whitebeard's voice reached Blackbeard's ears. Blackbeard's already pale face turned even more ashen from excessive blood loss. No, please, spare me. Dad, I truly understand my mistakes. Cough, cough. Blackbeard pleaded on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, a pitiful sight indeed. However, Whitebeard would never forgive Blackbeard. Teach, you have violated my established principles. You killed my son, and I shall never forgive you. After a pause, Whitebeard continued, therefore, please perish right there. As his words fell, Whitebeard's fist gathered the power of the tremor fruit, forming a white circle of intense tremors around it. No, please. Dad. I truly regret it. I beg you, don't kill me. Blackbeard's voice turned into a desperate scream at the end. Yet, these pleas only disgusted Whitebeard further. Ignoring Blackbeard's words, Whitebeard unhesitatingly slammed his fist into Blackbeard's head. Bang! Nearing his peak recovery, Whitebeard unleashed his immense power. At the very moment when the fist made contact with Blackbeard, it unequivocally heralded his demise. Blackbeard was rendered into a mere pulp, not even letting out a scream as he succumbed to Whitebeard's mighty blow. Simultaneously, an electronic chime resonated within the minds of Su-yi, Death, and Hanajiku. Ding! Congratulations to the three for completing the mission. Each is awarded 1,000 points. Following this, an additional notification echoed in Su-yi's mind. Ding! Group leader Su-yi has completed the distress call mission, receiving the reward, the Paramecia-type phantom fruit. This fruit bears no adverse effects, and its abilities must be developed and utilized by the group leader himself. After inspecting the phantom fruit, Whitebeard returned to the ship from a distance. He promptly announced the commencement of their retreat. As for the others in Marineford, witnessing this scene, they collectively exhaled in relief. At the very least, the harbinger of death, Su-yi, had finally departed from Marineford. Yet, was the situation truly so simple? Aboard Whitebeard's ship, Su-yi was continuously conjuring a black sphere in his hand. This orb was markedly different from the smaller orbs he had previously released. It was significantly larger than both of his palms combined. Whitebeard observed Su-yi's actions and inquired, Su-yi, what is that object you hold? With Whitebeard's inquiry, the other pirates on the ship perked up, attentively listening to Su-yi's response. They had grown somewhat numb to the various abilities Su-yi had showcased, so they were no longer taken aback by what he currently held. Instead, their curiosity piqued regarding the nature of Su-yi's fruit abilities. In response to Whitebeard, Su-yi replied nonchalantly, a gift for those arrogant world nobles, a present only they can bear. As his words fell, Su-yi ceased his actions. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he raised his arm and hurled the black sphere directly toward the Holy Land, Mariawa. In an instant, Countless volumes of seawater were drawn into the black sphere. As it soared toward Mariewa, the amount of seawater it attracted increased exponentially. The oppressive force emanating from the black sphere intensified as well. The sheer terrifying suction of the black sphere, upon arrival at Marineford, would undoubtedly obliterate it entirely. Damn it. We cannot allow this to land on Marineford. Not only would we be at risk, but the marine soldiers would undoubtedly suffer harm. It appears we must fight with all our might. Just as Sengoku's words echoed, a weary figure materialized before them. It was none other than him, who had just unleashed thousands of sword strikes. This marked him's first appearance in their sight. However, he could no longer remain hidden. If he did not act now, the entire Marineford would be annihilated by this black sphere. He could feel the terrifying force of destruction emanating from it. Most critically, this destructive power grew stronger as it approached them. Without a moment's hesitation, Im unsheathed his sword and rushed toward the black sphere at an alarming speed. At the same time, a faint aura irradiated from him, enveloping his body in a protective shield from all angles. This was one of the abilities of one of the three ancient weapons, the king, which justified Im's choice. However, as Im's figure came before the black sphere, he realized he had underestimated its power. His pupils constricted sharply. The sword he had prepared to swing was hastily redirected to form a protective circle before him. The next moment, boom, the black sphere erupted. The cataclysmic force, mingled with the impact of hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater, instantly shattered the king's shield. The blow crashed heavily upon Im, shattering the sword in his grasp. Blood spewed from Im's mouth. Damn it! When the king truly awakens, I will not let you escape. Meanwhile, Sui remained oblivious to Im's furious declaration. Even if he were aware, it would not perturb him in the slightest, for he had already returned to his own world. Chapter 37, The Points Mall. After bidding farewell to Marineford with a parting gift, Sui and the others returned to their respective worlds. Inside the vehicle, Sui's figure reappeared. Glancing at Sui, Hela, who was indulging in a feast, promptly offered him a portion of her food. You must be tired. Would you like a bite? Sui, noticing the morsel that Hela had taken a bite from, showed no aversion and swiftly devoured it. Have all the matters been settled? Hela inquired softly. Yes, everything is taken care of. Upon receiving Sui's response, Hela smiled gently, a glimmer of joy illuminating her eyes. Hela was not one to pry excessively. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and as long as Sui returned safely, that was enough for her. It was unclear when Hela's perspective began to shift subtly. She even contemplated revealing her true identity to Sui once she regained her divine powers. However, each time she broached this thought, a flicker of anxiety stirred within her, for she was uncertain whether Sui would accept her after learning her true nature. Unbeknownst to her, Sui, as a traveler, had already effortlessly deduced her identity. After a day spent frolicking with Hela, they finally returned to the villa that evening. Reclining on the sofa in the living room, Sui cradled Hela like a pillow, while Hela nestled against him, using him as a backrest. Time flowed serenely, imbued with a tranquil leisure. Hela munched on snacks, her gaze fixed on the television, while Sui opened the chat group, initiating the most delightful time of the day. Sui, good afternoon, everyone. Asuna Yuki, wow, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Asuna Yuki, say, Sui, are you secretly watching our chat? Otherwise, how would you suddenly show up when we're discussing you? Sui, discussing me? Asuna Yuki, yes, talking about you. Do you have any idea how frightened we were when you live-streamed in Whitebeard's world? CC, I'm increasingly curious about the true extent of your powers. Whitebeard, Gurararara. Surely, Sui's strength surpasses all of us combined several times over. Edward Elric. One must commend the group leader for their undeniable prowess. Hinata Hyuga. I believe the leader's strength could very well rival that of our captain. CC. Hinata, is the captain you speak of truly formidable? Hinata Hyuga. Indeed, our captain is named Jinryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, and it is said that his Zanpakuto possesses the most formidable attack power, the highest temperature, and the widest range of attack. Esther, that certainly sounds extravagant. But such an opponent is intriguing. Once I grow stronger, I shall defeat each of you in turn. Hinata Hyuga, JPG. Hinata Hyuga, I feel as though I've exerted myself so much, yet I still fall so far behind you all. Asuna Yuki, by the way, I recall that the chat group has activated the Points Mall feature. I nearly forgot about it amidst watching the live stream. With that, Asuna opened the Points Mall feature within the chat group. Simultaneously, the other members, reminded by Asuna, also activated this feature. Before their eyes lay an array of dazzling products. Chapter 38, Preparations for an Offline Gathering. As everyone accessed the Points Mall, they were greeted by a splendid assortment of various items. Asuna Yuki, my goodness. The Points Mall is magnificent. It boasts an array of items that enhance abilities. CC. I never expected to see even Gias and code available. Asuna Yuki. I recall you mentioned that you could bestow Gias upon others, correct? CC. Yes, I indeed possess the ability to grant others the power of Gias. Asuna Yuki. Wow, for some reason, you now seem like a veritable treasure trove. Asuna Yuki. You should know that I just saw that obtaining Gias costs a staggering 10,000 points. Edward Elric. Is it truly that outrageous? Should we not just seek CC in the future? That would save us the 10,000 points. Su-E, however. The Gias at that price seems to carry no side effects. Su-E. Wait a moment. I noticed an option in the mall for eliminating ability side effects. It appears that to remove the side effects of Gias, one would only need 300 points. Whitebeard. It seems that to eliminate the side effects of a devil fruit, one would require 450 points. Hinata Hyuga. I never anticipated that the mall would also sell Zanpakuto, especially those that are born directly from the soul, ones that are truly one's own. Esther. Aside from my Imperial tool, I'm astonished to find other Imperial tools available in the mall. Hinata Hyuga. I've spotted the forbidden jutsu of our Leaf Village, and it seems one can also exchange for the power of tailed beasts. The multitude of group members, upon opening the Points Mall, felt an exhilarating thrill as they browsed the myriad of goods. Gias. 10,000 points. Devil fruit with no side effects. 35,000 points. Top tier no side effect devil fruit. 50,000 points. Imperial tool. 35,000 points. Top tier Zanpakuto. 50,000 points. Rinnegan. 60,000 points. Otsutsuki Kagaya template. 100,000 points. Meanwhile, slightly more affordable items included Soul Zanpakuto, 1,000 points. Refinement of Essence, 1,000 points. Mini Shield Device, 100 points. Mark III Iron Suit, 300 points. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis, 1,000 points. As they perused each product interface, all were left drooling with desire. The allure was simply irresistible. One must recognize that any single item here could elevate an ordinary person into the realm of the superhuman. However, the prices of these treasures appeared rather exorbitant. Asuna Yuki. Oh, I yearn to grow stronger too, but I wonder when I will accumulate enough points. CC. Though I am ageless and immortal, I too wish to redeem some intriguing abilities. Edward Elric. I saw a method within that could resurrect individuals. I wish to bring my mother back to life and then save my brother. I need points. At that moment, an electronic notification chimed within the chat group. Ding. Points leaderboard. First place, Su-E, 1, 200 points. Second place, Hinata, Esther, 1,000 points. Third place, Edward, Whitebeard, CC, 100 points. Other members have no points as of yet. Ding. The current level of the chat group is 2. To upgrade to level 3 requires 9 members. Ding. Upgrading to level 3 will unlock more features and sources for acquiring points. Upon seeing the messages in the chat group, many members were filled with excitement, eager for a newcomer to join and elevate the group to level 3. Yet, they could only ponder. As it seemed that Hinata and Esther had only just joined the group, it was likely that no new members would be joining anytime soon. Asuna Yuki, Su-E. Shall we arrange an offline gathering? After all, many of us know each other only through text, yet have never met face to face. CC. It appears you wish to get closer to Su-E, don't you? Asuna Yuki. Silence, you witch. Gestures animatedly Esther. It seems Su-E is quite popular. In that case, my fondness for him doesn't seem out of place. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga. Su-E is mine. Hinata Hyuga. Blushing gif no. I'm not jealous. Hinata Hyuga. Blushing gif Hinata Hyuga. Actually, I am quite interested in Su-E as well. Asuna Yuki. It appears little Hinata has gained many competitors. CC. I sense a hint of jealousy in your heart, Asuna. Asuna Yuki. Silence, you sharp-tongued witch. Observing the lively and cheerful chat, Sui couldn't help but smile slightly. After embracing Hella in his arms, he remarked in the chat group, I have no objections. It merely depends on when you all are available. Asuna Yuki. I am free any time. I just need to inform my father. CC. I am also available at any moment. Edward Elric. I happen to be returning to the countryside in the coming days, so I am free as well. Hinata Hyuga. I have been stationed in the squad, and there has been little happening in the Soul Society, so I'm free of duties. Esther. Wherever I wish to go, none can impede me. Whitebeard. Laughs heartily. I have absolutely no issues. I'm rather free lately. Su-E. In that case, I will notify everyone in the group tomorrow evening. For now, I shall begin my preparations. With that, Sui exited the chat group. At that moment, night had already draped the sky. Cradling the fragrant Hela, Sui whispered softly against her ear. Hela, I plan to host a party at the villa tomorrow. Would you like to join? Hela nestled against Sui, her gaze fixed on the television before her. Are there delicious treats? Of course. Then I shall attend. Ha 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 ha, Hela. Do you know you are quite the little foodie at this moment? Humph, it's only because of your indulgence, Hela declared, her demeanor radiating pride. However, this sentiment was exclusive to Sui alone. In the presence of others, she remained the aloof and imperious goddess of death, Hela. While Sui and Hela engaged in their conversation, the doorbell of the villa chimed. Sui pressed a button on the remote, and instantly, the visage of Tony Stark appeared on the television screen. How curious. What brings Tony Stark to visit me at this hour? Sui mused aloud, suddenly recalling that Tony Stark owed him quite a few favors. Pinching Hela's charming face, he remarked, It's your captivating allure that's made me nearly forget. He gestured for Hela to distance herself from him. Sui then made his way to the entrance, opening the door for Tony Stark. Oh, Tony, what a pleasure it is to see you. Chapter 39. So what is the cost? As the door swung open, Sui greeted warmly. Oh, Tony, what a pleasure it is to see you. Tony Stark instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by Sui's exuberance, yet was swiftly pulled inside the house. Make yourself comfortable. Feel at home, Sui urged, guiding Tony to a chair. He then took a seat across from Tony, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. So, Tony, is there something specific you wish to discuss? Tony Stark scrutinized Sui closely, attempting to ascertain whether he had indeed approached the right individual. After all, the current Sui bore little resemblance to the cold, detached warrior he had encountered previously. His warmth was utterly disarming. Nevertheless, some matters must be addressed, lest Tony's conscience weigh heavily upon him. He had never been one to owe anyone anything. Sui, do you recall our previous encounters? Sui nodded vigorously, his smile growing even brighter. Of course, how could I forget? You practically wrecked my Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Hela, observing Sui's avaricious expression, couldn't help but smile as well, though she quickly reined it in. After all, only Sui was worthy of witnessing her smile. Tony Stark's lips twitched in confusion. He found it perplexing that this individual, a top-tier magnate, seemed so fixated on a mere Cullinan. It was beyond him. Shaking off his bewilderment, Tony Stark addressed Sui. I'm here to express my gratitude. He produced a contract from his briefcase and presented it before Sui. This is a contract for the transfer of Stark Industries shares. Not only Obadiah's shares, but also mine. Once you sign this, you will become the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Ever since Tony Stark acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, his shares had skyrocketed. The growth was nothing short of astounding, with their value surpassing trillions in a remarkably short span of time. A true financial leviathan. Furthermore, as the principal shareholder, Sui would wield significant influence over the company. In Tony Stark's eyes, there was no one who could refuse such an extraordinary gift. However, Sui's smile began to wane, ultimately vanishing altogether. Tony Stark's heart sank. Is something wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Sui's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Tony Stark. While Stark Industries' value is indeed substantial, its core essence lies in you being Iron Man. You are the soul of Stark Industries. In other words, if you so wished, you could easily establish as many Stark Industries as you desired, simply by leveraging your reputation as Iron Man. Tony Stark replied earnestly, Rest assured, Sui, I will never abandon Stark Industries. Is it perhaps that you seek my protection? For example, in dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D., or when facing extraterrestrial threats. Tony Stark faltered. He had indeed harbored such thoughts. He perceived Sui as quite greedy, and in Tony's view, he had no shortage of wealth. Thus, he sought to secure maximum safety before crafting the ultimate iron suit. However, he had not anticipated that Sui would see through him so easily. Sui, are you suggesting that? Tony Stark began, his tone grave. At that moment, a genuine smile returned to Sui's face. My intention is quite simple. As the price for my protection, I require all shares of Stark Industries. And for every iron suit you develop, you must gift me one. This arrangement will remain in place until you defeat me. What do you think? Sui regarded Tony Stark with an authentic smile, leaving Tony utterly astonished by the enormity of Sui's demands. What purpose do you have for these suits? Of course, for my collection, Sui replied cheerfully. And what if I refuse? Tony Stark's expression darkened. Sui propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Tony Stark. Refuse? By all means, feel free to do so. It's not a grave matter. After all, one could always meet with an unfortunate accident. Perhaps be struck by a vehicle or crushed by a falling meteorite, or even spontaneously combust. Tony Stark's lips twitched in frustration. This was a blatant threat. Had he known better, he would have refrained from overthinking. Nevertheless, Su Yi's audacious proposition only solidified Tony Stark's resolve to expedite the development of the anti-Su-E armor. He was determined to defeat Su-E and then teach him a lesson. With that thought, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him. I accept your terms. After much contemplation, Tony Stark ultimately decided to acquiesce. The current Tony Stark was no longer the self-assured individual he once was. After witnessing Su Yi's power firsthand at S.H.I.E.L.D., he had cultivated a desire to grow stronger. Unlike the Tony Stark of the original narrative, he now possessed a clearer understanding of his aspirations. Following the addition of several stipulations, Su-E signed his name on the contract. Henceforth, the brilliant inventor Tony Stark would be reduced to Su-Yi's subordinate until he could best him. After finalizing the arrangements, Su-E escorted Tony Stark out of the villa. As he departed, Su-E cheerfully remarked, "Tony, do come by again." Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, Tony Stark's expression darkened further. Tony Stark fiercely declared in his heart, "Su-E, just you wait. One day, when I have developed the anti-Su-E armor, I will show you what's what." However, little did Tony realize that Su-Yi's intention behind this was merely to provoke him, to spur his growth at the fastest pace possible. After closing the door, Su-E once again cradled Hela in his arms. "See, I'm impressive, aren't I? Just by flapping my lips, I've earned billions. Indeed, quite remarkable. Yet, I'm curious, given your capabilities, wealth must be but a trivial matter to you," Hela replied. "Well, it's more of a little hobby, I suppose. After all, having more money means being able to purchase a multitude of maid costumes." Upon mentioning maid costumes, Hela was instantly reminded of the rather risque one Su-E had previously acquired, her beautiful cheeks flushing a delightful shade of pink. Chapter 40. Hannah expressed her desire to attend the party. The following day, Monday, after Su-E had a sumptuous breakfast delivered, he drove towards the school. As a diligent student, he was required to clock in every day. Whether he chose to sleep or study was a matter only Su-E was privy to. Upon arriving at school, he sent a text to Jean, requesting him to hire the most professional maid to meticulously adorn his villa and prepare various necessities for the party. It was known that the members of the chat group would be gathering for a joyous evening. Everything that needed preparation must be in place. To prevent anyone from spying via satellite, Su-E even purchased a small shielding device from the points marketplace, spending a total of 100 points. The thought of this expenditure made Su-Yi's heart ache slightly. It seemed that in due time, he could pay a visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. If Nick Fury were to learn of Su-Yi's intentions, he would undoubtedly unleash a tirade of curses. With an unknown tune humming from his lips, Su-E returned to his seat. At that moment, Hannah, who had arrived early to class, immediately nestled beside him. The sight had become so commonplace that the others hardly batted an eye. In fact, it would have been truly strange had Hannah not gravitated towards Su-E. "Finally, you're at school. Where have you been for the past week? I missed you so much," Hannah said, her bright, captivating eyes fixed intently on Su-E, sparkling with life and charm. "Oh, just out and about, indulging in some food, nothing too eventful." Initially slightly resistant to Hannah's proximity, Su-E had grown accustomed to it over time. It must be said, no one could resist the allure of the irresistible charm. Hannah, seated beside him, unconsciously let her delicate hand rest upon Su-E's arm. "So, for our next outing, can you take me along? I promise to prepare delicious food for you." With that, she playfully revealed a thermos from her bag, opening it before Su-E. Inside lay an enticing array of Eastern delicacies that made Su-Yi's eyes light up. "I know you're from the Dragon Kingdom, so you might not be fond of the school meals. That's why I specially prepared some authentic cuisine from home. It's truly delicious. Would you like to try some?" Su-E gazed at the appetizing dishes. Having spent considerable time with Hela, he had unwittingly begun to develop a fondness for culinary delights, and it had been a while since he had savored the rich aromas of his homeland's cuisine. Unable to resist, he gave Hannah a thumbs up. "This looks absolutely fantastic." Seeing Su-E's gesture, Hannah's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This was the first time he had praised her. Ever since he had saved her, he had scarcely spoken to her. Yet this time, he had acknowledged her with a thumbs up, a clear sign of his approval. If she continued to persevere, surely Su-E would embrace her in due course. Unbeknownst to Su-E, Hannah was lost in her thoughts. He merely appreciated her culinary skills, admiring the delightful spread before him, and began to contemplate the evening's festivities. Sensing Su-E's contemplative expression, Hannah inquired, "Su-E, is something wrong? Did I do something inadequate?" "Not at all. I'm just hosting a party tonight and was pondering whether to invite you, Sui replied. Hana's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words. This, to her, was an undeniable stroke of fortune. It presented an invaluable opportunity to connect with Sui, perhaps even allowing her to integrate fully into his life. With this thought, she nodded enthusiastically. I'll be free tonight. I can tell my parents I'm staying at a classmate's house. Having heard Hana's response, Sui understood her intentions all too well. However, my acquaintances are rather unique. I'm not certain if you would be able to handle them. Hana shook her head vigorously, brimming with confidence. I'm quite bold, you know. There's absolutely no problem. And I'm also curious about what sort of people your friends are. Sui's eyes narrowed slightly, a playful mischief igniting within him. All right then. I shall arrange for someone to pick you up tonight. A wider smile spread across his face, signifying his acceptance of Hana. As Hana felt a mix of shyness and anticipation, her mind wandered to the possibilities of what the night might hold. At that moment, Peter Parker approached Sui, his phone in hand. With exaggerated enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Sui, did you hear? That green giant has re-emerged, and not only that. He's battling an even more fearsome giant in a mall in Queens. Peter's propensity for chatter was unmistakably evident at this moment. Sui quickly interrupted him. All right. I'm aware, but I trust the authorities will handle these matters. Class is about to commence, so please return to your seat and refrain from disturbing my slumber. Peter, mouth agape, and in the midst of enjoying his own narrative, understood the urgency and returned to his desk. Originally seated beside Sui, he had moved to the front row after Hana suggested a seat change. The school bell chimed, signaling the start of class. As the teacher entered the classroom, Sui felt an inexplicable wave of drowsiness envelop him. Hana, I leave the rest to you. Hana smiled softly in response. If the teacher arrives, I'll wake you. Receiving her assurance, Sui affectionately ruffled her hair and then laid his head on the desk, drifting into slumber. In truth, the teacher had long since ceased to concern themselves with Sui's antics. After all, Sui ranked first in academic performance and first in physical fitness tests throughout the school. Apart from being the first to return home after school and not participating in any club activities, there was little to criticize about him. The teachers, thus, turned a blind eye, no longer keeping tabs on Sui. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were busy in their respective rooms, preparing for the upcoming gathering. In the world of One Piece, Whitebeard addressed Marco, saying, Marco, prepare 2 barrels of the finest wine. I shall be stepping out for a while. In the Sword Art Online universe, Asuna was in her princess-style room, trying on various outfits in front of the mirror, contemplating which ensemble Sui would prefer. In the Fullmetal Alchemist realm, Edward Elric had ventured into the countryside. After exchanging a few words with his brother Alphonse and childhood friend Winry, he departed from the room, utilizing his alchemical skills to craft small keepsakes for each of them. In the Bleach world, Urahara sat calmly on a cushion, cradling his Zanpakuto, allowing time to drift by leisurely. In the world of Code Geass, C exited Nunnally's room and headed straight to purchase her favorite pizza, intending to bring it to the party for the other group members to enjoy. In the Naruto universe, Hinata Hyuga had just completed a mission. At this point, she had earned the title of a genius girl in Konoha, her abilities surpassing that of a Chunin, much to the astonishment of everyone, especially her father. Even more surprising to him was that Hinata had returned today with numerous outfits purchased with her own allowance. However, as a father, he felt reassured about her choices, thus did not dwell on the matter further. In the Akame Ga Kill world, Isdeath was in her tent, addressing her kneeling subordinate. I will be stepping out shortly. You are in charge of the battles during my absence. Do not let me down, or the consequences will be dire. Yes, General Isdeath. Clearly, everyone was eagerly anticipating this offline gathering. Chapter 41. Establishing the channel. Members arrive. The 2 women in shock. Before long, afternoon school hours came to an end. Sui arranged for Hana to be taken back to her home, as there was still ample time before the party commenced. Once Hana was ready, someone would naturally fetch her. Driving his Bugatti Veyron, Sui returned to the villa. Upon entering, he found Hela draped in his clothing, resembling a koala as she clung to him. Her long, beautiful legs wrapped around his waist as she leaned in, whispering, Sui. A person claiming to be Tony Stark's secretary just delivered an invitation. Invitation? Where is it? He inquired. On the table, Hela responded, still holding onto him tightly, her adorable demeanor evident. Sui dragged Hela along to the table and sat down on the sofa, casually unsealing the invitation in her presence. After a brief glance, he tossed the invitation aside nonchalantly. What's the matter? Hela asked. Tony Stark is heading to the Monaco Racing Club for a race and asked if I wanted to join. He then turned to Hela. Do you wish to go? Is there anything delicious there? I don't know. I've never been. Then let us go see what delicacies await us. All right, I'll take you along when the time comes. After chatting with Hela for a while, the doorbell of the villa rang. Su-yi patted Hela's back, signaling her to let go, and proceeded to open the door. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Hana, who stood playfully before him. She had removed her glasses, donning a white dress reminiscent of a little princess, exuding vitality and energy. With a subtle touch of makeup, she appeared fresh and elegant, unlike other women who often wore heavy cosmetics. At once, a smile spread across Su-yi's face as he warmly welcomed Hana. I've been waiting for you. Come in. He ushered her into the villa. Hana blinked her eyes curiously, like a little inquisitive child, observing everything around the villa, which had been artistically adorned by a professional maid team, creating a splendid atmosphere suitable for hosting a party. However, when Hana entered the living room, she spotted Hela lounging on the sofa, emanating an inexplicable air of laziness. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that this woman was wearing Su-yi's clothes. Instantly, Hana's hostility was directed towards Hela. Hela slowly turned her head, casting a cold glance at Hana before returning her focus to the television. She was aware that this young girl had been pursuing Su-yi recently, yet she harbored no ill feelings. On the contrary, the more individuals who liked Su-yi, the more it validated her own discerning taste. Thus, Hela merely regarded Hana with indifference before redirecting her gaze. Meanwhile, Hana felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Su-yi already had a girlfriend? Should she continue to pursue her own happiness? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she adjusted her mindset and asked Su-yi, Su-yi, this is. Before Su-yi could respond, Hela interjected coolly, Hela, Su-yi is my creditor. After introducing herself and providing an explanation, Hela fell silent. Hana, on the other hand, was left utterly bewildered. Creditor? What does that mean? It means she's just staying at my place, Su-yi replied, affectionately tousling Hela's hair. Witnessing this scene, Hana couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in frustration. While she could ascertain that they were not in a romantic relationship, the close interaction between them could easily lead to something more. Feeling a sense of urgency, Hana resolved to take action and confess her feelings to Su-yi at the earliest opportunity. As everyone settled down, Hana inquired, So, is it just the three of us for this party? Not at all. There are others as well. However, they should be getting ready by now. Su-yi replied before addressing the chat group. Su-yi, everyone, are you ready? Whitebeard, Gurararara, I'm all set. Asuna, yes, of course, I'm ready. CC, let me guess, you've changed at least 100 outfits at home? Asuna, cat shock gif. Asuna, tell me, you witch, did you install a camera in my house? CC, ha, it seems I was right to say that. Edward, I am all set here. Estef, HM, so am I. Inazuka Kiba, I have also been waiting patiently. Hinata Hyuga, me too. Upon receiving replies from the group members, Su-yi declared, Then, let us establish the traversal portal. As soon as Su-yi's words fell, he was immediately greeted by a flurry of notifications from the chat group. Ding, Edward Elric requests to join the world. Do you agree? Ding. Whitebeard requests to join the world. Do you agree? Ding. Asuna Yuki requests to join the world. Do you agree? Ding. CC requests to join the world. Do you agree? Ding. Hinata Hyuga requests to join the world. Do you agree? Ding. Isdeath requests to join the world. Do you agree? Ding. Inazuka Kiba requests to join the world. Do you agree? Observing the incessant notifications in the chat group, Su-yi promptly responded, Agree to all. He then turned to Hela and Hana, saying, Prepare yourselves. They are about to arrive, and the party will commence shortly. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Hana stood up from the sofa and said, Shall I open the door? No need, Hana. Do you remember I mentioned that they are rather unusual? Hana instinctively nodded, still unable to comprehend the true meaning of Su-yi's statement. At that moment, Su-yi continued, Because they do not need to enter through the door, they merely need to. Su-yi fell silent, for before him appeared one portal after another. What is this? Hana instinctively covered her mouth, staring in shock at the scene before her. It wasn't just Hana. Even Hela was momentarily stunned on the sofa, holding a bag of chips, momentarily forgetting to eat. Chapter 42. Everyone, remain calm. Observe my performance. One portal after another materialized out of thin air. The first to emerge was Asuna Yuki, clad in white stockings. Paired with a deep brown skirt and a light yellow long-sleeve top, she stepped out of the portal. The moment she emerged, Asuna's eyes lit up upon seeing Su-yi, resembling a butterfly gracefully fluttering towards him. Su-yi, it's me, Asuna Yuki, she exclaimed excitedly. Su-yi introduced Hela and Hana to Asuna. Although Hana was still too astonished to fully regain her composure, merely nodding instinctively. Next to step through the portal was Edward Elric. Cough, Su-yi. Long time no see. Edward nearly referred to Sue-E as the group leader, but fortunately managed to swallow it back down. Prior to their arrival, they had agreed to address Sue-E by his name during the gathering. Just then, CC's voice reached everyone's ears. Sue-E, come help me quickly. I can hardly manage. As CC's words echoed, Hannah suddenly felt Sue-Ye's presence vanish from beside her. By the time she realized it, Sue-E had already appeared next to CC. What is this? Hannah felt she had underestimated the situation. She should have inquired more thoroughly about what made them peculiar. Had she prepared even slightly more, this situation might have been avoided. Sue-E approached CC and relieved her of a stack of pizzas. Feeling the weight lifted from her hands, CC looked at Sue-E with a smile. Ah, it's nice to see you again, Sue-E. Indeed. It is lovely to see you again, Sue-E replied with a smile. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga leapt from the portal, directly into Sue-Ye's embrace, tightly hugging him as she nuzzled against him. Brother Sue-E, we finally meet again, Sue-E remarked, looking at Hinata, clad in a light purple outfit. You seem to have grown quite a bit. Hee. Hinata blushed upon hearing Sue-Ye's compliment, her petite face turning as red as a ripe apple, incredibly tempting, making one want to take a bite. So, Brother Sue-E, do you like it when I grow up? Her voice was soft, audible only to Sue-E, CC, and Asuna. Notably, upon hearing this, CC bent slightly, whispering to Hinata in Sue-Ye's arms. Little Hinata, what your brother Sue-E means is that he hasn't seen you in a long time, and you look taller now? Asuna chimed in. Yes. I never expected you, Hinata, to be such a little pervert, turning it into something else. Asuna teased Hinata, causing her cheeks to redden even more. I won't talk to you two anymore. Hinata pouted at the two girls, then nestled back into Sue-Ye's embrace, inhaling his scent. At this moment, Inuzuka Kiba, resembling a Yamato Nadeshiko, emerged from the portal, nodding at Sue-E before standing to the side. However, Kiba's gaze remained fixated on Sue-E throughout. Soon after, Isteth stepped through the portal, dragging a wild boar behind her with a rope, encased in ice to preserve it. I can't believe you actually caught a pig. Yes, didn't you say you wanted to eat wild boar? For a barbecue, so I thought I'd grab one on my way, Isteth replied, surveying the surroundings. It seems everyone is here, however, Whitebeard appears to be absent. By the way, if I recall correctly, Whitebeard's height is approximately 6 meters and 66 centimeters. If he comes out, won't this villa explode? Asuna hastily informed Sue-E. Yet, compared to the shock of the others, Sue-E, still holding Hinata, softly reassured. Don't worry, I anticipated this. You all can rest easy, there will be no issues. Just watch my performance. With that, the final portal began to expand, causing the attendees to grow increasingly tense. Chapter 43, Hannah's Determination. A frenzy of battle elsewhere. Gulp. It was unclear who instinctively swallowed hard, appearing quite anxious. The portal continued to widen, and the sound of footsteps could already be heard from within. At this moment, Sue-E gently placed Hinata Hyuga, who had been cradled in his arms, onto the ground. He then produced a device, a shielding instrument, which he had exchanged for 100 points from the points shop. His form flickered momentarily, and when he reappeared, he held a blue, cube-like object in his hand. Hella's pupils constricted sharply, as the goddess of death. She could easily recognize what this object was. Clearly, it was the cosmic cube, a vessel imbued with infinite energy and formidable spatial power. With both hands gripping the cosmic cube, Sue-E pressed down with tremendous force. A brilliant azure light erupted from the cube, and in an instant, everyone felt as though the space within the villa had expanded threefold. At this moment, even if Whitebeard were to grow 3 times taller, there would be ample room for him. The energy fluctuations emanating from the cosmic cube were entirely masked by the shielding device, ensuring that no one would detect any anomalies. All present gazed in astonishment at the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Such a divine display could surely only be orchestrated by Sue-E himself. Having secured everything, Sue-E returned the cosmic cube to the collection room. When his form re-emerged, the booming laughter of Whitebeard reached everyone's ears. Gurararara, it seems I'm the last to arrive. As he spoke, Whitebeard's imposing figure, towering at an astounding 6 meters and 66 centimeters, appeared in the center of the room like a mountain. Next, he set down a nearly 2-meter-high barrel of sake on the floor, from which the rich aroma of alcohol wafted, enticing everyone present. Everyone has finally gathered. Now, let our raucous celebration commence. With Sue-Ye's words, Hannah finally snapped back to reality. Her gaze swept across the assembled members, starting with little Hinata, then to Asuna Yuki, CC, and the fierce Yuo no Hannah and Isteth, ultimately resting on Edward and the formidable Whitebeard. Hannah instinctively rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what lay before her. Was she perhaps dreaming? Yet the sensations in her body incessantly reminded her that this was no dream. Indeed, everything happening before her was real. With this realization, Hannah turned her eyes towards Sui, observing the radiant smile gracing his face. Unlike his usual nonchalance, Sui appeared genuinely joyful. His smile was infectious, and upon witnessing the happiness of someone she held dear, a smile unconsciously bloomed on Hannah's face. She had long since resolved to immerse herself in Suyi's life. Although the individuals surrounding her were undoubtedly peculiar, as Sui had mentioned, what did it matter? With this thought, Hannah felt an immense sense of relief wash over her, her body relaxing as tension dissipated. Sui, noticing her transformation in an instant, called out, "Hannah, come and help me prepare this pig." "Sure," she replied, her face lighting up with a captivating smile. She then eagerly bounded over to Sui. Meanwhile, Hella engaged in conversation with Yuo no Hannah. While the others began savoring the pizza that CC had brought, the atmosphere of the party gradually ascended to a festive crescendo. However, not far from the jubilant villa, conflict erupted once again. The Abomination and the Hulk were locked in a fierce struggle, resulting in catastrophic destruction that was truly shocking. In the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury sat at his desk, his already dark complexion seemingly darker with displeasure. Just then, his communicator buzzed to life beside him. "Nick Fury, I hear you have something to discuss with me?" The voice of General Ross came through the device. "Ross, what is the situation with the other giant?" Fury demanded. General Ross paused, deliberately responding with feigned ignorance. "What other giant? I don't understand what you're talking about." Fury, infuriated by Ross's irresponsible words, realized he intended to shift the blame onto his subordinates. With a slam, Fury struck his desk in anger. "Damn it, General Ross, once I have thoroughly resolved this issue, I will be sure to inquire about it properly. I hope you can provide me with a convincing explanation then." Fury gritted his teeth, barely containing his rage. How could he not be furious? He had only briefly attended to other matters, and Ross had managed to create a giant. As the king of spies, he was expected to remain calm and composed. Yet, when dealing with the audaciously thick-skinned Ross, he often found himself losing his temper. Taking several deep breaths, Fury contacted Tony Stark. "Tony, I need your assistance." Meanwhile, General Ross, seething with indignation, hurled his communicator to the ground. He stood amidst the devastation where the laboratory once was, a place dedicated to researching the Hulk, now utterly reduced to rubble. All the latest research data had been obliterated. The cause was none other than the Abomination's emergence, which had disrupted the original order of the facility. "Abomination, Hulk, you two have truly delivered a grand gift," Ross exclaimed before picking up the communicator again. He needed a perfect excuse to extricate himself from this predicament. Otherwise, if the higher-ups came looking for him, everything he had worked for would likely meet the same fate as this laboratory, utterly destroyed. At the same time, as he gazed at the wrecked laboratory, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Although Ross harbored deep resentment toward the Hulk and the Abomination, witnessing the immense power they displayed ignited a desire that took root deep within him. If he could possess such terrifying strength, even if the higher-ups came after him, he would fear nothing. With this thought, a sinister smile spread across the face of the cunning old fox, Ross. The laughter grew louder, echoing through the ruins of the experiment. Chapter 44, Bestowing Geas. The contract between Hannah and CC. Within the villa, Whitebeard held a massive goblet, one he had brought himself. After taking a hearty swig of the rich liquor, he burst into laughter. "Gurararara." He turned his gaze to Sui. "Do you know Sui?" Now, upon the vast expanse of the ocean, discussions abound regarding your formidable achievements. Nearly every pirate and navy officer traversing these waters has inscribed your visage upon their minds. They have even lauded you as the sovereign of the seas. Amongst us, you are referred to as the emperor among the 4 emperors. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Sue felt a twinge of surprise. He had never anticipated that he would ascend to such heights, becoming the emperor above the 4 emperors. One cannot deny that this title carries an air of prestige. At this moment, Hinata spoke to Sue, saying, "Brother Sue, I have now completely mastered the gentle fist and the martial arts that Grandpa Whitebeard taught me. As soon as the Chunin exams arrive, I will be able to swiftly advance to Chunin." She raised her small fist, exclaiming, "At that time, I shall be the youngest Chunin." Upon hearing Hinata's words, Sue gently ruffled her hair, replying, "Indeed, Hinata, you are the most exceptional." After a brief pause, he added, "However, Hinata, if possible, do remember to train your Byakugan diligently. It is your greatest asset." The Byakugan, an ocular technique that originated from the Otsutsuki clan, possesses unparalleled potential, especially when transformed into the Rinnegan. its power becomes even more terrifying. Hinata nodded thoughtfully at Sue's words. In her soft, gentle voice, she affirmed, "Yes, I will definitely work hard. I will not let you down, Brother Su." Sitting nearby, Asuna Yuki interjected, "Speaking of eyes, if I recall correctly, CC, you can bestow Geas upon others, right? Might I receive one?" CC, lazily nibbling on a slice of pizza, teased, "Oh, did you not say you would train in martial arts and come to challenge me? Why is it that now, upon our meeting, you desire my Geas?" Upon hearing CC's words, Asuna exclaimed, "Ah, you witch, can your pizza not silence your sharp tongue? Humph, it's just Geas. I no longer want it. I will become stronger through my own martial arts." Is that so? I must say, I am looking forward to it. CC's sharp wit was indeed formidable, provoking Asuna to the brink of exasperation. Watching their banter unfold in the chat group had already been entertaining, but witnessing them exchange jabs in reality was even more delightful. Meanwhile, Hannah turned to CC, who was clad in a white restrained outfit, and inquired, "What exactly is Geas?" Upon hearing Hannah's question, CC shifted her gaze to Su. Su nodded affirmatively, assuring CC, "Hannah is one of us. It's all right." With Su's confirmation, CC began to explain, "Geas is akin to a special ability. Anyone with potential can be bestowed this power, which varies from person to person. However, if misused, it can lead to a disastrous surge of power." Hannah nodded slightly, then posed a surprising question. "So, can I also possess Geas? I do not wish to be an ordinary person. Here, Hannah instinctively glanced at Su, resolutely stating, "I want to support Su as much as I can." As Hannah's words hung in the air, CC smiled at Su from a distance, remarking, "It seems you truly are one of us. However, the granting of Geas first requires confirmation of your qualifications. If you lack the requisite potential, I cannot bestow this ability upon you." CC continued, "Moreover, I previously mentioned that this power can spiral out of control if misused. Of course, if your resolve is strong enough, you can maintain control." After speaking, CC again looked to Su, silently inquiring whether he would permit Hannah to attempt receiving Geas. Su offered no response, as he was engaged in an arm wrestling match with Estet. The decision to grant this power was ultimately CC's own. CC seemed to grasp Su's intent, her smile growing brighter. At that moment, Asuna addressed Hannah. "Hannah, you need to consider this carefully. Once you acquire this ability, it may very well unleash uncontrollable power due to various internal factors." Although Asuna had previously expressed a desire for the power of Geas, it was ultimately just playful banter with CC. Geas, while extraordinary, was not a fit for her. CC interjected, "This is precisely why I have not granted Asuna Geas. She is far too indecisive. Even if she possesses the potential, acquiring Geas could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Ah, you wicked witch. Always ready to tease me at the slightest opportunity. Behold my tickle attack." With that, Asuna leaped towards CC, poised to tickle her. She was well aware of how sensitive CC's body was. If the tickle were to commence, CC would likely burst into uncontrollable laughter. Immediately, CC backtracked, jesting, "I was just kidding, just kidding." Then she shifted the conversation back to Hannah, asking, "Hannah, have you truly made your decision?" Hannah nodded slightly, having resolved her desire to obtain Geas after learning about its nature. "I wish to acquire the power of Geas." CC regarded Hannah intently, her demeanor now entirely devoid of laziness. In a cold, authoritative tone, CC declared, "Very well. Hannah, let us forge our contract." As CC's words echoed, Hannah felt as though she had plunged into a void. Her mind was filled solely with CC's voice. "I bestow upon you power. In exchange, you must fulfill one of my wishes. After signing this contract, you shall exist as something beyond human, an entity of distinct will, life, and time." In that blank space, countless doves appeared, swirling wildly in the air. The scene shifted, revealing numerous women adorned with red bird-like patterns on their heads, seemingly engaged in prayer. Countless images flickered through Hannah's mind as CC's voice continued, "If you possess the resolve," Hannah interjected, "then let us seal the contract." As her words resonated in that surreal space, she suddenly opened her eyes wide in reality. Chapter 45. I have died. I am alive again. Hannah abruptly opened her eyes, and a red bird pattern manifested within her right eye. Asuna, seated close to her, could distinctly see the emblem in Hannah's eye. "Is this Geas? It looks so unique." She was curious about the nature of Hannah's awakened ability. For some reason, it appeared incredibly cool. The surrounding members expressed their astonishment in unison. At this moment, Hannah slowly regained her composure and addressed CC, saying, "CC, does this mean my contract is fulfilled?" CC nodded in affirmation and produced a mirror, positioning it before Hannah. In the reflection, Hannah beheld a red bird emblem etched within her right eye. Gazing at this symbol, she mused inwardly, from now on, I too am a person endowed with extraordinary abilities. This should enable me to assist Su-yi. At that moment, CC inquired of Hannah. So, do you understand what your power is now? Hannah furrowed her brow, uncertain, and replied, I can't quite articulate what this sensation is. Observing her hesitation, Sui approached Hannah and suggested, why not use your geas on me? I can help you discern your ability. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Hannah instinctively shook her head, exclaiming, no, what if I hurt you? It's all right, he reassured her. I am aware of my own abilities. You can use it on me without fear. Sensing Hannah's reluctance, he added, trust me, I assure you I will be fine. Witnessing Hannah's apparent indecision, Whitebeard interjected, Gurararara, you must understand. Su-yi is known as the king of the seas. If he dares to say that, then he must be unscathed. Edward Elric chimed in, indeed. To me, Su-yi is invincible. There is no cause for concern. Despite the reassurances from the towering Whitebeard and the diminutive Edward, Hannah felt compelled to seek further confirmation. Is it truly safe? She pondered, reluctant to proceed, yet yearning to comprehend her newfound powers. Well, I suppose it's fine. After receiving Su-yi's affirmation, Hannah took a deep breath and fixed her gaze upon him. Their eyes locked. An ethereal red bird emblem surged forth, darting straight into Su-yi's eyes. As the emblem fully penetrated his gaze, Su-yi felt as though his mind was being violently torn asunder, akin to a multitude of nuclear detonations erupting within his consciousness. An excruciating rending pain flooded his psyche. This mental explosion is genuinely inflicting damage. Su-yi mentally lamented. In the next instant, he cried out, I'm dead, and promptly collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Hannah's complexion drained of color. Su-yi. Hannah felt her mind freezing. In the blink of an eye, tears began to well in her eyes. Just then, Su-yi abruptly opened his eyes, sprang up from the ground with a vigorous motion. Hannah was taken aback, and her anxiety surged as she tightly embraced him. Are you all right? You scare me to death. Sob. Su-yi, feeling Hannah's warmth, gently patted her back and reassured. It's all right, see? I'm alive and unharmed. Not only was he unscathed, but Su-yi had also awakened the ability of mental fortitude from this near-death experience. Henceforth, similar mental explosions like Hannah's would no longer affect him. His mental resistance had been significantly enhanced. In other words, Hannah was indeed his lucky star. Realizing this, Su-yi turned to Hannah and remarked, Hannah, your ability seems to be a form of mental explosion, and it appears quite formidable. If you lack proficiency in mental disciplines, I fear anyone who meets your gaze may perish. Is it truly that powerful? Hannah mused, feeling a swell of pride in her newfound ability. I don't know why, but I suddenly wish for a geas too. Wow, if anyone dies from your glare, you must be cautious not to inadvertently target us. Upon hearing the praises and playful jests from the others, Hannah's earlier tension and helplessness dissipated significantly. She earnestly addressed Su-yi, so, will I be able to assist you from now on? Indeed, whenever someone dares to bully me, you can glare at them to their demise. Hannah's ability was undoubtedly one that could kill with a mere glance. As Su-yi's words settled, laughter erupted among the others. He raised his glass and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate Hannah's acquisition of this remarkable power. Cheers. Cheers. They echoed in unison. However, unlike the jubilant atmosphere within Su-yi's villa, not far away in the commercial district, Tony Stark, clad in a battle-damaged Iron Man suit, was hastily making his way to Su-yi's residence. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury observed the unfolding scene and immediately inquired, Tony, what are you planning to do? Tony Stark, panting heavily, replied, I just attempted to stop the Hulk, but he sent me flying over 1,000 meters with a single punch, and now he has entered a state of rage. With my current strength, I stand no chance against them. As he spoke, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating the severity of his internal injuries. His Iron Man suit was in tatters, with vulnerable spots revealing his bleeding skin. To effectively halt them, he had no choice but to lure them to Su-yi's villa. With that, Tony Stark accelerated his pace, for the enraged Hulk had fully locked onto him. Meanwhile, the Abomination relentlessly pursued the Hulk. Thus, Tony soared ahead, the Hulk in hot pursuit, intent on crushing him, while the Abomination trailed behind the Hulk. The trio formed a striking tableau as they sped toward Su-yi's villa. Little did they know, Su-yi's residence was not devoid of company. Chapter 46, the first collaborative effort of all. Inside the villa, the revelry continued unabated. The guests raised their glasses, indulging in hearty drinks. The enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. They feasted voraciously. Even Hella's icy demeanor had thawed, as laughter resonated through the room, punctuated by Whitebeard's signature guffaws. Gurararara. It has been ages since I felt this joyous. Next time, you must come to my world for a visit. I shall treat you to the longest seafood barbecue. You can also come to my world. The flavors of the dangerous species there are quite delightful as well. Su-e, dear brother, you can come find me too. I shall treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Joyous laughter filled the villa. Just then, however, a commotion arose outside. The television in the living room automatically displayed the external situation as the villa's surveillance cameras activated. The sight of Iron Man hurtling towards him was all-consuming, with the Hulk and Abomination closely trailing behind. Numerous villas in the neighborhood were trampled underfoot by these two formidable beings, and many of them were properties belonging to Su-e. Whitebeard took a hearty swig from his drink, relishing the moment as entertainment unfolded. He turned to Su-e, inquiring, "How do you intend to deal with these guests? If they are so eager to visit, we ought to extend a warm welcome, don't you think?" "I wholeheartedly agree. I am quite eager to witness the extent of their power. Perhaps this will lead to a thrilling battle." Both Mocha and Isdeth exuded intense battle spirit, while the others displayed varying degrees of anticipation. "In that case, allow me to step out and greet our new arrivals." Su-e's lips curled into a slight smile as he made his way towards the villa's backyard. At that moment, Tony Stark spotted Su-e emerging from the villa, and the tension in his heart eased somewhat. He was confident that this individual would surely be capable of defeating the Hulk and Abomination. Just as Tony Stark was lost in thought, Su-e flashed him a grin and remarked, "Tony, do inform Nick Fury that I'll be taking these two. If he wishes to reclaim them, he must come to see me personally." Before Tony Stark could fully process Su-e's words, he felt a tremendous force as Su-e delivered a swift kick, sending him hurtling away with a shout of "Get going." Meanwhile, Su-e dashed into the collection room, retrieving the cosmic cube once more. Activating it, he promptly transported the Hulk and Abomination into his home. Returning to the villa, Su-e activated the cosmic cube again, whisking everyone away to an unnamed island. The sheer power of the cosmic cube was astonishing, allowing for effortless transitions. The sudden change of environment did not shock the group. Rather, their gazes were fixed on the Hulk and Abomination before them. Su-e carelessly tossed the cosmic cube aside and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence our entertainment. Let us see who can be the first to vanquish these two." However, it was the Hulk's fist that responded first. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk had entered a state of rage, devoid of rational thought, consumed only by an ever-growing fury and strength. His memory of Su-e was indelibly etched in his mind, stemming from the humiliation of being defeated by a mere finger. As his fist swelled in size, just as it was about to strike Su-e, Isdeth intervened. A surge of ice enveloped the Hulk, freezing much of his body. His massive fist, now akin to a sandbag, halted abruptly before Su-e. "I'll be watching from the sidelines. You all can proceed with the battle. I'll be here with Hela and Hannah, cheering you on." As he spoke, Su-e led the two women to a secluded spot on the sandy beach of the uninhabited island, settling in to enjoy the spectacle. Hela even offered Su-e and Hannah a bag of chips, as if they were mere spectators at a performance. In a fit of rage, the Hulk roared, his frozen form unable to contain his fury. With a tremendous effort, he shattered the ice encasing him. His colossal foot slammed down onto the ground like a human cannonball, charging towards Isdeth. The very air seemed to buckle under his weight as he closed in on her. Isdeth was caught off guard by the Hulk's astonishing speed. Just as she was compelled to deploy her ultimate move, Whitebeard appeared before the Hulk, the two titans colliding in a fierce confrontation. Before Whitebeard, even the enraged Hulk appeared diminished, his stature significantly smaller by at least 3 meters. Whitebeard, harnessing the powers of his supreme haki and the tremors of the Gurararara no Mi, enveloped his fists and launched an assault on the Hulk. The force of their clash sent sand flying several meters into the air. Isdeth, sensing the imminent danger, leapt aside, only to find herself targeted by Abomination. With his fist raised high, Abomination unleashed a powerful attack aimed at Isdeth. However, Abomination's strength paled in comparison to the Hulk's fury. Though Isdeth could not overpower the Hulk, she was more than capable of contending with Abomination. "Do not underestimate me," she declared, her voice resolute. As her words faded, an aura of chilling cold coalesced around her, encasing her entirely. The super-durable ice formed the Ice General, rallying under Isdeth's command. With a swift motion, the Ice General swung its icy fist at Abomination. The collision was thunderous. Abomination was sent sprawling, yet the Ice General was also significantly damaged. The battle reached a stalemate. And it was at this moment that the assembled members recognized the true complexity of Su Yi's world. Mocha's voice broke through the tension. It seems we cannot fight individually. Against these two, we must unite our efforts. Thus, for the first time, the members of the chat group began their coordinated assault. Chapter 47. It's time to showcase true skill. Su Yi sat nearby, munching on chips as he observed the group collaborating. His death reinforced the Ice General with ice, charging towards Abomination, whose size matched that of the Ice General. Meanwhile, Edward Elric placed his hands on the ground, employing alchemy to disrupt Abomination's advance. Thud! The Ice General's fist collided with Abomination's form. In that instant, a wave of frigid air encased Abomination's body, freezing large portions of him. Seizing the opportunity, Karika and CC exchanged glances. Despite their usual banter and rivalry, their synchronicity was undeniable in this moment of crisis. Which, you understand what I mean, right? Indeed. With that, the two women charged towards Abomination, wielding hefty stones they had found. Trained in martial arts, Karika's movements were sharp and precise. After an extensive period of existence, CC has acquired a plethora of combat techniques. The two women effortlessly scaled the Abomination's formidable body from the unseen angles of its back. Two stones struck the creature's eyes with unrelenting force. Despite the Abomination's seemingly indestructible form, the eyes remain one of the most vulnerable points for most creatures, rendering them almost defenseless. You wretches, I shall ensure your demise, roared Bronsky, now embodying the Abomination. Almost immediately, the icy exterior of the Abomination began to fracture, shattering into countless crystalline shards that were swept away by the wind. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga slowly closed her eyes, only to open them suddenly. Byakugan, activate, she declared. Do not underestimate us. With her voice still tinged with youth, she charged toward the Abomination, employing the legendary Hokage dash. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As her words echoed, she rushed forward, enclosing the Abomination within her 8 trigrams. Her hands ignited with azure chakra. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a flurry of strikes. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, all executed flawlessly. The sound of continuous impacts resonated from the Abomination's body as Hinata sealed all 64 chakra points. The overwhelming tingling sensation rendered the Abomination unable to control its own body. However, this paralysis was only temporary. Gritting its teeth, the Abomination stomped its foot and swung a fist toward Hinata. Little Hinata. Be careful, Hinata. Quickly dodge. The urgency in the voices of her allies penetrated her awareness. Hinata sensed the impending danger through her Byakugan, which was no mere boast. Substitution jutsu, she murmured. In an instant, a stone replaced her original position, which the Abomination's fist obliterated. Meanwhile, Hinata reappeared a short distance away, prompting a collective sigh of relief from her comrades. Su Yi, however, appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated Hinata's maneuver all along. The Abomination, feeling thoroughly mocked by the young girl, seethed with rage. Cursed brat, perish. With that, the Abomination lunged at Hinata, believing her to be the easiest target. Yet, just then, Estifs and Mocha Ohana positioned themselves in front of the creature. I will not allow you to bully little Hinata, Mocha declared as she drew her Zanpakuto, meat droplet. Estifs, too, unleashed her Ice General, standing resolutely in the path of the Abomination. Though I loathe to use this technique, it seems necessary for a swift resolution. As her declaration faded, an unprecedented chill emanated from her. Even Su Yi regarded Estifs with newfound respect. Humph, mere bluster. With your meager strength, you stand no chance against me. Die. The Abomination towered over Estifs, its fist raised high, ready to descend upon her. Unfazed, Estifs parted her lips, invoking, Demon God, manifest the essence of Mokabatmo. As her words resonated, the very fabric of time and space around the earth was frozen. However, Estifs soon realized that the effect of this ability lasted but a fleeting second. Without hesitation, she enveloped the Abomination in a massive frost, freezing even the blood coursing through its veins. As the second elapsed, everyone regained their senses. Su Yi's gaze shifted toward Estifs, pondering when he might allow her to eliminate him. Perhaps then he would grasp the means to counteract temporal freezing. Just then, Mocha approached the Abomination. Bankai. All shall be released. As she invoked her Bankai, her Zanpakuto and the surrounding environment erupted in a torrent of blood, the blade transforming into a flexible, extending weapon. In an instant, a multitude of sword shadows flickered, delivering an unparalleled barrage upon the Abomination. Bound by ice, the Abomination was utterly defenseless against Mocha's relentless assault. As the first Kenpachi, Mocha possessed a fearsome combat prowess that belied her appearance. Her razor-sharp blade effortlessly cleaved through the air, the sound of its sharpness reverberating as it raked across the abomination's form. In the blink of an eye, the frozen body of the abomination was dismembered, limbs severed, and its head separated from its torso. The once arrogant creature now lay in utter disarray. Releasing her Bankai, Mocha slowly sheathed her sword. The onlookers gathered around his stiefs and Mocha, showering them with praise for their formidable prowess. At that moment, the voice of Whitebeard broke through the accolades. "I say, have you forgotten about me? There's a more formidable opponent still present." Roaring in response, the green giant opened its massive maw, launching a punch directly at Whitebeard. Fueled by an immense well of rage, the green giant's strength surged, propelling Whitebeard into the sea. As a devil fruit user, the ocean posed a terrifying poison, representing Whitebeard's greatest vulnerability. Fortunately, he was not alone this time. A stiefs swiftly spread a blanket of frost across the ocean's surface, preventing Whitebeard from plummeting into the depths. Determined, Whitebeard resolved to accumulate points swiftly, aiming to eradicate the side effects of the devil fruit. In doing so, he would no longer appear so vulnerable to the sea. Observing the green giant, now nearly double in size, Sui's lips curled into a slight smile. "Leave this fellow to me." Chapter 48. Nick Fury, the Old Trickster. "Leave this fellow to me." Sui offered a bag of chips to Hela, then rose from the sandy beach and approached the green giant. "Sui, be cautious. This creature's power seems to be escalating without limit," Whitebeard warned, concerned that Sui might be caught off guard by the green giant's might. However, Sui was well aware of the creature's true nature. Theoretically, this individual grows stronger with every surge of rage, and there exists no limit to his power. As Sui's words echoed, a chill surged through the hearts of all present. They gazed at the nearby green giant, resembling a gorilla as it pounded its chest incessantly, and an unprecedented astonishment enveloped them. They had never encountered such a creature before. If that were the case, was there truly no way to defeat him? Upon hearing Esther's words, Sui shifted his gaze to the green giant and declared, "No, there are indeed numerous ways to conquer the green giant. As long as one possesses several times the strength of the giant, a singular decisive blow would suffice." After a brief pause, Sui continued, "Moreover, Henna's mental explosion should pose no issue. Once I amuse myself with this green giant for a while, I shall let you attempt it. Is that agreeable?" Henna nodded vigorously. "Yes, no problem." Having acquired this newfound ability, Henna was determined to strengthen herself as much as possible. After all, her greatest desire was to assist Sui. However, as Sui conversed with Henna, the green giant launched an assault against him. The giant, having been in a state of fury for quite some time, exhibited immense power. In the current world, individuals capable of withstanding the might of the green giant were few and far between, and Sui stood among them. As the green giant took its first step toward him, Sui discerned its intent. Without even casting a glance at the giant, he merely extended an arm and, with uncanny foresight, seized the giant's arm. Following that, Sui took a step forward, exerting force through his arm. The colossal body of the green giant was abruptly lifted off the ground, soaring toward the distant ocean, tracing a green arc through the air. Before anyone could react, Sui's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood directly beneath the green giant. "Do you wish to fly higher?" he inquired. Yet, the green giant, now consumed by rage, responded with nothing but a massive green fist. "Ah, it seems you do," Sui remarked blandly. He formed a gesture with his middle finger and thumb before swiftly flicking it toward the giant. This had become a signature move of Sui's in the eyes of the onlookers. With the sound of a crack resonating through the air, the green giant shot upward at an incredible speed. After a moment, as the force diminished, it plummeted from the sky. With a resounding crash, the green giant struck the water's surface. Falling from such a height into the ocean was akin to landing on solid ground. Instantly, the sea roiled around the green giant, generating towering waves that surged up to 6 meters high, completely obscuring the view of those present. At this moment, Esther's extended her hand to freeze the water ahead, while Whitebeard clenched his right fist and struck forward with great force. The air seemed to shatter. The frozen ocean shattered into countless pieces. As the ice crystals broke apart, the onlookers finally caught sight of Sui's form. However, upon seeing him, they could only stare in astonishment at the scene before them. Sui was grasping one of the green giant's fingers, swinging it back and forth with remarkable speed, creating afterimages with each motion. Each time the giant crashed into the water, it sent waves surging forth. As time passed, Sui reveled in his playful antics, while the members of the chat group struggled to fend off the onslaught of seawater. Although Su-yi was the one battling, they found themselves more exhausted than he was. Su-yi, please wrap it up soon, or we might just collapse. Whitebeard shouted toward the distant figure of Su-yi. Simultaneously, the power of the tremor fruit activated once more, shattering the water before him. Whitebeard had lost count of how many punches he had thrown. Yet even he, renowned as one of the 4 emperors, felt a twinge of fatigue in his arms. Just as Su-yi began to grow weary of his play, he heard Whitebeard's plea and promptly transported the green giant to the island. Although the giant's strength had increased, when faced with Su-yi, it was like a 3-year-old child, offering no resistance whatsoever. After completely restraining the green giant, Su-yi turned to Hana and said, "The rest is up to you." Hana nodded slightly and positioned herself before the green giant. As she gradually closed her eyes and then abruptly opened them, a red bird-like symbol soared toward the giant's eyes. In an instant, an unprecedented pain exploded within the green giant's mind. Despite the giant's increasing rage and formidable physical resilience, its mental realm was as vulnerable as that of a child, utterly defenseless. It was a being with maximum physical defense and 0 magical resistance. As the red bird fully penetrated its consciousness, the green giant emitted a horrific cry of agony, its form gradually shrinking until it transformed into Dr. Bruce Banner. Whether the green giant's persona was extinguished or merely incapacitated was of no concern to Su-yi. He understood that both the abomination and the green giant were precisely what Nick Fury longed to capture. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received a message from Tony Stark. "Tony, what is the status of the green giant and the abomination? It seems Su-yi's area has been blocked. We can't see anything." Tony Stark's voice emerged from the communication device. "I'm not entirely sure. The moment I approached, Su-yi sent me flying with a kick. However. What?" Since Su-yi's arrival, Nick Fury's anxiety had only intensified. But Su-yi mentioned that if you wish to retrieve the green giant and the abomination, you must personally seek him out. "All right, I need to tend to my injuries now. We can discuss matters later." "Wait a moment, Tony, if memory serves. Didn't you invite Su-yi to the Monaco Racing Club?" "Yes, why?" "Oh, just curious." This inquiry further piqued Tony Stark's suspicion. "Nick Fury, you're not planning to sneak into his villa when Su-yi departs, are you?" "Rest assured, I'm not that foolish," Nick Fury replied before hanging up the phone. Initially, he had entertained such thoughts, but they were merely fleeting notions. He would never actually proceed with such an action, for that would undoubtedly invite disaster. However, what if this news were to be divulged to General Ross? At this thought, a radiant smile broke through Nick Fury's otherwise stern countenance. Chapter 49, Truly, one is more sinister than the other. The abomination has been dismembered. Meanwhile, Dr. Bruce Banner has succumbed to unconsciousness. In response, Su-yi instructed his death to encase both individuals in ice. After all, Bruce Banner possesses the power of gamma rays. Even if he were to remain frozen for a decade or 2, it would be but a trifle. Once everything was arranged, Su-yi once again utilized the cosmic cube to return to his villa. The entertainment program had concluded, yet the revelry persisted. It continued unabated until the early hours, marking a definitive end to this celebration. Numerous members made their way back to their respective worlds through the portal. At that moment, Hana and Helen nestled together in Su-yi's embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Su-yi, holding the 2 women, sighed contentedly, exclaiming, "This life is truly marvelous." The following day, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. As was customary, Hana opened her eyes. Su-yi's visage immediately captured her attention. Realization dawned upon her as she recalled the events of the previous day. Indeed, it was not a dream. She had truly acquired superpowers and awakened alongside Su-yi. The sheer joy of this experience filled Hana with an overwhelming sense of bliss. Just then, a soft whimper broke the moment. Following the sound, Hana spotted Hela on the other side of Su-yi, stretching languidly. Almost immediately, Hela's stomach emitted a series of gurgles. Embarrassment washed over Hela's face as she blushed deeply. That. Before Hela could utter more, Hana interjected, "It's probably getting late. I'll go prepare breakfast." This promptly alleviated Hela's awkwardness. Hela's body had nearly recovered, yet she still lacked divine power, necessitating sustenance. Once her injuries were fully healed and she regained her divine abilities, she vowed she would never feel so embarrassed again. Before long, under Hana's deft hands, an exquisite breakfast was fully prepared. The aroma wafted into Su-yi's nostrils, prompting him to slowly awaken. After enjoying the meal, Su-yi took Hana to school in his sports car. This scene did not go unnoticed by many classmates. "Oh my goodness, did you see that? Hana just got out of Su-yi's sports car. Does this mean Hana and Su-yi are actually together?" Indeed, The notion that a girl could pursue a boy so effortlessly sparked envy among many. How lucky is Sui? Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses great wealth and has the beautiful Hannah pursuing him. He truly is living the dream. Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, a faint blush graced Hannah's pure and lovely face. In an effort to shift the topic, she turned to Sui and asked, Sui, is there really no issue with my eyes? Rest assured, there is absolutely no problem. If anyone inquires, simply say they are cosmetic contact lenses. Hannah nodded, then slowly extended her delicate hand, gently intertwining her fingers with Sui's. Her heart raced, akin to a fawn in a wild chase. Observing Sui beside her, she felt he seemed indifferent, prompting her to lean closer, nestled intimately against him. This sensation enveloped Hannah in sheer happiness. Meanwhile, General Ross paced anxiously within his chamber. He frequently paused to check the time on his wrist, his face etched with urgency. Just then, the door creaked open, and a man clad in military attire hurriedly entered. What is the situation? General Ross inquired immediately. The man wasted no time, stating, General Ross, I have ascertained that S.H.I.E.L.D. has concealed the Abomination and the Hulk in a villa located in Queens. In a villa? Are you certain? The man nodded vigorously. I am certain. This information was obtained from a high-ranking official within S.H.I.E.L.D. He continued, moreover, during my investigation of the villa, I discovered that it is classified under the highest level of security. I believe they are likely hidden there. General Ross pondered deeply. He was no fool. Something felt amiss. After all, the Hulk had been in a rampaging state, compounded by the presence of the Abomination. It was an exceedingly precarious situation. If the opposing party could neutralize the Hulk and the Abomination, they could undoubtedly eliminate them. As if sensing General Ross's thoughts, the man added, by the way, General Ross, I also uncovered that the owner of the villa has accepted Tony Stark's invitation and plans to head to Monaco the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, General Ross's eyes gleamed with interest. So, does that mean the villa will be unoccupied the day after tomorrow? Yes, it will be unoccupied. With this revelation from his subordinate, General Ross's mind sparked with possibilities. In that case, prepare all necessary arrangements. When the day after tomorrow arrives, you will infiltrate that villa and search for the whereabouts of the Abomination and the Hulk. We want to see the living or the dead. Understood? Yes. I will make the arrangements immediately. Just as the subordinate reached the door, General Ross called out, ensure you prepare S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactical gear. When we act the day after tomorrow, everyone must don S.H.I.E.L.D. attire. Understood. This individual was General Ross's trusted confidant. Fully aware that such matters were classified operations, he promptly set about preparing all necessary arrangements. On the other side, Nick Fury, having learned that the news had spread, sat back in his seat, eagerly awaiting the outcome of the day after tomorrow. He was confident that General Ross would take the initiative. For Nick Fury understood that General Ross would never let the Hulk and the Abomination slip through his fingers. Most importantly, Ross had previously mentioned sharing the research data on the Hulk. Once Ross succeeded, he could dispatch someone to acquire it. It was akin to getting something for nothing. However, Nick Fury was also acutely aware of General Ross's cunning nature. Unsettled, he dispatched several personnel to monitor Ross's movements. Yet, just as General Ross and Nick Fury believed victory was assured, on the school rooftop, Sui unveiled the reward he had received from the chat group. A perfect, side effect-free devil fruit, the Phantom Fruit. Chapter 50, The Phantom Realm. Departure for Monaco. Sui lay against the railing of the rooftop, idly toying with the Phantom Fruit in his hand. His gaze swept across the distant skyscrapers, his penetrating eyes scanning the horizon before finally resting upon the azure expanse of the sky. One might wonder, had Odin not already sensed Hela's escape? Why had no one been dispatched thus far? I was rather eager for a confrontation with them, Sui murmured, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. Subsequently, he took a decisive bite of the devil fruit. In an instant, the juice burst forth within his mouth, a sweetness that permeated the air. To Sui's knowledge, the flavor of a devil fruit was often described as indescribable, purportedly derived from the foulness and unpalatability of the soul. Yet now, what was this delightful taste? As he pondered this, the electronic voice of the chat group echoed in his mind. Ding! The Phantom Devil Fruit is devoid of side effects and is the epitome of a perfect devil fruit. Its perfection extends even to its flavor. Consuming it provides an additional ability, a fruit that can be reused perfectly and without repercussions. Upon hearing the words of the chat group, Sui nodded slightly and swiftly finished the fruit. He then gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. He felt an unfamiliar energy coursing through him. As Sue gradually opened his eyes, a phantom that mirrored his own appearance materialized before him. Examining the phantom, Sue reached out, only to find his hand passing straight through it. Oh, could it truly be a genuine phantom? Apart from granting an additional perspective, it seemed to merely involve phase shifting. With his words barely spoken, Sue's form became increasingly ethereal, while the phantom opposite him grew more substantial. From a certain perspective, it resembled a point-to-point teleportation. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he had only just consumed the fruit. The ability required further development. Although it appeared devoid of combat prowess, it would undoubtedly serve as an excellent support capability. It might even possess the most formidable auxiliary performance of any fruit. With this thought, Sue snapped his fingers, causing the phantom before him to vanish entirely. This time, he intended to leave a phantom at home during his outing, curious to see if there were any limitations regarding distance. However, he found himself quite occupied recently, at least able to explore his newfound powers. With a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, the time soon arrived for school to end. After escorting Hannah home, Sue took Hella to the mall, where they purchased numerous outfits. It was Hella's first experience with shopping, and the sensation felt rather extraordinary to her. After selecting several suitable outfits for outings, Sue and Hella returned to the villa together. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Sue had prepared his luggage, awaiting Tony Stark's arrival to escort them. Meanwhile, Hella was in the living room, playfully interacting with a white dove. "Since when did we have a white dove at home?" she inquired, reaching out to touch the bird. However, her delicate fingers simply passed through the dove's form. At that moment, the dove flapped its wings, soaring toward the distant television, its claws appearing to grasp the screen as it stabilized itself. Hella stood momentarily stunned, glancing at her fingers, perplexed by what had just transpired. Why had her fingers so effortlessly penetrated the dove's body? Given her extensive experiences, she had encountered myriad strange abilities, yet she found herself startled by this white dove. This revelation left Hella feeling astonished. Turning her gaze towards Sue, she hoped for an explanation. In response, Sue extended his finger, and at that moment, the dove flew onto it. "It's merely a rather ordinary ability. There's no need for such astonishment." Upon hearing Sue's nonchalant remark, Hella replied, "Ordinary ability? I am curious what kind of ability could create such a realistic phantom. If it could also simulate sound and presence, it might even conjure an entire illusionary realm. You dare to call such a power ordinary?" At Hella's words, Sue's eyes narrowed slightly. He lowered his arm, and the dove began to flap its wings, circling within the villa. They could even hear the sound of birdsong. Though intangible and unreachable, the phantom fruit could indeed simulate sound and presence. Hella's earlier comments sparked a plethora of thoughts within Sue. Approaching the sofa, he gathered Hella into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss upon her fair forehead. "Truly, my little Hella, your thoughts are remarkably unique." Hella shot Sue a playful glare, her lips parting slightly. "I am not little in the slightest." Afterward, she nestled closer to Sue, her entire being pressing against him, the warmth of her presence igniting a slight heat within him. Just then, the doorbell rang. Tony Stark stood at the entrance, addressing the intercom. "Sue, I've come to pick you up." Hearing Tony's voice, Sue cast a wistful glance at Hella, exclaiming, "Tony certainly knows how to choose his timing. Let us go. We're off to Monaco." With that, Sue turned to the phantom dove, instructing it, "Please keep an eye on the house." "Coo," the dove responded, perching on the television as if it were a real white dove. Subsequently, Sue wrapped his arm around Hella's waist and made his way toward the door, while Tony Stark's assistant placed Sue's suitcase in the trunk. Tony Stark regarded Sue with an easy demeanor, saying, "Trust me, Sue. This will undoubtedly be an incredibly amusing journey. Is that so? Then I shall look forward to it." Sue replied, leaning forward slightly, his gaze landing on the peculiar markings upon Tony's neck, which resembled tattoos. However, being familiar with the narrative, Sue understood the implications behind them. They signified that Tony was deeply poisoned. Who could have anticipated that the very thing intended to save Tony would turn against him in such a lethal manner? As if sensing Sue's scrutiny, Tony glanced at Pepper, feeling a twinge of guilt, and promptly said, "Let us make haste to Monaco. I'm rather eager to depart." Upon hearing Tony Stark's words, Sue nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I find myself rather eager as well, especially considering the abundance of beautiful women there." Before Sue could finish his sentence, he felt Hella's piercing gaze upon him. At that moment, Sue erupted into laughter, wrapping his arm around Hella as they entered the luxurious, extended vehicle. "Tony, let us embark." Chapter 51. The Divine Auxiliary Fruit, the Phantom Fruit. As Sue settled into Tony Stark's lavish car, they made their way to the airport. General Ross and Nick Fury instantly directed their attention towards Sue's villa. Had that fellow already departed from the villa? Report to General Ross. The information is accurate. They have taken Tony Stark's vehicle and are en route to the airport. Upon receiving this news, General Ross's breath quickened slightly. He yearned to rush to Su Yi's villa and seize the Hulk and Abomination's bodies to commence corresponding research immediately. However, he restrained himself at that moment. Wait. Once they board the plane to Monaco, we shall initiate our operation. Understood. Remember, this operation is of the utmost secrecy. We must not allow anyone to know that these individuals are our agents. Once they complete their mission, we shall eliminate them all, understood? It matters not if they are clad in S-H-I-E-L-D uniforms. As long as no one realizes they are my subordinates, there will be no issue. As for the ensuing chaos, let them investigate it themselves. By then, S-H-I-E-L-D will likely be overwhelmed with work. In that time, I shall fervently research the powers of the Hulk and Abomination. I am determined to become an entity even stronger than both. I shall become the most perfect giant. At that point, no one in the world shall be my equal. Reflecting on this, General Ross burst into laughter. Soon after, his informants reported once more, stating that Tony Stark's private jet was already en route to Monaco. Just as General Ross received this news, he had no time to revel in it and immediately commanded the action team. It is time. Commence the operation. I expect to hear good news from you. A voice responded from the communication device. Yes, General Ross. With that, they stealthily advanced towards Su Yi's villa. General Ross then turned to his subordinate beside him and said, "The matter of handling them is in your hands." "Yes, General Ross, I assure the task will be completed." Afterward, General Ross's subordinate exited the room. However, just as he closed the door, his expression darkened considerably. At that moment, the subordinate's heart was filled with rage. He recalled General Ross stating that once the mission was accomplished, those individuals would be entirely dealt with. Did that imply he too was at risk of being eliminated by General Ross? After all, he was one of the informed parties. Once the operatives were all dealt with, only General Ross and he would know the truth. Based on his understanding of General Ross, it was certain that he would not hesitate to eliminate him. An overwhelming sense of unease intertwined with unparalleled anger surged within the subordinate's heart. He had always been loyal to General Ross, yet he was now acutely aware of the possibility of being murdered by him. This indescribable sense of betrayal compelled him to make a decision. At S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury sat in his chair, reviewing the recently gathered intelligence. The information detailed General Ross's various maneuvers over the past few days. However, the reports indicated that General Ross had made no discernible moves, which struck Nick Fury as peculiar. After all, General Ross had been willing to pay any price for the Hulk. Now, with no one at the villa, sending someone there should undoubtedly yield results. Why then? Had General Ross remained inactive? "Coulson, is this all the intelligence you could gather?" Coulson nodded slightly, responding, "Director, this is the extent of our capabilities. If we continue to probe further, we risk attracting the attention of the higher-ups." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury sighed. Despite S-H-I-E-L-D's formidable prowess, they felt quite helpless when faced with those at the very top. After all, their funding was primarily sourced from them. Otherwise, how could they possibly operate such a vast intelligence apparatus? Just then, Coulson received a message that caused his countenance to shift dramatically. "Director, someone has specifically requested to see you, claiming to possess information regarding General Ross." Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury's expression changed instantly. "Have him transferred over," and immediately traced the signal's source. Understood. As Coulson spoke, he swiftly began his tasks. Meanwhile, Nick Fury activated the communication device to connect with General Ross's subordinate. "I have information regarding General Ross, but in exchange, I require a few conditions." "Conditions? No one can impose conditions upon me." After speaking, Nick Fury signaled Coulson to expedite the search for the signal's origin. "However, this time you will have to acquiesce to my terms. Time is of the essence, Nick Fury. Do you truly wish to remain unaware of General Ross's activities over these past few days?" Nick Fury's demeanor remained unchanged. He asserted that aside from his interactions with Su Yi, he had never shown weakness. "Oh, why do I get the impression that you are quite anxious? It appears you are the one running out of time." The subordinate's expression faltered. Indeed, he was acutely aware that his time was limited, especially while conversing with Nick Fury. He felt as if Nick Fury had seen through him entirely, which was profoundly unsettling. Since prolonging the situation would only lead to doom, he promptly stated to Nick Fury, "Cooperation means mutual benefit. Refusal to cooperate means misfortune for both of us." As the subordinate concluded his statement, Coulson immediately placed the tracked signal before Nick Fury. Nick Fury observed that the source of the signal was, unmistakably, within General Ross's territory. Since you claim time is short, enlighten me with your information and demands. The subordinate cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure no one else was present before addressing Nick Fury. My demands are for SHIELD to provide me with 24-hour protection and a sum of $100 billion. $100 billion. Why don't you just rob a bank? It would be far more lucrative, wouldn't it? Nick Fury's expression remained unperturbed as his fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table, his mind racing with thoughts. I have agreed to your terms. Now, please divulge what you know. The subordinate received a response from Nick Fury, and a wave of relief washed over his face. Revealing a gentle smile, he promptly relayed all the information he possessed to Nick Fury. At that moment, Nick Fury finally grasped General Ross's intentions. A chilling sensation surged up the back of Nick Fury's neck, causing goosebumps to rise upon his skin. Had it not been for this informant, they might still be buried beneath the weight of their predicament. Just the mere presence of SHIELD's uniform would have been sufficient to land Nick Fury in a dire situation. The most terrifying of all was not anyone else, but rather Sue. Without a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury declared, "You must intercept them immediately. I will offer you $2 billion and the protection of elite agents." However, just as Nick Fury uttered these words, communication was abruptly severed. The subordinate took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart before proceeding towards the mission site. Although $2 billion was an enticing offer, he found himself precariously walking a tightrope. His absolute safety had to come first. As the saying goes, if the friend dies, the monk survives. Only by eliminating those tasked with the mission could he secure his own unique position. In that eventuality, as the sole witness, SHIELD would undoubtedly ensure his protection. Such is the cruelty of the world. Everyone yearns to escape the role of a pawn, striving desperately to become the player. What? You speak of Sue? Apologies, but that individual is an exception. On the private jet, Sue held a goblet, savoring the fragrant wine with utmost care. While Hela gazed out at the sky, this marked her inaugural flight, and the novelty of the experience was enough to keep her captivated for quite some time. Tony Stark observed the two with a hint of melancholy in his expression. Sue, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Before Tony Stark could finish his sentence, Sue interrupted him, stating nonchalantly, Are you referring to the palladium poisoning? Tony Stark paused, taken aback, and instinctively asked, How did you know? You dismissed your personal assistant. If it isn't palladium poisoning, then what could it be? Tony Stark sighed, realizing that such matters were undoubtedly beyond concealment from someone of Sue's caliber. With that, Tony Stark retrieved a blood-testing device from his pocket and pressed his fingertip against it. After a few seconds, a reading of 29 appeared on the display. The concentration of palladium in my system has reached 29. When it hits 100, I fear I shall meet my demise. He continued, Thus, I wish to ask if you possess any means to remedy this situation? Upon hearing Tony Stark's words, Sue stifled a yawn. Indeed, I have several methods at my disposal. This revelation instantly brightened Tony Stark's eyes. He had been grappling with the issue of palladium poisoning for quite some time, even rearranging every element he could think of to no avail. Without palladium, death was imminent, yet continuing its use would lead to the same fate. This had driven him to the brink of despair. However, at that moment, Sue added, But Tony, what are you willing to offer in exchange for my solution? Tony Stark hesitated, but before he could respond, Sue remarked, Well, there's no rush. Take your time to ponder. I'm feeling tired, so I shall retire to my quarters for some rest. With that, Sue took Hela by the hand and made her way to the private jet's cabin, leaving Tony Stark deep in thought. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, upon witnessing the communication cutoff, immediately dispatched Coulson and Natasha to rush to Sue's villa and prevent the mission from proceeding. Yet, they were ultimately too late. General Ross's subordinates, clad in SHIELD uniforms, arrived at Sue's villa. At that moment, a white dove on the television turned its gaze towards the intruders, promptly fluttering away. The unassuming dove drew no attention from anyone. Upon entering the villa, the intruders swiftly connected to General Ross's communication device. General Ross, we have entered the villa. Immediately search for Abomination and the Hulk. Yes. Consequently, the 10 team members employed various devices to conduct a search within the villa. The scene witnessed by the dove was simultaneously transmitted into Sue's mind. Through the dove's eyes, Sue observed the uninvited guests within his villa, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Dressed in SHIELD attire, yet communicating with General Ross. Clearly, the allure of the Hulk and abomination was indeed substantial. What is it, Sui? Hela inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Hearing Hela's words, Sui shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Just a few unexpected guests have arrived at home. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Hela. She had long regarded the villa as her own home. As the goddess of death, Hela had fought numerous battles. Apart from her homeland of Asgard, this villa was her favorite sanctuary. Now, someone had dared to intrude uninvited. If Hela possessed divine powers, she would surely teach these intruders the true meaning of death. Sui, do not be too hasty in ending their lives. Instead, let them descend into hell laden with endless fear and regret. At Hela's words, Sui embraced her gently. Fear not, I know how to handle this. I shall return shortly. With that, Sui's form became increasingly ethereal. Meanwhile, the dove's phantom gradually morphed into Sui's likeness. As this transformation occurred, Sui utilized the powers of the phantom fruit to completely conceal his presence, ensuring that not a single person detected this bizarre spectacle. Stretching his limbs, Sui grew more satisfied with the abilities granted by the phantom fruit. Perhaps its enhancement of combat prowess was not substantial, but its supportive effects were undeniably divine. Thus, while the 10 individuals searched the villa, the true owner, Sui, trailed behind, observing their every move. Everything felt distinctly eerie. Chapter 52, Phantoms, Terrifying Beasts. Following closely behind the agents, Sui activated the video feature of the chat group to broadcast live. Members of the group flooded into the live stream. Kiragayo Asuna, what is going on? Has someone broken into your home? CC, is this what they call the legendary The Yellow Bird is behind? Edward Elric, this is no yellow bird. It's more akin to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hinata Hyuga, a Tyrannosaurus Rex? How could you say such things about Brother Sue? Hinata Hyuga, Anger JPG. Whitebeard, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel there's an essence of fruit in the air. Sui indeed. This is the ability of the phantom fruit, a reward bestowed upon me after my call for help was completed. Sui harbored no secrets, as the members of the group were already aware of the privileges associated with the rewards. Asuna Yuki, what powers does the phantom fruit possess? I've been preparing for some gold recently, and when the time comes, I intend to purchase a fruit from Old Man Whitebeard. Upon reading Asuna Yuki's words, Sui promptly replied in the group, I believe the phantom fruit is nothing short of a divine auxiliary fruit with countless developmental directions. Just watch closely. With that, Sui patted the shoulder of the agent in front of him. Upon feeling a hand on his shoulder, the agent turned around warily without a moment's hesitation. Yet, everything seemed perfectly normal. The phantom fruit continuously simulated the surrounding illusions, enveloping Sui's figure within, achieving an effect of invisibility. Thus, the agent was utterly oblivious to the presence of another person behind him. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the agent's brow. He distinctly felt something pat his shoulder. Yet upon turning, there was nothing there. The members of the chat group erupted in laughter. Asuna Yuki, ha ha ha, did you see the expression on that agent's face? He is completely bewildered. CC, yes, we saw it. Really, we're not blind. How could we miss that? Esther, it seems the group leader is delightfully wicked. And I absolutely adore it. Yuo no Hanari. I am curious how long their spirits can endure this. Edward Elric, if it were me, I'd probably faint from fright. The members of the chat group were engrossed in the live video. Sui, reveling in the playful spirit, would occasionally poke the agent or smash a cup, creating a cacophony of sounds and oddities that sent the 10 agents into a frenzy of screams. Their terrified cries resonated through the communication device, reaching General Ross's ears. He felt a buzzing in his ears, but before he could speak, the device crackled with static. No matter how General Ross tried to contact the 10 agents, there was no response. Sui had activated a jamming device, which he had purchased for 100 points in the points shop, now proving to be quite useful. Unbeknownst to them, the 10 agents who had arrived at Sui's villa had now formed a tight circle, back to back, their eyes scanning the eerie surroundings. Cold sweat had already soaked their clothes. Listening to the static emanating from the communication device, they instinctively swallowed hard. This place felt incredibly strange, as if haunted. Just moments ago, I saw my reflection in the mirror, and it suddenly smiled at me. This is utterly terrifying. Hearing the words of his comrades, the captain's face turned a ghastly shade. But with the mission at hand, they had to see it through. Taking a deep breath, the captain suppressed his rising fear and addressed his team. Let us not separate this time. The person who lives here has already left and won't be back for several days. Pausing, he added, no matter what, we must succeed in this mission. Failure is not an option. I refuse to believe this place is truly haunted. Meanwhile, Sui sat on the sofa, observing the agents who were now on high alert. Backs pressed together, A slight smirk danced on his lips. He raised his hand slightly, activating the ability of the phantom fruit. Countless illusions manifested under his control. Terrifying images reminiscent of monsters began to emerge from the ceiling, as blood appeared to drip from above. Though the illusions lacked physical form, the atmosphere they created was palpably sinister, chilling the very air of the room. One agent, sensing something amiss, glanced upward at the ceiling. His pupils dilated, and his eyes rolled back. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, startling everyone. The captain's heart tightened in alarm. "Hey, what is wrong with you? This isn't a time for jokes." With that, the captain crouched down, nudging the fallen agent and checking his eyelids carefully. But the outcome plunged the captain's heart into despair. He seems dead. The captain, overwhelmed by dread, struggled to articulate his thoughts. The pent-up anxiety within him erupted at that moment. Suddenly, another agent caught sight of the horrifying illusions drifting down from the ceiling, and he screamed in terror. His face drained of color, his weakened body instinctively crumpled to the floor. That scream drew the attention of all the others, who followed the direction of his gaze to the ceiling above. An unparalleled fear gripped them, and when they regained their composure, they realized they seemed ensnared in an ocean of blood, with terrifying monsters looming before them. These creatures defied description, their numerous tentacles writhing menacingly in the air. "Shoot! Shoot! For heaven's sake, shoot!" The captain shouted in terror, regardless of how the other agents reacted. He aimed his weapon at the looming monster before him. But just then, gunfire erupted from behind him. The acrid scent of gunpowder wafted to the captain's nostrils. Pain surged through him, jarring his senses. His once strong arm gradually fell limp, and the firearm clattered to the ground. Looking down, he saw his abdomen riddled with bullets, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wounds. At that moment, the captain turned to his teammates, using the last of his strength to ask, "Why? Why?" Yet, just as his words fell from his lips, a barrage of bullets struck him anew. The captain met his fate. Chapter 53. I need an explanation. Why? The captain, in his final moments, slowly turned to gaze behind him, bewildered by the reasons for this betrayal. Why would his comrades aim their weapons at him? What could possibly be the reason? But now, he was too weak to comprehend. With a gentle closure of his eyes, he succumbed entirely to the abyss of darkness. Upon witnessing their captain's demise, a flicker of exhilaration flashed in the eyes of his teammates. The monster has been vanquished. How splendid. Does this imply that these creatures can indeed be slain? If so, what is there to fear? Let us rally our firepower and carve a bloody path forward. Yet, just as this agent's words echoed, he beheld his counterpart morphing into a terrifying beast. Before his mind could process the transformation, his body instinctively squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the monstrous figure before him. The gunfire erupted continuously, each bullet piercing through the creature until it lay lifeless on the ground, allowing him a moment of relief. However, in that instant, another shot rang out towards him. This harrowing and surreal scene was perpetually unfolding, akin to marionettes manipulated at the whim of a puppeteer. "Such power is simply astounding," exclaimed Malhanaretsu. "As long as the illusion is cast upon an individual, it can disorient the enemy's vision, leading them to annihilate one another." Whitebeard remarked sagely, "Indeed, there are no worthless fruits, only inept users." This horrifying application, if unleashed on the battlefield, would yield extraordinary results. Isteth added, "Not only on the battlefield, even in solitary combat, it allows for stealth and distraction, making it a formidable weapon in life-or-death struggles." CC chimed in, "I recall Whitebeard mentioning that fruits could awaken. I wonder how powerful Su Yi's illusion fruit will become upon awakening." Whitebeard, "I am on the verge of accumulating enough gold. I do not desire a fruit as potent as Su Yi's, merely one that is not overly difficult to develop." Yuki Asuna declared, "I too wish to grow stronger." Hinata Hugo encouraged, "Sister Asuna, you can certainly do it. We believe in you." CC replied, "Humph, I intend to train diligently as well. Should we have a friendly competition at that time? Yuki Asuna? Let us compete. Who is afraid?" Yuki Asuna retorted. Meanwhile, in reality, Su Yi wielded the power of the illusion fruit, plunging the agents into a frenzy of self-destruction. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the villa until only one agent remained. He had endured 3 shots to the abdomen, none of which were fatal. Thanks to his exceptional physique, the injuries were not severe. Observing the grotesque creatures before him, he finally felt a sense of calm wash over him. Just then, Su Yi withdrew the power of the illusion fruit. In that moment, the once terrifying villa returned to normalcy. All that remained were the lifeless bodies strewn about, soaked in an ocean of blood, staining the floor. In an instant, the last standing agent felt his heart momentarily halt as disbelief washed over him. The absence of the horrific illusions unveiled the stark reality before him. What he had perceived as monstrous entities were, in truth, reflections of their own terrifying nature. He extended his hands, gazing at his palms stained with the blood of his comrades. The fleeting exhilaration of survival dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming tide of guilt and remorse. The events that had transpired replayed vividly in his mind, transforming from nightmarish phantoms into the shock and confusion of his allies. The agent surveyed his surroundings, realizing he should never have come here. With that thought, he slowly retrieved his handgun, opened his mouth, and pressed the barrel against his lips, choosing to embrace the finality of his actions. At that moment, Su Yi's figure emerged from the shadows of the sofa, observing the scene with a sigh. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the aftermath of intruding into my domain. However, I shall not spare Nick Fury and General Ross either. Just as Su Yi contemplated this, two figures approached from outside. Natasha and Coulson, having received orders from the director, arrived at Su Yi's villa with the intent to intervene. However, upon entering, they were met with the sight of Su Yi lounging on the sofa amidst the corpses of 10 agents. They froze momentarily, taken aback. Su Yi's gaze fell upon them, preparing to unleash his acting prowess. What seems to be the matter? Did your intelligence suggest I had already boarded a flight to Monaco? Natasha, maintaining a semblance of composure, replied. Su Yi, please allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive. Explain? Tell me, how do you intend to justify this? Su Yi retorted, his voice laced with ire, his anger palpable. Yet unbeknownst to Natasha and Coulson, while he feigned outrage, he was simultaneously engaging in a light-hearted exchange within the chat group. Su Yi, what do you think? Is my acting commendable? Hinata Hyuga, brother Su Yi is the greatest. Yuki Asuna, that performance could surely win an award. The atmosphere grew tense as Su Yi advanced towards Natasha, his imposing presence bearing down on her. Tell me, where is S.H.I.L.D.S. headquarters? Did not Nick Fury express a desire to find me? Now I am seeking him out for an explanation. The overwhelming aura pressed upon Natasha, rendering her breathless. The unparalleled intensity of his presence clouded her thoughts. In this moment, even with her extensive training, she found herself unable to regain control. Under the pressure, she divulged Nick Fury's location. At that moment, Su Yi stepped forward, his figure vanishing from their sight. As he departed, Natasha felt the air become more bearable. Coulson, meanwhile, collapsed onto the floor, vowing never to endure such a sensation again. What should we do now, Natasha? Coulson inquired. Should we take advantage of Su Yi's absence to investigate this villa? Natasha, hearing his suggestion, retorted sharply, if you wish to die, go ahead, but do not involve me. She then added, however, before we leave, we should handle these bodies. Yet when Natasha approached the pile of corpses, an unprecedented strangeness gripped her. Instinctively, she uttered, these individuals were not slain by Su Yi. Coulson's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. If it wasn't Su Yi who had slain them, then who could it possibly be? Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing the positions of the fallen bodies and the locations of their bullet wounds, mentally reconstructing the sequence of events. This was merely a fundamental skill for her. In no time, Natasha completed her deductions, yet the outcome left her in disbelief. It appeared that they had engaged in mutual destruction. Coulson repeated, mutual destruction? How could that be possible? He hastened to the side of the corpses, and based on the surrounding bullets and their scattered positions, it was evident that these individuals had indeed perished in a fratricidal conflict. What on earth had transpired during this time? Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound incredulity. The thought that Su Yi was likely seeking their director, Nick Fury, sent a silent prayer through their minds, hoping that nothing untoward would befall him. They then began to process the scene. Meanwhile, upon learning Nick Fury's location, Su Yi dashed towards him with remarkable speed, reaching his destination in a mere 5 seconds. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed in the room where Nick Fury anxiously awaited the outcome, causing his heart to sink. Turning around, he saw Su Yi's figure materialize before him, still playing his part with a countenance suffused with rage and an aura of danger emanating from him. Nick Fury, Su Yi proclaimed, I require your explanation. Why did you send someone to inspect my villa while I was away on vacation? Nick Fury forced himself to remain calm. Su Yi's imposing presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. It's a misunderstanding. This is all a setup by General Ross. I have already found witnesses who, before Nick Fury could finish, Su Yi interrupted him. I am not interested in your explanations. I simply wish to know what you intend to do about this. With that, Su Yi's formidable aura intensified as he gazed at the dark-skinned man before him. He was aware that these individuals had been dispatched by General Ross, for he had been present at the scene. They had come seeking something he possessed. Nick Fury, astute as ever, sensed the underlying meaning of Su Yi's words. A surge of frustration welled within him, yet he felt utterly powerless in the face of Su Yi's strength. He sighed and said, "Very well. Tell me what I must do to quell your anger." As he uttered these words, he silently vowed, "Ross, just you wait. I will not forgive you easily this time." Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Su Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and his imposing aura diminished. "Nick Fury, I find your attitude satisfactory. My demands are not excessive. I simply require all the data held by S.H.I.E.L.D. What say you? All the data? No, that is absolutely impossible. Even as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I cannot comply with that request. Since the inception of S.H.I.E.L.D., the volume of information we possess is staggering. Not to mention the fundamental member information. The scientific data contained within is far beyond what one individual can fully control. The research documents include highly classified files, such as those on longevity serums, enhancements to physical capabilities, and the largely restored super soldier serum. Even if they were destroyed, such information could never be handed over to others, given the catastrophic implications it holds. It could lead to global chaos in no time. Sui had merely mentioned this casually, for he had no real use for such things. In truth, he looked down upon them. Thus, he shifted the conversation. Addressing Nick Fury, if I recall correctly, you should still possess the belongings of Tony Stark's father. Nick Fury understood precisely what Sui referred to. It was the secret of an element that Tony Stark's father had concealed within the city planning documents. As he had been unable to create a new element due to the technological limitations of his time, intending to pass it on to his son in the future, Nick Fury had attempted to research it, but had yielded no results. He was genuinely curious about Su Yi's intentions regarding this item. However, for Nick Fury, this represented the best resolution. Exchanging something of no use to himself to diffuse the current situation was, in his view, quite worthwhile. Then, Sui, please wait here for a moment while I arrange for it to be delivered to you. Nick Fury promptly contacted his subordinates to hand over Tony Stark's father's belongings to Sui, without a hint of hesitation or reluctance. Sui nodded slightly. In that case, I shall pretend that nothing has transpired, but I hope such incidents do not recur in the future. Oh, and here is a little gift for you. I hope you enjoy it. Saying this, Sui produced a small pumpkin from his pocket and tossed it to Nick Fury. Receiving the unexpected gift from the formidable figure, Nick Fury caught it hastily. Shortly thereafter, Sui, with the newly acquired items in hand, hummed a tune and departed through the window. Finally free from Su Yi's presence, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, when he glanced at the small pumpkin in his hand, he couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs. Immediately, Nick Fury's expression shifted. Mother, is this guy attempting to kill me? As the realization struck him, he hurled the pumpkin grenade aside and lunged forward. A sharp crack echoed within Nick Fury's office. Contrary to his expectations of an explosion, there was no chaos whatsoever. Instead, a melody filled the air, leaving Nick Fury utterly bewildered. Following the sound, he looked toward the pumpkin bomb, which had ejected a figure resembling a clown, akin to a music box, playing a tune. Rising from the ground, Nick Fury picked up the pumpkin bomb and muttered in exasperation, "That insufferable scoundrel. He truly believes he can act with impunity, relying solely on his strength." If Sui had heard Nick Fury's words, he would undoubtedly have replied, "Indeed. And what of it? Tell me, are you angry?" At that moment, an agent entered from outside. Hawkeye? A seasoned operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye possessed extraordinary talent, excelling in archery, swordsmanship, and various combat techniques. While also being an elite hacker, he stepped inside and addressed Nick Fury, saying, "Director, the individual has been brought in and is currently in the interrogation room." Nick Fury casually tossed the pumpkin bomb he held into a nearby trash bin and replied to Hawkeye, "I will go personally. Meanwhile, keep a close watch on General Ross's movements. Notify me immediately if any intelligence arises." "Yes, Director." Nick Fury exited the office, contemplating, "Ross, you cunning old fox. It is time for you to enjoy your twilight years, preferably behind bars." Meanwhile, General Ross, unable to reach the 10 agents, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He stood in the command center at the rear, gazing at Su Yi's villa through satellite imagery. All he could see was a blur, rendering any discernible detail impossible, as if something had thoroughly obscured the scene. Curse it, what could it be? We must not fail. With this thought, General Ross immediately attempted to contact his subordinates. However, the communication device took an agonizingly long time to connect. "What on earth has happened? Have you killed them all?" General Ross's voice reached his subordinates' ears, and, concurrently, the others in the interrogation room. Nick Fury gave a slight nod to the subordinate, who took a deep breath and responded to General Ross. Yes. The mission here is complete. I have dealt with them all, and Abomination and the Hulk are currently being transported to you. Is that so? Then I shall wait here. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, General Ross felt a measure of relief. Although he could not contact the team, the mission was still proceeding methodically. Nonetheless, a sense of unease began to stir within him. As this feeling grew, he made his way to his secret chamber, where the gamma device had been constructed. Originally, he had intended to wait until it was fully perfected before using it himself, yet now this ominous premonition lingered in his mind. As a wily veteran, he understood the necessity of being prepared for any eventuality, even for failure. Should the worst occur, and his secrets be exposed, he would have no choice but to utilize the gamma device to enhance his own strength. Meanwhile, Sue-Yi had concluded the live broadcast and returned the items to the villa's basement. The villa had been tidied up by Natasha and Coulson, now devoid of bullets, blood, or bodies. After placing everything in order, Sue-Yi's figure slowly dissipated, transforming back into an illusion. In Tony Stark's private jet, Sue-Yi gradually became solid again. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Hela teasing him with strands of his hair. Hela paused when she noticed Sue-Yi had awakened, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness from being caught in her playful act. However, Sue-Yi was entirely unperturbed. With a sweeping motion, he pulled Hela into his embrace and pressed his lips against hers. Moments later, the plane touched down at Monaco Airport, and everyone disembarked from Tony Stark's private jet, boarding a luxurious, extended limousine. Just then, Tony Stark's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he turned to Sue-Yi and quipped, "Oh, it's that guy Nick Fury. Whenever he calls, it's never good news." With that, Tony Stark hung up. Almost immediately, Pepper Potts, seated beside him, received a call. Seeing this, she answered the phone, and Nick Fury's voice emerged from the receiver. Sue-Yi, you should be nearby. I need your assistance." Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Sue-Yi teasingly replied, "Oh, is this Mr. Nick Fury? What can I do for you? Are you dissatisfied with the gift I gave you?" Sue-Yi spoke with an impeccable broadcasting tone, his playful tone irking Nick Fury, who wished he could retaliate physically. Yet, considering Sue-Yi's formidable power, Nick Fury opted for cordiality. "Sue-Yi, the situation is extremely urgent. General Ross has transformed into the Red Hulk and is wreaking havoc everywhere. We desperately need your help. But I'm currently on vacation. You should find someone else." Sue-Yi's voice, transmitted through Pepper's phone, caused Nick Fury's speech to accelerate dramatically. No, Sue-Yi. You can continue your vacation. Just hand over the Hulk to us, and we can discuss compensation later. Tony Stark, overhearing Nick Fury's plea, couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected sight of the renowned agent having to negotiate terms with Sue-Yi. This realization lightened Tony's mood considerably. Knowing that Sue-Yi possessed numerous means of salvation, he felt no need to panic. Why not just enjoy a wild time in Monaco? Upon hearing Nick Fury's request, Sue-Yi responded, "That's fine, but the Hulk and Abomination are resting at the bottom of the central pond in the villa area." Pepper. Tony Stark. Nick Fury. Chapter 55. Alright. Quite spirited. Nick Fury never anticipated that such powerful entities as the Hulk and Abomination could simply be tossed into a pond by Sue-Yi. What, after all, had they accomplished with their previous efforts? Observing Sue-Yi's nonchalance, he lamented that they should have searched the villa's vicinity beforehand. Had they done so, they could have discreetly removed them. But now, it was too late to dwell on that. This was a price he would have to pay. With a resigned sigh, Nick Fury wasted no time and promptly ended the call, instructing his subordinates to retrieve the frozen remains of the Hulk and Abomination from the pond's depths. They needed the Hulk's strength, otherwise, they stood no chance against the Red Hulk. After all, the Red Hulk was formidable, nearly on par with the Hulk in his normal state. This urgency was precisely why Nick Fury was so anxious. After Pepper hung up the phone, she sighed and remarked, "It seems the world is truly unsettled these days." Upon finishing her words, Pepper Potts cast a glance at Tony Stark, her beautiful eyes filled with unspoken concern. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, engrossed in a magazine, presented it to Sue-Yi. "Sue-Yi, the Monaco Racing Club is undoubtedly one of the world's premier racing clubs. I've booked a spot for this afternoon's race. Would you care to join me?" "Sure, I'd love to give it a try. I have quite an affinity for racing." "Is that so? Well, I shan't go easy on you." While he may struggle in other arenas against Sue-Yi, Tony Stark was confident in his prowess on the racetrack. After all, for a debonair like him, racing was akin to a rite of passage. Just as they were conversing, the skies above underwent a dramatic transformation. Dark clouds rolled in, and thunder roared. The inky clouds enveloped the sky like a curtain, obscuring the previously splendid weather and scenery. Tony Stark peered out the window and remarked, "I never expected that on our first day in Monaco, we would encounter such weather. I wonder if the race can proceed this afternoon?" However, no one responded to Tony Stark's query. All that could be seen was Hela gazing skyward, her brows slightly furrowed, her expression tinged with gravity. At this juncture, Sue-E turned to Tony Stark and inquired, "Tony, when will we arrive at the hotel?" "I've reserved the entire Monaco International Hotel. We can see that building from here." Before Tony Stark could reply, Sue-E continued, "In that case, let us head over now. We can discuss anything else tomorrow." With that, Sue-E opened the car door and, without hesitation, scooped Hela into her arms, exiting the moving vehicle. As they departed, Sue-E casually closed the door behind them, leaving Tony Stark and Pepper Potts utterly astonished. Pepper, at that moment, turned to Tony Stark and asked, "Tony, does your friend always leave like this?" Tony Stark, momentarily taken aback, replied, "This is my first time inviting him." He watched in bewilderment as Sue-E and Hela disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Sue-E had already taken Hela to the top floor of the Monaco International Hotel. Standing there, it felt as if they could reach out and touch the clouds above, emphasizing their density. Hela nestled against Sue-E, expressing, "Sue-E, I don't know why, but seeing these thunderclouds gives me an ominous feeling." "Ominous, you say?" Sue-E had noticed the change in Hela's expression earlier and had initially thought it might be due to Thor or the Mjolnir falling. However, upon closer inspection, he sensed nothing within the swirling storm. He gently patted Hela's delicate shoulder and reassured her, "Hela, don't overthink it. You are my pillow, and I can't sleep without you." Upon hearing Sue-Ye's words, Hela felt a weight lift from her heart. "Me too. I can't sleep without holding you." Her eyes twinkled as her aura underwent a dramatic transformation, a torrent of deathly energy radiating from her, counterbalancing the tempest above. The thunder roared, arcs of electricity crackled, and the terrifying lightning coalesced within the storm clouds. In an instant, brilliance flashed as bolts of lightning descended upon Hela and Sue-E like divine swords. In that moment, Hela stepped forward, her hands weaving through her raven hair. Clad in a battle outfit that intertwined hues of deep ink and verdant green, she showcased her alluring form. Her terrifying aura surged exponentially as she waved her delicate hand, conjuring the night sky sword, which shot forth to meet the lightning. The speed of the night sky sword surpassed that of the lightning, its resonance audible even amidst the thunder. In an explosive collision, the lightning and the night sky sword clashed. A chilling wave of lethal intent intertwined with the destructive force of the thunder, creating a blinding luminescence in the heavens. A fierce wind surged, enveloping both Hela and Sue-E. As the brilliance gradually faded, Hela floated gracefully in the air, reminiscent of Sue-Ye's self-introduction earlier. Gazing at Sue-E, Hela said softly, "Sue-E, let me reintroduce myself. I am Hela Odinson, the goddess of death of Asgard." Yet, as she uttered these words, doubts gnawed at her heart. She feared that revealing her identity might invoke disdain from Sue-E, or that he might struggle to accept a woman dubbed as Death. However, as Hela wrestled with her thoughts, Sue-E shook his head, causing her heart to flutter with uncertainty. But then, she heard his voice cut through her turmoil. "Hela, you seem rather unspirited. Come, let me show you how to invigorate yourself." With those words, Sue-E ascended into the air, enveloping Hela's waist with his arm as he charged toward the tumultuous clouds above. His muscles tensed as he propelled himself forward with great force. Boom! The might of his punch dispersed the dark clouds, bathing both of them in sunlight. "Hela, unleash your ambitions. Proclaim to the world that you have returned." Feeling Sue-Ye's embrace tighten around her, Hela realized she was the happiest person in the world. She looked skyward and declared, "I, Hela, vow to slay Odin, reclaim Asgard, and ascend as its queen." Upon hearing Hela's proclamation, Sue-E responded, "Excellent. That's the spirit." Chapter 56, Odin's Throne. Asgard. On the throne, Odin, who had been in a light slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he keenly sensed Hela's presence. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent was unmistakable to him. He hadn't anticipated that Hela would regain her powers so swiftly. It seemed that her return to her peak was imminent. Odin muttered to himself, contemplating Hela's terrifying strength, feeling a pressing burden on his shoulders. He was aging. Though his divine powers remained, his body was undeniably frail, and his combat prowess had diminished significantly. Furthermore, the fighting capabilities of his sons Thor and Loki fell short of his expectations. Once Hela reached her full potential and returned to Asgard, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Realizing that time was of the essence, Odin understood he must decisively defeat Hela before her complete recovery. Sitting on his throne, He pondered for a long while. At once, the command was given for Thor and Loki to be summoned. From his elevated throne, Odin gazed down upon the two. His authoritative voice resonated in their ears. Thor, Loki, you are both my sons. I present you with a task. Whoever completes it first shall inherit my throne and become the next king of Asgard. Upon Odin's proclamation, a glimmer of determination sparkled in the eyes of both Loki and Thor. Asgard revered strength, and the throne Odin occupied was the very embodiment of it. With a swift glance, Loki addressed Odin. Father, may I inquire what this task entails? Observing Loki's eagerness, Odin merely replied with a calm demeanor. The task is to journey to Midgard and slay a woman named Hela. He further stated, I shall enter into a deep slumber while you undertake this mission. When you succeed, I shall awaken to conduct your coronation ceremony. At this moment, Thor spoke up. Father, how are we to locate this woman? Odin pondered for a moment. As his son, Thor possessed the bloodline that would allow him to sense Hela's presence whenever she was nearby. However, Loki, being the child of the frost giant king whom Odin had rescued from the battlefield, lacked this blood connection. With this thought in mind, Odin made a decisive resolution. He extended his hand, drawing forth 2 drops of divine blood from his fingertips. The blood floated gracefully through the air, coming to rest before Thor and Loki. My blood shall guide you. Remember, whoever accomplishes the task first shall gain the right to inherit the throne. With that, Odin's form began to dissipate. As he retreated to the deepest recesses of Asgard to rest, seeking to restore himself to peak condition in case of failure, lest Hela mount an assault on Asgard. Observing Odin's descent into slumber, Loki's mind began to race with possibilities. Thor and Loki carefully collected the divine blood before Thor urged, Loki, let us head to the Bifrost and proceed to Midgard. Midgard, of course, referred to Earth. However, upon hearing Thor's suggestion, Loki replied, you may go ahead. I have certain preparations to attend to. With that, he strode purposefully toward the palace exit. Thor hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to set forth first, bolstered by his unwavering confidence in his abilities. Once the Bifrost was activated, a smile finally graced Loki's face. He possessed a keen understanding of his own combat prowess. Thus, after witnessing Odin truly succumb to slumber, Loki made his way to the vaults of Asgard. He intended to wield the power of the Destroyer. With the might of the Destroyer, he would accomplish this task. After all, Odin had never explicitly prohibited the use of such artifacts. Suddenly, Loki's gaze fell upon the frost box in the corner. For reasons unknown, he felt an unusual allure toward it. However, as he was already inclined to take the Destroyer, he saw no harm in also acquiring the frost box. Although it was cursed for any race other than the frost giants, as a trump card, it was still quite valuable. With this in mind, Loki took both the Destroyer and the frost box, persuading Heimdall in Odin's name to use the Bifrost to travel to Midgard. Meanwhile, in Midgard, specifically on Earth, the Monaco Grand Prix was proceeding as scheduled, unaffected by the earlier incident involving Sue-E. At this moment, Sue-E and Hela were dining in a restaurant, savoring the exquisite cuisine of Monaco. Hela, seated beside Sue-E, inquired, Sue-E, do you truly not mind my identity? Of course not. In fact, I find it rather exhilarating, Sue-E replied confidently. Exhilarating? Hela echoed, her tone betraying her surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. As a confident woman, a blush crept onto her cheeks. All right, enough with the banter. Let us discuss serious matters. Hela continued, my body has fully recovered, and my divine powers are rapidly returning, yet I still have some time before reaching my peak. I suspect Odin will not let this opportunity slip by. He may very well send someone to eliminate me upon sensing my presence. What do you intend to do? Sue-E effortlessly wrapped his arms around Hela, responding, simple, we deal with one problem at a time, and once you are fully restored, we shall venture to Asgard together, where you will claim the title of queen. How does that sound? Hela, her cheeks still tinged with color, gazed intently at Sue-E. Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You're anticipating that my ascension to the throne of Asgard will heighten the thrill for you, she teased. Sue-E erupted in laughter. Come now, darling, open wide, he said, playfully offering her a morsel from his plate. Let us eat quickly. The race is about to commence. And you need not worry about matters with Odin. Once you are back to full strength, we shall seize Asgard together. Hela nodded slightly at Sue-E's words, but the thought of Odin ignited an unprecedented fury within her. Chapter 57. Eyes upon the crowd after their meal, Sue-E and Hela joined Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. Hey, Tony, are you ready to lose to me? Sue-E declared with unshakable confidence. Tony Stark shrugged. As you can see, I'm always prepared to win against you. Ha ha. That spirit is commendable, but make sure you possess the requisite skills as well. We shall see who prevails on the racetrack. With that, Sue-Yi and Tony Stark made their way into the Monaco Racing Club. As they entered, they attracted the attention of those around them. "Look, is that Tony Stark?" one exclaimed. "It truly is Tony Stark. My goodness, he is here in Monaco. Who is that striking figure beside him? They look incredibly handsome together," another remarked. "To walk alongside Tony Stark is certainly no small feat. Wait, I recognize that guy. He is the largest shareholder of Stark Industries." With that, the astonishment directed toward Tony Stark swiftly shifted to Sue-Yi. A smirk played upon Sue-Yi's lips. Indeed, he reveled in the awe and admiration of the crowd. Hela, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile as well. For her, being able to stay by Sue-Yi's side is the greatest happiness. "Hyla, would you like to join me?" "No, I've heard that there's popcorn to enjoy in the stands." Upon hearing Hyla's words, Sue-Yi leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Hyla, hasn't your divine power already been restored? Logically, you shouldn't need food to replenish your energy." Immediately, Hyla's expression froze. She then retorted, "What's wrong with me enjoying food?" Unbeknownst to her, Hyla had transformed from a frigid goddess into a bona fide foodie, even evolving into a shy deity in Sue-Yi's presence. This brought immense joy to Sue-Yi, for it signified that Hyla was changing, influenced by him. "Then you can watch from the stands and see how I defeat Tony Stark. Don't speak too confidently. Be careful not to get smacked in the face when you lose." Tony Stark discovered that he and Sue-Yi actually got along quite well. At least, Sue-Yi spoke his mind. Of course, this was undoubtedly based on Sue-Yi's formidable strength. At that moment, Pepper Potts interjected, "You two should stop bickering. Racing is racing. But please don't let it ruin the camaraderie." After saying this, she turned to Tony Stark. "Tony, just make sure you don't hurt yourself, all right?" Upon hearing Pepper's words, Tony Stark confidently replied, "Don't worry, I'm Tony Stark." However, unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, a faint aura of malice began to emanate from the crowd in the stands. Although this murderous intent was subtle, both Sue-Yi and Hyla easily sensed it. Yet, neither of them cared. After all, in both Sue-Yi's and Hyla's eyes, the individual exuding this hostility towards Tony Stark was merely a foolish clown, hardly worthy of their attention. They promptly made their way towards the racetrack. Chapter 58. The Lightning 5 whips. As they approached the racetrack, with the assistance of professionals, Sue-Yi and Tony Stark climbed into their respective cars. Their racing tracks were closely adjacent. At this moment, Tony Stark turned to Sue-Yi and said, "If I win, how about you treat me for free?" Finally, Tony Stark expressed his thoughts. To this, Sue-Yi merely replied, "That depends on whether you can win. I have utmost confidence in my racing skills." Unfazed, Tony Stark responded, "Let us see what you've got." As Sue-Yi's words fell, the command lights began to flicker. In an instant, the tires of all the cars started spinning wildly. The powerful engines unleashed a terrifying RPM, creating plumes of white vapor. This was the unmistakable scent of tires fervently scraping against the ground, illustrating the sheer force of the racing machines. The multitude of cars surged forward like arrows released from a bow, their roars igniting a wave of excitement among the spectators. They erupted in cheers, as if the sound of the racing cars had unshackled the hormones within them. Unfazed, Sue-Yi accelerated towards the front. Thanks to his extraordinary reflexes, he didn't even slow down on the curves where one typically would. In the blink of an eye, Sue-Yi's car surged to the lead, with Tony Stark closely trailing behind, maintaining a tight grip on Sue-Yi's rear. As Iron Man, Tony's reflexes were commendable, bolstered by his extensive experience with high-speed flight, making him well adapted to this velocity. This explained why he could keep pace with Sue-Yi. However, while they raced neck and neck, a man clad in an orange jumpsuit began to saunter towards the racetrack, a toothpick occasionally perched in his mouth, his expression one of disdain. "Tony Stark, it's time to settle the score with my father," he muttered. "And as for you, Sue-Yi, as the largest shareholder in Stark Industries, I won't spare you either." As he murmured, the man stepped onto the racetrack, shocking everyone in attendance. They all rose from their seats, craning their necks to get a glimpse of the man below. "Hey, what does this guy think he's doing? Is he looking for death? Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't run onto the racetrack. Those drivers could easily have an accident. Someone stop him, quick." Yet, their cries were mere shouts. In reality, how could they halt him? Just as they thought he was courting disaster, the man extended his arms and ripped open his shirt, revealing an armored suit underneath. Weapons resembling whips appeared in his hands. He pressed a button on these weapons, and powerful electric sparks began to flicker, gradually enveloping the whips. Simultaneously, his clothing began to dissolve, fully unveiling the armor within. At that moment, everyone was astounded. They gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. What was this situation? Was he also wearing an iron suit? It turned out he hadn't recklessly charged in. He had come fully prepared. The spectators in the stands watched in astonishment. Pepper Potts clearly noticed the unfolding drama on the track. She immediately grabbed a nearby briefcase and turned to Hyla, who was munching on popcorn. Hyla, aren't you worried about Sui? Not at all, because no one can harm Sui. Hyla remained entirely unperturbed. However, Pepper was different. For some reason, she had recently sensed that Tony Stark was hiding something from her. She particularly noted that his complexion had been quite pale. Most importantly, without his armor. Tony Stark was just an ordinary man. With this thought, Pepper's anxiety intensified. Without hesitation, she donned her high-heeled shoes and rushed towards the racetrack. At this moment, a car, the last in the race, sped towards Ivan Vanko. Without hesitation, Ivan raised his whip and struck the car with tremendous force. The whip crackled with electricity, slicing through the vehicle effortlessly like a hot knife through butter. Sparks flew as the severed car, propelled by its speed, hurtled into the guardrails. The driver met a tragic end, his life extinguished in an instant. The sudden turn of events sent a piercing scream through the crowd, immediately followed by the deafening sound of an explosion. Flames engulfed the race car, which had been cleaved in two, incessantly scorching the remnants of the vehicle. The inferno seemed to ignite Ivan Vanko's heart entirely. Let everyone perish. He cackled maniacally, revealing his yellowed teeth. At that moment, Sui, currently in first place and just rounding a corner, caught sight of the wildly exuberant Ivan Vanko. Who would have thought this fellow would actually show up? This could get interesting, Sui murmured with a sly smile. Yet, he showed no mercy as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The terrifying speed of the race car became apparent as Sui charged directly towards Ivan Vanko, moving with astonishing velocity. Remarkably, Ivan Vanko's expression remained unchanged in the face of such speed. He merely raised his hand and flicked it towards Sui, with a series of sharp cracks. Ivan Vanko unleashed a rapid succession of whip strikes, the afterimages of the whip flashing before Sui's eyes. In an instant, the race car was effortlessly sliced into several pieces. One of the whips even grazed Sui's seat, flinging him out of it entirely. Just when everyone presumed Sui was doomed, they were astonished to witness him performing a 720-degree aerial flip, landing safely on the ground. He raised his hand triumphantly, a broad smile illuminating his face, as if participating in a grand sporting event and reveling in the attention of the crowd. At that moment, the audience in the stands fell into a stunned silence, instinctively rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Chapter 59. Is it not good to live well? As the audience in the stands quieted, Ivan Vanko turned his gaze towards Sui. His pupils constricted sharply, and his demeanor darkened. However, just as Ivan Vanko was grappling with the incredulity of the situation, the distant roar of another race car pierced the air, snapping him out of his shock. He directed his attention forward, where the second-place racer was none other than Tony Stark. In an instant, Ivan Vanko dismissed Sui from his thoughts. His primary target was Tony Stark now. There would be time to deal with Sui later. With this resolve, Ivan Vanko focused on the task at hand, spinning and whipping his electric lash. As the whip struck the ground, it left behind charred marks. Die, Tony Stark. With that declaration, Ivan Vanko pivoted to the right, bringing his whip crashing down upon the front of Stark's car. The whip struck with the force of a battering ram, cleaving Tony Stark's vehicle in two. As the high-speed car lost its stability, it flipped forward. Tony Stark, fully aware of the imminent danger, contorted his face in a grimace, striving to shield as much of his body as possible to minimize the impact. He then extricated himself from the wreckage. At that moment, Pepper Potts appeared just in time, tossing a red briefcase in front of Tony Stark. Upon seeing the briefcase, a glint of determination sparked in Stark's eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth against the pain and climbed to his feet, stepping onto the briefcase. As he did so, numerous components sprang forth from the briefcase, as if they possessed a life of their own, rapidly equipping Stark's legs. He then bent down to grasp the handles that had emerged from the briefcase, yanking them vigorously to the side. The beauty of mechanics was vividly displayed as countless intricate parts extended and assembled, creating metal fragments that coalesced into his armor. In mere moments, Iron Man Tony Stark stood before the awestruck crowd. The audience erupted in excitement, pulling out their phones to capture the unfolding drama. Observing this spectacle, Sui scratched his head and remarked, "Looks like Iron Man is truly the center of attention." At that moment, Hela's voice chimed in beside Sui. "Want some popcorn?" Sui nodded in agreement, replying, "Sure, we can enjoy the show." He took the popcorn from Hela's hands and casually draped an arm around her, swaggering outside as if to join the onlookers. Once Stark was fully encased in his battle suit, he felt a slight easing of tension. Although he was uncertain about the identity of his opponent and the origins of their similar technology, his primary objective remained to decisively defeat this adversary. With that thought, Stark's piercing gaze fixed upon Ivan Vanko like a drawn sword. He extended his arm, palm facing Vanko, as energy began to coalesce. The glow emanating from the cannon in his palm intensified. However, just as Stark prepared to unleash his attack, Ivan Vanko's whip ensnared his arm, forcefully stifling Stark's palm cannon. The once brilliant illumination faded into darkness in an instant. Yet, that was not the end. As Stark struggled to free himself from the whip, another lash from Vanko ensnared him, exerting tremendous force that ruthlessly damaged Stark's armor. The suit Stark was currently wearing was the Mark's suitcase armor, designed for easy transport and emergency deployment. However, its combat capabilities were somewhat lacking. Under the relentless assault of Ivan Vanko's energy-laden whips, Stark's armor could hardly withstand the pressure for long. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands was left in stunned silence. They could scarcely fathom that the invincible Iron Man, in their minds, was now at a disadvantage. Pepper, witnessing the scene from a distance, gasped in horror, her hands covering her mouth, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Die! Ivan Vanko shouted, exerting tremendous strength with both hands. With a set of exoskeletal armor similar to Stark's, Vanko possessed formidable power of his own. The whips coiled around Tony Stark's arms suddenly tightened, flinging him through the air with a violent snap. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Energy surged wildly along the whips. As Tony was thrown aside, the armor on both his arms was ripped clean off. The crowd in the stands screamed in shock. No one could believe that Tony Stark, trapped in such a desperate situation, could possibly fight back against his opponent. Tony stared at his bare arms, his expression growing darker. His breathing was rough and unsteady from the wounds, and the palladium poisoning eating away at his body was draining his strength fast. Otherwise, he would never have been beaten this badly. Ivan Vanko looked down at the battered Tony Stark, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. You've lost, Tony Stark. You've lost. With mocking laughter, Ivan strode toward him, each step he took making Tony back away. The sight filled Ivan's heart with twisted satisfaction. What's wrong? Tony Stark, are you afraid I'll kill you? As he spoke, Ivan lashed out again. The two electric whips crackled through the air, and this time, even Sue-E was caught within their reach. Chapter 60. Mission released. Seo Sue-E raised an eyebrow, looking unimpressed. He had just been watching the show quietly, eating popcorn, and now he was being dragged into the fight? The whips came roaring toward him. Sue-E calmly flicked a single popcorn kernel. Whoosh. The popcorn shot through the air in a straight line, faster than the eye could follow, and struck Ivan Vanko's wrist. Bang. Blood splattered. Pain exploded through Ivan's nerves, forcing him to grit his teeth and clutch his arm, which was now a mangled mess of flesh and blood. What? How is that possible? Horrified, Ivan lost his balance and crashed to the ground. His other whip lashed out uncontrollably, striking Tony Stark in the leg and sending him tumbling too. Sui clicked his tongue. TSK, 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 what a sorry sight. Then he glanced at Tony. Looks like you owe me another life, Tony Stark. He grabbed 3 more popcorn kernels. 1, 2, 3. He flicked them one after another, each carrying deadly force. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bursts of blood followed, and Ivan Vanko's screams echoed through the arena. Sui shook his head slightly. You could VE just stayed out of trouble. Why come looking for me? Right, Hela? Hela nodded calmly. Indeed. Anyone who messes with you is courting disaster. As she finished speaking, the Monaco race officials and security finally rushed in. They quickly dragged Ivan Vanko away. Even as he was taken, Ivan roared, Tony Stark. Sui, I'll never forgive you. As long as I'm alive, I'll pop. Before he could finish, Sui flicked another popcorn kernel, this time straight into Ivan's head. Too noisy, Sui said flatly. Silence fell. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. They had thought Tony Stark was the coolest, until Ivan's power shattered that illusion. Then Sui's overwhelming strength shattered it again. 5 popcorn kernels. That was all it took to kill Ivan Vanko. Instead of fear, the crowd felt a thrill like never before. They scrambled to film Sui and Hela, but every camera caught only a blur. Sui had cast an illusion to hide their faces. Tony staggered to his feet, gasping for breath, his body still weakened by the palladium poisoning. Sui, he said hoarsely, how can I save myself from this? I'm sick of the palladium, it's killing me. Sui replied calmly, it's simple. I have something your father left behind, a project containing data for a new element. You can synthesize it to replace the palladium. Think of it as your father's final gift. Tony's eyes flickered. From S-H-I-E-L-D, right? That's right. Sui said with a faint smile. Tony hesitated. And the price? Easy. Once you finish the research, give me the formula for the new element. As for the life I saved just now, I'll collect on that later. Tony nodded. Deal. As long as I can get rid of the palladium, that's enough. Good, Sui said, rising to his feet. This place is wrecked anyway. I'll have the package sent to you later. For now, I'm heading out. He and Hella turned to leave. At that moment, a notification echoed in Sui's mind. Ding. Mission released. Clear SAOS first floor boss. Limited participants, 3. With the fixed member Asuna Yuki already bound, leaving 2 spots available. Completion reward. Mastery of the Great Sword Hero. Ding. Participants in the mission will receive a fully immersive helmet free of charge. Asuna Yuki, what is happening? Is there a mission? Or is it related to my world? Edward Elric, SEO? What is that? Asuna Yuki, it's a fully immersive game, but from the leader's words, it seems there are other secrets involved. Asuna Yuki, Leader Sui, summon the leader. CC Leader Sui, hurry out, Asuna misses you. Asuna Yuki, you witch. I think you just want to see me. Don't drag me into it. Just as the 2 women were preparing to engage in a war of words, Sui appeared. Sui, SEO indeed harbors numerous secrets. Generally speaking, anyone who enters this game cannot exit, and dying in the game means death in reality as well. Sui, however, it is a decent way to enhance one's experience. Even if one's strength is not particularly formidable, they can still participate in this mission. Asuna Yuki, Leader Sui, are you planning to join this mission? With the leader guiding us, it seems it would be much easier CC. Indeed. Sui appears to be quite knowledgeable about SEO. With the leader's assistance, the participating members should be able to greatly enhance their combat prowess. Whitebeard, why don't we let Sui and CC participate this time? CC, although I hesitate to admit it, I indeed need some training. Asuna Yuki, I see you are afraid I might surpass you CC. I am an immortal being. Do you think I would fear you? CC, laughing gift Sui. Observing the impending verbal clash between the 2, quickly addressed Asuna Yuki. Asuna Yuki, prepare yourself. Once I manage my affairs here, I will meet up with you and CC. Use this time to make some preparations. Asuna Yuki, alright, I'll first trade with Whitebeard. I have amassed enough gold to buy a devil fruit. Edward Elric, indeed. CC was right, you truly are wealthy. Edward Elric, gif of tears of poverty Asuna Yuki. Ahem, I must take my leave. With that, Asuna Yuki exited, intending to prepare for Sui and CC's arrival while also trading with Whitebeard. Seeing this, Sui also exited the chat group. Chapter 61, Journey to Asuna's World. As Sui and Hella departed from the Monaco Racing Club, Asuna Yuki arrived in the basement of her villa. She opened the safe located in the corner. This gold was specially calculated based on the world of One Piece, where Whitebeard resides. The gold before her was worth a staggering 300 million. Although she possessed only a useless ability, devoid of a useless fruit, Asuna Yuki still aimed for a more developmental fruit. In the chat group, Asuna Yuki sought out Whitebeard alone. Asuna Yuki, old man Whitebeard, I have the gold ready. Whitebeard, Gurararara, my sons have also found 4 fruits. Take a look and see which one you desire. As he spoke, Whitebeard sent Asuna Yuki 4 images, introducing each fruit. According to our catalog of devil fruits, these 4 fruits are the Zoan-type fish fruit, electric eel form, the Paramecia-type speed fruit, the Zoan-type dog fruit, pug form, and the Logia-type mud fruit. Which one would you like to choose? Whitebeard inquired. Asuna Yuki fell into contemplation. As a girl, she would absolutely not select the electric eel or pug forms. The mud fruit, while a Logia type, left her uncertain about how to develop it. Conversely, when Whitebeard mentioned the speed fruit, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Asuna Yuki's eyes. Completing this mission would grant her the mastery of the Great Sword Hero. Although she was uncertain of the specifics of this mastery, it certainly wouldn't be inferior to that of the great sword heroes in the One Piece world. Coupled with the speed fruit, her combat power would undoubtedly increase significantly. In due time, she could accumulate points to negate the side effects of the devil fruit, allowing her to consume other fruits as well. During this period, she could also ask Whitebeard to seek out superior devil fruits, ideally one stronger than the Zoan and Logia types. With these thoughts in mind, Asuna Yuki promptly addressed Whitebeard. Old man Whitebeard, I have made my decision. I choose the Paramecia-type speed fruit. Upon hearing her words, Whitebeard agreed that the speed fruit was indeed suitable for Asuna Yuki at this stage. This fruit was found by my son, but I can offer it to you at a friendly price of just 100 million. This 100 million refers to the value of 100 million in gold. Immediately, Whitebeard sent Asuna Yuki a red envelope. As she accepted the envelope, she also transferred the equivalent of 100 million in gold to Whitebeard. After completing the transaction, Asuna Yuki said, Old man Whitebeard, I'll take my leave for now. If you come across any good fruits, do save one for me, as I will purchase again. Rest assured, any surplus fruits will be prioritized for the members of our group, Gurararara. With that, Asuna Yuki retrieved the paramecia-type speed fruit that Whitebeard had given her from the basement. Without any hesitation, Asuna Yuki consumed the speed fruit. However, the indescribable, euphoric taste burst in her mouth. My heavens, is this the flavor of a devil fruit? With her words, she bolted to the living room. After a period of training, her physical abilities had reached a commendable level. Yet, upon consuming the speed fruit, Asuna Yuki felt her speed double the moment she took her first step. What would normally take nearly 40 seconds to walk from the basement to the living room, she accomplished in a mere 5 seconds. Even actions like pouring and drinking water seemed to be accelerated, as the cool water flowed into her mouth. Dispelling the indescribable taste of the devil fruit, Asuna Yuki began to keenly sense the changes within her body. She had an instinctive feeling that as long as she continued to develop this fruit, not only would she be able to enhance her physical speed, but also her neural reaction speed. This fruit was undoubtedly well suited for combat. Her choice, it seemed, was indeed not a mistake. With this realization, Asuna Yuki felt an exhilarating surge within her. I will soon no longer be the weakest presence in the group. Asuna Yuki felt utterly ignited with determination. At this moment, Sui had also resolved his own matters. He briefly checked in with the two individuals participating in the task. Sui, I am all set here. CC and Kirigaya Asuna, are both of you ready? CC, I've been quite idle, ready to depart at any moment. Kirigaya Asuna, I am prepared as well. You may come over. Sui, in that case, let us set off. With that, Sui and CC established a portal and arrived in Kirigaya Asuna's world. Chapter 62, A Surprise Beyond Your Imagination. As the portal manifested within the room, Kirigaya Asuna felt her heart racing increasingly faster. Anticipation and anxiety intertwined at this moment. In previous visits to others' worlds, Kirigaya Asuna had claimed to feel no nerves. Yet now, it was Sui who had entered her world, and moreover, it was her home. This realization caused her emotions to surge uncontrollably. At that instant, the sound of Sui and CC's footsteps echoed in her ears, and moments later, they emerged from the portal. As soon as they stepped out, Sui noticed a subtle difference in Kirigaya Asuna's aura compared to their last meeting. He remarked, "It seems you have grown stronger." Upon receiving Sui's compliment, Kirigaya Asuna's lips curled into a beautiful smile. Hee, I just consumed a superhuman speed fruit, significantly enhancing my speed. Sui nodded slightly, acknowledging that fruit is indeed quite suitable for you. If you can accelerate both your neural reflexes and physical response speed simultaneously, your combat prowess will undoubtedly witness a qualitative leap. Double acceleration, understood. I shall strive even harder. CC observed Kirigaya Asuna and added, Asuna, you certainly appear quite ladylike in front of Sui. Kirigaya Asuna blushed and retorted, you witch, I have always been a lady. Sui paid no heed to the banter between the two friends and promptly asked, what time does SAO officially commence? This morning at 8. It is currently 7:15. Kirigaya Asuna replied, glancing at the clock in the center of the living room. Is that so? Then we have ample time, Sui remarked. What preparations are you making? Kirigaya Asuna inquired. Sui casually waved his hand, saying, it's not exactly preparation. I'm just getting ready to eliminate someone. Eliminate someone? Who is this person? His name is Sugo Nobuyuki. If memory serves, he works at your father's company, correct? Sui's words registered in Kirigaya Asuna's mind. She nodded and immediately said, I'll lead you there. Kirigaya Asuna had complete faith in Sui and did not question him further, instinctively taking his hand as they proceeded toward her father's company. However, at that moment, Sui remarked, walking directly there would be rather slow. He then said to CC, CC, please wait here for a moment. Asuna, and I will be right back. With that, he swiftly lifted Kirigaya Asuna into his arms. Activating the phantom fruit, Sui melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment, rendering himself nearly undetectable. Asuna, direct me, we'll be quick about it. Being cradled in Sui's arms, Kirigaya Asuna's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. She then said, Sui, just call me Asuna. After which, she pointed out a direction to Sui, gazing at the blushing Kirigaya Asuna in his embrace. Sui's lips curled into a slight smile as he dramatically increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside Sugo Nobuyuki's office. With the phantom fruit activated once more, this time it enveloped the surveillance cameras, ensuring that the corridor and office remained eerily quiet, devoid of any anomalies. Even if Asuna's form became fully visible, it would not be recorded. Meanwhile, Sui continued to conceal his presence. At this moment, Kirigaya Asuna knocked on the door and stepped into Sugo Nobuyuki's office. Upon seeing her enter, Sugo Nobuyuki's expression shifted abruptly, revealing a look of surprise. Asuna, what brings you here? Did you come to see me? Kirigaya Asuna stared at him impassively, which made Sugo Nobuyuki somewhat uneasy. Is there something wrong? Do I have something on my face? He seemed overly concerned about leaving a good impression on Kirigaya Asuna, immediately glancing towards the nearby mirror. However, upon looking, he was taken aback. Behind him stood a man. Startled, Sugo Nobuyuki quickly turned around, only to find Kirigaya Asuna alone before him, seemingly aware of his own lapse. Sugo Nobuyuki took a deep breath. Asuna, did I request you to address me in such a manner? Furthermore, starting today, I no longer wish to see you, in any sense. Sugo Nobuyuki's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. What have I done wrong? Why would you say that? What do you mean by that statement? As he spoke, his tone deepened with each word, dark flashes shimmering in his eyes. His fists clenched slowly, as a palpable tension filled the air. Your foul visage is utterly revolting. Your mere existence in this world is a blight upon it. Kirigaya Asuna's words struck with the precision of arrows, piercing Sugo Nobuyuki's heart. His already narrow-mindedness, as a classmate of Kayaba Akihiko, had long been twisted by envy and resentment. Over time, this emotion had contorted his soul. In truth, labeling him as a monster cloaked in human skin would be entirely appropriate. With Kirigaya Asuna's words continually stripping away his human facade, he was on the brink of revealing his monstrous nature. Sugo Nobuyuki gritted his teeth, his gaze resembling that of a feral beast. Since you despise me so much, I shall show you what happens to those who cross me. Kirigaya Asuna, I have long coveted you. Once I possess you, I can seize your father's empire and become even more formidable than Kayaba Akihiko. He laughed maniacally as he lunged toward Kirigaya Asuna. However, at that moment, Sui dispelled the phantom. In the space once occupied by Asuna Yuki, now only Sui stood at her place, facing the bewildered Sugo Nobuyuki, a faint smile gracing his lips. It turned out that prior to entering the room, Sui had employed the abilities of the phantom fruit to switch identities with Asuna Yuki. Throughout the encounter, Sugo Nobuyuki had been conversing with Sui all along. At that moment, a teasing remark escaped Sui's lips. I must ask, are you surprised? Or perhaps, caught off guard? Chapter 63, The Grim Demise of Sugo Nobuyuki. I must ask, are you surprised? Or perhaps, caught off guard? Sui's voice reverberated in Sugo Nobuyuki's ears. The latter's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively taking a step back. His body collapsing onto the table, supported only by his arms. Who on earth are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. I am merely curious. How do you wish to meet your end? A sinister grin curled upon Sui's lips. Beside him, Asuna Yuki interjected. Now I understand why Sui harbors a desire to eliminate you. Even if he hesitates, I am eager to see you dead. A chilling aura emanated from Asuna Yuki, a testament to the battles she had endured, her very being laced with an undercurrent of murderous intent. As Sugo Nobuyuki sensed the resolve emanating from both Sui and Asuna Yuki, his heart sank deeper into despair. At that moment, his countenance contorted in horror. You are forcing my hand. If you wish for my demise, I dare say it shall be you who perishes first. With that declaration, Sugo Nobuyuki drew a handgun from beneath the table, unhesitatingly aiming it at Sui and pulling the trigger with fervor. The flames of gunfire erupted. The bullet shot forth, aimed squarely at Sui's visage. Bang! The bullet struck Sui's face. Yet, the scene before Sugo Nobuyuki unfolded contrary to his expectations. In his mind, Sui's face should have been adorned with a gruesome bloom of blood. However, the bullet merely ricocheted off Sui's face, as if in a dream. How? How is this possible? This cannot be real. Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the surreal spectacle, momentarily rendered speechless. Sui glanced down at the bullet lying at his feet before turning his gaze back to Sugo Nobuyuki. Do you not know, Sugo Nobuyuki? No one who has ever fired upon me has lived to tell the tale, and you shall be no exception. And no, this cannot be true. How could anyone survive a gunshot in this world? I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. With those frantic thoughts, Sugo Nobuyuki bolted from the scene. Observing his retreat, Asuna Yuki addressed Sui. Sui, we should. Before she could finish, Sui interjected nonchalantly. One must recognize that this world is rife with unforeseen occurrences. For instance, one could stumble down the stairs unexpectedly. As Sugo Nobuyuki fled into the corridor, the emptiness of the passage afforded him a fleeting moment of calm. Yet, at that instant, something seemed to trip him, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down the stairway. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed as his body rolled down the steps like a ball. Bruises quickly appeared across his body, and the pain elicited a sharp gasp from Sugo Nobuyuki. Damn it, why am I so cursed today? He cursed inwardly, yet fear spurred him onward, compelling him to flee. As long as he could evade Su-e and his companion, he would be free. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Su-e turned to Asuna Yuki once more, saying, or perhaps one might encounter a sudden outbreak of subterranean water while strolling down the street. As Su-e's words fell, Sugo Nobuyuki burst forth from the building, racing along the street to distance himself from the structure. However, at that moment, the ground beneath him began to crack, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the ground erupted violently, and subterranean water gushed forth, colliding with his body. The force of the surge overwhelmed him, as if he were struck by an unseen force, sending him crashing to the side. The previous bruises only compounded his agony, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Why does it feel like the entire world is conspiring against me? At that moment, Su-e approached Asuna Yuki and continued. Or one could be struck by a falling flower pot, resulting in a broken leg. As if to validate Su-yi's words. Just as Sugo Nobuyuki prepared to grit his teeth and flee, a flower pot plummeted from above, crashing onto his right knee. His leg twisted grotesquely, and it was evident that it was rendered useless. The suddenness of the event sent waves of terror through the streets, accompanied by screams of horror. Damn it! Why am I so unfortunate? Sugo Nobuyuki roared, and despite his anguished cries, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to rise, limping forward with all his might. Struggling against the surging pain, he hopped on his left leg, determined to reach the nearby garden, convinced that safety awaited him there. Just as that thought took root in his mind, Su-e spoke from the office. It is also possible to be struck by a vehicle, causing the gun concealed upon his person to discharge, resulting in his castration, followed by a fatal blow from a falling meteorite. As Su-yi's words echoed, Asuna Yuki heard a deafening noise from outside, followed by a gunshot and an ear-piercing scream. But the calamity did not end there. A small meteorite descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Sugo Nobuyuki, reducing him to mere flesh and blood, leaving behind a crater 10 meters in diameter. At that moment, Asuna Yuki approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the scene below, instinctively asking, how? How is this even possible? In response to her astonishment, Su-e simply replied, it is merely a manifestation of my ability, a pinnacle of magnetic fields that can extend to the atomic level, enabling me to manipulate chemical structures and alter matter. With that, Su-e lifted Asuna Yuki into his arms and carried her toward her villa. Before long, they arrived at the sanctuary of her abode. After Su-e and CC retrieved the task item, the fully immersive helmet, from the chat group, Su-e turned to Asuna Yuki and CC and inquired, are you ready? Asuna and CC exchanged glances, nodded in affirmation, and replied, we are ready. With that, Su-e declared, then let us connect to the game. As his words faded, he donned the helmet, reclined on the bed, and announced, initiating connection. At that moment, CC also lay down beside Su-e on his left, put on her helmet, and imitated his actions, saying, initiating connection. Observing CC's willingness to lie on his left, Asuna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fought to suppress her fluttering heart and positioned herself on Su-yi's right before donning her helmet. Initiating connection. As the three of them shouted in unison, they were met with a flurry of colorful cylindrical shapes flashing rapidly before them, followed by various loading messages indicating the program was initializing. New player detected. Please create a character profile. Sui, CC, Asuna. Upon calling out their character names and making the necessary adjustments, they were transported into the true realm of the game, Sword Art Online. Gently opening his eyes, Su-e gazed at his hands, lightly touching his body to savor the differences of this new world. Yet, the tactile feedback was nearly indistinguishable from reality. The sole drawback was that most of his abilities seemed utterly inaccessible. However, as Su-e slid his fingers to bring up his task panel, he discovered that all his attributes were rated S, strength, S, agility, S, stamina, S. Every fundamental attribute stood at S. It could be said that he commenced the game in a state of maximum attributes, a veritable bug-level existence in the novice village. It was conceivable that in SAO, each capability was augmented based on the player's physical form in the real world, with the maximum enhancement being capped at S. Nevertheless, having all attributes at S was more than sufficient for a newcomer. At that moment, two orbs of light appeared beside him. As these orbs dissipated, the figures of CC and Asuna came into view. No, that is not quite right. She should now be referred to as Asuna. CC's pupils widened in surprise as she surveyed her surroundings. Aside from the somewhat unrealistic attribute bars, the environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the real world. This sensation was undeniably enchanting. Is this the world within SEO? CC murmured softly, taking in the multitude of light orbs that signified new players. At this juncture, Asuna inhaled deeply, her desire to grow stronger firmly rooted in her mind. Su-yi, what should we do now? A subtle smile graced Su-yi's lips as he replied. We should immediately begin leveling up. While these players are in awe, we must seize the opportunity to dominate the nearby wilderness. The wilderness was where monsters would appear. Following his words, Su-yi scanned the surrounding buildings and, based on their architecture, led the two women toward the outskirts of the novice town. Just then, a voice called out to them. Hey, you over there, wait a moment. Upon hearing the voice, Su-yi turned to see a disheveled warrior, clad in remarkably ordinary, even somewhat shabby attire, waving a patterned red scarf and gesturing towards him. Asuna and CC glanced at Su-yi, who dismissed the man with a wave, saying, Pay him no mind. Our priority is to hone our skills and strength, striving to become the most formidable presence in this world. That is your mission, Asuna. Asuna nodded emphatically, then paused, asking Su-yi, Wait, how do you know my name in the game is Asuna? Because your name appears next to your health bar? He replied, Oh, I see. Let us go, Su-yi. We shall grow stronger together. With Asuna's declaration, her pace quickened, evidently utilizing her superhuman acceleration capabilities in SAO. If she had chosen a natural ability, she might have only been able to avoid death at the last moment. The enhancements from animal abilities would not compare to the straightforward acceleration she exhibited. As Su-yi and the others hastened away, Klein grimaced, What the heck? They just ran off. I was hoping that guy would guide us. Seeing their swift departure, he muttered, They must be beta testers. Just then, Klein's gaze fell upon another young man, who, like Su-yi, was rapidly making his way toward the town's outskirts. Without hesitation, Klein waved at him. Hey, wait a moment. As Klein approached the young man, the latter instinctively halted. Is there something you need? You're running with such determination. You must be a beta tester. The young man hesitated before responding. Well, sort of. Klein's eyes lit up with excitement. It's my first time playing today. Could you teach me the ropes? With that, Klein clasped his hands together, pleading earnestly. Please, I beg you. All right then. My name is Klein. I look forward to working with you, the young man replied. I'm Kirito. Let us head outside and practice our combat skills. Sounds good. Meanwhile, as Klein and Kirito exchanged introductions, Su-yi and his companions had already ventured into the wild. As the true death mode had yet to be activated, they had no need to fear. They could attack recklessly. Just like in a normal battle, here, they had limitless sword techniques, and aside from activating skills, ordinary attacks faced no restrictions. This was the essence of unlimited blade works. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Asuna nodded slightly and slowly unsheathed her rapier, stepping toward the wild boar that had just spawned. CC wasted no time either. Wielding a western sword, she mirrored Asuna's actions. The two blades shimmered in the air, casting glimmers of cold light. In the blink of an eye, before the wild boar could react, their attack struck true. With a roar, the wild boar bellowed in response. The health bar situated above it gradually faded away. Soon after, it transformed into crimson shards, dissipating into the air. At that moment, Su-yi addressed the two women, saying, Yes, just like that. Now let us embark on a frenzied quest for experience points. Asuna replied, Sounds good. CC added, This game truly feels remarkable. Once I have the time, I shall frequently come to play with you, Asuna. Thus, the three of them traversed the path, zealously slaying the wild monsters along the way. Consequently, when Kirito and Klein arrived in the wilderness, they were utterly bewildered. Where were the monsters? Why had none respawned? Chapter 65, A Step Behind, Every Step Behind. Kirito led Klein out of the novice town. He turned to Klein beside him and explained, This is the wilderness area where wild monsters frequently respawn. Defeating them grants experience. And if fortune smiles upon us, we might even receive special quests, titles, or rare item drops. Klein nodded thoughtfully. The wild monsters in the novice area should be easy to defeat, right? Should we seize this opportunity to hunt more monsters? Kirito smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. So, where shall we find these monsters? He continued, If we keep moving, wild monsters should respawn nearby. At this point, Kirito abruptly paused, instinctively glancing back at the novice town. They had already ventured quite far, yet still, no wild monsters had appeared. Logically, at the game's launch, there should still be monsters around. What was going on? Was it a bug, or could it be due to other reasons? Perhaps the monsters had already been wiped out by someone? Would they need to wait for the monsters to reset before they could continue grinding for experience? As this thought lingered in Kirito's mind, It became increasingly concerning. Klein, let us move ahead and take a look. If all goes as expected, the wild monsters here should have been cleared. Klein instinctively repeated, cleared? How could that be possible? This is just after the launch. Just then, a vision of 3 figures flashed through Klein's mind. These 3 figures were none other than Sue-Yi and her companions. Klein exclaimed, could it be those 3 individuals? Upon hearing this, Kirito furrowed his brow. Which 3 individuals? He inquired urgently. Klein scratched his head and replied, before I saw you, I noticed 3 people rushing out. Could it be that they cleared out all the wild monsters? At Klein's words, Kirito felt a sinking feeling in his heart. A thought took root in his mind. If those individuals monopolized the wild monsters from the beginning, their leveling speed would be significantly faster than his own. A step behind would mean falling further behind. The prime leveling areas would be dominated by them. In the world of SAO, each level gained represented a considerable increase in power. If this continued, they might stand at the pinnacle above all others. This was utterly unacceptable to Kirito. Despite his generally amiable demeanor, he harbored a fierce pride when it came to gaming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge a boss solo during the closed beta. Nor would he have maintained his lone wolf habits even after SAO transformed into a deadly game. Ultimately, this was the essence of Kirito's pride. When he played games, it was either not at all or to become the strongest. With this realization, Kirito immediately sprinted towards another wild area, though it took a longer route. He recalled discovering this place during the beta test. He believed he could level up without falling too far behind those other players. Klein, seeing Kirito dash ahead, quickly followed suit, joining him as they ventured into a more distant wild area. However, unbeknownst to Kirito, these 3 individuals were far from ordinary. Their leveling speed was incomparable to that of average players. If Kirito's agility stat far surpassed that of most players upon entering the game, Sue-Yi's attributes exceeded all others by a significant margin. With Asuna's acceleration fruit, she possessed an advantage that other players lacked from the very start. One could argue that they were true cheaters. How could Kirito possibly compete with them? While Kirito ventured towards another wild area to grind for levels, Sue-Yi and her companions had already encountered the strongest wild monster in that vicinity, an elite beast known as the Wild Boar King. At that moment, Sue-Yi was at level 3, while Asuna and CC were at level 2. The Wild Boar King, however, was level 5. In a game like SAO, which prioritized levels, the pressure exerted by the Wild Boar King was considerable. With a roar, the Wild Boar King, sporting enormous tusks, fixed its crimson beastly gaze upon the trio. Drool dripped from its maw, pooling on the grass beneath. Its muscular physique suggested that, as the Wild Boar King, its strength was formidable. Nevertheless, the 3 were no ordinary players. With some experience under their belts, Asuna and CC charged at the Wild Boar King in perfect synchrony. Grasping their weapons at their sides, they summoned light above them, a fundamental skill in SEO known as slash, which augmented their cutting power. With the skill activated, the 2 adeptly unleashed their attacks. The glint of their swords flashed as they sliced through the Wild Boar King, leaving fragmented wounds across its hide. However, their assault failed to inflict significant damage, only serving to enrage the beast. The Wild Boar King let out a furious roar and charged towards Asuna, its terrifying tusks poised to strike. Asuna's eyes narrowed. If this creature were to collide with her, it would leave her with but a sliver of health, severely hindering her leveling progress. Without a moment's hesitation, Asuna whispered, "Accelerate." In an instant, her speed surged, as if she had transcended the limitations of Asao. Just barely, she evaded the Wild Boar King's onslaught. However, after missing its target, the Wild Boar King redirected its charge towards Sue-Yi. Sue-Yi wielded a great sword, which demanded considerable strength for effective use, thus boasting impressive damage potential. Rather than retreating from the Wild Boar King's attack, she swung her great sword with all her might, aiming to strike the formidable beast. A resounding thud echoed through the clearing. Centered around the 2, a tempest suddenly erupted. The whirlwind pressed upon the verdant grass, scattering in all directions. While the hair of Asuna and CC was tousled by the gusts, one could see Sue-Yi's feet deeply embedded in the earth, with his health bar remaining unscathed. In contrast, the fearsome tusks of the Wild Boar King were severed by Sue-Yi's strike, plummeting to the ground and disintegrating before the onlookers. The Wild Boar King's health bar, however, plummeted dramatically, losing more than half of its total. This clearly demonstrated the astonishing prowess of Sue-Yi's full S attributes. Come, let us vanquish this elite monster before us. Surely, we shall be the first to defeat such a formidable foe. As Sue-Yi's words echoed, the 3 of them charged towards the elite Wild Boar King with fervor, the atmosphere thick with an aura of imminent slaughter. Chapter 66. unable to log out. The death game officially begins. The air crackled with the intensity of battle as Su-Yi stepped forward, his great sword tracing an arc through the air, producing a sharp, piercing whistle as it descended upon the Wild Boar King. Meanwhile, Asuna and CC inhaled deeply, raising their blades in unison. Their swords shimmered with brilliance as they lunged at the elite beast. Though their agility was their forte, their strikes still dealt considerable damage. With a roar, the Wild Boar King bellowed, and soon after, the blades of the two women effortlessly pierced its flanks. With a sickening squelch, as their swords embedded themselves within the beast. Its health bar again dwindled, shifting from green to crimson, nearly depleted. At that moment, Su-Yi delivered the finishing blow. His colossal sword crashed down mercilessly upon the Wild Boar King, cleaving it in two. As the creature's form shattered into fragments, it vanished before the eyes of the spectators. Su-Yi leveled up from level 3 to level 4. Asuna and CC leveled up from level 2 to level 3. Su-Yi dealt the final blow, earning the special reward, Wild Boar King Gauntlets. Wild Boar King Gauntlets, Strength Bonus B, increased damage against boars. World announcement. Congratulations to player Su-Yi for achieving the first kill of an elite monster, earning the title of Elite Monster Slayer. Elite Monster Slayer. Damage dealt to elite monsters is significantly enhanced. As this world announcement materialized before everyone's eyes, they were momentarily stunned. Particularly Kirito, who was fervently grinding levels, was taken aback upon witnessing this scene, causing him to be knocked aside by the approaching boar. His health bar plummeted to a critical red state. Nearby, Klein swiftly drew his sword, rushing towards the boar to divert its attention. Meanwhile, Kirito remained entranced by the world announcement, unable to comprehend that less than an hour into the game's launch, the elite Wild Boar King had already been defeated. Even during the closed beta, the first player to vanquish the Wild Boar King had taken a full day. Suddenly, Kirito burst into laughter, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented excitement. Indeed, this made it all the more thrilling. Kirito felt an exhilarating fire igniting within him. However, he remained blissfully unaware that this game would ultimately devolve into a deadly contest. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. Even within the game world, the sky was adorned with the hues of the setting sun. Here, time seemed to fly, and Kirito, too, felt a sense of fatigue. He had dedicated an entire day to leveling up to level 6. This was an achievement far exceeding that of most players. Gazing at his stats, a smirk crept upon his face, brimming with self-satisfaction. He was certain those three could not possibly reach level 6 within a single day. After all, they were a trio. No matter how fast they leveled, they could not surpass him. Yet, unbeknownst to Kirito, under Su-Yi's leadership, whose attributes were all S, they had not only cleared the nearby wilderness of the starting town, but had also ventured to the next town, obliterating the surrounding wild zones. They had even discovered a labyrinth nearby, exploring a significant portion of it. Su-Yi had already reached level 9, while the two women had attained level 8, adorned with an array of new equipment. Notably, each of them possessed a sleek black wind cloak, which, while not particularly useful, concealed their faces and proved beneficial to the trio. Having temporarily exited the labyrinth, Su-Yi gazed towards the distant sunset, murmuring to himself, "It should be about that time now." With that, Su-Yi's fingers glided through the air, summoning the game menu, only to find the logout option conspicuously absent. This realization struck not only Su-Yi but also Klein, who was feeling quite famished. Klein, now at level 4, had become reasonably adept at the game. After a day of play, he felt his stomach grumbling and turned to Kirito, saying, "Kirito, I'm logging out for now. I'll continue battling after I grab a bite." As Klein prepared to exit the game, his expression shifted dramatically. "Wait, there's no logout button?" Kirito replied, "Take a closer look. It should be at the very bottom." Klein exclaimed, "Indeed, it's still missing." Kirito remarked, "It should be right here." As he attempted to demonstrate by accessing the menu, he too discovered that the logout option had indeed vanished. A heavy silence enveloped the air. Klein then lay back on the grass, saying, "Well, today being the first day, it's not unusual for bugs to occur. Perhaps this glitch will be resolved shortly. I can only imagine the operators are in a state of panic right now. Ha ha ha. But wait, does this mean I won't be able to get my pizza and ginger ale?" Kirito suggested, "Perhaps we should contact the admin." Upon hearing this, Klein immediately began calling for the administrator, but no response came forth. "Is there any other way to exit this game?" he pondered, lowering his gaze in thought, yet his expression grew increasingly troubled as he contemplated the situation. Players could only log out via the operation menu, which meant they were now trapped within the game. As the hues of the sunset deepened, the atmosphere turned ominously crimson. Like a crimson glow, The horizon enveloped the entire game. Suddenly, the winds shifted dramatically, and the tolling of a bell resonated. Kirito felt as though he were ensnared by an indescribable sense of oppression. An ominous premonition arose within his heart. What on earth had transpired? Kirito could not help but murmur aloud. In contrast, it was Suei who burst into laughter at that moment, exclaiming, "Asuna, no, I mean Yuki CC. The death game is about to commence. Are you all prepared?" Asuna replied, "I've been itching for this moment." CC added, "I am also quite curious about what this death game entails." Just as the words left the lips of the two women, a radiance enveloped them. As the light dissipated, they were transported to the square of the novice town. The death game had officially begun. Chapter 67, The Grand Unmasking Scene. Boom, 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 boom. The bell tolled incessantly. Countless beams of light flickered within the square of the novice town. As the luminescence faded, figures began to materialize in the square. Observing the scene before them, the players felt their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. What was happening? Wasn't I just wandering about? Why have I suddenly arrived here? Is this some sort of launch event? Or perhaps an attempt to rectify that unresolvable logout bug? An abundance of questions swirled in their minds. For no matter how they pondered, the unfolding spectacle was undeniably bizarre. As time wore on, more and more individuals were transported into the square. A dense throng of people gathered, engaged in ceaseless conversation. The somewhat cacophonous noise was slightly overwhelming. In a corner of the square, Sui, Asuna, and CC, cloaked in black robes, observed the crowd as they whispered among themselves. "Asuna, CC, have you two spotted that couple?" Sui inquired. "You mean those two embracing each other?" Asuna replied, following Sui's gaze. She saw a petite woman with pink hair nestled against a tall man with blonde locks, their affection palpable. "What is the matter with those two?" CC asked Sui. "I wager they are both men," Sui asserted. Asuna raised an eyebrow. "Two men? Surely, that's an exaggeration." "Not at all. Remember their faces. Soon it will be a grand unmasking scene." Sui's words piqued the curiosity of the two women, who began to envision the impending spectacle. At that moment, a red hexagon appeared in the sky, emblazoned with an exclamation mark, reminiscent of a game bug. This sight instilled an indescribable dread within the hearts of those present. Shortly thereafter, the exclamation mark within the red hexagon began to expand rapidly across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the remnants of the setting sun were entirely obscured. The sky appeared as though it had been painted with blood. Many began to feel a sense of trepidation. What on earth was happening? "Let me out of here. I don't want to play this game anymore. Damn it. This wretched game, what is going on?" Just as they voiced their frustrations, the sky seemed to bleed. A viscous liquid, akin to blood, slowly dripped from above, occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity. As the liquid coalesced, a colossal figure clad in a red robe materialized before the crowd. Its immense form blotted out the sun, akin to a mountain pressing down upon their hearts. As this figure spread its arms wide, it spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. "Welcome, players, to my world. My name is Akihiko Kayaba. I trust you have noticed that the logout button in the main menu has vanished. However, this is not a game malfunction. Rather, the original premise of SEO dictates that death in this world results in true death." As Kayaba's words echoed, a wave of tumult surged through the crowd. "This is outrageous. What is the meaning of this? Exactly. Don't you fear being apprehended for this? You'll soon regret this. If you have any sense, release us at once." In the face of the multitude's ire, Kayaba remained unperturbed, like a calm, yet terrifying narrator. Slowly continuing, "The only way to save yourselves is to clear all the floors of SAO. Only upon defeating the boss of the 100th floor will you achieve true salvation." As his words settled, Kayaba added, "Within your inventory, you will find a small gift from me. Please take a look." As his voice faded, the crowd extended their fingers, swiping downwards in the air, summoning the SAO menu, and locating the so-called gifts in their inventories. It was a mirror. Upon witnessing this scene, Suei's lips curled into a slight smile. He activated the recording function in their chat group, capturing the unfolding spectacle. As the players opened the mirrors in their inventories, a dazzling array of lights shimmered, and their appearances underwent drastic transformations. The slender became stout, the short grew tall, women morphed into men, and the young aged into the elderly. Everyone reverted to their true selves, the appearances they had previously crafted now obliterated by the mirror's magic. This scene could undoubtedly be deemed a grand unmasking spectacle. "Ah, you, a man, are embracing me. I thought you were a woman. You claim to be 17. What a deception. Old man, were you not the handsome guy who was trying to woo me earlier? Hey, why have you suddenly shrunk? Weren't you nearly 6 feet tall before?" The surrounding crowd exhibited expressions of shock. And this grand unmasking scene was recorded by Sui and subsequently uploaded to the chat group. At that moment, members of the chat group were engaged in lively discussions regarding this mission, all curious about the nature of the world within Sao. Just then, Sui uploaded the video with the caption, "The Grand Unmasking Scene." As the members clicked on the video, they were momentarily stunned. Then, laughter erupted. Ha! What on earth is happening? I can't stop laughing. Did you see those stunned expressions? Edward Elric exclaimed. Wow, what an eye-opener. Hinata Hyuga added. What in the world is going on, Sui? Whitebeard chimed in, bewildered. Sui elucidated the situation, prompting the members of the chat group to erupt into even more exuberant laughter. At that moment, Kayaba Akihiko spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, the true Sao has now officially commenced. I wish you all the best of luck. As his words faded into the air, the eyes hidden beneath his crimson cloak seemed to cast a fleeting glance at Sui and his companions, who stood in the corner. Gradually, he began to dissipate from the sight of the crowd, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. At this juncture, Sui addressed the two women. Asuna, CC, let us proceed directly to the next town and conquer the entire labyrinth area. We shall leave no room for them to surpass us. Upon uttering this, Sui cast a glance at Kirito within the throng, a smile subtly curving his lips. Chapter 68, Boss Strategy Meeting. Due to the disparity in the flow of time, Sui felt no trepidation regarding the passage of time in this world of Aincrad. On the contrary, he reveled in the current gaming experience. After all, what young man does not cherish the thrill of gaming, especially the unprecedented joy of adventuring alongside allies? Before long, nearly 2 weeks had elapsed. During this fortnight, over 1,000 players had met their demise. An unparalleled pressure bore down upon every individual, save for Sui and his two companions. Throughout this period, Sui, Asuna, and CC had thoroughly explored the entirety of the first floor, completing a myriad of haphazard side quests. They had undeniably distanced themselves significantly from the others, a gap that would only continue to widen as they rolled forward like a snowball. Just as the trio concluded their explorations of the labyrinth for the day and prepared to return, they heard the announcement of a meeting regarding the first floor's boss. They had long since discovered the boss chamber, yet had refrained from entering due to some unexplored areas. To their surprise, just as they completed their exploration, others had uncovered the boss room. Asuna, CC, let us go take a look. Perhaps something intriguing will unfold. Sui's lips curled into a slight smirk, evidently having envisioned something amusing. As Asuna and CC regarded Sui as their leader, they raised no objections and promptly followed him to the ancient ruins located in the western part of the first floor. This place had been thoroughly explored, and all valuable treasures had been scavenged by the trio, leaving subsequent visitors to perceive it as merely a desolate ruin. Within this ancient ruin, Sui and his companions, cloaked in black robes, seated themselves in a corner, observing the influx of players with a sardonic smile. Hearing Sui's cold laughter, Asuna turned to him and inquired, Sui, is something amiss? Well, sort of. Do you see that individual not far from here? Following Sui's gaze, Asuna spotted a young man with short black hair, wielding a single sword on his back, approaching the ruins. I see him. What of it? Do you recall the words I spoke when we first met? Asuna's brows furrowed slightly. Before she could respond, CC interjected. Is this the Kirito you mentioned before? Upon hearing CC's reminder, Asuna quickly recalled Sui's warning upon entering the chat group, where he had advised keeping a distance from a certain individual named Kirito, labeling him as a scoundrel. Realizing this, Asuna swiftly turned to Sui, asking, Is this the person you were referring to? Sui nodded slowly, affirming, Indeed, that is he. From a certain perspective, he is exceedingly self-centered. Calling him a scoundrel would not be an exaggeration. Asuna's expression conveyed a dawning realization. Perhaps this was the reason he ventured here alone. It is worth noting that this was a death game, and players typically banded together, making solitary actions quite rare. With a contemplative tone, Asuna quietly remarked to Sui, I wonder if it is due to Kirito being the protagonist of Sao that he instinctively glanced our way, despite the trio's black cloaks obscuring their identities. A flicker of curiosity seemed to flicker in his mind, pondering the reason behind their mysterious appearance. At that moment, a blue-haired individual made his way to the center of the ruins, addressing the gathering. Thank you all for attending today. I am Diabel, a self-proclaimed knight. As Diabel's words concluded, the surrounding players erupted into a chorus of ridicule. Hey, I don't think there's a class system in this game. Haha, brother. This meeting is not a joke. We sacrificed our leveling time to attend. Could you please get to the point? Diabel's expression shifted dramatically, transforming into one of utmost seriousness. Today, my team and I discovered the boss room at the pinnacle of that tower. We must defeat the boss to reach the second floor. Only then can we draw closer to true salvation. Thus, I need your strength to demonstrate to other players that even in this death game, we still have a chance to regain our lives and break free from the shackles of this game. Am I wrong, everyone? Diabel appeared to possess a natural leadership quality. Following his impassioned speech, most players were swayed by his words and began to applaud fervently. The sound of clapping resonated through the air until Diabel raised his hands slightly, and the thunderous applause gradually subsided. Witnessing the player's genuine endorsement of his words, Diabel's smile radiated with newfound confidence. Without further ado, let us commence our strategy meeting. Since the first floor boss cannot be defeated lightly, I propose we form 6-member teams for enhanced safety. We must minimize damage to ensure we can conquer all 100 floors. As Diabel's words concluded, everyone began discussing how to form teams and who would take on the role of captain. In contrast, Kirito remained seated, appearing rather awkward. Accustomed to solitary play, he had been diligently leveling up based on his closed beta experience and had hardly interacted with anyone aside from Klein, whom he had met at the beginning. In this present moment, the unexpected need for team formation left him at a loss for how to proceed. As he hesitated, others had nearly completed their groupings. Only the conspicuous trio, Sui E and his companions, alongside Kirito, remained unpaired. Taking a deep breath, Kirito slowly approached the trio. He observed the 3 individuals before him and began to speak. You all, however, before he could finish his sentence, Asuna interrupted him. Chapter 69. The original sin of the game is incompetence. Before Kirito could articulate his thoughts, Asuna directed her cold gaze at him and stated, If you wish to join our team, we must decline. Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if Kirito were the most repugnant entity in existence. Kirito was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by this young woman's palpable disdain towards him. Yet, with the other groups already formed, he felt compelled to make one last effort. Resolutely, he thumped his chest and declared to Asuna, I possess considerable strength. Partnering with me would be highly advantageous for you. In this perilous game of death, possessing formidable abilities indeed granted significant advantages. However, Kirito's assertion clearly missed the mark. If strength were the metric, who could possibly rival the prowess of Sui E and his companions in this game? Over the past fortnight, they had consumed the majority of the resources, rapidly leveling up at an astonishing pace. Although they were still on the first floor, each member of Sui E's group wielded exceptionally potent growth-capable weapons, devouring 90 of the available resources, while Kirito had managed only 5. The remaining 5 had been acquired by other players. With their current levels and gear, advancing to the 10th floor would pose no challenge for them. Had it not been for Sui Yi's desire to establish a foundation for Asuna, he would not have lingered on the first floor until every item had been thoroughly explored before arriving at this meeting. Thus, in this moment, Kirito's proclamation of strength appeared utterly ludicrous in the presence of Asuna and her companions, solidifying her belief that he was indeed a detestable individual. Within this game of despair, offering others misplaced confidence while lacking the requisite strength would ultimately lead to the downfall of those who teamed up with him. Asuna gradually rose to her feet, her eyes, concealed beneath her dark cloak, fixed coldly upon Kirito. Noticing her stance, he instinctively took a step back, bewildered as to when he had provoked this individual. Just as he prepared to utter another word, Asuna coolly commanded, Leave. Though this utterance was but a single word, it bore a decisive finality that caused Kirito's brow to furrow in response. At that moment, Sui E also rose from his seat. Stepping forward to position himself between Asuna and Kirito, he addressed Kirito with a firm tone, Many eyes are upon us now. If you wish to avoid further attention, I suggest you find a seat quickly, as we refuse to team up with you. Kirito glanced around, and indeed, he perceived the curious gazes of those present upon them. This made him grit his teeth in frustration as he begrudgingly took a seat nearby. Observing Kirito's failed attempt at forming a team with the trio, Diabel chose not to comment further and continued to preside over the gathering, stating, Since most of you have completed your group formations, we shall, suddenly. A shout echoed from afar. A man with a spiky hairstyle leaped down the steps with agility. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd, revealing hints of resentment flashing in his eyes. Pointing at himself with an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, I am Yuan. Before we enter the boss room, I have something to say. Someone here must apologize to the 2,000 who perished. As Yuan's words resounded, he gestured toward the crowd, causing expressions among the attendees to shift. They exchanged glances, their features reflecting a myriad of emotions, rendering them speechless. Kirito's expression darkened significantly. His eyes fixated on the ground as he clenched his fists, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Diabel turned to Yawang and inquired, Mr. Yawang, are you referring to the closed beta testers who received early access? Yawang waved dismissively. Is that even a question? Those beta testers abandoned the novices on the very first day of this game, monopolizing the finest hunting grounds and completing the best quests, solely focused on their own ascension, oblivious to the plight of others. Such individuals must apologize. As he spoke, a menacing expression crossed Yawang's face. He gritted his teeth and reiterated, not only must they apologize, but they must also kneel and offer their gold and items. Without this, we cannot entrust our lives to them as teammates. Kirito felt a surge of distress at Yawang's words, his discomfort intensifying. His body seemed to tremble involuntarily. Yet, just then, a cold scoff pierced the air, shattering Kirito's agitated emotions. He turned to see the three figures cloaked in black. It was not only Kirito who heard the scoff. Yawang, too, caught the sound emanating from Sui. Without hesitation, Yawang directed his gaze toward the trio and boldly stated, if I am not mistaken, you three must be the beta testers. Afraid to show your faces, are you? As Yawang's words fell, all eyes turned toward Sui and his companions. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Sui remained composed, remarking, you truly live up to your name, Yawang. Your predatory nature rivals that of even the most base of creatures. With that, Sui rose from his seat, followed by Asuna and CC, who stepped forward alongside him toward Yawang. The sight of the three approaching filled Yawang with an uncharacteristic trepidation, an unfamiliar sensation. What do you three beta testers intend to do? He questioned, his bravado faltering. Let me make it clear. I, Yawang, am not easily intimidated. If you kneel now and seek our forgiveness while relinquishing your equipment and gold, perhaps we might consider pardoning you. The grotesque visage of Yawang was now laid bare before Sui's unwavering gaze. Amidst the ruins, a cacophony of laughter erupted from Sui, exclaiming, you dare to call us beta testers? Let me tell you, even those beta testers are but mere refuse in our presence. And do you even know where you are? This is SEO, a game of death. And what is the original sin of this game? Ultimately, it is nothing but incompetence. Yes, incompetence. Incompetence. Chapter 70. The boss goes berserk. The terror of all players. At that moment, within the remnants of the ruins, everyone felt the air grow dense and stagnant. Many sensed an eerie aura emanating from the three cloaked figures before them. It was in this charged atmosphere that Diabel, the organizer of this meeting, broke the silence. Ahem, I would like to address this matter, he began, producing an ancient tome from his possession. This is the novice guide distributed for free by the item shop, and it was initially issued by those beta testers. Information is accessible to all, yet even so, many players have met their demise. Therefore, at this point, Diabel fell silent. Despite the sharing of intelligence, the unfortunate truth remained, incompetence, just as Sui had articulated earlier. However, as the organizer, Diabel refrained from voicing support for any individual. Instead, he deftly shifted the topic. Addressing the assembly, ladies and gentlemen, it is precisely for this reason that our current endeavor is of utmost importance. Only by successfully defeating the first floor boss can we instill faith in others that we can escape this deadly game. As Diabel's words echoed, a resounding chorus of agreement arose from the crowd. Indeed, we must show Kayaba Akihiko that our valor is not as feeble as he imagines. We are willing to lead the charge, inspiring others to believe that tomorrow holds promise. Let us triumph and vanquish the first floor boss. The fervent cries of the surrounding players reflected the immense pressure they had accumulated over the days. Their shouts were a cathartic release, a testament to their desire to fight and prove their worth. Seizing the momentum, Diabel declared, let us march towards the boss room and showcase our strength. Yawang glanced at Diabel, then at the black-cloaked Sui, gritting his teeth in resentment. He glared menacingly at Sui. You think this will just blow over? Just wait until after the boss is defeated. I will make you pay. Is that a threat? Sui queried. Consider it a threat. I would bet you are indeed a beta tester, and I will make you kneel before me, surrendering all your items and gold. Not for any other reason, but for the fallen players. With that, Yawang turned and joined the main force heading toward the boss. At this moment, CC, in her distinctive languid tone, remarked to Sui, who would have thought our guild leader would face threats one day? Asuna's voice brimming with disdain for Yawang echoed. That scoundrel merely seeks to occupy the moral high ground, pressuring beta testers to relinquish their hard-earned items and gold. In this murderous game, is that not a form of murder itself? The nature of his actions is far more vile and utterly repugnant. Both Asuna and CC saw through Yawang's character, while the others remained silent, primarily desiring a share of the spoils. After all, human nature is inherently selfish. However, What Yao Wang likely did not realize was that anyone who threatened Su Yi had already met their demise. Yawning, Su Yi said to the two women, "All right, let us linger at the back and observe their prowess." Following your lead, Su Yi, the two women nodded slightly, trailing behind him as they walked at the rear of the main force. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the boss room. The immense door was nothing short of magnificent, adorned with carvings of the boss and its guard. Yet, the details appeared somewhat blurred, with only its eyes glowing ominously red, instilling fear in many. This was their first encounter with a boss, and the greatest terror is always the unknown. Diabel took a deep breath, addressing the crowd. "If you are afraid, you may still withdraw now." Diabel's words were a deliberate provocation. Indeed, as he spoke, voices erupted in unison. "Afraid? We are not afraid. We shall be the vanguard for all. We will wield our hands to provide hope for others." Just then, Yao Wang turned to the trio at the back, tauntingly declaring, "I see the ones truly afraid are those three. Just earlier, they claimed to be stronger than the beta testers, yet now they linger at the back. Perhaps they were merely boasting. Humph, still hiding in your cloaks. Is that the only way you can feel secure while boasting?" As Yao Wang finished, the boss door began to slowly open. Observing this, Yao Wang scoffed, "You trash, I suggest you leave quickly, lest you hinder us." With that, he hastened to follow Diabel into the boss room. As the boss door sealed shut, darkness enveloped them entirely. In that moment, the surroundings appeared to be shrouded in a phantasmagoria. The room was imbued with surreal colors. Soon after, a formidable boss, wielding an axe and shield, materialized before their eyes. Roar! The boss's roar echoed in their ears. Gleaming lights flickered around the boss, and as they dissipated, three of the boss's elite guards emerged, charging at the players. Witnessing this, Diabel brandished his sword and launched into the attack. With Diabel's command, all the players surged toward the boss, including Kirito. Only Su Yi and his companions approached the boss at a leisurely pace. "Charge! Let the boss witness our might." "Ah, I am fired up," the crowd cried out, rallying their spirits, creating an atmosphere akin to a battlefield. The boss and players collided in a chaotic melee. Team A, Team C, switch. The moment has arrived. Team B, block the attack. Team C, maintain your defense and prepare to switch. While engaged in battle, Diabel tirelessly orchestrated the offensive and defensive maneuvers of his comrades, embodying the essence of a true leader. Under his command, everyone except for Su Yi relentlessly launched assaults against the boss. The boss's health bar steadily diminished. However, just as it dropped by a segment, a surge of steam enveloped the boss. Not only the boss, but even its three elite guards began to emanate clouds of vapor, rising from their very forms. As the mist billowed forth in unison, the boss and its minions experienced a sudden tripling of their speed. Seeing this, Kirito shouted, "This is bad. Fall back. The boss has entered a berserk state." Having encountered a berserk boss during the beta test, he was the first to cry out in warning upon witnessing this scene. Yet it was too late. At that very moment, Team A, leading the charge, was effortlessly felled by the boss's colossal axe. The razor-sharp weapon sliced through the 6 members of Team A, severing them in half. Their expressions were frozen in shock and terror. "Defend! Quick, defend! Team C, do not retreat. Obey the orders." The sudden turn of events threw everyone into a frenzy. Even Diabel's frantic shouts proved futile. Terror had completely consumed their hearts. They stumbled backward, their faces etched with sheer panic. This was a scheme devised by Kaiba Akihiko. There was no way to defeat such a boss. With a single swing, it had annihilated 6 fully healthy players. How could they possibly continue fighting? "Open the door. Damn it. The boss door won't budge." The first to reach the boss's door was the reckless Yawara, who had charged ahead moments earlier. At this point, his psychological defenses had crumbled. He believed that, given their current state, they stood no chance against the enraged boss. Diabel, too, felt his body tremble. He repeatedly thought to himself, "This cannot be." During the beta test, this boss did not enter a berserk state. Why is this happening now? No, we must rally ourselves. Once we enter the boss's room, there will be no escape. We must defeat the boss before us if we wish to survive. Otherwise, we are doomed. But can we truly vanquish this frenzied boss? Its ferocious attacks and terrifying speed are far beyond what we can withstand at this stage. As Diabel pondered these thoughts, he heard Kirito's urgent voice from nearby. "What are you 3 doing? Hurry, fall back. You cannot hope to defeat it alone." As Kirito's warning echoed, Diabel noticed Su Yi and her 2 companions standing defiantly before the boss. Roaring in rage, the boss lunged towards them, swinging its massive axe with unrelenting force. Just as the elite guards rushed to engage Su Yi, she calmly declared, "Asuna, CC, it's our turn to shine." Chapter 71, The Foolish Yawara. With Sui's words, CC and Asuna dashed forward with astonishing speed. As they took their first steps, their swords were drawn from their waists in a fluid motion. Swift and seamless, they charged at the boss at an incredible pace. Alone, they were no match for the boss. They needed to retreat. Kirito shouted anxiously at Asuna and CC, desperate to assist them, but he was hindered by the boss's guards, becoming entangled in combat. This is intolerable. If this continues, we will surely perish. With that thought, Kirito's sword moved with renewed speed, unmatched by most players at the first level. Diabel considered that if Kirito maintained this pace, perhaps he could indeed vanquish the boss. However, just as everyone was contemplating this, the boss's anguished roar drew their attention back to Asuna and CC, both wielding their swords. Asuna and CC unleashed brilliant bursts of light with each strike. The blows came in rapid succession, and in the blink of an eye, the boss was riddled with countless punctures. A cascade of crimson shards, reminiscent of falling snowflakes, drifted downwards. The boss's health bar plummeted at a visible rate, swiftly diminishing to its final segment. Kirito, Diabel, and the surrounding players watched in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. They had just witnessed the boss's formidable strength. The frenzied speed and devastating power of its axe were beyond their capacity to counter. Any contact meant certain death. Yet, these two figures cloaked in black effortlessly accomplished what they could not. The overwhelming impact of this revelation struck their minds. How could they be so powerful? Their speed and strength suggested levels far superior to their own. With them in the fray, perhaps they could avoid demise. Incredible. They had initially believed their end was inevitable. Yet now the boss was down to its last sliver of health. Surely, they could defeat it. How extraordinary these two were. Kirito and Diabel murmured in awe. As beta testers, they possessed a deeper understanding of the game's mechanics. Yet even they could not achieve such prowess at the first level. It was truly terrifying. At that moment, the boss, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, discarded its giant axe and retrieved a wild katana from behind. The instant the boss grasped the katana, its already volatile aura intensified, tripling in ferocity. Kirito's expression shifted drastically, and he internally gasped in shock. What? The weapon has changed from a curved blade to a wild katana. This is different from the beta test. Diabel, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently called out to Sui and her companions. Hey, fall back. Leap back with all your might. The attributes of the wild blade are undoubtedly far superior to those of the curved blade. Diabel's words echoed in the ears of Sui and his companions. However, the others paid little heed to his utterance. After completing their offensive maneuvers, Asuna and CC sheathed their swords and obediently positioned themselves behind Sui. Meanwhile, the boss let out a furious roar, propelling itself onto a nearby pillar with immense force, swiftly darting between the supports. Boom, boom, boom. The boss's speed upon the pillars intensified, the sounds it produced becoming increasingly frenetic. Like a crimson lightning bolt, it gathered a tremendous amount of energy before diving from the air towards Sui. The wild blade emanated a menacing scarlet glow, appearing exceedingly ominous. Kirito's heart sank upon witnessing this scene. It was too late. They were doomed. Damn it. Diabel also felt a tremor in his heart. He had initially intended to rush in and claim the final blow, relishing the boss's special rewards. Yet now, all that remained in his heart was a sense of relief. It was fortunate he had not acted. Had he done so, he would have met his end. The thoughts of the others mirrored this sentiment, all believing there was no escape for Sui and his companions. Just then, Sui reached behind him, grasping a jet-black greatsword tightly in his hand. As the boss swung down the wild blade from above, Sui stepped forward. The greatsword traced an arc through the air, crashing violently against the boss's wild blade. The collision produced a deafening explosion that resonated in everyone's ears. Boom. The room was instantly engulfed in a tempest. The fierce winds billowed Sui's black robe, revealing his true visage, while Asuna and CC delicately tugged at their hoods, concealing their faces. Is this truly the first floor's boss? How utterly feeble. Sui murmured to himself. He then grasped the fabric of his robe, and with a flourish, it fell away, unveiling his true appearance beneath. Clad in metallic armor adorned with jewels, he resembled an ancient noble warrior. Radiating a dazzling brilliance, he exuded an aura of formidable strength. This ensemble left the onlookers utterly spellbound. They gazed in disbelief at Sui's magnificent attire. Is this truly the kind of equipment one can possess on the first floor? It was simply too extravagant. While they were still clad in cloth armor and garments, Sui had already donned gem-encrusted armor. It was a revelation that shattered their perceptions. At that moment, Su Yi's other hand rested firmly upon the hilt of his greatsword. Roar! It was as if this was the final straw that would break the boss's back. With both hands wielding the sword, Su Yi unleashed the full might of the greatsword. In the blink of an eye, the wild blade in the boss's grasp was cleaved in two by Su Yi's weapon. Without hesitation, Su Yi propelled himself towards the boss's head. The sword light flickered, slicing through the very fabric of space, severing the boss's head from its body. In an instant, the boss disintegrated into countless fragments, slowly dissipating in the room under the silent gaze of the onlookers. At that moment, they could only perceive Su Yi as an unparalleled powerhouse. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Why were you so powerful, yet did not strike earlier? You only approached the boss after those 6 had been slain. The speaker was none other than the brash Yao Wang, who had been so animated before Su Yi. Upon hearing Yao Wang's words, Su Yi chuckled. In the next moment, his greatsword pointed directly at Yao Wang. Simultaneously, a presence more formidable than that of the boss radiated from Su Yi. Chapter 72. The Scarlet Player Su Yi. A terrifying aura emanated from Su Yi, so potent that it surpassed even the defeated boss. This overwhelming presence left Yao Wang's lips quivering. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at the surrounding crowd, feeling a modicum of courage. With so many people around, what could Su Yi possibly do to him? With that thought, Yao Wang allowed a faint smile to creep across his face, only to quickly suppress it. His gaze returned to Su Yi, and he observed the armor adorning his form, his eyes glinting with avarice. This insatiable desire swiftly consumed Yao Wang's rationality. He addressed Su Yi. Do you not understand? You must atone to those 6. You must kneel before us and surrender all your equipment and riches to everyone present. Otherwise, we shall not forgive you. As he spoke, Yao Wang took several steps closer to Su Yi, demonstrating his utter fearlessness. Several onlookers, upon hearing Yao Wang's words, turned their gazes towards Su Yi's splendid armor. They began to speculate about the superior equipment that would surely follow the boss's defeat. Many voices joined in, echoing Yao Wang's sentiments. He is right. You must apologize to us. You must kneel before us. Then hand over all your equipment and wealth. If you refuse, we shall not forgive you. Su Yi, upon hearing these declarations, could only laugh as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. He burst into hearty laughter, then addressed the crowd. If I am not mistaken, those speaking now are the very ones who fled the fastest earlier. Especially you, Mr. Yao Wang. I distinctly remember your expression when you reached the boss's door only to find it locked. It was truly pitiful. Ha! Su Yi's mocking words fell upon Yao Wang and the others like a thunderclap. Diabel, the commander of this venture, had indeed witnessed Yao Wang's earlier disgraceful performance. It had been Yao Wang's blunders that had caused the command to falter. Had Su Yi not appeared, many more lives might have been lost in this boss encounter. Perhaps even all of them. In truth, it was Su Yi and his companions who had saved them. Yao Wang, cease your prattling. Were it not for... Diabel was about to interject when Yao Wang retorted, Am I mistaken? He then turned back to Su Yi, declaring, Do not waste everyone's time any longer. You are undoubtedly a closed beta tester. Thus, hasten to kneel and offer us your apologies. Then surrender your equipment and wealth to us. In concluding his statement, the Tooth King revealed a smirk, wagering that Su Yi would comply without hesitation. For he had no alternative. Yet, at that moment, as the Tooth King entertained such thoughts, Su Yi erupted into laughter. Ha! You claim I am a closed beta player? What a jest! Do not conflate me with those who, despite possessing advanced knowledge, remain utterly inept. They are unworthy of comparison, as are you. Had we not just thoroughly explored the first level, this boss battle would have been of no concern to you at all. As Su Yi's words resonated, Kirito recalled the trio Klein had mentioned to him long ago. Surely, these were the very individuals. Gazing at Su Yi's formidable attire, Kirito felt his pride utterly shattered. His supposed gaming talent, even bolstered by his status as a beta tester, paled in comparison to Su Yi, rendering him a mere triviality. Was this individual truly human? Upon hearing Su Yi's declarations, the Tooth King's expression grew increasingly frenzied. You dare insult us? Do you believe we? But before he could finish, a chilling breeze grazed his face, and in the blink of an eye, one of those who had demanded Su Yi kneel was cleaved in two, his remnants dissolving into crimson fragments, vanishing from this game. Simultaneously, the reality of his demise was sealed. The green indicator above Su Yi's head morphed into a crimson hue, red, the mark of a murderer, and Su Yi became the first player to commit murder. All present were rendered speechless. The boss room was engulfed in an unprecedented silence, overshadowed by Su Yi's aura, which surpassed even that of the boss. They sensed that the Tooth King had provoked a being he should never have dared to confront. The Tooth King turned to the lifeless figure beside him, a shiver coursing through him as he instinctively uttered, "You. What are you doing? You just killed him. Oh, must you be so anxious?" "I merely dealt with a piece of filth," Sui replied. "Oh, and I neglected to mention. Anyone who threatens me generally does not live to see the morrow." As his words fell, another individual met the same fate, cleaved in two. This time the very one who had demanded Sui kneel. A demon. This was undoubtedly a demon. This game could kill. It was utterly terrifying. No. I do not wish to die. Please, spare me. I am willing to offer all my equipment and wealth to you." Those who had previously spoken against Sui now knelt before him, bowing their heads repeatedly, causing others to instinctively step back. Kirito and Diabel were plunged into contemplation, uncertain of what to say in the face of such a scene. They did not intervene, but instead fell into silence. Sui approached the Tooth King and queried, "And you, Tooth King?" Upon hearing Sui's words, the Tooth King collapsed to his knees. If there were one lacking in spirit, he was undoubtedly the most spineless of them all. Had the Tooth King chosen to resist defiantly, Sui might have respected him and granted him a swift end. However, the Tooth King and his ilk relished in bullying the weak, standing atop a moral high ground to impose their desires upon others. Such individuals were beneath Sui's contempt. Feel the despair of death. With that proclamation, Sui unleashed a flurry of strikes upon them. In an instant, the Tooth King and his companions were reduced to mere fragments, obliterated from existence. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Sui's mind from the chat group. Chapter 73, The Arrival of the Destroyer. Hella faces off, as the chat group's message resonated within his mind. A subtle smile graced Sui's lips. It seemed this mission had been successfully accomplished. He sheathed his great sword upon his back and, alongside the two women, made his way to the second floor. Not until Sui and his companions exited the boss room did any of the onlookers stir. They remained in a state of shock, unable to recover from the recent events. Meanwhile, Sui and his companions felt a slight transformation within themselves. An abundance of skills flooded their minds, accompanied by various insights into the art of swordsmanship, leading to significant growth. After a brief moment of reflection, Sui turned to Asuna and said, "Asuna, CC, once we reach the second level, you may remove your hoods. This way, no one will suspect you, at most. They will think you are closed beta players, never considering you as my allies." Upon hearing this, Asuna immediately removed her hood and replied, "What are you saying, Sui? You are truly protecting us." CC chimed in, "Indeed, Sui, this act of shouldering the blame is quite unfair." Upon hearing their words, Sui smiled but refrained from elaborating further. He simply said to the two women, "All right, you both continue to enjoy yourselves. I shall return now. If anything arises, contact me in the group." With that, Sui's figure gradually faded from the world of Sao. As a being far beyond this realm, Sui could effortlessly control his body. The constraints of the full dive helmet could not possibly limit his power. Watching Sui depart, CC turned to Asuna and remarked, "With Sui's protection, it truly feels like home, doesn't it, Asuna?" Asuna nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with warmth, instinctively responding, "Yes." But as she spoke, she noticed CC already heading towards the second floor. Immediately, Asuna called out, "Wait for me, witch," and dashed after CC. In the Marvel Universe, Hella clutched the cards Sui had given her, indulging in a shopping spree in the bustling center of Monaco. It is said that a woman's love for beauty is innate, and even the goddess of death, Hella, was no exception. She had already amassed 4 shopping bags, yet remained exuberantly engaged in her retail therapy. Suddenly, Hella glanced to her right, her perfectly composed features betraying a hint of seriousness. "The timing is impeccable," she murmured to herself, inadvertently catching the attention of a passing man. The man, captivated by Hella's stunning figure and exquisite beauty, grew excited. "Hey, gorgeous. Did you just say my arrival is perfectly timed?" Before Hella could respond to the man's words, a deafening sound erupted. The ground within the shopping plaza began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. The ominous noise grew closer. In the next instant, a colossal silhouette of steel charged forth from the direction Hella was observing. The debris it dislodged fell directly upon the man, burying him beneath the rubble. Thud, thud, thud. The metallic figure approached Hella without a moment's hesitation, trampling over the mound of stones. The man couldn't even emit a cry, as blood gushed forth from the pile of stones. Hella's heart sank as she watched the formidable figure draw nearer. She released her grip, allowing her recently purchased attire to fall to the ground. With a cold voice, she addressed the approaching steel entity. "I never imagined Odin would go so far as to send the destroyer to eliminate me," Hella murmured to herself. As her words faded, she swept her hands back through her hair. Her battle attire, a blend of black and green, materialized around her. Simultaneously, her form began to levitate gracefully in the air. Her expression icy as she gazed at the destroyer. As a former member of Asgard, Hela was well aware of the destroyer's formidable prowess. Constructed from the Uru metal of the enchanted realm, it was nearly indestructible and possessed the ability to annihilate all known matter. Its visage could emit a continuous beam of superheated light, capable of melting anything in its path. Furthermore, it could reshape itself at will. This weapon had been forged by Odin to repel the invasion of cosmic deities and safeguard Earth. Such attributes alone testify to the destroyer's formidable nature. Meanwhile, outside the shopping plaza, Loki's eyes gleamed with excitement. Odin's words echoed in his mind. Whoever kills the target first would ascend to the throne of Asgard. With that thought, Loki chuckled. Thor, it seems I shall achieve victory first this time. As Loki's words hung in the air, he swiftly commanded the destroyer to attack Hela. In an instant, as the destroyer advanced, its eyes radiated a golden glow. As the light intensified, the overwhelming aura emanating from the destroyer became increasingly terrifying. Suddenly, a brilliant golden beam erupted from its eyes, scorching the very fabric of space. The terrifying high-temperature beam surged forward with unstoppable force, aimed directly at Hela. Unfazed, Hela waved her hands, summoning a multitude of night sky swords that floated beside her, under her command. If one were to listen closely at that moment, they could hear the melodic hum of the swords resonating in the air. As the terrifying beam threatened to engulf her, Hela's delicate hand swept forward. Yet, that was not the end. Her arm, after the initial motion, did not falter. Divine energy surged from her form, transforming into night sky swords that hurtled toward the searing beam at incredible speed. Boom! The two forces collided. The terrifying beam instantly consumed Hela's night sky swords. However, the swords seemed endless, as wave after wave surged forth toward the destroyer's beam with reckless abandon. The energy swirled around the point of impact, creating a tumultuous vortex. Soon, a mushroom cloud emerged, capturing the attention of all. Witnesses beheld the center of Monaco's shopping plaza vanish entirely alongside the mushroom cloud. Chapter 74. Entangled in Crisis. Hela's divine energy depleted. The appearance of the mushroom cloud completely engulfed Monaco's central plaza, swirling flames and smoke, incinerating everything in its vicinity. A fierce wind, unprecedented in its ferocity, radiated outward from the plaza. Countless windows shattered, and in a lavish steakhouse not far from the scene, Tony Stark was the first to react. Initially planning to dine with Pepper Potts, the sudden turmoil prompted Tony to instinctively rise, shielding Pepper in his embrace. In the next moment, crash, crash, crash. The glass in the steakhouse shattered instantaneously, and cracks appeared in the walls. The structure was on the verge of collapse. Observing the chaos, Tony's heart sank. If memory served him correctly, Hela, Su Yi's companion, was currently inside the Monaco shopping plaza. Damn it! Tony cursed vehemently. The thought of Su Yi's terrifying power sent a wave of unease through him. Pepper quickly grasped the situation. Tony, Hela, she began. I know, but before anything else, let me get you to safety. Tony replied, tossing aside the briefcase beside him. He stepped onto it, and in a flash, his Iron Man suit enveloped him at breakneck speed. Grasping Pepper tightly, he soared out of the steakhouse. After securing her in a safe location, Tony rushed to the hotel, donning a more powerful suit of armor. This new armor, the Mark VI Energy Suit, had been developed from elements provided by Su Yi, granting Tony a significant enhancement. For safety's sake, he donned this suit and swiftly headed toward Monaco's central plaza. Meanwhile, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, thunder rumbling within. A chilling wind swept through the air. Sir, an unidentified energy signature is approaching rapidly. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters, 50 meters. With Jarvis's constant alerts, Tony's expression turned grave as he gazed ahead, spotting a broad-shouldered man with flowing golden hair and a hammer. The man paused momentarily upon seeing Tony, but quickly resumed his flight toward Monaco's central plaza. Without hesitation, Tony followed closely behind. Upon their arrival, they beheld the ruins of Monaco's central plaza, where two figures stood in confrontation, a battle-ready Hela and the destroyer of Asgard. They stared at each other, seemingly searching for each other's weaknesses. However, the arrival of Thor and Tony Stark shattered the current stagnant atmosphere. Tony Stark cast his gaze forward, and his pupils suddenly constricted. You are Hela? Tony Stark had never heard of Hela possessing any peculiar powers. Thus, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. Hela slightly nodded, then turned her attention to the golden-haired man before her. She sensed Odin's bloodline emanating from Thor. Immediately, Hela addressed Thor, saying, "You must be Odin's son. I never imagined Odin would send his own son and the Destroyer to come here to kill me." Thor regarded Hela with an expression of indescribable peculiarity, for he too could feel the strangeness of this woman. Nevertheless, Thor, in his current state, remained somewhat prideful. He glanced at the Destroyer beside him and declared, "I do not require the Destroyer's assistance. I presume my brother Loki must have liberated him." As Thor's words fell, Loki's figure emerged amidst the ruins of the Monaco Central Mall. "Thor, if it weren't for me, you would likely still be searching for your target." Loki's mocking voice resonated from a distance, drawing the attention of both Hela and Tony Stark. Tony Stark's expression shifted slightly. "Thor, Loki, are you figures from mythology? Are you deities?" Thor nodded slightly, stating, "We hail from Asgard, tasked with fulfilling the mission of our father Odin." Upon uttering this, Thor turned his gaze towards Hela, only to find a smirk curling at her lips, her eyes gleaming with mockery. This expression bewildered the exceedingly proud Thor. "What is that expression? Are you not afraid I shall take you back to Asgard? I shall return to reclaim my rightful throne. But is your brother truly Odin's son?" Hela's brief statement conveyed an abundance of information. It not only stunned Thor, but also caused a subtle change in Loki's demeanor. "What do you mean by that?" Thor was the first to react, unwilling to tolerate any insult towards his brother. Despite his pride, he held a deep affection for Loki. In a certain sense, the bond between these two brothers was a tumultuous blend of love and rivalry. "What else could it mean? I merely inquire whether your brother is Odin's foundling, devoid of any semblance of bloodline, and an insufferable frost giant to boot." As the former goddess of war who had traversed the 9 realms, Hela was all too familiar with such energies. Her words enraged Loki. "You wretched woman, I shall slay you. I will end you now." Loki, the god of lies, was not easily deceived. Thus, when Hela uttered those words, he sensed her honesty. This implied that what Hela had said bore the truth. Yet, even if he were not Odin's child, so what? As long as he could vanquish the person before him, he would still be the next ruler of Asgard. With this thought, Loki hesitated not a moment longer, commanding the Destroyer to attack Hela. Upon witnessing this, Thor also acted without delay, wielding his hammer and charging towards Hela. Tony Stark inhaled deeply, feeling a measure of pressure in the presence of these deities. However, recalling that fellow Sui, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. If he could just hold on until Sui returned, surely the situation would be resolved. With this in mind, Tony Stark piloted his armored suit, interposing himself before Thor. The already ruined Monaco Central Mall was once again engulfed in battle. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of night sky swords were summoned from thin air by Hela, swirling with tempestuous winds as they surged towards the Destroyer. Simultaneously, Tony Stark and Thor engaged in combat, with thunder rumbling in the skies, intermittently unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning. Boom! A circle of lightning erupted, creating a small crater in the ground. Tony Stark was acutely aware of the terror of thunder. Flames erupted from his back, propelling him into the air. As he ascended, miniature missiles launched from his shoulder, locking onto Thor's form and firing forth. The sound of multiple explosions reverberated in the ears of all present. The battle raged on amidst the ruins of Monaco Central Mall, while helicopters from Monaco circled low, observing the unfolding chaos. "What on earth is happening?" Report. "It seems there are individuals engaged in combat within the Central Mall. We have identified one of them as Iron Man, Tony Stark." Tony Stark. The news reached not just Monaco's local authorities, but also the SHIELD organization, which had just dealt with the Hulk, suffering considerable losses. Now, upon receiving intel from Monaco, Nick Fury found himself in a state of heightened concern. Immediately, he issued orders to dispatch operatives to thoroughly investigate the situation, particularly the current state of battle, instructing them to utilize any available resources to ascertain the details. As Nick Fury's commands echoed, SHIELD operated like a colossal machine, ramping into action with remarkable efficiency. In a remarkably short time, Nick Fury received reports from his agents. "Director, the battle conditions are decidedly unfavorable for Tony Stark. He is engaged in combat with a hammer-wielding individual and is at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Hela, Suyi's companion, appears to be no ordinary foe. She is battling a figure seemingly made of iron, with another person providing assistance, and they too seem to be struggling." After receiving the report, Nick Fury urgently inquired, "And where is Sui? Have you spotted him?" Report. "Director, we have not located Suyi's presence." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Nick Fury's heart sank, underscoring the dire nature of the current predicament. Within the Monaco Central Mall, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Boom. Thor swung his hammer, taking advantage of Tony Stark's momentary distraction to deliver a crushing blow that sent him crashing to the ground. At that moment, Hela felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, as she found herself once again depleted of her divine energy, having not yet returned to her peak state. She beheld Thor, the Destroyer, and Loki standing before her, exuding an aura of murderous intent. A heavy weight descended into the abyss of her heart. At that very moment, Chapter 75, a critical juncture, Sui arrived. As this unfolded, Loki, wielding control over the Destroyer, gritted his teeth and unleashed a devastating blow upon Thor, who was caught unawares, falling victim to Loki's treachery. The searing rays mercilessly engulfed Thor's form, the terrifying heat washing over him. Faced with the sheer terror of the Destroyer, even Thor found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Loki could no longer contain his excitement. He let out a boisterous laugh. Ha ha. Everything has been set in motion. No one can thwart me now. I, Loki, shall ultimately ascend as the king of Asgard. Hela regarded the unfolding drama before her with an unyielding expression. Although she had been stripped of her divine powers, fear did not flicker within her. She coldly fixed her gaze upon Loki, an aura of death emanating from her being. Addressing Loki, she said, "You are Loki, are you not? Should you choose to submit to me now, I could overlook your previous insolence. Once I fully restore my strength and vanquish Odin, I could elevate you to the rank of general. You would lead our Asgardian warriors in conquering the 9 realms. What say you?" Loki, hearing Hela's words, felt a surge of excitement, though he quickly masked it, returning to his previous demeanor. He observed Hela intently and replied, "Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Have you taken stock of your situation? Your ally lies incapacitated beside you, and your divine power is nearly depleted. Pray tell, how do you intend to contend with me? Should I succeed in slaying you, I shall claim the throne of Asgard. At that point, I will be the most esteemed being in all the 9 realms. Even if I am not Odin's son, what of it?" Hela's gaze remained impassive as she regarded Loki, her expression unchanging, like a tranquil well, devoid of ripples. With an icy tone, she replied, "If that is the case, then you may kill me." With that, Hela slowly closed her eyes. At this juncture, the central marketplace had been reduced to ruins. The once thriving structure lay in shambles, its walls collapsed, a stark contrast to its former prosperity. Tony Stark, upon hearing Hela's words, clenched his teeth and addressed Jarvis. Jarvis. Is the iron suit capable of rebooting? Jarvis responded, "Sir, the suit's power system has been obliterated, the weapon systems destroyed. Aside from basic bodily diagnostics, all functions have ceased. Conducting a bodily assessment, sir. It appears you are experiencing severe blood loss and require immediate medical attention." Damnable fiend. Tony Stark cursed under his breath, lamenting that if only the armor had been slightly more robust, he wouldn't have been so easily overpowered by Thor. Ultimately, it came down to the strength of the new energy core, but being in Monaco, he was unable to fabricate superior armor. If only he had time, he could create a counter-Thor suit and reclaim his dignity. Yet now, it seemed all hope was lost. A wave of intense dizziness surged through him, and Tony Stark felt on the verge of unconsciousness. In that moment, he instructed Jarvis, send a message to Pepper Potts, telling her that if she encounters Sui, to convey my apologies. This was my oversight. Additionally, let her know that I love her. With that, Tony Stark slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to the depths of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. Meanwhile, Loki's excitement was palpable, barely contained as he yearned to claim Hela's head. He extended his trembling hands, driven by exhilaration, as he guided the Destroyer towards Hela. With each step the Destroyer took, the golden light in its eyes intensified. The sheer terror of that golden radiance, even without being unleashed, rendered the surrounding air almost ethereal. This was undoubtedly the most formidable strike the Destroyer had executed thus far. At that moment, Loki exuberantly declared, "The throne is mine." As his words echoed, the light from the Destroyer's eyes surged forth. A searing beam shot towards Hela with unrelenting intensity. In the distance, Nick Fury of SHIELD let his arms hang limply by his sides, gazing at the transmitted image, despondently murmuring, "It's all over. Damn it." Nick Fury could scarcely fathom what Sui would become should Hela perish. From his observations over the past few days, Sui was fiercely protective of those he cherished. Anyone he deemed worthy was beyond the reach of bullying. And such a person, should he become unhinged? Fury's mind reeled at the thought. Just as despair washed over him, an underling suddenly reported, detecting a strong disturbance in the space before Hela. It seems something is about to emerge. What? Nick Fury swiftly approached the speaker, scrutinizing the detected imagery and the fluctuations in data. As the destroyer's beam bore down upon Hela, a towering passageway materialized before her. The moment the passage appeared, a hand reached out, seemingly unperturbed by the impending beam. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The scorching, terrifying rays from the destroyer struck Su Yi's palm, incessantly searing it. Yet, Su Yi's hand endured, healing from injury to injury in a relentless cycle. Only after he emerged from the passage did he clench his fist with ferocious strength, as if shattering the beam of the destroyer with sheer force. In a chain reaction, the explosion detonated against the destroyer, sending it hurtling through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a human-sized crater. The sudden appearance of this figure immediately captured Loki's attention, his pupils dilating in trepidation as an ominous premonition spread through him. Meanwhile, Thor, previously sent flying, grit his teeth and rose from the ground, glaring at Loki before turning his gaze to Su-Yi. Thor sensed an immense pressure emanating from Su-Yi. Loki, we will settle our score later. For now, we must deal with this foe. Loki could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he nodded to Thor and once more commanded the destroyer to rise from the crater. Confronted by the combined onslaught of Thor, the destroyer, and Loki, Su-Yi stifled a yawn before turning to Hela behind him, remarking, "It seems I arrived just in time." Hela slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Su-Yi. Strangely, the once aloof Hela now had tears glistening in her eyes. In that instant, Su-Yi's heart softened, and he drew Hela into his embrace, his hands resting gently on her exquisite back as he softly whispered in her ear, "All right, leave the rest to me. I shall ensure they receive their just desserts." As Su-Yi spoke, Loki deftly commanded the destroyer to fire at Su-Yi's back. However, it appeared as though Su-Yi had anticipated this move. He swiftly stepped aside, still holding Hela, as the beam of light grazed his clothing, striking a distant ruin and stirring up a cloud of dust. Loki's heart sank. He hadn't expected that even with his back turned, Su-Yi could effortlessly evade the destroyer's attack. Seeing this, Thor wasted no time, swinging his hammer and charging towards Su-Yi. The hammer buzzed and whirled under Thor's control, creating a cacophony that seemed to disrupt the very fabric of space. Sparks of electricity clung to the hammer, crackling with the might of thunder as it hurtled towards Su-Yi. A fierce glint flickered in Su-Yi's eyes. He retreated a step, using his leg as a pivot, while simultaneously rotating his waist and gently guiding Hela away. With a resounding thud, Su-Yi effortlessly delivered a kick to Thor's face. Following that, he slowly pressed his lips to Hela's, the preceding motion resembling a dance amidst the ruins, elegant yet brutal in its execution. Thor's face had just met the sole of Su-Yi's foot with such force that it caused several of his teeth to dislodge, leaving him in a rather unseemly state. Subsequently, Thor's body skidded across the ground for 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. Hela's delicate visage flushed a rosy hue. Utterly unrecognizable as the former goddess of death, she appeared almost like a shy young girl. "Damn it," Thor grunted as he struggled to rise from the ground, turning to Loki and exclaiming, "Loki, this guy is incredibly strong." Loki internally scoffed, thinking, "I'm not foolish. I've seen the previous skirmish." However, what came out was, indeed, this individual is exceptionally formidable. If we wish to defeat him, perhaps we should channel our divine power into the destroyer. The destroyer, one of the mightiest weapons in Asgard. It was certainly not as feeble as depicted in the films. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thor did not hesitate, rushing to Loki's side as they both began infusing their divine energy into the destroyer. Observing their actions, Su-Yi gestured to Hela, "Hela, don't you think it's rather foolish for them to strategize in front of the enemy?" Had Su-Yi not had his own plans, he would have delivered a swift slap to silence them. At Su-Yi's comment, Hela chuckled, but then cautioned him, "Be careful. The power of the destroyer is something even I would have avoided during my prime." As Hela's words fell, the energy emanating from the destroyer surged to unprecedented heights. Chapter 76, The Awakening of the Supreme Day of Destruction. The aura surrounding the destroyer continued to ascend uncontrollably. Loki's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light, his mind racing with thoughts as he noticed the divine energy he had channeled into the destroyer rapidly diminishing. Clearly, he was preparing for something ahead. Yet even so, the formidable energy within the destroyer, bolstered by Thor and Loki's contributions, became exceedingly dense, glaring menacingly at Su-Yi. A searing beam of intense heat erupted from the destroyer's eyes, racing towards Su-Yi with alarming speed. Unexpectedly, Su-Yi, faced with the terrifying high-temperature beam, slowly opened his arms and closed his eyes, appearing to relinquish all defense as he allowed the beam to wash over him. Thor and Loki stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered by the spectacle. What was happening? If they could express their confusion visually, they would undoubtedly be seen with questioning expressions. In the meantime, Sui activated a live stream in their chat group, causing members to flood in. Even Asuna and CC, who were currently engaged in SAO, joined the stream. Asuna, what on earth is happening right now? CC. Sui, you can't possibly be getting beaten up right after returning to your world, can you? Whitebeard, Gurararara. For a man, battle is romance. Esther, please, old man Whitebeard, battle is romantic for me too. If I could fight alongside someone I adore, that would be the epitome of romance. Wohana, agreed. Edward Elric, why do I sense Suyi's aura gradually fading? CC, maybe he's about to die again. Wohana. Esther, confused black man JPG. Sui, well, shouldn't you be focusing on these two before you? One is Thor, the god of thunder, and the other is Loki, the god of fire and mischief, also known as the god of lies. Asuna, shocked cat JPG. Edward Elric, if I recall correctly, the god of thunder's hammer is worth 50,000 points in the point store. Esther, so Sui just essentially scored 50,000 points for free? That's absurd. Wohana, but it seems your aura is weakening more and more. Are you really okay? Sui, death. I had almost forgotten about that. After sending that message in the chat group, Sui slowly closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy to suppress his body's self-repair functions, striving to minimize his physical capabilities. Finally, after exerting unprecedented effort, he succumbed to the high-temperature beam infused with divine power from the destroyer. His form gradually dissipated, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. Thor and Loki were left in stunned silence, while even Hela appeared momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Suyi's inexplicable actions. However, as the goddess of death, she possesses an unprecedented sensitivity to the essence of mortality. Previously, she was aware that Sui would revive after his demise. Yet this time, there was absolutely nothing left of Sui's corporeal form. Thor and Loki remained vigilant, scrutinizing their surroundings, wary of any potential ambush from Sui. However, as time trickled away, Sui's presence seemed to have vanished entirely. It appeared that he was truly deceased. Thor remarked to Loki, who was observing Hela's expression. He could sense a profound shock hidden within Hela's demeanor. It seemed he truly had perished. It was baffling how that fellow's mind worked. If he wished to die, why not simply state it outright? Why create such a troublesome situation for us? Thus, the current task was to ensure the complete annihilation of the individual before them. Thor stated to Loki. Yet, as he uttered these words, he remained cautious of Loki's proximity. Though he was proud, he was not foolish. In the face of the throne, it seemed prudent not to place too much trust in his brother, even if this individual was not his biological sibling. Nevertheless, as a son of Odin, Thor still acknowledged Loki. What Thor was unaware of was that Loki harbored quite a different perspective. Upon learning his true identity from Hela, his heart was filled with both anguish and an unprecedented elation, for it meant he could wield the Frost Box. That was the clan treasure of the Frost Giants, imbued with terrifying icy power. Just as Loki prepared to wield the Frost Box to ambush Thor, a sudden golden pattern materialized before them. This golden pattern stretched and spread as if etched into the very fabric of space, ultimately transforming into the visage of a sun, radiating a blinding brilliance akin to sunlight. This pattern continued to expand, swiftly outlining a figure centered around the sun. The figure gradually became suffused with light, revealing Sui before the astonished onlookers. Adorned with golden patterns, he appeared resplendent, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. He hovered in the air, radiating brilliance, with similar solar patterns concealed within his eyes. He resembled a true deity. This form was named by Sui as the awakening of the Supreme Destruction Sun. At that moment, both Loki and Thor gazed at Sui in disbelief. How could this be? Hadn't you just died? There wasn't even a trace left. How could you reappear? Sui regarded the two before him and replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I was dead just a moment ago. But look, I am alive now. What is there to be astonished about? As Sui's words fell, Thor and Loki opened their mouths, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. The crowd witnessing this scene was equally astonished, as it was their first encounter with Sui in such a form. Kirigaya Asuna exclaimed, My heavens! This state is truly magnificent. CC remarked, It carries an aura of profound tranquility, offering me a sensation of warmth. Whitebeard observed, In this form, Su-E seems to possess even greater strength. Chapter 77. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Gulp. Loki instinctively swallowed hard. As the master of destruction, he was acutely aware of the power it wielded. That terrifying, searing heat was something even Odin would not dare to bask in. Yet, this individual before them not only stood effortlessly in the light, but also seemed to revel in it. This was beyond their wildest imaginings. Su-E's gaze fell upon Thor and Loki, brimming with disdain. He floated above them, looking down as he declared, I shall grant you 3 seconds. Should you fail to slay me within this time, the ones who shall perish will be you. Loki, ever sensitive to the falsehood in words, urged, Thor, act. He is serious. Without a moment's hesitation, Loki thrust his hands forward, and the frost box, which he had intended to use against Thor, materialized in his grasp. An icy aura emanated from the frost box. Due to his frost giant lineage, Loki was untouched by the curse, enabling him to unleash unprecedented icy power. The chilling air seemed poised to freeze the very fabric of space itself. As Loki slowly opened the frost box, a frigid blast, reminiscent of an age-old ice cellar, surged forth. The atmosphere appeared as if it were being encased in ice. Meanwhile, watching the live stream, Isdeath was utterly astonished. This icy aura is even more potent than that produced by my imperial tool, Su-E remarked. Perhaps it is because the frost box is a creation of mythology. Following Su-E's comment in the chat, he slowly extended his hand. The golden patterns adorning his form shone even more brilliantly at that moment. The icy aura could not penetrate Su-E's being, not even by the slightest fraction. All the cold air was held at bay, and even as the light intensified, immense energy, under Su-E's control, swiftly enveloped the frost box, effortlessly clenching his fist. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in the ears of all present, followed by a thud. Loki was seen tumbling to the ground in a woeful state, the frost box entirely vanishing from his grasp. Not only were Thor and Hela taken aback, but Su-E's action also deepened the understanding of his power among those in the chat. Kirigaya Asuna stated, if I didn't misinterpret earlier, Su-E mentioned that the frost box is a creation of mythology. Kirigaya Asuna continued, are mythological creations typically of inferior quality? Otherwise, why would Su-E's mere grasp cause the frost box to shatter? CC mused, perhaps Su-E possesses power that transcends mythology? CC added, Whitebeard. I recall you no longer bear any hidden injuries, correct? Whitebeard responded, indeed, why bring that up all of a sudden? CC queried, if my memory serves me right. You previously stated that once your hidden injuries were gone, you intended to challenge the group leader, Su-E. Whitebeard chuckled, Gurararara, what splendid weather we have today. My sons are calling me to a feast. Whitebeard added, I'm off. JPG. As the chat group exchanged playful banter, Su-E's gaze turned toward Thor. Thor felt a profound, indescribable heat wash over him as Su-E's eyes fell upon him. A powerful instinct for survival awakened the thunderous might within the god of thunder. At this moment, he was no longer the god of the hammer, but rather the god of thunder, wielding the might of lightning. Arcs of electricity continuously coiled around Thor's body, amplifying his formidable aura. The thunder roared at that instant. Thor raised his hammer high and charged fiercely towards Su-E, his muscles bulging to their utmost, resembling a small hill. Hela's eyes flashed with concern. As the heir to Odin's power, Thor's bloodline strength was not to be underestimated. Instinctively, Hela exclaimed in alarm, be careful. However, Su-E remained unfazed, extending his finger with a casual grace, effortlessly placing it against the head of Thor's hammer. Boom! A tempestuous wind erupted, radiating outward from the point of contact. Hela exerted the last of her divine power to withstand the force of this gale. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, lying not far away, was swept away by the ferocity of the wind. The terrifying destructive force enveloped the surrounding area, stretching for thousands of feet. Even the very space around Su-E and Thor began to warp under the sheer might. The ground beneath them trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, cracks splitting open like gaping maws of monstrous beasts, causing the earth to crumble and collapse in chaos. Hela had not anticipated that the clash between Su-E and Thor would unleash such overwhelming power. As she found herself on the brink of being consumed by the fissures, she suddenly felt a force lifting her up, gently setting her down on stable ground. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, her gaze turning towards the epicenter of the battle. Below them lay a massive pit, with Su-E radiating a divine glow, surveying everything from above with an air of superiority. Thor was incapacitated. The mighty hammer of the thunder god had succumbed to destruction, shattered into countless fragments scattered around him. But how infuriating! Loki watched as Thor fell gravely injured, his own trump cards completely exhausted, leaving him engulfed in profound despair. Destroyer. Attack. Eliminate this wretch before me. Loki hissed through gritted teeth, adding, though the destroyer may not defeat you, it is forged from the URU metal of Asgard, and you shall not escape unscathed. Yet, before Loki could finish his sentence, Sui had vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before the destroyer, his thumb and index finger poised together. With a sudden flick of his middle finger, boom, the destroyer's head caved in instantly. The tremendous force erupted upon its forehead, transforming it into a mere afterimage as it slammed violently into the ground, a distance of 10,000 meters away. Only then did Sui register Loki's earlier words. He turned to Loki, his tone indifferent. What were you saying? Upon hearing Sui's words, Loki's mouth twitched, his expression momentarily frozen. Chapter 78. Beneath the Blazing Sun. All is void. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury sat slumped in his chair, wide-eyed as he beheld the scene unfolding before him. Sui floated in the air like a deity, an almost tangible pressure emanating from him that even through the screen, Nick Fury could sense effortlessly. Is this truly the extent of Sui's power? He murmured to himself. At this moment, he was utterly at a loss as to how to confront Sui effectively. A deep sense of helplessness welled within him. In contrast, Alexander Pierce, seated nearby, gazed at the display of Sui's formidable strength with fervent eyes. If he could wield such power, he would essentially become a god in this world. Greed morphed into a demon, gradually consuming Alexander Pierce's reason. Although he yearned for Sui's strength, he recognized that with his current abilities, acquiring even a drop of Sui's blood would be an arduous feat, akin to climbing a mountain. Yet, that did not preclude him from exploring other avenues. A sly smile crept across Alexander Pierce's lips. He felt a surge of wicked schemes finally coming to fruition. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, Sui regarded Loki and Thor with a measured tone. It is now your turn. Do you have any final words before your demise? Loki, without hesitation, proclaimed, I am willing to kneel before you. You are the most powerful being I have ever encountered. Submitting to you is the wisest choice of my life. I implore you to accept my fealty. Without a hint of defiance, Loki dropped to his knees before Sui, devoid of any semblance of pride. Sui regarded Loki with a cool gaze, his tone slightly elevated. Is that so? Are you truly sincere? A glimmer of hope flickered in Loki's eyes as he nodded vigorously, of course, for the glory of, before Loki could finish. Sui's eyes glowed with searing rays of heat. This radiance surpassed that of the destroyer, a result of his evolution through prior death. To be precise, it was an upgrade of his previous heat ray, magnifying its power by at least tenfold. The terrifying gaze transformed into a beam of intense heat, striking Loki with astonishing speed. Truly, a lethal gaze. Boom. As Sui's gaze descended, a new pit formed where Loki had just stood, and now, countless craters marred the central mall. The view was littered with ruins and debris. As the smoke of the explosion dissipated, Sui beheld one of Loki's arms resting in the pit, while the rest of his body had vanished without a trace. In the chat group, others also took note of this development. Kirigaya Asuna. Should I say that the god of mischief and the god of lies are truly living up to their titles? It seems he has indeed maximized his survival skills. If all goes well, this should be his survival through severed limbs. CC. Being able to escape from Sui's grasp. I believe he could boast about it for a lifetime. His death, to flee from Sui's presence, such prowess is already remarkable. Yuo no Hanari. Indeed. The more I learn about Sui, the more I perceive his strength as overwhelmingly formidable. Yuo no Hanari. I even think that our captain would stand no chance against Sui. Hinata Hyuga. Big brother Sui is the strongest. Not only the group members, but Sui himself also realized that Loki had managed to escape. Moreover, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly faint, rendering the pursuit of his enemies quite challenging. Therefore, Sui resolved to abandon the chase. He intended to deliver a vast funeral for this place. Whether they lived or perished was a matter of their own fortune. As this thought crossed Sui's mind, his figure flickered and he instantaneously appeared above the ruins. Gazing down from the sky, he beheld that the city had been ravaged beyond recognition. The remaining inhabitants had been evacuated to distant locations. It could be said that this place had transformed into a desolate ghost town. Observing this, Sui's right hand slowly rose. Golden patterns began to emanate from his fingertips, spreading through the air. In the blink of an eye, these golden lines outlined a diminutive sun in the sky. The tiny sun floated above the ruins. Merely this action ignited an unprecedented inferno within the city due to the intense heat. Loki, clearly aware of the unfolding scene, found himself in a state of utter disarray. Not to mention his tattered garments, his severely injured body and the loss of an arm brought him excruciating pain. Loki dashed forward relentlessly, his mind fixated solely on one thought: escape from this city. All other concerns had faded from his thoughts. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would never venture into Midgard again. This place was infinitely more terrifying than Asgard. Just as Loki contemplated this, Su-Yi in the air waved his arm downwards. The radiant sun began to descend gently from the sky. Simultaneously, Su-Yi activated his gravitational field, locking onto the figures of Hela, the Destroyer, and Tony Stark, drawing them towards him as he leisurely soared into the distance. Behind Su-Yi, an intensely blinding light erupted, illuminating the sky with a searing white hue. In stark contrast, the surrounding areas were engulfed in a dim, shadowy twilight. It was as if the entire world was illuminated solely by that blazing sun. As the fiery orb gradually dissipated, the city was reduced to a colossal crater. The pit was astonishingly smooth, and within it, all existence seemed to vanish. Only a few particles of dust floated in the air. Confronted with his own handiwork, Su-Yi displayed no concern whatsoever. As for the fates of Thor and Loki, he regarded them as inconsequential. After all, in Su-Yi's eyes, they were but ants. As the patterns upon Su-Yi's body slowly faded, the immense pressure emanating from him also lessened. He let out a yawn, acknowledging that once he relinquished his awakened state, an overwhelming drowsiness surged over him like a tidal wave. This was not due to physical exhaustion, but rather a simple fatigue of the spirit. Hela, we shall prepare to return to Queens. With that, Su-Yi vanished from his location. In the next moment, he and his companions arrived in Queens. Without hesitation, Su-Yi kicked Tony Stark towards S-H-I-E-L-D, then embraced Hela as they returned to their villa, sinking into a blissful slumber. At the same time, Pepper Potts learned from S-H-I-E-L-D that Tony Stark was safe and hurriedly flew to S-H-I-E-L-D from the evacuation zone. 3 days swiftly passed. Chapter 79, Hail Hydra. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, Su-Yi and Hela could be said to have engaged solely in sleeping and dining, epitomizing the essence of laziness. Who would have imagined that such a slothful individual possessed the effortless power to obliterate worlds? In contrast to the tranquility of Su-Yi and Hela, S-H-I-E-L-D was embroiled in chaos. They were inundated with a myriad of issues to address. Questions regarding how the city was destroyed, the nature of that sun, and who was responsible for these events demanded Nick Fury's attention. He had to compile reports to present to the relevant parties. The workload over these 3 days surpassed anything he had accomplished in the entire year. Even Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, felt his body nearing its limits. Su-Yi, it is all because of this Su-Yi. We must find an entity capable of countering him. As Nick Fury's words echoed, he slammed his hands heavily onto the table. However, the expression on his face was not one of anger, but rather an unprecedented sense of despair and dejection. Despite the eloquence of Nick Fury's words, he was acutely aware that their current capabilities were utterly inadequate to contend with Su-Yi. This realization led to the grim truth that whenever Su-Yi desired to enact his will, not only could they not obstruct him, but at times, they were compelled to assist him. This was the source of Nick Fury's profound despair. At that moment, Pierce approached Nick Fury and said, "Nick, sometimes we can entirely bypass direct confrontation." Nick Fury paused, turning to Pierce. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we target those around Su-Yi?" Pierce offered no response, merely regarding Nick Fury in silence. However, this gesture communicated his thoughts clearly. Nick Fury stared at Pierce and said, "Pierce, are you out of your mind? In the face of absolute power, no scheme can succeed. I have a fair understanding of Su-Yi's capabilities. No, you do not comprehend the terror of Su-Yi. His abilities are far beyond what you have witnessed. I believe he possesses other powers we are utterly oblivious to." Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Pierce's expression darkened. Perhaps, he murmured softly, though his demeanor suggested reluctance. Nick Fury, perhaps sensing Pierce's thoughts, reiterated, "I advise you not to entertain such notions. If you truly provoke Su-Yi, S-H-I-E-L-D may well vanish from the annals of history." The cunning old fox, Pierce, chuckled at Nick Fury's warning. "Rest assured, I merely entertain such thoughts." With that, Pierce turned and departed, no longer engaging with Nick Fury. Meanwhile, he mused internally, will S-H-I-E-L-D disappear from history? What concern is that of mine? After all, Hydra has already embedded itself within S-H-I-E-L-D, gaining considerable resources. Even without S-H-I-E-L-D, they can sustain themselves. With that thought, Pierce internally cheered, "Hail Hydra!" Pierce was indeed the leader of Hydra within S-H-I-E-L-D. By virtue of this identity alone, he could never align himself with Nick Fury's camp. Upon contemplating this, Pierce resolved to target the woman beside Sue-E first and foremost. The immediate prey would be none other than Hannah Marks, the woman who fervently pursued Sue-E. He had received intelligence indicating that she frequently visited Sue-Yi's villa during this period. This meant he could easily approach Hannah. Moreover, his demands were minimal. He simply required her to collect Sue-Yi's hair, sebaceous matter, and ideally, deoxyribonucleic acid. The more he pondered, the more invigorated he felt. If he could indeed acquire such material, wouldn't the entire world belong to Hydra? At that point, they could mass-produce individuals akin to Sue-E, indoctrinating them from a young age, a task Hydra excelled at. Once he obtained the necessary items, he would promptly leave with the members of Hydra, leaving Nick Fury to bear the blame at S-H-I-E-L-D. It was a veritable two birds with one stone plan. As for failure, in Pierce's view, that was utterly inconceivable. For every person harbors weaknesses, and familial bonds are among the most potent vulnerabilities. The sole limitation lay in ensuring Nick Fury remained oblivious to his actions. Otherwise, he risked achieving nothing. Meanwhile, Sue-E gradually opened his eyes, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window before glancing at the time on his phone. To his surprise, it was already afternoon. Indeed, the best way to let time slip away was through slumber. Stretching lazily, he instinctively planted a kiss on Hella's lips nearby before rising from the bed. Taking out his phone, Sue-E called Tony Stark. "Tony, how's your recovery coming along?" At Stark Industries, Tony Stark glanced at the Iron Man suit beside him and replied, "It's going well. I can move about freely now. Do you remember the favor you owe me?" "Of course. What do you need me to do?" A subtle smile graced Sue-Yi's lips. "It's quite simple. I'm gifting you something, a custom Iron Man suit. Isn't that straightforward?" Hearing this, Tony Stark felt a wave of relief wash over him. A custom suit was a trivial matter. After all, he delivered a suit to Sue-E every time he created one. It was merely a customization this time. With that thought, Tony Stark addressed Sue-E. "If it's just a custom Iron Man suit, that's no problem at all. I'll be at Stark Industries waiting for you. Just let my secretary know when you arrive." At that moment, Sue-E had already entered his underground collection room. He beheld the destroyer and the space stone lying before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said to Tony Stark, "All right, I'm on my way." As Sue-Yi's words faded, he effortlessly lifted the destroyer and pressed it against the space stone. In an instant, Sue-Yi's figure vanished from the underground collection room. Chapter 80, All Hands on Deck. Sue-E is back again. In an instant, Sue-Yi's form disappeared from the underground collection room. At Stark Industries, Tony Stark hung up the phone and took a sip from his coffee. The moment he set the cup down, he was taken aback to find Sue-E standing before him. Whoa. In that instant, Tony Stark lost control, spraying coffee all over himself. "How did you get here so quickly?" he instinctively remarked. Sue-Yi's voice teased him at that moment. "TSK, TSK, TSK, are you really that excited to see me?" Tony Stark casually wiped his mouth, looking at Sue-E before responding. "When did you arrive?" "What else could it be?" "Just now, to be precise. The moment I hung up the phone." As Sue-E spoke, he casually tossed the destroyer aside and turned to Tony Stark, saying, "What you need to do is combine this destroyer with the Tesseract. That shouldn't be an issue, right?" Tony Stark was somewhat familiar with the tale of the Tesseract, but he felt uncertain about how to handle the destroyer. Rising from his seat, he approached the destroyer, inspecting its materials. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Scan this fellow." As Tony Stark's words concluded, the AIJARVIS maneuvered a scanner beside the destroyer, emitting red beams that slowly scanned the materials of the destroyer. After a considerable time, JARVIS reported, "Sir, these materials are from other planets and are far beyond our processing capabilities." At this point, Tony Stark shrugged and replied to Sue-E, "As you can see, it's not that I don't want to help you. We simply can't handle this thing unless you're willing to assist me." At this, Tony Stark's gaze fell on the indented section of the destroyer's face, a chill running down his spine. He had witnessed this creature's terrifying power before. The repulsor blast from his palm had produced no sparks upon striking the destroyer, which made clear just how extraordinary the materials used to construct it were. Meanwhile, Sue-E had begun to explore Tony Stark's office, lightly murmuring, "No worries, I merely wish to create a toy for amusement. After all, isn't a mech the epitome of a man's romance?" If it takes me an inordinate amount of time to build this toy, it would be nothing short of torture. Hearing that Sue-Yi only wanted to craft a toy, Tony Stark felt overwhelmed. What sort of toy required the Destroyer and the Tesseract for construction? After a pause, Sue-Yi continued, if I bring you adamantium, can you modify the Destroyer? Initially, adamantium was a metal synthesized from vibranium, iron, and a catalyst. This metal was incredibly durable, even slightly stronger than vibranium. However, the current quantity of adamantium was exceedingly scarce. The only individual who might possess true, indestructible adamantium was Wolverine from the X-Men. Tony Stark had certainly heard of adamantium. He nodded slightly at this moment. If you truly have adamantium, I would be willing to give it a try. Alternatively, if you can provide me with a substantial amount of vibranium, I can create something akin to adamantium. At this juncture, Tony Stark puffed out his chest. He was indeed a true genius in research. He believed that with enough vibranium, he could develop a metal that rivaled adamantium, or perhaps even surpassed it. Sue-Yi merely smiled and said, sure, but are you prepared for the cost of utilizing that vibranium? Tony Stark paused for a moment, instinctively inquiring, cost? What do you mean? Sitting casually, Sue-Yi replied, for instance, a substantial number of lives. Tony Stark's body trembled slightly. He had no comprehension of why the use of vibranium necessitated such a grave cost. Yet he was acutely aware that Sue-Yi before him seemed utterly indifferent to such matters. If he were to simply nod in agreement, vibranium could indeed be procured. However, if he were to acquiesce, he would no longer be the Tony Stark he knew. With that thought, Tony Stark hastily shook his head. No, that's not necessary. I cannot bear the cost you speak of. Observing Tony Stark's anxious demeanor, Sue-Yi chuckled. Why so tense? I was merely jesting. If I were to seek out vibranium, I wouldn't even know where to find it. All right, wait here for a moment while I visit an old friend to borrow some adamantium. As Sue-Yi's words faded, he abruptly pressed the cosmic cube in his hand. A cerulean glow surged forth, and with that, Sue-Yi's figure vanished from Tony Stark's workshop. In the next moment, he materialized before the gates of the X Academy. However, to Sue-Yi's surprise, the instant he appeared at the entrance, an ear-piercing alarm echoed throughout the academy. Upon hearing the alarm, the faces of those within the academy shifted dramatically. Phoenix, witnessing this, hastily turned to her companions and exclaimed, that guy's here. Everyone, assume battle readiness. Get the children to the shelters. I say, you needn't be so fearful of me. Sue-Yi's figure manifested beside Phoenix, addressing her and those nearby. Everyone felt as if they had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. You're not going to kick the door down again, are you? Phoenix questioned Sue-Yi, her eyes warily scrutinizing him, as memories of their first encounter 3 years prior flooded her mind. Back then, Sue-Yi was relatively inexperienced, easily defeated by a mere trio of mutants. Yet, they were astounded to find that every time Sue-Yi was slain, he only grew stronger. For an entire month, Sue-Yi visited the X Academy daily until he could effortlessly overpower them. He rarely returned afterward, though there had been a few visits long ago. To preempt Sue-Yi's sudden appearances, they had meticulously gathered intelligence on his physique and facial features to ensure they could enter battle readiness the moment he appeared. Thus, a year and a half passed, and they thought he would never return. Yet, unexpectedly, on Professor X's birthday, Sue-Yi arrived once more. Chapter 81, The Working Class. The Spirit of Labor, for only through labor can one rise above the rest. Sue-Yi has come yet again. The moment this news broke alongside the alarm, the members of the X Academy immediately commenced preparations. They had undergone extensive drills to prepare for Sue-Yi's arrival, specifically for this very moment. In response, Sue-Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. I'm not here to fight. I merely wish to speak with Professor X. Phoenix was taken aback by Sue-Yi's declaration. She stepped directly in front of him, stating, I absolutely will not allow you to see Professor X. If you have any intentions, direct them at me. Sue-Yi appraised Phoenix from head to toe, saying, not bad, decent looks, but without deeper acquaintance, I cannot ascertain your true nature. Cyclops, upon hearing Sue-Yi's words, erupted in fury, you scoundrel. Don't overstep your bounds. Sue-Yi casually waved his hand and called out towards the depths of the X Academy, Professor X. I know you can hear me. I come in peace this time. I simply need someone to assist me. Of course, I am a reasonable person and will compensate you for your efforts. You'll even have funds to further develop the academy. What a splendid opportunity. Everyone could hear Sue-Yi's proclamation. However, upon hearing him claim to be reasonable, Phoenix nearly rolled her eyes. She distinctly remembered how, 3 years prior, Sue-Yi had stated that only those with power had the right to reason. As if Sue-Yi's words held sway, Wolverine accompanied Professor X as they stepped forward. Professor X wore a smile, appearing quite amiable. Speak. What brings you to the academy this time? With the main character present, Su-Yi turned his gaze to Wolverine beside him. I wish for Wolverine to work for me, approximately for a month. Once the task is complete, he can return swiftly and conveniently. Upon hearing Su-Yi's request, Professor X felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as it wasn't a confrontation, he could manage. He genuinely feared this individual. I respect Wolverine's choice. If he agrees, I have no objections. Hearing Professor X's words, Wolverine shook his head. He opened his mouth, instinctively preparing to refuse. However, he suddenly recalled their previous encounters. He had indeed battled Su-Yi before, but at that time, he had been thoroughly overpowered. Had it not been for his own resilience, he might have met his end. To prevent a recurrence of such a situation, Wolverine swallowed his refusal. Looking at Su-Yi, he said, sure, but outside of work, I prefer to have my own time. No problem. You can use your time as you wish outside of work, and you'll even have weekends off. Plus, there will be compensation upon completion. Wolverine nodded slightly, staring incredulously at Su-Yi, as if questioning whether this accommodating version of Su-Yi could truly be the same ferocious individual from before. After discussing these arrangements, Su-Yi promptly led Wolverine away from the academy, leaving the rest in a state of bewilderment. Phoenix glanced at Professor X beside her and remarked, "This guy seems somewhat different from before." Cyclops, overhearing Phoenix, retorted indignantly, "Different? He is still the same. If we refuse him, he might just explode." Professor X's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. From his observations, it appeared that the hostility emanating from Su-Yi had indeed dissipated, and he seemed far more composed than before, lacking the previous madness and volatility. Contemplating this, Professor X slowly remarked, "Perhaps he has genuinely changed." Using the cosmic cube, Su-Yi transported Wolverine directly to Tony Stark's room. After exchanging a few words of instruction, Su-Yi departed from Stark Industries. Su-Yi promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Nick Fury. The call was swiftly connected, and Nick Fury's voice emanated from the receiver. "Su-Yi, what brings you to contact me?" Nick Fury was evidently on edge. It was quite remarkable that the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. could feel such trepidation due to a mere phone call. If his subordinates were to hear this, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Su-Yi's voice resonated from the other end. "Nick Fury, do you recall the incident with the Hulk?" Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, Nick Fury immediately responded, "Speak. What is the price?" He was well acquainted with the drill by now. "It's quite straightforward. I'm here to collect funds and materials." "Funds and materials?" "Indeed, funds and materials. You are to send someone to Tony Stark. Whatever sum he demands is his prerogative. As for the materials, I require vibranium. I want all the vibranium reserves of S.H.I.E.L.D. Will that settle our account?" "Yes, that will suffice." Nick Fury's expression grew somewhat conflicted at this juncture. If it were merely a matter of funds, he would have no qualms. S.H.I.E.L.D., being an organization established by multiple nations, had no shortage of financial resources. In fact, if one were to consider who spent the most, it would undoubtedly be Nick Fury himself. The funds expended on the armories he constructed across various locations could sustain S.H.I.E.L.D. for several years. However, vibranium was a resource exceedingly scarce, even for S.H.I.E.L.D. To date, they had managed to gather only a meager portion globally. It would be utterly impossible to hand over all of it. Just as Nick Fury found himself in a quandary, Su-Yi yawned and remarked, "By the way, Nick Fury, I find myself rather nostalgic for the Hulk. Perhaps you could arrange for us to meet?" A threat. This was undeniably a threat. If Su-Yi were to meet the Hulk, confrontation would be inevitable. Acknowledging this, Nick Fury wasted no time in declaring, "Is it merely vibranium? I shall provide it." After uttering this, Nick Fury suddenly recalled something Pierce had mentioned to him. With safety in mind, he informed Su-Yi, "By the way, Su-Yi, is there a girl named Hannah with you? It seems a certain faction has taken an interest in her. I am currently investigating this matter, but you should remain vigilant." "Is that so? I understand." With that, the two concluded their call. Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief, for regardless of whether Pierce would act behind his back, at least the blame would not rest upon his shoulders. There was little to be done. He had been thoroughly intimidated by General Ross previously. Meanwhile, after receiving this news, Su-Yi suddenly realized he had not visited the school in quite some time. Perhaps he should pick up Hannah after school today. With this thought in mind, Su-Yi instructed Jean to arrange for a vehicle to take him to the school. Simultaneously, Pierce commenced his own operations. Chapter 82, Life Mentor Su-Yi. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su-Yi instructed the driver to stop the car near the school entrance, where he awaited Hannah's emergence. Just as Sue-E was yawning and leisurely listening to music in the car, he noticed Peter Parker and Thompson exiting the school together. Sue-E recognized Thompson and was aware of the animosity between him and Peter Parker. In fact, Thompson frequently bullied Peter, to the extent that Peter avoided him whenever possible. Yet here they were, emerging from the school side by side, which seemed decidedly peculiar. Peter Parker's expression was somewhat frozen as he observed Thompson, who had an arm draped over his shoulder, causing his fists to clench unconsciously. Thompson, what exactly do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? I merely noticed your good buddy hasn't been around lately, so I thought I would come over and befriend you. With that, Thompson flung Peter's backpack onto the grass beside them. Hey, what are you doing? Peter protested as he attempted to retrieve his backpack, but Thompson yanked it away forcefully. Thompson then produced a basketball from his sports bag, menacingly addressing Peter. Let's go. Insignificant Parker. We're heading to the court to play some basketball. Graduation is approaching, and I want to spar with you before then. Upon hearing Thompson's words, Peter's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware of what Thompson's sparring entailed, brutal basketball. He had frequently been bullied by Thompson under the guise of basketball, the incidents numbering over 20. It was only after Sue-E transferred to the school that Thompson had ceased his antics. Yet now, it seemed Thompson had set his sights on him once more. Peter felt a deep sense of despair. He was simply too weak to resist Thompson, who was muscular and formidable. Furthermore, if he were to stand up for himself, the attention of those around would surely be drawn to the scene, leaving him utterly humiliated. With this in mind, Peter glanced at Thompson, who was wearing a mischievous grin, and reluctantly extended his trembling hands to take the basketball from him. Upon witnessing this, Thompson grinned. Now that's more like it. Let us go play basketball. His tone grew more forceful with the mention of play, causing Peter to involuntarily shudder. Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Peter cast a reluctant glance at the abandoned backpack. His grip around the basketball tightened, the veins on his arms subtly protruding. Just as Peter prepared to depart, Sue-E emerged from the car. Observing this fateful intersection, a slight smile graced his lips. Who could have predicted that the future Spider-Man and Venom would share such a peculiar relationship? However, Peter had assisted him on numerous occasions at school, and though he did not require it, he felt compelled to lend a hand to Peter in this moment. Otherwise, Peter might very well end up in tears. Sue-E strolled toward Thompson and Peter. Peter was the first to notice Sue-Ye's approach. Upon seeing Sue-E, his eyes brightened instantly. Thompson also sensed Peter's gaze and followed it to the figure of Sue-E advancing toward them. A wave of unease washed over Thompson as he regarded Sue-E. There was no denying it. This transfer student was exceedingly enigmatic. He vividly recalled the moment when a mere glance into Sue-Ye's eyes sent an icy wave coursing through his body, a sensation that later ignited a profound sense of irritation within him. Observing Sue-E as he approached the grassy area, he bent down to retrieve a backpack lying on the ground. Subsequently, he made his way to Peter Parker and Thompson, extending his hand to grasp the basketball with a deft motion. He then handed the backpack to Peter Parker, remarking, "Parker, even if you yearn to play basketball, you cannot simply abandon your backpack." Sue-Ye's words evidently took Peter Parker's dignity into account, for a man's pride is perhaps his most treasured possession. Turning his gaze towards Thompson, Sue-E smiled. "Seeing your enthusiasm for basketball makes me want to join in as well." As he spoke, the basketball on his fingertips began to spin effortlessly, exuding an air of ease and delight. A flicker of apprehension crossed Thompson's eyes as he scrutinized Sue-E, taking in his seemingly ordinary appearance, which at most suggested a hint of affluence. How had he ever been intimidated by this individual? The thought only fueled Thompson's growing ire. He glared at Sue-E and declared, "All right then, but let me inform you beforehand that I am the captain of the school basketball team. If you lose, don't blame me." A calm smile graced Sue-Ye's face as he replied, "Your words are quite frightening. This guy." Thompson was taken aback by Sue-Ye's unwavering demeanor, which only seemed to amplify his simmering rage. Internally, he vowed, "Just wait and see how I will humiliate you." With that, a cruel smile crept onto Thompson's face as they all proceeded to the nearby basketball court, where many were already engaged in play. Upon arrival, Thompson bellowed, "Everyone, clear out. This court is mine." As the school bully, many dared not provoke him, muttering curses under their breath as they left the court, thus vacating the space. Now, only Sue-E, Thompson, and Peter Parker remained on the court, attracting a growing crowd of onlookers. Peter Parker felt a wave of pressure wash over him. "Sue-E, perhaps we should leave," he suggested. "Parker, sometimes you must confront challenges, otherwise, all that remains is regret," Sue-E replied, his demeanor cheerful as he extended the basketball towards Thompson, signaling him to commence. Thompson's face broke into a smug grin, interpreting Sue-Ye's gesture as a sign of weakness. believing he would be granted leniency. But that was inconceivable. Not only would he not relent, but he would also deliver a crushing defeat. With that thought, Thompson reached for the basketball, only to find his expression shifting dramatically. He realized he could not budge the basketball held in Su Yi's grasp. What was happening? Thompson was momentarily stunned, questioning whether this was merely an illusion. Taking a deep breath, he yanked at the ball with all his might, yet it remained utterly immobile. How could this be possible? Thompson murmured in disbelief, gazing at Su Yi with astonishment etched across his face. The gathering crowd began to murmur, sensing the peculiar circumstance unfolding before them. Was Thompson toying with Su Yi? Such a malicious character, intending to humiliate Su Yi thoroughly. Poor Su Yi, targeted by the school bully. The whispers floated into Su Yi's ears, but he paid them no mind, instead taunting Thompson. What's the matter? Why not snatch the basketball from me? Or is it that you lack the ability? Thompson, confronted by Su Yi's smirk, felt his composure shatter. Give me the basketball, he barked, muscles bulging as he summoned every ounce of strength. Yet, the basketball remained steadfast in Su Yi's grip. You wretched fool, how are you managing this? Thompson seethed. His teeth clenched as he glared at Su Yi. Thompson was convinced that Su Yi was employing some trickery. In response, Su Yi merely chuckled and relaxed his grip. The basketball was liberated from his hand, sending Thompson sprawling backward, flailing helplessly, legs in the air, a sight both comical and humiliating. Even though the spectators knew Thompson's notorious nature, they could not suppress their laughter at the unfolding scene. Even Peter Parker wore a hint of amusement on his face, the earlier fear of Thompson dissipating under Su Yi's deliberate intervention. It was then that Su Yi feigned realization. Oh, you have quite the strength. Yet you were unable to take it from me. However, as he uttered this line, accompanied by a teasing expression and a mocking tone, it only served to ignite the flames of Thompson's fury. With agility, Thompson sprang to his feet, the basketball appearing as an extension of his being. Now firmly under his control, he was determined to erase his humiliation with this very ball. With that resolve, Thompson inhaled deeply and charged toward the hoop. A force to be reckoned with as the captain of the school basketball team, having led his peers to numerous victories, particularly in intercollegiate competitions. Everyone who played basketball at school recognized Thompson for his formidable prowess. As he deftly maneuvered past Su Yi, a fierce determination etched on his face. The crowd erupted in gasps, further inflating Thompson's pride. Let me show you what it means to be a basketball god. Thompson roared internally. He leaped high into the air, arms stretching back, then unleashed his force. His arm traced an arc through the air, culminating in a powerful slam dunk. Bang! In a bid to assert his dominance, Thompson yanked down on the rim, seeking to demonstrate his raw power. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he found himself utterly frozen in disbelief. He stared into the hoop, realizing with horror that the ball was no longer in his grasp. Where had it gone? The thought emerged in Thompson's mind. Upon landing, he instinctively turned to the side and caught sight of Su Yi yawning, the basketball spinning rapidly on his fingertips. The slight hint of fatigue on Su Yi's face seemed akin to mockery directed at him. How infuriating! When did he become so oblivious? A torrent of thoughts surged through Thompson's mind. Most importantly, he had failed to register when Su Yi had made his move. Suddenly, a realization struck Thompson. Could it have been at that moment, when he had just circled past Su Yi and the gasps of the onlookers had filled the air? Thompson had initially assumed that their astonishment was a reaction to his own skills. Yet, he never anticipated that they were actually marveling at Su Yi's actions. What a disgrace. This is an absolute humiliation. Thompson's mind roared in defiance. He would not underestimate this moment again. He was determined to demonstrate the prowess of his defensive skills to Su Yi. With that thought, Thompson positioned himself resolutely. An unprecedented seriousness radiated from his eyes. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who could sense Thompson's newfound focus. Thompson was serious. Although this guy had a notoriously poor character, his basketball skills were undeniably impressive. After all, Thompson was a basketball prodigy, a once-in-9,000 years talent. Seriously, once in 9,000 years? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Nevertheless, this does illustrate Thompson's remarkable abilities, does it not? I have heard that once he graduates, he could directly enter the NBA. Hearing the admiration from the crowd, Su Yi chuckled. I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Without further ado, he added, if you're going to attack, then do it swiftly. I will certainly defend against you. Oh, then I shall attack, Su Yi replied, and with that, he dribbled the basketball and approached Thompson leisurely. His unguarded demeanor seemed to taunt Thompson. At least, that was how Thompson perceived it. You shouldn't underestimate me. Thompson gritted his teeth and exclaimed. He took a decisive step forward, his hand reaching out towards the basketball. Just then, Su Yi's voice vanished. In the next instant, Sui leaped high, extending his arms backward before unleashing a powerful thrust. His arm traced an arc in the air. An axe dunk. Thud. Just like Thompson's earlier move. Sui forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. As Sui descended, the basketball rim shattered completely. I'll have someone come to replace the hoop. And Thompson, don't let me catch you bullying the weak again, Sui remarked, turning his back on the utterly stunned Thompson and casually waving his hand as he walked off the court. Everyone instinctively parted to make way for Sui. At that moment, Hannah emerged from the school building, running towards Sui like a fledgling returning to its nest. She leaped into his arms, pressing tightly against him as she inhaled his scent. Hannah's sweet voice floated into the ears of the onlookers. Sui, you actually came to pick me up today. Yes, I came to get you. Let's go. I'll take you home, Sui replied, wrapping his arm around the stunning campus beauty, Hannah, as they headed toward his luxurious car. Leaving the crowd in envious awe, each of them couldn't help but think, is this what it means to be a winner in life? Chapter 84. The Transformation of Campus Beauty Hannah. As Sui embraced Hannah and entered the car, the luxury vehicle slowly started, retreating against the backdrop of the passing scenery. Hannah savored this tranquil moment. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she appeared slightly surprised. Why were her parents calling her at this hour? Without hesitation, she answered the call in front of Sui. Mom, what's the matter? Hannah, if you're free today, please come back early. I've prepared something delicious for you. Sui noticed that Hannah's mother sounded quite tense, her voice trembling. Remembering Nick Fury's earlier words, a subtle smile flickered at the corners of Sui's mouth, though his expression remained devoid of any mirth. Instead, a chill radiated from him. Anyone who dared to target him or those close to him would not escape unscathed. He subtly nodded at Hannah beside him. Hannah clearly sensed the change in Sui. She quickly picked up on the peculiar tone in her mother's voice. However, with Sui by her side, she soon regained her composure. All right, I'll take a cab back right away, and I'll be there soon, she assured her mother before hanging up. Sui, I feel like something is off with my mom. It's all right. As long as I'm here, you can rest assured. And don't forget you possess Geas. Hannah nodded slightly, and then removed her colored contact lenses, revealing red patterns resembling birds. Soon, Sui and Hannah arrived at a building. Utilizing the power of his phantom fruit, Sui melded himself with the surrounding environment while Hannah walked toward her home. This scene was closely monitored by those sent by Pierce. The target has entered the building. The target has taken the elevator to the floor. The target has entered the room. Proceed with the encirclement immediately. The continuous sound of footsteps echoed throughout the building, which Sui could hear clearly. It seemed they had chosen to target Hannah's parents rather than her, aiming to control Hannah through them. Sui pondered as he followed Hannah into the room. Upon entering, Hannah found her parents restrained on the sofa, surrounded by armed individuals. The dark muzzles of their guns were aimed at Hannah's parents, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Who are you? Release my parents at once. Hannah's delicate hands clenched in anger as her gaze bore into the agents before her, as if she could kill with her stare. One agent, apparently the leader, stepped forward and addressed Hannah. Don't be alarmed. We merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. Upon hearing his words, Hannah furrowed her brow, refusing to waver in her defiance. Is this how you conduct discussions? Lower the guns from my parents' heads at once. Hannah. Her parents looked on anxiously, concerned for their daughter. If they could, they would have preferred to keep Hannah away from this situation. However, facing their worried gazes, Hannah shook her head slightly, reassuring them. It's all right, Mom and Dad. I will make sure nothing happens to you. Hannah finished speaking and turned to the agent before her, commanding, put down your weapon at once. The agent felt a twinge of headache. Typically, in such operations, their targets were usually begging for mercy on their knees. What was it about this woman that made her so audacious? Was she blissfully unaware of the concept of death? However, orders had been given from above to avoid harming Hannah at all costs. Consequently, the agents signaled, and the surrounding operatives lowered their weapons aimed at Hannah's parents. Yet their gazes remained vigilant, fixated on Hannah's parents. Observing this scene, Hannah boldly seated herself on her family's sofa, looking at the agent and demanding, now tell me, who sent you? This was a lesson she had gleaned from Hela. One must acknowledge the formidable aura of Hela, the queen. Although Hannah did not perfectly mirror it, she had certainly adopted a fraction of that imposing presence. The agent found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, he quickly regained his composure and coldly replied, do not mistake your position. If you refuse to comply with our demands, we will not hesitate to eliminate your parents. Hannah was undeterred. Her piercing gaze locked onto the agent. If you dare to make a move, believe me, I will slay you with a mere glance. Hannah's parents looked at her. Sensing that their daughter had undergone a transformation they could not comprehend. Meanwhile, Sui stood nearby, grinning as he observed this dramatic scene unfold. He even cheekily indulged in a drink, never expecting Hannah to exude such commanding presence. She was a far cry from the girl who used to scream in times of crisis. It was evident that during this period, Hannah had undergone an unprecedented metamorphosis. Perhaps this was the change brought on by power. Sui found himself enamored by her newfound strength. The agent was clearly taken aback, realizing that Hannah was no easy adversary. Although orders had been given not to harm Hannah herself, her parents were still vulnerable. The notion of being slain by a mere glance seemed absurd and laughable. Without hesitation, the agent barked to a nearby operative, "Take her father out." Upon hearing this command, Sui swiftly approached Hannah's parents and rendered them unconscious. At that moment, Hannah shifted her gaze to the nearby operative. As long as she could meet the agent's eyes, she could unleash her abilities. Suddenly, a crimson bird soared through the air, diving straight into the operative's eyes. In an instant, without any warning, the agent's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Sui utilized his magnetic field to control Hannah's parents, returning them to the confines of the room. When they awakened, it would merely appear as if they had experienced a nightmarish episode. At this juncture, the agent was left in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Nevertheless, the agent's training kicked in, and his instincts took over. He swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at Hannah. Yet just then, Hannah's gaze fell upon the leader of the agents. The crimson bird descended into the agent's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the agent felt as if a nuclear explosion had detonated within his mind. The overwhelming force caused him to perish on the spot, without even a moment to react. At that moment, Sui withdrew his illusion fruit powers, revealing himself within the room. Activating his magnetic field, he quickly restrained all the agents present, positioning them before Hannah. Taking a deep breath, Hannah surveyed the agents before her and murmured, "Explode." As her words faded, the image of the red bird danced gracefully in the air, diving into the eyes of the agents. The unusual sounds emanating from the room caught the attention of the operatives who had been stationed outside. Chapter 85. The ninth individual confirmed. The world on the brink of collapse. The commotion within the room startled the agents outside. Without hesitation, they stormed through the corridor and into the room. However, as they crossed the threshold, the sight before them struck their nerves like a drill. They found the room in an eerie calm, yet the once mighty leader of the agents lay lifeless on the floor, alongside several others, all appearing devoid of life. "What have you done, you wretched creature?" The first agent to enter felt himself on the verge of collapse. Instinctively, he raised his weapon towards Hannah. An overwhelming sense of impending doom pressing down on her, causing her eyes to involuntarily unleash their power. The crimson birds became increasingly vibrant, piercing the minds of the agents one by one, as if detonating nuclear bombs within their consciousness. In an instant, Hannah single-handedly incapacitated all the agents tasked with the mission. Witnessing this scene, she instinctively murmured, "How could this happen? Did my powers run amok?" Turning to Sui for confirmation, she was abruptly struck by a bird soaring towards him, sending a jolt of panic through her. A wave of regret washed over her as she gasped, her complexion paling. As Sui slowly closed his eyes, Hannah's heart plummeted into despair. The intense mental strain shattered her composure, enveloping her in anguish. The blood-red bird now manifested in another pair of eyes. He awakened. Evolving from the brink of chaos, it stabilized completely. Yet Hannah was oblivious to all of this. Consumed by an overwhelming sense of guilt, she dashed to Sui, wrapping her arms around him tightly, exclaiming, "Sui, are you all right?" "Sui." She repeatedly called his name. Suddenly, Hannah felt two large hands enveloping her from behind. She turned to find Sui slowly opening his eyes. "I must say, Hannah, your abilities are rather formidable. If you enhance your physical strength further, you could be considered both offensive and defensive from a certain perspective." Sui had previously perished in the wake of Hannah's psychic explosion, but he awakened the mental barrier, allowing him to withstand her psychic outburst. Otherwise, he might have faced death once more. After offering some comfort to Hannah, Sui addressed her, saying, "Hannah, your parents should awaken shortly. Just return to your normal life and inform them that this was merely a nightmare. As for these individuals, leave their handling to me." Hannah nodded vigorously, tightening her embrace around Sui's arm. Tears unconsciously soaked his chest. With a tender gesture, Sui affectionately ruffled Hannah's hair. Utilizing his magnetic field, he levitated the numerous agents into the air. Then, employing the powers of his phantom fruit, he melded them seamlessly with the surrounding environment. With the bodies of the agents in tow, Sui soared towards Shield. As he ascended towards Shield, Su-E entered the chat group, a habit he had grown fond of. Group leader Su-E has entered the chat group. With the distinctive notification sound reserved for group leaders, the chat group instantly buzzed with increased activity. Hinata Hyuga, Big Brother Su-E. It has been ages since I last saw you. When will I be able to meet you again? Hinata Hyuga, Sniffle CC. Ha, little Hinata. Since Su-E isn't coming to find you, you could always come to find him. I'm sure he wouldn't refuse. Hinata Hyuga, but I can't go out right now. I need to prepare for the Chunin exams. Su-E, the Chunin exams. Is it that soon? Su-E was taken aback, though he quickly recalled the different flow of time across worlds, which eased his surprise. Hinata Hyuga, Big Brother Su-E. Will you come to watch when I take my Chunin exams? Yukaretsu. Little Hinata, you're only inviting your big brother Su-E? What about us? It's deaf, exactly. We want to watch little Hinata's exam too. Edward Elric. By the way, if Whitebeard goes, his size will surely attract attention. Whitebeard, Gurararara. That is no problem. Whitebeard. I stumbled upon a shrinking experience card while browsing the points mall. For just 10 points, I can shrink my body to any size for a limited time. Whitebeard. If little Hinata has her exam, I can go watch too, Gurara. Asuna Yuki. But when will the 9th person arrive? I really want our chat group to level up soon. Otherwise, we, the slackers, won't have any points to use. Beep. The 9th person has been confirmed. But due to their world about to collapse, they cannot arrive at this time. Beep. Task issued. Save the collapsing world of the 9th person and stabilize it. Participant limit, 5. Reward, 5,000 points. Beep. Once the 9th person's world is stabilized, they will join the chat group, prompting an upgrade. Suddenly, a flurry of electronic sounds erupted in the chat group, capturing everyone's attention. Asuna Yuki. A collapsing world? That sounds terrifying. CC. Am I the only one focused on that 5,000 points? Edward Elric. I want to participate, but I'm tied up with other matters. It's death. I'm currently out on the battlefield, so I can't get away. Hinata Hyuga. I'm also preparing for the Chunin exams. Yukaretsu. Since you all are busy, it seems the remaining 5 of us are perfect for the task. Su-E, however. The only issue now is that we do not know which world is collapsing or who the 9th person is. Just then, the chat group chimed in again. Beep. The collapsing world is named School Days Apocalypse. The 9th person's name is Siko Busujima. Note. Due to the collapsing world, only group leader Su-E can utilize his full powers. Other task participants will have most of their powers sealed to prevent total world destruction. As the electronic sound faded, everyone instinctively paused. They glanced at the restrictions above, gaining a deeper understanding of the collapsing world. However, for them, the limitation on their powers was of little consequence, as they felt an unprecedented sense of security knowing the group leader was there to support them. They felt fortunate that the group leader was Su-E. Otherwise, encountering such a situation with a less powerful leader would have been rather awkward. Upon reading the chat group's messages, Su-E realized he was destined to participate in this mission. Nevertheless, he had a fair understanding of the School Days Apocalypse world. If he recalled correctly, it primarily involved zombies. Despite their potent infection capabilities, they had numerous weaknesses. Even in the original story, the protagonists managed to survive quite well. All things considered, it shouldn't lead to a complete world collapse. Regardless, he had confidence in his own abilities. Su-E. Hinata. Is death. Edward. Are you 3 certain you have no time? Hinata Hyuga. Yes, I'm preparing for my Chunin exams. Once they happen, everyone can come to my world to watch. Is death. I'm currently engaged in warfare. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Edward Elric. I'm investigating some matters right now. But I will definitely participate in a mission to earn more points when I can. Having received confirmations, Su-E addressed the others. Su-E. Asuna, CC, Whitebeard, Yukaretsu. Prepare yourselves. I'll wrap up my current matters shortly, and we'll gather then. Asuna Yuki. Alright, I'll get ready. I hope when I log out of the game, Kiba won't be too shocked. CC. I'll take this time to return to my world and make the necessary preparations. Whitebeard, Gurararara. Yukaretsu. We'll wait for you here. Su-E if possible. Gather some food and medical supplies. With that, Su-E exited the chat group. Now that a task was at hand, he had to resolve all related matters. With this in mind, Su-E accelerated towards S-H-I-E-L-D. At that moment, S-H-I-E-L-D. Director Nick Fury was busily relocating the remaining vibranium to Tony Stark. Just then, Nick Fury's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced sharply at the nearby glass. An ominous premonition blossoming in his chest. This was the very glass he had just had replaced. As he pondered this, a loud crash echoed. The glass shattered once more as Su-E released the powers of the phantom fruit, unceremoniously dumping a pile of corpses right before Nick Fury. Nick Fury. This is the individual you previously mentioned to me. It seems that your S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, and I trust you comprehend my meaning. I grant you 1 month to identify all Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. I shall personally bring them to justice. Should you fail, then the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this world shall be rendered unnecessary. As Su Yi's words echoed, the bodies of the agents fell under his control, landing directly before Nick Fury. In an instant, a small mountain of corpses materialized at Fury's feet. He stood there, utterly stunned. What had he just heard? S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed been infiltrated by Hydra. Suddenly, Fury snapped back to reality, eager to inquire further with Su Yi about the source of his information. However, in that fleeting moment, Su Yi's figure had vanished. Yet, Fury felt certain that Su Yi would not speak without foundation. There must be substantial evidence behind his claims. Did this imply that S.H.I.E.L.D. had genuinely been compromised? The thought sent a shiver down Fury's spine. Su Yi, on the other hand, paid little mind to the unfolding events. After dealing with the Hydra agents, he swiftly returned to his villa. Upon entering his room, he found Hela changing into her sleepwear. Their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze. Clearing his throat, Su Yi adeptly closed the door and embraced Hela, assisting her as if caring for a young girl. He spoke to her gently. Hela, I must step out for a while, possibly for several days. During my absence, you may spend time with Hannah. If you wish to purchase anything, simply use the card I previously provided. It contains $300 million. Should that prove insufficient, simply speak with Jean, and he will handle everything. Hela, a stunning beauty, felt her cheeks flush at Su Yi's words. She wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing intently into his eyes, and said, Come back soon. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to return swiftly, Su Yi replied, playfully brushing his nose against hers. He then addressed the group in their chat. Everyone, are you prepared? Kiritsugu Asuna, I am ready. CC, yes, all set. Whitebeard, always prepared. Wozumi, indeed. Then let the mission commence. Beep. Mission, rescue the 9th person from the collapsing world and restore relative stability. Team members, Su Yi, Kiritsugu Asuna, Whitebeard, CC, Wozumi. Beep. Initiating personnel transfer. Beep. Transfer successful. With a flash of brilliance, the 5 found themselves in the collapsing world of the 9th person, Seiko Busujima, within the realm of High School of the Dead. Su Yi turned to his companions, noticing that Whitebeard had shrunk from an imposing height of 666 centimeters to a mere 216 centimeters. Whitebeard, what happened? Gurararara. This is a shrink experience card I redeemed from the points shop. Wozumi squinted at Whitebeard, astonished that the card had also diminished his weapons to correspond with his new stature. Kiritsugu Asuna and CC surveyed their surroundings and remarked, Perhaps we should converse later. It seems we are surrounded. As they spoke, the group turned to see a horde of disheveled students, bloodied and lifeless, shambling toward them, transformed into zombies. The sheer number of them created an oppressive atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves trapped. Chapter 87. Seiko Busujima of the Kendo Club approaches. Gur. Roar. The zombies groaned, limping closer to Su Yi and his companions, thick blood dripping from their wounds. Judging by their attire, today marked the first day of the zombie outbreak, and it was evident they had been transported to Fujimi Academy, the story's starting point. As the undead advanced, Su Yi inquired of his companions, How much of your power has been restricted? Kiritsugu Asuna took the katana from CC, who had brought it from her world. After a casual swing, she said, I seem to be at the level of a swordsman, as I can no longer unleash sword energy. CC added, I share the same predicament. I am unable to manifest sword energy, though the immortality bestowed by code appears to still be in effect. Whitebeard remarked, My fruit abilities in hockey are completely sealed, but my other powers remain intact. Dealing with these creatures should pose no issue. Wozumi assessed her capabilities and slowly replied, It seems I can no longer use Kido. I cannot perform Shurkai or Bankai, and my spiritual pressure is suppressed. It appears I am left with only my swordsmanship. Listening to their responses, Su Yi began to comprehend the situation. This world was overrun by zombies, and only by destroying their heads could they be vanquished. While their powers were largely sealed, this presented an excellent opportunity for growth, enabling them to experience life and death, thus enhancing their strength once the seals were lifted. He paused momentarily before adding, However, when confronting zombies, be sure to avoid being bitten. The zombie antidote in the points shop costs 500 points. The group responded with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Su-e, we will not commit such a basic error. Allow us to protect you during this mission. Hearing their resolve, Su-e recognized their desire for strength and smiled. Very well, I shall rely on your protection, huh? As Su-e's laughter echoed, many of the zombies turned their attention toward them. The other 4 members charged into the horde, while Su-e assumed the role of an observer, ensuring their safety as they embarked on their own trial. Meanwhile, not far from Su-e, in a classroom, a girl with purple hair wielding a bamboo sword navigated through the zombies. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, capturing her attention. Was that the infirmary? Siko Busujima murmured softly, her grip on the bamboo sword tightening as she quickened her pace, the weapon transforming in her hands into a true blade, dancing with deadly grace. With each graceful arc of Siko Tokido's arm, a zombie was vanquished. Before long, she arrived at the infirmary, pushing open the door. Inside, she beheld a zombie ravenously gnawing on a human shoulder, the air punctuated by the anguished cries of the victim. Oh dear, what is this situation? Classmate, why do you bite people? This is quite inappropriate, remarked a woman with lustrous yellow hair and an enviable physique, her voice soft and devoid of urgency. Siko recognized her instantly. It was none other than Shizuka Marikawa, the school nurse of Fujimi Academy. At that moment, having finished its gruesome meal, the zombie turned its grotesque visage toward Shizuka, extending its gnarled hands and baring its bloodied maw. Shizuka's pupils dilated in fear as she covered her mouth in horror. In an instant, Siko drew her wooden sword. With a resounding thud, it arced through the air, striking the zombie's head and rendering it motionless. Siko cast her gaze upon the human who had been bitten. No, to be precise, he was no longer human. Drawing a deep breath, she approached him slowly and stated, I am Siko Tokido from the Kendo Club. Senpai cough cough. He sputtered, blood spilling forth as he struggled for breath, pain etched across his face. You must understand what happens after being bitten. You wouldn't want your family to see you like this, would you? After a pause, she added, though I have never taken a life, if you do not mind, I could. Her words trailed off. The young man, staring at Siko, instinctively recoiled at the ghastly image of the zombie he had just witnessed. Senpai, I do not wish to become that. Please, let me die as a human. He implored desperately. As he spoke, a flicker of relief crossed Siko's face. Perhaps this was a form of salvation after all. However, Shizuka Marikawa seemed momentarily perplexed. Wait a moment. What are you planning to do, classmate? Siko shot her a cold glance. Though you are the school nurse, I cannot allow you to interfere. This is his final decision. With her words, the last rays of the setting sun spilled through the window. As the young man collapsed, Siko addressed Shizuka. Listen, nurse. The world has crumbled. If you lack the resolve to survive, then you might as well leap from that window. If you wish to live, do not ask questions. Simply stay close to me. Your medical knowledge will be invaluable in this world. The more dire the situation, the calmer Siko became. I understand. I want to survive. Please, Siko. Shizuka pleaded. Then just follow closely. With that, Siko prepared to lead Shizuka out of the infirmary. But at that moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something outside the window. Suddenly, she froze, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding beyond. Chapter 88. The first encounter between Siko Tokido's team and Suyi's team. These individuals are formidable. Siko observed from the window, overlooking the entrance of the campus. For figures were engaged in a relentless slaughter of zombies, their movements effortless, leaving even Siko astounded. Among them, one individual yawned languidly, resembling a young master unconcerned with the chaos around him. Instantly, she dismissed the yawning Su-e and focused on the 4 combatants. Curiosity piqued within her. Who were these exceptionally skilled individuals, and why were they at the school? If they were students, why had she never encountered or heard of them before? Especially that towering elder with a white mustache. If he were indeed a student, he would be quite renowned. Siko, behind you. Shizuka's voice broke through Siko's thoughts. Instantly alert, she spun around, her wooden sword meeting the approaching zombie with a powerful strike. Thud, thud, thud. 3 swift blows dispatched the 3 zombies that had crept up behind her. Siko then cast one last glance at the 5 figures before leading Shizuka outside. Meanwhile, Suyi's gaze shifted to the glass of the room where Siko had just stood. It seems that one has noticed us, he remarked. After dispatching a zombie, Rei Uehara turned to Su-e. That girl is the 9th person, Siko Tokido. The members present were taken aback, realizing they had encountered Siko so soon after entering this world. Should we go greet her? Asuna Yuki inquired. No need. She likely remains unaware of our chat group and our existence. She may already harbor doubts about us, especially in this apocalyptic world. Compared to zombies, She might be even more wary of powerful individuals like us. Sui explained to the group. All right, the zombies have been mostly cleared out. Let us proceed into the school. How do you all feel? Asked the old man with the white beard. It's been a while since I felt physically drained. It seems our stamina is indeed limited, he replied. Right? I initially thought this task would be easy, but it appears that the challenges are just beginning. Ray added. Well, it's no big deal. You can all fight freely. With me here, you can embrace the thrill of life and death battles. Sui declared, and with that, the 4 members regrouped around him, striding toward the teaching building. Inside the building, zombies poured forth from various classrooms, their bodies marred and bloodied, shambling through the hallways as mere shells of their former selves. Siko Tokido panted slightly, having narrowly escaped peril. She and T anticipated the sheer strength of those zombies. It was unfathomable that they had once been ordinary humans. If they had seized her, escape would have been nearly impossible. Shizuka, hearing Siko's words, chimed in. They must have shed the limitations imposed by their brains after becoming zombies, allowing them to wield their strength recklessly. Is that so? Then, bang, bang, bang. Before Tokido Siko could finish her sentence, she heard the distant sound of gunfire. Were those the culprits? No, it couldn't be. The direction was entirely different. That sound seemed to be coming from the staff room. The thought of potential other survivors spurred Tokido Siko and Jikawa Shizuka to hasten towards the source of the commotion. In this world, the necessity of a team was paramount. Without one, survival was but a fleeting hope. This realization made her think of the earlier group, igniting a sense of urgency within her. If those individuals bore ill intentions, could she truly defeat them? Thus, it became imperative to assemble her own team. With this thought, Tokido Siko quickened her pace. Before she could draw too close, she heard panicked voices ahead. Oh no, we're out of ammo. What are you joking about at a time like this? We're trapped. Takagi, we need to find a way out of here. Or else, but we can't escape from this hellhole. The pink-haired Takagi Saya had found herself at the rear, with no retreat left. Forced to watch as the zombies approached them slowly. Despair enveloped her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Why must we endure this? Why has the world turned into this? Takagi Saya felt her sanity unraveling. As the zombies drew nearer, she instinctively shut her eyes. At that moment, Tokido Siko's voice reached her ears. Hey, don't close your eyes. Move your body. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Takagi Saya opened her eyes only to behold a cascade of flowing purple hair. The hair danced in the air, and a wooden sword shimmered with a glint of cold light, striking with formidable strength. The wooden sword effortlessly shattered the zombie's skull. Then, Tokido Siko lifted her long, elegant leg and kicked the approaching zombie aside. Meanwhile, Hirano Toda was saved by Komuro Takashi, who wielded a baseball bat, alongside Miyamoto Rei brandishing a long iron rod. Thus, the 3 groups converged at that moment. Tokido Siko scanned the gathered individuals, exuding an aura of leadership. Komuro Takashi, Class 2B. I am Tokido Siko. Her tone was relaxed. A stark contrast to the 5 she had encountered earlier. At least these individuals shared her educational institution. You're the champion of last year's Kendo tournament, Tokido Senpai, right? I'm Miyamoto Rei from the Firearms Club, said Miyamoto Rei, addressing Tokido Siko. I'm Hirano Toda from Class B, said Hirano Toda, scratching his head as he introduced himself. Enough. Stop bothering me with your introductions. Instead, tell me why the world has turned into this. Tokido Siko, observing Takagi Saya's complete breakdown, approached her directly. She gently placed her slender hand on Takagi Saya's shoulder. Just living, that's enough for now. Her words floated into Takagi Saya's ears. At that moment, Takagi Saya could no longer maintain her composure. She leaned into Tokido Siko's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, finding solace only in her presence. The sound of her sobs plunged the others into deep reflection. The world had irrevocably changed, leaving them grappling with an unprecedented sense of uncertainty regarding their fates. As Takagi Saya gradually calmed down, Tokido Siko addressed the group. The world has transformed. We must form a team. Only through unity can we survive in this realm. She added, for we are not only battling zombies, but also the darkness within humanity. Just as Tokido Siko concluded her statement, applause echoed from a distance. Suichi, flanked by Yuki Asuna, CC, and Yuanyama Rei, approached her. Upon seeing Suichi and his companions, Tokido Siko's pupils dilated in alarm. Chapter 89, Taking Suichi as a Hostage. Tokido Siko, eyeing Suichi and his group warily, thought to herself, how did they track us down? She remained vigilant, sensing a suspicious aura emanating from them. Suichi, noticing her apprehension, smiled slightly. No need to be so wary. In this world, strength lies in numbers. Doesn't he it? However, what Shuichi failed to realize was that, in Tokido Siko's eyes, he practically bore the words, "I am the villain," on his forehead. Tokido Siko gripped her wooden sword tightly, instinctively positioning herself in front of the others, her gaze fixed firmly on Shuichi. "You are not from our school, are you? State your intentions." Shuichi, with a cheerful demeanor, regarded Tokido Siko. He could distinctly sense her slight tremors, indicating that, as an ordinary person, she was somewhat intimidated in their presence, especially with a towering figure like Whitebeard standing beside him, wielding a massive blade. As numerous thoughts flitted through his mind, Shuichi's smile broadened. "Actually, we're here to protect you." It was the truth. As the leader of their chat group, safeguarding future members was a matter of course. Yet, under the current circumstances, Tokido Siko grew even more suspicious. Takagi Saya also began to scrutinize Shuichi and his companion's attire. Aside from Shuichi and Yuki Asuna, who were dressed similarly to them, the others were clad in bizarre outfits that stood out dramatically. Tokido Takagi Saya was about to caution Tokido Siko when she was silenced by a glance from Tokido Siko. "I don't care what your intentions are, but if we do not leave the school soon, we will be completely surrounded by zombies, making escape increasingly difficult." Shuichi replied, "So? Therefore, regardless of your motives, let us cooperate for now. Once we exit the school building, we can part ways," Tokido Siko proposed to Shuichi, all while remaining cautious of the 4 individuals beside him. In her assessment, they were likely there to protect Shuichi, and she surmised that his combat abilities were relatively low. Once the 4 individuals make any move, I can easily take Su-e as a hostage from this very distance. Upon hearing Siko Bisujima's words, Su-e nodded slightly. From Bisujima's perspective, this course of action is entirely justifiable. In this apocalyptic world, the treachery of human nature is far more perilous than the threat posed by zombies. At that moment, Takumi Komuro, who stood nearby, shared his thoughts with Bisujima and Su-e. "Strength lies in numbers. Why not form a team right now? I believe that once we unite, we will undoubtedly grow stronger. With clear divisions of labor, we need not fear even the most overwhelming hordes of zombies." Komuro spoke with confidence, presenting an idea that starkly contrasted with Bisujima's. After hearing Komuro's proposal, Hirano Toda nodded in agreement. His endorsement made Komuro's smile shine even brighter, as he harbored his own ambitions. If he could become the leader of the team, survival would be assured, and he could even indulge in the company of women. As he entertained these thoughts, a self-satisfied grin spread across Komuro's face, oblivious to the disdain he evoked in Takagi Saya and Bisujima Siko, who were already on the verge of cursing him. They could almost accurately guess his intentions, which only added to their disgust. Just as they pondered how to tactfully address the situation, Su-e, standing before Bisujima, slowly smiled and said, "Indeed, as you said, strength lies in numbers." The moment Su-e's words fell, a heavy weight settled in the hearts of Takagi and Bisujima. They could sense the targeted nature of Su-e's smile, and their nerves grew taut. For no matter how they viewed it, should their team clash with Su-e's, defeat was inevitable. Coupled with Su-e's peculiar decision to enter the classroom building to seek them out, Bisujima found it hard to believe that these individuals were not scheming something. At that moment, Komuro made another move that further exasperated them. With a beaming smile, he approached Su-e, extending his hand and saying, "I look forward to working with you." However, Su-e merely cast a disinterested glance at Komuro before turning to Bisujima and saying, "I look forward to working with you." The implications were manifold. With that, Su-e turned and strode purposefully towards the school exit, as if clearing a path. Unbeknownst to anyone, a dark glimmer flickered in the depths of Komuro's eyes as he walked at the rear. In the chat group, Isteth inquired, "I'm curious. Have you found the 9th member, Siko Bisujima?" Su-e replied, "We have." Hinata Hyuga asked, "What kind of person is Sister Bisujima?" Edward Elric expressed his curiosity with a JPG. CC commented, "I believe Siko Bisujima is an exceptional individual, both in temperament and capability." Asuna Yuki agreed, "Indeed. I feel that once Bisujima joins the chat group, her strength will rapidly increase, making her a highly reliable member." Wuka Retsu remarked, "However, there's this man who is utterly repellent. His gaze makes me want to vomit. I could just slay him." Sui laughed. "I thought I was the only one who found Komuro utterly foolish. To think he wishes to control a group stronger than himself in this apocalypse is nothing short of naive." Sui added, "Retsu, let me know when you can't hold back anymore. I'll team up with you." Retsu replied, "I would be honored." In the corridor, Sui walked in the center, a slight smile gracing his lips. They fought while simultaneously engaging in conversation within the chat group, a form of clandestine communication. Meanwhile, Bisujima and the others, having witnessed the battle involving the old man and others, felt a deep sense of foreboding. They sensed that their escape might not be as peaceful as they hoped. Unconsciously, Bisujima and the others began to distance themselves from Komuro. However, Komuro remained blissfully unaware, lost in self-admiration. With each zombie he defeated, he felt increasingly formidable. This sensation lingered in his heart, even catching the attention of his childhood friend, Rika Miyamoto, who noticed a slight change in him. Yet, as they pressed onward, the number of zombies surrounding them grew, leaving little room for calm contemplation. The urgent priority now was to break free from the school. Just as Rika's focus wavered, 5 zombies suddenly lunged at her. In an instant, her face turned ashen. Alone, she would not have felt as terrified, but facing 5 zombies simultaneously sent a bone-chilling dread coursing through her. No, please, not yet. I don't want to die. I still don't know if my parents are alive. If they knew I was bitten by a zombie, wouldn't they be heartbroken? Rika's body froze. At that critical moment, Su Yi's voice rang out, Wukaretsu. Upon hearing her name called, Retsu's lips curled into a smile as she swiftly moved to Rika's side. Like a graceful warrior, she unsheathed her Zanpakuto in an instant. The aura surrounding Retsu shifted dramatically, transforming from a serene presence to one of overwhelming battle intent. In a flash of steel, the 5 zombies were cleaved in two, their brains obliterated as they collapsed to the ground. Retsu slowly sheathed her sword and returned to Su Yi's side. This scene did not escape Bisujima's notice, stirring an indescribable feeling within her. We're almost at the entrance of the classroom building. I recall there's a school bus we can take to leave, Shizuka Marikawa said, moving ahead. Seeing this, Bisujima couldn't help but admonish her, hey, watch out for the zombies. Observing Marikawa's demeanor, Su Yi silently mused, indeed, this woman is utterly hopeless. With that thought, he called out, Asuna, Cici. As soon as Su Yi uttered their names, Asuna and Cici immediately followed Marikawa, protecting her as they rushed towards the bus. Witnessing this, after slaying another zombie, Bisujima expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Although she was unaware of Su Yi's intentions, she still conveyed her appreciation. Su Yi responded nonchalantly, after all, these are the people you brought along. It's only right to safeguard them, is it not? As his words settled, he turned to the old man beside him and instructed, Old man, clear the area. Clear the area? Siko Tokisaki instinctively furrowed her elegant brows and turned her gaze toward the old man beside her. She was somewhat perplexed by what clearing the field entailed. Not only Siko, but also Sayaka Takajo and Rei Miyamoto redirected their attention to the old man. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the old man took a deep breath, his muscles bulging even more. Suddenly, he burst into a hearty laugh. Gura, leave it to me. As his voice echoed, he boldly brandished his weapon, the Tsungyun Xie, and strode purposefully into the horde of zombies. In response, Siko and the others' pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 90. Wisteria, your path is narrowing. With the Tsungyun Xie in hand, the old man charged directly into the throng of zombies, his arms swinging incessantly. Not a single zombie could breach his defenses to reach Su Yi's vicinity. Incredible. This guy is astonishingly powerful. Siko murmured. Sayaka gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible for someone to be this formidable in this world? This is astounding. Regardless of how one views it, such strength is hardly characteristic of a human. Rei muttered. Hearing Rei's comment, Takashi Komuro felt a surge of resentment towards the old man. He believed the old man was stealing his thunder. Just then, Shizuka Marikawa had already started the bus. As Asuna Yuki noticed this, she called out to the others, Hey, get on the bus quickly. Siko gritted her teeth and urged, Get on the bus now. The zombies are multiplying. Upon hearing Asuna and Siko's words, Sui yawned. He couldn't help but think that the intersection of two individuals from vastly different worlds, Asuna and Siko, created a remarkably intriguing atmosphere. He murmured as he walked toward the bus. Rei Unohana closely followed Su-i, entering the bus alongside him. Seeing that everyone had boarded, the old man relinquished his slaughter and tightly gripped his Tsungyun Xie, leaping onto the roof of the bus. After all, he was the old man, and he had no desire to be constrained in such a cramped space. It was far more comfortable to sit atop the vehicle. Shizuka, noticing that everyone was present, promptly pressed the accelerator, preparing to dash toward the school entrance. Wait, please. Help us. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. Upon hearing it, Takashi's compassionate heart surged, and he exclaimed to Shizuka in the driver's seat, Don't drive yet. Someone is calling for help. Siko frowned, gazing at the individuals rushing toward the bus. Is that Koichi Wisteria? Rei's pupils dilated sharply at Siko's words. Koichi Wisteria, she murmured, and suddenly realizing something, she quickly addressed Takashi, We can afford to leave someone like him behind. We should hurry and leave this place. Takashi was taken aback by Rei's words, feeling a wave of disdain. If someone is calling for help, why shouldn't we assist them? In times like these, strength in numbers is paramount. After speaking, Takashi glanced at the nearby Hidetada Hirano. Am I right, Hirano? Hidetada, who had been idly beside them, instinctively nodded in agreement upon hearing Takashi's words. Witnessing their exchange, Rei was infuriated. Her patience was wearing thin. Wouldn't it be better if such a person simply perished? Su-e, Rei, CC, and Asuna were seated at the back of the bus, observing the unfolding scene, shaking their heads slightly. CC remarked, "This Takashi Komuro fellow must have been raised in a greenhouse. He is exceedingly naive." Rei smiled gently, akin to the most tender of women, and said, "That is precisely why I wish to eliminate such a sanctimonious fool." Hearing her words, everyone was momentarily amused. They had grown accustomed to Rei's ability to express the most chilling sentiments with the softest of words and smiles. At that moment, Asuna chimed in, "Siko is truly commendable. It's evident why she was chosen by the chat group. In certain respects, she is exceptionally capable, especially in comparison to Takashi." Sui interjected, "Well, let us not dwell on him. Instead, let us discuss your experiences in battle." Asuna replied, "It's been manageable. I feel that this continuous fighting is significantly enhancing my strength." CC added, "I share that sentiment." Rei stated, "I have gained some insights, but now, with physical limitations, one must tread carefully in all aspects." Just as they conversed, Koichi Wisteria and a few others boarded the bus. Takashi, ever the self-proclaimed Good Samaritan, assured them, "Don't worry, you're safe now." He then commanded Shizuka, "Drive immediately." That guy? Siko thought, nearly drawing her wooden sword to teach Takashi a lesson about humility. Takashi was clearly attempting to project himself as a leader, seeking validation from others. However, Rei understood that this was utterly implausible, for Koichi was not that type of individual. As expected, Koichi, after a brief recovery, took a moment to catch his breath, straightened his collar, and declared inside the bus, "It wasn't easy. We are finally saved." He then addressed Takashi, "So, you are the leader of these people?" As Takashi prepared to respond with a smile, Siko interjected coolly, "We have no leaders. We merely assist one another to survive." After saying this, she glanced at Su-e, hoping that he would side with them, which would greatly benefit their current predicament. Yet, she was unaware of Su-yi's true intentions. Regardless of her thoughts, it seemed impossible. Koichi adjusted his glasses, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "That simply won't do. A leader is absolutely necessary for survival. I will guide you toward genuine hope, a future filled with sunshine." He gestured dramatically, as if delivering a speech. Rei, unable to endure Koichi's nauseating rhetoric any longer, snapped at Takashi, "Takashi, you will deeply regret rescuing this guy." Afterward, she turned to Shizuka and demanded, "Stop the bus. I want to get off." Takashi, perplexed, inquired, "Rei, what are you doing?" Observing the unfolding drama, Su-e turned to CC and said, "CC, I recall you have some food stashed away." CC produced her personal bag and retrieved a packet of pizza-flavored chips, offering it to Su-e seated beside her. Instantly, Su-e, along with the other three ladies in the back row, began indulging in the chips, taking on the role of spectators. At that moment, Koichi Wisteria's gaze shifted towards Su-e. His voice drifted into her ears, "Esteemed classmate, in this world of ruin, food has become a precious commodity. Kindly relinquish the sustenance you possess to me." As he approached Su-e, his eyes lingered on the three ladies beside her, his gaze revealing a profoundly lascivious glint. He continued, "Ladies, I see you are not clad in school uniforms, suggesting you are not students. Would you care to join my team? If so, I can assure you an abundance of food in the future. Such a despicable character you are." Asuna Yuki prepared to reprimand the audacious Koichi Wisteria when she heard Su-yi's voice echo within the bus. "What if I decline?" Su-e smiled sweetly at Koichi Wisteria. Before he could respond, the students accompanying him chimed in, "If you refuse, we shall expel you from this team. Aligning with Teacher Wisteria is undoubtedly the wisest choice. If you reject us, you shall be thrown from this bus." Their words were increasingly abrasive. Yet, Su-e remained unperturbed, while Takumi Komuro's ire flared. He directed his words at Koichi Wisteria, "Hey, do not forget who saved you. This is not your bus. If it weren't for my intervention, you wouldn't even be here." Upon hearing Takumi's words, Koichi Wisteria's glasses shimmered with a silver glint. He addressed his students. "It appears this fellow is unwilling to join our ranks. So, what should we do with someone who refuses to be part of our group?" Koichi Wisteria, resembling a malevolent demon, incited his students, who, as if enchanted, turned their attention towards Takomi Komuro. Throw him out. The originator of this decree was uncertain, but the students surged towards Takomi. Chaos erupted within the bus. Observing from above, the elderly man with a white beard sensed the disorder. Curiosity piqued. He glanced over to witness Takomi being flung out as if by some unseen force. Moments later, Hinata Toda was also unceremoniously expelled by Koichi Wisteria's minions. Now, within the bus, the only male remaining alongside Koichi Wisteria's entourage was Su-e. So, do you wish to be cast out by them? Or will you exit the bus of your own accord? Koichi Wisteria towered over Su-e, embodying a conqueror. At that moment, the atmosphere within the bus turned palpably tense. Siko Busujima gripped the hilt of her wooden sword, while Sayaka Takagi, Rei Miyamoto, and Shizuka Marikawa wore expressions of dismay. Amidst this turmoil, Su-yi's voice resonated calmly. What if I were to choose a third option? The concept of a third option momentarily perplexed Koichi Wisteria. Yes, the third option entails breaking your arms and casting you and your students out to truly experience survival in this fractured world. As Su-yi's words lingered, Koichi Wisteria erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha, you think you're worthy. Pathetic. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, he sensed an unyielding grip encircling his throat. His body was lifted off the ground, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation surging within him. When did this happen? Siko Busujima's pupils dilated in shock. She had entirely missed Su-e's swift movement. Such terrifying speed. Could this truly be the capability of an ordinary person? Reflecting on her previous inclination to use Su-e as a hostage, a shiver ran down Siko's spine. Koichi Wisteria's hands flailed desperately against Su-e's arm. He longed to speak, yet the crushing sensation rendered him mute. In this dire scenario, Su-e addressed him. You might not have heard me clearly. Shall I repeat myself? Would you like to experience the sensation of having your arms broken and then attempting to survive in this world? Koichi Wisteria's eyes widened in terror. He wished to voice a protest, yet no sound emerged. Blood vessels began to surface in his eyes, his complexion paling further. Given the chance, he would never dare to provoke this individual again. No, this was not merely a person. Who else could effortlessly lift an adult man with one hand? His mind began to swirl with dizziness. Nevertheless, Su-e remained unfazed, continuing, Well, are you going to speak? If not, I shall make your decisions for you. The sight of Su-e instilled fear not only in Siko Busujima, but also in Rei Miyamoto and Sayaka Takagi, who quivered at the revelation of his formidable power. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly weakest among them possessed such strength. Most alarming was his ruthless methodology. Yet, Rei Miyamoto felt an overwhelming admiration. Koichi Wisteria was an utter scoundrel. He had exploited his position to unjustly advance, all the while targeting her father. To her, dealing with such a loathsome individual was a source of profound satisfaction. At that moment, disappointment washed over Su-e's face. Why do you not respond? It seems you truly wish for me to make the choice for you. Very well, I shall assist you in your decision. As he spoke, he extended his other hand. A sense of unparalleled despair enveloped Koichi Wisteria. In this instant, he comprehended the depth of despair felt by those students he had abandoned. Yet, within Koichi Wisteria's heart, there was no remorse, only an intensified hatred directed at Su-e. If looks could kill, Su-e might very well. Oh, but Su-e was immune to such lethal glares. With a swift motion, Su-e grasped Koichi Wisteria's arm and gently pulled. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Koichi Wisteria struggled, his gaze fixed on Su-e. Unperturbed, Su-e hurled Koichi Wisteria's arm out of the window. Then, he reached for Koichi Wisteria's left hand and legs. Having resolved the matter, Su-e promptly discarded Koichi Wisteria outside. Immediately, Su-e glanced into the bus. Observing the students who were rendered speechless by shock, he murmured, I recall that just a moment ago, it was you few who were the most vociferous. As Su-yi's words fell, the students erupted into screams. They regarded him with the terror one might reserve for a demon. Without a moment's hesitation, they leapt from the windows or bolted out the doors, scattering in all directions like startled birds. Koichi Zazai watched this scene unfold, suppressing the urge to cough. With a voice gravelly and strained, he called out to the fleeing students, Help, help me. You must come back and save me. I am your teacher. Cough, cough. Before he could utter much more, he was seized by a fit of coughing, blood spilling forth from his mouth. At that moment, Su-e stood beside the window, looking down at Koichi Zazai from his elevated position. It was evident that he still did not comprehend that in this crumbling world, individuals like him would forever be a burden. Even the foolish would not cling to you when you were devoid of strength. Koichi Zazai stared intently at Su-e. his gaze filled with a mix of dread and resentment. Not only him, but even Takashi Komuro and Tadaka Hirano below instinctively swallowed hard. An unprecedented fear blossomed within Komuro's heart. This person is truly terrifying. Why does this world harbor such fearsome beings? Komuro felt an ominous aura emanating from Sui. A presence as oppressive as a sea of corpses and blood, crashing over him like a relentless tide. Perhaps sensing this overwhelming terror, Komuro not only abandoned thoughts of returning to the bus, but also screamed and dashed away into the distance. Hirano glanced at Sui and instinctively followed Komuro's lead. Observing this spectacle, Sui mused, "Oh dear, why have those two fled so hastily?" Retsu Unohana caressed the hilt of her Zanpakuto, softly murmuring, "What a pity." After hearing her words, Asuna Yuki and CC couldn't help but silently critique. "You must be lamenting not having slain Komuro, huh?" At that moment, Miyamoto Rei, who had remained silent until now, gazed at Sui with admiration and remarked, "Whether they leave or not is of little consequence. After all, he was the one who rescued Koichi Zazai and caused you such trouble. They deserve this." Upon hearing Rei's words, Sui cast a nonchalant glance her way and simply replied, "Oh," before turning to Shizuka Marikawa and stating, "Well then, the matter has been resolved. We may proceed with driving." With that, Sui walked towards the back row of the bus. The vehicle slowly began to move. Koichi Zazai's pupils dilated further. Watching as the bus distanced itself from him, his body growing colder, the repulsive zombies drawing nearer. He summoned all his strength to bitterly declare, "Sui, even if I turn into a zombie, I will not let you off the hook." Inside the bus, Siko Busujima approached Sui. She fixed her gaze on him intensely and inquired, "What is it that you plan?" Chapter 92. It is not me who is wrong, but this world. Sui looked at Siko Busujima. Unlike the cold demeanor he exhibited when speaking with Rei, a smile blossomed on his face as he addressed Siko. With a natural ease, he replied, "Did I not mention before? My purpose is to protect you." "Protect me? Why? Are you perhaps sent by my parents?" Siko probed tentatively. In response, Sui slowly shook his head. Meeting her gaze, he stated, "No one can command us. Thus, we are not here by your parents' behest to safeguard you." Pausing, he continued, "You will come to understand these matters in due time." Just as Siko was about to inquire further, Shizuka Marikawa, driving the bus, abruptly slammed on the brakes. "Ah!" Rei screamed, her entire body lurching forward uncontrollably. Sui instinctively caught Siko and Saya Takagi, drawing them into his embrace. Once the bus came to a steady halt, Sui released them and turned to Shizuka, who sat in the driver's seat. "What has transpired up ahead?" With an air of innocence, Shizuka replied, "It seems we cannot proceed any further." As her words hung in the air, everyone turned to look outside the bus. They beheld a scene of congested traffic. Vehicles lined up as they awaited passage over the bridge. However, at the bridge's end stood armed individuals, vigilantly guarding the way. Not far from them, several zombies could be seen wandering in their direction. It was evident that soon the cacophony would attract a horde of zombies. Sui casually remarked, "It seems we have no choice. We must travel on foot. Let us gather our belongings. A battle is inevitable." With Sui's declaration, CC, Retsu Unohana, and Asuna Yuki rose from their seats, their auras subtly manifesting. Even the faintest hint of their presence felt overwhelming to Siko, akin to a vast ocean. Moreover, each of them wielded sharp blades, and for some reason, Siko felt a sense of belonging. She recognized herself as a deviant, one who relished violence. In her mind, she deemed herself unworthy of cherishing youthful feelings, let alone deserving of love or affection. Yet, the presence of Sui and the others made her feel as if she had found kindred spirits. Unbeknownst to her, Siko's vigilance towards them had diminished to its lowest ebb, with Sui emerging as the leader of their group. As Sui's words faded, the others began to gather their belongings, abandoning the bus. The old man with a white beard leapt down from the roof of the vehicle, his formidable stature and the weapon in hand exuding an unparalleled ferocity. "I entrust the zombies on the road to you. Push your limits. You might find your strength significantly enhanced." "Rah, rah, rah, that is precisely what I think," Asuna declared, while CC added, "We will strive as well." Retsu remarked, "It seems we shall indulge in slaughter once more." As their voices echoed, they swiftly dispersed, slaying every zombie along their path and continually broadening their hunting range. Shizuka, oblivious to the actions of the old man and the others, turned to Sui after they faded from view and said, "I just remembered. A friend of mine has a house nearby, and I happen to have the key." As she spoke, Shizuka produced a key from her person. Sui instinctively asked, Where did you just pull that from?" Jukawa Shizuka straightened her posture and pointed at her chest, questioning, "Is there anything peculiar about this? Please." "It is precisely this that renders it strange." Sui could not help but voice a retort. However, upon reflecting on Jukawa Shizuka's endearingly oblivious nature, he chose to refrain from further commentary. After all, the only one who would bear the emotional burden would be himself. "Since you possess the key, let us seek refuge in your friend's room for the night," he suggested. Following this, Sui addressed the group in the chat, saying, "If any of you happen upon a convenience store, please gather some provisions. I will accompany them to find a place to stay, and once we secure a location, I will send you the coordinates. You may come directly thereafter." Having relayed this information, Sui followed Jukawa Shizuka towards her friend's abode. As for Baibizi and the others, they were focused on expanding their hunting radius as a team, resulting in the absence of any zombies in their vicinity. At this moment, Poison Island Siko turned to Sui and asked, "Are we leaving just like this? Will your companions be able to find us?" "They will manage to locate me. You shall see in due time," he assured. "In due time? Can we truly look forward to a future?" Poison Island Siko felt a sudden surge of anxiety within her heart. This morning, the world had seemed utterly normal, yet as night approached, it had descended into chaos. With the passage of time, she anticipated that this disintegration would only accelerate. While she relished the boundless freedom, particularly the thrill of continuous combat, she remained uncertain about how long she could endure this existence. Perhaps sensing the turmoil within Poison Island Siko, Sui paused. He gazed upwards at the fragmentary clouds in the sky, which had taken on a somber hue. It would not be long before darkness enveloped the heavens. He murmured contemplatively, "This world has indeed crumbled. If the exhilaration of slaughter once stemmed from wickedness in a realm overrun by zombies, it transforms into a catalyst for your relentless growth. To paraphrase someone, it is not you who is wrong, but the world itself." Turning to Poison Island Siko, he continued, "Embrace the joy of battle, regardless of what transpires. I shall stand behind you, safeguarding your safety." As the group leader, this was Sui's promise to the future members. Yet, to Poison Island Siko's ears, it struck a chord, causing her heart to tremble. "Will you always be there to protect me?" she pondered, feeling an inexplicable clarity regarding Sui's presence in her heart. Before long, they arrived at the residence Jukawa Shizuka had mentioned. Upon entering the room, the tension among the women dissipated instinctively. Jukawa Shizuka, in her characteristic obliviousness, changed out of her blood-stained clothes, entirely disregarding Sui's presence. She skipped merrily toward the bathroom, calling out to the others, "Siko, let us shower together. Riri Sayaka, you should join us too." High Castle Saya, caught in Jukawa Shizuka's embrace, felt as if she could scarcely breathe. Help me," she gasped, struggling against Jukawa Shizuka. Her delicate features flushed a vivid pink, reminiscent of her rosy hair. Watching the playful antics of the girls, Sui let out a sigh. Thank goodness he was the only man in the room. Upon reflection, that seemed quite fortunate. With that thought, he stepped out onto the balcony, leaning against the railing, his gaze drifting toward the distant bridge. The sky had now darkened ominously, with only the lights at the bridge's entrance shining brightly. In that radiant glow, Sui's room appeared to be enveloped in a profound silence. While he contemplated the situation, another figure joined him on the balcony. High Castle Saya approached, and like him, leaned on the railing. "Are you not going to shower?" Sui asked, his tone casual. High Castle Saya felt an inexplicable discomfort at his indifference, especially after witnessing his kindness toward Poison Island Siko. "No, I wish to talk to you," she replied. "Talk about what?" he inquired. "I sense that you are quite concerned about Poison Island Siko. Were you two acquainted prior?" "Not at all, but in the future, we shall be as family," he stated, viewing all members in the chat as his kin. However, High Castle Saya misinterpreted his words, believing he intended to pursue Poison Island Siko. An inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over her. Was it because she was not attractive enough? Why did Sui not favor her? She felt a melancholic ache in her heart. As if to change the subject, High Castle Saya asked, "May I inquire where you all are from? Your clothing styles seem so diverse, as if they belong to different places." Yuki Asuna and Sui donned typical sportswear, while CC wore a white bodysuit, and Yuanyama Ruri was clad in a kimono. Baibizi even sported a cape. It was indeed a curious assortment. Sui smirked slightly. "Would you believe if I told you we hail from different dimensions?" High Castle Saya's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively asking, "Different dimensions? What does that mean?" Before Sui could respond to High Castle Saya's question, a piercing scream shattered the air. Sui's gaze narrowed as he turned toward the source of the sound. Chapter 93. Sui's Tenderness and the Lengthy Night. As the scream echoed, the women emerged from the bathroom, clad in freshly washed clothes still damp with water. Poison Island Seiko scanned the surroundings warily. What is happening? Without hesitation, High Castle Saya dashed to the sofa, grabbed a pair of binoculars, and hurried to the balcony to peer toward the source of the noise. It seems a little girl is surrounded by zombies, she exclaimed, upon hearing High Castle Saya's words. Poison Island Seiko's expression shifted dramatically. Even Suyi's countenance altered slightly as he declared, "Leave this matter to me. You all should continue with your showers and whatever else you need to do. Do not catch a chill. I will return shortly." With that, he leapt from the balcony before the watchful eyes of his companions. The young women stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them, each one leaning over the railing in fear that Sui might injure himself. However, when they glanced down towards the balcony, they were astonished to find that Suyi's figure had completely vanished. In a traditional Japanese courtyard, a small girl with a pallid complexion cowered in the corner, cradling a small puppy in her arms, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Yet, her fear did not stem from the zombie that lurked before her, but rather from the lifeless body lying at her feet, her father, her only remaining family. A knife was plunged deep into his abdomen, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. "Why did they kill my daddy? Why did they have to kill my daddy?" The little girl murmured, oblivious to the slow approach of the zombie. Perhaps she was aware of its presence, but despair had rendered her immobile. Only the puppy in her arms barked loudly, yet this cacophony would not deter the zombie. Instead, it would likely draw more of its kind. It was not until one of the zombies stood directly before her, its decaying breath wafting towards her, that the girl seemed to regain her senses. A chilling roar erupted from the creature. She lifted her gaze, staring blankly at the approaching zombie, her hollow eyes devoid of any emotion as it drew closer. "This won't do," a sudden voice broke through the tension belonging to Sui. In the next moment, he had scooped the girl into his arms. "To give up on life is to show great disrespect for it," he continued, his voice gentle yet firm. He then extended his right hand. Unarmed blade technique. With those words, a blade of energy shot forth from his hand, striking the zombie in an instant. The creature was effortlessly cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, a pitiful sight. The little girl stared at Sui in bewilderment, her tears flowing even more freely. She clung tightly to him, her small frame trembling. "Daddy, my daddy, wah," she sobbed, her cries breaking Suyi's heart. His gaze fell upon the man who lay lifeless, a knife still embedded in his abdomen, his eyes fixed on the sky, conveying an expression of profound unwillingness to accept his fate. Without allowing Sui a moment to mourn, the number of zombies before him seemed to multiply. Without hesitation, he swung his right arm repeatedly, each motion accompanied by a surge of blade energy. This technique, acquired alongside Asuna and CC, proved exceptionally effective against the undead. In mere moments, Sui had dispatched all the zombies surrounding them. He then gently set the girl, Alice, down. She hurried to her father's side, looking at the lifeless form before her. "Daddy, are you really gone?" she whispered, her voice trembling. As Sui approached Alice's father, he reached for a white shirt hanging nearby and picked a wildflower from the side. He stepped forward decisively. With a loud thud, the ground cracked open beneath him, revealing a grave. "Onaikin?" Alice looked up at Sui, her curiosity piqued. He placed her father's body into the grave, draping the white shirt over him before gently laying the wildflower on top. "Let your father rest in peace. He died protecting you, and he was a good father. You must be strong and carry on," Sui said softly, embracing Alice and tenderly stroking her hair. He held her until her sobs subsided and she fell asleep in his arms. After ensuring Alice and her puppy were settled, he returned to the room to brief Seiko and the others. Soon after, he found himself back on the balcony, his gaze fixed on a distant house, his eyes narrowing slightly. Those who knew him would recognize this as a sign of his fury. "Since you have taken Alice's father from her, you shall pay with your lives." As his words echoed, he raised his arm, pointing at the inky black sky. Blade energy began to coalesce around his fingers, gathering all his martial will. As his finger descended slowly, an exceptionally sharp blade of energy shot forth, slicing through everything in its path, reducing it to mere fragments. When this energy reached the house, it remained undiminished, infused with a palpable bloodlust, obliterating the structure into rubble. "Unarmed blade technique, tornado," Sui whispered, causing a faint rustling from behind him as movement stirred. He cast a brief glance at the glass door behind him, then redirected his focus. The others had returned. Although the elderly man had opted to stay in a neighboring villa due to the cramped conditions of their current quarters. Thus, only Sui remained in the room, a situation that felt rather overwhelming to him. Setting aside the other matters, the bloodstains on the women's clothes alone posed a daunting challenge for Sui. He couldn't shake the feeling that this night would stretch on interminably. Chapter 94, Zombie Frenzy. The following day, Sayaka Takashiro was the first to awaken from her restless slumber. Throughout the night, she had struggled to find peace, haunted by the memory of Su Yi's astonishing display of power as he effortlessly demolished a house, a feat she could only describe as miraculous. The thought that Su Yi hailed from a different realm, though interrupted, lingered in her mind, leaving her with an unshakable conviction of its truth. Rising from her bed, she sensed a slight tingling in her arm. Glancing at the sleeping Shizuka Jurikawa beside her, she quickly understood the reason behind her discomfort. There was no denying the formidable strength of Shizuka. Carefully extricating her arm from the embrace, Sayaka donned her clothes and made her way to the balcony. As soon as Takashiro Saya stepped onto the balcony, she beheld Suichi standing there, gazing at the distant scenery. Without hesitation, she approached Suichi's side and leaned against the railing, a gesture that alleviated the weight upon her chest. "Suichi, have you risen so early?" she inquired. "Indeed, I stumbled upon something rather intriguing," Suichi replied, gesturing towards the horizon. Following Suichi's gaze, Takashiro Saya turned to look into the distance, and her expression instantly morphed into one of disbelief. She covered her mouth in shock, unable to fathom the scene before her. "Am I dreaming? Is this spectacle truly real?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Before her lay an innumerable horde of zombies, surging forward with alarming speed. Those lagging behind were trampled beneath the mass, continuously piling atop one another until they resembled a monstrous wave, a veritable tsunami of the undead. The wave of zombies had risen to heights of several dozen meters, effortlessly reducing any structures in their path to rubble. Moreover, this phenomenon was expanding at a frantic pace. If things proceeded as anticipated, it would reach the bridge within no more than 10 minutes. Takashiro Saya's instincts kicked in. "Suichi, we must leave at once. Run as far as we can." Suichi glanced at the approaching zombie wave and calmly suggested, "There is no need to flee just yet. However, you might want to wake the others." Takashiro Saya nodded vigorously, sparing no time for further discussion as she hurried back into the room to rouse her companions from their slumber. The group soon gathered on the balcony, their eyes widening at the terrifying spectacle before them, filled with shock. Particularly, Miyamoto Rei, upon witnessing the scene, felt her body go weak. Grasping the railing for support, she gasped, "What on earth is happening? Why have the zombies transformed like this? They must be stacked at least 10 meters high." The towering horde surged forward like a raging tide, with countless more zombies following suit. The sight was nothing short of surreal, instilling profound dread within the hearts of the onlookers. In Suichi's mind, a thought emerged. If he could quell this tide, perhaps peace would return to the world. After all, in his recollection, the universe of High School of the Dead had never witnessed such an occurrence. Before he could dwell on it further, he turned to his companions and said, "Could you please step back? The balcony is rather small, and you are treating me as though I am not an outsider." Upon hearing his words, a blush crept onto the faces of the girls, somewhat alleviating their fear. At that moment, Tokisaki Kurumi looked at Suichi and asked, "What should we do now?" Kurumi's voice was joined by others, proposing immediate action. "We should retreat at once. My friend's garage contains an armored vehicle," declared Jurikawa Shizuka. "As long as we escape far enough, we should be fine," added Alice. Meanwhile, Yuki Asuna and Utsunami Ari turned their attention towards Suichi. "Suichi, it's your turn now," Utsunami Ari stated. Yuki Asuna added, "It's time to showcase your true skills." "Suichi, we'll leave the rest to you," remarked. Suddenly, a notion flashed through Tokisaki Kurumi's mind. Just as she pondered this, Suichi's figure vanished from their sight, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow under the sunlight. Chapter 95. Another eerie figure. The towering wave of zombies advanced at an alarming speed towards Suichi and his companions. Countless undead roared, merging into a colossal tide, surging forward relentlessly. On the bridge, a throng of people stood in line, waiting to reach the supposed safe zone. They had no inkling of the horror that was about to unfold. As they witnessed the approaching horde, a wave of despair washed over them, rendering them acutely aware of their insignificance. As reality set in, a cacophony of screams echoed above the bridge. They no longer dreamed of crossing. They yearned to turn and flee into the distance, for remaining here meant only death. The zombie tide left devastation in its wake. Anyone uninfected who was trampled by the horde would inevitably become part of it. The soldiers stationed at the bridge, witnessing this grim scene, felt their hearts sink. "Unleash all our firepower upon them. Let them experience the might of our artillery," commanded the squad leader. "Understood, Captain." Following the leader's orders, they retrieved the limited supply of RPG rockets from their armored vehicle. Simultaneously, The tanks, which had been suppressing the bridge, rotated their turrets to face the approaching horde. Fire! At the squad leader's command, the RPG launchers erupted in flames, sending missiles screaming towards the zombie wave. The tanks followed suit, unleashing torrents of fire upon the horde. Yet, the missiles and artillery fell upon the undead like raindrops upon an ocean, failing to create even a mere ripple. They were effortlessly engulfed by the surging tide of zombies. Despair. An unprecedented despair. Despite it being summer, those present felt as though they were ensconced in a frigid abyss. All hope seemed lost. The squad leader, witnessing this, felt his spirit plummet. You all have bullets in your handguns, correct? As soldiers, we shall not become part of the undead. Wait, Captain, look to the sky. One soldier shouted. The sky? The captain furrowed his brow, instinctively gazing upwards. Beneath the sunlight, a figure emerged beneath the sun itself. The captain and his comrades stared in disbelief. What was this? Was it a human? How could a person fly in the sky? Or had they been dreaming all along? And this world was not truly in ruin? In the heavens, Suichi extended his arm, a small black orb forming in his palm. This ability had been wielded by him in the world of One Piece, yet this time, he did not summon meteors. Instead, he slowly raised his palm towards the sky, causing the black orb to expand. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a basketball. This should suffice, Suichi murmured as he gradually lowered his hand. The basketball-sized orb began to drift gently downward from the sky. On the balcony, the group of women beheld a scene that rendered them momentarily speechless. Takashiro Saya remained somewhat composed, having inadvertently witnessed Su Yi's actions the previous night. However, for individuals like Poison Island Seiko, it was genuinely their first encounter with such a spectacle. Su Yi was. Poison Island Seiko's cherry lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding scene. Miyamoto Rei instinctively rubbed her eyes, striving to confirm whether the figure suspended in the air was truly Su Yi. She had never imagined that Su Yi could fly. Not only could he soar through the skies, but he could also conjure a black orb with his bare hands. At that moment, Jikawa Shizuka suddenly exclaimed, is that Su Yi? When did he go up there? The reactions of Yuki Asuna, Yuzunahana Rei, and Poison Island Seiko reflected a shared exasperation at Jikawa Shizuka's innate obliviousness. Just as they were processing the incredulity of the situation, the black orb in the sky descended upon the horde of zombies. In an instant, it seemed as though all eyes were drawn solely to the ominous black sphere. The orb expanded continuously, growing larger with each passing moment. Any zombie it touched was effortlessly consumed, reduced to nothingness. The cacophony of zombie roars that had filled the air dwindled to mere whispers. The onlookers, instead of fleeing, stood frozen in place, captivated by the astonishing scene before them, their hearts brimming with unprecedented astonishment. What on earth was transpiring? Had those zombies truly vanished into thin air? Did this mean they no longer needed to run and could instead survive? This individual was astonishingly powerful. The crowd murmured among themselves, perceiving the event as a divine intervention sent to rescue them. The women on the rooftop turned their gazes toward Yuzunahana Rei and her companions. Poison Island Seiko addressed Yuzunahana Rei. If Su Yi possesses such abilities, does that imply you also share similar powers? Seiko's inquiry captured the attention of Miyamoto Rei, Takashiro Saya, and others, all of whom leaned in to listen intently. Yuzunahana Rei's response was enigmatic. You will come to know in due time. Know in due time? A look of perplexity crossed Poison Island Seiko's face. She had heard this phrase from Su Yi and his associates numerous times, yet its meaning eluded her. Just then, an electronic chime resonated in the minds of Yuzunahana Rei and her companions. Ding! The collapse of the Academy Apocalypse has weakened. All participating members may now harness greater power in this world. As the words echoed through the chat group, the women turned their attention back to the horde of zombies, now significantly diminished. Yet, Su Yi's expression shifted slightly, for within the crater left by the black orb, he recognized a familiar face. Indeed, it was none other than Koichi Wisteria. However, he now appeared as if he had undergone a horrifying transformation. His limbs, previously severed by Su Yi, had been stitched onto a zombie's body, creating a grotesque amalgamation devoid of any semblance of harmony. At that moment, another eerie figure emerged within Su Yi's line of sight. Chapter 96, The Heartless King of Zombies, Koji Komuro. This figure was none other than the previously fleeing Koji Komuro, but he was now a mere shadow of his former self. His complexion had turned ashen, resembling that of the undead, yet his body bore no wounds. In fact, he clutched a zombie's arm in his hand, gnawing on it as if it were a delicacy, nearly causing Su Yi to retch. Komuro's eyes glimmered a deep crimson, and he unabashedly stared at Su Yi, shouting, "I never imagined we would meet again in such a manner." "Indeed, we meet again," Su-yi replied, gradually descending toward Komuro, stopping just 3 meters above the ground, looking down upon him. As Komuro witnessed Su-yi's descent, he hastily finished devouring the zombie limb and proudly patted the side of Wisteria. He then addressed Su-yi. "Do you remember him? Look at how I have transformed him. Thanks to my handiwork, he can withstand your attacks unscathed. Impressive, isn't it?" A sinister grin spread across Komuro's face, revealing teeth stained with blood, a sight utterly revolting. Su-yi cast a casual glance at Wisteria, now a grotesque super zombie, and replied, "Compared to this abomination, I am far more curious about how you became like this." Komuro erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. "Of course, it's all thanks to you. Ha! I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fled and tasted the deliciousness of zombies. Do you know? When I was on the brink of starvation, I took a bite out of a zombie. In that moment, I felt something awaken within me. I bet I'm the first person in the world to do such a thing. Now, I can command all the zombies. Ha! I am the king of zombies. So, to express my gratitude for this opportunity you bestowed upon me, I have decided to make you my subordinate, forever bowing before me. And of course, I won't spare any of those women." As Komuro finished his declaration, Su-yi nodded slightly, realizing that this transformation had stripped him of his humanity. "I am no longer that naive boy who was once frightened by your mere gaze. Now, let me show you the extent of my power." Komuro, seemingly deranged, suddenly pointed forward, directing the transformed Wisteria to charge at Su-yi. Simultaneously, Komuro bellowed, "Because I am invincible now." As if to validate Komuro's proclamation, Wisteria lunged towards Su-yi with unprecedented speed and agility, surpassing that of ordinary zombies. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Su-yi. However, Su-yi had no intention of engaging with this creature at that moment. With the true boss revealed, it was clear why Komuro had grown so formidable. At this juncture, the priority was to eliminate Komuro, paving the way for an invitation to Poison Island Seiko to join the chat group. Unleashing a new power, he led his comrades toward unparalleled strength. In that moment, golden patterns began to shimmer across Su-yi's form, spreading like wildfire. Within the span of a mere second, he was enveloped entirely in these radiant markings, resembling a divine being of purity, starkly contrasting with the figure of Koichi Wisteria before him. Su-yi activated his magnetic field, generating an immense force directly in front of him. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed a tremendous impact upon Koichi Wisteria. With a resounding thud, Koichi found himself propelled towards the ground at an even swifter pace than before. Faced with the undead, Su-yi exhibited an utter disdain for contact. Kojiro's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by the rapid escalation of Su-yi's aura in such a brief period. "Yet what of it? Do not underestimate me," Kojiro bellowed, and in an instant, the surrounding zombies surged towards him. In that moment, Kojiro's arm lunged towards Su-yi. Behind him, countless zombies grasped at one another, rising from the ground in unison. These innumerable undead transformed into a colossal hand, accompanied by Kojiro's boisterous laughter as they reached for Su-yi. "This is the pinnacle of power. I am the sovereign of this world. No one shall dare stand before me henceforth." Amidst Kojiro's roaring proclamation, Su-yi's eyes remained devoid of any disturbance. He found Kojiro's noise to be quite bothersome. At that moment, the magnetic field reached its zenith. Everything within Su-yi's line of sight seemed to hit the pause button. The claws of the undead halted approximately 3 meters before him. "Reverse," Su-yi uttered softly. The field activated, and the claws of the undead immediately retreated. They crashed heavily upon Kojiro, who felt his pupils constrict in sheer disbelief. How could it be that the zombies he commanded were now under Su-yi's dominion? In the next heartbeat, Kojiro was engulfed by the claws of the undead, with darkness enveloping him entirely. The overwhelming force pressed down upon him, reducing him to mere dust. In an instant, the zombies that formed the claw plummeted from the sky, leaving all the undead to revert to their previous state of mindless waste. Meanwhile, the women had arrived not far from the battlefield. Sayaka Takshin gazed at the miraculous scene before her, murmuring, "Has everything come to an end?" Miyamoto Rei replied, "Perhaps it has." Seiko Busujima approached Miyamoto's side, asking, "Aren't you saddened?" Miyamoto replied, "I am uncertain, but if given a chance to choose anew, I would never wish to know Kojiro, for his heart is shrouded in darkness." The earlier loud proclamations of Kojiro had been overheard by the arriving Miyamoto and her companions, leaving them unfazed by his demise. As Miyamoto's words faded, a maniacal laughter erupted from within the horde of zombies. "Ha! This truly hurts. I've never felt such pain before. But it matters not, for I am immortal. In Chapter 97, the previous invincibility had succumbed to a loss of rationality. I cannot die, haha, echoed Kojiro's voice from amidst the zombies. The women were suddenly jolted. Damn it, how are we to fight like this? Just as they were grappling with shock, they saw a mass of zombies disperse, revealing Kojiro's figure once more. Newly resurrected, he stood with an air of unfathomable arrogance. Did I not say? I am invincible. Did you truly believe your abilities could extinguish my existence? Kojiro's countenance radiated an insatiable pride. He cast a greedy gaze upon the women before him. You shall wait, for I will transform each of you into zombies, making you my eternal subordinates. As he spoke, the zombies gathered around him, standing in formation. In a grotesque display, Kojiro opened his mouth wide before them, theatrically demonstrating what a feast of gluttony entailed. The scene was utterly revolting. Nearby, Siko instinctively shielded the eyes of the little girl, Alice. Kojiro reveled in the shock reflected on the faces of the onlookers, his insatiable desires gleaming in his mind. As he feasted, he addressed them, do you know? For every additional zombie in this world, my power increases incrementally. And for every undead that falls, my strength multiplies tenfold. Should I consume even one more, my power would soar by 100. At that point, by merely breeding humans, I could continuously grow stronger. Thus, I shall let you experience the despair I once felt. With Kojiro's words, the surrounding zombies surged toward the women, while he devoured even more of his brethren at an alarming rate. Sayaka's face paled as she grasped the gravity of Kojiro's abilities. This vile creature. If that is the case, we cannot slay these zombies. Otherwise, Sui shall never prevail. Miyamoto's complexion turned ghostly pale. How could such a revolting ability exist in this world? Siko murmured, perhaps this is the world's malice. Yet, just as Siko and the others felt cornered, they found themselves standing alongside the formidable Urara and her allies, who now faced the impending threat. Urara slowly drew her gleaming blade from her waist, the cold sheen reflecting her exquisite visage. You shall stand behind us. This situation is beyond what you can handle. Sayaka, witnessing this, inquired, are you preparing to attack? But wouldn't that only empower Kojiro further? Miyamoto added, if so, wouldn't that complicate Suyi's battle even more? At that moment, a voice resonated from behind the women. Fear not, for this man named Sui shall undoubtedly triumph. Whitebeard, where have you been? Why do you arrive now? Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Gurararara. Yesterday, I stumbled upon a plethora of fine spirits at a convenience store, and with my powers restrained, I merely awoke just now. As he spoke, Whitebeard advanced to the forefront. Standing united with the likes of Wohana, Ray, and others, an overwhelming aura enveloped them, continuously escalating. Come, let us engage in a splendid battle. With Whitebeard's proclamation, his hands, along with its Songyun Xia, became shrouded in an inky black hue of armament haki. Due to the lifting of certain restrictions, Whitebeard was now able to wield armament haki, effectively doubling his combat prowess. Wohana Ray, too, unleashed his shurikai, transforming his Zanpakuto into a form resembling a flesh-dripping maw as he charged towards the zombies, safeguarding the likes of Takashiro Saya behind him. CC and Yuki Asuna exhibited their unparalleled prowess as sword masters. With each strike, waves of sword energy surged through the air. In an instant, countless zombies were reduced to lifeless husks. The sight left the women, including Poison Island Siko, utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that not only was Sui formidable, but his companions wielded equally astonishing powers. Observing this spectacle, Poison Island Siko slowly drew her wooden sword. Though the zombies' mobility had surged, the fire of battle within her could no longer be contained. As she surged forward, she joined the ranks of the slaughtering army. Komuro Takashi laughed heartily, feeling a rush of power surging within him. Ha! This is exhilarating. You could never hope to slay me now. A fierce expression adorned Komuro Takashi's face. With a single step, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Sui, his fist raised high before crashing down towards Sui's head. The air itself seemed to explode under the force of Komuro Takashi's strike. Bang! With the impact of his fist, Komuro Takashi's arm passed cleanly through Sui's head, a look of delight flashing across his face. But that joy quickly morphed into shock as he realized something was amiss with the sensation of his strike. Before he could react, Sui before him transformed into an illusion, dissipating into thin air. Simultaneously, Sui's voice echoed ominously from behind him. You are far too weak. Upon hearing Sui's icy tone, a chill ran down Komuro Takashi's spine. If Komuro Takashi resembled a child wielding a kitchen knife, then Sui was akin to an adult brandishing a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, with an arsenal of nuclear warheads at his back. They were on entirely different levels. Yet Komuro Takashi remained oblivious to the chasm separating him from Sui. I am invincible. Even if you manage to kill me, I shall rise again. Ha ha ha. Did you know? The last person who claimed invincibility has lost the ability to think. And in my eyes, you are merely a frog in a well. With a smirk, Sui replied, Komuro Takashi, do you have any final words? Chapter 98, Whitebeard adopts a son. Do you have any final words, Komuro Takashi? Sui's cold voice resonated from behind him. Komuro Takashi grinned. Don't underestimate me. Suddenly, two grotesque appendages bulged from his back. With a pop, the grotesque arms erupted forth, resembling those of a zombie, and lunged towards Sui's chest, executing a move akin to a black tiger clawing at the heart. However, in his awakened state of supreme destruction, Komuro Takashi was unable to reach himself. As the hands approached Sui, merely 10 centimeters away, Sui's figure vanished. Radiating golden light, Sui reappeared before Komuro Takashi, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Let me send you for a stroll in space, invincible Komuro Takashi. Sui emphasized the word invincible, a blatant mockery. As Sui's words fell, he altered the force acting upon Komuro Takashi. Suddenly, it felt as if the earth was repelling him, and he was launched skyward at an astonishing speed. Flames engulfed Komuro Takashi, burning him painfully. His agonized screams piercing the air, resonating discordantly. The velocity increased, and ultimately, Komuro Takashi was ejected into outer space. The flames enveloping him gradually extinguished, leaving him shrouded in an unbearable cold. Return. I want to go back. I want to be the king of Earth. I don't want to drift through space. Panic-stricken, Komuro Takashi desperately attempted to fly towards the Earth, but lacking the ability to fly, he was only moving further away. The cold was bone-chilling. He tried to extend his arms, only to find them transformed into icy crystals, immovable. Gradually, these crystals encased his body, drifting deeper into the void of space. Eventually, Komuro Takashi lost the ability to think. With his cognitive faculties fading, the zombies on Earth reverted to their previous, clumsy state. When Sui witnessed this scene, he realized that this so-called invincibility had met the same fate as the last. Once all the zombies on Earth were dealt with, Komuro Takashi would face true demise. Ultimately, his powers, though seemingly formidable, were riddled with limitations. Meanwhile, the survivors on the ground gazed in awe at the miraculous scene unfolding before them. Has that guy been defeated? This is truly a miraculous event. The radiant light, akin to the sun, enveloped them in warmth. At that moment, the zombies before the women had been nearly cleared by their comrades. The familiar electronic chimes from the chat group rang out. Ding! Congratulations to group leader Sui, Whitebeard, CC, Yuki Asuna, and Wohana Ray for completing the mission, earning a reward of 5,000 points. Ding! The world of school days is stabilizing, officially inviting the 9th member. Poison Island Seiko. Ding! Poison Island Seiko has joined the chat group. As the series of electronic notifications sounded, the chat group erupted in excitement. Sui, welcome. Poison Island Seiko. Please introduce yourself. I am the group leader, Sui. Wohana Ray. I am Wohana Ray, as you may know. Whitebeard, Gurararara. It was no easy feat to let you in. Yuki Asuna. Let me reintroduce myself. I am the poorest member, Yuki Asuna. CC. I am eternally 18. Edward Elric. Welcome. Welcome. Newcomer. You have finally arrived. Haha. Estes. Welcome. Hinata Hyuga. Welcome. Sikone. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Suddenly, Siko Tokushima stood still, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. Just moments ago, she had merely clicked on agree instinctively. How could so many voices have suddenly flooded her mind? Most importantly, some of the names were exceedingly familiar to her. Suichi, CC, Asuna Yuki, Whitebeard, and Rei Unohana. Were these not the very individuals standing before her? Reflecting on what Suichi and the others had said to her, that she would come to understand everything in due time, she pondered if this was the reason. At that moment, Suichi and the others approached Siko Tokushima. Siko Tokushima, welcome to our family. From this day forth, we are united as one, Suichi announced, canceling his awakened state. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Siko Tokushima's heart trembled at this sight, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. It was only then that she comprehended the depth of Suichi's concern for her, understood why Unohana and the others were willing to protect her, and felt the warmth of camaraderie among the members of the chat group. Most importantly, within this group, she no longer felt like an anomaly. Instead, she was enveloped by a warmth akin to that of a home. In an instant, Siko's emotions swelled, and she lunged into Suichi's embrace. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. With the addition of the 9th member, Siko Tokushima, The chat group was once again filled with electronic chimes. Ding. Function unlocked. Sign-in function, activity function. Sign-in function, sign in daily to earn a certain amount of points. If you achieve a full 30-day sign-in, you will randomly receive an ability enhancement. Activity function. The chat group will occasionally hold recreational activities. Completing tasks according to the rules will yield rewards. Ding. Current level of chat group, 3. Upon reaching 10 members, it can be upgraded to level 4, unlocking more features. Edward Elric. How splendid. I've been overwhelmed with matters here, but now I can finally grow stronger. Estes. With this sign-in function, it feels as though we can continually enhance our powers. Estes. How about we conquer other worlds in due time? Whitebeard. Gurararara. I see no issue with that. It would allow me to gather sons from other worlds. Edward Elric. By the way, old man Whitebeard, I recall your name is Edward Newgate. Whitebeard, indeed. What is this, Elric lad? Are you planning to call me Dad? Gurararara. Upon seeing Whitebeard's message, Edward Elric momentarily froze. Chapter 99, Cultivating the Backyard. Edward Elric was momentarily taken aback. He had grown up in a rural setting, raised solely by his mother. In his recollections, his father was nothing but a source of disappointment. In stark contrast to Whitebeard, who would expend all his strength for his sons, Edward found no comparison. In the chat group, Edward Elric, is it truly possible? Whitebeard, Gurararara. As long as you wish. From this day forth, you shall be my son. Without hesitation, Edward Elric typed in the chat, Dad. In the reality of high school of the dead. Whitebeard, upon reading Edward Elric's words, could not suppress his laughter. Suichi, Seiko Tokushima, and the others naturally observed the messages in the chat group, grasping the unfolding events. However, Miyamoto Rei, Takashiro Saya, and Kurikawa Shizuko were bewildered, staring at the laughing Whitebeard in confusion. Whitebeard then addressed Suichi. Suichi, let us celebrate today. We have acquired many wonderful items, and there is still plenty left to enjoy. Now, Whitebeard stood at over 2 meters tall. He had never experienced such a feeling of abundance. As the group leader, Suichi readily agreed, as he had matters to arrange as well. Within a completely deserted villa, the living room boasted an impressive height of 6 meters. A magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, resembling a glimmering diamond, casting radiant light. Suichi and the others sat on the sofa in the living room. In front of them was a large pot surrounded by an assortment of meats, dumplings, beverages, and snacks, hastily acquired from a nearby convenience store. They had even cleared out the store's entire stock. Gathered together, they began to relish the delectable hot pot before them. Suichi sat beside Seiko Tokushima and said, Seiko, while Komuro Takashi has been defeated, the world remains in chaos, with countless zombies still roaming. What are your plans moving forward? Seiko Tokushima gazed at the bubbling hot pot, her mind deep in contemplation. After about a minute, she replied to Suichi, perhaps I will lead them to a rural area, cultivate the land, and establish a new societal order. Her words immediately captured the attention of Takashiro Saya and the others. Suichi, would you all join us? Suichi shook his head. No, we each have our own paths to follow. We will only come to protect you if you find yourselves in danger. Upon hearing Suichi's words, Saya's mood inexplicably darkened. Suichi, unfazed by her emotions, continued speaking to Seiko. In truth, I share similar thoughts. The world has plunged into chaos. We can indeed forge a new order. Among our members, you could very well become the queen of this world. Become the queen of this world? Seiko instinctively echoed. Yes, seize control of all the resources on this planet and become its ruler. Suichi stated earnestly. He was not jesting but was genuinely serious, as he harbored his own aspirations. Of course, he respected Seiko's thoughts, and if she were willing, he would offer his unwavering support. Seiko Tokushima felt her heart stir at Suichi's words. Her personality aligned with that of a strong woman. If she could forge her own domain through her own efforts, she would undoubtedly feel immense pride. Yet, could they truly accomplish this? At present, Seiko was merely an inexperienced swordswoman, hardly worthy of the title of a master. In the face of zombies, there are no issues. However, when confronted with armed individuals, it is highly probable that the one to suffer injury would be Seiko Busujima herself. In light of this, Su-e turned his gaze towards Sayaka Takagi. Sayaka Takagi, you have always claimed to be a genius. No matter the knowledge, you can swiftly master it as long as you desire, correct? Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Sayaka's eyes instantly sparkled. She eagerly nodded, affirming, indeed, I have great confidence in my intellect. Regardless of the knowledge, if I set my mind to it, I am certain I can thoroughly grasp it in a remarkably short time. With Sayaka's confirmation, a subtle smile graced Su-yi's lips. Then, at that time, I shall present you with several sets of iron battle suits, along with various design schematics I possess. The development of the equipment will be entrusted to you. Sayaka's eyes gleamed with excitement. Iron battle suits and intricate design schematics. This was indeed a task assigned to her. Did this mean that Su-e had begun to trust her? Would this lead to more opportunities to engage with Su-e in the future? Contemplating this, Sayaka nodded affirmatively, patting her chest in assurance. Rest assured, Su-e, I will not disappoint you. With her confirmation, a smile illuminated Su-yi's face. After arriving in the world of the Academy Apocalypse, he aspired to seize complete control over this realm, transforming it into their private garden, a bastion for their chat group. This was merely the first step in the Marvel Universe. At Stark Industries, Tony Stark was engrossed in the study of the Tesseract, endeavoring to fully harness its power. Meanwhile, Wolverine, having received his paycheck, had taken a day off to indulge himself. After all, it was merely the first day, and his abilities were not yet required. Jarvis, monitor the fluctuations of the Tesseract at all times and meticulously record the data. I have use for it, Tony instructed. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, promptly responded, Understood, sir. I am currently recording the energy fluctuations of the space stone. Tony nodded slightly and resumed his work. However, at that moment, the Tesseract exhibited a sudden change. The unexpected shift startled Tony Stark. Sir, the energy of the Tesseract is continuously rising. Sir, the energy emitted by the Tesseract has surpassed the limitations of the restraining device. Sir, please evacuate the area immediately. The Tesseract's energy is coalescing, and an energy discharge is imminent. Chapter 100. The Melee-Loving Sorcerer. Inside Tony Stark's office at Stark Industries, the Tesseract pulsed with a ghostly blue glow, indicating a state of energy discharge. Upon witnessing this scene, Tony's expression shifted dramatically. Jarvis, suit up, before he could finish. The Tesseract unleashed a torrent of terrifying energy. The energy instantly breached the confines of the restraining device and surged outward. Not only Tony Stark, but even the desk, chairs, and various equipment were hurled against the walls by the force of this energy. Fuck! Tony exclaimed in frustration, feeling as though his body had been struck by a sledgehammer. The intense pain caused him to gasp sharply. Gritting his teeth, Tony struggled to rise from the ground. At that moment, the energy of the Tesseract suddenly concentrated into a beam, shooting forward. The light rippled through space, revealing a profound, azure circular portal that materialized within the room. As a figure emerged from this portal, Tony Stark's pupils constricted. He stared in disbelief at the apparition before him, feeling as if he had slipped into a hallucination. Loki? He instinctively uttered. Loki, staff in hand, turned toward the source of the voice, fixing his gaze upon Tony Stark and the surrounding Iron Man suits. A flash of extreme resentment flickered in Loki's eyes. Memories of previous events cascaded through his mind like a kaleidoscope, recalling the humiliation he had endured. Loki's heart brimmed with an unprecedented fury. Had it not been for his own abilities, he might have met a far grimmer fate. Not to mention, after encountering the Purple Potato Father and acquiring the Mind Stone to exact his revenge, his primary purpose for returning to Earth was to eradicate the shame of his past. He intended to defeat the one who had thwarted him previously, to demonstrate the terrifying consequences of crossing him. With this thought, a smile spread across Loki's face. I remember you. You were the one who intervened earlier, weren't you? Had it not been for you, I would have succeeded and perhaps even ascended to the throne of Asgard. So, I shall start with you. Loki advanced towards Tony Stark with an unprecedentedly sinister smile. The Mind Stone in his hand emitted a faint glow. With an air of arrogance, he addressed Tony. Allow you to be my first subordinate. As Loki's words echoed, the glowing Mind Stone made contact with Tony Stark's chest. Clang. The sound resonated as the Mind Stone touched Tony's chest, yet he showed no signs of change. He was not controlled by the Mind Stone. Instead, he found himself perplexed, pondering why Loki would attempt such a thing. While frantically devising a strategy to alter the current predicament, unfazed, Loki pressed the Mind Stone against Tony's chest several more times. Apart from the echoing sound, Tony remained unchanged. What was going on? Initially, Loki had intended to control Tony and extract information about Su-e, but the current situation left him bewildered. Seeing this, Tony immediately pressed a button nearby and called out to Jarvis. Jarvis, suit up. Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated throughout the room, startling Loki. The expression on Loki's face shifted dramatically as he swung his staff, striking Tony Stark once more. Bang! Empowered by divine might, Loki sent Tony crashing against the wall, followed by a heavy thud on the floor. As an ordinary human, Tony Stark stood no chance against Loki's formidable strength. A cold smirk crept onto Loki's face as he thought to himself, You dare to play tricks in my presence. Just as Loki was about to finish his sentence, a series of howls suddenly erupted from behind him. Furrowing his brow, Loki instinctively glanced back. Bang! A dull thud resounded as a component of the Iron Man suit struck Loki's face. Were it not for Loki's instinctive use of divine power to shield himself, he might have been knocked to the ground by the suit's force. The entire room was under the control of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. With Jarvis's assistance, the Iron Man suit locked onto Tony Stark's body, continuously attaching itself to him. In the blink of an eye, Tony Stark was enveloped by the Iron Man suit. Loki, do not underestimate humanity. Donned in the Iron Man suit, Tony Stark's face was etched with seriousness. Flames spewed forth, and with the suit's agility, Tony Stark maneuvered swiftly around the room. At the same time, both of his palms were aimed at Loki. Light coalesced in his palms. With Jarvis's targeting assistance, Tony Stark was virtually assured of hitting his mark. The next moment, the palm cannon fired. Two beams of light shot toward Loki with astonishing speed, arriving before him in an instant. Loki's expression froze, his pupils flickering with terror. Just when Tony Stark believed the palm cannon would undoubtedly strike Loki, he suddenly heard Loki's voice resounding in his ear. Indeed, it is you who underestimates the divine. As Loki's words fell, Tony Stark's complexion shifted dramatically. He observed as Loki's figure became incredibly ethereal, the palm cannon effortlessly passing through the illusion and striking the ground instead. The searing rays left the floor charred and blackened. Before Tony Stark could react, Loki's scepter, infused with his divine power, crashed down upon him. The formidable divine force, combined with Loki's considerable strength, inflicted notable damage upon Tony Stark's suit. As the force dissipated, Tony Stark groaned in pain, crashing heavily to the ground. Sir, the damage to the chest plate of the armor is at 67. Upon hearing Jarvis's voice, Tony Stark's heart sank. Before he could rise from the ground, Loki stepped heavily onto him, declaring, I have come for revenge, not for a social visit. So, I kindly ask you to die first. With that, Loki raised his scepter high, drawing an arc through the air as it descended toward Tony Stark. Chapter 101. Everyone joins in. To the Marvel world. The scepter in Loki's hand traced a graceful arc, landing squarely on Tony Stark. A deafening sound erupted as the scepter easily breached the Iron Man suit's defenses. A surge of intense pain overwhelmed Tony Stark's mind, eliciting an involuntary cry of agony. Almost immediately, his eyes rolled back, his body convulsed, and he fell unconscious. Loki's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he beheld Tony Stark in such a wretched state upon the floor, a wave of contentment washing over him. Without hesitation, Loki struck again. Go to hell and repent for your earlier disrespect, he murmured. Accompanied by Loki's whisper, the scepter fell once more upon Tony Stark. This time, he merely let out a muffled groan before falling utterly still. Loki, pleased with the sight of Tony Stark lying motionless on the ground, erupted into laughter within the room. He then grasped the Tesseract in his hand, preparing to leave the room. Just as he approached the Tesseract, he suddenly noticed the Destroyer standing quietly nearby. Loki's eyes brightened instantly. Now, not only did he possess the Mind Scepter, but he also had the Destroyer at his disposal. He was convinced that he would conquer this Earth. Most importantly, behind him stood the formidable Chitauri army, equipped with advanced technology. With such a force, Loki believed that even the terrifying entity that had once defeated him would stand no chance against them. With sheer numbers, they could certainly overwhelm even the likes of Su-E. The thought filled Loki with delight. After securing the Tesseract and the Destroyer, he gradually vanished from the room, leaving behind Tony Stark, lifeless on the floor. Detecting bodily activity levels, 3, 2, 1, continuously declining. Activating emergency treatment system. Jarvis's voice echoed within the Iron Man helmet. A needle popped out from the remaining half of the suit and injected into Tony Stark's body. This single injection pulled Tony Stark back from the brink of death. Just then, Natasha burst into the chaos of the workshop. The button Tony Stark had pressed was intended for contacting S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering the tumultuous studio and spotting Tony Stark helplessly sprawled on the ground, her expression changed instantaneously. Without hesitation, Natasha activated the communication device to relay the scene to Nick Fury, then promptly transported Tony Stark to a medical facility for urgent care. Natasha felt an unprecedented crisis looming over the entire planet. Meanwhile, Su-E, along with Poison Island Siko and Takagi Saya, had concluded their discussions regarding future plans and stepped out onto the villa's balcony. The night had deepened, a dark curtain draping the sky, with only a few brilliant stars twinkling. Su-E immersed himself in the chat group, discovering that the leaderboard had shifted. First place, Su-E, 6,200 points. Second place, Mono Hana Ray, 6,100 points. Third place, Yuki Asuna, CC, Whitebeard, 5,200 points. Fourth place, Isteth, 1,100 points. Fifth place, Edward Elric, 200 points. Sixth place, Hinata Hyuga, Poison Island Seiko, 100 points. The individuals with 100 points had accrued them through the sign-in system. Observing these points, Sui felt a long-lost sense of abundance. These points were tangible power, capable of redeeming anything from myriad realms. They were indeed precious. Moreover, this recent mission had bolstered many participants' points. Even those without points had earned their first through the sign-in system. Sui, to all members, have you decided what your first redemption will be? Whitebeard, Gura. I am planning to redeem a body refinement and eliminate the drawbacks of the devil fruit. Edward Elric, Father, I envy you so much for having so many points to spend. I only have 200 points. Edward Elric, JPG. Whitebeard, speaking of which, as your father, it seems I have yet to gift you something. How about a red envelope containing 1,000 points? Edward Elric, thank you, Father. But I wish to earn my own points through my own efforts. Whitebeard, Wahaha, well said. Truly, you are my son. CC, I just exchanged for the Soul Slayer and the Spirit Cleaver. Asuna Yuki, I also exchanged for the same items as CC. I believe they will be quite useful for us. Isteth, as for me, I plan to save up a bit more. Recently, I have been learning the martial arts techniques from Hinata and Whitebeard. I anticipate a considerable enhancement in my strength. Observing the conversations of the group members, Sui found himself deep in thought. Currently, he possessed only 6,200 points. Clearly, acquiring good items would be out of reach, as the disparity was significant. However, that did not imply Sui lacked desires. For instance, he was particularly interested in the Soul Slayer that both CC and Asuna Yuki had exchanged for. The Soul Slayer is a blade that is birthed directly from the soul. It requires cultivation from scratch, offering no immediate enhancement to one's combat prowess. Thus, it only costs 1,000 points. Yet, what Sui possessed in abundance was time. With this in mind, he hesitated little and promptly purchased a Soul Slayer. Ding! Group leader Sui has purchased a Soul Slayer. Remaining points, 5,200. As the chat group's conversation subsided, Sui felt a peculiar stirring within his soul. Soon after, a Tang Dao began to coalesce before him. Is this my Soul Slayer? Sui murmured. He reached out his hand, grasping the Soul Slayer. The moment he held it, he experienced an overwhelming sense of unity. This sensation brought Sui a profound comfort, surpassing that of any other blade. Well then, I look forward to our future together. Sui softly whispered to the Tang Dao in his hand. As numerous members made purchases in the points mall, the group members lamented how quickly their points were depleting, lamenting their insufficiency. At that moment, the electronic sound of the chat group rang out once more. Ding! Mission released. Annihilate the Chitauri army. Mission members, all. Mission rewards, based on contribution value, maximum 10,000 points per person. As the words echoed in the chat group, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was not solely due to the enticing rewards, but rather the fact that this was the first mission involving all members. Sui observed this scene with a subtle smile. He expected the Marvel Universe to have progressed to the events of the first Avengers film. He then addressed the chat group. Everyone, prepare yourselves. It is time for the world to recognize your existence. Chapter 102, Assembling the Avengers. Marvel Universe. Within Sui's villa, a portal materialized. Sui stepped out from within. He refrained from bringing others directly into his world, but instructed them to return to their own realms to prepare. Awaiting his summons. After surveying his villa, Sui noted the absence of Hela. He took out his phone and called her. The call connected swiftly. Hela, I'm back. Where are you now? I'm at Hannah's house. I've been staying here for the past few days. Hannah's culinary skills have truly improved. Hela responded to Sui. Even through the screen, Sui could sense that Hela, the once formidable figure, had fully embraced the persona of a foodie. It seemed she might soon fall into the abyss of culinary delights. However, Sui was unperturbed and said to Hela, since you're with Hannah, if I'm not mistaken, war will soon erupt. I'll need you to protect Hannah and the others when the time comes. Upon hearing Sui's words, Hela's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Sui, my divine powers have nearly fully restored. As long as I am present, I will ensure that nothing happens to Hannah and the others. Understood. After chatting with Hela for a while longer, Sui ended the call. If memory served him correctly, the Chitauri were able to launch a massive assault on Earth through the power of the Tesseract in the film. With that thought, Sui departed from his villa. His form flickered. When he reappeared, he stood before Stark Industries Plaza. Upon arriving, he spotted a team of agents. It was evident that something had occurred at Stark Industries. Halt! How did you get here? Suddenly, an agent confronted Sue-E, blocking his path. However, before Sue-E could respond, Natasha approached from a distance. It's all right, he is one of us. With Natasha's words, the agent stepped back and withdrew. Sue-E turned towards Natasha and remarked, Teacher, I don't recall being one of your people. Natasha shot him a glance, surprised that he remembered their teacher-student dynamic. With a slight smile, Natasha replied, I have since relinquished my role as a teacher, focusing all my energy on Tony Stark. Pausing for a moment, Natasha continued, Sue-E, you should be aware of what has transpired with Tony Stark. Tony Stark? What happened to him? He nearly died. Fortunately, there was an emergency treatment protocol within his armor, allowing him to survive until we arrived. However, we do not know when he will awaken. As Natasha spoke, she led Sue-E into the underground research lab of Stark Industries. The sight that greeted them was unprecedentedly chaotic. Various documents, chairs, and disarray filled the vicinity, indicating that the center of the room had once experienced significant turmoil. Sue-E bypassed Natasha and approached the central device. If he was not mistaken, the device before him should be the Tesseract's containment unit, designed to regulate the energy output of the Tesseract. Having utilized the Tesseract for a time, Sue-E knew that its energy was typically stable. If there was an energy imbalance, it must have been due to someone manipulating the Tesseract's power beyond its limits, causing spatial fluctuations that allowed individuals to descend near the Tesseract. Upon scanning the room, Sue-E discovered that his destroyer armor also seemed to have been taken. It appeared this individual had come well prepared. Sue-E murmured softly, and Natasha followed suit, saying, Sue-E, we would like to ask for your assistance. If you are willing to lend a hand, I am certain you can locate that individual in the shortest time possible. Natasha's words fell upon Sue-Ye's ears. A smirk crept upon Sue-Ye's lips as he replied, What makes you think I would help? If my information is accurate, Tony Stark is currently working for you, as you tasked him with the development of the Tesseract and the Destroyer. So, is this the reason you believe I would intervene? The smile on Sue-Ye's face widened. He then approached Natasha, who instinctively took a step back with each of his strides. Within a few steps, Natasha found herself cornered, pressed against the wall. She gazed at Sue-E and asked, What are you planning to do? Do you wish to engage in some intimate activities with me? If it's you, I wouldn't mind at all. Natasha's eyes bore into Sue-Ye's, yet her tone remained utterly devoid of emotion as she spoke these words. Sue-E, unfazed by her remarks, replied nonchalantly, To be honest, regardless of whether I intervene or not, this planet will remain unscathed. Do you truly believe this Earth is so simple? With that, Sue-E turned and departed, casting a final remark over his shoulder. By the way, you're not my type. As his words lingered in the air, his figure vanished from Natasha's sight. Only then did she feel herself relax slightly. She instinctively touched the fabric of her clothing behind her, realizing that it had been thoroughly drenched in her own cold sweat, as if she had emerged from a pond. After taking several deep breaths, Natasha sought to calm her turbulent emotions before activating her communicator to contact Nick Fury. Director, Sue-E just arrived, but from what I gathered, he doesn't seem inclined to take action. He mentioned that this Earth is not as straightforward as we perceive. Not as straightforward as we perceive. Nick Fury echoed, bewildered. He had been investigating various matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. recently, and with the recent extraction of Captain America from the glacier, a multitude of issues had left him feeling overwhelmed. Now, with Tony Stark in trouble and Sue-E stating that the Earth was not as simple as he imagined, Nick Fury felt a headache approaching. Damn it, I understand now, Natasha. Return to headquarters immediately. I have something urgent to discuss with you. With that, Nick Fury ended the call. His gaze drifted to the view outside the window as he murmured, It is time to assemble the Avengers and bring them into the public eye. Chapter 103. The conversation between Gu-E and Sue-E. The Avengers Initiative was a plan Nick Fury had conceived even before becoming the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, during this time, he had failed to find even a single candidate who met his criteria. It was not until he ascended to the role of director that he began to identify potential members. Nick Fury exited his office and made his way to the emergency room, where Tony Stark lay on a hospital bed. At this moment, Tony Stark had emerged from the brink of danger and regained consciousness. Upon noticing Nick Fury's presence, Tony weakly opened his parched lips and said, Nick Fury, you have finally done something good this time. Nick Fury observed Tony's pallid face, his expression grave. Tony, what exactly transpired? Loki has returned, and he wields a scepter that seems to possess the power to control minds. Tony Stark replied, struggling against the pain coursing through his body. even spitting blood as he spoke. Yet, this did not hinder his words, as he continued, Loki's target is Sue-E. He has come seeking vengeance. Nick Fury regarded Tony Stark, whose complexion grew increasingly ashen, and contemplated for a moment before asking, Tony, do you wish to fight? Fight. Of course. I want to pound Loki into the ground. Tony Stark coughed a few times and added, however, in my current state, I am far too weak. Even with my armor, I cannot endure an intense battle. Nick Fury inhaled deeply and then addressed Tony Stark, if you wish to engage in combat. I possess restorative cells extracted from the Hulk's body, completely stable. Once used, they will allow your body to recover rapidly and even enhance your physical capabilities. Understanding the underlying implication of Nick Fury's words, Tony Stark replied, what do you want me to do? Join the Avengers initiative. But, you previously stated that I was not suitable for the Avengers. You were the one who initially refused. Moreover, I believe this situation will not resolve itself easily. From what I have gathered, Sue-E is unlikely to act. He appears to be waiting for others to make a move. Loki's actions will undoubtedly be more complex than we imagine. Nick Fury looked intently at Tony Stark and insisted, Tony, I need your strength. A pale smile crossed Tony Stark's face as he considered the Avengers. Perhaps it was indeed a worthy choice. Hearing Tony Stark's words, a rare, bright smile graced Nick Fury's typically stern visage. With Tony Stark's affirmation, Nick Fury promptly summoned the restorative serum, administering it into Tony's body. Almost immediately, Tony Stark's condition began to visibly improve. Within moments, he felt a significant lightness in his body. After about 10 minutes, he even sensed that he could stand and walk. Feeling rejuvenated, Tony Stark turned to Nick Fury and said, prepare some materials for me. I need to craft a new suit of armor. This time, I intend to redeem myself. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. No problem, but you only have until this morning. This morning is enough. Tony Stark replied, confidence radiating from him. With his body restored to a significant degree, his mind raced with ideas. He was determined to create the strongest armor he could muster during this time. After finalizing their agreement, Tony Stark left S.H.I.E.L.D., while Nick Fury sought out Captain America and the Hulk, inviting them to join the Avengers. Ultimately, the confirmed members of the Avengers included Hawkeye, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, the Hulk, Captain America, and Black Widow Natasha. Sue departed from Stark Industries, making his way alone to a clock tower in Queens. Upon the pinnacle of the bell tower stood a lone figure. Draped in a monk's robe and bearing the semblance of a nun, her back turned towards Sue, with a gaze that surveyed the world below. She appeared to embody the essence of an ordinary person, devoid of any imposing aura. Yet, Sue was keenly aware that this individual was none other than the illustrious Ancient One, renowned as the Supreme Sorcerer. Her prowess was unparalleled, and she possessed the Eye of Agamotto, within which resided the Time Stone. Ancient One, why do you persist in manifesting as a spirit? Is it not possible for you to present yourself in your true form before me? Sue jested, addressing the Ancient One. If I were truly standing before you, I suspect we would be engaged in battle rather than indulging in this conversation. With a turn to face Sue, the Ancient One remarked, I must admit, compared to 3 years ago, you have indeed mellowed considerably, and your strength has grown immensely. So, shall we engage in a duel? As Sue stretched and prepared his limbs, he gazed at the Ancient One with a smile. If you were to return, I would surely take my apprentice to the Dark Dimension, she replied with a hint of exasperation. Very well, very well. How utterly dull, Sue lamented. Time and again, he had sought to challenge the Ancient One, only to find her elusive. Each time he approached her, not a soul could be found. Leaving him in a state of vexation, he could not even claim the Eye of Agamotto as part of his collection. Nevertheless, Sue remained unconcerned by that point. His own strength had reached a considerable level, rendering the need to confront the Ancient One moot. After all, in the grand scheme of fate, the 5 great gems would inevitably converge, and he could seize them then. Now, tell me, what is it that you wish to discuss with me this time? Sue inquired. I have sensed the power of the Mind Stone, as well as the Zeta Reticulan army poised in space, their numbers exceeding my expectations. With the current strength of Earth, resistance is utterly impossible, the Ancient One replied. Should they invade, it would unleash an unprecedented catastrophe. I wish for you to intervene and thwart them. Intervene? No, 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 that is your affair, not mine. If you are willing to take action, I could escort you before Dormammu, Sue retorted. Upon hearing the name Dormammu, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 104. The calm before the storm. Upon hearing the name Dormammu, Sue's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, my most revered master, Ancient One. Is what you speak of true? The Ancient One's expression remained impassive, Having lived for an indeterminate period, she had long mastered the art of concealing her emotions. Gazing at Su-yi, she slowly nodded. I do not deceive you. Should you choose to avert this disaster, I am willing to transport you before Dormammu. I believe your interest in him far surpasses your interest in me. Indeed, indeed. I have a keen fascination with anyone wielding immense power, Su-yi replied. His demeanor now markedly more jovial. Given the mission from the chat group, he was bound to take action, yet a direct confrontation was not his style. Thus, he had previously advised Natasha that Earth was not as simple as it appeared, a remark intended for the Ancient One's ears. As fate would have it, shortly after Su-yi departed Stark Industries, the Ancient One instructed him to gather at the bell tower. Well then, the rest is entrusted to you, Su-yi, she concluded, her form gradually dissipating. Following her departure, Su-yi promptly seized his phone and dialed the number. Sir, do you require my assistance? Came the voice on the other end. Prepare your belongings. Instruct your family to remain calm. War is imminent. Additionally, have your people assist in evacuating the citizens from the city. Understood, sir. Thank you for the warning. With that, the call ended. Su-yi stretched languidly, casting his gaze over the city below, a smile creeping across his lips. In the chat group, Su-yi announced, to all members, as you prepare, ensure your battle attire is ready. For our first full appearance, we must exude style and flair. By the way, we should strike a pose or two. While the specifics may not matter, looking impressive is paramount. Edward Elric chimed in, Leader, please. You're making me impatient. I never imagined my first mission would be so exhilarating. This feels utterly fantastic. Esther added, Indeed, despite my numerous battles, this one fills me with anticipation. Let the world feel our presence. It has been far too long since I experienced this thrilling emotion, said Hinata. My days in Soul Society have been far too tranquil. The warrior within me is beginning to stir. CC remarked, as long as I can enter Su-yi's world. I find it quite intriguing. As for you, which, don't tell me you're infatuated. It hasn't been that long since you last saw Su-yi. Yuki Asuna teased. How about a wager, Asuna? Let us see who contributes more this time. The loser must obey the winner for an entire day. Are you in? Challenged CC. Absolutely. I'm more than ready for this challenge. Replied Asuna, her resolve firm. Whitebeard boomed, Gurararara. After my rejuvenation, I feel at the pinnacle of my strength. I, too, wish to declare before all, I am Whitebeard. Hinata said reassuringly, Fear not, brother Su-yi, I shall not disappoint you. I have attained the rank of Chunin. Go for it, little Hinata. Accumulate points. Enhancing your bloodline purity will make you even stronger. Hehe. I will surely put in the effort. Siko remarked, Leader Su-yi, what if my strength is lacking? Fear not. I shall lend you one of my artifacts to bolster your power, enabling you to keep pace with us. Su-yi reassured her. But I SNT that a bit. She hesitated. Do not overthink it. Anyone who joins our chat group is considered family. Ensuring their safety is my duty as the leader, is it not? Moreover, once your strength increases, you shall be able to protect others as well, will you not? Before Siko could voice her objections, Su-yi's figure flickered, and he reappeared in his underground collection room. Casting a casual glance around, he gathered several suits of armor in various designs, stuffing them into a red envelope before sending them to Siko privately. Siko, these are various items and materials for Takagi-saya's research. Please safeguard them diligently. After dispatching the message, Su-yi added 10 rings to the envelope. Su-yi, the powers of these 10 rings are as follows. White light, explosive flames, lightning storms, mental amplification, ice storms, matter reassembly, laser beams, vortex, cutting beams, and black body radiation. You can find a secluded spot now and attempt to use them. Practice as much as you can. Siko looked at Su-yi, touched by his concern for her, and she felt a warmth enveloping her heart for reasons she could not quite comprehend. Siko, Su-yi, please call me Siko from now on. Su-yi, all right, Siko. Having settled these matters, Su-yi exited the chat group. He stretched lazily and could not help but yawn. Immediately, he lay on his bed and closed his eyes. After all, the Chitauri had yet to invade, allowing him a brief respite. Although he did not feel fatigued, the habits ingrained in his humanity soon lulled him into slumber. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Queen's district received urgent notifications to hastily gather their belongings and evacuate to safer areas, striving to clear the region as swiftly as possible to avoid entanglement in the impending war. However, Loki paid little heed to these actions. With an excited grin upon his face, he gazed at the darkened sky. Flee, by all means, flee. No matter how swiftly you escape, you will never elude my grasp. As Loki's words faded, he turned his attention to a man beside him, a scientist under his control through the Mind Stone, who was diligently researching the Tesseract. How much longer? A maximum of 4 hours. We can complete it by this afternoon. Is that so? Then let us await the miracle's arrival. As Loki's voice trailed off, a gentle drizzle began to descend from the gloomy sky, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Chapter 105. The Avengers Assemble. The Dark Cloak returns. Within a seaside villa, Tony Stark was engrossed in creating what could be deemed the most powerful suit of armor to date. He poured immense effort into this Iron Man suit, incorporating a significant amount of vibranium, as well as the newly developed adamantium derived from it. Though its strength may not rival Wolverine's, it far exceeds that of most alloys. Just as Tony completed the armor, his phone rang. Without granting the caller an opportunity to speak, he said, "Give me an address. I'll head over immediately." With that, he hung up the phone. Upon receiving the coordinates from Nick Fury, Tony swiftly donned his armor and soared from his seaside villa towards Fury's location. At that moment, a vessel resembling an aircraft carrier gradually revealed its true form above the ocean. The surrounding waters churned violently, forming 4 intense whirlpools. As the submerged engines roared to life, the vessel gradually ascended into the air, gaining altitude over time. This was SHIELD's technological marvel, the helicarrier. In other words, an aircraft carrier capable of floating in the sky, boasting advanced technology unseen in contemporary society. Once the helicarrier reached a certain height, Nick Fury ordered the activation of its cloaking capability. The helicarrier appeared to don a transparent veil, gradually blending into the sky. However, despite the sophistication of its cloaking technology, Tony Stark discerned the helicarrier's presence. Under Tony's scrutiny, the once invisible helicarrier was rendered completely visible. Soon, he entered through the helicarrier's entrance. "What is the situation?" Tony inquired urgently upon arrival. Nick Fury remained impassive, opting not to answer directly. Instead, he led Tony into a room. Following Fury, Tony entered the room and encountered several familiar faces. "So these are the other members?" Tony furrowed his brow. To be frank, he was not particularly impressed by the assembled members. Having spent considerable time alongside Sue, Tony's perspective had vastly expanded beyond that of the original narrative. Even the current Hulk seemed somewhat beneath his notice. This was the pride that resided within Tony Stark. Unperturbed by Tony's inner thoughts, Nick Fury pressed a button on the table upon entering the room. A holographic projection materialized before everyone. Fury's expression turned grave. All personnel were now present. Yet time was running short. As he spoke, the projection shifted to reveal an image of Stark Industries headquarters, with Loki's silhouette perched atop its pinnacle. Upon witnessing this scene, Tony's expression darkened. That damned fiend chose such a location. How infuriating. Fury glanced at Tony and continued, "They have just arrived at Stark Industries, but we suspect they may already be in the final stages of calibration. Once successful." At this point, Bruce Banner interjected, "Once calibration succeeds, the Tesseract will undoubtedly unleash an unprecedented surge of energy, which will destabilize space itself. It is highly likely to create enormous portals, and what may emerge from those portals is beyond our comprehension." Nick Fury nodded, acknowledging Banner's insight. "This battle will determine humanity's fate, so I urge you to set aside differences and cooperate. The Avengers exist for this very purpose. We must seize humanity's destiny into our own hands." As Fury's words lingered in the air, the room's occupants exchanged solemn glances. Captain America, Banner, Tony, Hawkeye, and Natasha all felt the weight of immense pressure bearing down upon them. With the gravity of the situation laid bare, Tony asserted, "Let us move quickly. Every second counts." He promptly made for the helicarrier's exit. The others, too, wasted no time, each arming themselves and heading towards their Quinjet. Captain America grasped his shield once more, preparing for the impending confrontation. The Avengers were on the brink of departure. Watching them leave his sight, Fury's fists clenched involuntarily. "Director, do you believe they will succeed?" "Success is imperative, whether they achieve it or not." Nick Fury inhaled deeply and declared, "I trust them." In Queens, Sue had spent the entire morning in slumber before finally extricating himself from his cocoon of blankets. He casually retrieved a can of soda from the refrigerator and consumed it in one swift motion. Activating his phantom fruit, Sue conjured an illusion that mirrored his own appearance. Under his command, the apparition ascended to the rooftop terrace of the villa, reclining comfortably on a sun lounger, adorned with sunglasses, emanating an aura of relaxation. Meanwhile, Sue's true self donned a black cloak, carelessly draping it over himself before swiftly vanishing from the villa. He certainly would not venture forth to save the world while bearing his own visage. Otherwise, he would be readily recognized by passers-by when out with Hela and Hannah. The burden of fame was, in Su Yi's perspective, an unnecessary complication. Thus, he resolved to allow his illusion to bask in the sun while he assumed another identity to attend to matters, especially since his black cloak persona had not made an appearance in quite some time. If the world were to remember him, let it be for this enigmatic figure clad in black. As Su Yi contemplated this, his figure materialized above the clock tower. At that moment, the entire city was under the watchful gaze of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon the emergence of Su Yi's silhouette, Nick Fury's pupils constricted sharply. Fury's lips trembled as he muttered, "That guy has appeared again." Chapter 106. The Arrival of the Chitauri Army. Despair descends. The return of that figure filled Nick Fury with a foreboding sense of dread. Each time this cloaked individual emerged, it heralded chaos and destruction. A thought that weighed heavily on Fury's mind. The already convoluted situation had become even more unpredictable with the appearance of the black-clad figure, leaving him anxious about the impending events. "Right, Coulson, investigate Su Yi's whereabouts immediately," Nick Fury exclaimed, as a sudden realization struck him. Obeying his command, Coulson promptly set out to uncover the truth. Before long, they discovered Su Yi lounging on the terrace, soaking up the sun in a scene of utter tranquility, seemingly devoid of any desire to engage in conflict. Upon witnessing Su Yi's relaxed demeanor, Nick Fury was finally able to ascertain that the black-cloaked figure they had seen was not Su Yi at all. Could it be that this individual was indeed the embodiment of Su Yi's previous warnings? Su Yi had once told Natasha that the world was not as simple as they perceived. Was this a caution to remain vigilant against the dark figure before them? With this thought, Nick Fury's heart sank. Without hesitation, he informed all members of the Avengers about the appearance of the cloaked figure, silently praying that it would not undertake actions they could not thwart. Just as Nick Fury contemplated this, Tony Stark was the first to arrive atop Stark Industries. J.A.R.V.I.S. shut down the arc reactor. He commanded, "Sir, I have deactivated the arc reactor. But the Tesseract is now capable of releasing energy autonomously and cannot be shut down," J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, hovering in midair. Tony Stark gazed down at Loki. "Loki, I offer you a chance. Shut down this device now, and I might grant you forgiveness." Loki's ears perked up at Stark's words, eliciting a maniacal laugh. "Shut it down? Huh, you must be jesting. It is far too late. It cannot be halted." Loki spread his arms wide, exuding arrogance. "And you? I never expected you to survive despite having lost your life. It appears your existence is indeed tenacious. However, it matters not. For I shall unveil to you a brand new universe. You shall forever grovel at my feet." As Loki's proclamation echoed, the device beside him erupted with surges of blue energy. The energy coalesced and shot skyward, creating a thunderous portal in the heavens. The circular gateway expanded ominously, as if intent on consuming the sky itself. Witnessing this spectacle, Tony Stark cursed under his breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hands, palms directed at the device before him. Radiance began to coalesce, energy surging forth from his palms. Repulsor blast. As the energy struck the device, a blue energy shield materialized within Tony Stark's line of sight. Loki, observing this, erupted into laughter once more. "Huh? You truly are relentless. Did I not tell you it was too late?" Loki slowly unfurled his arms like a sovereign addressing his subjects. "Now, behold the might of my Chitauri army." As his words fell, a multitude of extraterrestrial beings surged forth from the portal, howling through the skies. Instantly, the city was engulfed in turmoil. Particularly, the bioships of the Chitauri twisted and turned through the air, effortlessly toppling one skyscraper after another. Under the onslaught of the Chitauri's biological vessels, Earth's defenses paled in comparison. An alien invasion, previously confined to the realms of novels, films, and imagination, it was now a terrifying reality for those who remained in the city, witnessing the chaos unfold. An unprecedented weight of despair bore down upon the populace, akin to a mountain pressing upon their hearts. The Earth was doomed. Were they destined to perish? They were utterly outmatched against these invaders. A wave of hopelessness swept through the minds of the people. Loki's scepter, crowned with the Mind Stone, flickered with a soft glow. Through the scepter, he sensed the collective emotions of the masses: fear, terror, and despair. Was this not the very essence one should embody when faced with a deity? A triumphant smirk adorned Loki's face as he proclaimed, "Submit to me, foolish mortals." Before he could finish, a barrage of fiery projectiles descended from the sky. Natasha piloted the Quinjet, accompanied by other members of the Avengers, arriving above Stark Industries. Tony Stark observed the scene, exclaiming, "Hey, Natasha, be careful. Don't damage my building." Of course, This was merely Tony Stark's habitual remark. Immediately following, Tony Stark continued, "Now that the aliens are launching a massive assault, I entrust you all with the task of handling them. Once I defeat this Loki before me, I will attempt to deactivate the device. I beg of you." With his words lingering in the air, Tony Stark dashed towards Loki with fervor. Upon hearing Stark's declaration, a palpable surge of battle spirit emanated from the others. Natasha hovered momentarily above a towering edifice, while Hawkeye descended from the Quinjet. As an archer, seizing the high ground was of paramount importance. Subsequently, Dr. Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk, timing his leap from the building to land upon the biological warship. Captain America exhibited no less valor, brandishing his shield as he leaped fearlessly into the fray, seizing one of the Chitauri and engaging in combat. Meanwhile, Natasha continued piloting the Quinjet, initiating aerial combat. The scene of battle was laid bare for the onlookers below, many of whom gasped in astonishment. Not only did they witness the familiar Iron Man, but also a host of others endowed with extraordinary powers, valiantly resisting the extraterrestrial onslaught. They felt as though they glimpsed a ray of sunlight piercing through the murky darkness, igniting hope within their hearts. Words spread rapidly. Within moments, the entire world was informed that amidst the alien invasion, a team known as the Avengers was safeguarding their safety. The moniker of the Avengers was, of course, a deliberate dissemination by Nick Fury. Draped in a black cloak, Sui gazed upward at the tumultuous battle, a subtle smile gracing his lips. From his vantage point, it was evident that the Avengers were no match for the Chitauri legions. In the skies, Natasha piloted the Quinjet, targeted by a concentrated barrage from the Chitauri. An overwhelming onslaught of laser fire rained down upon her, rendering even Natasha's formidable skills futile against such relentless aggression. Helplessly, she watched as lasers tore into the Quinjet, leaving gaping black holes in their wake, a sight that was truly alarming. "Damn it," Natasha muttered under her breath. Under heavy fire, she was left with no choice but to abandon the Quinjet. Her combat effectiveness diminished exponentially without it. Once capable of effortlessly dispatching numerous Chitauri, she now found herself scouring the ground for remnants of the enemy. Her efficiency dwarfed in comparison to Captain America. The captain, despite his rapid recovery and the protection of his vibranium shield, felt increasingly powerless as the relentless assault continued. Hawkeye, having claimed the high ground, found his arrows depleted, transforming from archer to mere combatant, unable to inflict significant damage. The only true combatants with high mobility and formidable strength were Tony Stark and the Hulk. However, Stark was currently preoccupied with Loki, leaving the Hulk to face the Chitauri alone. As anticipated, the battle raged on for merely 10 minutes before Hawkeye and Natasha were severely injured and incapacitated on the ground. Captain America found himself surrounded. Although his body could heal rapidly, prolonging the engagement would lead to inevitable demise. With the Chitauri assisting Loki, Stark could not reach him. Seizing the opportunity, Loki approached the encircled Hulk. As a god of mischief, Loki excelled at deception and agility. In the blink of an eye, he stealthily positioned himself behind the Hulk. Gazing upon the green giant, Loki could hardly contain his smirk. "Hulk, your strength is commendable, so bow before me," Loki declared, thrusting the Mind Scepter forcefully against the Hulk's form. In an instant, the scepter erupted with blinding light, capturing Stark's attention immediately. Stark's expression shifted to one of alarm. It was not only Stark who noticed. Even Captain America, still engaged in combat, recognized Loki's maneuver, as did Nick Fury, who observed from afar. Fury's countenance darkened at the sight of Loki's actions. Time seemed to freeze. The Avengers had captivated the attention of many, with numerous gazes fixated upon the colossal figure at the center of the chaos. The green giant slowly turned, facing Loki, his muscles rippling with intensity. The Hulk raised his arm, seizing Loki's leg and swinging him violently from side to side. The sound echoed in the ears of the onlookers. As the Mind Scepter slipped from Loki's grasp, embedding itself in the ground nearby, Loki, ensnared in the Hulk's grip, resembled a mere toy, his once haughty expression repeatedly meeting the earth. In mere moments, Loki's visage became encrusted with dust. Had it not been for his divine powers shielding his body, he would have undoubtedly found himself in a most humiliating state. Witnessing the Hulk's actions, relief washed over the crowd. Through various broadcasts, the populace cheered for the Hulk's intervention. As they fled the city, a sense of oppression lifted, for they believed that with the Avengers' presence, they would surely return to their homes. Yet, just as hope blossomed, the Hulk's demeanor shifted. His arm raised, he took a step forward, the ground beneath him fracturing in his wake. Loki was hurled from the Hulk's grasp like a baseball. This was merely the beginning. The Hulk's form swelled further, his actions growing increasingly frenzied. He wreaked havoc upon the Chitauri, obliterating anything that obstructed his path. The Hulk had gone berserk. God damn it. Why must he choose this moment to lose control? Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., felt his composure fraying. The ordinary citizens, who had just begun to entertain the hope of returning home, were once again plunged into despair. For there is nothing more harrowing than experiencing hope only to plummet back into the abyss of despair. The Hulk's rampage cast an interminable shadow over countless hearts. Tony Stark felt a surge of fury within him. "Captain, you must." Before Tony Stark could finish his sentence, a green figure materialized before him. The sight of that verdant fist loomed larger in Stark's eyes. Then it struck his armored suit with a resounding thud. A dull sound echoed as Tony Stark was sent careening through the air, tracing a crimson arc before crashing to the ground, sliding for a full 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. With the Hulk's rampage, the battlefield descended into utter chaos. At that moment, Loki rose from the ground, his previous bravado replaced by a seething fury. The god of fire and mischief, renowned as the god of deceit, could hardly accept that he had nearly been vanquished in an instant. Such humiliation was intolerable. The flames of vengeance simmered within Loki's chest. "All troops advance," he bellowed skyward. Instantly, a horde of Chitauri surged forth from the portal with frenzied zeal. Witnessing the relentless tide of warriors emerging onto the battlefield, Nick Fury felt his heart plummet, his expression shifting dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Tony, Cap, retreat with Natasha and Hawkeye." Though reluctant to make such a decision, both Captain America and Tony Stark understood that their combined strength was insufficient in the current predicament. Reluctantly, they withdrew from the fray. This scene did not escape the notice of the many onlookers, who felt the once bright world grow increasingly dim. Even the wind seemed to howl louder in response. Loki reveled in the sight of Stark and his companions fleeing in disarray, feeling an exhilarating sense of triumph. Even the rampaging Hulk, not far away, appeared more agreeable in that moment. However, just as Loki prepared to reclaim the Mind Scepter lying nearby, he noticed a figure cloaked in black standing beside it. Chapter 108. Loki remembers he is a sorcerer. The figure, draped in a black cloak, stood resolutely beside the Mind Scepter, slowly extending a hand to grasp it. Loki's pupils constricted in shock as he observed this hooded individual, his brow furrowing. "Release that scepter. It is not meant for someone like you," he declared, striding towards Sui. With each step, his aura intensified. Sui's presence caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury clenched his fists, watching the standoff unfold. The Chitauri army had invaded Earth, wreaking havoc, and Fury desperately hoped this cloaked figure could withstand Loki and the Chitauri onslaught. Yet, he ultimately sighed, realizing he could not place his faith in others. "We must strengthen ourselves as much as possible. Only then will we have a greater voice in the future." Though these thoughts occupied Fury's mind, his gaze remained fixed upon the screen of S.H.I.E.L.D., transfixed by the unfolding display. He saw Sui lift the Mind Scepter from the ground, a smirk gracing his lips. "It seems my collection will grow, and this piece is of considerable quality." Loki, overhearing Sui's musings, wore an expression of disdain. "Collection? You seem utterly oblivious to the current situation. The entire world is on the brink of becoming my personal garden. With your abilities, you stand no chance against us. I shall give you 3 counts to return the Mind Scepter, or you will learn why flowers bloom red." Loki's arrogance was palpable, bolstered by the countless Chitauri warriors backing him. 3. Loki began his countdown, his gaze fixed intently on Sui. 2. He called out. But to his astonishment, Sui began advancing towards him. A sense of dread washed over Loki, as though an immense weight had settled upon his heart, compelling him to hastily utter the final count. 1. Just as Loki's voice fell silent, Sui's figure appeared before him in an instant. In that moment, Sui's aura erupted. A formidable presence surged forth, reaching for the heavens. Even through the monitor, the sheer force was palpable. Such power, such intensity. Could it be? Loki's pupils constricted further as he regarded the cloaked figure before him, instinctively asking, "Are you that individual?" At Loki's words, Sui replied softly, "Long time no see." "Loki." The sound of Sui's voice sent a shiver through Loki, memories flooding his mind like a kaleidoscope. Gritting his teeth, Loki felt veins bulging as past anger and humiliation resurfaced, overshadowing his fear. A torrent of hatred surged within his chest. "Damn you! Have you come to humiliate me in that cloak?" "Humiliate you? No. I fear that my handsome face might be remembered by others. If that were the case, I could no longer live as a moderately wealthy ordinary person." "A moderately wealthy ordinary person?" Loki scoffed, perceiving Su Yi's words as an affront. Without hesitation, he roared, "My army, defeat this individual. He is our greatest obstacle to conquering Earth." With that declaration, Loki swiftly darted away, not out of fear, but to maneuver around Su Yi. Whether others believed him or not, Loki had faith in his strategy. In the next moment, a swarm of Chitauri surged toward him. The onlookers had lost all hope. Previously, the Avengers, 5 strong, had been unable to vanquish the Chitauri, and now only the cloaked figure stood alone. However, just as despair settled in their hearts, Su Yi lifted his gaze to the sky, surveying the chaotic battalion of Chitauri. "It is far too disorderly. It is not the right time for those fools to make an entrance," he murmured as his body began to levitate. Magnetic field activate. Under Su Yi's command, the Chitauri forces in the sky appeared drawn to an unseen force. All the Chitauri lost their balance, careening toward a singular point. Even the colossal bioships, stretching for miles, could not maintain control, colliding into one another. In the blink of an eye, the Chitauri warriors and bioships were compressed into a singular sphere. With a snap of his fingers, that sphere erupted. Though the portal continued to send forth waves of troops and bioships, a significant portion of the sky was temporarily cleared. This scene truly sent a thrill through the hearts of the onlookers. They beheld the once densely populated sky, now gradually cleared as Su Yi ascended. In the blink of an eye, the heavens were rendered entirely pristine. Such formidable power left them in utter disbelief. Are we hallucinating? This strength is simply too extravagant. It is almost beyond comprehension. Surely, we are not dreaming here. Just moments ago, the Legion was teeming, yet it was utterly obliterated. Can such power truly be wielded by a mere mortal? The populace at the city's edge felt an overwhelming sense of awe. In stark contrast to the so-called Avengers from mere moments ago, they perceived this individual before them as the genuine savior. Hope surged within their hearts, erupting with fervor. They observed the unfolding scene, fervently wishing for the cloaked figure to fulfill their earlier desires, granting them the chance to return to their homeland. Loki, witnessing this spectacle from below, gritted his teeth. "I implore you, do not let pride cloud your judgment. For this act of vengeance, I have made extensive preparations. Chitauri, unleash your most potent powers. Let the world feel your might and tremble before you." As Loki's words echoed, a multitude of Chitauri poured into the sky. Not only that, but Loki also soared upwards, facing Su Yi directly. At this moment, Loki recalled that he was a sorcerer, not merely a warrior. He felt the divine energy within him surge, his aura escalating rapidly. Beneath his dark cloak, Su Yi's smile grew ever more radiant. "Ah, did you think you were the only one capable of summoning allies?" Chapter 109. It is time to showcase true skill. The sky was filled with an influx of Chitauri warriors. Loki, filled with divine power, gazed proudly at Su Yi and declared, "I offer you a chance. Kneel before me now, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise what? Do you truly believe you are the sole summoner?" Su Yi, wielding the mind scepter, stood as a regal figure, commanding the very heavens. In the chat group, Su Yi announced, "All members, it is time for your appearance." As his words resonated within the chat, he instantly received responses from his fellow members, all in unanimous agreement. Suddenly, a colossal portal materialized behind Su Yi. The first to emerge was Whitebeard. Now freed from the drawbacks of his devil fruit, he radiated an aura of unparalleled ferocity. As Whitebeard's towering form of 6 feet 6 inches stepped through the portal, Nick Fury, stationed at a distance, recognized him instantly. If he was not mistaken, this towering figure was the giant who once appeared in the desert. Though that desert had transformed into mountains, his imposing height remained etched in Fury's mind. Following Whitebeard, the next to emerge from the portal was none other than Edward Elric, the Steel Alchemist. All personnel within SHIELD, who witnessed this scene, trained as they were, could hardly suppress their laughter. However, after the shocking appearance of Whitebeard, they found themselves unable to contain their amusement upon seeing Edward Elric. Their laughter eased the previously tense atmosphere within SHIELD. Yet, when they beheld Edward standing beside Whitebeard, it was as if they were gazing upon a masterpiece. Edward's stature paled in comparison, barely reaching Whitebeard's calves, and even leaping would scarcely allow him to touch Whitebeard's knees. Fortunately, another portal opened, revealing the striking figure of his death, her blue hair flowing as she stepped through with an air of undeniable strength. Even from a distance, her commanding presence was palpable. Just as they believed his death to be the final arrival, the fiery Matoi Ryuko strode through the portal, accompanied by Asuka Langley Shikanami and CC. Each woman exuded a powerful aura, particularly Ryuko, whose radiant smile belied an underlying chill. Lastly, the formidable Seiko Busujima and Hinata Hyuga emerged from the portal. Seiko brandished her katana, adorned with 10 rings on her fingers, her heart ablaze with combat fervor. Meanwhile, Hinata appeared noticeably matured, her youthful innocence faded, replaced by an indomitable spirit of determination. In this moment, the members of the chat group gathered around Su-e, their combined presence exuding an aura more formidable than the mightiest mountains. Standing proudly upon the earth, they regarded the approaching Chitauri horde, laughter bubbling forth. The surging Chitauri army no longer seemed a threat, but rather a reward. Defeating enough of them would surely yield a wealth of points. Su-e sensed the eagerness of his comrades. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the mind scepter high and proclaimed, "It is time to exhibit true skill." As his words echoed, they surged forward, smiles illuminating their faces. Loki, astonished by the unfolding scene, still harbored confidence in the Chitauri. "Chitauri, let them witness your true brilliance." As Loki's words faded, 5 bioweapons swayed in the sky, charging towards Su-e and his allies. "Come forth. Let our battle commence. Remember, the one who defeats you is Whitebeard." Restored to his prime, Whitebeard yearned for a fight. Facing the roaring bioweapons, he wielded his sword. The power of the tremor fruit awakening. A nearly transparent white sphere of immense vibrational force coalesced upon his weapon. Quake! With a mighty roar, Whitebeard swung his sword, carving a semicircle before him. At that moment, the very fabric of space began to fracture. These fissures spread rapidly, engulfing the space before Whitebeard. The deafening explosions erupted, as the bioweapons, unable to withstand the force of Whitebeard's attack, detonated in a cacophony, showering the sky with countless fragments, followed closely by the lasers fired from the advancing Chitauri forces. The lasers poured forth like a torrential downpour, cascading towards Su-e and his companions. "Shirkai, meat droplets." Another figure soared into the air, as Bao Lai's Zanpakuto transformed into meat droplets, which he deftly crushed beneath his foot. Observing this, Bao Lai ascended into the sky, only to suddenly plunge downward, his bankai dissipating. As his words echoed, a colossal sword-shaped rainbow tore through the firmament. Where the flying sword passed, vast swathes of laser fire were obliterated, ensuring not a single beam reached Su-e and his allies. At this moment, the Chitauri had descended to a lower altitude, preparing to encircle Bao Lai. Just then, Esters took a decisive step forward, unleashing a chilling blast that surged towards the Chitauri. The cold was penetrating. It was as if invisible blades pierced through the very essence of the Chitauri, freezing them solid into statues of ice. All who witnessed this spectacle gasped in astonishment. In quick succession, Edward Elric pressed his hands against the ground. The principles of alchemy dictate equivalent exchange. Instantly, the earth buckled, transforming into a lattice of steel beams that bridged the skyscraper and the sky. Seeing this, Seiko, and Asuna brandished their swords and rushed towards the steel beams. Asuna employed her acceleration fruit, and in the blink of an eye, numerous ice statues shattered, scattering like leaves in the wind. At this juncture, Hinata, wielding a shuriken embedded with explosive tags, hurled it at the remaining ice statues. The ensuing explosions echoed like thunder. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. Loki felt a heavy weight in his heart, realizing the strength of these individuals surpassed his expectations. At that moment, Su-e's form gradually ascended, hovering before Loki. Chapter 110, The 4 Divine Seats. The deity Loki. Incredible. This is simply too formidable. He pondered. From whence do they hail? Why have I never encountered such beings before? Within S.H.I.E.L.D., staff members stared wide-eyed at the displays on their screens, visibly shaken. Meanwhile, Tony Stark and his companions returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Natasha and Hawkeye were immediately dispatched for urgent medical attention. Tony Stark and Captain America approached Nick Fury. Upon their arrival, they beheld the images flashing across the screens. Tony's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the unfolding scene. How can this be possible? These individuals are overwhelmingly powerful. As Tony spoke, he suddenly caught sight of Whitebeard's figure. It triggered memories of his own narrow escape, when this giant in a hooded figure had saved him. Yet, the current situation far exceeded Tony's imagination. Captain America, observing the events displayed on the screen, felt a surge of astonishment. Having been frozen for an extended period, he found himself out of touch with the present era. Gazing at the scene, he exclaimed, "Have humans truly become this formidable? Why was I never informed?" Nick Fury was momentarily at a loss for words. However, witnessing the ongoing battle solidified his earlier suspicions. He had been correct. The hooded figure was indeed a leader of an organization, and these individuals were its members. With this realization, Nick Fury turned to his staff, instructing, "Capture their facial details and verify their identities. Regardless of the resources required, I need their information. I must ascertain their identities when they are not in combat." "Yes, Director." Nick Fury felt a strong confidence in SHIELD. If they truly could not locate this information, it would imply that these individuals hailed from another dimension or parallel universe. If that were the case, matters would become exceedingly complicated. In truth, not only were Nick Fury and his team astonished, but even the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, displayed a look of surprise upon perceiving this scene. From where are these individuals emerging? Their powers are exceedingly peculiar. I have never encountered such an unusual source of strength. I can only hope they do not disrupt the cosmic balance. The Ancient One marveled, though unease crept into her heart. Yet, recalling Su Yi's promise, she ultimately chose to place her faith in him. After all, she had sensed that his arrival heralded a transformative change in the universe. Whether this change would be for better or worse remained uncertain. Acknowledging the limited time at her disposal, the Ancient One resolved to prioritize the search for a successor to her legacy. If Su Yi were willing, she believed he would be the ideal candidate to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. However, based on her understanding of him, she suspected he would likely decline. With a sigh, the Ancient One redirected her focus back to the battlefield. The battlefield was inundated with Chitauri, seemingly endless as they poured through the portal onto Earth. The members of the chat group unleashed their unique abilities, systematically dispatching the Chitauri. It was a true display of diverse talents. Their powers illuminated the battlefield, etching their heroic figures into the memories of all. The onlookers, witnessing their fierce struggle, felt their hearts race with excitement. Look, the hooded figure is moving. He must be their leader. If he is the leader, does that mean he possesses the greatest strength? Hurry, record this. Not only the footage from SHIELD was disseminated, skilled hackers infiltrated operational surveillance, uploading the battle scenes online for the masses to witness. They saw Su Yi gradually ascend from the ground, ultimately standing before Loki. A slight smile graced Su Yi's lips as he addressed Loki. "To prevent this game from concluding prematurely, I grant you 10 minutes. If, within those 10 minutes, you cannot move even an inch, I shall ensure your remains are left intact. But should you fail to restrain me, I will dismember you and send you to your final resting place." Loki's heart sank at Su Yi's proclamation. He was acutely aware of the formidable power this individual possessed. However, this time he would not engage in close combat. As a god adept in sorcery, he would unleash his true powers to make Su Yi experience the wrath of a deity. Without uttering a word, Loki extended his fingers and slowly raised his arms, channeling divine energy. Behind him materialized numerous colossal celestial bodies, radiating strange hues, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Then, Loki intoned, "I am Loki Odinson, god of fire, god of mischief, god of flames, the malevolent deity. The four divine seats converge within me. By my divine power, I shall send your heads rolling." With Loki's voice resonating through the air, an overwhelming surge of divine energy radiated from him, enveloping an expanse of thousands of feet around him. Countless phantasms of demons, specters, and titans materialized around Loki, each possessing a tangible form capable of touching reality itself, signifying their potential to shatter it. "Die, you wretched fiend." With a furious roar, Loki's voice, thick with divine might, reverberated across the land. The myriad phantasms of deities and monsters surged towards Su Yi. But that was not the end. The celestial bodies behind Loki, under his command, began to encircle Su Yi from all directions. The spectacle was monumental, instilling an overwhelming sense of despair. Within SHIELD, the onlookers beheld the scene before them, pondering, is this truly the essence of Loki's divine power? Such might seem insufferably terrifying. Can that individual truly vanquish Loki? Captain America and Tony Stark exclaimed in unison. If it were they would be utterly at a loss on how to confront such a threat. It seemed inevitable that a single encounter would spell their doom. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath the black cloak, Su Yi's demeanor remained completely unchanged. He stood silently, observing Loki as he unleashed his formidable abilities. In fact, he had abandoned all defense, extending his arms wide, allowing Loki's assault to rain upon him. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. Boom. Chapter 111. Hellish Mischief. The hypocrite Odin arrives. Boom. A colossal sound erupted as the celestial bodies and phantasms projected by Loki crashed heavily against Su Yi. In an instant, the air was agitated, and surrounding buildings began to collapse. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the atmosphere. Observing Su's abandonment of defense, a glimmer of coldness flickered across Loki's face. This is the price of carelessness. May you be plunged into eternal darkness. Loki murmured, a smile creeping across his lips. However, just as Loki's words fell, he noticed the smoke swirling violently to the side. Sui's figure emerged clearly before Loki. Slightly shifting his posture, Sui looked at Loki and said, "1 minute has already passed, Loki. I must admit, your attacks feel more like mere tickles. Even with my complete abandonment of defense, I merely sustain injuries that heal in less than a second. Why not put in a bit more effort?" Upon hearing Sui's words, Loki's brow furrowed in frustration. Wretched fiend, how is this possible? Loki's pupils constricted, his expression shifting from shock to reluctance. A faint tremor of fear began to spread within Loki's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, unleashing even more of his divine power. "Then, let me show you another facet of my strength. The power of the frost giants from the depths of my bloodline. The frost giants have long been adversaries of Asgard. Their ability lies in controlling the biting chill, bending it to their will, regardless of the opponent. Even if Odin stood before him, Loki was confident he could inflict damage. Forcing the blood of the frost giants to surge from the depths of his being, Loki shouted, "This time, you shall experience the sensation of being frozen. Perish." As Loki's words echoed, he extended his arm. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, Tony Stark, Captain America, and others watched the unfolding scene on the monitor, questioning if they had missed something. What ability is Loki employing? Why can I perceive not even the slightest change? I cannot see anything. What is happening? Unlike the self-doubt within S.H.I.E.L.D., panic had overtaken Loki's expression. How is this possible? Why can I not utilize my power? Where's my frost power? I can feel it. Yet why can I not wield it? The series of blows had left Loki questioning his very existence. He murmured repeatedly, attempting to summon his frost power. Yet, it seemed as though it was being manipulated by some unseen force, utterly beyond his control. Suddenly, a pillar of ice erupted from below. To use frost power before me is absolutely impossible. Standing atop the ice pillar like a queen, Isdeth gazed down at Loki. Then, addressing Sui beside her, she declared, "Sui, I wish to show this fellow what true frost power entails." Sui floated in the air, his expression devoid of any change. With an air of nonchalance, he replied to Isdeth, "Go ahead, have your fun. It matters not even if you were to play to the point of death." Upon hearing Sui's words, a chilling smile graced Isdeth's face. "Then I shall defer to your wishes." With her words, Isdeth emanated waves of cold. She murmured, "Moko Bod Mo." In an instant, it seemed as if the entire world had been frozen by Isdeth. Though it lasted less than a second, that brief moment was more than sufficient for Isdeth. In a flash, she appeared behind Loki. The frost power enveloped her beautiful legs, mingled with an aura of chill, and she delivered a powerful kick to the nape of Loki's neck. At that moment, time and space resumed their normal flow. Loki plummeted from the sky, the intense pain forcing him to grit his teeth. "Damn it!" Loki cursed under his breath, yet his actions were frantic. He immediately split into 7 phantasms, fleeing in all directions to confuse the onlookers. But Loki had ultimately underestimated the abilities of the group members. The first to strike was Mahua Lai. Gripping her Zanpakuto, she slashed forward. A fierce blade of energy sliced through the air, rivaling the might of her previous attack, imbued with an indomitable and unparalleled sword intent. With a single swing, it effortlessly tore through everything in its path, cleaving apart all it encountered. One of Loki's phantasms dissipated from view. 6 remain. The other group members swiftly unleashed their powers, systematically exterminating the remaining illusions. With each illusion that fell, Loki's complexion grew increasingly pale. Were it not for his earlier full-force attack and Sui's presence looming nearby, Loki would have long desired to eliminate these nuisances. As it stood, his full-strength attack could barely injure Sui. No, to be precise, after inflicting severe injuries, Sui would recover in less than a second. This capability far exceeded his previous expectations. Given that he could not cleanse his shame, he resolved to embrace even more disgrace. Seizing the moment, Loki's mind was in a constant state of contemplation, pondering how he might strategize. However, at that very instant, he found himself confronted by 3 figures. Standing before him were the towering figure of Whitebeard, measuring an impressive 6 meters and 66 centimeters, the smiling Mocha Hanabi clad in traditional kimono, and the formidable Isdeth, who was suppressing her icy powers. Suddenly, Loki's heart sank. Without a moment's hesitation, he resorted to his trump card. A brilliant light flickered, and a set of armor appeared upon Loki's form. This armor was none other than the Destroyer. As the wielder of the Destroyer, Loki felt a modicum of confidence. The materials used to forge the Destroyer were the most resilient metals from the Celestial Palace. As it stood, aside from Sui, Loki could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of inflicting harm upon the Destroyer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed a serious glint in Whitebeard's eyes. Awakening, spatial quake. With those words, the fabric of space distorted, the ground fissured, and edifices collapsed. The Chitauri army that had emerged from the portal was instantly obliterated. A tremendous shockwave struck the Destroyer, and Loki felt his body uncontrollably propelled backward. At that moment, Isteth raised her arm, conjuring a wall of frigid ice. As Loki fell into the icy barrier, he was immediately encased in a chilling frost. It was then that Moka Hanabi stepped forward, unsheathing his Zanpakuto. Bankai. All is in vain. With Moka's words, an endless darkness enveloped Loki. Countless blades of energy surged forth, relentlessly tearing through the ice, striking Loki with unerring precision. Each wave of energy, though unable to breach the Destroyer's body, delivered a powerful impact that elicited cries of pain from Loki. Meanwhile, Su-Yi's gaze pierced through layers of barriers, landing upon the clock tower. 10 minutes had elapsed. He took a step forward, instantly appearing before Loki. Loki, do you recall the words I spoke to you before? The 10 minutes are up. Witness how I shall rend your corpse asunder. As Su-Yi's words echoed, Loki's pupils constricted sharply. An unprecedented terror, compounded by the surrounding icy chill, sent a shiver down Loki's spine. You do not abide by the rules of combat. Not abide by the rules. I suggest you enjoy your fate. Remember, it was you who allowed the Chitauri army to enter. A smile graced Su-Yi's face as he extended his palm toward the beleaguered Loki. Watching Su-Yi's hand draw nearer, Loki slowly closed his eyes. If given the choice, he would rather endure the humiliation than confront Su-Yi in battle, even if it meant bearing the weight of disgrace. Loki, just as despair threatened to engulf him, a booming thunder rumbled from the heavens. Thor, the god of thunder, made his grand entrance. Not only that, but alongside the divine light, Odin materialized before Su-Yi, having traversed the Rainbow Bridge. Clad in his majestic armor and wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, Odin rode a magnificent white steed, radiating an overwhelming divine power. Concurrently, in a residence within the Queen's district, a surge of divine energy erupted. The goddess of death, Hela, transformed into her battle form, hastening to the battlefield with lightning speed. Her icy gaze fell upon Odin. Odin, I did not expect you to also be here. Odin's expression bore the weight of gravity. Hela, are you certain you wish to stand against me? Stand against you? Do not jest. Was I not compelled by your actions? Hela's resentment was palpable, her eyes brimming with animosity. Since my earliest memories, you have incessantly indoctrinated me with tales of battle, casting me onto the battlefield and immersing me in the blood of enemies. Endless slaughter marked my childhood. And when you grew old and abandoned war, you claimed my bloodlust was excessive, sealing me away and erasing my glorious achievements. Do you truly believe I would trust your words, Odin? Hypocrite. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Hela's words, the term hypocrite echoed in the minds of those present. Even Loki and Thor turned their gazes toward Odin, unaware of the hidden depths of this tumultuous history. Odin, upon hearing Hela's accusations, faltered, opening his mouth to respond, but ultimately fell silent. Hela's words resonated with undeniable truth, leaving him no room for defense. As she regarded Odin, her divine power surged. Sui, I will take care of Odin. I shall slay him with my own hands. As you wish. Upon hearing Su-Yi's consent, a smile graced Hela's lips. Perhaps the most fortunate occurrence in her life was her encounter with Su-Yi. Chapter 112, The Chaos of the Noble Circle. The final confrontation. With that, Hela turned her attention back to Odin. For your past deeds, may you descend into hell. As her voice fell, an overwhelming divine power surged within her, and the night sky sword erupted forth. Odin, mounted upon his steed and wielding Gungnir, hurled the spear directly at the night sky sword. Gungnir possessed an unparalleled accuracy. Once thrown, it would inevitably strike its mark, truly a weapon of unparalleled might. A brilliant explosion of light erupted as Gungnir's sword toward the night sky soared with incredible velocity. Boom! A thunderous clash ensued as the night sky sword collided with Gungnir. The spear was sent careening backward, returning to Odin's grasp. Hela, undeterred by her initial failure, launched another relentless assault. Waves of attacks surged forth, mirroring the tempest of fury within her heart. Meanwhile, as Su-Yi observed the unfolding spectacle, Thor charged toward him, brandishing his Mjolnir. "Release Loki." Thor's voice echoed like distant thunder. Spinning Mjolnir in his grasp, he barreled towards Sui. Sui's gaze fell upon Thor, and he could not help but acknowledge their skill in evading his previous onslaught. However, he found it perplexing that instead of prudently preserving their lives, they chose to prance about in his presence, as if courting death. As Sui spoke, he grasped the destroyer's head, hurling it, along with Loki within, toward Thor. Simultaneously, a radiant light coalesced in Sui's eyes. Heat Ray. This was the upgraded version of the heat ray that had previously vanquished the destroyer. The ray streaked through the air, effortlessly striking the destroyer's back. The immense force propelled the destroyer toward Thor at an accelerated pace. Thor's pupils dilated, and instinctively, he halted the rotation of Mjolnir, cradling the destroyer in his arms. Divine power surged through him, his muscles tensed as he gritted his teeth, managing to withstand the impact of the destroyer. "Are you here to rescue me?" Loki inquired, gazing at Thor before him. Thor, not particularly adept at addressing such queries, shifted his attention to Sui, then declared, "I have come for revenge." Upon hearing Thor's words, the warmth that once filled Loki's heart dissipated in an instant. "Is that so? Then we must unite. Otherwise, we stand no chance against this fellow." Thor nodded affirmatively, asserting, "This time, I shall not be defeated." As the words left Thor's lips, a multitude of thunderclouds surged in the sky. Simultaneously, arcs of electricity manifested around Thor and within a radius of 1,000 miles. The thunder roared, illuminating the heavens as if they were tearing apart. Feeling the surge of Thor's divine power, it was as though Loki had fully awakened. With a flicker of his eyes, he promptly stated, "Thor, I will provide support from the rear. The close combat rests on your shoulders." Thor nodded earnestly, unbeknownst to him. However, Loki had already begun to contemplate how he might escape from Sui's presence. The two engaged in loud conspiracies before Sui, who observed the so-called brothers with a sense of amusement. Thor, wielding his hammer, proclaimed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder and strength, master of storms, war, and abundance." At this juncture, Thor turned his gaze towards Sui, asserting, "This time, I shall not fail." At that moment, the divine power emanating from Thor had multiplied at least tenfold. As lightning coiled around him, he took a step forward, his form vanishing in an instant. An elongated arc of electricity trailed behind him, coalescing upon his hammer, which then struck down upon Sui from behind. Observing this, Loki hesitated not a moment. Empowered by the abilities of a destroyer, he projected celestial bodies into reality, locking onto Sui's figure as they plummeted swiftly. Notably, Thor was included among them. Faced with such a frenzied onslaught, Sui merely yawned, flipping his palm, summoning a multitude of celestial bodies beside him to collide with Loki's projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with the cacophony of violent impacts, accompanied by the roars of thunderclouds, reminiscent of the apocalypse. At this moment, Thor's hammer struck Sui, causing his form to waver before vanishing from Thor's line of sight. "Damn it, what is happening?" Thor cursed under his breath while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Sui's form reappeared, seated comfortably upon a relatively intact chair, softly murmuring, "The awakening ability of the fruit is quite remarkable. Let you two fight amongst yourselves. Awaken, god of thunder Thor. Awaken, the god of mischief Loki." As Sui's voice faded, two identical figures materialized before Thor and Loki, their auras almost indistinguishable. This was the awakened ability of Sui's phantom fruit, capable of manifesting entities that possessed a portion of the user's power. With Sui's stamina nearing infinity, he could wield this ability indefinitely without experiencing fatigue, let alone exhausting his body. This scene was observed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. Comparing the abilities of the figure in black robes and Sui, felt that the former's powers seemed even more potent. Little did he know that both the figure in black robes and Sui were, in fact, two sides of the same coin. The sky echoed with the roars of thunder dragons, as the battle between Hela and Odin threatened to obliterate the planet. The entire city had already suffered significant destruction, much of it wrought by the clash between Hela and Odin. In fact, most had forgotten that this confrontation originally aimed merely to repel the Chitauri invasion. The vast city was now divided into three battlefields. The first belonged to Sui, who toyed with Thor and Loki as if they were mere playthings, showing no regard for the two deities. The second battlefield comprised the members of the group battling the Chitauri, who continued to surge forth, though their numbers had dwindled significantly. If things proceeded as expected, the Chitauri were nearly vanquished. The final battlefield was that of Hela and Odin, whose conflict had escalated into a heated confrontation. Most structures had been laid to waste by their clash. Yet Odin, the Lord of the Nine Realms, despite his advancing age, still wielded divine power as vast as the ocean, immensely formidable. However, Hela, as his opponent, proved herself no less capable. As the eldest daughter, Hela had spent her childhood amidst battles. Now fully restored to her prime, her divine power rivaled Odin's. Indeed, due to her youth, her state was even more formidable than the aging Odin. Taking a deep breath, Hela concentrated all her divine energy into the Sword of Night. Odin, you must know that I am the goddess of death, ruling over decay and disease. You are now frail. Relinquish your throne to me, and I shall spare your life. Hela, the reason I sealed you away is that your malice was too great. If you could temper it slightly, you would be my most suitable heir. Do you think I would still believe your words? You deceived me before, leading me to slay the world's serpent, promising me the throne. Yet how did you ultimately act? Hela exclaimed, her face contorted with rage as she addressed Odin. You sealed me away the moment I defeated the world's serpent. Is this what you call bestowing the throne upon me, Odin? As Hela's words echoed, all eyes turned towards Odin. Thor and Loki temporarily ceased their skirmish, while the members of the group, having dispatched a wave of Chitauri, regarded Odin with disbelief. They found it hard to accept that the Lord of the Nine Realms was such a hypocrite. Loki suddenly recalled his own circumstances with Thor. Hadn't he Odin once proclaimed that whoever among them killed Hela first would ascend as the new king of Asgard? It was only now that he grasped Odin's true intentions. He had merely used the throne as leverage, compelling his sons to slay their sister, appearing utterly ruthless in his actions. What was more, even if he truly wished for one of them to kill Hela, would Odin genuinely relinquish his throne? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Loki cast a glance at Thor. How fortunate he had been to escape from Su Yi's grasp. Yet, how had the now unconscious Thor managed to evade capture? Loki's fists clenched tightly, realizing he had been the unwitting pawn in Odin's game. Was it not the case that Odin had intended to pass the throne to Thor from the very beginning? After all, why did Odin not rescue him back then, allowing him to flee instead? Surely, it was because Odin wished for his demise. The weight of these revelations ignited an unprecedented hatred within Loki's gaze. However, just as Loki prepared to launch a surprise attack on Thor, Odin and Hela had already plunged into the final clash. Hela, wielding the sword of the night sky, gathered all her divine power and charged towards Odin. In response, Odin concentrated his own divine energy and surged forward on his steed. In an instant, brilliance enveloped the city. The blinding radiance, akin to 1,000 suns, compelled one to instinctively shut their eyes. Following this, an overwhelming torrent of divine power erupted skyward, even penetrating the portal and reaching the headquarters of the Chitauri forces. A vast amount of divine energy surged through the portal created by the Tesseract, sweeping over the Chitauri headquarters. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Chapter 113, The Joker is Me. Under the onslaught of this divine force, the Chitauri forces were instantly obliterated. Such immensely powerful divine energies were beyond the current capacity of the Chitauri to withstand. The headquarters of the Chitauri fleet was reduced to dust under the violent pressure of the two forces. Su, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. If this power were to continue its rampage, his villa would surely be at risk. Moreover, it might even affect Hannah's residence. With this thought, Su chose to momentarily disregard the stunned Loki and Thor, and with a swift motion, golden patterns spread across his body. The awakening of the Supreme Destruction form I. In this state, all his abilities were augmented to unprecedented levels. Domain activated. Su placed his hands before his chest, channeling the massive outpouring of divine energy into the space between his palms. As the energy continued to coalesce, the luminous glow rapidly dissipated. When the light vanished, a small orb brimming with immense divine power appeared between Su's hands. Anyone who laid eyes on this orb felt a profound weight in their hearts. Loki, in that moment, murmured, "What kind of strength is required to compress such an oceanic expanse of divine energy? This is simply outrageous." Thor added, "If this condensed orb of divine energy were to explode, its destructive power would be unimaginable." Meanwhile, the ever-hidden Ancient One felt a wave of unease wash over her. Should this orb truly detonate, even she would find it challenging to contain the catastrophe. What on earth was he planning to do with it? One must understand that every action carries immense risk. Ancient One murmured, already contemplating whether she should intervene. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she observed Su swallowing the high-concentration divine energy orb whole. In an instant, everyone was taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. This individual was utterly reckless. Did he truly fear for his life? Should the divine energy explode, it would undoubtedly lead to unparalleled destruction. The resulting outpouring of divine energy would directly annihilate the city. Yet, the dire consequences they envisioned did not manifest in the slightest. Su merely let out a satisfied burp, then turned his gaze down to the battlefield below. With the blinding light gone, everyone could easily discern the events unfolding in the arena. There they saw Odin, half kneeling on the ground, gravely injured. However, Hela's condition was equally dire. Odin's eternal spear had pierced through Hela's abdomen, blood dripping steadily from the weapon to the ground. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in horror. Su's brow furrowed at the sight. Before he could take any action, he watched as Hela, gritting her teeth against the pain, reached out with her delicate hand to grasp the eternal spear and slowly began to extract it. The sight of blood continuously flowed sent shivers down everyone's spines. They could scarcely fathom the sheer willpower required to pull the eternal spear from her impaled abdomen. This would only exacerbate her injuries. What they could not have anticipated was that, just when they thought this was the end, Hela, through gritted teeth, took an excruciating step towards Odin. She carelessly discarded the eternal spear beside her. Grasping the sword of the night sky, Hela locked her gaze on Odin, her blood streaming from her body. Yet her grip on the sword remained steadfast. She had awaited this day for far too long. To relinquish it so easily was simply not her style. Move now. Hela silently roared within herself. Yet at that moment, her body had reached its limits. Not only was it difficult to take another step, even raising the weapon felt insurmountably arduous. Perhaps all her strength was consumed in maintaining her grip on the sword. However, just when everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Su's figure appeared beside Hela, activating the shielding device he had purchased for 100 points. Su swiftly shed his black robe, revealing his true self. With no words exchanged, Su embraced Hela, allowing her to lean her weight against him. Hela glanced at Su, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Even the pain seemed to subside in that moment. Leaning on Su, Hela limped towards Odin. At this juncture, Odin possessed not even the slightest fragment of divine energy to summon. Gazing at Hela before him, he found her more brilliant than he had ever been in his youth. A genius of battle. Then, Odin turned his gaze towards Su, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Finally, he spoke softly. Hela, you have changed. Change or no change. What concern is it of yours? Ultimately, it is my fault. Odin murmured, then turned to Thor, instructing him. Thor, remember, the Asgardians are eternally loyal to the king of Asgard. With that, Odin slowly closed his eyes. As his words faded, Hela took a deep breath. Summoning all her strength to raise the sword of the night sky high, she then swung it down towards Odin. In that moment, Hela felt she had attained redemption. Thor, too, shed tears at this sight. Yet he failed to notice that behind him, Loki's eyes had turned a deep crimson. Odin, as a false idol, could you not maintain your pretense until the very end? Even in your final moments, you could have called my name once. Why in your eyes? Do you see only Thor? Loki seethed with resentment over it all. He never imagined that, in the very last moments, he was the true fool. Subsequently, he cast a resentful glance at Thor, his form slowly dissipating into the destruction. Only a solitary destroyer remained standing. Odin's life had utterly faded away. The divine energy that once flowed through him seemed to ripple through layers of space, returning to the very soil of Asgard. At this moment, Su-Yi cast his gaze towards the sky and declared, Heimdall, you must be witnessing this scene. Hasten to guide us to Asgard. As soon as Su-Yi's words fell, a ripple in space ensued, and the trio of Su-Yi, Hela, and Thor found themselves upon the hallowed ground of Asgard. Chapter 114. The inaugural gathering of the chat group is about to commence. Upon their arrival in Asgard, Hela felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into her being. The divine energy rapidly replenished itself, its swiftness far surpassing Su-Yi's expectations. As the goddess of death in Asgard, merely standing on its sacred soil granted her an inexhaustible source of strength. With her injuries gradually mending, Hela found her breath becoming significantly easier. At that moment, she spread her arms wide and proclaimed to Asgard, I have returned. Following this, Hela turned to Su-Yi, extending her delicate arm to grasp his hand, saying, Come. Su-Yi, allow me to show you the beauty of Asgard. As you wish. Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, Hela erupted into laughter. In the absence of Odin, and with Su-Yi by her side, she felt immensely fulfilled. As they approached the palace of Asgard, they were greeted by Queen Frigga and the denizens of Asgard, who welcomed Su-Yi and Hela with reverence. Frigga then stepped forward, embracing Hela and saying, Hela, I have missed you during this time. The sudden embrace momentarily stunned Hela, and she instinctively glanced at Su-Yi, who nodded gently, a soft smile gracing his lips. Seeing Su Yi's expression, Hela hesitantly placed her hands upon Frigga's back. Sensing Hela's actions, Frigga tightened her embrace, stating, Hela, when Odin's divine power returned to Asgard, I knew you had fulfilled your resolve. Yet, I do not blame you. For he was in the wrong from the very beginning. As Hela slightly parted her lips, ready to speak, Frigga continued, Hela, see to the final matters that must be addressed. Asgard cannot exist without a ruler. Gazing at Frigga, Hela recalled her childhood, remembering how Frigga had cared for her during her most grievous injuries, which brought a glimmer of tears to her eyes. After absorbing Frigga's words, Hela nodded slightly, then addressed the gathered crowd, proclaiming, From this day forth, I shall be the new queen of Asgard. My subjects shall dwell under my protection. The multitude of citizens bowed before Hela, while Frigga turned to Thor, stating, Thor, this is the new queen of Asgard. The people cannot defy her. Upon hearing Frigga's words, Thor knelt before Hela. In that moment, Hela strode towards the throne. As Hela approached the throne, the entirety of Asgard began to transform. The previously towering edifices gradually crumbled, and the murals within the palace ignited into flames, leaving behind a new visage of Asgard. All the citizens, including Thor, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The once mighty structures collapsed, revealing Hela's statue within, while the burnt murals unveiled her true form, the fierce warrior of the Nine Realms. Witnessing the profound transformation of Asgard, Thor's previously conflicted heart found clarity. The murals and sculptures vividly depicted the exaggerated glory of his sister. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Thor's mind, a talent that overshadows the master. He finally comprehended why Hela had deemed Odin a hypocrite. This monumental change, revealing the true essence of Asgard, served as the ultimate rationale. At that moment, Hela sat upon the throne, fully embracing her role as the queen of Asgard. Her aura grew more dominant and commanding. Yet, when she gazed at Su Yi from a distance, her fierce demeanor softened to a gentle warmth, revealing Su Yi's significance in her heart. As events unfolded seamlessly, Su Yi slowly turned to walk towards the Bifrost, for matters awaited him on Earth. He waved farewell to Hela. Observing this, a smile graced Hela's lips. Channeling her divine energy, she whispered into Su Yi's ear, Once I have resolved these matters, I shall come to Earth to find you. Upon hearing Hela's words, Su Yi turned his back to her and gestured an okay sign. Then, in a flash of light, he traversed the Bifrost back to Earth. Upon his arrival, he beheld the group members engaged in a fierce battle against the rampaging Hulk. Observing Hulk's extreme fury left Su Yi at a loss for words. In a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Hulk's face, sending the colossal figure spinning through the air before crashing down, leaving a massive crater in his wake. The unconscious Hulk reverted back into Dr. Bruce Banner. Simultaneously, the members of the group heard the electronic notification from the chat group. Ding. The mission to eradicate the Chitauri army has been completed. Rewards based on contribution value are as follows. First place, Su Yi. Reward, 4,800. Second place, Whitebeard. Reward, 3,250. Third place, is Death. Reward, 2,900. Fourth place, Ryuko Matoi. Reward, 2,800. Fifth place, Siko Busujima. Reward, 1,900. Sixth place, Hinata Hyuga. Reward, 1,850. Seventh place, Asuna Yuki. Reward, 1,800. Eighth place, CC. Reward, 1,700. Ninth place, Edward Elric. Reward, 1,000. Current points ranking. First place, Su Yi, 10,000 points. Second place, Ryuko Matoi, 8,900 points. Third place, Whitebeard, 7,000 points. Fourth place, CC, for 1,900 points. Fifth place, is Death, Asuna Yuki, for 1,000 points. Sixth place, Siko Busujima, 2,000 points. Seventh place, Hinata Hyuga, 1,950 points. Eighth place, Edward Elric, 1,200 points. Ding. Detected that group leader Su Yi's points have reached 10,000, initiating the inaugural activity of the chat group. Ding. Activity details. Divide chat group members into 3 groups, each consisting of 3 members. Each group will be randomly placed into any world, assigned different identities, and engage in battles to enhance their skills. The last surviving member will receive rewards. Ding. Death during the event signifies withdrawal from the activity. There is no real death or punishment involved, but neither are there any rewards. Ding. The event commences in 3 days. Chapter 115, Su Yi, an existence beyond the chat group. Upon witnessing the activities of the chat group, numerous members exchanged glances. Su Yi chuckled. I never imagined that the so-called chat group activities would turn out to be like this. To be honest, I am rather eager to engage in battle with all of you. Hearing this, Asuna Yuki immediately retorted, Sui, are you certain you're not joking? With your abilities, you would probably annihilate us. Anyone who ends up in your group would truly be unfortunate. Following that, Asuna cast a sidelong glance at CC, her face adorned with an indescribable, mischievous grin. Asuna, if I were to team up with Sui, I would certainly drag you down with me, CC remarked playfully. In response, Asuna made a face at CC, appearing quite cheeky. At that moment, Rei Yuzanohara addressed Sui, stating, if the rules of the event are indeed followed, then wouldn't the limitations fall most heavily on the group leader? Hinata Hyuga added, yes, this means that Sui's immortality is effectively restricted. Any death would result in his exit from the event world. Ding, the immortality of group leader Sui cannot be interfered with. Should he die within the event world, he will automatically resurrect and will not exit the event world. Seiko Busujima, Whitebeard, Edward Elric, other members. In the midst of the city's ruins, the group fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. They had initially believed that the greatest limitation would rest upon Sui. However, they were utterly astonished to discover that Sui's immortality could not even be constrained by the chat group. Does this imply that, in a certain sense, Sui stands above the chat group? Sui himself was also somewhat surprised by this revelation. Nonetheless, it was splendid news for him. Ahem, everyone. Let us not dwell in pessimism. As long as you can kill me once, I will willingly withdraw, Sui stated. After a pause, he continued, moreover, while it seems that our opponents will be those within our group, the world we descend into will undoubtedly harbor others with formidable abilities. We must not only locate each other but also possess extraordinary skills to survive in this world. Otherwise, we may be slain by the local inhabitants before we even find one another. Sui's words plunged the group into contemplation, for he spoke the truth. They must be wary of one another while also remaining cautious of the other beings within the world. As a newcomer to the chat group, Seiko Busujima felt quite anxious. She promptly declared, I will return to my world now. I need to prepare. With that, she returned 10 rings to Sui before vanishing from the Marvel Universe back to her own. Observing this, the others also began to return to their respective worlds. Clearly, they were eager to strategize or exchange points for various items to enhance their abilities as much as possible. Soon, the majority of members had traversed back to their worlds. Only Hinata stood still, gazing quietly at Sui. Sui looked at Hinata and couldn't help but notice how she had blossomed into a graceful young lady in such a short time. Sui and I, we are about to begin the Chunin exams, and I would like to invite everyone to my world to watch, Hinata said, appearing somewhat bashful and avoiding eye contact with Sui. I remember you mentioned it before. Rest assured, I will definitely come, Sui assured her. Upon hearing his words, Hinata seemed somewhat reassured. Then, she produced a letter and shyly handed it to Sui. Sui and I, this is a letter for you. You must read it after you return. With that, a portal appeared behind Hinata. Sui and I must take my leave now, she said, waving shyly before disappearing from Sui's view. Witnessing this, a fond smile crept onto Sui's face, for Hinata was indeed the cherished darling of the chat group. Glancing at the envelope in his hand, Sui did not linger too long. He gathered his mind scepter, eternal spear, destroyer, and cosmic cube, then retracted the shielding device, instantly teleporting back to his villa. Meanwhile, the illusion within the villa stepped down from the rooftop and promptly dissipated. It could be said that Sui emerged as the greatest victor of this battle, having acquired numerous valuable items. With the shielding device withdrawn, SHIELD was finally able to see the footage. Ever since the disturbance began, their signal had been compromised, resulting in a pitch-black screen. No matter how they checked, the equipment could not be restored, prompting Nick Fury to feel an overwhelming urge to observe the situation on site. Just then, the monitor suddenly crackled to life. Nick Fury and Tony Stark, among others, were met with a scene of countless ruins. A significant portion of the city had been reduced to rubble, and amidst this devastation, not a single figure could be seen. Bang! In a fit of rage, Nick Fury slammed his fist down on the table, disregarding the blood trailing from his knuckles. Regardless of the circumstances, the Avengers remain our final bastion. We must possess our own fighting strength. Tony Stark gazed at the desolate cityscape. His fists clenched tightly as he vowed, I will create the most formidable Iron Man suit, one that surpasses all others. He firmly believed that with the vast technological remnants left by the Chitauri, he could forge ahead on his path with greater speed and distance than ever before. Meanwhile, upon returning to his villa, Sui retrieved the envelope that Hinata had given him. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what heartfelt message awaited him within. As he opened the envelope, He found Hinata's elegant handwriting gracing the page. Sui and I do not know when it began, but I often find your image floating in my mind. Sometimes to the point where I cannot sleep. I do not understand the reason for this, but I want to express that no matter what happens in the future, I will stand by your side. Even if it means exhausting all my strength, I will strive to chase your shadow, ensuring I do not fall too far behind. I will become stronger and proudly stand beside you. The letter was lengthy, yet every word was imbued with Hinata's profound emotions. As time passed, Sui finished reading the letter. At last, he opened the chat group and sent a message to Hinata Hyuga. Keep it up. Chapter 116, Activity World, Jujutsu Kaisen. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After spending 3 days in the villa, Sui rubbed his sleepy eyes and entered the chat group. At this moment, the activities in the chat group had already commenced. Everyone was prepared. Ding! The activity is about to begin. Time will cease to flow in the respective worlds as the members engage in the activity. Ding! Activity rules. Each world has 3 members. The last surviving member will receive a reward. Note: the other 2 individuals in each world must seek and explore on their own. Ding! Dying during the activity does not equate to true death. Time will resume its normal flow upon returning to one's original world. Ding! Beginning group allocations for world deployment. Ding! The activity officially commences. As the electronic sounds echoed through the chat group, a passageway appeared before Sui. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped into the portal. The next moment, the voice of the chat group resonated in Sui's mind. Ding! Group leader Sui is deployed to the world, Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! Group leader Sui's designated identity, special grade Curse Spirit. As the electronic announcement concluded, Sui was momentarily taken aback by the information before him. No way. Here I am, perfectly fine, and yet I've been assigned the role of a special grade Curse Spirit? You must be targeting me, chat group. However, the chat group offered no response. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, it's merely an identity. I should enjoy this activity to the fullest. If I recall correctly, there seems to be an invincible presence within this world. With this thought, Sui's smile grew even brighter. Ding! Isteth is deployed to the world, Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! Isteth's designated identity, first-year student at Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. That identity is rather lengthy. It appears to be anything but simple. Isteth murmured as she glanced at the message from the chat group, her excitement palpable. After all, such brutal skirmishes in other worlds come with many unpredictable factors. This exhilarated Isteth immensely. As long as I don't encounter Sui, that guy is truly a hassle to defeat. With her thoughts settled, Isteth stepped forward. Entering the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! My Zenin is deployed to the world, Jujutsu Kaisen. Ding! My Zenin's designated identity, ordinary student. As the chat group chimed in my Zenin's mind, the gentle demeanor of this girl reminiscent of a serene flower exhibited a flicker of surprise. An ordinary student, huh? This identity seems rather advantageous. After all, true greatness often lies hidden amidst the mundane. As she spoke softly to herself, my Zenin suddenly realized she was plummeting from the sky. They truly transported me to a remarkable place. She mused. A thick darkness enveloped her, the sky devoid of stars. The wind whistled past her ears, rustling her clothing. Looking down, she saw dim streetlights illuminating the somber streets. In an instant, it became clear that a school stood nearby. However, the ominous aura emanating from within the school caused my Zenin to frown. It felt eerily akin to confronting a void. Her attention was irresistibly drawn to that dimly lit school. In the next moment, the walls of the school shattered, and a monstrous roar erupted from within. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Chapter 117, Special Grade Sorcerer My Zenin. What on earth is that creature? Even the pitch-black night cannot conceal its monstrous form. My Zenin recalled Sui's earlier words. At the commencement of the activity, it was not solely a battle among themselves, but a confrontation with the world itself. One must leverage the factors around them to survive. If one could harness the power of the activity world, even an ordinary person should not be underestimated. Sui had articulated this notion just the day prior in the chat group. Now, it seemed that Sui was indeed correct. A gentle smile graced my Zenin's face as her eyes narrowed slightly. Her pale hand rested upon the hilt of her Zanpakuto. At that moment, she suddenly spotted a figure rushing toward the monstrous being. Bang! The figure executed a flying kick aimed at the creature. Almost immediately, my Zenin heard a roar echoing through the campus. Itadori, shouldn't you be getting them to safety? With a glance at the unconscious Fushiguro, Itadori Yuji replied. Aren't you in danger too? Curses can only be dispelled by curses. You cannot defeat it. But, I want to save you. Itadori Yuji gritted his teeth, charging towards the monster. Just then, the creature's arm extended unnaturally, its grotesque, clawed hand seizing Itadori Yuji's ankle, swinging him around and crashing him violently to the ground. The earth cracked under the force. Itadori Yuji coughed up blood at that moment, the intense pain overwhelming him, a sensation previously unknown to such an ordinary student. Mai Zenin descended from the sky, her gaze piercing through the layers of darkness, locking onto the monster. Although she was uncertain of the current situation, the very aura of the creature, resembling that of a void, compelled her to take action. As Mai Zenin declared this, she grasped her sword hilt tightly, slowly drawing her Zanpakuto. But just as the moment hung in the balance, Itadori Yuji's voice rang out. If curses can only be dispelled by curses, then why not let me become a curse? Upon hearing Itadori Yuji's words, Fushiguro's pupils constricted sharply, his pale face turning even whiter. Stop! Stop! Those are the fingers of Sukuna. They are highly toxic. However, Fushiguro's words were lost on Itadori Yuji. Thud! 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 In the darkness, besides the creature's heavy breathing, only the increasingly rapid heartbeat of Itadori Yuji could be heard. As his heartbeat intensified, black markings began to spread across his body. With a crack, Itadori Yuji's hands flew open, the incredible force shattering the monster's arm. Suddenly disarmed, the creature descended into a frenzy. Its crimson eyes gleamed with unprecedented madness. The monster opened its gaping maw, lunging at Itadori Yuji with wild abandon. However, at this moment, regardless of how frenzied the creature appeared, Itadori Yuji refused to meet its gaze. The veins on the arm throbbed violently as it was raised in an instant. Yuji Itadori, without casting a glance at the monstrous entity before him, tore through the air, shattering the creature's very form into fragments. At that moment, the dark veil of the sky slowly parted, as if to herald the arrival of a king, allowing the moonlight to cascade down upon the earth. Indeed. The moonlight should be savored in person. It is utterly exhilarating. The flesh of curses is simply so lackluster. Where are the humans? Where are the women? This world is truly magnificent. Wait a moment, is that figure a woman? Temporarily possessed by the fingers of the special grade cursed object, Ryman Sukuna, Yuji Itadori suddenly beheld a woman descending from the heavens, resembling a Yamato Nadeshiko. This left him momentarily dumbfounded. In the skies, Maki Zenin furrowed her brows, sensing a profound change in the aura of this being. Moreover, it felt utterly sinister. Just as she pondered this anomaly, Yuji Itadori, under Sukuna's influence, grinned wickedly, exposing a malevolent smile. How splendid! She is indeed a woman. Let me devour you quickly, for my hunger is insatiable. With Yuji Itadori's roar echoing in the air, Maki Zenin hesitated no longer. It was evident to any discerning observer that this individual had descended into madness after consuming the finger, slowly drawing her blade. Its edge gleamed with a chilling brilliance, more frigid than the moonlight itself. In an instant, Maki Zenin's spiritual pressure erupted forth, causing the very air around her to thicken with intensity. Both Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori, now under Sukuna's control, felt a tremor of dread within their hearts. This was an overwhelming display of cursed energy. A sorcerer? That does not seem to be the case. Yuji Itadori murmured, yet his actions remained swift. He summoned cursed energy into his palms, stepping forward boldly to grasp at Maki Zenin. Clang! Maki Zenin's blade met Yuji Itadori's hands with a metallic ring. Before she could fully assess the source of this power, Yuji Itadori darted past the range of her attack with astonishing speed, aiming for her pristine neck at a most unconventional angle. A bloodthirsty smile adorned his face as he envisioned the sight of Maki Zenin's fair neck stained with crimson. Maki Zenin narrowed her eyes, her cherry lips parting slightly. Yet before she could finish her utterance, Yuji Itadori's hand halted midair. He spoke to himself. What are you doing with someone else's body? Return it to me. Why can you move? This is my body. As he engaged in this soliloquy, the markings on his body began to fade gradually. Maki Zenin could distinctly sense a monumental shift in Yuji Itadori's aura, reverting to his previous self, albeit with an underlying essence that still repulsed her. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the side, noticing a figure that had approached unbeknownst to her. What is the situation? In response to this white-haired man's inquiry, Megumi Fushiguro exclaimed with delight, Sensei Gojo, what brings you here? Had I not sensed some intriguing occurrences, I would not have intended to come at all. As he spoke, Satoru Gojo turned his attention towards Yuji Itadori and Maki Zenin. He then began to stride towards Yuji Itadori, resting a finger on his chin. Despite the black blindfold obscuring his eyes, his gaze seemed to penetrate it and rest upon Yuji Itadori. Indeed, he's mixed in there. How amusing. Afterward, Satoru Gojo's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he regarded Maki Zenin. More concerning than the fact that a finger of the special grade cursed object, Ryman Sukuna, has been consumed, is the matter of your identity. You see, the number of special grade sorcerers is quite limited, yet I have never encountered someone of your appearance before. Megumi Fushiguro was taken aback, staring incredulously at Maki Zenin. Did he hear correctly? A special grade sorcerer? Could it be that this woman, resembling a Yamato Nadeshiko, is also a special grade sorcerer? Upon hearing Satoru Gojo's words, Maki Zenin's smile broadened. As a Shinigami, she possessed a profound understanding of souls. She could distinctly perceive the overwhelming strength of Satoru Gojo's soul. Aside from the enigmatic Soichi, the soul of the man before her could easily rank among the top 3. The might of this individual was evident. Yet Maki Zenin remained unperturbed. Recalling her identity from the chat group, she softly stated, I am merely an ordinary student. An ordinary student? The now normal Yuji Itadori looked at Maki Zenin, unable to comprehend. Is this elegantly dressed woman truly an ordinary student? Megumi Fushiguro also regarded Maki Zenin with keen suspicion, for this woman was undeniably dubious. At that moment, Satoru Gojo nodded earnestly. I see. I never would have guessed that you possess such formidable cursed energy while claiming to be an ordinary student. To their perception, Maki Zenin's spiritual pressure was akin to cursed energy, particularly evident in that brief moment. Had Yuji Itadori not suddenly reverted to his original state, he might have met his demise at the hands of a mere finger of Ryman Sukuna. The four-handed, two-faced demon, Ryman Sukuna, had its 20 severed fingers transformed into special-grade cursed objects after death, sealed and scattered throughout Japan. Each finger harbored immense, cursed energy. At this juncture, Maki Zenin instinctively inquired, what is cursed energy? Is it related to the creature from earlier? Satoru Gojo nodded. Indeed it is. If you are unfamiliar with these matters, you are welcome to join us at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. I can assist you in obtaining a special grade sorcerer qualification certificate. Observing Satoru Gojo's enthusiastic demeanor, Maki Zenin fell into contemplation. Suddenly, the once clear moonlight was abruptly shrouded by ominous dark clouds. Anyone possessing cursed energy felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. They instinctively turned their gazes toward the same direction, sensing an unprecedentedly potent aura. This essence was all too familiar to Maki Zenin, for this aura belonged to their group leader, Soichi. Maki Zenin thought to herself, I never imagined I would find myself in the same world as Soichi. How unfortunate. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo's expression shifted dramatically. What manner of cursed energy is so formidable as to produce such an effect? Chapter 118, Objective, World Destruction? The aura enveloping the surroundings was immense. Even sorcerers from across the globe could sense this overwhelmingly powerful presence. As astonishment filled the hearts of all, a twinge of trepidation also crept in. The aura appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leading many to wonder if they were merely hallucinating. Yet, Satoru Gojo was certain that this was no mere illusion. At that moment, Retsu Wohana sheathed her Zanpakuto, casting her gaze towards the direction that had previously stirred her heart's unease, and declared, regarding the school you mentioned earlier, I shall join. With her words, Satoru Gojo withdrew his perception. Although the situation remained unclear, it was prudent to focus on the present, for both Yuji Itadori and Retsu Wohana were of utmost importance. Meanwhile, atop a desolate mountain, Su-e stood resolutely, resembling a formidable demon, exuding arrogance from his elevated position. In his hand, he held the severed head of a special grade cursed spirit. My apologies, but you were simply too terrifying. I just emerged from the passage and encountered this monster. A moment's lapse, and you were dispatched, he said with a radiant smile, tossing the head aside. As the special grade cursed spirit was vanquished, even its severed head dissipated into nothingness, indicating that Su-e regarded it with utter disdain. Cursed spirits are born from the negative emotions that overflow from humanity, and special grade cursed spirits represent the pinnacle of this phenomenon. Su-e was assigned to the faction of special grade cursed spirits, yet the disparity among them was substantial. Yawning, Su-e surveyed his surroundings, filled with countless white bones scattered across the land. The mournful trees swayed eerily, embodying an unsettling atmosphere. What a stroke of bad luck. Not only was I chosen for the special grade cursed spirit faction, but my birthplace is a graveyard as well. Truly unfortunate, he mused, though he paid little mind to his surroundings, as he viewed this encounter merely as a form of amusement. Since my current faction is that of special grade cursed spirits, should I not embody a villainous persona? After all, I do enjoy role-playing. Just as Su-yi whispered to himself, faint footsteps echoed through the dim wilderness. Following the sound, he spotted a figure with a stoic expression. Before Su-yi could utter a word, the figure spoke. "Are you the special grade cursed spirit of this graveyard?" Upon hearing this, Su-yi instinctively replied, "No, I'm just passing through. As for the cursed spirit you mentioned, I accidentally eliminated it." He waved his hand dismissively at the figure. The figure's eyes flashed with suspicion. "Do you expect me to believe that a sentient special grade cursed spirit would be so casual? According to my information, cursed spirits born from graveyards excel in deception, luring unsuspecting woodcutters to their doom." With that, the figure brandished a katana, imbued with cursed energy. In the next instant, a torrent of cursed energy surged from the figure, reaching for the heavens. The dark clouds above were swept away by the gale of cursed energy, revealing the true visage of the figure, Yuta Okatsu, the valiant warrior of pure love. Realizing who stood before him, Sui instantly recognized that he had encountered the protagonist of Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, the prequel. If memory served him correctly, Yuta was currently abroad, which meant his entry was set in a foreign land. Just as Sui pondered this, Yuta's figure abruptly closed the distance, his katana descending mercilessly towards Su-yi's head. Swish! The katana sliced cleanly through Su-yi's form, seemingly severing him in two. However, the sound did not emanate from before Yuta. It was Su-yi's own sound effect. Yuta's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he redirected the blade towards his rear. "Oh, no need to be so hasty. How about you tell me how well I performed the sound effects?" Su-yi said, grinning as he playfully pinched Yuta's katana. The moonlight illuminated Su-yi's face, casting an eerie glow upon his smile. Before Yuta could mount another attack, Su-yi interjected, "Yuta Okatsu, I have no desire to engage in combat with you. I hold great respect for a pure-hearted warrior like yourself." "You know my name?" Yuta replied, his expression filled with wariness as he scrutinized Su-yi. There was something inexplicably unsettling about this individual before him. After all, he was a special-grade sorcerer. Yet, he had never encountered such a formidable special-grade cursed spirit. Even he was uncertain if he could vanquish this cursed spirit before him. He had made a pact with Rika, vowing never to gamble with his life, for it would surely sadden her if she were to learn of it. Realizing this, Yuta gradually lowered his katana, addressing Su-yi. "So, what is your purpose?" Su-yi tilted his head slightly. If he were to speak of his true purpose, it might just be the annihilation of the world. As his words fell, Yuta felt the temperature around him plummet. A chilling aura lingered ominously in the air. Just as Yuta prepared to strike down Su-yi, the latter swiftly shifted his tone, saying, "Cough, cough, don't take it so seriously. I was merely joking." "Joking? I hardly believe this is a jest." Yuta murmured, his cursed energy surging as it flowed into his katana. He was genuinely unsettled by Su-yi's earlier words. This individual was so powerful that if he were to enact harm upon the world, it would likely lead to devastation. At that moment, as Yuta contemplated this, he witnessed Su-yi conjure a pitch-black sphere in his palm, which he then hurled toward Yuta. Yuta's pupils dilated as he observed the dark sphere growing larger in his field of vision. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, the sphere grazed his hair and fell behind him. Boom! As the black sphere whizzed past his hair, Yuta heard a terrifying explosion erupt behind him. The deafening roar made him instinctively swallow hard, realizing that he had been unable to evade the earlier attack. If the individual before me possesses genuine intentions, then he is undoubtedly a dire enemy. The likelihood of my own demise would even be slightly greater. This is because Yuta Okatsu remains oblivious to Su-yi's capabilities. Otherwise, it is likely that he would be overwhelmed with despair, to die and then resurrect, emerging even stronger. Few would believe such a tale if spoken aloud. My apologies. I hope I did not startle you. A few cursed spirits appeared behind you just now, so I took the liberty of dealing with them," Su-yi remarked with an air of nonchalance. However, Yuta Okatsu's expression shifted at that moment. Through the residual cursed energy, he could discern the strength of the spirits that had just been eradicated. Special-grade cursed spirits. Indeed, within Yuta Okatsu's perception, the spirits slain by Su-yi were undeniably all special-grade. Yet, it is only the weaker spirits that band together. How could powerful special-grade spirits coexist in such a manner? As Yuta Okatsu's mind raced with frantic thoughts, he observed several grotesque cursed spirits emerging around him. Some were adorned with numerous eyes and bore 6 arms on their backs, reminiscent of a spider, brandishing their limbs menacingly. Others resembled humanoid figures, yet each finger had morphed into a blade, exuding a formidable offensive presence. Even more alarming was a giant cursed spirit towering over 10 meters, akin to a hill, surpassing the height of the white-bearded figure by over 4 meters. These special grade spirits were, without exception, manifestations of children's uncried sorrows. Yuta Okatsu's countenance darkened. As one of the 4 known special grade sorcerers, he held great confidence in his own powers. However, facing the encircling special grade spirits, even he felt a suffocating pressure. Damn it. This situation is akin to a night of 100 demons. Dozens of special grade spirits. Is this some sort of jest? Wielding his katana, Yuta Okatsu's expression grew grave. Just then, his pupils dilated in shock. He swore that the scene before him was the most absurd he had ever witnessed. Without exception, he watched as these special grade spirits, seemingly endowed with intelligence, gradually knelt, not before Yuta Okatsu, but before Su-Yi. Like a multitude of worshippers, they submitted to Su-Yi's presence. Su-Yi surveyed the special grade spirits before him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. You aren't here to pledge your loyalty to me because of the aura I exuded earlier, are you? He inquired of the multitude of spirits. However, the intelligence of these spirits was rather limited. Besides the act of submission, they offered no response to Su-Yi's words. What, then, was the purpose of having these special grade spirits? Unable to harness them for his own use, Su-Yi had no intention of allowing them to linger and wreak havoc. He slowly raised his arm, a black orb materializing in his hand once more. Yuta Okatsu's brow furrowed, his guard instinctively rising as he regarded Su-Yi. Just when Yuta Okatsu assumed Su-Yi was preparing to launch an attack against him, he was taken aback as Su-Yi hurled the orb toward the throng of special grade spirits. The moment the black orb struck the ground, it expanded violently. Any cursed spirit that came into contact with the orb was utterly crushed and annihilated by the energy it contained. With the special grade spirits falling before Su-Yi, numerous others began to emerge around them. It was as if they had been awakened, slowly approaching Su-Yi and kneeling before him, a repetitive cycle. Observing this, Su-Yi remarked, "It seems the chaotic burial ground has given rise to quite a number of special grade spirits." He then turned to Yuta Okatsu and proposed, "Care to practice your skills, Yuta Okatsu?" Yuta Okatsu retorted, "Practice? Aren't you a special grade spirit yourself? So, in your view, can't there be good spirits among the special grade ones?" Su-Yi's words momentarily stunned Yuta Okatsu. Curses are born from humanity's negative emotions. How could there possibly be benevolent spirits? The world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps I am that exceptional one. Yuta Okatsu replied, incredulous. You are quite the narcissist, yet it is indeed necessary to eradicate these special grade spirits. Otherwise, should they infiltrate the town, a greater bloodbath may ensue. As Yuta Okatsu's words fell, he flickered into action, channeling his cursed energy into his katana. In the blink of an eye, 3 special grade spirits met their end at Yuta Okatsu's hands. The pure-hearted warrior unleashed his formidable strength. The chaotic burial ground, nestled deep within the mountains, stretches for miles. The number of spirits birthed there is beyond counting. Even special grade spirits exceed 100. They had awakened from their slumber due to the aura Su-Yi had previously emitted. Although unaware of the reason for their submission, Su-Yi made it clear that he did not require the fealty of any weakling. Even special grade spirits devoid of intelligence did not meet his standards. In a brief span of time, Yuta Okatsu observed Su-Yi continually condensing the black orb in his hand, hurling it toward the gathering of spirits surrounding them. Under the terrifying barrage, the entire chaotic burial ground seemed to be turned upside down. The dead must eventually return to the underworld, though you may feel discontent. The cycle of life and death is inevitable, Su-Yi murmured, stretching languidly as he gazed upon the desolate mountains before him. Meeting you here, Yuta Okatsu, is serendipitous, but I must make a trip to Neon. Will you accompany me? Yuta Okatsu gradually sheathed his katana, studying Su-Yi with an inscrutable expression. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly know another. If you're headed to Neon, I shall join you. Su-Yi walked ahead, unconcerned, giving a casual okay gesture over his shoulder. His gaze appeared to transcend the layers of mountains, fixating on the direction of Neon. Await my arrival, my dear friends. I hope you won't be too astonished when we meet. Su-Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. While relishing this new world, he had not forgotten the ongoing activities within the chat group. Chapter 120, Yuta Okatsu's Humiliation. 3 days swiftly passed, as Su-Yi and Yuta Okatsu traveled towards Neon. Accompanied by transportation, Maki Zenin, Fushiguro Megumi, and Itadori Yuji arrived at Haryuku under the guidance of Satoru Gojo. Fushiguro Megumi, hands in his pockets, queried Gojo. Why are we gathering in Haryuku? Gojo replied with a smile, because the person we're here to meet wishes to convene here. She seems to be arriving, Gojo remarked. waving to a woman with chestnut yellow hair as she approached. As she walked, she muttered to herself, "That detestable fellow. Do they think I'm unattractive? I am no less than that woman. Why can't I succeed? If I could become a star, perhaps she would notice me." Having finished speaking, Kujisaki Nobara approached the group, led by Satoru Gojo. "Allow me to introduce her. This is Kujisaki Nobara, a first-year student as well. I am Itadori Yuji, hailing from Sendai. I am Fushiguro Megumi. And I am Maki Wanoha." Listening to the self-introductions of those before her, Kujisaki Nobara felt an inexplicable sense of exasperation. Why were their introductions becoming increasingly brief? Not to mention the two men, but even that elder sister-like woman only mentioned her name. Is that truly acceptable? Nevertheless, truth be told, this elder sister appeared remarkably gentle. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Nobara felt her cheeks flush slightly, as if recalling a fond memory. Just at that moment, Satoru Gojo clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "Now that everyone is here, let us prepare to head to another destination." Another destination? Could it possibly be Ginza? If we are going to Ginza, might we indulge in some sushi there? I have heard that there is a sushi place in Ginza that is absolutely delectable. Nobara eagerly expressed her anticipation to Gojo. However, Gojo replied with deliberate emphasis. "We are heading to Roppongi." Roppongi. Upon hearing Gojo's words, Itadori Yuji's eyes instantly lit up with excitement, prompting him to urge Gojo to set off without delay. Soon, they arrived at the location Gojo had described as Roppongi, a dilapidated office building with pitch-black walls, resembling something that had been scorched, emanating an ominous aura. It was as if a sign warning of ghosts should have been posted. Maki Wanoha, with a soft smile, surveyed the scene and remarked, "This place seems to exude a rather sinister atmosphere. It feels as though a curse lingers here." "Ah, how could you deceive us? This is hardly Roppongi. How infuriating. To toy with a maiden is a grave sin," Nobara retorted, expressing her frustration at Gojo. Yet, Gojo continued to speak to himself. "Well, this time I wish to ascertain the extent of your abilities. Consider this a field test." He added, "Nobara, Yuji, Maki, you are to exorcise the curse within the building. Oh, and Maki, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from engaging." Nobara instinctively inquired, "Why is that? Is it because this elder sister's technique possesses tremendous destructive power? Or is it uncontrollable?" Gojo chuckled, "Not at all. While Maki is indeed a first-year student, she possesses the strength of a special-grade sorcerer." Special-grade sorcerer. Nobara gasped in disbelief, casting a look of incredulity at Maki. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly gentle elder sister wielded the combat prowess of a special-grade sorcerer. To her knowledge, there were only 4 such sorcerers in existence, with Maki included. Did that not make 5? In that moment, Nobara felt her eyes sparkle with admiration, gazing at Maki, only to find that Maki had already begun walking towards the abandoned office building. At that moment, Maki was also savoring the peculiarities of this world. Each realm possesses a distinct worldview, and experiencing these varying perspectives made Maki feel as though her very soul had been elevated. She felt stronger, as if this activity was not merely a task, but an opportunity for profound growth. Even without tangible rewards, she would emerge from this endeavor more formidable. This sentiment was not unique to Maki. The other members of the group shared similar thoughts. Thus, Maki stepped into the office building. Outside, Fushiguro Megumi and Satoru Gojo lounged casually on a bench by the street. Fushiguro turned to Gojo and said, "Gojo-sensei, I should follow them." Although Maki possesses the strength of a special-grade sorcerer, she lacks any understanding of curses, and I fear something may go awry. Do not force yourself. You have only just recovered. Moreover, do not underestimate Maki. The power she harbors within is formidable. Just then, as Gojo finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Okatsu Yuta. "How rare. Yuta is actually calling me," Gojo said with a smile as he answered the phone. "Hey, is that you, Yuta? Aren't you abroad on a mission?" Suddenly, Gojo's expression shifted. "You mean to say there is a vast graveyard with dozens of special-grade curses and hundreds of Grade 1 curses?" Fushiguro, overhearing Gojo's words, felt his own expression change. He began to imagine that if he were in that situation, even facing a single special-grade curse would be beyond his current capabilities. At that moment, a voice emerged from the phone. "I am currently returning to Neon, and I have brought someone with me." "Understood. I will certainly throw a party to celebrate your return," Gojo replied, hanging up the call, his eyes flashing with surprise. However, his expression soon returned to a smile. "It seems Yuta is bringing back someone formidable." On the train, Okatsu Yuta ended the call. Although he had not conveyed much information to Tsuchi, he trusted that with the established rapport between himself and Gojo, Gojo would adequately prepare for what lay ahead. With that thought, Yuta turned to glance at Suchi beside him. Suddenly, Yuta's eyes widened, narrowing in realization. Chapter 121. Suchi is threatened. Suddenly, Yuta's eyes widened as if he had made a significant discovery. You are not the person from earlier. Who are you? His words drew the attention of the other passengers on the train. Everyone who heard Yuta's statement turned their gazes towards Suchi, who appeared as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. However, uncertainty lingered in their hearts. Suchi gazed at Yuta, a smirk gracing his lips. I didn't expect you to notice so quickly, but it doesn't matter. I shall take my leave now. I'll come to play with you again another time. With that, Suchi waved goodbye to Yuta, and his form gradually began to fade away. This was merely an illusion left by Suchi. His true self had vanished the moment Yuta answered the call. What was that person earlier? How could they disappear in an instant? Am I seeing things? Is this some sort of street magic? By the way, where did that person go? Yuta froze at the murmurs of those around him. He instinctively addressed the onlookers. Can any of you see that person? Of course. But why did they suddenly vanish? A curious bystander asked. Big brother, was that some sort of street magic? They were all intrigued about where that person had gone. Yuta Itadori found himself lamenting his sluggishness. He should have discerned the peculiarities surrounding Su-e long before now. As a cursed spirit, an ordinary human could never perceive him. Even the potent aura of a special-grade cursed spirit would be invisible to those devoid of cursed energy. Yet, from Su-e, he could distinctly sense the presence of a special-grade cursed spirit. This realization affirmed his instincts. What manner of existence is this individual? Yuta pondered. But he did not linger in uncertainty. Instead, he leapt from the speeding train. He was determined to locate Su-e, convinced that he could not have ventured far. Nonetheless, a profound sense of frustration gnawed at him. How could he have been outmaneuvered by that wretch? This feeling left Yuta utterly vexed. Meanwhile, Su-e had already arrived in the neon-lit streets. With his remarkable speed, he would never deign to traverse the city by train. Such an approach was simply not in his nature. In other words, it was utterly impossible for Yuta to track his movements. Were he to learn of this, he would undoubtedly express his exasperation. At this moment, Su-e strolled through the bustling streets, seamlessly blending into the throng of humanity. Just then, his acute senses detected a repugnant aura emanating from a nearby alley. Could it be that my affiliation with cursed spirits has heightened my sensitivity to human malevolence? Su-e mused. Just as he prepared to shield himself from this perception, he suddenly recognized a familiar figure lurking in the alley. Is that Yoshino Junpei? The Yoshino Junpei who obscures half his face with long bangs? There was no denying it. The distinctive features of Yoshino were far too conspicuous. So much so that Su-e found it nearly impossible to ignore. Observing the passers-by, Su-e noted that some had become aware of the situation unfolding in the alley. Yet, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, they continued on their way without intervening. Not a single person was willing to pull out their phone to report the incident to those who ought to know. TSK, how callous. Though I have no desire to assist either. Su-e stretched languidly and then shifted his tone. While he was disinclined to intervene, he could not abide bullies. With that, Su-e sauntered toward the alley. His footsteps echoed within, instantly capturing the attention of others. Hey, this is none of your business. If you don't want to get hurt, scram. The man standing before Yoshino Junpei threatened as Su-e approached. Upon hearing this, Yoshino urged, you should leave. This doesn't concern you. He did not wish to drag anyone innocent into his troubles, not wanting to witness any more unwarranted suffering. Yet, inexplicably, as he uttered those words, he found himself yearning for salvation. Su-e replied nonchalantly, I am aware this is not my affair. Hence I am not here to rescue you. Then what are you doing here, brat? You better get out of my way. The man retorted. Upon hearing Su-e's words, Yoshino's heart sank into despair. Was it true that he was unworthy of salvation? Just as this thought took root in Yoshino's mind, he heard Su-e's disdainful voice. I'm simply here because I find you intolerable. An unabashed provocation. The four men surrounding Yoshino stared at Su-e in disbelief. Then, their anger ignited. Yoshino regarded Su-e with curiosity, puzzled by this strange individual who claimed not to save him, yet appeared irked by their actions. Suddenly, Yoshino sensed Su-e's intentions. Was he defending his pride? Had he not regarded himself as the victim, instead directing his ire toward those before him? Yoshino was uncertain of his own thoughts. Just as he was grappling with this shock, the four men had already encircled Su-e. Do you really think you're our match? If you kneel before us, we might consider forgiving your earlier rudeness. One of them taunted. Why so silent? Are you too frightened to speak? Another jeered. With a coward like you daring to seek justice and finding us bothersome, I reckon you've got a death wish. Su-e regarded the group with an impassive expression. He merely stated, I have no desire to engage with the likes of you. For good begets good, and evil begets evil. For instance, you might trip over your own feet while throwing a punch, only to be struck by a falling flower pot. Or perhaps, while taking your first step, you might sprain your ankle and collide with a nearby wall. Alternatively, you could choke on bird droppings from above while speaking. This world is rife with unexpected occurrences. As Sui concluded his remarks, the four men exchanged glances, all bearing expressions of ridicule. You're truly the epitome of foolishness. What do you mean by good and evil? I think you're just asking for a beating. Brothers, let us show him what pain feels like. One of the group, without hesitation, lunged at Sui with a punch. However, at that moment, the man's expression suddenly shifted. He felt as though his body had lost its balance. Toppling backward, as he fell to the ground, the impact caused him to gasp in pain. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, a flower pot abruptly plummeted from the sky, striking him directly on the head. The ceramic shattered, leaving behind a mess of soil and a lone chrysanthemum atop his forehead. Everyone stood frozen. They recalled Sui's earlier words, feeling as if they had plunged into a 1,000-year ice chamber, chilled to the bone. Run. We must escape. This thought surged within them, and without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Yet, the first to attempt an escape stumbled, twisting his ankle and crashing into the adjacent wall, instantly losing consciousness. This bizarre scene jolted the remaining two. Help, help. Ah, cough, cough. One of them stammered just as a droplet of bird droppings fell from above, landing squarely in his throat. No matter how the man coughed, the sensation became lodged in his throat, plunging him into utter despair. Ultimately, deprived of oxygen, his eyes rolled back, and he met his demise. The last remaining individual was engulfed in an unparalleled sense of hopelessness, as if he had been completely surrounded by it. He gazed incredulously at the scene before him, strange and grotesque. It was a nightmare made manifest. A profound fear seeped into his heart, causing him to feel as though he had been scared to death. Throughout this ordeal, Sui had not lifted a single finger, not even raising his arm. Yoshino Junpei stared blankly at the unfolding scene, and inexplicably, a flicker of satisfaction spread within his heart. The very individuals before him had indeed met with an unexpected death. With this thought, Yoshino Junpei turned his gaze towards Sui. Coincidentally, Sui was looking down at him from a height, his expression utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were a being without feelings. In that moment, Yoshino Junpei regarded Sui as a deity. Slowly rising from the ground, Yoshino Junpei addressed Sui, asking, Is there truly such a thing as retribution for good and evil in this world? Good retribution? Evil retribution? No, that is merely a tale told to you weaklings. The essence of the world is eternally one of the strong devouring the weak. The victor is king. The notion of good and evil retribution is but a self-indulgence for you feeble ones, merely serving to make you more submissive. The chilling words resonated in Yoshino Junpei's ears, causing his pupils to constrict sharply as he realized the implications of Sui's statement. He instinctively inquired, If that is the case, did you kill these individuals? Not at all. They were killed by an accident. You must understand, this world is rife with unforeseen events. After stating this, Sui ceased further explanation and turned to leave. He was currently amidst the ranks of a powerful cursed spirit, being aligned with a villainous faction. Sui pondered whether he should engage in actions befitting a villain. However, he decided it would be best to wait until he located the other two individuals. Once their identities were confirmed, he could provide them with the necessary trials. The conclusion of these trials would coincide with the end of the event. As a member of the chat group, Sui aspired to strengthen his companions. Thus, utilizing his status, he could apply a certain pressure to aid in their growth. Just as Sui was contemplating this, Yoshino Junpei chased after him, saying, If I express my desire to learn about such accidents, would that be acceptable? Oh, then might I ask if you dare to confront those who have bullied you? When you find the courage to resist, I shall teach you. A slight smirk graced Sui's lips. Upon hearing Sui's words, Yoshino Junpei clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, I will not disappoint you. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Junpei, what are you doing here? How curious. Is this your friend? As the voice faded, a strikingly beautiful and intelligent woman approached them. Mom, what are you doing here? Today, Don Quixote is having a promotion, so I decided to take a detour. After Yoshino Junpei's mother spoke, she turned her gaze to Sui. Just as she was about to explain Sui's identity, she was taken aback as Sui smiled at her, saying, Well, I can hardly believe this is Junpei's mother. I thought she was his sister. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sui, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, and I became friends with Junpei today. Upon hearing Sui's words, Yoshino Junpei's mother's eyes lit up. Wow, Junpei, your friend has quite the sweet tongue. How about joining us for dinner at our home? Of course, if possible. May I stay a few nights? I will pay for my accommodations. Staying is absolutely no problem. Moreover, since you are Junpei's friend, I would never dream of charging you. Come, let us return and prepare a grand feast. Yoshino Junpei's mother exclaimed joyfully, leading the way. Meanwhile, Yoshino Junpei turned to Su-e, asking, Did you just say we are friends? Does that mean you are willing to teach me? Before Yoshino Junpei could finish his sentence, Su-e interrupted, not willing. The previous conditions remain. Only if you are ready to resist your fate will I consider teaching you. As for what I just did, it was purely because I needed a place to stay. With that, Su-e followed closely behind Yoshino Junpei's mother, striding ahead. Yoshino Junpei remained behind, observing this scene. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he could discern that Su-e's earlier words were insincere. Su-e not only respected himself to the utmost, but also endeavored to ensure his mother felt at ease. When Su-e declared that he was Junpei's friend, he witnessed a smile from his mother that had long been absent. If one were to ponder who in this world was the most gentle, Yoshino Junpei felt that aside from his own mother, it was undoubtedly Su-e standing before him. For reasons unknown, Yoshino Junpei felt an infusion of strength within him. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Su-e appeared, his tragic fate had been irrevocably altered. Chapter 123, each with their own agenda. Meanwhile, within the remnants of a dilapidated office building, Sumiki Yana found herself faced with an unprecedented dilemma. In the exceedingly rundown room, she stood alone as a sorcerer, confronted by a grotesque cursed spirit. The spirit resembled a toad, with two bulging eyes positioned on either side of its body. Its fingers were adorned with pitch-black, elongated nails, and its skin bore a feculent yellow hue, cloaked in brownish fur that only partially concealed a head with 3 orifices, a sight most repugnant. In its grasp, the spirit held the head of a small child. The dark, sharp nails pressed against the boy's neck, and a mere touch caused blood to trickle down. As the child felt the warm flow of his own blood, tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, his muffled cries echoing in the decrepit room. Sumiki Yana could scarcely believe the scene before her. She had not anticipated that this cursed spirit, which barely qualified as a 3rd-level cursed object, possessed its own intelligence. Damn it, this curse is hardly anything significant. Yet, despite her thoughts, Sumiki Yana found herself unable to abandon the boy. For if she did, she would no longer be herself. Her brow furrowed in distress, she wrestled with her conscience. Ultimately, she succumbed before the curse. Without further hesitation, Sumiki Yana cast aside her hammer and nails, raising her hands slowly, her expression laden with regret. If only she had been a tad more cautious at that time, even just a fraction, she would not have found herself in this predicament. If possible, I wish to see Saori just once more. Sumiki Yana murmured, her demeanor growing increasingly grave. In the present circumstances, it seems that before being discovered by others, I shall be slain by the malevolent spirit before me. However, my demise would not be entirely in vain. At the very least, it could afford this young boy a moment's reprieve. With this thought, Tsugumi Yazakura slowly closed her eyes. But that simply would not do. Yazakura Shuinpa. Suddenly, the figure of Maki Zenin materialized within the room. The Shinigami's blade was drawn in an instant. The blade shimmered. The sword's aura tore through the air, striking directly at the cursed spirit. Slicing through, the spirit was completely taken by surprise, just as it basked in its own arrogance. Its body was abruptly cleaved in two. Accompanied by the child's terrified scream, the spirit met its end in a state of shock, oblivious to how it had perished. Immediately following, the dilapidated office building was split asunder, and a fissure appeared in the ground outside, extending perilously close to the side of Megumi Fushiguro. The suddenness of it all left Fushiguro frozen in place, seated on the bench, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The long-neglected edifice, already in disrepair, collapsed towards the nearby graveyard under the weight of that strike. Tsugumi Yazakura's pupils constricted sharply. They stood amidst the still-standing structure, unscathed. Yet, the child was in peril as he tumbled backward with the collapsing half of the building. Tsugumi's eyes widened in alarm, urgently calling out to Maki, that child. Maki Zenin, seeing the situation, reassured her, do not worry, he shall be unharmed. As her words fell, Maki swiftly hurled her Shinigami blade. Simultaneously, she proclaimed, Shirkai, meat droplets. Instantly, her sword transformed into a colossal, flat, single-eyed flying entity, roaring forward. The meat droplets opened its maw wide and swallowed the child whole. As the building crumbled, this scene was witnessed by Megumi Fushiguro and Satoru Gojo. I never anticipated Maki's technique would manifest in such a manner. Gojo murmured. Before Fushiguro could respond, Yuji Itadori sprang out of the ruined building, panic etched across his face. My heavens, what in the world just transpired? Why did the building suddenly collapse? With a smile, Gojo gestured towards the side. They beheld Maki Zenin, accompanied by Tsugumi Yazakura, descending from the meat droplets, drifting toward them. The meat droplets gently landed before Gojo. Maki and Tsugumi dismounted, and the creature opened its mouth, releasing the child. At that moment, the boy's injuries had completely healed, leaving no trace of the wounds that once marred his neck. The meat droplets reverted back into Maki's Shinigami blade, which she reclaimed in her hand. Everything unfolded with an elegant fluidity. Those who had witnessed the earlier spectacle were left utterly stunned, especially Tsugumi Yazakura. She had initially perceived Maki Zenin as a gentle older sister, yet never had she imagined such violence in battle. Severing a building with a mere flick of her wrist was beyond her expectations. Truly, one could not help but commend her prowess as a special-grade sorcerer. Without granting anyone further time to ponder, Gojo clapped his hands, drawing the crowd's attention. All right, let us escort this young lad home. I shall handle the remaining matters and summon someone to address the building's situation. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School, in an ancient room, Isdeth was savoring the tea before her, wholly unconcerned with the discomfort radiating from the elderly man across from her. Isdeth, please calm yourself. This does not align with the conditions you previously stated. I require combat now, not aimless idleness. As she spoke, a chill emanated from her, transforming the air into frost. The room behind her was swiftly encased in ice, a clear indication of her displeasure. Jashan Nagatomi, the principal of the Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Did you not just defeat Turu Aoi, Zenin Maki, Miwa Kasumi, Mechanical Maru, and Kumo Norisuke altogether? They were far too weak. I barely exerted myself, and they were all incapacitated. Isdeth retorted, simply tell me who the strongest sorcerer is. I wish to challenge them. Jashan Nagatomi regarded her with a mixture of exasperation and concern, fully aware of her exaggerated combat capabilities. Yet, it was imperative to keep her from public view. He swiftly shifted the topic, saying, did you know? At the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, there is a newly admitted first-year student whose prowess matched that of a special-grade sorcerer upon entry, quite similar to your own situation. If you seek combat, you may wait for the upcoming exchange with the Kyoto Sister School, at which point students below the third year will be permitted to participate. You will have ample opportunity to fight. What do you think? As Jashan observed his death, he noticed she had fallen into deep contemplation. Upon hearing Maki's name, a spark ignited in her eyes. It was indeed splendid news. This meant she could ascertain the identities of the other two individuals participating in the events of this cursed resurgence. Gaining this knowledge first and remaining hidden in the shadows was a fortuitous advantage. Understood, I shall remain at the school for the time being. Notify me in advance when the exchange approaches. With that, Isdeth exited the room. Watching her depart, Jashan's earlier discomfort dissipated entirely. As the leading conservative figure and principal of the Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School, he placed tremendous value on special-grade sorcerers. Yet, both Satoru Gojo and Yuta Okatsu, as well as Maki Zenin, hailed from the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, which was a source of embarrassment for him. Fortunately, at that moment, Isdeth had appeared, demonstrating overwhelming strength by defeating everyone in the school. She radiated the power of a special-grade sorcerer. This led Jashan to consider leveraging Isdeth as his trump card. With this thought, he erupted into laughter within the confines of his room. At this moment, the night hung heavy in the sky, devoid of stars or moonlight. The air was stagnant, offering no hint of a breeze, only an oppressive silence reminiscent of the calm before a storm. In a room within the Yoshino Junpei household, Suyi's gaze pierced through the darkness, fixated on the distant bustle of traffic, while his thoughts swirled in a tumultuous tide within his mind. Cursed spirits are born from the negative emotions of humanity. Is it conceivable that if one could extract such negative emotions, they might serve as a panacea for cursed spirits, enabling the mass production of special-grade cursed spirits? Or perhaps even create a formidable cursed spirit that surpasses the special grade. In such a scenario, it would be most desirable to eliminate oneself. As Sui contemplated this, a gem materialized in his hand, a soul gem. Upon hearing of the event, he had removed the soul gem from the soul scepter, initially believing it to be of little use. Yet, he never anticipated that he would find himself in such a world. With this thought, Suyi's figure abruptly vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he found himself on the street. As he activated the soul gem, an influx of negative emotions was absorbed and stored within it. As the collection of these emotions intensified, Su-Yi's aura became impossible to conceal. The overwhelming presence of cursed energy radiated from him, as if he were a cursed spirit himself. This was indeed Su-Yi's intention. True to his expectations, within moments, several peculiar figures emerged on the street. Chapter 124. The special grade cursed spirit attracted by filth. As these figures materialized, Su-Yi immediately sensed their existence. However, he paid them no heed and instead moved toward a denser crowd. With a significant accumulation of tainted emotions absorbed by the soul gem, Su-Yi felt that the individuals behind him were struggling to contain their desires. Retreating into a narrow alleyway, Su-Yi gradually halted his steps. "Come forth, my companions," he called out, but received no response, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "It appears you wish to play hide and seek. Very well, I shall indulge you." Extending his finger, Su-Yi snapped it. With a sharp sound, the power of the phantom fruit awakened. Suddenly, the alley was enveloped in layers of phantoms, indistinguishable from ordinary people, each exuding a unique aura. The chaotic mix of energies momentarily concealed Su-Yi's own cursed presence, rendering him undetectable to the figures lurking nearby. Hidden in the shadows, they observed the unfolding scene. What manner of technique is this? Could it possibly be a domain? No, it seems not. But how is it achieved? Regardless of the method, since these phantoms were summoned, they must be eradicated. As the figure spoke, he extended his right hand to his chest, forming a fist with his index and middle fingers extended. The thumb pressed against the index finger, proclaiming, "From darkness to darkness, purge the filth." Accompanying his words, an endless cascade of ink descended from the sky, flowing in a semicircular arc, swiftly shrouding the narrow alley and isolating it from the outside world. This is a veil, a technique capable of concealing a specific area. With the alley enveloped in darkness, the hidden figures emerged, rushing toward the crowd before them. Roka led the charge, sensing the overwhelming aura of darkness. Believing that if he could completely consume this profound taint, he would fulfill his long-held ambition to place cursed spirits above humanity. As this thought crossed his mind, Roka felt a surge of fervor, flames erupting from his crown. He was a cursed spirit of the earth, having gained wisdom through the excessive cursed power accepted from humanity's fear, thus birthing a curse. His specialty lay in controlling superheated lava. Lowering his head slightly, cursed energy coalesced above him, resembling a volcanic crater. In the next moment, lava erupted forth, crashing into the figures ahead. Sizzling sounds echoed as the lava penetrated through numerous figures, causing them to dissipate into nothingness, while the ground beneath was relentlessly eroded. Following this, Hanami leapt down from a building, branches extending from the structure to pierce downward, obliterating the figures. Hanami, born from the forest sphere of humanity, had also gained wisdom through excess cursed energy, manifesting a curse in turn. The phantoms continued to vanish. At that moment, a figure with stitches adorning his face emerged, identifying himself as Mahito, boasting a head of medium-length blue hair. He was a curse born from humanity's hatred and fear of itself, possessing the ability to affect souls. With a series of transformations, Mahito's arms sharpened into blade-like appendages, which he hurled forward. The blades sliced through the phantom crowd, cleaving them in twain. In an instant, the phantoms conjured by Su-Yi completely dissipated, yet Su-Yi's figure remained unseen. For a moment, they stood in stunned silence. Chapter 125. A terrifying soul like the sun, where has that fellow Hanami gone? Roka inquired of the nearby Hanami. As a special grade, cursed spirit born from the forest, Hanami's perception was remarkably acute. As he expanded his senses, he felt as though he had caught a glimpse of an immensely terrifying beast. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze skyward. The other special grade cursed spirits followed Hanami's line of sight, looking up to the highest point. There, Su-Yi hovered in the void, gazing disdainfully at the multitude of cursed spirits below, his demeanor exuding utter contempt. Was that aura emanating from him truly that of a special grade cursed spirit? How could he be perceived by those ordinary humans? Regardless of his nature, I can no longer suppress my desire. I must devour him. From him, I sensed the purest form of taint. Among them, the most fervent was Mahito, whose blue hair and stitched visage reflected his recent birth. Still unfamiliar with the concept of fear. Thus, upon sensing the pure taint emanating from Su-Yi, he could hardly contain his eagerness to consume him. "Die!" Mahito exclaimed as his legs transformed into kangaroo-like appendages, muscular and powerful, propelling his body to leap between the surrounding buildings. As his speed escalated, he charged towards Su-Yi with fervor. The distance between them dwindled, and Mahito's smile twisted into a manic expression. He extended his hand towards Su-Yi, whispering, "No thought transformation." As Mahito's palm made contact with Su-Yi, his technique activated, capable of altering the very shape of the soul upon contact, thereby whimsically determining the fate of others. As he witnessed his technique successfully take effect, an unbidden, sinister grin spread across Mahito's face. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, an inexplicable sense of trepidation suddenly washed over him. In the blink of an eye, he perceived a cataclysmic transformation in his surroundings. It felt as though his very essence had been thrust into a realm of horror. Before him loomed an immense sun, unlike any he had ever encountered. This celestial body bore a striking dissimilarity to the ordinary sun. It was adorned with cryptic and arcane runes that coursed across its surface, weaving intricate patterns upon its fiery visage. Just as he endeavored to scrutinize this radiant orb, it erupted with a blinding brilliance so piercing that he felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly unable to escape its glare. Oh, in that moment, the environment around him abruptly reverted to reality. He screamed in anguish, his expression one of utter devastation, his eyes reflecting only sheer terror devoid of any other emotion. At that instant, Su Yi's arm extended forth, seizing the man's neck with a grip of iron. With a hint of amusement dancing across his features, Su Yi addressed him. "Ah, I had presumed that by allowing you a glimpse of my soul, you might attempt to usurp it, leading me to an untimely demise. Yet, it appears you cannot even endure the radiance of my soul for a mere second." Su Yi's words drove the man to the brink of madness. He could hardly fathom that such extravagant prowess resided within a soul. The thought of attempting to manipulate Su Yi's essence was daunting. He feared that his very attempt might result in a fatal backlash from Su Yi's soul. Truly, he felt utterly impotent. With a swift motion, Su Yi hurled the man downwards. Bang! The man's form instantaneously transformed into a fleeting shadow as he crashed to the ground, leaving behind a deep indentation in the earth. Incredible! Can a special-grade cursed spirit truly possess such strength? Exclaimed Gu, his heart racing with fervor. His lifelong aspiration had been for cursed spirits to rise above humanity, and he believed that with the aid of this formidable spirit before him, his dream could indeed be realized. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a fervent gleam ignited in Gu's eyes. At that moment, Su Yi's gaze fell upon Gu and Hannah. Without waiting for their response, Su Yi inquired, "What? Do you two wish to approach for some enlightenment?" Gu and Hannah, both possessing the intellect of unique special-grade cursed spirits, exchanged a knowing glance and, without hesitation, knelt before Su Yi, proclaiming, "We are willing to submit before the king." Although they had not witnessed the full extent of the dual-faced Sukuna's power, they sensed that this individual before them was undoubtedly comparable to Sukuna at his zenith, if not even stronger. Thus, they immediately pledged their allegiance. Even the recently revived man, once slightly aware, found himself kneeling before Su Yi. Faced with the divine radiance of his soul, all he could offer was submission. Observing the special-grade cursed spirits below him, a faint smile graced Su Yi's lips. "Very well, during this time, you shall assist me as my subordinates." With that, Su Yi departed with these sentient special-grade cursed spirits in tow. As the veil gradually dissipated, another figure emerged in the alleyway. This individual, with flowing silver hair and a black eye patch, exuded an air of arrogance. It was none other than Satoru Gojo, acclaimed as the mightiest special-grade sorcerer. Gojo surveyed the remnants on the ground with an expression of grave seriousness. His gaze drifted towards the shrouded silver moon above. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "It appears that the days ahead will not be tranquil." Following his words, Gojo's figure vanished from the alley. As Gojo's presence faded, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, persisting until the break of dawn. The morning sun emerged, accompanied by the fragrant earth, enveloping the surroundings. "Hey, why did you bring us here so early?" Tsukisaki Yawara inquired of Fushiguro Megumi, her annoyance palpable as she had been roused from a deep slumber by his knocking at her door to inform her of some task. Yawara turned to her companion, Maki, and asked, "Don't you ever feel sleep-deprived?" Maki replied, "Sleep-deprived? I usually substitute sleep with meditation. If I were to elaborate, I have." "Have what?" The intrigue in Maki's words caught the attention of Yawara and Itadori Yuji, who turned their focus toward her. Maki's lips curled into a slight smile. "It's nothing." She certainly could not reveal to them that she had not slept for over 1,000 years, lest they mistake her for a cursed spirit. Seeing the situation, Fushiguro interjected, "Let's discuss this later. The supervising sorcerer has arrived." Hearing this, everyone turned to the slender man with black-rimmed glasses standing nearby. Chapter 126, Breaking Path 90, Black Coffin. "We confirmed the cursed womb approximately 2 hours ago. According to our investigation, 5 students are still inside. If the cursed womb fully transforms, it is predicted to become a special-grade cursed spirit. Originally, Satoru Gojo was meant to lead the investigation today, but he seemed preoccupied, so he sent you all instead. I have heard that Maki, despite being a first year, possesses the strength of a special grade sorcerer. Therefore, I entrust this mission to you. Upon hearing this, Fushiguro addressed the group. This is the plan. We need to enter that school at the fastest possible speed. If those students are alive, we must rescue them. If they are deceased, Maki will handle their removal. Upon hearing Fushiguro's words, Itadori's expression darkened. In that case, let's hurry. With that, he strode toward the academy. The others exchanged glances before hastening after him. Watching Fushiguro and the others make their way toward the school, the staff member placed his hand over his chest and intoned. From darkness shall arise. From the dark shall come the darkest. Remove all impurities and defilements. As the staff member's words echoed, a shroud akin to a black curtain descended from the heavens. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that above the school, Sui was observing Itadori and the others from a vantage point. He had initially come to test his abilities, but unexpectedly found himself fortuitously positioned. With Maki joining the protagonist group, it presented an excellent opportunity for her to gain further experience, allowing her to grow even stronger. With this thought in mind, Sui made his way towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, Maki and the others had arrived at the school, but had taken only a few steps when Fushiguro was the first to notice something amiss. Soon after, the others were left in stunned silence, for the scene before them was no longer reminiscent of the architectural style of a school. Like a world straight out of a steampunk fantasy, a towering edifice materialized before them, adorned with an array of metallic appendages from which wisps of purple steam occasionally emanated. Several towering chimneys clung to the structure's walls, while intricate networks of metal piping crisscrossed throughout the building. Kenzaki Nora exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Were we not supposed to be in a school? Why does this scene look like this?" Itadori Yuji responded, "If my memory serves me right, we should be on the second floor of the school. Why is such a bizarre sight before us? It bears no resemblance to what we encountered outside." Inuzuka Maki, sensing a nauseating aura permeating the environment, turned to Fushiguro Megumi and inquired, "Fushiguro, what is this place?" Fushiguro raised an eyebrow, cold sweat trickling down his cheek as he surveyed the oppressive scene before him. "This is a domain birthed from cursed energy, though I must admit, I have never witnessed one of such magnitude. Look, over there." Kenzaki Nora suddenly cried out, her complexion paling as she pointed to a sight not far away. There lay 5 students clad in blue uniforms, their bodies sprawled on the ground in a grotesque manner, their eyes wide open as if they had beheld something utterly horrific. Itadori Yuji's voice rose in anger. "This is unacceptable. This cursed spirit has already." His heart seethed with fury. He had not anticipated that this malevolent entity would deny them even a chance, laying their fate bare before them. All 5 students lay lifeless. This was undoubtedly a jolt to Itadori's nerves. Clenching his teeth, he balled his fists, gazing at the tragic scene of the students, declaring, "This is not a rightful death." Yuji, Fushiguro Megumi watched him with concern. It was crucial to remember that Itadori had only just stepped into the world of sorcery. In this realm, there existed no death devoid of regret. Perhaps it would take some time for Itadori to truly grasp the weight of that statement. Just as Fushiguro pondered this, Maki delivered a swift kick to Itadori, followed by a whip-like strike that sent Fushiguro sprawling. Utilizing this momentum, Maki wrapped her arms around Kenzaki Nora's waist and retreated. Before anyone could react, a cursed spirit, faintly glowing blue, descended from above. With a resounding crash, the ground was immediately ravaged, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The cursed spirit stood at the center of this web, exuding the unmistakable aura of a special grade cursed spirit. As this aura spread throughout the domain, the other 3, save for Maki, seemed utterly immobilized, as if shackled by an unseen force. Fushiguro's expression appeared frozen in shock. He stood there, astonished. Convinced of one thing, there was no mistake. This entity was indeed a special grade cursed spirit. "I cannot move." Itadori felt the same oppressive weight bearing down on him. Under the immense pressure of the special grade cursed spirit, he found himself unable to take even a single step. Had Maki not kicked them moments earlier, they might have already fallen victim to the special grade spirit. Maki regarded the cursed spirit before them, stating, "So this is what a special grade cursed spirit looks like? Why does it seem so weak?" Her voice reached the ears of her companions, leaving them momentarily stunned. Before they could register her words, Maki extended her hand and proclaimed, "Break the path of the 90, black coffin." She forsook the incantation, reducing its power to merely a third of its original might. Yet even so, the special grade cursed spirit was utterly incapable of withstanding Maki's strength. In an instant, It was ensnared within the black rectangular prism, countless shadow blades piercing through its form, eliciting howls of anguish from the spirit. Remarkable. Is this the power of a special grade sorcerer? How extraordinary. The trio of Fushiguro, Itadori, and Kanzaki were left astounded. Just a mere utterance could annihilate a special grade cursed spirit? However, in that moment of astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The figure of Su-e materialized before them. "Ah, Maki, it's been a while," he said with a smile. Maki responded, "It has only been a few days." "Did you miss me?" She chuckled, taken aback by his jest. Without acknowledging Su-yi's banter, Maki continued, "So, in what capacity do you present yourself this time?" "Of course, I am here as a cursed spirit," Su-e declared, and with his words, an overwhelming aura of calamity erupted from him. In an instant, even Maki felt as though she had plunged into a millennia-old ice cavern. What more could be said for Itadori and the others? Chapter 127. The Domain Unfolds. All resolutions shattered. Yet, beneath this overwhelming pressure, Maki's smile only grew brighter. She understood Su-yi's intent, to momentarily set aside the chat group activities and provide them with a chance to grow stronger, to reap greater rewards even without the chat group's incentives. With this thought, Maki slowly drew her Zanpakuto and declared, "Then I shall not hold back." As her words fell, she activated Shunpa. In an instant, Maki vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was already behind Su-e, her Zanpakuto slicing through the air, the blade's energy coalescing around it as she aimed for Su-yi's neck, showing no mercy. After all, the members of the chat group were well aware that Su-yi's immortality was not a limitation. In fact, even after death, he could emerge even stronger. Therefore, Maki held nothing back. However, all of this transpired under Su-yi's keen perception. Clutching the mind gem, a smirk played upon his lips as he uttered, "Shield." The mind gem erupted in brilliant light, a silvery aura converging behind Su-e to form a formidable shield. This shield was terrifying, adorned with fangs and mouths, each housing a multitude of swirling eyes. Fushiguro, being the most knowledgeable about cursed spirits present, instantly recognized that the silvery shield was, in fact, a bizarrely shaped special grade cursed spirit. This revelation shattered Fushiguro's worldview. What kind of terrifying being could so casually conjure a special grade cursed spirit? Maki, too, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, just then, her Zanpakuto descended upon the shield. Clang! A crisp sound resonated in the ears of all present. Utilizing the force, Maki leaped back. "Su-e, that spirit must be a special grade, right? How did you manage that?" she inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Su-e withdrew the shield spirit into the soul gem and spoke in a tone audible only to Mayheim Rika. "The power of curses originates from the negative emotions of humanity. By blending emotion with curse energy, one can give birth to cursed spirits. I merely harness the power of the soul gem to extract these negative emotions. This not only diminishes the likelihood of cursed spirits manifesting, but also allows me to possess this power within my heart, experiencing the myriad systems of strength from different worlds and integrating them into my own abilities. This will undoubtedly lead to profound insights." Listening to Su-yi's words, Mayheim Rika nodded, realizing that Su-e was imparting wisdom to her, and she began to form her own thoughts. While Rika was deep in contemplation, Itadori Yuji suddenly charged towards Su-e. The fear emanating from Su-e was a constant jolt to Itadori's nerves. Driven by terror, he made a fateful decision. As he rushed towards Su-e, a brilliant smile illuminated her face. "Ah, I didn't expect you to be so spirited. However, I must apologize. This is private tutoring time. Let that special grade cursed spirit entertain you for now." With Su-yi's words, an overwhelming surge of curse energy flooded from the soul gem toward the cursed spirit imprisoned within the black coffin. In an instant, a pitch-black arm pierced through the coffin, exuding tendrils of dark mist, its inky nails sharp and radiating a sinister glow. Soon after, cracks appeared on the surface of the coffin, with the sound of it shattering. The special grade cursed spirit emerged directly in Itadori Yuji's path. The dark claws sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson blossoms on the ground. Staring at his own hand, Itadori was filled with terror as he beheld the special grade cursed spirit before him. He saw the spirit's arm rise once more, lunging toward him with lethal intent. The overwhelming pressure and the imminent threat of death triggered a cascade of memories in Itadori's mind. He recalled the principal's words, "There are no sorcerers who do not regret their deaths," and his grandfather's final words. A wave of regret flooded his thoughts. Was he truly to perish? Yet, he was not ready to die. If only he had not consumed that finger, would he have avoided this peril? Just as Itadori's thoughts spiraled in turmoil, a voice rang out beside him. Inu. 2 Shikigami dogs, 1 black and 1 white, charged at the special grade cursed spirit with incredible speed, interrupting its attack and redirecting its focus toward the white dog. However, Fushiguro Megumi could not afford to be distracted. He shouted at Itadori, Yuji. At the sound of Fushiguro's voice, Itadori finally snapped back to reality. Frowning, he concentrated, channeling his thoughts into curse energy that coalesced in his other hand. He struck fiercely at the abdomen of the special grade cursed spirit. Observing this scene, Suyi's lips curved into a slight smile. Indeed, being near a passionate protagonist was infectious. With that thought, Su-yi turned to Mayhem Rika, exclaiming, Rika? Let us engage in battle. The soul gem in Su-yi's grasp suddenly radiated an even more extravagant power. The curse energy coalesced around him, manifesting 100 special grade curse spirits, an army of 100 demons. In that moment, the combined might of the 100 demons surged forth. Rika's expression remained unchanged as she recalled Su-yi's earlier words, integrating different systems of power into her own abilities, allowing for a profound awakening. At that moment, a glimmer of realization sparked in her eyes. Unleash the domain. Bankai, all is complete. As Rika's declaration resonated, blood blades that could stretch and twist erupted around her, quickly encircling Su-yi and the 100 special grade curse spirits. With the added constraints of her Bankai, a domain was formed, amplifying Rika's powers immensely. Not only did she wield the capability of blade attacks, but within this realm, she felt that even without incantations, the power of destruction could flow flawlessly. Su-yi watched Rika with fervor, exhilarated. Yes, exactly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment of enlightenment. Let me assist you further. Witnessing her comrades grow stronger delighted Su-yi immensely. He commanded the 100 special grade curse spirits to charge towards Rika, and the battle was about to commence. Chapter 128. Astonishment from both sides of Sukuna's legacy within the pitch-black domain, surrounded by blood blades. Mayhem Rika stood at the center, enveloped by an indescribable sense of control. With Su-yi's immortality, Rika held nothing back. She extended her delicate fingers and softly intoned, Destruction Path, 4th, White Thunder. A bolt of lightning burst forth from Rika's fingertips, hurtling toward the advancing special grade curse spirit. In her own realm, the might of the White Thunder not only remained intact, but surged exponentially. This was something Rika had not anticipated. Meanwhile, the domain quietly operated, and countless blood blades surged toward the cursed spirit as Rika continued her incantations. Destruction Path. 12th, Raging Fire. Destruction Path. 31st, Crimson Fire Cannon. Destruction Path. 32nd, Yellow Fire Flash. Destruction Path. 88th, Thunderous Dragon Strike. Destruction Path. 90, Black Coffin. Destruction Path. 91, Thousand Hand Radiant Cannon. In that fleeting moment, Rika unleashed every potent spell she could muster. The 100 special grade curse spirits had no chance to retaliate against her assault. Amidst the onslaught of blood blades and destructive spells, they howled in anguish before vanishing entirely. In the blink of an eye, the surviving spirits reached Su-yi. Unfazed, he positioned the soul gem against his chest, channeling curse energy that surged forth, manifesting the silver shield once more. Boom. All the power within Rika's domain collided with the shimmering shield. In an instant, the emotional curse energy output from the soul gem reached its zenith. After a brief moment, Su-yi realized the emotional power within the soul gem was nearing depletion. With a smile, he remarked, Rika, it seems I must withdraw for now. Once I have conducted further research on the conversion of emotion and curse energy, I shall return to play again. It appeared that Su-yi was indeed enjoying himself in this world. Of course, I also intend to study diligently, and upon returning to my own world, I shall see if I can orchestrate another 100 demons night. Su-yi grinned at Rika. Now, allow me to immerse myself a bit further and extract you as best as I can. Special grade curse spirit, Su-yi. Haha, does this count as a declaration of war? I shall await the outcome with bated breath. As Su-yi's words fell, an orange-red radiance coalesced within his eyes, lifting his gaze skyward. A beam of orange-red heat effortlessly pierced through the fabric of space, descending upon the domain of Maki Zenin. Boom. In an instant, Maki Zenin's domain crumbled. The figures of the two opponents re-emerged before the eyes of the onlookers. At this moment, Yuji Itadori had summoned both Sukuna's manifestations. The presence of Megumi Fushiguro and Wild Rose had vanished from the surroundings. The hand that had previously been severed was now fully restored by Sukuna's power. As the strongest curse king from a millennium ago, even with merely the strength of 2 fingers, Sukuna could still contend fiercely against the rampaging special grade curse before him. Yuji Itadori clasped his hands together, a serious expression etched upon his face. Domain expansion, exorcism chef. With Yuji's proclamation, countless slashes erupted, scattering in every direction. Within the confines of the domain, whether living beings imbued with cursed energy or inanimate objects, all were destined to be obliterated. Just as Sui emerged from Maki Zenon's domain, he found himself entering Yuji Itadori's domain once again, leaving him utterly speechless. However, for Yuji, who was possessed by Sukuna, this was far from the case. Upon witnessing the reappearance of Maki Zenon and Sui, a frenzied joy illuminated his face. Sublime. Truly splendid. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the might of my domain. Sukuna, controlling Yuji's body, slowly brought his hands together, ultimately forming a specific gesture. Domain expansion, exorcism chef. As Yuji's words echoed, a monstrous apparition manifested behind him, followed by a shrine, unleashing a tempest of slashes that ravaged the surroundings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The slashes carved through the ground, leaving fissures in their wake. The first to bear the brunt was the rampaging special grade curse. Even in its frenzied state, the instinct for survival compelled it to unleash all its might. Cursed energy coalesced within its gaping maw, as it unleashed a formidable torrent of cursed energy in an attempt to thwart Sukuna's domain power. Roar! The resounding roar of the special grade curse reverberated through the air, coinciding with the surge of power. Yet, before the curse could react, in the blink of an eye, it was met with a multitude of slashes that sliced through the torrent, reducing it to mere dust and rendering it futile. The slashes continued their onslaught, effortlessly cleaving the special grade curse into 4 sections, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. Subsequently, the slashes surged towards Sui and Maki Zenon. In my domain, none shall survive. Sukuna whispered coldly through Yuji's form. However, to their surprise, Sui yawned and suddenly appeared before Yuji Itadori. The slashes struck Sui, leaving only faint marks, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. At present, Sukuna was far too weak for Sui. Observing the distorted expression on Yuji's face, Sui decided to take no pity. I shall send you away 1,000 miles. With that, Sui delivered a powerful punch to Yuji's abdomen. Bam! Yuji's pupils dilated in shock as he soared upward, the force of the blow causing him to spew blood. It could be said that it left Sukuna in a state of astonishment for an entire year, before he could ponder why this individual was so formidable. A wave of dizziness washed over Yuji's mind like a tide. In an instant, the black markings on his body completely vanished. Bam! 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 A cacophony of sounds erupted as Yuji's body shattered through several layers of walls, ultimately collapsing to the ground, devoid of any life. Sui paid no heed to this, knowing full well that, given Yuji's current injuries, he would certainly not perish. Once he had a chance to converse further with Sukuna, Yuji would be revived to full strength. He was even looking forward to Sukuna regaining his full power to engage him in battle. Maki Zenon, I shall take my leave for now. When we meet again, it shall not be so simple, so you must grow stronger. With Sui's words, his figure dissipated before Maki Zenon's eyes. Chapter 129, Junpei Yoshino's Resolve. The Awakened Sorcerer. Sui's figure vanished from Maki Zenon's sight. With a few leaps, he arrived amidst the vibrant neon, in the most densely populated area. He resumed absorbing the negative emotions of humanity, replenishing the emotional power within his soul gem. Meanwhile, Junpei Yoshino found himself cornered by several individuals. A dramatically affected voice rang out. Honestly, this guy is just so disgusting. His gaze is utterly lecherous. A woman spoke in an overly sweet and affected tone. Had Sui been present, he would have obliterated her on the spot. Such exaggerated and pretentious speech was precisely what Sui despised and found intolerable. A few words from someone using such a tone would be sufficient to send him into a rage. Yet, this affected voice seemed to charm the men surrounding her. In the dim corner of the school, 3 men and a woman loomed over Junpei Yoshino, their eyes filled with disdain. Little Yoshino, I know it's hot today, and perhaps you're wearing less clothing, hence your wandering gaze. One of the men, with full lips, taunted Junpei before delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Bam! Junpei was knocked down, his face instantly flushed, amidst the raucous laughter of the group. Junpei's eyes were clouded with despair. Though sunlight fell upon him, he felt no warmth. Meanwhile, the group stood in the shadows, laughing boisterously, mocking the sweltering summer. Their figures were concealed from the surveillance cameras, while Junpei was fully exposed, a stark contrast. It felt as if he were the sole victim of bullying. Just then, a teacher walked past in the hallway. Junpei locked eyes with the teacher, their gazes colliding in a moment of urgency. However, the teacher, seemingly afraid of trouble, hastily quickened their pace, disappearing from Junpei's view. He had already envisioned that, no matter what happened to him, he would rationalize it by believing that those individuals were merely jesting with him. After all, he had become utterly despondent regarding that teacher's negligence. In this world, who could he truly depend on? Suddenly, Yoshino Junpei thought of Su Yi's figure, but immediately shook his head. If possible, he wished not to let his friends witness him in such a vulnerable state. At that moment, the mocking laughter of those few individuals reached his ears. Look at this guy. He's simply hilarious, shaking his head like a fool. Surely no one would feel sorrow for someone like him even if he were to perish. As he spoke, one of them kicked Yoshino Junpei again, causing his head to make intimate contact with the ground. A buzzing filled Yoshino Junpei's mind, as if something within was clamoring for attention. His vision blurred momentarily, and amidst the haze, he seemed to glimpse his mother weeping. In an instant, clarity returned to Yoshino Junpei. His fists clenched tightly as he recalled a word Su Yi had imparted to him the previous day: resistance. As long as he took that first step towards defiance, he would have achieved a transformation of self. Who could he rely on? Could reliance not solely be upon oneself? To safeguard the smiles of his loved ones and friends, he must enact change. With this resolve, Yoshino Junpei sprang to his feet and charged at the group before him. On the eaves above, a black crow silently observed this scene. This was an illusionary crow conjured by Su Yi's ability with his phantom fruit. Crows were commonplace throughout Neon, and Su Yi had dispersed them across the land, rendering the entirety of Neon under his watchful gaze. Naturally, such illusions could be discerned by special-grade sorcerers. But for ordinary individuals, they were more than sufficient. The crow transmitted its vision into Su Yi's mind. Meanwhile, as Su Yi collected emotional energy elsewhere, he smiled subtly upon witnessing Yoshino Junpei's act of defiance. All in all, he appeared to be quite the man. As Su Yi's words faded, his figure began to slowly dissipate. At that moment, the phantom crow underwent a transformation. Su Yi's true self manifested, and his soul experienced a metamorphosis, converting emotional power into cursed energy. Congratulations, you have qualified to become a sorcerer. Su Yi's voice seemed to resonate in Yoshino Junpei's ears. Just as Yoshino Junpei was pushed back to the ground by those individuals once more, for even 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands, especially given his less-than-stellar physique. Just as they were about to commit further acts of cruelty, the radiant light of the soul gem suddenly illuminated Yoshino Junpei. Under Su Yi's influence, Yoshino Junpei's emotions surged exponentially. A jellyfish-like cursed spirit materialized beside him. This power is... Yoshino Junpei stared in astonishment at the jellyfish, feeling as though he were gazing at a reflection of himself. However, the ordinary onlookers were utterly bewildered, perceiving Yoshino Junpei as having lost his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, they prepared to kick him again. As they approached with sinister grins, Yoshino Junpei's blue jellyfish, under his command, ensnared the individuals. In an instant, their bodies fell completely beyond their control. What is happening? Why can't I control my own body? This must be a nightmare. Why is this happening? Observing the terror on their faces, a surge of vindictive pleasure welled up within Yoshino Junpei. He would not play the saint. Those who have never been bullied can never comprehend this feeling. What Yoshino Junpei desired most was to protect his own life with his own hands. With this thought, he cast a grateful glance towards the eaves, only to find that Su Yi's figure had vanished entirely. Su Yi had learned from Rogu that he had found the whereabouts of Satoru Gojo. Chapter 130. Only Rogu is taking a beating. Throughout Neon, Su Yi's illusionary crows were omnipresent. Thus, reaching out to Su Yi was quite simple for Rogu. Upon learning that Rogu had located Satoru Gojo, Su Yi immediately set off towards the scene. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo exited the vehicle he had been riding in. He waved to the driver, saying, "You can head back now." The driver paused, instinctively responding, "Is this a test? If I leave, you're going to beat me up, right?" After all, Satoru Gojo had often played such tricks on him before. Realizing Gojo's character, the driver felt quite helpless. "What do you take me for?" Gojo replied, exasperated. Once the driver confirmed that Gojo was indeed not playing with him, he hurriedly drove away. Subsequently, Gojo turned his gaze towards the forest by the roadside. "All right, it's your turn to show yourself. I have sensed your presence." As Gojo spoke, a shadow darted forth from the forest. "Though the adult has said I am no match for you, I still wish to try. If I could kill you, wouldn't that be splendid?" Rogu revealed a grotesque grin, leaping high into the air before descending. Boom! The ground fractured like a spider's web. Yet, at that moment, Rogu's expression shifted entirely. Satoru Gojo had evaded his grasp. Before Rogu could react, he found Gojo's figure behind him. "Who are you?" The instant Gojo's voice echoed, a glimmer of wariness flashed across Rogu's face. and he instinctively kicked backward, only to find nothing but air. However, Roga did not hesitate, raising his arm. A mound resembling a volcanic crater emerged behind Gojo, and flames erupted from its mouth. The terrifying blaze instantly scorched the earth to charred blackness, reducing the surrounding forest to a desolate wasteland. Leaving only plumes of black smoke swirling before him, Rogu surveyed the devastation he had wrought, a grin stretching across his face. Humph. It seems you're not so formidable after all. Roga chuckled. Oh, is that so? Do you feel the same way now? Satoru Gojo faced the cursed spirit before him, his mind quietly musing. Despite being a cursed spirit, it was able to communicate normally, even referring to others as master, resembling an organized entity. Could there be a connection to the figures from that alleyway? Furthermore, the volume of cursed energy it wielded was that of an unregistered special grade. What are you contemplating in my presence? Are you devising a means to flee? As the words left Ro's mouth, several fiery insects erupted forth like a swarm from a volcano, hurtling towards Satoru Gojo at an astonishing speed. Firefly insects. The creatures, swift as lightning, reached Satoru Gojo in an instant. Just as he attempted to block them, Ro detonated the fireflies. Dust, smoke, and flames intertwined, obscuring Satoru Gojo's perception. Humph. If I can eliminate Satoru Gojo, I shall draw closer to my long-cherished ambition. With this thought, Ro stepped forward, cursed energy radiating from his palms. He unleashed a powerful strike, flames surging directly toward Gojo's head. Following this, he slid behind Gojo, eyes fixated on his spine, and struck again. The explosion of flames severed the very road beneath them, consuming Gojo's figure entirely. Observing the chaos he had unleashed, Ro chuckled. So this is all there is. In essence, it's merely the overestimation of the weak. Humanity today is indeed a counterfeit, existing in a realm of falsehood. The grotesque nature of this world fills me with revulsion. True strength and authenticity shall be spread through your demise. Yet, just as Ro prepared to turn away, Satoru Gojo's voice echoed once more in his ears. You ought to exert your full strength. Such power cannot hope to kill me. Oh, wait. No, you are simply too weak. Even at your peak, you cannot slay me. Ro's pupils constricted sharply, his expression betraying an indescribable embarrassment. The one-eyed spirit's gaze was now filled with unspoken vigilance as he beheld the unscathed Satoru Gojo. Clenching his jaw tightly, Ro's fury ignited at Gojo's words of his weakness. Without hesitation, Ro ascended, flames erupting from his ears and crown, a terrifying blaze igniting around him. Do not underestimate me, you insolent brat. Witness how I shall utterly crush you before the master arrives. Domain expansion. Iron Mountain of the Coffin. As Ro's declaration resounded, an endless flow of magma enveloped Satoru Gojo. The searing heat distorted the very air around them. Within the confines of the Iron Mountain domain, Ro's powers surged exponentially. Die. Satoru Gojo. The relentless magma, interspersed with colossal black stones, cascaded down upon Gojo. As this onslaught approached, Satoru Gojo calmly lowered his eye mask. You should know that the best method to counter a domain is to unleash your own. A smirk graced his lips as his jewel-like blue eyes fixed upon Ro. Domain expansion. Infinite void. In an instant, the ground beneath Gojo was engulfed in radiant light, obliterating Ro's domain in an instant. As the entire space transformed into a blinding white, the realm shifted dramatically. Satoru Gojo stood as if suspended in the void, while Ro remained frozen in place, bewildered. Infinite void. Inhabitants within this boundless interior experience an unending barrage of information, compelling them to live while simultaneously rendering them incapable of action, merely standing in stupor, awaiting their demise. In simpler terms, an overwhelming influx of irrelevant data inundates the mind, causing an infinite delay in control, ping values soaring to 9,999. At that moment, Satoru Gojo had already reached Ro's back, his hand firmly gripping the spirit's head. With a beaming smile, he addressed Ro, now please die? As Gojo's words echoed, Ro's head was swiftly severed from his body. The expression of shock lingered in Ro's face as his head rolled to the ground, only to be crushed beneath the foot of a new figure. A voice resonated, did I not tell you? With your strength, you could never hope to match him. After speaking, Sui's gaze fell upon Satoru Gojo. Chapter 131, The Death of Sui. Master, Ro's head, pinned beneath Sui's foot, attempted to explain. But Sui interrupted, did I not tell you? With your strength, you could never hope to match him. With that, Sui's attention turned fully to Satoru Gojo, who was now appraising him. Indeed, the aura of a special grade cursed spirit emanated from Sui, one that was unregistered and possessed of intellect. It appeared they truly were an organized faction. Gojo contemplated this revelation, yet he was unprepared for Sui to suddenly launch Ro's head towards him with a swift kick. Truly cold-blooded, you special-grade cursed spirit. With a single slap, Satoru Gojo sent Ro's head flying. In a blink, he stood before Sui, surprising even him with his speed. Is it any wonder he is hailed as the strongest sorcerer? As Sui watched Gojo's fist grow larger in his field of vision, a smirk crept across his lips. With remarkable speed, he raised his arms defensively, his eyes gleaming with an orange-red intensity. Heat ray. Boom. The ray struck Satoru Gojo, erupting in a massive explosion that ravaged the surroundings, sending debris and ash swirling. Even Ro's head was swept away, ultimately landing in a nearby lake, a rather pitiful fate. As the dust settled, Sui observed Satoru Gojo, untouched and free of dust. Is this what they call the stopping power within the so-called unlimited techniques? Satoru Gojo nodded. I did not expect you to be so insightful. You are correct. Any object approaching me will slow down, forever unable to touch me. Sui acknowledged this with a slight nod, appearing rather nonchalant. He sat in the void, gazing at Satoru Gojo. This certainly presents a headache. Defeating you seems exceedingly difficult. Despite his words, Sui's aura surged, reaching for the heavens. A flicker of wariness crossed Satoru Gojo's azure eyes. He had not anticipated the formidable presence emanating from this individual. Golden patterns enveloped Sui's body, spreading over him like a vibrant tapestry. Even in Sui's eyes, they shimmered like golden amber. Wataru Gojo unleashed the curse energy within him, both he and Sui standing there, equally matched. Under this overwhelming aura, the entire sky appeared to be cleaved in twain. In an instant, Wataru Gojo made his move. With a single step, the earth trembled, swift as lightning. Moving like a shadow, Wataru Gojo, do take this seriously. Such antics cannot possibly excite me. Sui smiled, the golden patterns on his skin radiating even more vibrantly. As the magnetic field activated, Wataru Gojo felt his body ensnared, unable to elude this sensation no matter how he attempted to move. Soon after, golden energy coalesced in Sui's palm. Boom. A surge of golden light erupted, countless energies spewing forth in Wataru Gojo's direction, uprooting the ground in an instant. Sensing the oppressive force of the energy, Wataru Gojo leapt upward, aiming to evade the onslaught. However, he did not anticipate that as he ascended, several pitch-black orbs would materialize behind Sui. These dark spheres possessed an immense gravitational pull, drawing the upheaved earth towards them, ultimately forming several meteor-like entities. With a casual wave of his hand, Sui directed these meteors to encircle Wataru Gojo. This cursed spirit is extraordinarily formidable. Wataru Gojo had clearly underestimated Sui's strength, which was far beyond his expectations. Faced with the relentless barrage, Wataru Gojo softly murmured, "Ji." This was a combined technique of Tsang and He, inducing a conflict between the infinite positive and negative, unleashing a hypothetical force. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering resonated through the heavens. Before the echoes could fully dissipate, Wataru Gojo transformed into a streak of light, plummeting from the sky. Domain expansion. Infinite void. As Wataru Gojo's voice reverberated, Sui felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind. He perceived everything yet was rendered utterly powerless, standing in a stupor, slowly awaiting his demise. Wataru Gojo gazed at Sui before him, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet, almost immediately, he felt a constriction in his breath, for he beheld Sui slowly extending his palm. Although his movement was significantly slower than before, compared to other cursed spirits or sorcerers, who could only await their fate once caught in the infinite void, Sui had surpassed all realms of existence. He must eliminate this cursed spirit. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. With this thought, Wataru Gojo hesitated not. Channeling his curse energy into his palms, This was the reversed limitless technique, infinite positive, capable of generating a long-range, 7-meter linear AoE shockwave. Under Wataru Gojo's command, the shockwaves relentlessly battered Sui's form. With all his might, Wataru Gojo nearly obliterated Sui in mere moments. Sensing the atmosphere around him, Wataru Gojo confirmed Sui's total demise and dissipated the domain. The previously tense expression on his face finally eased, a smile returning to Wataru Gojo's lips. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a powerful cursed spirit at this moment. It seemed he indeed needed to inform that individual. Hey. Is it not a bit rude to leave just like that? I was only just beginning to take an interest. Suddenly, Sui's voice reached Wataru Gojo's ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He He turned around in disbelief, only to witness golden patterns emerging in the air. These patterns radiated light, gradually outlining and filling Su Yi's form. What manner of monster are you? Were you not already dead? Dead. Indeed, I was, but if one were to count, I have lost track of how many times I have died. In the brief span of their exchange, Su Yi's figure had reappeared before Wataru Gojo. He casually moved his body, casting a glance at Wataru Gojo, and remarked, "Thanks to you, it seems I have awakened my own domain. And I have even thought of a name for it. Since you are deemed the strongest sorcerer, allow you to evaluate my domain. Domain expansion. Fengdu 18 plows. Chapter 132. Domain expansion. Fengdu 18 plows." As Su Yi's words concluded, an ethereal silhouette of the ancient city of Fengdu manifested behind him. Following that, like an 18-tiered pagoda, it ensnared Wataru Gojo within the domain. Wataru Gojo wore a serious expression, meticulously observing his surroundings. He felt as though time held no sway here. Before Wataru Gojo could discern the truth, Su Yi addressed him. "If memory serves, as long as I articulate the abilities of my domain, it can form a binding, thereby maximizing the domain's power, correct?" Su Yi smiled at Wataru Gojo, his grin unwavering even amidst battle. "My domain is akin to 18 layers of hell, yet devoid of any punishment. On the contrary, time within each layer extends infinitely. In the first layer, 1 second in the outside world equates to 10,000 years within the domain. In the 18th layer, 1 second outside translates to over 13 billion years within. During this time, no one shall perish, and most crucially, within the domain, I remain impervious to harm, as any damage will be doubled and redirected to others within the domain. Once I lift the domain, your injuries shall manifest in an instant. Thanks to you, I have awakened an extraordinarily terrifying domain." As Su Yi's words echoed, the binding intensified. The power within the domain surged dramatically, an immense pressure crushing down upon Wataru Gojo, rendering him momentarily breathless. He was profoundly astonished, unable to fathom why such a potent domain existed in this world. Su Yi's domain mirrored his own. As long as it was unleashed without suppression, it could undoubtedly annihilate enemies. Should Su Yi perceive Wataru Gojo's thoughts, he would surely laugh. For this was the very domain power that had awakened within him after being slain by Wataru Gojo. Infinite void inundates the mind with an endless barrage of information, while Su Yi's Fengdu 18 plows indefinitely elongates time within the domain. Both share a striking resemblance. Faced with such a formidable Su Yi, Wataru Gojo found himself momentarily flustered. Yet, as the strongest sorcerer, he suppressed the fear welling within him. Taking a deep breath, Wataru Gojo placed his fingers upon his chest and declared, "Infinite void." The best counter to a domain is to unleash one's own. However, as Wataru Gojo spoke, he discovered that his domain had not manifested at all. A sense of despair enveloped Wataru Gojo. This sense of despair, which he had not felt since the days of Fushiguro Megumi, struck him with a vengeance. In an instant, Wataru's expression transformed into one of indescribable gravity. Observing Wataru's demeanor, Su Yi, resembling a nefarious antagonist, chuckled. "Ah, splendid. Your expression is truly remarkable. It is an honor to elicit such a response from the mightiest sorcerer. Fear not, I have no intention of ending your life today. I merely wish for your critique on my domain." Upon finishing his words, Su Yi unleashed his power and forcefully pressed against his own abdomen. In a fleeting moment, Wataru's visage underwent an unprecedented change. A searing pain surged through his core. Cursed be this situation. He yearned to retaliate against Su Yi. Yet the rules Su Yi had laid down shackled him. Any attempt at resistance would result in a reciprocal injury. A phenomenon so utterly broken that even he found it challenging to devise a countermeasure in such a short span of time. As Wataru pondered this predicament, Su Yi's figure materialized behind him. Within less than a second, Su Yi had unleashed a barrage of strikes, exceeding 100 in number. In the blink of an eye, Wataru was left battered and bruised. These injuries would accumulate within him, manifesting as double the damage once Su Yi rescinded his domain. Although he would not perish within the confines of the realm, the moment Su Yi lifted the domain, the wounds would erupt in a cataclysmic fashion. Even in flight, Su Yi could inflict self-harm to transfer the doubled damage onto his foes. This domain had far surpassed his own limitless void. Wataru's complexion turned grave, his injuries rendering him pale. TSK, it appears your condition is rather dire. If that is the case, I shall hasten the conclusion of this affair. Best of luck to you." As Su Yi concluded his taunt, he promptly dismantled the Fengdu 18 mud plow domain. In an instant, the ground, now strewn with ashes, echoed with piercing cries of anguish. Blood burst forth from Wataru, staining his attire a vivid crimson, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Yet, despite this, Wataru did not collapse. He gritted his teeth defiantly, glaring at Su-e with unyielding resolve. In response, Su-e offered a thumbs up, proclaiming, "Among sorcerers, I would deem you the strongest." With that, Su-e turned to depart, adding, "By the way, consider this exchange at the Kyoto sister schools as my participation. Be sure to prepare yourself. Do not allow me to eliminate you all." Wataru watched Su-ye's retreating figure, the sound of his leisurely whistling echoing in his ears, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, at that moment, Wataru had reached the limits of his physical endurance. Even taking a single step felt insurmountable. Heavy clouds enveloped the sky as a light drizzle began to fall, washing away the blood that coated Wataru. A pool of crimson formed beneath him, evoking a sense of dread. Time passed, and a black sedan approached along the road. From the vehicle emerged a man clad in black, donning dark sunglasses. This man was none other than the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High, Masamichi Yaga. Upon exiting the car, he was rendered utterly speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before him. What on earth had transpired? Wataru, that rascal, now as Yaga pondered, his gaze fell upon a figure in the distance. It was none other than the strongest sorcerer, Wataru. However, at this moment, Wataru lay amidst a pool of blood, his body swaying unsteadily, his eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. His breath was weak, and were it not for his sorcerous energy sustaining him, he might have succumbed entirely. Without hesitation, Principal Yaga rushed to aid Wataru, although he sought to conceal the truth. The news of Wataru's grievous injuries swiftly spread throughout the sorceress community, igniting a tempest of turmoil. Chapter 133, The Gathering Storm. At the Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. Within a quaint tea room, Principal Yoshinari Kumo sat, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had just received word of Wataru's severe injuries. Initially, he could scarcely believe it. In his eyes, Wataru, as the strongest head of the Gojo family and the most powerful sorcerer, was invincible. Yet, as confirmations poured in, they ultimately validated the grim reality. Wataru had indeed been gravely wounded. Was the true tempest about to descend? With Wataru injured, it implied that their adversary had grown even mightier. Kumo murmured to himself, contemplating how he might capitalize on this turn of events. Meanwhile, after receiving medical attention, Wataru awoke from his unconscious state. The moment he regained consciousness, his gaze fell upon Principal Yaga. "Principal, I have news to report. The one who defeated me will strike during the exchange." Yaga's pupils contracted sharply behind his sunglasses. The exchange. It was a rare occasion for the two jujutsu schools to engage in competition and learning. Aside from the fourth-year students, nearly all would attend. To issue a challenge on such a day was to aim for their complete annihilation. However, conversely, this was also when their strength was at its peak. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through Yaga's mind. Ultimately, he distilled his words into a single phrase. "Wataru, you must rest well. Your sole focus now should be on recovery." Wataru nodded slightly, then seemed to recall something, addressing Yaga. "By the way, how is Itadori Yuji faring?" Yaga opened his mouth, initially intending to reveal the truth, that Itadori had been slain by a special grade cursed spirit. However, the words faltered on his lips, and he merely replied, "Do not worry. Itadori Yuji is safe." Upon hearing Yaga's words, Wataru felt a wave of relief wash over him. A smile returned to his face as he said, "That's good to hear. Since I'm currently injured, why not have Itadori Yuji come here for specialized training?" Yaga was momentarily taken aback, wishing he could slap himself. If it were possible, he would retract his previous statement. Wataru, in that moment, sensed Yaga's expression and promptly inquired, "Is something wrong? Could it be that Itadori?" Just then, the door to the medical room swung open. The school nurse, Shoko Yeri, entered with Itadori Yuji in tow. Yaga instinctively exclaimed, "How is it that he is alive again?" Wataru keenly seized upon the implication in Yaga's words. "Alive again? What does that mean?" Yuji Itadori scratched his head in a somewhat naive manner and addressed Satoru Gojo before him, saying, "To be honest, I don't quite understand it either. I did indeed die at that moment, but afterward, it seems I had a conversation with the two-faced Sukuna within me, and when I opened my eyes again, this big sister was by my side." Upon hearing Yuji's words, Satoru Gojo fell into deep contemplation. "In that case, have you established any sort of contract or binding agreement with Sukuna?" Yuji Itadori pondered seriously for a moment before replying, "It seems like there is, but I can't quite recall the details." Gojo nodded slightly. Such matters were of little consequence now. The most pressing issue at hand was to engage in rigorous training, for our time is limited. Meanwhile, on a beach by the sea, Sui casually tossed the cursed spirit, Raso, aside. With Su Yi's arrival, everyone knelt before him. Speaking in unison, my lord. Addressing these special-grade cursed spirits, Su Yi remarked indifferently, prepare yourselves, for during this exchange meeting, you too shall take the stage. Do not allow yourselves to be eliminated by the sorcerers in an instant. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the spirit known as Mahito confidently assured him, rest assured, my lord. We shall not disappoint you. That would be splendid, Su Yi replied, and with that, his figure vanished from the sight of the assembled cursed spirits. Unbeknownst to them, there was not a flicker of emotion in Su Yi's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the home of Junpei Yoshino. He lightly knocked on the door, which was slowly opened by Junpei's mother, who staggered in, holding a bottle of liquor and burping as she approached Su Yi. Seeing him, she immediately threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming with glee, Su Yi, do you know? I'm so happy. Today, Junpei told me he would protect me for a lifetime. And he said it with a smile. I've never seen him smile so joyfully before. As she spoke, Junpei's mother stumbled out of Su Yi's embrace, continuing, ever since you appeared, he seems like a completely different person, much more cheerful. I am truly overjoyed. Just then, Junpei emerged from his room. Mom, is there really a need for such excitement? You should refrain from drinking and get some rest, he said, guiding her back to her room and gently closing the door behind her. Turning to Su Yi, Junpei expressed, I truly appreciate everything you've done for me. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to change. Su Yi replied with a smirk, no need for gratitude. Such sentiments are better reserved for girls. I find it a bit overwhelming coming from a strong man like you. Ha. Hearing Su Yi's words, Junpei couldn't help but laugh as well. In the room, Junpei's mother, upon hearing their laughter, wore a sweet smile, lost in pleasant dreams. Su Yi and Junpei then made their way to the living room. Observing the now confident and radiant Junpei, Su Yi remarked, Junpei, you have become a sorcerer, but that does not mean life will become easier. On the contrary, now that you can perceive cursed spirits, your future will certainly be fraught with peril. Thus, to ensure your growth, I have found you an excellent mentor named Satoru Gojo, the most powerful sorcerer. Recently, due to certain events at school, you can transfer to Jujutsu High, which is a prestigious institution for sorcerers. Junpei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, is that really possible? Of course, but first, we must engage in intensive training to prepare you for the entrance examination. Su Yi replied. Junpei nodded eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. Time flew by, and soon the day of the exchange meeting arrived. The weather was somewhat overcast, and an unprecedented solemnity enveloped everyone's faces. It was truly hard to fathom that this exchange meeting was not a genuine exchange at all. It's difficult to imagine, said Wild Rose to those nearby. The primary objective this time is to strategize against the cursed spirit that severely injured Gojo-sensei. Fushiguro Megumi nodded slightly. Indeed, one can hardly conceive of a cursed spirit capable of injuring the strongest sorcerer. At this point, the group fell silent, directing their gazes towards several individuals before them, students from the Kyoto Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. They hadn't expected to encounter them at this moment, and notably, among them stood an unfamiliar figure with blue hair, seemingly the focal point of their attention. Recognizing him, Mai Zenin could not help but smile. Isteth, long time no see. Indeed, Mai, we haven't conversed much lately. Are you prepared for this occasion? Isteth responded. Of course, our mission revolves around him, after all. Hearing this, Mai chuckled, yes. Let us hope we can eliminate Su Yi first. The chilling words from such a gentle woman sent an inexplicable shiver down the spines of those present. Isteth, in response, smiled. Then let us prepare and proceed according to our original plan. I believe he will arrive shortly. With Isteth's statement, they all walked towards the designated location of the exchange meeting. After outlining the rules of the exchange meeting, the students were dispersed into a forest. This was all part of the act, as if signaling to Su Yi that the exchange meeting had commenced and inviting them to join. In a monitoring room, the fully recovered Satoru Gojo sat with a serious demeanor, his eyes fixed on the screen, vigilantly observing the unfolding scenes. Suddenly, several shadows appeared, causing the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. They have arrived. Everyone, execute the plan. Gojo's voice resonated through the communicator, prompting serious expressions to adorn the faces of all. The previously scattered individuals swiftly regrouped with remarkable speed. Just then, several special-grade cursed spirits appeared before them. Wait, where's Mai Zenin? And Isteth is also missing. No matter. Our priority is to work together and vanquish the cursed spirits before us. Despite their special grade status, we are not lacking in numbers. The most exhilarated among them was Alway To Do, who charged at a special grade cursed spirit named Hanami with remarkable speed. Just as Tadou Aoi was about to approach Hanami, Fushiguro Megumi interjected, "Hold on. These special-grade cursed spirits are not right." Seemingly to validate Fushiguro's words, countless thorny vines erupted from Hanami's form, ensnaring towards Tadou Aoi. Aoi's expression shifted slightly, yet his speed remained unimpeded. Utilizing his exceptional combat intelligence, he deftly evaded several waves of attacks and rapidly charged towards Hanami. Hanami stood motionless, yet the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, crashing down towards Tadou Aoi. Damn it! Charging recklessly won't work. Aoi realized he had no choice but to retreat. Fushiguro then warned, "Be careful. These special-grade cursed spirits are exceedingly peculiar. Their cursed energy is continuously surging, and their movements are quite erratic. It's as if they have been infused with immense cursed energy, leading them to a berserk state." As Fushiguro's words hung in the air, two more special-grade cursed spirits emerged into their line of sight, Ryumin Sukuna and Mahito. These two had also been injected with a significant amount of cursed energy by Suguru Geto, resulting in their uncontrollable rampage. Their minds were in utter disarray. Yet this chaos had granted them unprecedented power. Being inherently formidable special-grade cursed spirits, their strength had escalated to new heights after the infusion. Faced with these three terrifying cursed spirits, they found themselves immediately on the defensive. Wit and concern flooded through Satoru Gojo as he observed the scene. However, this was not their moment to intervene. If they did so, they would expose themselves, allowing Suguru to seize the advantage from the shadows. Most importantly, Gojo believed that with their capabilities, they could, perhaps, manage to contend with the three special-grade cursed spirits. Should a crisis arise, he would step in. Just as Gojo pondered this, another figure entered his line of sight. It was none other than Yoshino Junpei, who had been undergoing intensive training under Suguru's guidance over the past few days. However, Junpei's target was not Fushiguro and Aoi, but rather the special-grade cursed spirits. "What in the world? Is he a student from your school?" Aoi and Fushiguro exclaimed in disbelief. They were utterly clueless about where he had come from. Yet, it was evident that he had come to assist them. Any assistance, no matter how slight, was a welcome relief at this moment. Thus, they collectively engaged the special-grade cursed spirits in battle. As the conflict ignited, for reasons unknown, the berserk Mahito's attention was instantly drawn to Yoshino Junpei. He charged towards Junpei in a frenzied manner. Simultaneously, from his gaping mouth, a pair of arms emerged, forming seals. Domain expansion. Idle death gamble. As Mahito's domain was fully unleashed, it enveloped Yoshino Junpei entirely. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that this rampaging cursed spirit would activate its domain the moment it unleashed its power. Is he going to be all right? Surely. He won't come to harm. It's difficult for us to assist now. We must first repel the other two. Otherwise, we'll be the ones in peril. Trust him. They recalled that in the original narrative, Mahito had killed Yoshino Junpei. However, with Suguru's arrival, Junpei's fate had already been altered. Even if the gears of destiny turned slowly, they could not prevent Junpei from defying the fate that was once his. Trapped within the domain, Junpei took a deep breath and declared, "Domain expansion. Poisonous Mother S. Venomous Heavens." Chapter 135, A Twist of Fate. Junpei slays Mahito. Domain expansion. Poisonous Mother S. Venomous Heavens. At the very instant Mahito's domain unfurled, Junpei released his own domain, one that he had just awakened. His technique was poison, and his shikigami was a jellyfish. The domain he constructed was a soul toxin aimed at the very essence of beings. In terms of domain countering, it perfectly countered Mahito, who relied on his soul. Therefore, he was inherently equipped to subdue Mahito before him. A fierce glint flickered in Junpei's eyes as he fully unleashed his cursed energy, expanding his domain to its fullest extent. Behind him, a colossal jellyfish materialized, its tentacles filling the surrounding space. Within the domain, whether on the ground, in the air, or at his sides, everything fell under Junpei's control, leaving no escape. In an instant, Junpei's domain devoured Mahito's, unleashing a tremendous pressure that emanated from all around. The onlookers' expressions shifted once more. A domain? Is this truly a domain? Who is this person? He can utilize a domain? This is utterly astonishing. They marveled at his appearance, believing him to be of similar age, yet they had not anticipated that he had awakened a domain. The aura of the domain was overwhelmingly dense, so much so that even amidst the battle, they could not help but let their gazes linger upon the domain beside them. The potent essence of the domain provoked Mahito further. Already in a berserk state, Mahito erupted, lunging towards Junpei. Using his instincts, he transformed his arms into terrifying cutting weapons through his innate craft. The air was thick with the scent of life and death, causing Junpei's breath to quicken. However, recalling the rigorous training he had undergone with Suguru, who had even conjured special grade cursed spirits for him to slay, Junpei had grown quite adept at eliminating cursed spirits. Thus, despite the immense pressure, he was resolute. "Let us go," Junpei shouted, stepping forward as the surrounding tentacles surged towards Mahito. Especially the tendrils on the ground effortlessly ensnared Mahito's ankles, dragging him into a hellish realm of tentacles. The jellyfish's tendrils wrapped tightly around Junpei, infusing him with a deep indigo toxin that surged into Mahito's body. The soul-targeting poison began to exert its power as it penetrated Mahito's being. Mahito, who depended on solidifying his soul for rapid recovery, would experience significant alterations should his soul sustain damage. As the toxin infiltrated Mahito's essence, his body underwent horrifying transformations. His head expanded, his once shoulder-length hair fell away, and his arms grotesquely morphed, one slender, the other robust, lacking any semblance of beauty. As time passed, eerie indigo blisters began to emerge across his form. The pustules continued to erupt, releasing a cloud of dust-like toxins that seared the skin of the living. This resulted in a second wave of harm. Were it any other grade special cursed spirit, Junpei Yoshino would never have been able to extract the opponent so effortlessly. The primary reason for this was that his domain inherently countered the cursed spirit before him. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, Junpei Yoshino felt a sense of relief wash over him. As he released his domain, he rejoined the fray. At that moment, the scales of battle began to tilt. Under the relentless efforts of the students, the grade special cursed spirit Hanami was finally extracted with great difficulty. Meanwhile, the head of the grade special cursed spirit Loach was severed once more. As Loach's head fell to the ground, an unprecedented excitement spread across the faces of all the students. Initially, they had believed this would be an exceedingly arduous battle, and many had braced themselves for severe injuries or even death. However, with Junpei Yoshino's intervention, the extraction of the cursed spirit was achieved, and the presence of a formidable ally lightened their burdens considerably. "I urge you all to remain vigilant. The true battle has only just begun," warned Megumi Fushiguro to the group. Upon hearing his words, a curious Junpei Yoshino inquired, "True battle? Isn't the entrance examination merely about defeating these 3 grade special cursed spirits?" His question elicited expressions of confusion from those around him. At that moment, the figure of Sui appeared before them. He stood upon the head of Loach, crushing it beneath his foot. "Well, you will understand in due time." Sui's voice echoed through the forest. Except for Junpei Yoshino, the expressions of everyone else shifted dramatically. They regarded Sui with heightened caution, for it was he who had severely injured Satoru Gojo. In the face of the student's wariness, Sui merely exuded a calm aura. Yet, this subtle pressure was sufficient to render all present motionless. The strength of this individual's presence was undeniably overwhelming. Just feeling his aura left their bodies seemingly frozen. Could such a powerful grade special cursed spirit truly exist in this world? Thoughts raced through their minds. "Is it coming?" Sui murmured, his gaze shifting to a nearby direction. Suddenly, a shadow flickered as Mai Zenin drew her blade, charging towards Sui's face. "Your speed has certainly increased since our last encounter. It seems you have gained considerable insight in this world." Sui stepped back, narrowly avoiding Mai Zenin's strike. A smile graced his face as a glint sparkled in his eyes. With a swift motion, he opened his palm and struck backward, shattering the ice crystals that had surged toward him. The arrival of Mai Zenin and his death shattered the previously stagnant atmosphere. As the group regained their composure, they immediately shouted, "Mission accomplished. We must retreat swiftly." "Retreat?" But Sui, before Junpei Yoshino could finish, he felt his body lighten as Aoi Tadu hoisted him onto his shoulder, sprinting away. Just as they vacated the area, Satoru Gojo and Yuji Itadori arrived on the scene. Before the others could fully process Yuji Itadori's resurrection, another figure caught their attention. It was none other than the recently arrived Yuta Okatsu. The 5 of them surrounded Sui, simultaneously launching their assault. Chapter 136, Domination. At last, was the moment upon them? Sui gazed at the 5 charging toward him, excitement blooming on his face. Golden patterns began to spread across his body, enveloping him in mere moments. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated in the ears of everyone present. A fierce tempest erupted from the spot where Sui had stood. Junpei Yoshino's pupils constricted sharply, as he sensed the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. He looked toward Sui. "Didn't you say this was the entrance examination? Why are they treating you this way?" However, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the thunderous explosion. This time, it was his death unleashing her full frosty power. sweeping towards Sui. The mere chill emanating from her was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Is this his trump card? This frost power is indeed formidable, Satoru Gojo muttered. Yet, he had no inkling that upon witnessing this scene, his death immediately chided him. What are you dawdling for? Get on with the attack. They could not afford to pause for even a moment. This had been their battle strategy from the beginning. If they allowed Sui a moment to breathe and unleash his domain, they would find themselves in a perilous predicament. Sui was acutely aware of their intentions, but he was merely holding back his strength. After all, even now, the members of the group only knew him to be immortal. They were unaware that he could effortlessly obliterate an entire planet. Had he truly desired to win, he could have simply annihilated the planet at the outset. That, however, would have been entirely counterproductive. For them, the primary goal of this chat group activity was to enhance their respective strengths. Enabling the others within the chat group to grow stronger was a significant boon for Sui. Thus, he continued to temper his power. As time passed, even Satoru Gojo began to pant. Let alone Yuji Itadori. Despite undergoing rigorous training, his strength had yet to reach that of a grade special. Observing this, Yuji Itadori addressed Satoru Gojo. Sensei, I'm calling that guy out now. Go ahead. Satoru Gojo replied, and immediately, he charged at Sui with a punch. Upon striking Sui, he retreated at once. Meanwhile, black patterns began to emerge on Yuji Itadori's body. When he opened his eyes again, the two-faced Sukuna had taken over Yuji Itadori's form. Sukuna was a true madman. The moment he possessed Yuji Itadori's body, a manic smile spread across his face as he charged at Sui. It was this very individual who had nearly killed him before. Such humiliation was utterly intolerable. Without a moment's hesitation, Sukuna lunged towards Sui. In the face of Sukuna's assault, Sui smiled, preparing to weave his seals and unleash his domain. I shall not allow you to succeed. Release, Shirkai Shota. As the words left his lips, my Zenin's blade transformed into Shota, hurtling towards Sui. They would undoubtedly not grant Sui any time to manifest his domain. However, what they did not anticipate was that Sui had left behind a crow illusion not far away. This illusion transformed into Sui's likeness, forming seals beside him, and proclaimed, the 18 plows of Fengdu. As the words resonated, the shadow of the ancient city of Fengdu emerged behind Sui, gradually expanding. It instantaneously enveloped the 5 individuals within its domain. Meanwhile, the two-faced Sukuna, who had already charged towards Sui, was taken aback. Sui, grinning before him, exclaimed, I seem to have forgotten to mention that my illusion can also summon a domain, and its effects are identical. Upon hearing Sui's declaration, a shiver ran through the hearts of the onlookers. At that moment, Death interjected, to combat a domain with a domain. Although our strategy was to prevent you from utilizing your domain, we have indeed contemplated this scenario. The 5 had already instinctively positioned themselves around Sui. Motoi Ryuko continued his Death's statement, saying, Thus, we have decided to unleash our respective domains together. Upon hearing this, the two-faced Sukuna retorted, That was an agreement made with this little brat, not with me, even if I stand alone. Before Sukuna could finish his sentence, he felt Sui's gaze fixated upon him. Instantly, Sukuna's confidence faltered, suppressed entirely. As the king of curses from a millennium ago, he had never encountered such an exaggerated domain. Here, the space seemed infinitely vast, and time appeared to stand still. Even in his peak condition, he would find it exceedingly challenging. Just then, Satoru Gojo declared, Do not hesitate. Activate your domains at once. I refuse to believe we cannot overwhelm you under the combined strength of our domains. With Gojo's words, he removed his eye mask, intertwining his index and middle fingers. A surge of cursed energy erupted from him. Domain expansion. Infinite void. Seeing this, Yuta Okatsu shouted, Domain expansion. Sukuna, not one to back down, called out, Domain expansion. Demon exorcist. Death maximized the capabilities of her imperial tool, declaring, Domain expansion. Moke boat. Motoi Ryuko wielded her Zanpakuto, stating, Domain expansion. Bankai all released. Sui paid little mind to the others. Instead, he focused on Death and Motoi Ryuko. Sui was already aware of Motoi Ryuko's domain ability within her domain. The destructive spells she unleashed, even without incantations, were formidable. As for Death's, it was evidently related to ice. A flurry of white snow erupted from Death, radiating outward from her center. Within Death's domain, even cursed energy appeared to be frozen, as if rendered mundane. Given the terrifying chill, only Death could navigate it freely. Indeed, it seems both of you have mastered your domains. Thus, it is time to conclude this exercise. Upon hearing Sui's words, The brows of the group furrowed. What did he mean by it is time to conclude? Just as they pondered this, Sui calmly stated, seal. In an instant, the five, who had just begun to manifest their domains, were completely engulfed by Su Yi's domain. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. Chapter 137. The event concludes. Return to the villa. How is this possible? Sukuna felt as if his mind had gone numb. This far exceeded his expectations. In his imagination, the five releasing their domains together would certainly shatter Su Yi's domain. Yet, what transpired before their eyes was that with a mere word from Su Yi, they were utterly defeated. This was beyond his comprehension. At that moment, darkness enveloped Sukuna's vision. He beheld Su Yi's figure materializing before him. You need not participate any longer. Please take a nap. With that, Sui extended his fist and struck Sukuna in the abdomen, eliciting a cry of pain from him. A wave of intense dizziness surged over Sukuna. Just like last time, the disorientation caused him to withdraw from the battle. Satoru Gojo watched in disbelief. Perceiving that this opponent had improved significantly since their last encounter, his heart plummeted. Be careful, you mustn't, before Gojo could finish. He saw Su Yi's figure appear beside Yuta Okatsu. Su Yi's voice echoed softly in Okatsu's ear. Yuta, you've truly worked hard, returning from abroad. Now, please take a little nap. As Sui spoke, he delivered a strike to Okatsu's neck. With a roll of his eyes, Okatsu collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Gojo's heart sank. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Matoi Ryuko and Is Death charged towards Sui. Sui, while we may not be able to harm you, that does not justify you turning your back on us. Is Death conjured ice crystals and hurled them at Sui. However, within Su Yi's domain, any harm inflicted upon him would be reciprocated upon the attacker. Is Death sensed a chill at her back, but gritted her teeth and pressed on. Observing this, Matoi Ryuko hesitated not. Even if we can transfer the damage, let us see if there truly are no limits. With that, the three engaged in a chaotic melee. This could be considered the two women testing the boundaries of Su Yi's domain. Despite the inevitable pain, it proved highly effective. Once this exercise concludes, I must treat you both to a meal. Let us venture to Whitebeard's world. I am quite eager to sample the Sea Kings there. I too wish to try, especially the 10,000-meter Sea Kings. No problem. We'll find a day when we're all free to indulge in culinary delights. Listening to the trio discuss their future meals, Gojo scratched his head in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Were they not engaged in a life-and-death battle? Why were they chatting casually amidst the conflict? Was he hallucinating? Countless thoughts raced through Gojo's mind. As if sensing Gojo's confusion, Su Yi smiled gently. Gojo, there is an individual named Junpei Yoshino outside. I wish for him to join Jujutsu High, and I would like you to personally mentor him. Is that acceptable to you? Just as Su Yi finished speaking, Matoi Ryuko's form began to waver and gradually fade. An electronic notification echoed in her mind from the chat group. Ding, Matoi Ryuko has been eliminated. As she gazed at her fading form, Mayheim Ritsu addressed Gojo Satoru beside her, saying, Thank you, Sensei Gojo, for your invaluable guidance during this time. I shall now take my leave from this world. With that, Ritsu's figure gradually vanished from Gojo's astonished gaze. This scene truly left Gojo in a state of disbelief. What transpired before him had completely transcended his expectations. Was this not beyond the realm of techniques? Could it be some form of sorcery? Just as Gojo pondered this, the body of Estifs could no longer withstand the strain. Ding, Estifs has been eliminated. Upon hearing the electronic notification from the chat group, Estifs began to dissipate as well. Addressing Gojo, she declared, Gojo Satoru, please inform those individuals that should I return to this world, if they have not grown stronger, I shall break their legs. With those parting words, Estifs' form faded away. At this moment, a notification rang in Su Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations Su Yi for surviving until the end. You have received the event reward, one of the Infinity Stones, the Soul Stone. Subsequently, Su Yi became aware of his own body beginning to dissolve. Simultaneously, the domain under the influence of the chat group directly disbanded, without triggering the double damage effect. As Su Yi's form was exposed to the gaze of the onlookers, he turned to Yoshino Junpei and said, Junpei, your talent is formidable, thus you must also protect others. Do so within your means, and strive to save those you can. It is all right to feel lost, and do not mind if you receive no gratitude. Remember your original intent. Let the faces of your family and friends be adorned with smiles. Then, Su Yi looked towards Gojo Satoru and remarked, Well then, Sensei Gojo, I entrust Yoshino Junpei to your care, as he has completed his entrance examination. Junpei trembled slightly at Su Yi's words, tears unwittingly streaming down his cheeks. At that moment, he finally comprehended everything. The entrance examination, the specialized training, it had all been orchestrated to usher him into this school. From the very beginning, he had been deceived by Sui. From the start, Sui had known the outcome. Everything had been predestined. Sui, you scoundrel! Junpei roared, followed by a resolute declaration, I will not let you down. I will protect my family and cherish the friends I have gained. With that, Junpei bowed deeply to Sui and expressed, thank you for rescuing me from the darkest period of my life. Truly, I am immensely grateful. Hearing Junpei's heartfelt words, a smile graced Sui's lips as he replied, until we meet again, then. With that, Sui's figure departed from the site of the assembly. At that moment, Gojo Satoru approached Yoshino Junpei, saying, Junpei, welcome to our Jujutsu High School. In this instant, others gathered around Junpei, with To-Do always eagerly inquiring, Junpei, I have a question for you. What type of woman do you prefer? As To-Do's words echoed, laughter erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, Sui returned to his villa. Chapter 138. What is 1000 divided by 7? Upon his return to the familiar ceiling of his villa, a smile crept across Sui's face. This recent endeavor had proven to be exceedingly pleasant. The opportunity to traverse another world for such an extended duration while allowing the members of the chat group to experience a degree of growth in their powers filled him with satisfaction. Most unexpectedly, the reward bestowed upon him by the chat group was an infinity stone. Furthermore, it was the coveted soul stone, which could only be obtained through the sacrifices of cherished individuals. The chat group chimed in, ding, there are 2 soul stones in this universe. As if anticipating Sui's curiosity, the chat group promptly responded. Realizing that his soul stone was an additional one, a smile illuminated Sui's face. In the chat group, Yukihiro Asuna. Sui has finally returned. CC, are you happy, Asuna? I recall you previously speculating in the chat group whether Sui had gone on a honeymoon with Estifs and Mayheim Ritsu. Yukihiro Asuna. You witch, I never said that. Be quiet. Whitebeard, Gurararara. With that said, everyone in the chat group should have returned, right? Sui. Hello everyone. It's been a while. Hinata Hanabi, brother Sui. It's been so long. I've missed you so much. Mayheim Ritsu. Oh dear, little Hanabi, did you not miss me? Estifs, of course. Hanabi wouldn't miss you because the one she longs for is me. Observing the lively atmosphere of the chat group, Sui's spirits soared. Clearly, witnessing everyone enjoying themselves brought immense joy to him as the group leader. Just then, Sui received a private message from Siko Bisujima. Siko Bisujima, Sui. I have been back in my world for some time now. Siko Bisujima, the armored suit and various blueprints you previously provided me have all been handed over to Takagi Saya. It seems she has nearly finished her research and has manufactured an experiment number 1 armored suit. With that, Siko sent Sui a red envelope. Ding. Would you like to accept Siko Bisujima's red envelope? Accept. Upon his confirmation, a metallic-colored armored suit appeared before Sui. This suit was entirely crafted by Takagi Saya. It must be said, she is indeed a world-class genius. Given enough time, she can create such intricate armored suits. In due time, she may well surpass Tony Stark. If Tony Stark were to become aware of Takagi Saya's existence, he might experience an unprecedented blow to his sense of genius. After trying on the suit for a while, Sui messaged Siko Bisujima. Siko, the armored suit made by Takagi Saya, is quite impressive. I'll send her an AI code to see if she can modify it and develop her own AI. These resources could be exchanged in the points store, but they were exceedingly costly. Points seemed to vanish as quickly as they were acquired. It would be more prudent to develop them across various worlds, as the resource expenditure was trivial for Sui. While Sui and Siko were engrossed in conversation about the apocalyptic world, a notification rang through the chat group. Ding. Kaneki-ken has joined the group chat. The chat group has reached 10 members, leveling up to level 4, unlocking the Lucky Draw Wheel. Lucky Draw Wheel. Simply consume 1000 points to participate in a draw, with rewards from myriad worlds included. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone paused their tasks. CC a draw? That seems quite intriguing. CC. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to welcome Kaneki-ken, our new member in the Dimensional Chat Group. Sui. Welcome to the Dimensional Chat Group. I am Sui, the group leader. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me. Everyone in this chat group is family. Whitebeard, Gurararara, Kaneki-ken, would you like to be my son? Hinata Hyuga, Shu JPG. Hinata Hyuga, Grandpa Whitebeard is about to recruit another son. Yet, despite the jovial exchanges, the newcomer remained silent, which left everyone somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, one would expect inquiries to arise. Why was there no response at all? At that moment, another feature of the chat group was triggered. Ding. Group member Kaneki-ken is in danger, activating the distress signal. Group leader Sui, please rescue him swiftly. Hearing this, Sui's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Kaneki-ken would trigger the distress function upon merely joining the chat group. Is it to say that Kaneki-ken is destined for misfortune? Sui, everyone, do not panic. I shall return shortly. With that, Sui established a portal and set off towards Kaneki-ken's world. A serious expression crossed his face. For if memory served him right, Kaneki-ken's world was known as Tokyo Ghoul. In a vast room resembling a crimson cage, Kaneki-ken was bound to a chair at its center. His eyes, covered with bandages, only perceived endless darkness. He felt as though his body had shattered countless times. Yet, as a ghoul, he still possessed the ability to heal rapidly. This was not merely a hindrance to Kaneki-ken's swift escape. It served as a stark reminder that he was no longer human. At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open echoed nearby. The jarring noise made Kaneki-ken tremble, engulfing him in a wave of terror. Kaneki, tell me what 1,000 divided by 7 equals. Kaneki-ken was momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend the meaning of the question, he felt his fingernails being violently ripped from his fingers. The pain, akin to a delayed reaction, erupted moments later. Kaneki, tell me what 1,000 divided by 7 equals. The man standing before him, known as Gecko, calmly reiterated the question. 993. Very well, now count down from 7. If you make a mistake or hesitate, then as Gecko's words trailed off, Kaneki-ken felt his toenails being brutally torn away. The ground beneath him quickly transformed into a pool of blood. At that moment, the voice of the chat group resonated in his mind. Chapter 139, I want him dead. Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in Kaneki-ken's mind. Ding, congratulations on joining the chat group. A chat group? What is that? Kaneki-ken felt his consciousness wavering, and in a moment of distraction, he miscalculated a number. The next instant, Gecko, wielding pliers, exerted even greater force upon Kaneki-ken. Hurry up and calculate. If you don't, then 993, 986 Gecko observed Kaneki-ken, who was desperately trying to recalculate, his expression revealing disdain. Nevertheless, his actions showed no sign of pause. Instead, they became even more exaggerated in their cruelty towards Kaneki-ken. Only at this point did Kaneki-ken realize that this was Gecko's method to keep him conscious. He began to rely on the numbers more and more, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the chat group. Then, Gecko exited for a while. Upon his return, he brought 2 individuals with him. He carelessly tossed them in front of Kaneki-ken and then violently tore away the bandages covering Kaneki-ken's eyes. Kaneki-ken's pupils contracted sharply as he gazed upon the 2 individuals before him, an ominous premonition rising within him. As expected, Gecko slowly proclaimed, all adverse factors in this world stem from the inadequacy of the individual involved. Although it was a scoundrel of a human who initially conveyed this truth to me, I am now quite grateful to him. Kaneki, after these past few days, I have finally come to understand something. Gecko continued, placing his hand upon Kaneki-ken's head. Feeling Gecko's hand, Kaneki-ken's body involuntarily trembled with agitation. Gecko continued, you are not only physically strong, your spirit is surprisingly resilient as well. Thus, I have devised a more intriguing game for you. For instance, you must choose whom to kill between 2 individuals you love dearly. Kaneki-ken's pupils widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. The man and woman on the ground had their mouths covered by Gecko and were bound tightly like dumplings. They struggled desperately on the floor, their lives hanging by a thread in Kaneki-ken's hands. Kaneki-ken's body shook uncontrollably. Why must I make such a choice? I don't want to. Before he could finish his sentence, Gecko interjected. If you refuse to choose, then I shall kill both of them. Gulps echoed in Kaneki-ken's throat instinctively. His face turned ashen, his pupils filled with despair, as hope was extinguished. His gaze grew increasingly vacant, terror permeating his being. Behind him, Gecko reveled in Kaneki-ken's expression, his words piercing like swords into Kaneki-ken's heart. I brought these 2 before you primarily to show you that no one will come to save you. All that awaits you is endless darkness and torment. Kaneki-ken's heart quaked violently. Having shed all his tears, he felt an overwhelming pain within. At that moment, an eerily familiar voice echoed. No one is coming to save you? How do you know? Am I not here? Those in the room were taken aback by this statement. The door had not opened, and within the vast chamber, Gecko had seen no other presence. Where had this voice originated? Hey, can't you all look up? Sui's voice resonated from above. He was seen sitting in midair, looking down upon Gecko and Kaneki-ken. The couple lying on the floor was entirely overlooked by Sui. The Gecko's expression suddenly shifted, and in an instant, a pitch-black claw materialized in its grasp. The darkness of this claw stemmed from the blood that saturated its surface, which had dried over time, transforming into a deep ebony hue. When did you arrive? The gecko regarded Su-Yi with a wary gaze, having been completely oblivious to his presence moments before. Su-Yi, however, dismissed the gecko's words with indifference. After all, it was merely a creature on the brink of demise. He descended slowly, making his way toward Kaneki-ken, despite having never met this individual before. A glimmer of starlight flickered in Kaneki's heart. At that moment, the gecko's face contorted into a grotesque, bloodthirsty grin. Ah, things are becoming increasingly amusing. You claimed you came to rescue Kaneki-ken, but do you truly believe you can save him? The gecko tightened its grip, yanking Kaneki by his hair, chair and all. Help, please, I beg you, save me. Kaneki pleaded, his eyes filled with an overwhelming longing for life. Yet, in response to Kaneki's desperate demeanor, Su-Yi replied coolly. In truth, rather than saving you, I would prefer to witness your awakening, so that you may defeat this wretch yourself. Ha ha ha, you can't be serious. Do you genuinely think that someone like Kaneki has the capability to accomplish such a feat? The gecko's smile grew ever more sinister. At that moment, a thought seemed to dawn upon him. He turned to Su-Yi and declared, regardless of when you arrived, if you wish to save Kaneki-ken, then kneel before me. If you kneel, I shall release him. Su-Yi remained silent, shifting his gaze toward Kaneki, eager to discern his choice. If he chose to kneel out of a mere longing for life, then saving Kaneki would be futile. For if he submitted now, he might well succumb to similarly detestable choices in the face of even stronger foes in the future. At that point, it would not only be Su-Yi who felt disgusted, but also the other members of their chat group. As the leader of this group, Su-Yi felt compelled to select those who truly treated it as family. Otherwise, it would bode ill for everyone involved. Kaneki gradually lowered his gaze. The gecko, witnessing this, exclaimed, Kaneki, are you truly willing to abandon your hope for life? Afterward, he directed his gaze back to Su-Yi, adding, did you not say you wished to save Kaneki? Are you jesting? Kneel now, and I shall grant you both a chance to live. To hell with your chance for survival. Do not concern yourself with me. As long as you can eliminate the gecko, my fate is inconsequential. As Kaneki's words fell, a radiant smile illuminated Su-Yi's face. Since you have expressed it so clearly, it would be remiss of me not to assist you. With that, Su-Yi stepped forward, his aura suddenly erupting. A terrifying presence surged upwards, unrestrained by the confines of the building. Those engaged in battle outside turned their attention to the structure, experiencing an unprecedented sense of foreboding that spread through their hearts. The more powerful one was, the more acutely they could perceive the sheer might of this aura, which was suffocating in its intensity. The individual most affected stood before Su-Yi, the gecko. Gulp. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, his claw trembling slightly in response. This sensation filled the gecko with dread. He could hardly comprehend how such a formidable presence could emanate from Su-Yi. Yet, the more he felt this way, the more exhilarated he became. If he could make such a being scream, wouldn't he emerge even stronger? With this thought, a maniacal, almost tearful grin spread across the gecko's disfigured face. After all, he held Kaneki-ken captive. With renewed vigor, the gecko tightened his grip. Kaneki felt as if his skull might shatter. The gecko taunted, are you truly certain you won't kneel before me? Is it not you who is begging for mercy? Su-Yi's voice suddenly resonated from behind the gecko, sending a chill down his spine that coursed from his spine to his brain. He instinctively turned to see Su-Yi's figure looming behind him. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, he was in front of me. The gecko was left utterly bewildered, for Su-Yi still stood before him. Without a moment's hesitation, the gecko swung the black claw toward the figure behind him. Yet, as the illusion dissipated, Su-Yi swiftly closed the distance. In an instant, blood erupted, splattering across the ground. The gecko stared in shock at his own arm, realizing that the limb he used to grip Kaneki had been completely severed. A surge of excruciating pain flooded his mind. How could this be? How could he move so quickly? Gritting his teeth against the agony, the gecko was astonished as he beheld Su-Yi, who had tossed Kaneki aside, shattering the chair in the process. Kaneki, bound to it, was now liberated, struggling to rise from the ground and casting a grateful glance towards Su-Yi. However, this scene only infuriated the gecko further. No matter what you are, I shall show you no mercy. You and Kaneki shall both die. With that proclamation, a torrent of red energy erupted from the gecko's body, coiling menacingly around his head and the severed arm. A massive crimson hand materialized before Su-Yi and Kaneki. Sensing the gecko's overwhelming presence, Kaneki's heart raced with alarm. This is the half-ghoul form. You must be cautious. Kaneki warned Su-Yi. Just as his words fell, The gecko lunged at Sui in a frenzy, its dark red arm pulsating with power, creating an utterly chilling spectacle. Facing the oncoming threat, Sui merely yawned as if regarding the gecko as inconsequential. With a single step, he vanished from the gecko's line of sight. "What are you looking at?" Sui's voice echoed from above. The gecko's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could react, an overwhelming force struck his back. Bam! The gecko was slammed to the ground, the earth cracking beneath him like a spider's web. Kaneki and the two others bound nearby stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. Before them stood a half-Kagun, a form that far surpassed an ordinary ghoul. Yet this individual, without even unleashing his Kagun, was effortlessly toying with the half-Kagun. The sheer terror of such power left Kaneki Ken in awe. If he possessed such strength, would he not be able to surmount all challenges he faced? With his might, he could resolve everything, fostering harmony between humans and ghouls. Would this not usher in peace within the world? A cascade of thoughts flickered through Kaneki's mind. Just then, he noticed a gecko not far away, slowly rising from the ground. However, its Kagun was now flowing with alarming swiftness. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped its other arm in Kagun. The gecko's aura not only remained intact, but grew increasingly formidable. Observing this scene, Kaneki exclaimed, "Quick, stop him. If not, he could very well transform into a Kagun wielder." Kaneki had only heard of such beings. He had never witnessed one firsthand. Upon hearing his words, the couple bound to the ground widened their eyes in terror, their bodies writhing in desperation. Soon, the man managed to tear away the cloth covering his mouth, urgently warning Sui and Kaneki, "You must kill him at once. If he becomes a Kagun wielder, no one will be able to contain him." Ha ha ha. It is too late. This feels absolutely exhilarating. The sensation of power surging through me is simply intoxicating. The Kagun began to snake around the gecko's waist, cascading toward its legs. At this point, the gecko was entirely enveloped in Kagun, its body adorned with grotesque appendages. Ultimately, the gecko transformed into a Kagun wielder. "I feel invincible. This power is utterly addictive." With those words, a frenzied gleam flashed in its only visible eye. Completely lost to the state of a Kagun wielder, the gecko had become a puppet of strength, a terrifying force of destruction. With each step it took, the ground crumbled beneath its feet. The overwhelming, chaotic energy prompted Kaneki to shout at Sui, "Run, quickly. You cannot escape. Prepare to die." The gecko roared, lunging towards Sui with lightning speed. Kaneki watched in horror, his heart sinking into despair. But at that moment, Sui slowly extended a finger. Bang! He effortlessly deflected the gecko's assault. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Chapter 141, Kaneki's debut. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, and in an instant, smoke billowed forth, obscuring Kaneki and the others' line of sight. Despair filled their hearts, for they understood that the power of a Kagun wielder was extraordinarily potent. The danger and destructiveness of a rampaging Kagun wielder were immense. Just as they contemplated this, the smoke began to swirl, revealing a dark red figure that surged forth. It was none other than the previously arrogant gecko, now retreating at a speed even greater than before. Swoosh! It skidded for nearly 10 meters before crashing violently into the wall of the room, finally coming to a halt. As the smoke dissipated completely, Sui extended his finger, appearing utterly unfazed. Kaneki and the others stared in shock at the scene before them. "This guy is incredibly strong," Kaneki murmured. At that moment, the man beside him asked, "Kaneki, do you know who this individual is?" I don't know." "Then why did he come to your rescue?" Kaneki shook his head, utterly baffled. He did not recognize such a formidable person. Sui turned his gaze to Kaneki, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You must have received a notification from the chat group earlier, right? I am Sui, the group leader. Upon receiving your cry for help, I rushed over immediately." Chat group. Kaneki's pupils dilated at the mention of those two words. He had indeed heard the chatter of the group in his mind, but he assumed it was merely a figment of his imagination. In a moment of distraction, he had miscalculated a number, resulting in the gecko tearing off one of his nails. Yet now, this person before him claimed that it was not an illusion, that the chat group was real, and that he had come to save him. A wave of unprecedented gratitude surged through Kaneki's heart. At that moment, he inadvertently summoned the chat group's interface. "Kirigaya Asuna. I wonder how the newcomer is faring? Has he escaped from danger?" "CC. He should have managed to escape, especially since our group leader is personally involved. His death. For Sui, nothing can stand in his way. Tagakushi Siko. Indeed. Whitebeard, Gurararara. I wonder what this newcomer is like. I can't wait to spar with him and test my new abilities." As Kaneki read through the messages, tears streamed down his cheeks. "Thank you all for your concern. Though I do not understand this situation, I am truly grateful. Sui responded, Kaneki, we can chat later. For now, we must engage in battle. That gecko has not been dealt with yet. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Kaneki turned to see him approaching. Kaneki, I offer you a choice. Do you wish to grow stronger? Strong enough to protect your family? Strong enough to safeguard your friends? Kaneki nodded vigorously. I do. But can I truly achieve that? Of course, for you or Kaneki can. Sui declared, giving Kaneki a hearty pat on the shoulder. In that moment, Kaneki felt a newfound sensation akin to courage blossom within him. What must I do? Simple. All you need to do is eat. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Kaneki turned to the gecko nearby, already understanding the implication. He nodded affirmatively to Sui. In the blink of an eye, Sui propelled Kaneki toward the gecko. As they approached, Sui shouted, This is your moment, Kaneki. With that, Kaneki was thrown forward, hurtling towards the gecko with newfound speed. At that moment, the gecko had just regained its bearings, only to see a shadow looming before it. Instinctively, the gecko's Kagun lunged towards Kaneki-kan. Kaneki's expression shifted dramatically, and a resolve solidified within him. He was determined to grow ever stronger. Meanwhile, Sui initiated a live broadcast within the chat group. The multitude of group members immediately beheld the unfolding scene. Kaneki appeared as if he had cast all caution to the wind, his pupils fixed intently on the approaching gecko. Just as the gecko's assault was about to connect with Kaneki, Sui slowly unsheathed his Zanpakuto. The pinnacle of his swordsmanship erupted at that moment. An overwhelming sword intent enveloped the blade. With a single step forward, Suyi's sword sliced through the air, creating an arc. The blade's energy tore towards the gecko's arm, which was ensconced in a dense, dark crimson Kagun, rendering it utterly incapable of resisting Suyi's strike. The arm was effortlessly rent asunder. The gecko's defenses were instantly laid bare, revealing a perilously fatal opening. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaneki seized the momentum and charged into the gecko's embrace. He opened his mouth wide and bit down upon the gecko. The bitten area was known as the Kagun core, a source from which ghouls generate their Kagun. From a certain perspective, it could be considered the very wellspring of a ghoul's power. While this wound may not have been particularly grievous for the gecko, now transformed into a ghoul, for Kaneki, devouring the ghoul's core would significantly augment his combat prowess. After all, ghouls possess a unique ability known as Kakuja. In an instant, Kaneki felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Hinata Hyuga, what is this? Sui, little Hinata, don't look. Focus on your studies and training. Hinata Hyuga, brother Sui, that's just not fair. I'm not a child anymore. Asuna Yuki, by the way, that guy is not a normal person. CC. Indeed, every world is strikingly different. The members engaged in lively conversation, to which Sui simply remarked, how should I put it? The fault lies not with him, but with this world. As a member of this chat group, I firmly believe he will bring true peace to this realm. As Suyi's words resonated, he cast his gaze to the side and continued, to those ahead. It is now Kaneki's debut. You must not disturb him. Sui observed the few adversaries in the vicinity, a slight smile gracing his lips. He then slowly formed hand seals and declared, Fundu 18 plows. Chapter 142, Tony's challenge to Sui. With Suyi's proclamation, an ethereal silhouette of the ancient city of Fundu materialized behind him, instantly encircling the foes before him. Within this realm, the flow of time diverged entirely from that of the outside world. Within the domain, Sui watched as he flickered before his adversaries, delivering a punch to each one. The foes appeared to transform into kites, wildly retreating. Yet, they felt no harm whatsoever. Mere trifles. How dare you display your skills here? With such weak power. Do you think you can defeat us? Regardless of how you conjured these illusions, we will never let you escape. Facing these adversaries, Sui wore a slight smile. With a casual snap of his fingers, he dispelled the domain. The double explosion damage manifested instantly upon them. Their chests erupted, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. To those outside, this transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Sui leaned casually against the nearby wall, yawning as he observed the battle between Kaneki and the gecko. Sui found little intrigue in their clash. However, as it was Kaneki's fight, he felt a duty to protect him from any fatal injuries. Kaneki, as the protagonist among ghouls, did not disappoint Sui. With the power of Kakuja, he gained a substantial increase in strength. Even as a latecomer, his combat intellect was not to be underestimated. Armed with his formidable tactical acumen, he managed to hold his ground against the rampaging gecko. While Sui watched Kaneki's duel in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark erupted into an unprecedented fit of laughter within his chamber. Ha! It's done. I've finally created it. The strongest armor to date. Tony Stark's laughter filled the air as he gazed at the armor before him, his face illuminated with unmatched delight. Disregarding the sweat-soaked scent clinging to him, he promptly donned the Iron Man suit. Jarvis, initiate the armor's capability test. I can hardly wait to receive the data on this suit. This Iron Man suit was birthed from the technological insights gleaned from the recent alien invasion, combined with the vibranium he had harnessed to forge this top-tier armor. He had expended all resources provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. for this endeavor. Furthermore, leveraging his previous research on the Tesseract, the energy output of his suit, once unrestricted, would reach staggering levels. Most importantly, this suit employed nanotechnology, featuring remote armor assistance, various assembly and repair functionalities, elevating it to the pinnacle of current technological advancements. Commencing data tests. Affirmative, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated within the armor. The suit instantaneously ignited with a multitude of flames. Amidst the dazzling light, it propelled Tony Stark skyward with unprecedented thrust. The velocity was akin to a rocket's ascent. Notably, this time, Tony Stark's armor was undetectable by any technology. Utilizing his intellect, Tony Stark's advancements had far surpassed contemporary technology by countless years. Sir, we are about to exit Earth's atmosphere. Shall we proceed with full speed? Absolutely. Engage maximum thrust. Yes, sir. As Jarvis's voice trailed off, the Iron Man suit reached a velocity of 10 kilometers per second and continued to climb. Relishing this speed, Tony Stark laughed within the suit. He had not experienced such exhilaration since the Mark III. Feeling the intense power feedback from the armor, Tony Stark added, activate component replenishment and initiate the Damocles sword mode. As his words fell, his form abruptly halted. After a brief moment, a multitude of circular mechanical parts surged toward Tony Stark at high speed. As the mechanical components drew closer to Tony Stark, they began to disassemble and reassemble incessantly, seamlessly attaching themselves to his suit, reminiscent of the Hulkbuster armor he had initially designed. The components continued to coalesce, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal cannon materialized upon Tony Stark's chest. This imposing cannon exuded an aura of intricate machinery, with each metallic fragment that had traversed the Earth being equipped with a miniature arc reactor by Stark himself. The cannon's mouth, an astonishing 5 meters in diameter, resembled the lens of a high-end camera. At the forefront loomed the formidable barrel, while the core of this creation was none other than Tony Stark himself. This was Stark's ultimate weapon, crafted specifically to counter Jarvis. Calculate the energy contained within the impending explosion. Yes, sir. As Tony Stark's command resonated, the arc reactor on his chest began to emit a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, the reactors within the assembled cannon components began to radiate the same luminous glow, which grew increasingly resplendent, filling the barrel with light. The components in the midsection commenced to rotate, concentrating the energy further. In an instant, an immense surge of energy erupted from the cannon. A brilliant beam of light racing forward, its 5-meter diameter traveling at a velocity several times greater than Stark's own flight speed. Within moments, the beam vanished from Stark's sight, only for an overwhelming brilliance to erupt in the distance. This radiant glow reflected off the nearby moon, causing it to shine even more vividly, as if competing with the dawn. At that moment, many observers noticed the moon, resplendent as it stood against the rising sun. Concurrently, Jarvis's voice echoed in Stark's ear. Sir, the energy has exceeded calculations. However, it is estimated that the energy contained could obliterate a quarter of a planet. Upon hearing this, Stark promptly deactivated the Damocles sword mode, leaving numerous components hovering around him. In that moment, Tony Stark appeared as a deity of machinery. Let us return to calibrate, and then immediately challenge Sue-E. I am eager to witness the astonishment on his face. Chapter 143, The Confident Tony Stark. At this juncture, Sue-E remained oblivious to Stark's intentions, unaware that Stark had already preemptively crafted the anti-Sue-E armor. He found himself in an expansive chamber, observing the fierce battle between Kaneki Ken and the lizard-like ghoul. The lizard had transformed into a powerful ghoul, while Kaneki had adopted a half-ghoul form. With the protagonist's aura of a ghoul enhancing him, Kaneki and the lizard exchanged blows in a thrilling display. Subtly, it appeared that Kaneki held the upper hand. Meanwhile, the external conflict escalated to a boiling point. If this stalemate continued, it was certain that complications would arise. To this, Sue-E addressed Kaneki. Kaneki, if you do not hasten your pace, the situation outside will become increasingly unfavorable for you. Upon hearing Sue-E's words, Kaneki's brow furrowed, and the spirit of battle within him erupted. His strength seemed to swell almost twofold at that moment. Faced with the frenzied ghoul, Kaneki relentlessly attacked the lizard's wounds. In mere moments, the lizard was forced out of its ghoul form, ultimately slain by Kaneki. Utilizing Kakuja, Kaneki consumed the ghoul's Kagun, augmenting his own power further. Having resolved the matter, Kaneki dashed towards the exit, but not before liberating the two captives bound on the floor, leading them along with him. Su-e flashed to the pinnacle of the chamber, surveying the battlefield from above with a slight smile gracing his lips. Just then, the electronic chime of the chat group resonated in Su-yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to group leader Su-e for completing the rescue mission. Earning the reward, Shirkai Awakening of the Zanpakuto. Upon hearing the notification, Su-yi's figure faded away, for this world, at present, no longer required his assistance. In the chat group, Kaneki-ken expressed, "Thank you, group leader Su-e. I will not let you down." Su-e replied, "As group leader, it is my duty. Additionally, once you stabilize, we shall dine with Whitebeard. You must join us." Kaneki replied, "But my sense of taste." Su-e interjected, "Ah yes. I nearly forgot about that." The chat group features a points shop where you can sign in daily. Accumulate points over several days to exchange for your sense of taste. Su-e added, "Moreover, food suitable for ghouls is also available in the shop, though some items are rather expensive. You will need to exert yourself and participate in various missions and activities." Kaneki affirmed, "Understood. I will strive harder and not let you down." Su-e emphasized, "Not only should you not disappoint me, but you must also not let your friends and family down." Kaneki responded with enthusiasm, "Yes." Afterward, Kaneki returned to battle. While Su-yi's figure reappeared in his villa. Having completed the rescue mission, Su-e stretched lazily and climbed out of bed. He pondered when it became customary for him to return to the Marvel Universe only to find himself in bed. It left him bemused. Was the chat group defaulting to bind him to his bed? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a knocking at the door interrupted. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, Su-e promptly approached the door and opened it, finding Tony Stark dressed impeccably, beaming with an exuberant smile. The sheer joy radiating from him was palpable. Puzzled, Su-e inquired, "What's the matter? Did you win the lottery?" He quickly corrected himself. "No, for you. The lottery is merely child's play." Studying Stark, Su-e rested his chin on his hand and mused, "Let me guess. You've crafted an exceptionally powerful suit of armor and are here to challenge me?" Stark's eyes sparkled with surprise at Su-yi's prescience. He anticipated that Su-e would guess correctly. Stark tilted his head slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, "You are correct. I have created a new suit of armor, which I have dubbed the Mark 85 Nano Armor 20. In his heart, Stark silently added, "This suit is also known as the Anti-Su-e Armor." It seemed that he was indeed intent on shedding the title of Worker Bee. Su-e Xiao gazed at Tony Stark with a beaming smile. In response, Tony Stark, brimming with an unprecedented fighting spirit, simply said to Su-e Xiao, "Let us fight, Su." Su-e Xiao, intrigued, was eager to discover the nature of the armored suit Tony Stark had crafted. Was it identical to the Mark 85 Nano Armor that lingered in his memory? "So, where do you intend to battle?" Su-e Xiao inquired, still smiling at Tony Stark. "You choose the location, and I shall comply." Tony Stark, radiating confidence, wore a perpetual grin. Observing his unwavering self-assurance, Su-e Xiao's gaze shifted, and he remarked, "However, engaging in mere combat might prove rather dull. What if you were to lose?" Upon hearing Su-e Xiao's words, Tony Stark waved his hand decisively, proclaiming, "If I truly lose, I shall work for you for a lifetime." Su-e Xiao's eyes lit up at this declaration. "That is a promise. Yet, I never anticipated you would relish the thought of being a worker so much." Tony Stark squinted slightly, "But who knows, if I win, perhaps you could gift me the Tesseract?" "Sounds good. No objections here." Su-e Xiao cheerfully agreed, promptly shutting the door behind him. Tony Stark stood momentarily frozen, perplexed by the abrupt turn of events. Wasn't everything going smoothly? Why had the door closed suddenly? Did Su-e Xiao perhaps feel intimidated? A flurry of questions raced through Tony Stark's mind. Just then, Su-e Xiao reopened the door, now holding a Tesseract in his hand. "Come on, hurry and don your iron suit. Let us engage in a duel amidst the desert." Su-e Xiao continued, "I can hardly wait to witness the great Tony Stark reduced to a lifetime of servitude." Tony Stark paid no heed to Su-e Xiao's banter. Instead, he held his head high and confidently pressed a button on the device on his wrist. In an instant, the armor began to assemble around him. Chapter 144, The Sword of Damocles. Su-e Xiao observed Tony Stark, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As Tony pressed the button on his wrist device, nanotechnology manifested, enveloping him in a dazzling display of technological prowess. The spectacle was nothing short of mesmerizing. If only there were a BGM while you don your armor. It might add to the excitement, Su Yixia remarked. Then, placing both hands on the tesseract, the forces of space began to swirl. In an instant, the figures of Su Yixia and Tony Stark found themselves transported to a vast desert. Tony Stark, captivated by the power of the tesseract, felt an irresistible urge to delve deeper into its mysteries. He yearned to comprehend its capabilities, envisioning the mastery of such power. Yet, all of this hinged on defeating Su Yixia first. With that thought, Tony Stark's confidence surged once more, and he declared, "Let us battle." With his words echoing in the air, Tony Stark charged towards Su Yixia with astounding speed, kicking up a cloud of fine sand in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Su Yixia, launching a powerful punch aimed at his face. In the face of Tony Stark's assault, Su Yixia merely yawned, sidestepping the attack with a subtle shift of his body. Tony Stark, however, was unperturbed, propelling himself into the sky with a fiery blast. Several micromissile launchers emerged from his shoulders. "Sir, target locked," announced Jarvis. Without hesitation, Tony Stark commanded, "Fire." In an instant, dozens of micromissiles soared towards Su Yixia. Narrowing his eyes against the sun's glare, Su Yixia mused, "The sunlight today is rather warm. Wouldn't you agree, Tony Stark?" Just as his words left his lips, the missiles closed in, causing a cacophony of explosions to erupt across the desert. The blast triggered a chain reaction, displacing the sands and creating a phenomenon of quicksand. The smoke from the explosions loomed large, casting an oppressive atmosphere. Yet, Tony Stark remained undaunted, maneuvering his iron suit high into the sky to evade any unforeseen attacks. "Sir, no signs of life detected within the smoke," Jarvis reported. "Just as I suspected," Tony Stark thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt the sun above him dimmed, as if obscured by a looming figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifted to the side, only to witness a searing beam of energy streak past him. When Su Yixiao's beam struck the desert, it detonated with a violent explosion, leaving a circular crater in its wake. Countless grains of sand cascaded into the pit. From his elevated vantage point, Su Yixiao regarded Tony Stark with a slight smirk. If he were not mistaken, the armor Tony Stark wore possessed combat capabilities that far surpassed those of the original Mark 85 nano armor. One could only marvel at Tony Stark's genius. Yet, it remained uncertain who would emerge superior in a contest of brilliance between him and the likes of Sayaka Takamori. As Su Yixiao pondered this, Tony Stark seized his chance, aiming both hands at Su Yixiao. The nanotech armor began to extend, forming a cannon aimed directly at him. Light coalesced within, and an immensely compressed beam of energy surged forth towards Su Yixiao. This time, it must succeed, for this energy resembles that of the Tesseract. Tony Stark murmured, his eyes fixed intently on Su Yixiao. However, to Tony Stark's astonishment, as he unleashed his confidently charged laser, Su Yixiao merely extended his palm, intending to block the beam with his hand. "Is this fellow truly that confident in his own physical prowess?" Tony Stark exclaimed. The sky erupted in a tremendous explosion, the resulting smoke obscuring the sunlight and casting a shadow over the desert. Yet at that moment, Su Yixiao's voice resonated from behind Tony Stark. "I say, since you wish to challenge me, let me witness your strongest technique. Otherwise, when my interest wanes, you may find yourself bereft of the opportunity to unleash your ultimate attack." Startled by Su Yi's words, Tony Stark felt a chill run down his spine. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from beneath him, propelling Tony Stark skyward. He sought to distance himself from Su Yi. Otherwise, given Su Yi's speed, Tony realized he would be unable to react in time. Observing Tony's ascent, Su Yi furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by Tony Stark's intentions. Yet, without hesitation, driven by curiosity, he followed closely behind Tony as they soared into the cosmos. As they ascended further into the void, Tony's understanding of Su Yi deepened. However, once they reached the expanse of space, he felt entirely unshackled. A multitude of mechanical components raced toward him at astonishing speed. Su Yi gazed at these components, gliding through the ether like meteors, so beautiful that his intrigue regarding Tony Stark's actions intensified. As the group traversed the cosmos, drawing ever closer to its depths, a myriad of mechanical parts began to encircle Tony Stark. "Jarvis, it's time. Activate the Sword of Damocles." "Yes, sir." At Jarvis's prompt, Tony turned to face Su Yi. In that moment, the mechanical components began to assemble. Tony harnessed nanotechnology to its utmost potential. Dozens of miniature reactors, under his command, commenced energy output. As the energy coalesced, even Su Yi could perceive the sheer magnitude of power contained within it. If his estimations were correct, This energy was several times more potent than the destructive beam infused with divine power he had encountered before. Recognizing this, Sui relinquished all defenses, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Tony Stark ahead of him. Chapter 145, Miss Potts' Distress Signal. As excitement flickered in Tony Stark's eyes, the 5-meter-wide cannon began to radiate brilliance. The laser cannon shot forth a beam, streaking towards Sui at breakneck speed. In response, Sui surrendered his defenses, striving to weaken his physical capabilities to their bare minimum. He feared that should he perish in the wake of this laser cannon, the embarrassment would be unbearable. He certainly did not aspire to find himself in such a predicament. Thus, Sui gradually extended his arms, closing his eyes in anticipation of the laser's arrival. Witnessing this scene, Tony Stark's expression shifted dramatically. "Hey Sui, what are you doing?" Initially, Tony had expected Sui to resist, perhaps even evade the impending threat. However, to his astonishment, Sui had chosen to simply await the laser's approach. Yet, within the vastness of space, sound could not traverse. Still, Sui sensed Tony Stark's growing frustration. After all, he still bore the Mind Stone, which allowed him to perceive emotions with remarkable acuity. Nevertheless, Sui did not dwell on the laser's impending strike. In the blink of an eye, the formidable laser cannon surged forth, akin to the sword of Damocles. Washing over Sui, under the torrent of such immense energy, Sui's form began to dissipate. As the brilliance faded completely, Tony Stark stood before the emptiness of space, utterly frozen. Although he had prepared the anti-Sui armor, he had never contemplated the notion of eliminating Sui, who had saved him on numerous occasions. Despite cloaking his actions under the guise of fair trade, Tony had never truly embraced that notion. Otherwise, he would not have survived thus far. Now, however, an overwhelming sense of guilt began to spread within him. As the mechanical components gradually disassembled, Tony Stark flew to the very spot where Sui had vanished. He could not fathom why Sui had abruptly ceased to resist. Yet, it was clear that Sui had indeed vanished. One might even say he had been slain by Tony himself. Contemplating this, regret surged within Tony's chest. Just then, Jarvis's voice echoed within the armor. "Sir, please take evasive action. A high concentration of energy is detected nearby and is currently coalescing." Jarvis's words reached Tony's ears within the suit. Upon hearing Jarvis's warning, Tony furrowed his brow and instinctively retreated, his gaze fixed forward. Golden patterns began to materialize, gradually outlining themselves against the backdrop of the cosmos. Initially, the emergence of these patterns was slow, but as they multiplied, their formation accelerated. In the blink of an eye, Sui's figure reappeared before Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony was utterly astounded. What was happening? Was he hallucinating? If Tony could express himself through memes, he would surely be sending out a perplexed black man emoji. "Jarvis, I must be seeing things. Sui has resurrected before me?" "Sir," based on his facial features, "it is indeed Mr. Sui ahead." As Jarvis's words fell, Sui's form fully materialized. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked upon Tony Stark and smiled. Instantly, a weight lifted from Tony's heart. Yet, almost immediately, an unquenchable spirit of battle surged within him. Although he was unsure of the circumstances, Sui's reappearance signaled that their conflict was far from over. Tony Stark's pupils dilated sharply, and he felt a tightening in his abdomen. A powerful impact interrupted his thoughts. Damn it, when did this happen? Tony was taken aback. He attempted to resist Sui's force, but even with all his might, he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow from Sui. The sheer magnitude of power was terrifying. It felt exponentially greater than before. Tony's instincts were undeniably accurate. This time, after Sui's demise, he had resurrected through the power of the Supreme Destroyer, awakening enhanced physical abilities. Compared to his previous state, Sui's physique had improved at least tenfold. Correspondingly, his recovery and stamina were beyond description. Sui mused that if he ever wished to die again, it would likely be an even more arduous endeavor. With this thought in mind, Sui pressed his palm against Tony Stark's abdomen, propelling them back toward Earth. They soared faster and faster, moving so swiftly that they left afterimages in their wake. As they re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, flames enveloped both Tony Stark and Sui entirely. "Sir, please be advised that we are still 10,000 meters from the ground. 5,000 meters. 1,000 meters. Initiate emergency landing mode." As Tony Stark descended closer to the Earth, Jarvis's voice incessantly echoed in his ears. Boom! Immediately, a deafening sound reverberated through the desert. Despite the amalgamation of adamantium and vibranium, Tony Stark felt an unsettling discomfort in his chest. Fortunately, The enhancement serum he had previously administered during his severe injuries was once again proving effective, allowing the slightly injured Tony Stark to recover swiftly. The helmet of the Iron Man's suit gradually retracted. Gasping for breath, Tony Stark waved his hand at Sue-E, exclaiming, I concede. I concede. With current technology, I stand no chance against you. After all, I am merely a lifelong laborer. A laborer, the spirit of labor, is what elevates one above the rest. Sue-E was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Tony Stark and could not help but burst into laughter. Standing before Tony Stark, Sue-E extended his arm to lift him up. Then let us be allies from now on, Tony Stark. Alas, though reluctant, once I acquire a more formidable suit, I shall return to challenge you. Feel free to challenge me. Should you manage to defeat me even once, you may select any item from my collection at your leisure. Just as Sue-E uttered these words, he noticed a sudden shift in Tony Stark's expression. Sir, Miss Potts has sent a distress signal. Potts, known as Pepper, was Tony Stark's personal assistant and beloved. Upon hearing Jarvis's statement, a chill ran through Tony Stark's heart. Jarvis, you must be mistaken. Why would Potts send a distress signal? Tony Stark inquired, though at this juncture, discussing such matters was futile. Without delay, he commanded Jarvis, immediately locate Potts' position. I must go to her rescue. Observing the anxious demeanor on Tony Stark's face, Sue-E felt intrigued. If he was not mistaken, the plot of Iron Man 3 was unfolding. Dr. Killian would inject the extremist virus into Potts, causing her to overheat and explode. However, in the original narrative, Potts had seamlessly integrated the extremist virus, resulting in an unprecedented enhancement of her physical capabilities. With this thought in mind, Sue-E opened the points marketplace within the chat group and searched for the cost to eliminate the side effects of the extremist virus. Extremist virus, 10,000 points. Eliminate side effects of extremist virus, 450 points. Upon seeing this comparison, his eyes sparkled with golden light. Without a moment's hesitation, Sue-E addressed Tony Stark. Since you are resigned to being a lifelong laborer, I assure you I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Rest assured, I will take on the task of rescuing Potts. I will ensure her safe return to you. Caught off guard by Sue-E's words, Tony Stark barely had time to react before Sue-E's figure completely vanished. Of course, before departing, Sue-E also retrieved the Tesseract. Gazing at the desolate desert, Tony Stark took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he resolved to rescue Pepper, for she was his beloved. Jarvis, change components. Yes, sir. As Jarvis's voice faded, components automatically ejected from Tony Stark's back, landing in the sand. Soon after, other components flew in from above, replenishing Tony Stark's back. In mere moments, nanotechnology reassembled the Iron Man suit. Clad in a newly forged suit, Tony Stark's gaze sharpened. A brilliant light emanated from his back, along with the thrusters beneath his feet. His speed reached its zenith as he soared into the sky, tracing an arc as he sped away. At that moment, having returned to his villa via the Tesseract, Sue-E took out his phone and called Kingpin. Kingpin, help me locate Killian's whereabouts. Yes, that doctor. Do not underestimate Kingpin's influence. At times, human insight is far more valuable than anything found online. Moreover, Sue-E could easily deduce the instigator behind this incident. True to form, within approximately a minute, news came from Kingpin. Sir, I have located Killian's position and have sent the address to your phone. A slight smile crept across Sue-E's face upon receiving Kingpin's message. After ending the call, he wasted no time. His figure flickered and reappeared at the marked location on his phone. Kingpin, having hung up the phone, wore an impassive expression as he slowly placed his device into his pocket. At that moment, Lester, known as Bullseye, standing beside Kingpin, remarked, Boss, why do you heed that fellow's words? With our strength, we need not fear even the shield agents standing before us. Why cower before him? Kingpin's previously stoic demeanor shifted upon hearing Lester's words. He turned to face Lester, his imposing figure advancing toward him. Bullseye, you are ignorant of matters beyond your understanding. Simply remember that you are a highly paid assassin in my employ, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. Your current task is to deal with that lawyer. He has been increasingly active of late. Hearing Kingpin's words, Bullseye scoffed slightly, finding Kingpin excessively timid. He found it hard to believe that a prominent figure in the dark underworld would exhibit such trepidation before a mere youth. Perhaps, Bullseye mused, Kingpin's heart had grown old. With that thought, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Sue-E had arrived at the location Kingpin had provided. Killian had chosen a dock as his hideout. Upon entering, he was met with an array of colorful shipping containers. However, compared to the usual clamor, the dock now exuded an eerie silence, an atmosphere thick with tension. Standing atop the highest point, Su-yi surveyed the scene below. He spotted Killian conversing with his subordinates. Activating the power of the phantom fruit, he sent a white dove soaring into the air above them. Through the illusion of the dove, Su-yi effortlessly overheard their conversation. Keep patrolling here and remain vigilant for Tony Stark's appearance. Understood? Understood. Upon hearing his subordinate's response, a fierce expression crossed Killian's face. What good is a voice this quiet? Where is your spirit? Speak louder. Understood. Very well, now you're showing some spirit. After Killian addressed his subordinates, he dismissed them to scatter, subsequently directing his gaze toward the petite figure of Pepper Potts beside him. Pepper Potts, enlighten me about your current thoughts, he said, a disturbingly sinister smile stretching across his face as he spoke to her. Pepper's brow furrowed deeply, her disdain evident in her expression. If you release me now, I can persuade Tony to spare you, she attempted to reason, but before she could finish, an enraged Killian delivered a powerful punch to a nearby shipping container. A cascade of orange-red light erupted from his arm, and with that blow, the container was sent hurtling aside. Witnessing this spectacle, Pepper was utterly incredulous. Killian reveled in her astonishment, muttering to himself in a taunting manner, "Do you know why I target Tony Stark? Because years ago he stood me up." Even without the aid of an illusionary dove, Su-yi could hear these words clearly. Killian's voice was simply too loud. Fortunately, having undergone professional training, Su-yi managed to suppress any laughter that threatened to escape. Chapter 147. Two hands cannot overpower a single finger. Do you know? That despicable Tony Stark made me wait on a rooftop for him. It was night, and the temperature had plummeted below freezing. After 20 minutes past our agreed time, I foolishly believed he would show up. But as time wore on, I realized how naive I had been. He had completely forgotten about me. Killian continued, his voice dripping with bitterness. Now, I am here to exact my revenge, to make him understand the cost of abandoning me. As he spoke, he grasped Pepper's chin tightly with his fingers, his demeanor radiating arrogance. Observing this, Su-yi knew he could no longer remain a passive observer. At once, the illusionary dove under his controlled dove toward Killian. Upon witnessing this, Killian's expression shifted dramatically. An insolent bird, he scoffed disdainfully in front of Pepper. As her gaze widened in shock, she noticed the color draining from his face, which began to redden as the temperature around him escalated. Suddenly, a jet of flame erupted from Killian's mouth, causing Pepper to instinctively shrink back. However, bound as she was, she could do nothing to escape. A suffocating wave of burning heat filled her nostrils, and from her peripheral vision, she caught sight of her hair, some strands already singed. The illusionary dove, succumbing to Killian's fiery breath, was obliterated in an instant. Clap, clap, clap. From a distance, the sound of applause echoed, drawing the attention of others in the dock. A flicker of hope ignited in Pepper's eyes, for she knew that Su-yi was a friend of Tony Stark. His arrival could very well signal Tony's imminent appearance. Just as Pepper entertained this thought, Killian strode towards Su-yi. Injected with the extremist virus, Killian's temperament was volatile. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure of Su-yi clapping nonchalantly, his temper flared. "You little brat, are you looking for trouble? If so, I would be more than happy to oblige," he snarled. Su-yi raised an eyebrow, realizing with clarity that he had assumed everyone in this vicinity would recognize him. However, it appeared that apart from a select few, most were oblivious to his identity. It was likely the handiwork of S.H.I.E.L.D. He recalled Tony Stark mentioning that his file was classified as SSS level top secret. Very few people would know of his true identity and abilities. Unfortunately for him, Killian had no knowledge of Su-yi, nor did his surrounding lackeys. They slowly encircled Su-yi, regarding him with contempt. This guy must not know how to spell death. "Boss, shall we just take him out? Isn't that obvious? The boss has already eliminated all the dock workers. Let me handle it. I think I've trained enough recently. You just watch how I make him suffer." One of the lackeys glanced over at Killian. With a cold smile, Killian regarded his subordinate, saying, "Then it's settled. You're up." The subordinate's face twisted into a cruel grin as he confidently stepped forward to confront Su-yi. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, he exuded an intimidating presence. His face adorned with a brutish demeanor that practically screamed, "I am not to be trifled with." Examining the brawny figure before him, Su-yi smirked, "You appear quite robust. But in my eyes, that is of little consequence, merely brute force." The hulking man raised an eyebrow in anger at Su-yi's words, but before he could respond, Su-yi extended a single finger. "Little one, don't be disobedient. Use both your hands to try and break my finger. If you manage to do so, I'll let you dispose of me as you wish." Never had they encountered such audacity. In their eyes, Su-yi was merely an ignorant frog in a well. Go. Snap his finger. Let him experience true agony. I have never seen someone so arrogant. Show him what cruelty is. Killian laughed derisively at this moment. After all, his subordinates had all been injected with the extremist virus, enhancing their reflexes, strength, and recovery to extraordinary levels, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The giant before Su-yi found amusement in his words. I don't even need both hands. One will suffice, he declared, as the orange-red glow of flame-like energy enveloped his left arm, effortlessly scorching the fabric of his clothing. With bulging muscles, he lunged towards Su-yi's finger. As onlookers anticipated a spectacle, the giant's expression abruptly changed, disbelief washing over him as he stared at Su-yi. He indeed exerted force, yet he found himself utterly unable to bend Su-yi's finger. What was happening? The giant gaped at Su-yi, while those around him remained oblivious to the turmoil within him, believing he was merely putting on a show. Killian addressed the burly man with authority. Enough of the games. Eliminate him immediately. Our paramount objective now is to teach that scoundrel Tony Stark a lesson. Indeed, do not squander our precious time. Act swiftly. Chimed in a woman with a buzz cut among the crowd. The burly man twitched at the corners of his mouth, yet, out of a sense of masculine pride, he could not dare to refuse. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a furious roar, his body radiating an intense blaze. The power of the desperation virus was being harnessed to its utmost limit by the brute. In that very moment, he even employed his other hand. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. For the moment the desperation virus emanated such luminescence, the heat alone was sufficient to scorch a person's fingertips. Yet, before them, Su-yi remained smiling serenely. Killian snapped back to reality, urging, quick, kill him. As Killian's command echoed, the crowd surged towards Su-yi. At that instant, Su-yi merely flicked his wrist, and the burly man was sent hurtling towards his comrades. In Chapter 148, Iron-Blooded Man, it was observed that Su-yi gently waved his finger. The expression on the burly man's face shifted instantly. He felt as though he had been struck by some colossal force, propelled violently towards Killian's subordinates. His emotions spiraled out of control, and the side effects of the desperation virus manifested at that moment. A fierce blaze erupted from the burly man's body, causing everyone's hearts to race with trepidation. However, they found themselves utterly paralyzed, for the speed at which the burly man approached was simply beyond their capacity to react. Indeed, even after being injected with the desperation virus, they were incapable of responding in time. With a resounding crash, an explosion erupted. The tempest of flames and wind engulfed everyone nearby. The containers close to the blast began to melt gradually, and as the melting intensified, many items within were ignited, setting a conflagration that swiftly spread across the dock. Meanwhile, Su-yi had already moved beside Pepper Potts. How do you feel? They haven't bullied you, have they? He inquired. Pepper let out a sigh of relief, responding, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, they seemed poised to inject me with some viral serum. Afterward, she asked, by the way, where's Tony? Your Tony may take a while to arrive. He is currently en route from some desert, Su-yi replied. After addressing Pepper's concern, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a cloud materialized beside him, a manifestation of Su-yi's awakened abilities. Sit upon this cloud. I shall escort you away from the dock. Pepper nodded vigorously, cautioning, do be careful. Although she knew Su-yi would be fine, as a friend, she felt compelled to express her concern. With a slight nod, Su-yi guided the cloud upward into the sky. At this juncture, the vast dock was left with only Su-yi and Killian's band of henchmen, accompanied by the raging inferno. Emerging from the flames, Killian and his cohorts appeared charred, yet the desperation virus enabled their continuous regeneration. Simultaneously, the intensity of the flames invigorated the virus within their bodies, amplifying their strength. Killian's gaze darted towards the direction where Pepper Potts had been restrained, and upon seeing the empty chair, he could no longer contain the fury etched across his face. Kill him, he commanded. Yes, with Killian's words. His subordinates charged towards Su-yi with remarkable speed. The desperation virus was being unleashed to its fullest extent at that moment. Perfect. I shall use you to test my current capabilities. Just moments ago, Su-yi had experienced a revival. After his resurrection, his physical prowess had transformed dramatically. However, aside from Su-yi, none of the others comprehended his abilities. They gradually encircled him, their eyes glinting with malice. Without hesitation, one among them could no longer restrain himself and lunged at Su-yi. Observing this, Su-yi delivered a single punch. Bang! His fist struck the man's abdomen, the immense force causing him to gasp in shock. Before he could comprehend the situation, He found himself soaring high into the sky. The force activated. Boom. A golden red explosion illuminated the air. Su-yi sighed, addressing the remaining assailants. Tell me, is there not a stronger contender among you? Your efforts render it impossible for me to assess the true extent of my current physical state. The onlookers were left in sheer astonishment. The power they had just witnessed was insufficient for him to gauge his physical condition. What magnitude of strength did he possess? Contemplating this, Killian felt a twinge of fear. He reassured his subordinates, do not be afraid. Such formidable power can only be wielded once. He has undoubtedly reached his limit. If we all attack together, he cannot possibly withstand us. Upon hearing Killian's words, his subordinates hesitated. Yet, due to Killian's long-standing authority, they, albeit reluctantly, made their decision. They charged at Su-yi, the flames enveloping them, presenting a terrifying visage. However, they failed to notice Killian cautiously retreating behind them. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he was truly frightened. That speed, that power, it was beyond his capacity to contend with. Su-yi cast a glance towards Killian, his previously disdainful gaze now freezing over. Never mind. Playing with you lot holds no intrigue. With that, Su-yi began to stride toward Killian. However, as Su-yi took his first step, the expressions of the others shifted in unison. They felt as if something had slammed heavily against their abdomens. Yet, before they could react, that force within their midsections erupted violently, propelling their bodies skyward. All except Killian found themselves launched into the heavens. As they soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, the force erupted spectacularly. They had scarcely been afforded a moment to recover from the despair virus. One by one, they transformed into bursts of fireworks, blooming brilliantly in the sky. The radiance was so vivid that even in daylight, it was unmistakably clear. Killian, witnessing this scene, was utterly alarmed. What on earth is this? Is this even human? With his reaction speed, he had failed to notice when Su-yi had made his move. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? It felt almost divine. As Killian's anxiety escalated, the flames enveloping him became increasingly blinding. If he allowed the despair virus to rampage within him unchecked, he would undoubtedly explode, following in the footsteps of those wretched souls. Resolutely, Killian inhaled deeply and turned his gaze towards Su-yi. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before him. Chapter 149, You are a good person. Without any hesitation, Killian immediately knelt before Su-yi. Observing this spectacle, Su-yi, with hands in his pockets, regarded Killian with a mocking expression. Oh, what prompted this sudden submission? Are your legs giving way? Su-yi's smile was laced with sarcasm, a sentiment easily discernible to any observer. Yet Killian resolved to abandon his humanity. Bang, bang, bang. He bowed his head thrice before Su-yi, the force of the impact causing cracks to form in the ground, a testament to Killian's determination, his desperate plea for mercy. Looking at Killian, Su-yi remarked with a grin. It seems you are quite terrified of death. How about this? If you provide me with the formula for the despair virus, I shall spare your life. Killian hesitated. He was no fool. Revealing the method of creation to Su-yi would likely result in his immediate demise. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden emptiness in his arm. Pain surged to his heart as his pupils dilated in shock. Killian glanced at his right arm, only to find it devoid of substance. When had this occurred? Though he longed to question Su-yi about his timing, the mocking smile on Su-yi's face, coupled with the severed limb in his grasp, rendered him powerless once again. It dawned on him that even if he remained silent, Su-yi would likely find a way to eliminate him. The temperature within him surged. In conjunction with his current emotional state, his arm began to regenerate at a pace reminiscent of molten lava. Yet, in stark contrast to before, despair enveloped him completely. He sought only one thing, a chance at survival. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. If he could just endure, when he grew stronger, he could return to settle the score. I will tell you now. I will reveal the method for creating the despair virus, provided you genuinely spare me. Naturally, Su-yi was a man of his word. With Su-yi's affirmation, the cowardly Killian divulged the method for the despair virus, along with the location of their secret base, which housed several vials of the virus. After divulging everything, Killian turned to Su-yi and asked, Am I free to leave now? He gazed at Su-yi with desperate anticipation, yet a sense of wariness lingered within him, fearing Su-yi might renege on his promise. But who was Su-yi? Killian's suspicions were merely a reflection of his own insecurities. Upon confirming that Killian had indeed shared the method, Su-yi waved his hand and said, All right, I understand. You may leave now. Really? Thank you for your generosity. A smile unlike any he had worn before graced Killian's face. By the way, there's a massive fire at the docks. Be cautious of falling debris. You wouldn't want to be crushed. Hearing Su Yi's concern ignited a surge of excitement within Killian. He had braced himself for severe injuries while escaping Su Yi's grasp. Yet, it appeared that Su Yi truly intended to let him go. Even taking the time to express concern, it was almost too good to be true. You are a good person. With that, Killian dashed into the distance. However, at that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed nearby. A colossal shipping container was propelled skyward amidst the blast. The immense shadow of the container obscured the light and flames, enveloping Killian in darkness. Instinctively, he looked up as the container began its rapid descent, his body flushing red with urgency. He opened his mouth, unleashing torrents of searing flames in an attempt to halt the container's fall. Yet, the speed at which he melted the container paled in comparison to its descent. All he could do was watch as the container loomed larger in his vision. Suddenly, he recalled Su Yi's earlier warning. Be careful of falling debris. You wouldn't want to be crushed. But now, despair gripped Killian. That cursed jinx. Boom. Just as the realization struck, the container crashed down upon him. The despair virus went into a frenzy, causing Killian's body to explode instantaneously, leaving no hope for survival. Su Yi observed the scene with a smile, muttering to himself, "Ah, did I not say to be cautious of falling debris? How careless." Su Yi then turned his gaze skyward, where the tardy Tony Stark finally arrived, piloting his Iron Man suit to the docks. "Tony Stark, I leave this mess to you. As for Pepper, I have already sent her to Stark Industries, so rest assured." Tony Stark paused, but before he could respond, he noticed that Su Yi had vanished completely. Sighing at the elusive figure of Su Yi, he instructed, "JARV-IS, send the firefighting Iron Man suit from my villa here. Leave this to him. With him around, those flames will be extinguished in mere minutes." "Yes, sir." After departing from the docks, Su Yi arrived at the secret base Killian had mentioned. This was the site where Dr. Killian had previously conducted his experiments, littered with blueprints detailing various data on the despair virus. However, for Su Yi, this information held no value. He did not seek stability. With the points mall at his disposal, as long as he had the essence of the potion and could eliminate side effects, the process was remarkably simple. Having located the vials and blueprints, Su Yi promptly exited the secret base. Of course, before leaving, he made sure to obliterate everything within. His figure flickered and vanished once more. As Su Yi's silhouette materialized, he found himself within the confines of the Jinbing building, grasping the desperation virus in his hand. Su Yi's intent for being here was, of course, to reward his subordinate. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was halted by a voice from behind. "Halt! Who are you? How did you gain entry?" The speaker, known as Target Eye, had just returned and was now confronting Su Yi, who was clad in casual attire. Upon hearing Target Eye's words, Su Yi slowly turned around to face him. "What are you staring at? Dare to take another look." Target Eye snapped at Su Yi. With a hint of curiosity, Su Yi regarded Target Eye, utterly perplexed by the audacity of this individual to provoke him. With this thought in mind, he queried, "And who might you be? Why should I disclose my identity to you? Show me your credentials. If you lack any proof of your identity, do you believe I won't simply eliminate you?" Target Eye threatened with a menacing glare. His expression radiated a fierce intensity. In response, Su Yi merely smiled. "Oh, is that a threat directed at me? Were it not for the fact that we are in the Jinbing building and I am inclined to show some respect to my subordinate, I would have dealt with you swiftly. Whoever you are, those who dare to obstruct my path shall meet their demise." Target Eye, however, found amusement in this proclamation. "This is my territory. I am indeed threatening you. If you provoke me, do you believe I wouldn't just obliterate you?" Target Eye, whom do you wish to obliterate? I shall grant you another opportunity to rephrase your words. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing the imposing figure of Jinbing, exuding an aura befitting a dark overlord. In an instant, Target Eye shuddered involuntarily, instinctively turning to Jinbing. "Boss, what brings you here?" Seeing Jinbing materialize before him was utterly unexpected. He was certain that Jinbing would not abandon his office at such a time. Yet here he was, descending in the elevator, fortuitously arriving on this very floor. Regardless of how one pondered it, Target Eye could not dismiss this as mere coincidence. An uneasy premonition stirred within him, as if to confirm his fears. Jinbing approached Target Eye directly. The disparity in stature between them was staggering. Jinbing looked down upon Target Eye and inquired, "Do you have any idea who this individual is? Had I arrived even a minute later, you would have undoubtedly committed a grave error." With that, he shifted his gaze towards Su Yi. Jinbing, observing Su Yi, made an earnest effort to shrink his imposing frame. "Boss, my subordinate acted thoughtlessly and inadvertently offended you. I beg your forgiveness. Upon hearing Jinbing's words, Target Eye's expression transformed dramatically, disbelief washing over his features as he regarded Su-yi. It dawned on him that the boss Jinbing referred to was astonishingly youthful, to an extent that sparked profound skepticism within him. However, this thought was fleeting, for from Jinbing's tone, it was clear that he held Su-yi in deep-seated reverence. Su-yi lifted his gaze to the colossal Jinbing, then turned it toward Target Eye. Jinbing, you have certainly trained an exceptional subordinate. Upon hearing this, Jinbing's muscular frame trembled. Others may be oblivious to Su-yi's true nature, but Jinbing, having followed him for an extended period, was acutely aware of the formidable prowess Su-yi possessed. Especially recalling their first encounter 2 years prior, he realized that without Su-yi's intervention, he would not be the man he was today, largely due to Su-yi's ruthless nature, which far surpassed his own. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinbing glared at Target Eye. A conflict with an esteemed individual deserves punishment. As soon as Jinbing's words fell, he unleashed a punch toward Target Eye with astonishing speed, landing squarely on his abdomen. The force of the blow left Target Eye reeling, his vision blurring with pain. It was evident that his internal organs had sustained significant damage. Observing this scene, a cold smile crept across Su-yi's lips. Now, I did not come here to witness you two brawling. As he spoke, Su-yi retrieved a syringe filled with serum from his pocket and tossed it toward Jinbing. The syringe arced gracefully through the air, landing firmly in Jinbing's grasp. What is this? Jinbing inquired, examining the object in his hand. Su-yi replied, in recognition of your years of loyal service, consider this a reward. Once injected, it will bestow upon you superhuman strength and additional capabilities. He then produced another vial, having exchanged 450 points for an antidote to the side effects of the desperation virus. Handing it to Jinbing. This antidote will eliminate the side effects. Together, these will likely amplify your strength at least tenfold. Jinbing's prowess among ordinary individuals was already at its pinnacle, yet in a world as flawed as Marvel, his extraordinary strength was rendered nearly inconsequential. Aware of this reality, he clung to Su-yi's coattails, striving to generate greater wealth for him. However, he had never anticipated that Su-yi would entrust him with such a crucial asset. With unwavering resolve, he seized the serum syringe and injected it into his arm. Instantly, the power of the desperation virus surged through Jinbing's body. An overwhelming heat accompanied by excruciating pain, as if it sought to consume him whole. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the antidote and injected it into himself once more. A wave of coolness enveloped him, and he felt the searing heat dissipate, the power of the desperation virus now under his command. As the antidote took full effect, Jinbing emerged from his agony, scrutinizing his body. To his astonishment, he could see crimson patterns manifesting in his palms, deepening until they glowed vibrantly. Through his hands, he could even glimpse fiery golden red lines dancing within. Taking a deep breath, Jinbing quelled the excitement bubbling within him and declared to Su-yi, "My lord, in this lifetime, I shall never betray you. With the power bestowed upon me by my esteemed master, I shall exert every effort to create even greater wealth for you." Chapter 151. The Appearance of Quicksilver and Wanda. In response to Jinbing's words, Su-yi did not take them to heart. As he exited the Jinbing Tower, the interface of the chat group sprang to life in his mind. Within the chat group, Hinata Hyuga wrote, "Group Leader Su-yi, Big Brother Su-yi. I will be participating in the Chunin exam tomorrow. Will you come to watch?" Asuna Yuki chimed in, "Little Hinata, why are you only calling your big brother Su-yi? Are we not invited?" Whitebeard exclaimed, "Gurararara, it seems little Hinata has grown up." Edward Elric remarked, "Old man, it appears Hinata has developed a crush." Hinata Hyuga replied, "No, I haven't tea. I simply lack the permissions to invite everyone." Hinata added, "Yes, that is my reason." Hinata then posted a shy JPG. The group erupted in laughter at Hinata's words. Observing this, Su-yi immediately proclaimed, "Everyone, tomorrow is little Hinata's Chunin exam. Who among you wishes to attend?" Kaneki-kin responded, "I recently joined the Bronze Tree and unfortunately have no time. I sincerely apologize." Su-yi replied, "Apologize for what? Now that you are part of this chat group, adjust your mindset. We are all family here." Whitebeard remarked, "Gurararara, ever since I regained my peak and advanced further, those warring states brutes no longer dare to provoke me. It feels as if I have retired, with abundant time each day." Whitebeard continued, "Thus, I shall certainly attend little Hinata's Chunin exam. If need be, I will purchase a body-shrinking experience card." Siko Busujima interjected, "Recently, we have discovered traces of other survivors near our camp, but they seem intent on engulfing us, so I, too, do not have time." Asuna Yuki declared, "I volunteer." I must see little Hinata's Chunin exam. CC added. Since Asuna is going, I shall join as well. It has been far too long since I last saw Sui. Death teased. You two are truly best friends, always in a love-hate relationship. Rei Umahara mentioned. I am currently engrossed in research on my field, so I will not attend. Death responded. What a coincidence. I am also researching my field. I have discovered a more potent direction for my Imperial Arms ability. Observing the lively exchange, Sui said. In that case, shall we proceed with just the few of us attending? Hinata cheerfully replied. Of course. I am already delighted that you all can come. Asuna added. For some reason, I suddenly feel a bit superfluous. CC remarked. Rest assured, it is not your imagination. You are indeed quite redundant. Asuna retorted. Oh. You witch. Do you dare to face me when we meet? CC shot back. Humph, you are no match for me. Best friends should come at me. Watching Asuna and CC bicker once more in the chat group, Sui, without hesitation, quietly slipped away. Given that the temporal flow in his Marvel universe differed from that of Hinata's Naruto timeline, if it was indeed tomorrow for Hinata, he would need to depart by tonight. Thus, time was of the essence. Ah, what a headache. What gift should I bestow upon Hinata? While Sui was unperturbed by combat, the thought of choosing a gift for a girl left him quite flustered. With this in mind, Sui pulled out his phone and called Hana. They often conversed. And whenever Sui found himself in the Marvel universe, he would make it a point to call Hana whenever he had the time. The call was answered promptly. Hana's melodious voice resonated through the phone. Sui, don't you usually call me in the evenings? Do you have time now? Her tone was light and cheerful. Hana, do you have a moment? I believe I require your assistance, Sui stated. Without hesitation, Hana replied. Of course. Whatever I can do to help. I shall do my utmost. Please hold on a moment. I will drive over to pick you up, she added. All right. With that, they ended the call. Hana hummed a cheerful tune as she made her way to her room. This scene was observed by her parents, who could not help but smile at the sight of their daughter's joy. Soon, Sui arrived in his Bugatti Veyron, waiting for Hana to come down. However, just as he parked his car, a distant cry caught his attention. Help! Someone help me! That guy stole my bag. Sui squinted, gazing at the commotion not far away. Before his eyes stood a lavishly dressed lady, struggling to rise from the ground, her garments now covered in dust, appearing quite disheveled. She pointed accusingly at a man in the distance, shouting to the bystanders. Not only did Sui hear her, but everyone in the vicinity could clearly make out her cries. Sui yawned, feeling rather bored. However, since I have stumbled upon this, consider it your misfortune, he murmured to himself. Just as he stepped out of the car, a sudden gust of wind surged before him, racing towards another direction. Sui narrowed his eyes, watching the wind as it sped towards the robber. In the next moment, no, to be precise, it barely took half a second, the bag in the robber's hand had vanished without a trace. When the bag reappeared, it had returned to the lady's grasp. Bewildered, she stared at the bag in her hands, unable to comprehend how it had returned after being stolen. The onlookers were equally flabbergasted. However, Sui, observing from the side, saw everything clearly. Following the direction the wind had disappeared, he summoned a multitude of illusory doves to survey the scene below. Sure enough, as the wind subsided, the figure of Quicksilver came into view. Standing beside him was the Scarlet Witch. The presence of these two at this moment was quite perplexing. Thus, Sui decided to cease his speculation. Just then, Hana emerged from the building. Chapter 152, The Stunning Black Cat. Upon seeing Hana walk out, Sui momentarily cast aside thoughts of Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. After all, the most pressing matter now was to accompany Hana for some fun and to procure a few gifts. Approaching the Bugatti Veyron, Hana looked at Sui with enthusiasm, opening her arms wide before nestling into his embrace. Sui, where are we going today? Hana inquired of Sui. Immediately, Sui replied, today. Let us meander through the shopping mall. After a brief pause, Sui continued. Do you recall little Hinata from the gathering we attended earlier? She is about to take her exams, and I was thinking that once she has completed them, I would like to present her with a small gift. I would appreciate your assistance in selecting something. Hana's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, absolutely. I would be delighted to help. Trust in my discerning eye. Her cheerful demeanor showed no trace of jealousy or negative emotions regarding Hinata. To her, the opportunity to assist Sui in choosing a gift was a wonderful privilege. Before long, the duo was cruising in a Bugatti Veyron towards the central mall, the breathtaking scenery whizzing past them. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. As they exited the vehicle, Hana effortlessly linked her arm with Sui's, leaning comfortably against him. To onlookers, they appeared as a very affectionate couple. Turning her head, Hana gazed at Sui and asked, Sui, what kind of world does little Hinata inhabit? Having attended Su Yi's party, she was well aware that his friends hailed from various realms, hence her curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yi replied, "It is a world where battles are a frequent occurrence." He paused again before adding, "By the way, if memory serves me correctly, little Hinata seems to have a fondness for pressed flowers." "Pressed flowers? Really? I adore them as well. That simplifies things." A gentle smile illuminated Hannah's face, and as she laughed, she nestled closer into Su Yi's embrace, exuding an air of endearing dependence. "Come on, Su Yi, I know a wonderful shop for pressed flowers. Let me take you there." Hannah was brimming with excitement. She tugged at Su Yi's arm, leading him to the upper levels of the mall. At that moment, a striking woman with flowing white hair and flamboyant attire passed by Su Yi. As she walked past, the air was infused with a lingering fragrance. Hannah observed the woman with a hint of wariness in her eyes. Although Hannah was typically self-assured, she had not anticipated encountering a beauty who rivaled her own. Instinctively, she leaned further into Su Yi, as if to draw his attention away from the alluring stranger. Su Yi, well aware of Hannah's subtle intentions, affectionately ruffled her hair. In that moment, Hannah's face lit up with joy, reminiscent of a rewarded kitten, causing her steps to become noticeably lighter. Soon, the pair arrived at a pressed flower shop. Outside, the white-haired woman stood with a smirk gracing her lips, her expression laced with disdain. She murmured to herself, "Ah, it seems men truly become corrupt when wealth is involved." With that, she elegantly turned and strode away. This scene was observed by a phantom created by Su Yi, which sat on a bench in the mall, sipping a magically conjured bubble tea, appearing to rest while actually maintaining a constant connection to Su Yi's vision. Every action of the woman was meticulously monitored by Su Yi, even as she exited the mall. Under Su Yi's watchful gaze, the white-haired beauty approached an ordinary vehicle, exchanged a few words, and entered. The phantom could faintly discern that within the car, the woman was speaking on the phone. Observing this, Su Yi's brow furrowed slightly. In the confined space of the vehicle, it was nearly impossible for him to hear her conversation or discern her intentions. Inside the car, the white-haired woman reclined in the back seat, phone in hand, speaking in a teasing tone to the person on the other end. "Today, I encountered that fellow Su Yi. I must admit, he is quite handsome, truly the most to my taste among all the men I've seen." She continued, "It's hard to believe that the infamous black cat could ever be swayed by a man. Is it so unusual for a woman to be drawn to men? After all, I have never experienced love in my life. Should I seek him out to explore this? Enough, Felicia Hardy. Your priority now is to complete your mission. Rest assured, I shall accomplish the task. However, I intend to take my time, as I wish to savor the sweetness of romance." "Humph, sweetness of romance. Are you not concerned that once Su Yi discovers your identity as the black cat burglar, he might send you straight to prison?" The words from the other end of the line reached Felicia, leaving her momentarily silent. Indeed, she was, by all accounts, a notorious thief, one who was actively being pursued. The desire for romance seemed trivial compared to the reality of her situation. As Felicia pondered, the voice from the other end broke through her thoughts again. "I am giving you 1 month to deliver the antithesis virus and the antidote to its aftereffects. I do not care how you accomplish this, but it must be done within a month. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to continue existing in this world." With that, the call ended, leaving Felicia with a look of dismay. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, secretly contemplating the nature of the antithesis virus. If it proved to be beneficial, she would not hesitate to ingest it herself, as suggested by the mysterious caller. Chapter 153, To Avenge Her Father's Honor. Outside, Su Yi's phantom hovered in the sky, vigilantly tracking the movements of the black cat. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained in the pressed flower shop, diligently crafting floral art under Hannah's guidance. Time passed gradually, and after approximately 30 minutes, Su Yi, with Hannah's instruction, had produced his first pressed flower masterpiece. Pressed flower art involves the utilization of physical and chemical methods to transform plant materials, roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, and bark, through dehydration, preservation, pressing, and drying into flat floral materials. With creative ingenuity, these can be fashioned into exquisite decorative pieces, cards, and everyday items. Hannah, who also possessed a passion for pressed flowers, exhibited remarkable skill, even surpassing that of the shop owner, a fact acknowledged by the proprietor himself. As Hannah observed Su Yi working beside her, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Hey, Su Yi, please give this to little Hinata for me as a token of my affection, would you?" "Of course. I can imagine little Hinata will be absolutely delighted to receive your gift." As Su Yi spoke, he tenderly placed his hand upon Hannah's silky hair, affectionately stroking it. In response to Su Yi's gesture, Hannah felt her heart racing with an increasing fervor, a sensation that left her utterly entranced. At that moment, as if sensing something, Sue-yi turned his gaze toward the entrance. He noticed a man and a woman approaching the flower shop, their figures stepping inside. Observing these two individuals, Sue-yi couldn't help but wonder what special occasion had brought so many familiar faces his way today. Wow, welcome, beautiful lady and handsome gentleman. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Reservation? We do not. We are here to find someone, Quicksilver replied to the shopkeeper. He then followed his sister past the shopkeeper and approached Sue-yi. Are you Sue-yi? We need to discuss something with you, Quicksilver stated as he stood before Sue-yi. Hannah looked at the pair before her and turned to Sue-yi, asking, Sue-yi, do you know them? Though we are not acquainted, we are somewhat familiar, Sue-yi replied. Hannah, please wait here for me. I will have a word with them. Okay, Hannah nodded obediently. But as Sue-yi stood to leave, she cautioned him, be careful, Sue-yi. Having experienced battle, Hannah sensed that the individuals before them did not come with benign intentions. Acknowledging Hannah's concern, Sue-yi nodded and reassured her, do not worry, I will be fine. With that, he departed alongside the brother and sister. As they walked through the mall, Sue-yi maintained a casual demeanor, as if engaging in small talk, and asked Wanda and Quicksilver, so, what brings you here to seek me? Wanda furrowed her brow and glanced at her brother. Noticing this, Quicksilver turned to Sue-yi and declared, we have come to challenge you. Oh, challenge me? Does that old rascal Magneto not know of your intentions? What do you mean by that? Wanda interjected. What I mean is quite straightforward. If your father, Magneto, were to learn of this, he would likely refuse outright and confine you both to your rooms. Sue-yi replied with a relaxed tone, even upon hearing that they had come to challenge him. As Sue-yi's words hung in the air, Wanda and Quicksilver came to a halt. We just returned and heard from our father about your existence. Apparently, 3 years ago, you frequently challenged him, leaving him quite exhausted. Quicksilver explained. Thus, we wanted to see what merit you possess to challenge our father. At that moment, Sue-yi began to understand. These two sought to restore their father's honor, remembering how Magneto had bested him thrice before he ultimately subdued him. Sue-yi surmised that they could not accept their father being treated in such a manner. With interest, Sue-yi regarded the duo and asked, aren't you afraid that I might end your lives and present your remains to Magneto? Upon hearing this, Wanda and Quicksilver halted their steps, turning to Sue-yi. Wanda stated, I believe you wouldn't do such a thing, and even if you tried, we wouldn't simply stand by and let you strike. Quicksilver chimed in, who knows who will prevail? At this, Sue-yi burst into laughter, drawing the attention of several onlookers in the mall. However, under the influence of Sue-yi's illusionary powers, they were oblivious to the trio concealed by his abilities. Observing the youthful confidence of the pair, Sue-yi mused that while such confidence is admirable, arrogance often leads to dire consequences. He then addressed Wanda and Quicksilver. I shall ask you once more, are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? Indeed. We will restore our father's honor, Wanda declared resolutely. Quicksilver positioned himself protectively in front of his sister, eyeing Sue-yi warily, for he could sense the burgeoning battle intent radiating from him. Noticing their posturing, Sue-yi formed a plan in his mind. With a slight smirk, he said to them, then I hope you do not regret your decision. With that, he slowly began to weave hand seals, invoking the Fengdu 18 Muddy Tides, an arena capable of slaying gods. For someone of Sue-yi's laid-back disposition, this technique was the perfect choice for handling the two youngsters. As the Fengdu 18 Muddy Tides unfolded, it swiftly enveloped the pair, leaving them no time to react. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed in an unprecedented manner, as the space expanded infinitely, seemingly without boundaries. Since you wish to fight, let us do so here, Sue-yi proclaimed. As his words settled, Quicksilver and Wanda assumed their battle stances, and the confrontation was poised to commence. Chapter 154, The Speed Beyond Light. Though Quicksilver and Wanda were unfamiliar with their current surroundings, it did nothing to dampen their fighting spirit. They were resolute in their belief that they could restore Magneto's dignity through their strength. After all, he was their father. The first to strike was the incredibly swift Quicksilver. His terrifying speed could easily reach velocities of 7 to 800,000 kilometers per hour, approximately 572, 654 Mach, 194, 444 meters per second, 222, 223 meters per second. When pushed to the limit, he could even surpass the speed of light. If Sue-yi recalled correctly, Quicksilver had attained the pinnacle of speed attributes in the Marvel Universe, level 7. 1. Below normal. 2. Normal. 3. Exceeding normal human capabilities. 4. Sonic speed, 1 Mach. 5. Supersonic, 2 Mach. 6. Light speed, 186,000 miles per second. 7. Speed distortion, faster than light. Quicksilver had reached the 7th level. Moreover, due to his speed, his physical strength was formidable, enabling him to withstand what would be nearly devastating force for an ordinary person. In the realm created by Su-Yi, Quicksilver transformed into a torrent, racing towards Su-Yi at breakneck speed. Suddenly, his voice rang in Su-Yi's ears. Have you ever been kicked at superluminal speed? Su-Yi, upon hearing this, could only marvel at the audacity of the young man. In his recollection, this phrase was one that only a particularly lecherous old man would utter. To his astonishment, however, Quicksilver had also spoken such words, surpassing even the notorious lecher, Yellow Monkey, by a considerable margin. His speed had transcended the very limits of light. Just as Su-Yi entertained this thought in his mind, he felt a swift kick from Quicksilver land squarely on his back. Boom! In an instant, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, with pressure radiating outward, causing the air to stir around Wanda, who stood nearby. Yet, Wanda noticed that a faint smile adorned Su-Yi's face, while Quicksilver's expression grew increasingly grave. Su-Yi slowly turned to face Quicksilver behind him and asked, "How does your back feel?" Su-Yi's words echoed in Quicksilver's ears, causing his expression to freeze further. All he could feel was as if something had struck his back with tremendous force. Unable to withstand the impact, Quicksilver fell to one knee before Su-Yi. "Rest assured, within my domain, no matter how you attack, the injuries will be inflicted upon yourselves. Once I lift the domain, the damage shall return to you twofold. So, do you wish to attack now?" Su-Yi looked down at Quicksilver from his elevated position, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Quicksilver gritted his teeth, glaring at Su-Yi with indignation. "Do you really think I would believe you?" he retorted, struggling to rise unsteadily from the ground. In the next moment, Quicksilver darted forward once more. However, this time, Su-Yi was no longer inclined to indulge him. With a single step, Su-Yi's figure vanished simultaneously. The two engaged in a fierce chase within the vast expanse of the domain. Quicksilver grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that his speed was utterly insufficient to catch Su-Yi. In other words, Su-Yi's velocity had also reached a level beyond light. At this moment, Su-Yi unleashed his full speed, creating a tempest within the confines of the domain. Wanda's brow furrowed in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Su-Yi's abilities would far exceed her expectations. As an elder sister, she could not allow Quicksilver to confront this challenge alone. Taking a deep breath, Wanda summoned a crimson energy that enveloped her hands, and then thrust it towards Su-Yi, determined to ensnare his figure. Yet, the moment her power made contact with Su-Yi, she stood frozen in shock. To her astonishment, as her power entwined around Su-Yi, it failed to affect him and instead rebounded upon herself. If she unleashed her full strength, she would end up injuring herself. Wanda's pupils constricted in realization. She suddenly grasped that Su-Yi's earlier claims were indeed true. Could there truly be someone in this world with such a bizarre ability? Just as Wanda pondered this, Su-Yi's figure materialized right before her. "What's the matter? Are you afraid to strike? Are you too frightened of death to cleanse the so-called shame of Magneto? To be frank, I truly admire both of you. Should I describe you as audacious youth or simply arrogant? It is worth noting that even Magneto dares not confront me now, yet you two have the audacity to come knocking. Do you genuinely believe I am lenient enough to spare your lives?" As Su-Yi's words resonated, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, reminiscent of an ancient beast, crashing down upon Wanda like a tidal wave. "Die for me." This exclamation was not from Su-Yi but from Quicksilver, who arrived belatedly behind him. Observing the change in his sister's expression, fury surged within him, and his speed escalated. All of Quicksilver's strength, combined with his terrifying velocity, coalesced into a devastating punch aimed squarely at Su-Yi's back. Yet, this force inflicted not even the slightest harm upon Su-Yi, causing Quicksilver to spit forth a mouthful of blood instead. As if sensing Quicksilver's movement, Su-Yi's figure flickered, and he swiftly transported Wanda to a distant location. Coldly regarding Quicksilver, Su-Yi stated, "Did I not explain the capabilities of my domain? You truly are incorrigible." Turning to Wanda in his embrace, he whispered near her ear, "You know, I've recently been in need of a cushion. Would you be interested in serving as my pillow?" "You impertinent fool. I would never agree to that," Wanda retorted, biting her lip in defiance. "Is that so? Then I shall proceed to kill Quicksilver before your very eyes, as retribution for your affront," Su-Yi declared ominously. "Remember, this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. It is not as simple as you might imagine. Since you dared to confront me, you should be prepared for death, right?" Wanda's pupils dilated in shock upon hearing Su-Yi's words. Were it only her life at stake, she would not utter a single word. However, her brother's life was on the line. At this thought, Wanda felt an overwhelming rage towards Su-Yi. Yet, She found herself momentarily unable to counter his claims. They had indeed underestimated their opponent. Had they conducted even a modicum of research instead of recklessly confronting Sui, they may not have found themselves in their current predicament. They were accountable for their actions. If I were to agree to your previous request, would you let Quicksilver go? She inquired. Of course, my word is my bond, Sui replied with a slight smile, leaning close to Wanda's ear. His breath brushed against her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Gazing at her brother, Wanda took a deep breath and said to Sui, I agree. So please, spare Quicksilver. After uttering these words, Wanda inwardly resolved, Sui, you better hope I don't find an opportunity. Otherwise, you will learn the meaning of death. Wanda had not abandoned her plans against Sui. For now, she merely sought to infiltrate his ranks and gather intelligence. However, in their future interactions, it was entirely possible that Sui might infiltrate Wanda's inner circle first. Quicksilver, observing Wanda's expression, felt a pang of guilt as he prepared to rise once more. Yet, Sui denied him the opportunity, addressing Quicksilver directly. Quicksilver, your body is already on the brink of its limits. If you attempt to touch me again, once I lift the domain, the double damage will surge forth. And at that moment, you will meet your end. With a smile, Sui delivered this warning to Quicksilver. The latter hesitated immediately. After all, it is said that as long as one preserves the Green Mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. However, the current situation was entirely beyond his capacity to alter. At that moment, Wanda addressed Quicksilver, saying, Quicksilver, I am fine. As your elder sister, I know how to protect myself. With that, Wanda offered him a reassuring smile. However, this scene profoundly affected Quicksilver. If it were possible, he would have wished for nothing more than to rescue Wanda at that very moment. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Quicksilver's heart roared with frustration. Sui, oblivious to Quicksilver's inner turmoil, noticed his lack of movement and snapped his fingers. The barrier was lifted, and in an instant, Quicksilver's complexion changed dramatically. The injuries that had been festering within him erupted violently, causing him to roll his eyes back and collapse onto the ground. Seeing this, Wanda immediately turned to Sui and said, Didn't you say that? However, before she could finish her sentence, Sui placed a finger gently against her crimson lips. Rest assured, he will be fine. I will have someone take him away to a lavish medical villa for a proper recovery, he assured. Wanda felt a slight relief upon hearing Sui's words. Nevertheless, the thought of being reduced to a mere pillow for Sui filled her with a sense of shame. A mirage concealed Quicksilver, rendering him invisible to all around him. At that moment, Sui made a phone call to Bullseye, instructing him to come over with some associates. Following Sui's command, Bullseye quickly dispatched his subordinates, including Hawkeye, who had been behaving more cautiously since the last incident, at least on the surface. In a matter of moments, Bullseye arrived, standing before Sui with utmost deference, and inquired, My lord, how may I serve you? As the mirage dissipated, Sui pointed to the unconscious Quicksilver beside him and ordered, Take this individual for treatment, and ensure it is of the highest standard. After a brief pause, he added, Oh, and bring this woman to my villa as well. Bullseye's expression flickered with surprise, yet his face remained inscrutable. Yes, my lord, he replied. Following this, Bullseye instructed his men to handle Quicksilver with care as they lifted him, while he personally escorted Wanda to Sui's villa. However, within Bullseye's heart, turmoil brewed. Should he venture into the villa to seek the Doomsday virus? If he succeeded, he could avoid dealing with that pesky black cat and save a significant amount of money. Contemplating this, Bullseye glanced at Wanda, feeling a twinge of fear. He believed such a course of action was far too risky. The reason he sought out Black Cat was to conceal his identity. Otherwise, if his true self were revealed, he would undoubtedly attract Bullseye's attention. In that case, with the power at Bullseye's disposal, eliminating him would be as simple as squashing an ant. Taking a deep breath, Bullseye forced himself to regain his composure. Ultimately, he resolved to remain hidden in the shadows, allowing Black Cat to handle everything. After all, one's life is singular, but wealth can always be replenished. Before long, after delivering Wanda to Sui's villa, Bullseye hurriedly departed. He retreated to a secluded corner and called Black Cat. At that moment, Black Cat had just returned to her private residence, and, after a moment of hesitation, answered the phone with a slight frown. On the other end, a suppressed voice spoke, Black Cat, I've discovered that Sui is nothing but a lecher. If you're eager to experience a sweet romance, this could be your opportunity to connect with him and obtain what I desire from him. However, I must caution you, do not become too entangled. If Sui uncovers your identity, it won't just be your heart that suffers. He may very well send you to prison. Upon hearing the words from the other end, Black Cat's expression remained unchanged. She replied coolly, "Thank you for your concern, but I have my own plans. It would be best if you refrained from meddling." With that, she hung up the phone with an air of authority, leaving Bullseye on the other end seething with anger. "This guy? You're merely a thief I hired. And you think you're someone of significance?" Bullseye cursed inwardly, storming away from the corner in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, his words had been clearly overheard by the black crow perched on the rooftop. Meanwhile, Suyi's mirage had transformed into an ant, infiltrating Black Cat's room to eavesdrop on her conversation. All of this became clear to Sui upon his return to the flower shop. It turned out that Black Cat's employer was none other than Bullseye, one of Kingpin's subordinates. It seemed he still believed himself to be easy prey. "Sui, what are you pondering?" Hannah inquired, noticing Sui lost in thought. Upon hearing Hannah's question, Sui smiled and replied, "I was merely contemplating why you are so enchanting." At his words, a faint blush crept onto Hannah's cheeks, and she nestled closer into Suyi's embrace. Chapter 156. The Chunin exam. After spending another hour honing his skills, Sui, with his remarkable learning ability, achieved mastery in the art of flower pressing in a remarkably short time, prompting the shop owner nearby to exclaim in admiration. Sui glanced at his creation. Satisfied with the outcome, he promptly handed his pressed flower artwork to the shop owner for packaging, while Hannah also submitted her own piece. Once everything was beautifully wrapped, Sui took the 2 gift boxes and, accompanied by Hannah, strolled through the mall. After completing a series of errands, including shopping for clothes and dining, Sui drove Hannah back to her home. As night gently descended, the sky sparkled with radiant stars, reflecting the vibrant lights below. The true nightlife of Queens was just beginning. However, for Hinata Hyuga from the Naruto world, it marked the dawning of a new day. In their chat group, Hinata Hyuga announced, "I am all set and about to head to the competition venue. Are you all coming?" Sui responded, "I am ready as well." Whitebeard chimed in, "Bulala, I just purchased a body shrinking experience card, and I'm prepared too." CC added, "I have completed all my tasks and can head to Hinata's world at any time." Asuna Yuki exclaimed, "Me too. I'm eager to visit Hinata's world." Hinata responded, "Then please come over." Ding. Sui has requested to establish a transit portal. Ding. Whitebeard has requested to establish a transit portal. Ding. CC has requested to establish a transit portal. Ding. Asuna Yuki has requested to establish a transit portal. Upon receiving the applications from the 4, Hinata Hyuga promptly approved them, as this was merely a customary visit. Thus, it was only natural that the consent of Hinata Hyuga, the master, was requisite. Following Hinata's complete acquiescence, a passageway materialized before her. With her arms crossed and an expression brimming with anticipation, Hinata gazed at the swirling corridor. The thought of soon reuniting with her beloved brother, Suichi, filled her cheeks with an indescribable flush of excitement and shyness. The first to emerge was the elderly gentleman with a white beard. "Good day, Grandpa Whitebeard," Hinata greeted softly. "Blah, blah, blah." "Hinata," the old man replied. "Whitebeard, please keep your voice down. If we were to be discovered, it wouldn't matter for us, but it could trouble little Hinata," a voice from within the passage chimed in. Belonging to CC. Hearing CC's words, Whitebeard chuckled awkwardly, realizing he was in an ancient room. Peering outside, he could faintly discern shadows moving back and forth. At that moment, Asuna Yuki stepped out from the passage. "Long time no see, Grandpa Whitebeard," she greeted him warmly. Noticing this, CC interjected, "What about me?" A playful glimmer flickered across Asuna's face. How strange. Who is speaking over there? I can't see anyone." "You rascal. Just watch how I teach you a lesson." CC feigned anger and dashed toward Asuna. However, this playful banter was not new to them. Their camaraderie was evident, akin to the closeness of best friends. Their antics were merely a facade to enliven the atmosphere. Hinata couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before her. Just then, another figure emerged from the passage, causing it to gradually vanish. Upon seeing Suichi arrive, Hinata wasted no time and rushed towards him. "Suichi Onaikin." With a smile gracing his face, Suichi welcomed her into his embrace. "Little Hinata, how have you prepared for this Chunin exam?" Hinata nodded vigorously, responding with determination. "This time, I will definitely seize victory." "Indeed, we believe in you, little Hinata," Suichi declared, setting her down before addressing the others. "Now, I shall employ the powers of the phantom fruit to obscure your silhouettes. Please do your utmost to control your voices and avoid attracting attention." "Not a problem at all," Whitebeard exclaimed. "Isn't it just about controlling our voices?" "Absolutely no issue," CC added confidently. Asuna nodded in agreement, for the combat prowess of those present was not to be underestimated. Their mastery over their own bodies was remarkable, and silencing their voices posed no challenge. In the next moment, Shuichi activated his fruit's ability, cloaking everyone in a veil of illusion. Within this phantom realm, they could see others, yet were invisible to those outside. Witnessing this, Hinata felt a sense of relief wash over her, as it meant they could proceed to the arena without hindrance. As for conversation, they had their chat group, which rendered verbal communication unnecessary in the physical realm. In the chat group, Shuichi inquired, "Little Hinata, which arena are you leading us to?" Hinata replied, "The third match arena. Since I was out on a mission earlier, my teacher made a special request for me to go directly to the third exam." Esther applauded with a thumbs-up emoji. "Little Hinata is amazing," exclaimed Yui. "She truly works hard," added Siko. Feeling buoyed by the encouragement from her friends, Hinata, who was guiding Shuichi and the others, felt a surge of happiness. "Look at the emoji I sent." Hinata beamed, prompting a chorus of admiration from the group. Before long, they arrived at the competition venue, where the third match was officially underway. As it had not yet been Hinata's turn, her arrival was not considered tardy. Sitting at the judges' table was Kurenai Yui, observing the battle between Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka. Upon noticing Hinata's presence, Kurenai offered her a slight nod. "Hinata, your timing is perfect. Take a moment to observe the match. You will be up next." Hinata acknowledged Kurenai's words with a nod and made her way to an empty area. As she passed by Kurenai, the latter seemed to sense something, her gaze drifting to Hinata's rear. However, she saw nothing amiss and, after a moment of concentration, redirected her attention to the ongoing match, evidently unaware of Shuichi and the others' presence. Chapter 157. Chunin Exam 2. Hinata settled into her seat, and Shuichi and the others followed suit. Thanks to the illusion, those present were completely oblivious to Shuichi's group. From their elevated vantage point, they observed the unfolding battle below. Whitebeard expressed his intrigue in the chat group. "Is this how battles are conducted in Hinata's world? It feels rather peculiar." "Indeed, it feels quite strange and enigmatic," CC agreed. "This is the first time I've witnessed such a fighting style," Asuna remarked. "What are you all discussing? Are you watching Little Hinata's battle?" Esther inquired. "No, it's not Little Hinata's fight. It's the original protagonist of this world," Shuichi clarified. The group fell silent, suddenly understanding the significance of his words. Having spent ample time in the chat group, they were familiar with the concept of world children, those favored by their respective worlds, capable of overcoming adversity and growing ever stronger. Initially, they felt envious of these individuals. However, after some time, they realized that no matter how potent or fortunate a world child might be, they could never match their strength. In truth, their ability to traverse different worlds and uncover their mysteries only served to enhance their own power. Moreover, they had a remarkably formidable leader. If ever faced with adversity, they could simply call upon him for assistance, which was indeed a marvelous thought. Thus, when the term world child escaped Shuichi's lips, the group's curiosity was piqued. "Shuichi, could you initiate a group video call? We wish to witness a live broadcast," urged Yui. "Of course, that poses no problem," Shuichi responded, promptly activating the live feature in the chat group. Instantly, they were able to witness the clash between the two fighters below. That black-haired one is Kiba Inuzuka, while the blonde is Naruto Uzumaki, the world child of this realm. However, in my eyes, the true world child of this world is Little Hinata, Shuichi explained. Though Hinata's gaze remained fixed ahead, her heart and mind were entirely engaged in the chat group. Upon hearing Su Yi's praise, Hinata Hyuga couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "Hinata Hyuga, hee. Hinata Hyuga, happy JPG." At this moment, the battle below had escalated to a fever pitch. Blood streamed down Naruto Uzumaki's forehead, and his body trembled slightly, clearly reaching a certain limit. The only thing propelling him to continue fighting was a steadfast belief. Just then, standing before Naruto, Kiba Inuzuka formed a hand seal and charged at him. Beast mimicry, four-legged technique. As Kiba's voice echoed, his hands transformed as if they had become his legs. His speed surged, propelling him rapidly toward Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling a shiver of apprehension as he beheld the scene before him. Before he could react, Kiba's figure had already appeared right in front of him. Kiba's fist, tightly clenched, struck Naruto with tremendous force. Bang! In a critical moment, Naruto raised his arms to shield his chest, barely managing to fend off Kiba's onslaught. Nevertheless, the impact sent him flying several meters away, his ninja shoes scraping against the ground, stirring up a cloud of white dust. "Damn it. Just wait until I unleash my ultimate move. I will defeat you." Naruto spat defiantly at Kiba, teeth clenched in determination. "I will never allow you to succeed," Kiba declared, his figure swiftly moving to Naruto's rear. At that instant, Naruto felt a sudden discomfort in his stomach, which audibly gurgled. The next moment, An utterly absurd sound reverberated across the arena, leaving everyone speechless. A faint odor wafted into Kiba's nostrils. His sense of smell, already extraordinary, was now overwhelmed by Naruto's unfortunate emission, causing his eyes to nearly roll back in shock. Observing this spectacle, the other ninjas present could only shake their heads in disbelief. Simultaneously, the group chat was filled with bemusement, as no one knew quite how to respond. Esther, is this what they call the child of the world? Winning by farting? Whitebeard. Gwahaha. I find this fellow rather amusing. If he wishes, I wouldn't mind becoming his father. Asuna Yuki. Oh dear, Whitebeard's interest has peaked again. He's planning to adopt yet another son. Hinata Hyuga. Naruto is simply insufferable. Su-e is truly the better one. Hinata Hyuga. Su-e ahem. Let us focus on the match. With Su-yi's words, everyone's attention returned to the battlefield. At this moment, Naruto felt utterly embarrassed. He had never anticipated that his exertion would lead to such an embarrassing incident. Despite his mortification, he resolved to showcase his ultimate technique. As Naruto proclaimed, he extended his index and middle fingers in a cross shape before his chest. Shadow Clone Technique. In the blink of an eye, four Narutos appeared before Kiba, joining the original, making a total of 5. The moment the 5 Narutos materialized, they surrounded Kiba at the center. It's time to counterattack. Uzumaki Naruto Rindan. As Naruto's voice rang out, the 5 bodies moved with a synchrony that belied their number, overwhelming Kiba in an instant. Kakashi, watching this unfold, felt a flicker of astonishment. Meanwhile, the others in the chat expressed their curiosity about the shadow clone technique. Just then, 2 figures re-entered the arena. These figures were Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi. Thanks to Su-yi's intervention, Hizashi had survived. This time, due to Hinata and Niji's involvement, they had come specifically to observe the match. With their arrival, the expressions of Yuhi Kurenai, Kakashi, and the other mentors shifted slightly. As Naruto and Kiba exited the arena, the next match came into view. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Chapter 158, Little Hinata's Byakugan. Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. This was a fated confrontation. In the group chat, excitement surged as others realized Hinata was about to take the stage. Though some could not attend in person due to various obligations, it did not hinder their enthusiasm for the live broadcast. With this in mind, they rallied in the chat to cheer for Hinata. Esther, go Little Hinata. We believe you can win. Rei Hino, Little Hinata, please don't hold back. Siko Busujima, Hinata, I've got my eyes on you. Seeing the overwhelming support from the chat, Hinata felt immense joy welling up inside her. She often felt fortunate to have met so many wonderful individuals through the group chat. In fact, she had even encountered. With this thought, Hinata glanced at Su-e beside her, a slight smile gracing her lips. However, her gesture puzzled those around her. What was she looking at? Was she perhaps afraid? It matters not who wins or loses. This tedious battle should conclude swiftly. Gaara scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, Hizashi furrowed his brow slightly. He had noticed Hinata's transformation recently. Once, he viewed her as a disgrace to the main family, yet her recent actions continually challenged his perception. In just a few days, she had graduated from the Ninja Academy, taken on numerous missions, and performed exceptionally well, her combat style now fierce and unyielding, a stark contrast to her previous gentleness. Of course, Hizashi was the only one privy to this information. Even the nearby Hayashi had little awareness of these developments, let alone Niji below. Niji arrived first at the arena, gazing up at Hinata in the stands, a look of impatience crossing his face. Hinata, are you afraid? Niji questioned, his demeanor serious. At that moment, Su-e addressed Hinata in the chat. Hinata, go. I believe in your victory. As Su-yi's words resonated, Hinata felt a surge of encouragement. She sprang up from her seat, moved to the railing, and looked down at Niji, declaring, fear has no place in my dictionary. As Hinata Hyuga's words fell, she leaped gracefully from the stands, landing directly before Niji Hyuga. Such a decisive action left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Apart from Kurenai Yuhi, others had little familiarity with Hinata, whose past demeanor was predominantly characterized by timidity. Might Guy seemed to sense Hinata's fighting spirit and remarked, it appears this battle will be exceptionally intriguing. Do not underestimate Hinata. Her abilities far surpass what you might presume. However, the others did not take his words to heart. Particularly Kakashi, who stood with his hands in his pockets behind Naruto, casually stating, oh, the match is about to commence. With Kakashi's declaration, everyone's attention shifted to Hinata and Niji. At that moment, Niji addressed Hinata, saying, before we begin, I have a few words for you. I wish to offer you a piece of advice, Miss Hinata. Hinata furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing this. Before she could respond, Niji continued, I believe it would be best for you to forfeit, for you are simply not cut out to be a ninja. Your excessive kindness, yearning for peace, and tendency to avoid conflict, always conforming to others' expectations, render you incapable of fighting. Moreover, you have consistently lacked confidence and harbored feelings of inferiority. With such qualities, you should simply remain a genin. Niji's words left the audience in shock, especially Asuna Yuki in the chat group. Asuna, how dare he underestimate Hinata? I want to teach him a lesson. Esteefs, what an insufferable brat. If he dares to bark in front of me, I will show him the taste of being frozen to death. Hiyori Saragaki. Thank goodness I wasn't there, otherwise, I fear I would have been unable to resist drawing my sword and striking him down. As everyone expressed their thoughts, Hinata interjected in the chat group. Thank you, everyone. He isn't entirely wrong. That's just the former me. Hinata, the current me is no longer afraid, for I know that Brother Soichi will protect me. Additionally, I aspire to grow stronger swiftly, so I can support Brother Soichi and not lag behind. I want to be by his side forever. As they read her words, Hinata's eyes shone with an unprecedented seriousness. She gazed at Niji and declared, Niji Hyuga. While the Byakugan grants us the ability to see through things and enhance our observational skills, there are times when we cannot solely rely on our eyes. Therefore, this time, I will show you who I truly am. With that, Hinata assumed a ready stance for the gentle fist technique. At that moment, she exuded an air of confidence and determination, causing Asuna to scream excitedly in the chat group. CC, enough, Asuna. Be quiet. The match is about to begin. As CC's voice faded, Niji scoffed, humph. A person cannot change. The weak will always remain weak. Just as I am from the branch family and you from the main family, that difference cannot be altered. So, simply await your defeat. Niji's emotions heightened as he formed hand seals and shouted, Byakugan. Veins bulged ominously around his eyes, creating an intimidating visage. Simultaneously, his chakra surged, erupting with force. Observing Niji's seriousness, Hinata calmly stated, Niji, in this battle, I will show you no mercy. She took a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes. In the next moment, she suddenly opened them wide. Tensigen. Chapter 159. The strong are all genin. As Hinata abruptly opened her eyes, a flash of blue light flickered within them. Anyone who beheld those eyes was left utterly speechless. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, stood up from his seat in astonishment. What is this? He murmured, unsure of what to say. Before Hinata, Niji was momentarily frozen. Byakugan? No, this is definitely not Byakugan. What kind of ability is this? He uttered instinctively. Meanwhile, within the chat group, Asuna, Soichi, why do Hinata's eyes look different from usual? Esteefs, her aura seems to have shifted dramatically. Hiyori, indeed, her presence has grown significantly stronger. CC, it feels as though everyone is utterly shocked. Observing the astonished comments from the other members, Soichi explained, this is what one might consider an evolved form of Byakugan, commonly referred to as Tensigen. Once activated, it grants control over attraction and repulsion, the ability to manipulate space, absorb chakra, empower puppets with vitality, and enter a Tensigen chakra mode, an exceptionally powerful ocular technique. Upon hearing Soichi's explanation, the others were left in awe. They could hardly believe that Hinata, at such a tender age, had mastered such formidable abilities. It was simply astonishing. At this moment, Hinata clarified in the chat group. Actually, this is a result of my signing in. After 30 days, I could enhance one ability. I remember Soichi telling me to strengthen my bloodline, so I focused on that aspect. Coupled with subsequent refinement techniques, it intensified my bloodline, and I discovered I could activate Tensigen mode. However, currently, I can only forcibly activate Tensigen using chakra, and the duration is limited. While Hinata explained in the chat group, in reality, less than a second had passed. Soichi, since the activation time is limited, let us make the most of this battle. Good luck. With the encouragement of her peers, Hinata's resolve solidified. She turned to Niji and said, if you do not attack, I will. Niji finally snapped back to reality. He looked at Hinata, without a hint of hesitation, stepping forward as chakra surged wildly within him. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji's hands became a blur, launching toward Hinata with incredible speed. In response to Niji's onslaught, Hinata's expression remained calm and unwavering. She was no longer the timid Hinata of the past. With Tensigen activated to its utmost potential, both attraction and repulsion were under her command. A force of repulsion enveloped her, while chakra coalesced in her hands, forming a ferocious blue lion's visage that charged toward Niji. Standing beside him, Might Guy's pupils suddenly constricted. The speed, astonishingly swift. Hinata Hyuga, witnessing this scene, rose from his seat once more, his expression filled with disbelief. It was important to note that Hinata's speed had already approached that of a Jonin. Yet, how could this be possible? After all, how old was Hinata Hyuga? No. To be precise, how much time had passed since Hinata Hyuga had declared her resolve to him? He never anticipated that Hinata Hyuga had unwittingly grown to such an extent. Just as this realization dawned on them, a tremendous explosion resonated through the arena. Bam! Hinata Hyuga's gentle-step twin lion fist struck heavily against Niji Hyuga's chest. The immense force rendered Niji's vision hazy. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and blood erupted like crimson petals upon the ground. Before Niji could regain his senses, he saw Hinata manipulating gravity, ensnaring him in midair. The power of the Byakugan was wielded by Hinata to its utmost potential. A pale, peculiar chakra orb coalesced in Hinata's hand. Though small, the aura it emanated caused the expressions of those present to turn grave. Kakashi could hardly believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, this aura is overwhelmingly oppressive." Might Guy instinctively swallowed hard. They had not anticipated that a mere genin could possess such formidable strength. At this moment, Kurenai Yuhi proudly addressed the others. "You have not trained Hinata, so you remain unaware that her prowess in taijutsu is formidable, and her combat skills are terrifying. In fact, she nearly defeated me using her taijutsu." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Kakashi and the others shifted dramatically. Hinata Hayashi, hearing these words, once again rose from his seat. He realized that since arriving at this place, he had been astonished by Hinata 3 times within a short span. Hinata Hyuga then turned to Niji, stating, "I shall not fear any challenges that appear before me, not even fate itself. For someone once told me to become the protagonist of this world. Therefore, no matter the effort required, I shall strive towards that goal." As Hinata finished speaking, the peculiar chakra orb was launched forward. This pale orb was highly unstable. Just as it was about to reach Niji, it suddenly detonated. Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi exchanged glances, their figures flickering as they rushed towards the arena. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Hinata Hayashi's chakra surged from his chakra points, spinning like a top. The whirlwind dispersed the smoke. All eyes turned to the arena below, revealing Niji lying on the ground, with a circular pit before him. Witnessing this scene, silence enveloped everyone. They gazed at Hinata Hyuga, their expressions still incredulous. Kakashi, observing the unfolding event, proclaimed, "Hinata Hyuga has won." As Kakashi's words resonated, a pure smile graced Hinata's pale face, and she gave a thumbs up towards Sui. Just then, a piercing laughter echoed in the distance. Simultaneously, an electronic voice resonated in everyone's minds from the chat group. Chapter 160, Gaara's Rampage. Ding, task issued. Defeat the rampaging one-tail Shikaku. Reward, 5,000 points. The assembled crowd heard the electronic announcement in their minds, instinctively turning to Gaara, who stood not far away. His expression appeared somewhat twisted. The sharp laughter reverberated in their ears. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. At last, I have encountered someone interesting. Come, let me witness the extent of your strength." Gaara's face grew increasingly feral. He appeared as though he were on the verge of rampaging. Beside him, Kankuro and Temari's expressions shifted dramatically. "Gaara, you." Before Temari could finish her thought, they saw a torrent of sand erupting from the gourd on Gaara's back. The grains surged forth as if possessing a mind of their own, charging toward Kankuro and Temari. Bam! At the critical moment, Kankuro and Temari narrowly evaded Gaara's assault. "This is bad. Gaara has lost control. How infuriating. Why must he rampage now?" They cursed in frustration. However, given their strength, they were utterly insignificant before Gaara. The sand continued to pour from Gaara's gourd, racing toward Hinata Hyuga in the arena at breakneck speed. At this moment, Hinata's complexion had turned ashen. The power of the Byakugan had drained her stamina. She now found herself devoid of strength. Merely standing had become her utmost limit, let alone evading Gaara's assault. Hinata Hayashi and Hinata Hizashi's expressions shifted slightly at this sight. They stood before Hinata and Niji, embodying the role of protective fathers for their daughter. Kakashi, Kurenai, Might Guy, and the others also rose from their positions. Just then, several terrifying presences suddenly emerged in the arena. As these ominous auras manifested, the countenance of everyone altered. Kakashi instinctively glanced backward, only to see figures materializing from what had previously been an empty space. The sudden appearance of these figures jolted the onlookers. How did these individuals manifest? Had they been here all along? Why had we not noticed? These thoughts flickered through their minds. Meanwhile, the imposing presence of Sui and his companions drew Gaara's attention. "What shall we do if someone bullies Hinata? We shall teach them a lesson." Asuna Yuki exclaimed excitedly beside Sui. Watching the figures emerge from the illusionary barrier, Hinata's smile blossomed even brighter. Brother Sui, I entrust the remaining matters to you, Hinata said to Sui. Hearing Hinata's words, Hinata Hayashi gazed intently at Sui, curious about the individual whom Hinata referred to as Brother Sui. Everyone else also shared a similar curiosity about these newcomers. Just as they pondered this, Gaara's sand surged towards Sui. Sui's gaze remained fixed on the approaching sand. His hands utterly still. He stood there, silently awaiting the inevitable confrontation. As Gaara beheld the scene before him, an expression of unparalleled madness graced his visage. Die, he murmured. And with that, the speed of the sand surged even further. At that moment, Whitebeard appeared before Sui. Despite having utilized the body-shrinking experience card, Whitebeard still towered over 2 meters, resembling a colossal giant. Clenching his fist, the power of the tremor fruit enveloped his hand. In the next instant, Whitebeard struck forward with a ferocious blow. Crack! Crack! It was as if space itself was being shattered. White strands, resembling spider silk, distorted the very fabric of reality. The sand exploded instantaneously, repelled by Whitebeard as he shielded Sui. The next moment, Asuna Yuki activated her acceleration fruit. A slender sword was drawn from her waist. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, embodied in this moment. It surged directly toward Gaara's face. With a glimmering chill, the sword aura was icy, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Gaara. Sandwave. With Gaara's declaration, a torrent of sand erupted from his gourd, enveloping his body at an astonishing speed, forming a protective sphere around him. This was what many referred to as Gaara's absolute defense. However, to Asuna, this was merely a trivial matter. The sword aura entwined around her slender blade, and with a swift howl, the tip effortlessly pierced through the absolute defense. This spectacle left Kankuro and Temari, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that this woman could breach Gaara's defenses. It was truly unfathomable. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Cici also unsheathed her slender sword. The sword aura piercing through Gaara's absolute defense as well. This scene undoubtedly ignited a sense of urgency in Temari and Kankuro. This person can also achieve this. Who were these individuals? This was Gaara's absolute defense. How could it be so easily penetrated? Kankuro opened his mouth as if to say something more. But sensing the shift in the atmosphere, he wasted no time retreating hastily. Gaara, encased within his absolute defense, trembled at the sight of the slender swords on either side. Warm blood trickled down from his ear. It was merely a superficial wound. Yet he feared that even the slightest miscalculation could lead to his demise at the hands of the two women. This humiliation ignited an unprecedented fury within the already deranged Gaara. With that thought, he wasted no time and formed hand seals. Sleep technique. The sleep technique was an advanced hypnotic art that could plunge oneself into a deep slumber, awakening the one-tailed Shikaku within him. Thus, he would release his true power. As Gaara succumbed to deep sleep, the power of the one-tail erupted forth. Chakra surged around Gaara, and his aura intensified in an instant. Witnessing this, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and the others wore increasingly grave expressions. This is bad. Gaara is going berserk. The tailed beast is likely to be released. Evacuate everyone immediately, and those remaining. Join me in confronting Gaara. Kakashi's words were cut short as he noticed Sui's figure had already approached Gaara. Chapter 161. Brother Sui is invincible. At that moment, Sui stood before Gaara. Roar! Gaara bellowed, his chakra spiraling out of control. The characteristics of the one-tail began to manifest. Gaara's arm transformed, resembling a sandy, earth-toned appendage adorned with violet patterns akin to the wind. I will kill you. Gaara roared at Sui, lunging forward with his arm. No, precisely speaking, it was the one-tail utilizing Gaara's form to voice its intentions. Watch out. Get away. If struck by such an attack, one would surely be injured. Quickly dodge. Kakashi and the others watched in anxiety as Sui remained unfazed by Gaara's onslaught. For Sui, the early days of Naruto held little significance. Since enhancing his own body, his recovery ability had become extraordinarily formidable. In the early Naruto era, even standing still, they could not inflict harm upon him. This exemplified the disparity in combat prowess. Faced with Gaara's assault, Sui extended his finger, just as before. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Was this individual courting death? A finger, unprotected by chakra, daringly extended? Did he not fear injury? Kakashi and the others felt as though these individuals had surpassed their understanding entirely. At that moment, Sui's finger made contact with Gaara's transformed arm. Boom, boom, boom. Three resounding crashes echoed as the wall behind Gaara collapsed entirely. The transformed arm was shattered under the force of Su Yi's fingertip. The transformation process into Shikaku was abruptly interrupted. Countless spectators gasped in disbelief. Hinata Hyuga turned to her side, addressing her father, Hayashi Hyuga. Who are these people? Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata replied, they are all my friends. And that's Su-i. Hayashi recalled Hinata's previous words and inquired. At this, Hinata's cheeks flushed, her voice lowering. He is my most beloved brother. Upon hearing this, Hayashi understood. However, amidst the turmoil in the Naruto world, many had married early, so the notion of Hinata having someone she cherished was not entirely unacceptable to Hayashi. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards Su-i, eager to discern what abilities could captivate his daughter. At that moment, Hayashi's perception of Hinata underwent a profound transformation. If previously she was deemed a disgrace to the Hyuga clan, now she was a source of pride, especially those eyes of hers. If Hayashi's assumptions were correct, they might be the legendary eyes spoken of throughout the Hyuga clan. Just as Hayashi's gaze fell upon Su-i, he observed Su-i emerging from the shattered wall, ascending into the sky. Instantly, Hayashi's pupils constricted. He had completely missed Su-i's movement. In the blink of an eye, Su-i was suspended in the heavens above, which was simply astounding. This speed, from a certain perspective, surpassed even that of the flying thunder god. However, the shock experienced by the onlookers did not cease there. As Gaara was hurled from his body, the one-tail Shikaku fully manifested. The chakra surged wildly, and the visage of the one-tail Shikaku appeared before the spectators. The oppressive aura of the tailed beast left them momentarily breathless. Is this the power of a tailed beast? It is utterly terrifying. Below, Naruto murmured softly. Many believed that no matter how formidable Sui might be, he could never hope to defeat the one-tail Shikaku, for the disparity between the power of a ninja and that of a tailed beast was simply colossal. After all, these individuals before them were not the legendary ninjas. Yet, just as these thoughts lingered in their minds, they beheld Sui extend a single finger, slowly pointing towards the heavens. What could this individual possibly be doing? Such exaggeration might yield unimaginable consequences. This matter should undoubtedly be addressed by Lord Hokage himself. Surely he alone could prevent the rampage of the tailed beast. Listening to their words, Hinata Hyuga took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Rest assured, Shikaku will absolutely not be a match for my brother Sui. He is invincible. Almost as if to validate Hinata's proclamation, Sui's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly remarked, "Ah, since I have arrived in the Hokage world, might I now utter that phrase?" As he murmured this, a radiant smile illuminated his face. In that moment, he declared, "Planetary devastation." With Su-Yi's words resonating through the air, his magnetic field reached its zenith. Countless fragments of Earth, along with surrounding debris, including mounds of Earth not far away, were drawn skyward under Su-Yi's precise control. A colossal meteorite materialized in the gaze of the onlookers. Below, a cacophony of gasps erupted as the crowd stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. How could this be possible? Such power. Not even Lord Hokage could accomplish this. Could he? Is this truly something a ninja is capable of? Hinata's brother, Hizashi, trembled, his lips quivering. This had completely shattered his understanding of reality. Recalling Hinata's earlier assertion that Su-i was invincible, it now seemed that this was beyond mere invincibility. It transcended all conventions. Clearly, placing the power of the later Hokage into the present era would amount to sheer domination. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Shikaku's pupils constricted sharply. The ability of planetary devastation evoked some dark memories within it, driving Shikaku into a frenzy. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku unleashed a massive air cannon filled with high-density chakra, charging towards the descending meteorite. The sheer force of the vacuum sphere was capable of annihilating forests and towering mountains. The two forces collided with a resounding explosion. With a thunderous roar, the vacuum sphere and planetary devastation erupted in a cataclysmic blast. The resulting storm consumed everything in its vicinity. The fierce winds howled. Countless faces turned pale with fear. In such close proximity, even they found it nearly impossible to withstand the ferocious gale. Su-Yi's expression remained unfazed, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. At that moment, CC and Asuna had approached Hinata, assisting her to a nearby seat. "Hinata, you were absolutely magnificent just now. You have no idea how astonished everyone was when you activated your Byakugan. It had me in stitches," Asuna exclaimed to Hinata. "All right, we can discuss this later. Don't obstruct little Hinata's view of her brother Su-i." CC playfully tugged Asuna aside. Upon hearing CC's teasing, Hinata's previously pale cheeks flushed with color. As the smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld the devastation outside. Shikaku's aura had diminished significantly. Looking up at Sui in the sky, it felt an immense weight of gravity in its heart. It was profoundly curious about the nature of this individual who could suppress it with such ease, reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths. Just then, as Shikaku mulled over these thoughts, it saw Sui extend his hand once more, gently pressing downward. In an instant, Shikaku was utterly immobilized. It felt as if its body were ensnared by an enormous serpent, constricting it tightly. Then, with a sudden, forceful tug, a fissure opened beneath Shikaku's feet, swallowing it whole in the blink of an eye. The chasm closed again, and under the immense pressure, Shikaku felt an unprecedented squeeze upon its body. The rage in its eyes swiftly dissipated. Faced with such a phenomenon, it would rather retreat to Gar's body and hide. Contemplating this, Shikaku glared at Sui and declared, "You little brat, wait for me. One day, I will completely defeat you." With that, Shikaku's form vanished before their eyes, its chakra retreating back into Gar's body. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions, who had just arrived, felt utterly superfluous. The individual before them could defeat a tailed beast with a mere wave of his hand. This was far beyond their wildest imaginations. At that moment, Gar's body plummeted from the sky. Temari and Kankuro quickly rushed to his side. Seeing Kakashi and the others, Kankuro shot a resentful glance at Gaara, silently thinking, why did he have to go berserk at such a time? This was vastly beyond their expectations. Yet, what could they do? Now that Shikaku had returned to Gaara's body, even if they wished to cause a commotion, it was impossible. It seemed they would have to postpone their plans. With this in mind, Kankuro approached Kakashi and offered his apologies. Meanwhile, the electronic sound of the system echoed in Sui and the others' minds. Beep, congratulations to group leader Sui, Whitebeard, Asuna Yuki, CC, and Hinata Hyuga for receiving a reward of 5,000 points. Upon hearing the electronic notification, Hinata instinctively messaged Sui in the chat group. Hinata, brother Sui, I didn't participate in the mission. Why did I receive points? Sui, that's because this is your main world. Anyone who completes tasks within your main world will earn you points, just like before. Hinata, brother Sui, now that you've watched my match and completed the mission, are you preparing to leave? Asuna, little Hinata, are you reluctant to see brother Sui go? CC, it appears that Hinata truly harbors a fondness for her elder brother Suichi. Upon hearing the playful banter from Asuna Yuki and CC, Hinata's cheeks flushed a vibrant shade of crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples. Fortunately, their conversation transpired within a chat group, allowing them to converse without the prying ears of others. Observing Hinata's words, a subtle smile graced Suichi's lips as he descended gracefully from the sky, addressing Hinata. Since you wish for me to linger here a few more days, I shall graciously acquiesce, for I also have a few lessons to impart to you. With that, Suichi approached Hinata's father, Hisashi Hyuga, and said, I have heard about you from Hinata. You must be her father, Hisashi Hyuga. Hisashi, gazing upon Suichi, lost the composure he once held, his voice heavy with gravity. He inquired, who exactly are you? A hint of panic crept into Hisashi's demeanor as he realized the magnitude of Hinata's connection to such a formidable individual, far exceeding his wildest imaginings. As Hisashi spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts, Suichi remained unfazed, stating, I am, in a sense, Hinata's mentor. If my memory serves me right. She mentioned that following the conclusion of the third exam, there would be ample time for final preparations, and thus, I intend to conduct intensive training with her. At this juncture, Suichi ceased his discourse, cognizant that Hisashi comprehended his intent. Indeed, Hisashi understood Suichi's words, though he now found himself ensnared in contemplation. Reflecting on Hinata's remarkable progress of late, he surmised that this individual before him must be the catalyst behind her astounding growth. Hesitation flickered within Hisashi. However, to speak candidly, the sheer might exuded by Suichi was a force to be reckoned with. His power was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to confront. Moreover, it was imperative to consider that if Suichi truly wished to harm Hinata or target the Hyuga clan, he could have acted upon it long ago, given his prowess. With this realization, Hisashi formulated his thoughts and slowly nodded at Suichi, stating, enhancing her strength is undoubtedly a positive endeavor. As long as she returns before the crucial fourth match begins, there shall be no objections. Upon receiving Hisashi's affirmation, a grin spread across Suichi's face. He assured, rest assured. Within these few days, I shall elevate Hinata's combat prowess by at least a factor of 2. Suichi and Hisashi exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Chapter 163, the hot-blooded individual. After concluding discussions with Hisashi, Shuichi promptly whisked Hinata away from their presence, for the remaining tasks were left for Hisashi to complete. Thus, Shuichi and his companions embraced their roles as Hinata's mentors. Approaching Hinata, Shuichi affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "Little Hinata, did you not wish for me to stay? I spoke with your father, and now you may join me in special training." Hinata's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly gazed at Shuichi, instinctively exclaiming, "Really?" Witnessing Hinata's exhilaration, Asuna and CC could not resist teasing her. "It seems our little Hinata truly adores her brother Shuichi. We shall take our leave. I have a boss to slay." After hearing Asuna's words, CC chimed in, "Asuna, I'll accompany you back. I plan to continue honing my combat skills in the game." "All right, let us depart," Asuna replied, waving to the others. "Hinata, you stick close to your brother Shuichi. We won't intrude." "Big sister Asuna, sister CC. What do you mean by intruding?" "I don't understand," Hinata said, her face now even more flushed, her hands growing anxious as they fidgeted in a delightful display of innocence. Whitebeard, witnessing the scene, erupted into hearty laughter. "Gurararara, I too shall take my leave. I have a feast to prepare for tonight." He then turned to Shuichi, adding, "By the way, when will you visit my world? The Marines are eagerly awaiting the return of their Sea Emperor. I shall certainly make the journey when the opportunity arises." Shuichi replied. Subsequently, two pathways materialized behind them. Whitebeard ventured down one, while CC and Asuna traversed the other. In the expansive arena, only Shuichi and Hinata remained. Oh, but not quite. Naruto was also present. He gazed intently at Shuichi and Hinata from a distance, particularly lighting up at the mention of special training. He too yearned for strength. He aspired to surpass Sasuke and become the Hokage. Naruto firmly believed that Hinata's exceptional prowess was largely due to Shuichi. For Shuichi was undeniably powerful. With a mere flick of his finger, he could subdue tailed beasts. Naruto sought not much, only to reach half of Shuichi's strength. With this thought, he inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to approach Shuichi. As if sensing Naruto's approach, both Shuichi and Hinata turned their gazes towards him. Upon seeing Naruto draw closer, Hinata's brow furrowed slightly. She distinctly remembered Shuichi's caution to steer clear of the yellow-haired individual named Naruto. Wasn't he this the very person? Moreover, she had heard tales of him being the king of mischief. Not only had he defaced the Hokage rock, but he had also vandalized the entrance of the Hyuga compound multiple times. Although the Hyuga clan, being a prominent family, chose not to hold grudges, such behavior infuriated Hinata. Now witnessing Naruto advance towards them, she promptly addressed him, "What do you want?" Hinata regarded Naruto with wariness, yet he remained undeterred. Squinting his eyes as the whisker-like markings on his face became even more pronounced. "I think you're really strong, so I want you to teach me training," Naruto declared bluntly, to a degree that was almost intimidating. Sakura Haruno, not far off, could only facepalm in disbelief, thinking, "Naruto, who do you think you are? Charging at others without even using honorifics. Do you expect them to teach you?" Shuichi regarded Naruto with an expression of calm indifference. The surrounding atmosphere grew thick with tension, as even Naruto, typically oblivious, sensed the awkwardness enveloping them. Immediately, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed to Shuichi, "My dream is to become Hokage. I implore you to teach me. And once I achieve that dream, I shall certainly express my gratitude." Hinata Hyuga, who already harbored a strong aversion towards Naruto, felt an overwhelming surge of anger upon hearing his empty promises. Just as Hinata was about to voice her thoughts, Shuichi interjected, "Having such determination is commendable." Before Shuichi could finish his statement, Naruto, brimming with excitement, interjected, "So, you intend to teach me?" At this moment, Shuichi furrowed his brow, reflecting that Naruto truly was rather unlikable at present, lacking the heroic aura he would one day possess. With that in mind, Shuichi wasted no time in firmly responding to Naruto. "I refuse to teach you." "Why?" Naruto asked anxiously. "Because there exists someone far more suitable to instruct you, and you shall meet him shortly." With that, Shuichi departed the competition arena, accompanied by Hinata. Watching Shuichi's receding figure, Naruto suddenly leaped into the air with unparalleled enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Yes, this is fantastic. He said my master is about to appear. Truly wonderful." Sakura Haruno, observing Naruto's exuberance, could only shake her head in disbelief, labeling him a person consumed by fervor. Once Shuichi exited the arena, Hinata summoned her courage to grasp Shuichi's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm envelop her heart. "Shuichi and I, before we head for special training, may I return home briefly? I need to retrieve something. Coincidentally, I have something to give you as well, so let us proceed." Upon hearing Shuichi's words, A radiant smile spread across Hinata's face. She nodded vigorously, then skipped joyfully in the direction of the Hyuga clan's residence. Meanwhile, Hayashi Hyuga had arrived at the Hokage's office alongside Kakashi and others. At this moment, the Hokage of Konoha was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, renowned for his mastery of ninjutsu. Chapter 164, Hayashi Hyuga, arranging Hinata's marriage. Leading the way, Hayashi approached Hiruzen and stated, "Hokage-sama, I am here to report on the recent events." After recounting the occurrence, Hiruzen nodded slightly, as it aligned with what he had observed through his telescope technique. This technique enabled distant observation, meaning that the tumultuous events surrounding Gaara had been under his scrutiny since Gaara's rampage. Everything had been monitored until Shuichi's timely intervention, which subdued Gaara's violence. Contemplating this, Hiruzen addressed Hayashi. "It seems you are acquainted with those individuals? Can you divulge their identities?" Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hayashi's expression, determined not to miss any flicker of emotion. However, as the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi was adept at maintaining his composure. With an unwavering expression, he replied calmly, "They are individuals I specifically invited to teach Hinata." Before Hiruzen could respond, Hayashi continued, "Moreover, it appears that Hinata has taken quite a liking to her instructor. If possible, I would like her to marry him in the future. And perhaps we may require your assistance in officiating the arrangement." Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback by Hayashi's declaration. Not just him, but even Kakashi Gai and Kurenai were astonished by Hayashi's unexpected proposal. The notion of the Hyuga clan leader making such a decision was beyond their imagination. Rising from his seat, Hiruzen looked directly at Hayashi and asked, "Are you serious?" Hayashi nodded affirmatively, absolutely. He had witnessed a smile on Hinata's face that he had never seen before, and he recognized the extraordinary strength possessed by her instructor, undoubtedly surpassing their own. After all, he was the one who effortlessly subdued the one-tail, Shikaku. The individuals surrounding him seemed equally formidable. Additionally, Hinata had awakened the Tensigen, likely due to Shuichi's influence. A cascade of thoughts flooded Hayashi's mind, though he refrained from sharing them with Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Hiruzen contemplated the potential union of Hinata and Shuichi. If such an alliance could be realized, it would be immensely beneficial for Konoha, especially considering the devastation wrought by the Nine-Tails rampage, which had claimed the life of the legendary Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen could almost sense the undercurrents surging within Konoha. With this in mind, he smiled warmly at Hayashi, saying, "If that is the case, it would indeed be my honor." On the other side, Shuichi and Hinata arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence. True to its reputation as a prominent family in Konoha, their estate exuded understated luxury and depth, adorned with poetic scenery and covered walkways. Following Hinata into her chamber, Shuichi took note of the new arrangement of her room since their last encounter. As they entered, he observed the immaculate and tidy space, with pressed flowers displayed on the table, indicating Hinata's genuine passion for the art. Aware of Shuichi's scrutiny, Hinata lowered her gaze. Her cheeks flushed with an indescribable warmth. It must be said that she was easily embarrassed, especially in such an intimate setting as her own room. Sensing the moment was right, Shuichi suddenly produced two exquisite gifts from his belongings. "Little Hinata, these are special gifts crafted by Hana and me. Hana asked me to convey her longing for you and inquired when you might visit her." Hinata, recalling Hana from their previous gathering, instinctively accepted the items from Shuichi's hands, revealing two beautifully styled pressed flower books, one elegant and the other grand. Having adored pressed flowers since childhood, Hinata possessed an exceptional understanding of the craft, capable of discerning the artist behind each piece. Picking up the more grandiose work, she inquired, "Shuichi and I, did you create this?" "Hinata, you really are so smart," Sui said with a gentle smile. "This is something I made myself." As he spoke, Sui affectionately ruffled Hinata's soft hair. Hinata closed her eyes slightly, clearly enjoying his touch. Then, suddenly, she realized something. In all her excitement, she had prepared a gift for Sui. Panic flashed across her face for a moment. But then her expression grew firm, as though she had made up her mind. "Thank you, Sui and I," Hinata said softly. "I'll treasure it. Actually, I have a gift for you too." "Oh?" Sui raised a brow, intrigued. "Really?" Hinata nodded, her cheeks glowing bright red. "It's just you'll have to close your eyes first. Is that okay?" "Of course." Without any suspicion, Sui smiled and obediently closed his eyes. The room was quiet, so quiet that Hinata could hear her own heartbeat, pounding in her chest like a small, frightened deer. She took a few deep breaths, trying to steady herself, then slowly leaned closer. Her face was burning red now. Watching Sui with his eyes closed, Hinata shyly closed her own. But just as she was about to, the door burst open. Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, stepped into the room. At that instant, Sui's eyes snapped open, and Hinata, startled, lost her balance and fell forward into his arms. Time seemed to freeze. Chapter 165. Giving Hinata a power-up outside the door, Hanabi stared wide-eyed at the scene. For a moment, her brain couldn't process what she was seeing. Her sister had fallen right into Sui's embrace, and in Hanabi's mind, that could only mean one thing. He was bullying her. "Let go of my sister," Hanabi shouted, running toward them, her small fists waving in the air. "I won't let you hurt her." Hinata's face went from pink to crimson. She scrambled out of Sui's arms, flustered and breathless. Her cheeks were so red they looked like two ripe apples, adorably embarrassed. Quickly hugging Hanabi, Hinata said, "Sui and I didn't do anything, Hanabi. You misunderstood." Then she added, trying to sound calm, "All right, Hanabi, go play outside. We were just playing a game." "Playing a game?" Hanabi's eyes lit up instantly. She loved games. Seeing her sister's bright, genuine smile, she asked eagerly, "What game are you playing, sis? I want to play too." Sui couldn't help but laugh. "The Chunin exams are about to enter the final stage," he explained. "I'm taking your sister out for some special training so she can win." Hanabi nodded slowly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Oh, I see. Then I won't bother you, sis. But you have to do your best. I know you can win." Encouraging her sister with a cheerful grin, Hanabi hopped out of the room. Once she was gone, Hinata let out a long sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Hanabi to show up like that. Then, realizing that only she and Sui were left in the room, her heart began to race again. Her face felt hot, and her thoughts were spinning. She grabbed a few sets of clothes at random and said, "Sui and I, let us go train. I've got everything ready." Sui, realizing it had all been a misunderstanding, simply smiled and led the way out. But as they walked, Hinata murmured softly, Sui and I. If Hanabi hadn't come in just now, I would have done it anyway." Meanwhile, somewhere else in the village, Naruto was wandering the streets, thinking hard about what Sui had told him. "Your next master will appear soon." The thought made him giddy with excitement. He quickened his pace, eyes darting everywhere, looking for anyone who might fit the part. And then he saw him, a strange man in a half-red robe, a giant scroll strapped to his back, white spiky hair like a porcupine, and a forehead protector with the kanji for oil. Naruto blinked. Could this weird guy really be my new master? Still, curiosity got the better of him. He crouched low and crept closer, tiptoeing like a cat. As he got near, he realized the man, Jiraiya, was peeking through a hole in the wall. "At the women's bathhouse?" Naruto muttered. "What is so interesting about that? You can't even see anything." Seeing that Jiraiya hadn't noticed him, Naruto smirked and brought his hands together, forming the hand sign for a certain special technique. "Secret taijutsu of the hidden leaf," he whispered under his breath. 1,000 years of death." Naruto lunged forward, and immediately regretted how hard he used his strength. Oh, that was way too strong. A second later, Jiraiya's scream pierced the air. His voice carried all the way into the bathhouse. A large, muscular woman burst out, wielding a wooden bath bucket like a weapon. "Who is peeping? Get out here right now." Summoning jutsu, Jiraiya shouted in panic, slamming his hands to the ground. A puff of white smoke erupted, and he and Naruto appeared on top of a giant toad, racing away as fast as they could. The furious woman's shouts echoing behind them. At long last, Jiraiya and Naruto found themselves in a secluded grove. After ascertaining that the woman would not pursue them, Jiraiya gazed at Naruto, and a flicker of nostalgia passed through his expression. However, he ultimately chose not to dwell on it. Instead, feigning irritation, he confronted Naruto, saying, "Why did you just ambush me, you rascal?" In response, Naruto exclaimed, "What do you mean by ambush? I was merely meting out justice. Besides, you should be the one explaining yourself. How did that toad come to be, and who exactly are you? Are you someone capable of teaching me?" Naruto's barrage of questions left Jiraiya momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, he tossed his white hair back with an air of pride and declared, well asked, "I am the illustrious sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya." "Sage? A sage? So that means you are quite formidable, I take it?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Jiraiya, brimming with anticipation. He then inquired, "Can you crush the one-tail Shikaku with just one hand?" Just as Jiraiya instinctively prepared to affirm that he could, the absurdity of the request struck him. "What did you say? Crush the one-tail Shikaku with one hand?" More accurately, with a single finger. After contemplating the movements of Sui-Chi from earlier, Naruto reiterated his question to Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya found himself utterly flabbergasted. The notion that one could obliterate a tailed beast with merely a finger seemed exceedingly far-fetched. How was it possible that he had only just left the village, and already there was someone capable of such feats? Unaware of Jiraiya's astonishment, Naruto eagerly pressed on. So can you do it? Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya instinctively shook his head, exclaiming, crushing a tailed beast with a single finger is simply too exaggerated. Are you sure you're not jesting? Disappointment washed over Naruto as he replied, what? I thought you could too. It seems you're not as impressive as I hoped. With that, he turned to walk away. Jiraiya, momentarily frozen in place, called out, hey, kid, did you just say I'm not impressive? Do you even know my reputation out here? Naruto retorted, aren't you called the perverted sage? Given your lecherous nature and self-proclaimed title, it seems fitting. Perverted sage? Jiraiya nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Naruto's words. For heaven's sake. I am one of the legendary three, revered as Lord Jiraiya. Countless individuals wish to take me on as their mentor. Countless, you say? Naruto's previously despondent eyes lit up once more. Really? So you are actually quite impressive then. What do you mean by quite impressive? I am exceedingly formidable, Jiraiya asserted earnestly. Is that so? Naruto, ever the clever one, was not easily swayed by mere words. He promptly proposed, then why not challenge that guy? If you can withstand 3 rounds against him, I shall allow you to be my master. You underestimate me. 3 rounds? I could handle 300 without breaking a sweat. It was only then that Jiraiya realized he had just fallen into Naruto's trap. Let's go, perverted sage. We're off to find that individual. Without waiting for further protest from Jiraiya, Naruto seized his arm and dragged him away. Meanwhile, Shuichi and Hinata had arrived at a more open area. Hinata appeared less shy now, seemingly having emerged from her previous timidity. She turned to Shuichi and asked, Brother Shuichi, what should we do now? How do we conduct this special training? Recalling the original story, Shuichi remembered that Hinata seemed to lack summoning techniques. While her abilities would eventually grow formidable at this stage, the augmentation provided by a summoning technique would be immensely beneficial. Thus, Shuichi resolved to grant Hinata a significant advantage. Before we commence our special training, we need to establish a summoning contract. Upon hearing this, Hinata froze momentarily before confirming. A summoning contract? You mean the summoning technique? Indeed. The very summoning technique that allows one to summon anything they desire. As he spoke, Shuichi produced the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone. The Mind Stone housed a wealth of emotional energy, and Shuichi had mastered the technique to transform that energy into cursed power. Subsequently, he could bestow true souls using the Soul Stone. As these 2 stones hovered in the palm of his hand, Hinata instinctively asked, can I really summon anything? Of course. I always deliver on my promises. Shuichi nodded, and a radiant smile spread across Hinata's face. Brother Shuichi, meeting you has truly been the happiest moment of my life. Without you, I wouldn't have realized how timid I truly was. You are like the sun, illuminating my path and warming my spirit. Thank you, Brother Shuichi. I will always be by your side. For Hinata, this was akin to a confession of her feelings. Sensing her sincerity, Shuichi smiled gently. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hinata, what if I were to create a son for you? A son? Hinata emerged from Shuichi's embrace, gazing up at him with a look of profound confusion. Yes, a son. As he spoke, Shuichi began to demonstrate. Holding the Mind Stone, he transformed the vast emotional energy within into pure cursed power. This power, devoid of negativity, radiated warmth. Under Shuichi's control, the cursed energy coalesced before them. Initially resembling a ping-pong ball, it gradually grew denser and brighter, ultimately taking on the appearance of a small sun. Suddenly, an inspiration struck Shuichi. With a deft flick of his will, the cursed energy branched out, creating not only the glowing orb but also a fluffy cloud reminiscent of cotton candy. Indeed, Shuichi planned to conjure Prometheus and Zeus, the thundercloud, from the character Big Mom. This way, Hinata could utilize Prometheus for offense and the thundercloud for mobility and flight. Shuichi mused that if Naruto possessed the 9 tails as an advantage, why shouldn't his dear Hinata have her own unique boon? Moreover, this would be a gift crafted by Shuichi himself, making it all the more meaningful. After approximately half an hour, the emotional energy within the soul gem was finally transformed into curse power under Su Yi's adept control. Before Hinata Hyuga, a sun and a cloud floated gracefully, yet they were mere manifestations of curse power, devoid of any sentience, let alone the capacity to form a contract akin to that of a summoning beast. Consequently, Su Yi urged the soul gem to construct a soul within the core of their curse power. Initially, he configured it to be maternal, ensuring that they would heed Hinata's every command. While Sui meticulously forged these summoning beasts, Hinata observed his countenance, her thoughts a mystery, her occasional laughter breaking the silence. Just as Sui was nearing completion, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar presences nearby. Among them One aura resonated with an unmistakable familiarity, if he was not mistaken. It belonged to Naruto Uzumaki. A smile graced Sui's lips as he mused, Naruto. I shall have Hinata take your place as the child of destiny in this world. With this thought, he turned to Hinata and declared, Hinata, let us commence the contract now. Hinata nodded earnestly, her gaze shifting to the two entities, Prometheus and Zeus, before her. These beings, crafted from pure curse power of differing natures, required not a blood contract, but merely a soul contract, a commodity readily available in the points shop for a mere 1,000 points, making it a most fair transaction. In a brief moment, under Su Yi's guidance, Hinata successfully completed the soul contract. Moreover, as they were composed entirely of curse power, summoning them posed no need for chakra. The most remarkable aspect was that their consumed curse power could be replenished through the absorption of emotions, thus rendering the issue of disappearance non-existent. When not summoned, their forms would dissipate into the air, drifting across the world to replenish the curse power they required. Summoning them was as simple as forming a hand seal, allowing them to materialize beside Hinata with utmost convenience. After practicing the summoning several times, the two figures finally emerged into Su Yi's line of sight. At that moment, Hinata had just dispelled the summoning technique, leaving Jiraiya and Naruto unaware of the presence of Prometheus and Zeus. Jiraiya, following closely behind Naruto, felt a surge of confusion as he regarded the two individuals before him. He had not anticipated that the person Naruto mentioned, capable of overpowering tailed beasts with a mere finger, would be so youthful. Moreover, the presence of Hinata, the princess of the Hyuga clan, beside him was equally astonishing. However, before Jiraiya could ponder the situation further, Naruto charged towards Su-i, exclaiming, Hey, is this the perverted sage you told me about? Su-i nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed. That is he. What brings you to me? It's like this, Naruto replied. The perverted sage claims he doesn't believe in your strength, insisting he could defeat you in just 3 rounds. I couldn't accept that, so I brought him here to challenge you. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own breath. When did I ever say that? He protested, realizing Naruto was stoking the flames. Hey, you little brat, when did I say that? Jiraiya retorted angrily. Naruto smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. So you're afraid, huh? Of course, you're just a lecherous old man. The great sage of toads and one of the legendary Sannin. Surely that's just your own fabrication. You're nothing but a fraud. You little brat are truly infuriating. It's just a fight. I've never backed down from anyone. Jiraiya shot back. He then turned to Sui. Let us fight. Show me just how formidable you truly are. As he spoke, a serious glint shone in Jiraiya's eyes. He was deliberately using Naruto's words to provoke Sui, as he was genuinely curious about the strength of this individual before him. Sui regarded Jiraiya with an inscrutable expression, then turned to Hinata and inquired, How are your stamina and chakra recovering? Hinata assessed her body before replying, I'm nearly at full strength. Then for this match, you shall battle Jiraiya. It will serve as excellent training, Sui declared. Jiraiya frowned at Sui's words, immediately countering, Are you looking down on me? And are you looking down on Hinata? Naruto chimed in. Yeah. You can't even defeat Hinata? He added, further egging on the situation. Jiraiya felt overwhelmed, wondering how Naruto could be so unlike Minato. Minato had instilled such a sense of security, while Naruto seemed to thrive on chaos. With both Naruto and Sui pushing the narrative, Jiraiya resolved not to say more. After all, it was just Hinata. He couldn't believe a girl so young could possess significant strength. Defeating her with a few moves would allow him to challenge Sui afterward. He was eager to witness Sui's downfall, convinced that the young man's prowess could not be as formidable as Naruto claimed. With newfound confidence, Jiraiya tousled his white hair and declared, Let us begin swiftly. Hinata nodded slightly. I apologize for any offense, Lord Jiraiya. As a scion of the Hyuga clan, she was well aware of Jiraiya's status. Jiraiya acknowledged her with a slight nod, though he seemed unfazed. Perhaps sensing Jiraiya's demeanor, Hinata wasted no time and unleashed her most potent power. Byakugan. Activate. Rebirth I Chakra Mode. Activate. This was a technique Hinata had refrained from using earlier. For while it significantly boosted her chakra reserves and allowed for the effortless use of the truth-seeking balls, its destructive potential was formidable. She feared that in her enthusiasm, she might inadvertently injure Neji. However, against Jiraiya, the stakes were different, as he was one of the legendary Sannin. His strength could not be underestimated. With a special truth-seeking ball coalescing in her hands, Hinata launched it directly at Jiraiya. Originally somewhat distracted, Jiraiya now felt utterly bewildered. What was this situation? How had Hinata Hyuga's aura multiplied so exponentially? However, he had no time to ponder, as he quickly executed a technique. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Before Jiraiya, several earthen walls arose, attempting to thwart Hinata's special truth-seeking ball. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted. These walls crumbled to dust in an instant, collapsing where Jiraiya had just stood. Boom. The truth-seeking ball detonated at that moment, releasing a torrent of chakra from the Rinnegan, leaving behind a moderately sized crater at Jiraiya's previous position. At this moment, a serious expression adorned Jiraiya's face. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 168, Stalemate. Jiraiya's Astonishment. High above, Jiraiya's expression grew grave as he beheld Hinata Hyuga, enveloped in a blue chakra, her countenance reflecting disbelief. The intensity of this blue chakra was vastly superior to that of ordinary light blue chakra, its concentration far exceeding that of typical chakra. Indeed, it was even more potent than his sage mode. Could this truly be Hinata's power? Yet, how could she be so formidable at such a young age? The more Jiraiya contemplated, the more alarmed he became, but his actions remained swift and resolute. Shadow Clone Technique. Rasen Shuriken. He summoned 3 shadow clones, charging towards Hinata from various angles above. Hinata had already observed this scene unfold, activating her Rinnegan chakra mode, though more powerful. She could only sustain it for a limited duration akin to her Rinnegan. Long battles were unfeasible. She needed a swift resolution. Moreover, her brother Sui was watching not far away. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not afford to lose. Indeed, Hinata was determined to triumph over Jiraiya. With this thought in mind, Hinata swiftly maneuvered her hands, creating a semicircular rotation, concentrating her chakra in her palms, refining it into needle-like projectiles, effectively neutralizing all offensive maneuvers outside her rotation. Coupled with the enhancement of her Rinnegan chakra mode, even Jiraiya found it exceedingly difficult to approach her. Boom, boom, boom. As expected, when the Rasen Shuriken collided with the rotation, the ensuing chakra storm easily obliterated Jiraiya's shadow clones. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's heart sank further. If he were to be defeated by Hinata, how could he maintain his reputation in Konoha? Since aerial assaults were futile, he resolved to strike from the ground. Jiraiya descended swiftly, his hands forming seals as he forcefully struck the earth. Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp. As Jiraiya's words echoed, the ground before him began to transform rapidly into a swamp. The mire spread relentlessly, nearing Hinata's feet. In a sudden burst of agility, Hinata propelled herself into the air, leveraging her superior physical prowess. At this moment, beads of sweat adorned Hinata's brow. A mere 10 seconds. If she did not conclude the battle within that time frame, defeat was inevitable, and she did not wish to disappoint Sui. Just as Hinata contemplated this, a glimmer of confidence flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. Although he could not fathom the source of her strength, he surmised that her battle experience was still lacking. Allow me to demonstrate the might of fire release combined with swamp gas. As Jiraiya uttered these words, he inhaled deeply. Fire release, great fireball. He transformed his chakra into oil, expelling it from his mouth and igniting it with his fire release technique. The power was exponentially greater than a mere fireball. Coupled with the swamp's gas, it instantly triggered a colossal explosion. The flames shot skyward. Confronted with this assault, Jiraiya confidently declared, "This time, I shall surely hit my target." Although it may seem like a case of bullying the weak, if I don't take this seriously, I could very well be the one to lose. Naruto, witnessing this scene, looked on in astonishment at Jiraiya. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess from him. Despite being a lecherous old man, his seriousness revealed a strikingly impressive side. Meanwhile, as Naruto pondered this, Sui's lips curled into a subtle smile nearby. Summoning technique. Hinata formed seals with her hands, striking the air forcefully. Tiny runes, akin to minuscule script, proliferated in the air, coalescing into a circle. White mist enveloped the area. Prometheus and Zeus emerged at Hinata's side. Prometheus. Hinata called out to him. Instantly, Prometheus understood her intent. Flames erupted from his form. The once tranquil Prometheus seemed to awaken fully, charging into the explosive flames. The fire met Prometheus's body and was swiftly consumed, causing no harm to Hinata whatsoever. As the explosion was wholly absorbed by Prometheus, it revealed Hinata standing atop Zeus. Jiraiya's pupils dilated sharply. A summoning beast? Does such a fierce summoning beast truly exist? Jiraiya gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, sensing an unprecedented ferocity emanating from the summoning beast. Just as Jiraiya contemplated this, Hinata, poised atop Zeus, dove towards him, the special truth-seeking ball coalescing in her hand. This special truth-seeking ball was infused with nearly all of Hinata's chakra. With Zeus's assistance, she charged toward Jiraiya. Sage mode activated. Jiraiya's heart raced, his instincts blaring alarms. Instinctively, he activated Sage mode, and in an instant, he gathered chakra to form an enormous Rasengan, significantly larger than the standard version. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. In a flash, Hinata's special truth-seeking ball collided with Jiraiya's Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. The two formidable powers clashed. Boom. The ground shook violently as the energies transformed into a towering beam of light, soaring into the heavens. The terrifying force radiated outward. The clouds above dispersed. From a vantage point in the sky, one could see the ground fracturing beneath the energy's path, with countless dust clouds rising. The released energy spread in all directions. Moments later, a petite figure emerged from the smoke. Sui, seeing this, instantly flickered to the figure's side, enveloping her in his embrace. At that moment, Hinata had just exited her Rinnegan chakra mode, feeling the warmth surrounding her, and naturally leaned against Sui. Cough, cough. From within the smoke, Jiraiya's coughs echoed. At this moment, he was covered in dust, looking exceedingly disheveled. A look of astonishment flickered across his eyes. He could hardly fathom the sheer magnitude of Hinata Hyuga's strength. Most notably, the spirit beasts that resembled the sun and clouds. If those two summoned creatures were to unleash their full potential, Jiraiya was uncertain whether he could triumph over Hinata. It was paramount to consider that if Hinata was already this formidable, then the boy spoken of by Naruto must be even more powerful. This battle could be deemed a stalemate. However, those who understood the situation knew that if given a little more time, Hinata would undoubtedly surpass Jiraiya. The news of a mere child outshining one of the legendary Sannin would likely send shockwaves through the community. Chapter 169. Do not offend. Let nature take its course. As he descended gracefully from the sky, Su glanced at Jiraiya before breaking into a smile, inquiring, "Do you still wish to battle me?" Jiraiya, observing Su, slowly shook his head. No. Though his smile momentarily faltered, it quickly returned as he added, "But I must gather materials, so I shall take my leave." With a parting smile, Jiraiya turned to depart, effortlessly dragging Naruto along with him. "Naruto, come. We're going to gather materials together." "Hey, perverted sage. If you want to go, go alone. Why drag me along?" Naruto exclaimed, attempting to break free from Jiraiya's grasp, yet with his current strength. He found it impossible to escape. He could only be towed away by Jiraiya into the distance. After watching Jiraiya gradually fade from view, Su turned to Hinata in his arms and said, "Hinata, let us commence our intensive training." Hinata nodded slightly. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of the training. Just then, Su softly murmured, "Fengdu's 18 plows." As Su's words resonated, both he and Hinata vanished in an instant. Fengdu's 18 plows could vanquish gods and serve as a supportive realm. As long as one remained unharmed within, it was akin to possessing a time boost. This allowed for rapid cultivation. Thus, Su intended to guide Hinata in her recovery training within Fengdu's 18 plows. This approach would enable her to elevate her abilities swiftly without overexerting herself, proving to be a multifaceted advantage. Meanwhile, Naruto trailed closely behind Jiraiya as they made their way back to the village. At that moment, Naruto felt a twinge of resentment. "Why did you pull me away, perverted sage? If that guy could train me, who knows how quickly I could grow stronger? I might even become Hokage." Upon mentioning Hokage, a flicker of sadness crossed Jiraiya's eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. He turned to Naruto and asked, "Who exactly is that person? Why is he so close to the Hyuga clan?" Naruto recounted the events that had transpired, leading Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you saying he is not alone and there are other members?" "Yes, but they seem to possess a wondrous ninjutsu that allows them to vanish. Everyone except him seems to have departed." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted. This indicated the existence of an organization. He recalled sensing a dark organization during his recent travels, one that appeared to be called Akatsuki. He wondered if they were affiliated with that group. "Naruto, we must seek out Lord Hokage." With that, Jiraiya headed toward Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. "Hey, what about my training?" "I'll instruct you in your training. I will impart all that I know to you, Naruto. This world has changed, and I sense it will soon be engulfed in turmoil." Jiraiya placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders, and feeling the weight of his gaze and words, Naruto's heart stirred. With a firm grip on his fists, he declared, "I will train diligently." As Naruto's determination resonated with Jiraiya, the tension on his face dissipated. "Let us go, Naruto. Once we find Lord Hokage, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. It's been ages since I've had it." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? I can eat as many bowls of Ichiraku ramen as I want." "Of course, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Yes. This is amazing. I won't have to eat instant noodles anymore. I prefer freshly made Ichiraku ramen. Jiraiya's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had heard the rumors surrounding Naruto. Many only knew of the nine tails sealed within him, yet few recognized that this boy, the host of the nine tails, was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The son of the Hokage. In other villages, hosts of tailed beasts were often treated with reverence, akin to strategic weapons, lavished with care. In contrast, Naruto, the host of the nine tails, had grown up alone. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya felt a surge of emotion. The bond between them deepened profoundly. Soon, Jiraiya and Naruto arrived at the threshold of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Knocking gently, Jiraiya pushed the door open and entered. Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing out at the flourishing Hidden Leaf village. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling premonition welling within him. At that moment, the door swung open. Sarutobi seemed to anticipate Jiraiya's return, turning his back to him and saying, "Jiraiya, you have finally chosen to return." Jiraiya instinctively scratched his head but refrained from saying anything further, diving straight into the matter at hand. "I just saw someone with Hinata Hyuga. I wonder if you are aware of this." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi understood the implication. He looked at Jiraiya and then at Naruto standing beside him, ultimately addressing Naruto directly. "That person is not to be trifled with. He is rather unique." Upon hearing the word unique, Naruto's eyes widened with curiosity. What makes him so special? At this question, Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. He regretted not sending Naruto away earlier. However, seeing the eagerness in Naruto's eyes, he sighed and recounted words previously spoken by Hinata's father. If all goes as expected, Hinata's future husband will likely be that man. So remember, do not provoke him. Let things unfold naturally. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, not only Jiraiya, but even Naruto found himself momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 170. Betting on the name of handcrafted ramen. Hinata Hyuga and that man. Uzumaki Naruto instinctively uttered. He soon realized that this matter was seemingly beyond his intervention and immediately covered his mouth out of reflex. At that moment, Jiraiya advised Naruto, "It's sufficient to keep such matters in your heart. Do not speak of them." After saying this, Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and expressed his recent ominous premonitions and concerns regarding the Akatsuki organization. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, indicating that the matters concerning the Akatsuki could be set aside for now. The most pressing task at hand was to thoroughly cultivate the younger generation. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the side of Uzumaki Naruto and then addressed Jiraiya. "For I too feel a sense of unease." Jiraiya, nodding in agreement, wore a grave expression. If it were merely his own apprehensions, he might have dismissed them as overthinking. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen sharing the same sentiment, it was clear that trouble was imminent. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya promptly told Naruto, "Naruto, let us go. After we finish our Ichiraku ramen, we shall commence training." With that, Jiraiya tugged Naruto out of the office. Days passed by. During this time, Sui and Hinata Hyuga trained rigorously in the depths of Fengdu's 18 mud plows. Of course, their daily training was brief, followed by a period of energy replenishment. Otherwise, continuous training would surely lead to exhaustion. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto had also mastered a more proficient use of chakra and the summoning technique. His combat prowess had seen a substantial enhancement compared to before. At this moment, the night sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Upon emerging once more from the depths of Fengdu's 18 mud plows, Sui turned to Hinata Hyuga and inquired, "Hinata, how prepared are you? Do you have confidence in yourself?" "Thanks to you, Brother Sui. I feel my strength has multiplied several times over." During this period, Sui had conducted specialized training focusing on Hinata's stamina and chakra, enabling her to maintain a longer transformation duration in the Tenseigan chakra mode. If the final Chunin exam were to occur within the next half-month, then according to the sign-in rules of their chat group, Hinata could undergo another enhancement of her abilities, which would subsequently be integrated into her bloodline. Sui believed that Hinata's Byakugan could eventually evolve into the Tenseigan. By that time, the chakra within Hinata would undergo a qualitative transformation. The duration of the Tenseigan chakra mode would also nearly be extended infinitely. However, the final exam was scheduled for tomorrow, and time was not on their side. Nevertheless, Hinata's current abilities were already more than sufficient. In that case, let us rest now and prepare for tomorrow's exam. Hinata nodded vigorously. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Sui and said, "Thank you for staying with me during my exam preparations, Brother Sui. These have been the happiest days of my life." "Silly girl, There will be plenty more days like this in the future. Sui affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, eliciting an expression of enjoyment from her. Thus, the two walked side by side towards Konoha village. Is there anything you wish to eat today? Ichiraku ramen. I haven't had it in ages. All right, as you wish. With that, they made their way to Ichiraku ramen. As night enveloped the world, the glow emanating from Ichiraku ramen illuminated the darkness. Inside, a few patrons were enjoying their bowls of ramen. Suddenly, the ramen chef, Uncle Ichiraku, upon noticing Hinata's arrival, warmly greeted her. Hinata, it's been several days since I last saw you. Have you been busy with the Chunin exams? Hearing Uncle Ichiraku's words, Hinata nodded, explaining that since the exam was tomorrow, she had decided to come and enjoy some ramen today. It seems I need to prepare more ramen. Otherwise, it might not be enough. Uncle Ichiraku replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face flushed slightly, and she shyly glanced at Sui before addressing Uncle Ichiraku. You don't need to exert yourself so much. I actually eat very little. But I recall your highest record is 46 bowls, which is the highest in our shop. At this moment, Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, Ayai, emerged from the shop and remarked to Hinata. As Ayai's words fell, Hinata's cheeks turned a bright shade of crimson. 46 bowls? How could a girl like me possibly eat that much? After saying this, Hinata blinked a few times at Ayai, seemingly signaling something. Ayai, noticing the incredibly handsome young man beside Hinata, quickly understood her implication. A girl often tends to be a bit reserved in front of someone she admires. After all, if her crush knew she could eat a lot, it would surely make her feel bashful. With this thought, Ayai scratched her head and said, Right. A girl couldn't possibly eat that much. I must have remembered incorrectly. Following this statement, Ayai nodded earnestly, as if confirming her own words. Observing this scene, Sui smiled and said, Come on, Hinata, you're at that age where you're still growing, and your bloodline is quite potent, so you require ample nourishment. There's no need to feel embarrassed about a girl eating a lot. The stronger one is, the more they tend to eat, so there's absolutely no need for shyness. Oh, and I eat a lot too. At this point, Sui looked at Uncle Ichiraku and added, It seems you will have to work hard for us. Uncle Ichiraku, witnessing how effortlessly Sui had alleviated Hinata's embarrassment, immediately gave him a thumbs up. Young man, you are truly a kind-hearted person. Rest assured, no matter how much ramen you both consume, I can handle it. I stake my reputation on my handcrafted ramen. And thus, the night passed. By morning, Sui and Hinata Hyuga departed from Ichiraku ramen. Uncle Ichiraku gazed at the towering stacks of bowls before him, tears of joy slipping from the corners of his eyes. Wonderful. They've finally eaten their fill and departed. I am utterly exhausted. I never want to make ramen again. Beside him, Ayai couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Dad, who told you to make such a bold claim? But they did eat a lot. Little Hinata polished off 50 bowls, and that handsome guy named Sui devoured 71 bowls. Incredible. Let us consider this a celebration for Hinata's early achievement of becoming a Chunin. Daughter, we shall close the shop for a week. I need a break. Chapter 171, The Dull Man. For Sui and Hinata Hyuga, a night without sleep was of little consequence. After accompanying Hinata back to her room and taking a brief rest, they set off towards the final examination venue. At this moment, it was not only them. Many citizens of Konoha village were also making their way to the examination venue. They were eager to witness the final round of the exam. Moreover, the esteemed Hokage and other dignitaries would also be present at the examination site. Additionally, a notable difference was that previously, Sui had to conceal his form using the phantom fruit. Now, however, he was able to walk side by side with Hinata Hyuga towards the final examination venue. Little Hinata, I will be watching you from the audience. So give it your all. Hinata turned to Sui, nodding vigorously. Yes, I will definitely secure the victory. In no time, the audience began to swell in number. They gazed down at the contestants, continuously cheering with fervor. For them, this was a most meaningful form of entertainment. Hinata gradually approached the crowd, her gaze sweeping over the familiar faces nearby. Shikamaru, Kankuro, Gaara, and Nara Shikamaru. It was then that Hinata noticed that 3 individuals were still absent. At that moment, Moonlight Gale addressed the crowd. Enough of your whispers. Stand tall and direct your gaze towards the audience. This competition is yours to shine in. After delivering his message, Moonlight Gale looked up at Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat in the highest chair, his hands resting on the armrests. His expression was far from pleasant. As he inquired of those beside him, have we yet to locate Sasuke? We have dispatched several Umbu teams, but there has been no word. He may have already fallen into Orochimaru's clutches. If that is the case, we may never find him. A heavy weight settled in Sarutobi's heart. Indeed, had turbulent currents been stirring beneath the surface during those seemingly tranquil days? Just as Saratobi pondered this, his expression shifted abruptly as he turned to the newcomer beside him. "Ah, what a rare visitor we have, Lord Kazakage." The Kazakage, upon hearing Saratobi's words, displayed no change in demeanor. He merely cast a cold glance at Saratobi before taking his seat. Saratobi refrained from further comment and stepped forward, addressing the audience in his slightly aged voice. "Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at the Chunin selection exam in Konoha." Just as Saratobi began his speech, a figure with yellow hair rushed in from outside. It was Naruto, exclaiming, "Awesome, I almost arrived late." "Come on, you are already late," Nara Shikamaru retorted, then turned back to Saratobi. Saratobi continued, "Please enjoy the true Chunin exam." As his words faded, Moonlight Gale produced a folded sheet of paper and slowly unfolded it before the crowd. "Due to certain developments, your opponents have temporarily changed. Please confirm your adversaries once more. Furthermore, this time, there are no rules. Victory will be determined only when one side is dead or concedes. However, fret not. Should I deem the outcome clear, I shall terminate the match." Upon hearing Moonlight Gale's proclamation, every contestant except Hinata displayed a slight change in expression. Meanwhile, Hinata's gaze remained fixed on the audience, ceaselessly searching for Sui. With her Byakugan, even without the enhancement of chakra, she possessed an extraordinary range of vision. Before long, she spotted Sui, who, upon sensing her gaze, nodded in acknowledgement. In that moment, Hinata felt a surge of encouragement. At that instant, Kurenai Yuhi took a seat next to Sui. Without hesitation, she inquired, "Do you believe Hinata will win?" Sui, his eyes still on Hinata, replied coolly, "I think you have asked a question of little consequence. In my view, Hinata is bound to win without a doubt." "Are you really that confident?" Kurenai pressed. But Sui remained silent, his indifference leaving her feeling somewhat deflated. Was it possible that she had lost her charm? Was he truly unwilling to engage in conversation? Contemplating this, Kurenai felt a twinge of sadness, yet she persisted, "Aren't you at all concerned that Hinata might be defeated? Let us not even mention the others. Just facing Gaara is an immense challenge. If he goes berserk and unleashes the tailed beast, Hinata could be gravely injured." Yet, Sui remained unresponsive. "You of all people." "I care for Hinata too," Kurenai exclaimed, shifting her gaze to the arena below. However, her eyes would occasionally dart towards Sui, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. At that moment, Moonlight Gale, hands on his hips, announced to the gathered crowd, "Thus, the first match will be Hinata Hyuga versus Naruto Uzumaki. Those two remain. The rest shall return to the waiting area." Nara Shikamaru turned to Naruto. "Looks like you're in for a tough battle. Don't worry, I will give it 500%. "No, wait, an infinite resolve," Naruto declared. Shikamaru, taken aback, chuckled, "That certainly sounds like you. Good luck." With that, he exited the arena. Meanwhile, the audience beheld the contestants for the first match. "That girl seems so delicate. Can she really defeat that blonde boy? You must be from out of town. She is the princess of the Hyuga clan, a true heiress. As for her strength, I've heard she is immensely powerful." "Heard? So you don't actually know how strong she is?" "I doubt she stands a chance against the blonde." "Indeed, I think so too. She looks like a mere child. What capabilities could she possibly have?" "Humph, just wait until the battle. You will all retract your earlier statements." Observing the comments from the visiting outsiders, the citizens of Konoha chose not to explain further. After all, the truth would reveal itself in time. Chapter 172, The Combat Prowess of Our Village's Genin. The audience was filled with the sounds of cheers, and the atmosphere was undeniably lively. However, what they did not realize was just how nervous Naruto was at this moment. Gazing at the emotionless Hinata before him, he felt a slight tremor in his body. After this period of rigorous training, Naruto had come to understand Jiraiya's strength. Yet, the more he learned about Jiraiya's prowess, the more astonished he became by Hinata. The girl before him had once fought Jiraiya to a standstill. Most importantly, Jiraiya had once stated that if Hinata unleashed the full power of her summoning beasts, he might not emerge victorious. Sui crafted two summoning spirits using the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone, both of which surpassed the strength of special grade spirits. This formidable power was accumulated from emotions he had gathered over a long period. Even the likes of Satoru Gojo would find these spirits exceedingly troublesome. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced Sui's lips as he gazed down at Naruto Uzumaki, pondering, "So, Naruto, what do you intend to do? As the protagonist, can you truly defeat Hinata Hyuga before you?" Engaging in a rivalry with the protagonist is, in Sui's view, a most intriguing endeavor, especially since this rival is one he has nurtured himself. Naruto, looking at Hinata before him, slowly extended his arm. His fist clenched so tightly that it trembled along with his body. Hinata, I know you are strong, but I will not yield. I will give it my all. Therefore, I hope you will also unleash your full potential. Hinata Hyuga coldly regarded Naruto Uzumaki, her expression unwavering. The only person capable of bringing her joy was her brother. Sui. To her, this individual before her was merely a childish prankster. He had even drawn on their family gate, leading to her receiving scorn from many for several days. I will certainly give it my all. All you need to do is be prepared. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Naruto wore a smile. Then you should be cautious. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a wave of red chakra enveloped him. The crimson chakra swelled, eventually saturating his entire being. Under Hinata's Byakugan, it appeared as though a roaring furnace blazed within Naruto's abdomen. The red chakra gradually suffused his form. In the arena, Naruto's shouts echoed, his strength and presence surging ever stronger, stirring the emotions of the onlookers. At this moment, Hyuga Niji, who had only recently recovered, arrived at the spectator's stand. He gazed down at Naruto Uzumaki, utterly astonished. Was this truly the same underachiever from before? Seated above, Niji looked down at the two combatants. Reflecting on how he had once mocked Hinata and Naruto as the worst of the worst, he now saw them advancing in the competition while he remained merely a spectator. It dawned on him that the true fool was none other than himself. The others above began to notice Naruto's escalating energy. Kurenai Yuhi turned to Sui and asked, "It seems Naruto has begun to utilize the Nine-Tails chakra. Are you not concerned that Hinata may be defeated? She will not lose." Sui confidently replied, simultaneously expressing his unwavering trust in Hinata. While Sui understood Hinata's capabilities, others were not so assured. Witnessing Naruto's rising momentum, disbelief washed over them, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose pupils widened in shock. The Nine-Tails. Indeed, this chakra is undoubtedly from the Nine-Tails. Naruto has actually mastered the ability to wield its chakra? Hiruzen found it hard to process. If that were the case, Hinata might very well be at risk of defeat. Naruto was truly full of surprises. Indeed, one must say that Naruto lives up to his reputation. Though he can be quite a headache, he comes through remarkably in critical moments, exclaimed Shikamaru Nara and his companions in the stands, their faces alight with astonishment. However, faced with the surging momentum of Naruto, Hinata felt a twinge of impatience. Are you ready? Yes, I am prepared. You should be careful now, Hinata. With Naruto's declaration, an overwhelming chakra erupted from him. The red chakra enveloped Naruto entirely. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. As the smoke cleared, four figures emerged. Empowered by the Nine-Tails chakra, their speed became extraordinarily swift. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Hinata, encasing her within their formation. Observing this, Hinata remained unfazed. The Tensigen slowly manifested within her eyes, and at that moment, the figure above, Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage, was utterly stunned. No, to be precise, it was Orochimaru in disguise who was completely taken aback. He had only heard of the Sharingan's evolution. Could the Byakugan evolve as well? Moreover, this power seemed to surpass even that of the Sharingan, and perhaps even the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tensigen Chakra Mode. Special Truth-Seeking Balls. Ignoring the astonishment of others, Hinata waved her hand, conjuring 5 special truth-seeking balls behind her. Compared to previous ones, these were notably more stable, their chakra energy far more condensed. I hope you can handle my attack. As Hinata's words fell, the truth-seeking balls dispersed around her. The energy locked onto Naruto, and with their incredible speed, they were simply unavoidable. In the blink of an eye, the special truth-seeking balls struck each of Naruto's clones with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed as 4 of the truth-seeking balls consumed the shadow clones, detonating in a burst of white mist. Meanwhile, Naruto's true form witnessed the truth-seeking balls closing in, yet he found himself unable to react. The speed was simply overwhelming. Boom. The last truth-seeking ball detonated, a small mushroom cloud rising slowly. Had it not been for the protection of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto might have faced dire consequences. Even so, he sustained considerable injuries. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a cough, addressing the Orochimaru impersonating Kazekage beside him. Cough, cough, do not mind this. It is merely the fighting prowess of our village's lower ninjas. Chapter 173, The Destruction of Konoha Plan commences. Cough, cough, do not mind this. This is merely the fighting prowess of our village's lower ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the figure beside him who was masquerading as the Kazekage. Gulp. The disguised Orochimaru instinctively swallowed hard upon hearing Hiruzen's words, his eyes wide in shock as he beheld the ruined arena below. The ground was pockmarked. a testament to the devastation wrought by the special truth-seeking balls. Setting aside Naruto's prowess with the Nine-Tails chakra, how could that girl with the Byakugan be so formidable? The chilling azure of her Tenseigan emanated a pressure that surpassed even that of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the lower-ranked ninjas of your village truly exhibit remarkable strength. That little girl's true prowess might even surpass that of many upper-ranked ninjas and Kage from other villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from acknowledging this statement, as he too was deeply astonished. It was difficult for him to fathom how Hinata Hyuga had attained such formidable abilities in merely a few days. Could it be that everything was influenced by that man? It seems that the method of alliance through marriage is indeed advantageous, as long as this man can be secured. The foundation of Konohagakure will undoubtedly grow even stronger. If his memory serves him correctly, Hyuga Hayashi has another daughter, named Hanabi, and he should consult him regarding this matter. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently mused. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. At that moment, the crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor, erupting into deafening cheers. Byakugan Princess! Byakugan Princess! Byakugan Princess! The multitude of accolades ignited a fervor among the spectators, gradually deactivating her Tenseigan chakra mode. Hinata turned her gaze towards Sui in the audience, offering a gentle smile before making her way towards the stands. Meanwhile, medical ninjas rushed over to carry Naruto Uzumaki away for treatment. In the spectator area, Sui observed Hinata Hyuga approaching him and couldn't help but laugh heartily, exclaiming, "Huh? Little Hinata has truly mastered her skills." Beside him, Kurenai Yuhi paused. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Sui and inquired, "What do you mean by mastered?" "It means she can defeat an opponent in a single strike, without the need for a second." Just as Sui articulated this, Hinata came sprinting towards him, clearly eager to be by his side. "Brother Sui," Hinata exclaimed, extending her arms as she leapt into his embrace. It was at this precise moment that a new round of matches commenced. Otherwise, her presence in the audience would certainly have caused quite a stir. Sui affectionately stroked Hinata's hair, asking, "How does your body feel?" "Thanks to you, Brother Sui, I feel quite fatigued, yet I can still move normally." In half a month, you shall elevate your bloodline once more, and by then, the side effects will be minimal. At that point, it is likely that few in the ninja world will be your match." Of course, Sui referred to the early stages of the Naruto timeline. However, he believed that with his presence and the support of their chat group, even in the latter stages of Naruto, few would rival Hinata. On the other hand, Kurenai Yuhi, having overheard their conversation, appeared astounded. She turned to Sui, asking, "Do you possess some secret to gaining strength? Could you share it with me? I too wish to know. In any world, it is the survival of the fittest, with victors reigning supreme. If one can grow stronger, why not seize the opportunity?" Kurenai's voice reached Sui and Hinata's ears. Hinata then looked at Kurenai, saying, "Teacher Kurenai, so you are here as well." Kurenai felt a pang of sadness. Her student had not noticed her presence until now. It was truly disheartening, but she remained earnest, gazing at Hinata and Sui, hoping to glean their methods of becoming stronger, for Hinata's progress had been astonishingly swift. Sui, however, swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, "Little Hinata, who do you think will emerge victorious in the end?" Upon hearing their exchange, Kurenai regarded Sui thoughtfully, silently vowing to uncover his secrets. For he had successfully piqued her curiosity. As time flowed by, the matches continued, cycling through one after another. In contrast to the visual spectacle of the earlier rounds, highlighted by the dazzling displays of the Nine-Tails mode and Tenseigan chakra, the subsequent bouts lacked much appeal. Even the recent return of Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara's battle failed to ignite the audience's excitement. As the matches grew increasingly tense, many spectators began to feel drowsy. Kurenai immediately sensed something amiss. Even she felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. Hinata, too, displayed signs of fatigue. Before she could voice her concern, Sui gently reassured her, "Do not worry, I am fine." Just as the three were taken aback, white, fluttering feathers began to descend upon the audience. As these feathers continued to fall, the crowd's drowsiness intensified. Within moments, the audience began to close their eyes, succumbing to slumber. Kurenai's face was etched with vigilance. "It's an illusion technique." Without delay, she formed hand seals, declaring, "Release." As her words rang out, she felt the heaviness in her mind dissipate significantly, freeing her from the effects of the feathers. Observing this, Maki felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, internally lamenting. Has the masked man already begun his actions? It seems the time for us to act has come. Just as Maki contemplated this, in the uppermost section of the audience, where the Hokage and Kazekage were seated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the disguised Orochimaru exchanged glances. Bang! A loud noise erupted. Following this, smoke engulfed the vision of many. This is bad. That direction is towards Lord Hokage, Kakashi exclaimed. Things are about to get troublesome, Guy added. As they spoke, several ninjas wearing umbu masks charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the smoke around him began to clear, a kunai was pressed against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Destroy the leaf plan. Commence. Chapter 174. Trample the snake. The kunai pressed against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. The Kazekage bent his legs slightly, then leapt forcefully, propelling Sarutobi Hiruzen upward. Simultaneously, four figures burst forth from the dissipating smoke. The leader of the Umbu frowned upon seeing the four individuals. Sound ninjas? These four were none other than Jirubu, Kidumu, Taiya, and Sakan and Yukon. They formed hand seals, collectively unleashing the ninja technique for purple flames formation. A purple-black rectangular barrier materialized before the onlookers. At that moment, an Umbu ninja rushed towards the barrier, drawing his kunai, intent on breaking through. Yet, upon contact with the barrier, flames engulfed him entirely. The four purple flames formation incinerates all who approached the barrier. The unfortunate ninja's body was reduced to ashes, appearing utterly tragic. Humph. The kunai in the Kazekage's hand pressed against Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck as he let out a cold, mocking laugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at the Kazekage behind him, inquiring, Kazekage, do you intend to instigate a war? To provoke conflict? Huh. And even if you do, what of it? Well, let us bring this tedious contest to a definitive close. From this moment forth, history is on the brink of transformation, Master Sarutobi. As the words of the Kazekage echoed through the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted sharply. You scoundrel, he said, his voice steady as he addressed the Kazekage. For he had already discerned the true identity of this rogue. Meanwhile, the forest trembled ominously. Dozens of ninjas from Sunagakure formed a circle, brandishing scrolls that had long been prepared. Before them lay a vast summoning array. With a synchronized motion, they raised their scrolls and brought them crashing down to the ground. A colossal summoning beast emerged from the billowing smoke. As the mist gradually dissipated, it revealed a monstrous creature with 3 serpent heads, surging towards Kanahagakure. Simultaneously, numerous sand ninjas materialized within the view of the onlookers. The sentinels stationed outside Konoha, upon witnessing this scene, were momentarily struck with panic. Before they could react, the gargantuan beast lunged at the outermost wall, its terrifying jaws tearing through it with devastating force. In an instant, the wall crumbled to dust, and the ninjas of Konoha were swallowed whole by the giant serpent. Chaos enveloped Konoha. Beep. Mission initiated. In this endeavor to obliterate Konoha, display your unparalleled strength and ensure your presence is etched into the memories of all. Rewards will be granted based on completion. Beep. Highest reward, bloodline enhancement. The electronic sound of the chat group resonated in the minds of Sui and Hinata Hyuga, for they were the sole members remaining within the world of Naruto. Hinata exchanged a glance with Sui, who then inquired, Hinata, how do you feel at present? Hinata, fully aware of the implication behind Sui's words, promptly responded. As of now, my physical condition prevents me from utilizing the Rebirth I Chakra mode, but I am fully capable of engaging in regular combat. Then let us employ the summoning beast I gifted you, Sui replied. Indeed, Hinata affirmed, her head bobbing with determination, her face devoid of any trace of anxiety. Beside them, Yuhi Kurenai addressed Sui. Are you planning to assist us? Of course, this is little Hinata's village. If it were to be destroyed, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken, and thus, I shall intervene to prevent her sorrow, he replied. Upon hearing this, Hinata's smile brightened even further. Then I shall join you, Kurenai declared. I'm afraid I must decline, Sui retorted, leading Hinata forward. Observing Sui and Hinata as they approached the edge of the spectator area, Kurenai's face momentarily flickered with a hint of reluctance. Without hesitation, she joined Sui's side. I am a ninja of this village. It is my duty to protect it. Very well, Sui replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the ground beneath them quaked violently. Hinata turned her gaze towards the distance. With her Byakugan's ability, she spotted the 3-headed serpent racing towards them. Sui, allow me to handle that serpent, she exclaimed. Be cautious, he warned. Fear not, Sui. It is no match for me, Hinata declared confidently, slamming her hands onto the ground. Summoning technique. A loud bang resounded as the smoke cleared, revealing Zeus, the thundercloud beast. Before Hinata, this time, she summoned but a single beast. With a determined step, Hinata mounted Zeus and charged towards the 3-headed serpent. Kurenai, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts of the peculiar nature of this summoning beast. Just then, she realized that Su-yi had vanished from her sight. Where could he have gone? She pondered, her irritation growing as she stamped her foot against the ground. Nevertheless, the village had now entered a state of combat readiness. Despite her inability to locate Su-yi, she remained resolute in her duty to prevent any further calamity and minimize unnecessary losses. To the east of Konoha, the three-headed serpent twisted its massive body, rapidly advancing toward the village, a mere 500 meters from its structures. Should the serpent choose, it could obliterate the buildings in mere seconds. However, Konoha's defenses were far from feeble. Numerous ninjas had instinctively taken their positions, ready to fulfill their roles. No matter what you are, you shall not pass us, they declared fiercely. This village is under our protection. Prepare to meet your demise. Nearly 20 ninjas stood atop various rooftops, establishing a defensive line. Fire release, great fireball technique. 3 ninjas unleashed massive fireballs that surged towards the three-headed serpent. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs struck the serpent, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, causing its tail to lash out at the ninjas. The speed of the attack was beyond their capacity to evade. Just then, a melodic voice rang out from the sky. Summoning technique. Prometheus. Chapter 175. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Summoning technique. Prometheus. Came the call from above. Hinata, atop Zeus, advanced towards the three-headed serpent, her hands forming seals with remarkable speed before thrusting them forward. In an instant, a perfectly round, fiery red sphere materialized in the air. Prometheus. Divine fire. Hinata commanded. As her words fell, Prometheus began to swell rapidly, engulfing the sky in flames. At this moment, the serpent's tail was about to strike the ninjas. Just as calamity loomed, Prometheus descended from above. The sky was ablaze with fire. The flames crashed down with ferocity, alive and thrumming with energy, wreaking havoc upon the three-headed serpent. The searing heat transformed into a torrent of scorching waves, battering the faces of the nearby ninjas, who felt as though they were on the verge of being incinerated. This temperature was utterly insufferable. The flames continued to blaze, and the three-headed serpent thrashed wildly on the ground, desperate to extinguish the flames consuming it. Yet, Prometheus would not allow the serpent such reprieve. The flames upon her body swelled once more, the heat surging exponentially. The ground beneath had already charred to a deep black. Leave this to me. You are no match for it. As Hinata Hyuga spoke, other sand ninjas approached from a distance, standing atop the formidable Raijin Zeus. Hinata exchanged glances with the opposing ninjas, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she descended from Raijin Zeus, positioning herself atop the highest rooftop in the east gate. Raijin Zeus unleashed the great thunder. As her words echoed, the form of Raijin Zeus began to stretch and expand. In the blink of an eye, the sky became blanketed with tumultuous storm clouds. Boom, boom. Within the dark clouds, thunder rumbled, akin to a roaring thunder dragon. At that moment, all ninjas stood agape, witnessing the spectacle before them. They could scarcely believe their eyes, questioning whether this was merely an illusion. How else could such a scene manifest? Fire and heavenly thunder. By all accounts, such phenomena were the domain of nature itself. Yet here they were, wielded by a mere girl. Observing the three-headed serpent struggling nearby, the sand ninjas quickly regained their composure. They could not afford to delay any longer. We must eliminate this girl at once. Otherwise, we may very well meet our demise, the captain of the sand ninja team urged. However, just as the words left their lips, a fierce determination flashed in Hinata's eyes. Too late. With her declaration, Hinata, embodying the essence of a queen, raised her arms high and then sliced downward with force. Accompanying her motion, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, screamed down from the heavens. Boom. The light of the entire sky seemed to be consumed by the descending thunder. The thunder roared. The surrounding ninjas instinctively rubbed their eyes, striving to confirm the reality of the scene unfolding before them. Beneath the lightning, the figures of the sand ninjas vanished utterly, reduced to pitch-black ashes. The ground cracked in intricate patterns, resembling a spider's web. Was this truly the power of Hinata Hyuga? How exaggerated! This terrifying offensive, a fusion of fire and celestial thunder, was indeed beyond comprehension. At this point, the observing ninjas fell silent. They had hardly witnessed the battles of the third Hokage, thus struggling to fathom what an S-rank battle truly entailed. Yet now, in their eyes, Hinata's prowess had ascended to that level. What was most astounding was that Hinata had hardly lifted a finger. In truth, she had only spoken a few words. The flames and thunderclouds had utterly vanquished them. This spectacle had undoubtedly shattered their preconceived notions. Princess of Byakugan, Princess of Byakugan, Princess of Byakugan. It was uncertain who among the ninjas first called out, but soon many joined in chanting Hinata's title. Hinata, observing the admiration of her peers, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. The feeling of safeguarding her village was truly uplifting. If only her brother Suichi could marry her within the village, receiving the blessings of the people. How blissful she would be. Contemplating this, a rosy hue graced Hinata's delicate face. At the same time, a resolution formed in her mind. She would strive to become Hokage, to make herself worthy of her brother Suichi. With this thought, a steely resolve flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Orochimaru had unveiled his true identity, causing great distress among the Umbu ninjas outside. If memory served, this barrier could only be undone from within. As long as the Hokage could eliminate one of them, the barrier would collapse, and it would be their moment to intervene. However, just as they spoke, the faces of Doyu and his comrades twisted into sinister smiles. The time is ripe. Indeed, let us proceed. Upon Doyu's command, the barrier was reactivated. What? This is impossible. If that were the case, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Hokage to breach the barrier. How could they possibly manage this? Having never heard of such a two-layered barrier before, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the gravity of the situation. It was evident that escape would not be simple. Orochimaru regarded Sarutobi with a look of disdain, speaking with a tone of duplicity. For you, allowing those burdens to enter would only hinder your battle. As Orochimaru was indeed Sarutobi's former student, he understood his mentor's nature exceedingly well. Following Orochimaru's words, the two clashed in an instant. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru extended his tongue, transforming it into a long serpent that lunged at Sarutobi. Yet, Sarutobi evaded with a substitution technique, appearing behind Orochimaru. Earth Style, Earth Flow River Technique. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. A relentless barrage of ninjutsu surged toward Orochimaru. Sarutobi was truly deserving of the title of Ninjutsu Doctor. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice echoed from afar. Summoning Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. As Orochimaru formed the hand seals, Sarutobi's expression instantly shifted. Could it be that technique? Just as Sarutobi pondered this, he watched as Orochimaru smugly raised his hands. 1. With that proclamation, a coffin materialized before him. 2. Another coffin appeared as he spoke. Cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi's brow. Were these two individuals? No, I must prevent the third from manifesting. With that thought, Sarutobi charged at Orochimaru. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Sarutobi quickly formed hand seals, completing them in less than a second. He placed his right hand to his mouth, inhaled deeply, and then exhaled forcefully. A fireball nearly 3 meters in diameter hurtled toward Orochimaru. Boom. The fireball struck the third coffin, instantly engulfing it in flames. The half-formed coffin began to descend slowly. Had he stopped it? Sarutobi felt a surge of anxiety. Orochimaru recognized that manifesting the third coffin would be troublesome. Yet it was already sufficient. Teacher Sarutobi, you must find these two quite familiar, no? As Orochimaru's voice faded, 2 coffins slowly creaked open. Those outside the barrier stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. How could this be possible? I must be ensnared in an illusion. This is utterly outrageous. Why is this happening? My heavens, this is simply terrifying. That is, the onlookers were utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before them. As the coffins parted, a white mist swiftly dissipated. How shall you contend with this, Lord Sarutobi, the third Hokage? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was filled with trepidation. Cold sweat trickling down his face. He assumed a battle-ready stance, yet his heart was overwhelmed with unparalleled shock. The 2 figures before him were none other than the first Hokage and the second Hokage. One of them was even his own mentor. Damn you, Orochimaru. To dare desecrate the souls of the deceased. Above in the sky, Sui leisurely savored a chilled watermelon, freshly procured from elsewhere. This explained his absence moments ago. Moreover, in the lofty heights, few would notice his presence. It was the perfect vantage point for enjoying the spectacle. Truth be told, before his transmigration, Sui had fantasized about witnessing this battle firsthand. Now, he found his modest wish fulfilled. Of course, Sui was aware of the gravity of the situation. He would never allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to suffer grievous harm. Additionally, according to the task from the chat group, he needed to ensure that everyone remembered him. Thus, providing timely assistance would be far more beneficial than merely adding embellishments. With this thought, Sui took another bite of his watermelon. The refreshing sweetness burst forth in his mouth, filling him with a delightful chill. Chapter 177. The Melon Eating concludes. The brilliant sun cast its rays across the land, leaving countless individuals feeling the oppressive heat, especially within the barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on him, an uncomfortable sensation. What infuriated him further was Orochimaru's sacrilege against the souls of the first and second Hokages. Long time no see, monkey. Senju Hashirama emerged from the coffin. Gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama followed suit, addressing Hiruzen, I never expected to see you two old brothers again. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied to the two figures before him. I am truly honored to stand before you. First Hokage, second Hokage. Su-e observed the unfolding scene below, noting Orochimaru brandishing two daggers as he approached Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. He then plunged the daggers into their heads. In an instant, their once vibrant eyes began to lose their luster. Witnessing this, Su-e remarked nonchalantly, after such a long wait, the show is finally about to begin. Once you've fought a while longer, it will be my turn to make an entrance. With that, Su-e took another bite of the icy watermelon, appearing remarkably relaxed. As he swallowed, the performance commenced in earnest. Senju Tobarama darted to the side, while Senju Hashirama charged directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though Hiruzen was now elderly, he was undaunted in the face of the two Hokages, who possessed only a fraction of their former strength. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Flames surged before Sarutobi Hiruzen, swirling violently, infused with chakra, resembling a raging dragon as it surged forth. In that moment, the entire space seemed illuminated by Hiruzen's Fire Dragon technique. Thick black smoke billowing and spreading throughout the barrier. Yet, despite the might of this ninjutsu, Senju Tobarama was no novice. Water style, Water Flow Wall. Tobarama swiftly formed seals, conjuring a massive water barrier before them. The nearby Umbu ninjas observed this spectacle, their astonishment palpable. They had not anticipated that Senju Tobarama could execute such a high-level water ninjutsu in a barrier devoid of moisture and filled with heat. Is this truly the power of Senju Tobarama? Orochimaru, witnessing this, felt a thrill of excitement. Truly, he was worthy of being the previous Hokage. Remarkably impressive, he exclaimed, reveling in this spectator's delight. Meanwhile, Su-e softly murmured, indeed, watching a show is exhilarating. Embracing this thought, he continued to enjoy his watermelon from above. Observing the battle below, Su-e opened the live stream in the chat group. In the chat group, Kiriyama Asuna. The live stream has started. Kiriyama Asuna. CC. I didn't expect you to use emoticons too. CC. But Su-e, what are you broadcasting? Whitebeard. Gura. It seems like there's a fight happening in that rectangular prism. Siko Busujima. It looks so cool, with fire and water alternating. Seeing the enthusiastic remarks from the group members, Su-e explained, this is the third Hokage battling against the first and second Hokages. Their abilities are available in the points shop. Su-e continued, if you're interested, you can take a look and study them to see if they suit you. If they do, you can accumulate points for redemption. As the group leader, Su-e felt a responsibility to guide each member, hoping to spare them from unnecessary detours. After all, once they joined the chat group, they were akin to family. The other members understood Su-e's intentions and began to emulate him, watching the battle unfold before them. It was evident to all that Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities were nearing their limits. His aged body was no match for the two Hokages before him. Damn it, is this really it? Hiruzen silently cursed his frail physique. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not alter the undeniable truth of his old age. Orochimaru, observing, wore a sinister smile, his pale cheeks rendering him quite terrifying. Seizing the opportunity while he was down, now was the time for the final assault. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the ears of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Upon hearing his command, the resurrected duo charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. TSK. I never imagined I would make my entrance so soon. I haven't even finished my watermelon. As Su-e's words trailed off, his figure flickered, dashing straight into the barrier. The watermelon he held fell from the sky. Within the barrier, Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, his face etched with a chilling expression. The secret wood release technique, birth of the forest. As the words of Senju Hashirama echoed through the air, the debris on the roof began to sprout tender branches. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively swallowed hard. This is the unique secret technique of the first Hokage. Just as Sarutobi was contemplating this, the saplings transformed instantaneously into towering trees. The chakra in Hashirama's hands seemed to morph into countless life forces, entirely under his command. leaving Sarutobi with no avenue of escape. A glance at Orochimaru, who stood not far away, stirred an unprecedented bitterness within Sarutobi. Had he known that Orochimaru would resort to such actions, he would have. However, now, due to his earlier leniency, he found himself facing this dire situation. No matter how he reasoned, Sarutobi could not forgive the present Orochimaru. Yet, confined by the branches, he found it nearly impossible to perform any hand seals, let alone break free. Sensei, you have indeed grown old. Do you recall what I advised you previously? To appoint the 5th Hokage at the earliest, lest you come to regret it. Unfortunately, you did not heed my counsel. As he spoke, Orochimaru expelled the Kusanagi sword from his mouth, glistening with his saliva. Grasping the hilt, Orochimaru slowly advanced towards Sarutobi. The Kusanagi was raised high, then thrust violently towards Sarutobi. In that critical moment, the barrier shattered instantaneously. A figure appeared before Orochimaru. Ah, I didn't expect you to be so eager. You should know. This individual before you is your teacher. Sui materialized in front of Orochimaru, calmly extending his hands, intending to catch the blade with bare hands. A daring gambit. However, halfway through, Sui recalled the Kusanagi was expelled from Orochimaru's mouth, a rather unsanitary circumstance. This realization was unacceptable to Sui, who harbored a selective aversion to filth. Contemplating this, Sui immediately opted for a heat ray. Behold, orange-red light radiated from Sui's eyes, shooting forth towards the Kusanagi. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword emitted a series of mournful cries. In an instant, it was consumed by Sui's heat ray, offering no resistance whatsoever. Orochimaru instinctively recoiled a few steps. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Sui and murmured, "Who on earth are you? Why have I never encountered you before?" "Oh, a pleasure to meet you. I am the Supreme Destruction Day." As Sui's words fell, his figure vanished from Orochimaru's sight. Before Orochimaru could process this, Sui materialized behind him. With a swift motion, Sui transformed his hand into a blade, striking fiercely towards Orochimaru's neck. Infused with the spirit of a master swordsman, even an ordinary hand could become an extraordinarily sharp blade. Orochimaru's expression shifted instantly, his brows furrowed as he lunged forward, a blaring alarm ringing in his mind. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not evade Sui's assault. With a resounding thud, Sui's palm struck Orochimaru's neck, sending his body flying outward like a fleeting shadow, soaring past the rooftop. At that moment, the 4 individuals maintaining the barrier finally regained their senses. Everything had transpired far too swiftly, so rapid that they failed to notice the barrier's collapse. How could this be? This barrier could only be breached from within. Who exactly is this individual? Even Lord Orochimaru is no match for him. Is he from Konoha? I never anticipated such a formidable presence in Konoha. This is utterly terrifying. I scarcely had time to react. The 4 individuals stood dumbfounded, observing the unfolding spectacle. In that instant, Orochimaru underwent a transformation. His previously twisted head slowly opened its mouth, from which yet another Orochimaru emerged. A grotesque sight indeed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Orochimaru, I must commend your ability. It's quite impressive, but can it save you a second time? Upon hearing Sui's words, Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he commanded the 1st and 2nd Hokages. What are you waiting for? Hurry and eliminate him. As Orochimaru's command resonated, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's eyes gleamed with determination. They locked onto Sui's figure and without a moment's hesitation, charged towards him. Their hands forming seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. Wood release, flower tree world. This time, Hashirama held nothing back, channeling all his chakra into this jutsu. Sarutobi, observing the unfolding scene, instinctively warned Sui, that is the signature technique of the 1st Hokage. Do not confront it head-on. Quickly evade. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Sui casually shook his head. Though I harbor no affection for the old man, you are still the Hokage of this village. If you continue to live, you may protect more people within this village. After all, I am not a caretaker, able to shield you at all times. As Sui spoke, Tobirama's water dragon bullet surged towards him. Without reservation, Sui unleashed his heat ray, engulfing the water dragon in a blaze. The flames flickered, consuming the water dragon entirely, then surged along its original trajectory towards Tobirama. Boom! Sui's heat ray pierced directly through Tobirama's heart. The surrounding Umbu ninjas, engaged in battle, were acutely aware of this horrifying scene. This individual, if memory serves me correctly, is Hinata Hyuga's master. What kind of jutsu is this? It's astonishingly powerful. This is simply unfathomable. Most importantly, this technique was performed without hand seals. Is it a no-seal jutsu? At that moment, Hashirama's flower tree world had also reached its culmination. An upgraded version of the wood release, tree world. This technique was arguably the most formidable of all wood techniques, utilizing 1's chakra as nourishment to accelerate the growth of trees, allowing for their manipulation at will. The already shattered roof was entirely transformed by Hashirama's flower tree world. The raised trunks enveloped the entire rooftop, adorned with an abundance of blossoms. The flowers began to bloom gently, releasing a myriad of pollen. Upon witnessing this, Sarutobi hastily warned, "Be cautious. Do not inhale this. Otherwise, even the most formidable shadow-level expert would succumb to unconsciousness due to complacency." Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen's words faded into the air, Sui casually gestured to the side. The magnetic field activated. The watermelon, which had been plummeting, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, hurtling towards Sui. Ignoring the pollen, Sui took a bite of the watermelon and addressed the onlookers. "The flower tree world has descended? You are utterly incapable." Sui opened his mouth and spat out a watermelon seed. Immediately, he began to concentrate an immense amount of divine energy in his hand. This divine energy was the essence he had consumed during his battle with Hela. However, his body was incapable of absorbing the divine energy. Thus, he could only store it within. Even Sui had not anticipated that this divine essence would prove useful at this moment. "Today, I shall be generous. Please, indulge in the watermelon." With that, Sui pressed the divine essence onto the watermelon seed. In an instant, the seed, infused with divine energy, sprang to life, sprouting, growing. In the blink of an eye, the watermelon expanded exponentially. Even the flower tree world summoned by Senju Hashirama could not withstand the might of this colossal watermelon. The watermelon continued to swell, effortlessly crushing branches. The pollen that could induce drowsiness in shadow-level ninjas was blown aside as the watermelon grew larger. The Umbu ninjas, catching a whiff, also felt drowsy. Before anyone could gather their wits, Sui once again appeared behind Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, have you ever been kicked at superliminal speed?" Without waiting for Orochimaru to regain his composure, Sui delivered a swift kick. Boom! Orochimaru transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the sky. At that moment, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama also regained their senses, though their bodies were swiftly deteriorating. They stared in astonishment at Sui before them. The two of them exclaimed, "You are truly formidable. I believe that even at my peak, I would not necessarily be your match." Sarutobi Hiruzen had already held a high estimation of Sui's strength. But upon hearing Hashirama's words, he felt a profound shock. This indicated that the individual before him possessed the terrifying power to unify the ninja world. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to befriend Sui at all costs. He planned to discuss with Hinata Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, the prospect of a union between Hinata Hyuga and Sui. He felt this matter could no longer be delayed. Hearing the words of these two, Sui's lips curled into a slight smile, for he had caught the sound of a notification from the chat group. Ding! Congratulations to group leader Sui for receiving the recognition and astonishment of the first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and others. Awarded the highest reward, Bloodline Enhancement. Ding! Bloodline Enhancement failed. Group leader Sui's bloodline cannot be altered. Ding! The final reward will be granted to group leader Sui in full points for the failed bloodline enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to group leader Sui for receiving a reward of 50,000 points. A wave of fortune. Even Sui himself had not anticipated that the chat group would utilize full points. This could temporarily grant him the freedom of points. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga stood atop the thundercloud Zeus and approached Sui. Upon reaching his side, Hinata promptly inquired, "Brother Sui, are you unhurt?" The live broadcast from the chat group had yet to conclude. Witnessing Hinata's concern for Sui, the onlookers began to tease her. Embarrassed, Hinata nestled into Sui's embrace, too shy to show her face. As soon as she did, everyone noticed her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. The plan to destroy Konoha was now irrevocably declared a failure. Seeing this, Sui raised his hand and proclaimed, "Since we have achieved a resounding victory this time, I shall treat everyone to watermelon." Cheers erupted. "Hooray, we have watermelon to eat." The sight of a watermelon the size of a small 3-story villa elicited joyous exclamations from the crowd. However, many in the medical department felt quite exasperated that they hadn't consumed a single grain of rice, their stomachs filled solely with watermelon. Chapter 179, Seizing the Opportunity. After spending a day in Konoha village, Sui returned to his Marvel world. It must be said Time flows remarkably swiftly in the Naruto world. Having spent what felt like a long duration there, it amounted to merely an hour in the Marvel Universe. Stifling a yawn, Sui returned to his villa. As soon as he opened the door, he found Wanda sitting on his bed. Instantly, Sui snapped back to reality. He had almost forgotten that Wanda had promised to be his pillow. How long have you been here? Sui asked Wanda. She looked at him, not answering his question, but instead inquired, how is my brother? Wanda's concern for her brother was evident. In response, Sui retrieved his phone and called up a video of Quicksilver. Take a look. Your brother is currently undergoing recovery treatment. Although he is still unconscious, a month should be sufficient for him to heal. Relieved, Wanda watched the video on the phone. Then, she regarded Sui with caution and asked, are you certain I only need to? She hesitated, biting her lower lip before continuing. Are you sure I only need to be your pillow? You won't do anything else to me, will you? Sui, intrigued, stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Wanda. He gently lifted her chin with his finger, asking, what else do you think I might do? For some reason, Wanda felt a sudden flush of warmth envelop her body. And no, nothing. I wasn't thinking of anything. She instinctively shifted back. Leaning against the headboard, her hair was slightly disheveled. Yet, Sui was relentless. Following her movement, he drew her into his embrace. If you weren't thinking of anything, then why is your face so red? Wanda had never experienced anything like this. She buried her head, unable to meet Sui's gaze. Like an ostrich, she elicited laughter from those around her. Outside, the night sky was adorned with countless stars. The city lights began to twinkle, signaling the onset of nightlife. Sui chose not to continue teasing Wanda, instead moving to the wardrobe to meticulously select his attire. In a moment, change into this outfit. Additionally, you may freely alternate among these several garments. As for the other clothing within this villa, they are strictly off limits for wear. Do you comprehend? As she spoke, Sui casually tossed the garments she held to Wanda. Wanda caught the clothing and slowly unfolded it. For a brief instant, she stood there utterly stunned. What manner of attire is this? A maid's costume. Isn't it splendid? I meticulously selected it. Splendid, you say? Are you certain this qualifies as a maid's uniform? Does your household's maid wear one with an opening? This remark had been made previously by Hela, who had donned Sui's clothing instead of this particular maid outfit. Now, upon hearing the same words again, Sui chuckled. Aren't you just my pillow? What is wrong with wearing this maid's outfit? I. Yet, Wanda found herself at a loss for words. Only the flush on her cheeks revealed her current embarrassment. Must I truly wear this? Of course. What else could you have done in broad daylight, but come to challenge me? Even Magneto would not dare to engage me in such a manner. You are truly remarkable. Wanda hesitated to meet Sui's gaze. They were now filled with regret. They had originally believed that their youth and abilities, rivaling even Magneto's, would ensure victory, 2 against 1. But who could have anticipated Sui to be so formidable? Especially in that domain, her strength was simply unparalleled. Had they known of Sui's true power, not even the boldest hearts would have dared to act thus. Just as Wanda pondered this, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Magneto. After a moment's hesitation, Wanda glanced at Sui, noting her impassive expression, and slowly answered the call. Before Wanda could utter a word, Magneto's voice resonated through the receiver. Is Sui nearby? Upon hearing Magneto's words, Sui's lips curled into a slight smile as she took the phone from Wanda's hand, addressing Magneto. What is this? Are you missing me? On the other end, Magneto, seated in his chair, nearly slid off his seat. Who would think of that guy, Sui? This individual is invincible and continuously grows stronger. It's entirely futile to confront her. Initially, it wasn't so bad. In the last few battles, his face had repeatedly met the ground. He certainly did not wish to endure that humiliation a 10th time. Immediately, Magneto implored Sui, no. Please don't. You're the master. So please don't come over. I'm here primarily to apologize. Oh, is this the attitude with which you convey your apology? Sui quipped. Don't frighten me. I genuinely came to apologize. After that, Magneto added, I am profoundly grateful for your mercy towards Wanda and Quicksilver. Henceforth, we shall be allies. As long as you do not harm Wanda and Quicksilver, you may command them as you wish. In other words, Magneto was essentially offering Wanda and Quicksilver to work under Sui, without compensation. This statement was not only understood by Sui, but also resonated with Wanda, who was clearly taken aback by her father's unexpected decision. However, it was undeniable that they had acted hastily. They accepted their fate. Just as Wanda was resolute in her thoughts, Sui interjected with a smile. No, I don't intend to keep Wanda by my side for long. Your intentions are all too clear to me. Magneto found himself momentarily speechless. In his mind, time would nurture affection. If Wanda spent more time around Sui, perhaps the two would develop feelings for each other. If they had a child, wouldn't that child be extraordinarily powerful? In that case, the world would be ripe for mutant domination. However, he hadn't anticipated that Sui would see through the scheme so directly, prompting a wry smile from Magneto. Finally, he took a deep breath and addressed Sui. Then I hope, considering that I have attempted to kill you several times, you might assist in honing their abilities? Huh. Magneto, you truly have no shame. You think I let us consider it a favor for having had my face rubbed into the ground 9 times. Please train them for me. You're bold. You old man truly has no respect. Yet, everything you say holds sway. Whether or not she remains by my side rests solely with her. That suffices. I am confident Wanda will not disappoint you. With that, Magneto hung up, leaving Wanda in a state of shock as she stared blankly at Sui. Sui tossed the phone aside and turned to Wanda. Wanda, it seems Magneto wishes to keep you by my side as my assistant. What are your thoughts? Wanda glanced at the maid costume, contemplated for a moment, and replied, aside from that maid outfit, I believe I could learn quite a bit being around you. Initially, I thought my father harbored a deep resentment towards you, but it seems your relationship is rather amicable, which further highlights our misjudgment. Before Wanda could finish her thought, Sui swiftly interrupted. No. Magneto would love nothing more than to eliminate me, but he knows that no matter how he tries, it will be utterly futile. For anyone capable of killing me will only serve to make me stronger. Sui reiterated her famous proclamation. Following that, she addressed Wanda. All right. If you truly wish to stay by my side, then you must wear the maid outfit. At the very least, it is a requirement within the villa. You may dress as you please outside. I am quite accommodating. As this conversation concluded, the distance between the two began to narrow. After all, they were of similar ages, and it was easy for them to become familiar with one another. Before long, Wanda had changed into the maid outfit. However, she was overwhelmed with shyness. She dared not meet Sui's gaze and swiftly dove under the covers, hiding herself, as her sole task was to serve as a pillow. Sui, however, chose not to comment further. After all, the night had deepened. It was time for rest. Once the lights went out, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating 2 shadowy figures gradually merging. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. Sui held Wanda, who was peacefully asleep. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang. Before Sui could react, Wanda, in a fit of impatience, picked up the phone and said, Hello? I'm sleeping. Whatever it is, please discuss it later. With that, Wanda hung up the call. Yet, before she could close her eyes for long, she suddenly regained her senses. She abruptly opened her eyes and glanced at the phone on the bedside table, realizing with a start that it wasn't her phone. Meanwhile, on the other end, Hannah stared at her phone in utter bewilderment. The phone displayed above clearly belonged to Sui. Could it be? Hannah appeared to have an epiphany, her face flushed with indignation as she stomped her foot. How infuriating. I was too late. How could those other scheming cats have beaten me to it? Just as this thought crossed Hannah's mind, the phone rang once more. Chapter 180. Siko is the queen. Hannah answered the call. This time, it was Sui reaching out to her. Sui, Hannah called with a soft voice into the phone. Hannah, what can I do for you? Sui inquired. Can I call you if I have nothing to say? Am I disturbing your little lover? At that moment, even through the screen, Sui could sense the palpable jealousy emanating from Hannah. Upon hearing her words, Sui couldn't help but chuckle. No, and she is not a little lover. Please do not misunderstand. Hannah puffed out her cheeks adorably. Sui, we're about to graduate soon. Which university do you plan to attend? Hannah asked. Sui pondered for a moment upon hearing her question. Initially, he had attended school merely for amusement, as he was already nearing invincibility at that time. He was simply waiting for the Marvel storyline to unfold. However, at that moment, a chat group had unexpectedly appeared, causing him to momentarily forget about it. Nevertheless, since he had entered this world, attending university did not seem like a bad idea. With that thought in mind, Sui replied to Hannah. If it were up to me, I might choose Empire State University. Hannah's eyes instantly sparkled upon hearing Sui's words. Really? Then I will choose that university too. I want to attend school with you. Is that all right? She expressed eagerly. Of course, as long as you wish, Sui replied with a grin. Hannah beamed with joy. Then, as if remembering something, she said to Sui, by the way, Peter Parker sent me an invitation yesterday. He is about to celebrate his birthday and wants to invite you and me to his birthday party at his home. However, since you haven't been coming to school lately, he asked me to deliver the invitation to you. Upon hearing it was an invitation from Peter Parker, Sui contemplated for a moment before nodding. Since it's from Peter Parker, I have no objections. Just tell me the time and place, and I'll come along. Great, I'll send you the details right away. The two continued their conversation for a while before ending the call. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Siko had come to privately message him. Sui, Saya has nearly completed the research on the iron armor. The data you provided me earlier has all been processed by Saya. That was fast. It seems Saya Takagi truly lives up to her reputation. Sui replied. However, she wanted me to relay a message to you. She wishes to meet you in person to discuss some matters, Siko continued. All right, I'll head over now since I have nothing else to do. Sui then glanced at Wanda beside him. Wanda, there are plenty of ingredients in the fridge. I'll leave breakfast to you. Wanda was momentarily taken aback, her mouth opening as if to say something. But just then, a tall passageway appeared before Sui. Taking a step forward, his figure vanished from her sight. In the next moment, he found himself in the world of school days. Upon emerging from the passage, Sui was momentarily stunned. Before him lay vast fields, with numerous people laboring within. Occasionally, armed personnel could be seen patrolling with weapons in hand. As Sui searched for Siko's figure, he noticed a patrol unit approaching him swiftly from a distance. Stop! Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? One of the men, sharp-featured and bespectacled, marched towards him with determination. I've come to see Siko. Siko, is our queen someone you can address so casually? Queen? Sui's expression mirrored a puzzled black man's question mark. What was going on? Siko had become a queen? Sui's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. You look quite suspicious. Subdue him immediately. He might be a spy sent from another camp. Yes. As the bespectacled man finished speaking, the few individuals behind him advanced rapidly towards Sui. However, Sui's demeanor remained unchanged. With a flick of his fingers, he activated his magnetic field. The approaching individuals instantly stumbled to the ground. The bespectacled man's expression shifted dramatically. A mutant? Defeat him. Open fire. Open fire. Saying this, he pulled out a walkie-talkie, declaring, a mutant has been discovered near Field 3, requesting backup. I repeat, a mutant has been discovered near Field 3, requesting backup. Sui felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What was this mutant business? It left him utterly bewildered. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from afar. Enough. I know this person. You may continue your patrol. Siko's voice resonated from a distance. Upon hearing her, the man immediately turned to look back. Queen, this individual is extremely dangerous. Before he could finish, Siko unsheathed her katana in an instant, slicing towards the neck of the bespectacled man with deadly precision. The sword's intent seemed to rip through space itself as it whistled through the air. With a swift motion, the man's head fell to the ground, leaving the others in shock. It was their first time witnessing the queen's fury. Clean this up and disappear from my sight, Siko coldly instructed the remaining individuals. Immediately, they nodded vigorously, grabbing the head and body of the bespectacled man and hastily retreating. As they vanished from his sight, Sui turned to Siko and asked, what just happened? Why do they call you queen? Siko, hearing Sui's question, blushed slightly. It's a title my subordinates gave me out of boredom. Unknowingly, everyone began calling me queen. Sui nodded in understanding. That seems fitting. Your aura is indeed reminiscent of a queen. Siko gently shook her head, indicating that now was not the time to delve into that topic. Sui, I just received intelligence that someone intends to launch an assault on my faction. Let us discuss this as we walk. Upon hearing this, Sui could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, is this some sort of welcoming ceremony? They are eager to engage in combat right away. Perhaps it is due to your overwhelming popularity, replied Siko Tudu, her face adorned with a charming smile. Standing beside Sui, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in his presence. Now, let us have a proper discussion about what transpired. Upon hearing Sui's words, Siko Tudu said, I just received news that a traitor has leaked information from our faction, prompting that faction to prepare for an attack against us. Oh, should we not eliminate that traitor first? Sui inquired. Already done. That person we just encountered was the one. Huh, truly unfortunate for him. Sui chuckled heartily. At that moment, he turned to Siko Tudu and asked, by the way, what is the situation with the psychic abilities? Since your last departure from our world, we discovered that a crystal core can emerge within the bodies of zombies. Consuming such cores can enhance one's physical prowess and potentially awaken psychic abilities. So, have you utilized it? No, although I relish in the thrill of battle, I simply cannot bring myself to consume the crystal cores from zombies. Besides, I have other means to grow stronger. As she spoke, Siko Tudu gestured toward the blade in her hand. Her understanding of the swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level during this time. Is there anything I can assist you with? Sui asked. No need. Your only task is to enjoy the show with Sayaka Takashiro, Siko Tudu replied. From her words, Sui understood that she wished for him to witness her recent progress. Certainly, I would be delighted. As they conversed, they arrived at a villa area. This was the heart of their faction and the location with the highest security level, patrolled by female bodyguards. Siko Tudu explained, "These women are those I rescued and personally trained to take on the responsibility of safeguarding the villa." Within the villa, there was Sayaka Takashiro's laboratory, ensuring the highest security. "I did not expect your faction to develop quite so well," Sui remarked with a smile. Siko Tudu beamed back. "It is thanks to your support. Whitebeard frequently sends us seafood, ensuring our food supply is never depleted. In this world, possessing food makes one a king. This is also why the opposing faction intends to attack us. According to our intelligence, their food supplies are critically low." As Siko Tudu's words fell, Sui stepped into a spacious villa. As he slowly opened the door, he beheld various suits of iron armor displayed within. At that moment, Sayaka Takashiro turned her gaze towards Sui, her eyes lighting up. "Sui, you have finally arrived," she exclaimed joyfully, rushing to his side. Seeing Sayaka's excitement, Siko Tudu addressed her, "You two chat for a moment. I shall deal with the individuals from that faction. I've been meaning to take them down, and this is the perfect opportunity to do so." "Be careful, Siko," Sayaka cautioned, her beautiful eyes focused entirely on Sui. Sui looked at Sayaka and asked, "How have you been lately?" "Very well, especially with the things you have given me. They have opened up numerous avenues of thought. That is why I wanted Siko to convey to you that I wish to meet with you." "So what you mean is?" Sui inquired, looking intently at Sayaka. "I want to visit your world and utilize better materials and technology to create these things." Sayaka's expression was serious as she spoke, a look of earnestness that Sui had never witnessed before. Noticing her sincerity, Sui slightly lowered his head, contemplating the feasibility of her request. Unbeknownst to Sayaka, Sui's gaze made her blush deeply. She fidgeted with her hands, her voice softening as she stammered, "If you wish, we could go into the room. But I've never done anything like that before, so." "No problem," Sui nodded. "Then let us head to the room." "To do what?" "To do what you desire, of course. Isn't it to visit my world?" At that moment, Sayaka realized she had misunderstood the context. But the words had already left her lips, and there was no taking them back. In her mind, she scolded herself. Why couldn't she have been a bit more reserved? Sayaka groaned in distress. Having long harbored feelings for him, she found herself overwhelmed by Sui's earlier gaze. Ahem. Sui, aware of Sayaka's misunderstanding, pretended to cough and then looked at her, saying, "Why don't you introduce your masterpiece? I've only heard Siko speak of it. I've yet to hear you present it yourself." Hearing Sui's words, Sayaka nodded vigorously and hurried over to a suit of iron armor, eagerly sharing her ideas about it. Meanwhile, Siko Tudu had already exited the villa. At that moment, Siko Tudu strode toward the opposing faction, calling upon Miyamoto Rei and other psychics from her faction. She then focused her thoughts on the points shop in the group chat. Currently, Siko Tudu had only 2,000 points remaining. Looking at the meager amount, a sense of helplessness washed over her. These points were utterly insufficient. If only she had 10,000 points. She could elevate her swordsmanship to the level of an unparalleled swordsman. At that point, not even a tier 1 psychic, let alone a tier 9, would intimidate her. "Are we ready? We are about to commence battle," Siko Tudu declared, gently caressing the hilt of her sword. It was a Zanpakuto that she had exchanged from the points shop in the chat group, having been in her possession for quite some time. This was also the reason she refrained from using the zombie crystal cores. Arriving at the front lines of the faction, many individuals followed closely behind her. Miyamoto Rei had also changed into a new outfit, discarding her previous school uniform. At this moment, she adorned herself in a Taoist robe, her presence emanating an even more formidable aura. The nail gun she wielded was replaced with a red tassel spear, signifying a vast enhancement in her capabilities. The primary reason for this transformation was that Miyamoto Rei had attained the rank of a third-tier physical enhancer. Her physical prowess was remarkable, complemented by her commendable marksmanship, which led to her appointment by Poison Island Siko as a member of the first combat team. Moreover, from the very beginning, Miyamoto Rei had followed closely behind Poison Island Siko, thereby earning her status as a veteran within the ranks. With her striking beauty and commanding presence, she had become a beloved figure in their faction. Yet, despite being such a popular character, Miyamoto Rei found herself beside Poison Island Siko, inquiring, "Siko, what are your plans this time?" "The same as always," Siko replied, "to immerse ourselves in slaughter, grow stronger. And those who perish in this massacre shall be deemed the worthless remnants who cannot survive in this world." Upon hearing Siko's words, Miyamoto Rei nodded slightly, fully aware of Siko's temperament. At that moment, Poison Island Siko turned to Miyamoto Rei and said, "By the way, Sui is coming. Let us aim for a swift resolution." Miyamoto Rei, previously expressionless, instantly brightened upon hearing Siko's words. Really? Then we must indeed hasten to conclude this battle. She felt an exhilarating surge of determination coursing through her. After all, Su Yi's image had been indelibly etched in her heart. However, it seemed that Su Yi had not given her much thought, which left her feeling quite disheartened. Now that Su Yi had returned, she was determined to seize this opportunity. The other enhancers were oblivious to the identity of Su Yi as mentioned by Poison Island Siko and Miyamoto Rei. However, Poison Island Siko's long-established reputation meant that they harbored no doubts. In this chaotic world, simply being part of Poison Island Siko's faction was enough to satisfy them. As they conversed, they had already departed from their own camp. The surroundings were in a state of disrepair, the walls crumbling, and the buildings around them appeared dilapidated. Everything resembled a wasteland, constantly reflecting the sensation of a world on the brink of collapse. All right, let us employ the previous strategy. Miyamoto Rei, follow me. While the others proceed stealthily. Understood. With Poison Island Siko's command, the others nodded in agreement, moving towards the nearby structures. In no time, the small group dispersed. Let us go, Rei. Su Yi is currently engaged in conversation with Takashiro Saya, and I fear that Saya might lose control. Upon hearing Poison Island Siko's words, Miyamoto Rei's expression momentarily froze, then quickened her pace. Siko, let us charge in directly. Chapter 182. That woman is not to be underestimated. Siko, we shall strike directly. A fierce intent flickered in Miyamoto Rei's eyes, intensifying her already formidable presence. This aura was so potent that even Poison Island Siko found it somewhat amusing. Their footsteps quickened in response to Miyamoto Rei's fervor. Tell me, what do you think of Su Yi? Poison Island Siko inquired. A nostalgic expression crossed Miyamoto Rei's face, clearly indicating that Su Yi had left an indelible impression on her. Just as Poison Island Siko pondered this, Miyamoto Rei thrust her red tassel spear forward with lightning speed. Clang! A dagger was deflected by the tip of her spear. They seemed to be approaching. Miyamoto Rei warned, alert and vigilant. Poison Island Siko nodded slightly. I am aware. They have been observing us for some time. However, I did not expect them to act so swiftly, considering how close we are to our camp. As she spoke, Poison Island Siko slowly drew her Zanpakuto and advanced forward. Let us see how formidable they truly are, or whether they are merely timid mice lurking in the shadows. They are certainly mice. Otherwise, with just the two of us, why would they hesitate to confront us? Miyamoto Rei's and Poison Island Siko's voices resonated clearly through the street. Unrestrained by caution, the other enhancers hiding nearby, upon hearing their words, displayed expressions of anger. These two are undeniably attractive, yet their tongues are quite venomous. I truly wish to sever their heads. Calm down, tyrant. Do you even know who that purple-haired woman is? Just a woman, right? I've seen countless sufferings at my hands. With that, the one referred to as tyrant licked his cracked lips, exuding a brutal demeanor. Heh, you've just joined our ranks. Though you are a fourth-tier enhancer, do not underestimate her. That woman is the leader of the opposing faction, and her enigmatic swordsmanship alone is enough to give you a run for your money. Oh, is that so? Then I look forward to it even more. Tyrant flexed his arms, appearing ready for action. Do not say I did not warn you. That woman is not to be trifled with. Our task is merely to distract her, and I advise you to avoid jeopardizing the plan. I say we should eliminate that purple-haired woman directly and charge into the opposing faction. Why split our forces? We can attract her attention here while the others advance. It's redundant. Heh, if that is truly your mindset, then go ahead and charge in alone. I will not stop you. After all, this mission the figure lurking in the shadows, holding an expired cigar, was engaged in the conversation. However, at that moment, his expression shifted dramatically, a profound sense of alarm spreading within him. This feeling. Not good, get back. As his words fell, he leaped backward, just as a purple sword energy slashed through the position he had occupied. Swoosh. The concrete walls could not withstand Poison Island Siko's strike, and an entire corner of the building was cleaved away in an instant. Alas, what a pity. I was so close to slaying that individual. With Poison Island Siko's lament, the structure she had severed began to slide downwards, raising clouds of dust. In response, Miyamoto Rei swept her red tassel spear forward, unleashing a gust of wind that cleared the debris away. At that moment, Poison Island Siko, gripping her Zanpakuto, gazed at the two above with a flirtatious smile. Born with an enchanting allure, had she been a delicate woman, it would have spelled disaster. Yet, as Poison Island Siko possessed both innate charm and formidable strength, few could resist her captivating beauty. At this moment, Miyamoto Rei addressed Poison Island Siko, saying, Siko, what do you think about me gouging out their eyes? Do as you wish, but from the current situation, It seems we have been outmaneuvered. As Poison Island Seiko's words fell, the two individuals perched on the upper levels of the building appeared slightly pale, particularly the one referred to as the tyrant. He instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He questioned whether he was experiencing a hallucination. After all, how could this woman possess such formidable strength? Even he himself could scarcely wield such destructive power. Cigar, do you truly believe that this individual is a woman? The tyrant inquired of the man behind him. In this world, it is uncommon for individuals to directly use each other's names. They often refer to one another by titles. The man known as Cigar chose this name for his fondness for the taste of cigars. Tyrant, your voice was rather loud just now. I dare say, even I would have sensed the commotion here. Just as Cigar spoke, several more supernatural beings emerged from behind them. The very ones who had previously concealed their presence. You are now surrounded. Immediately raise your hands and kneel before us. Otherwise, do you believe I will hesitate to kill you? What an audacious claim. Cigar took a deep drag from his cigar, casting a disdainful glance at the few before him, and then calmly declared, Tyrant, the task of delaying that woman is yours. Leave these cannon fodder to me. As Cigar's words echoed, the expressions on the faces of those few turned to sheer fury. Who do you call cannon fodder? Allow me to show you my might. Prepare to die. The supernatural beings, enraged, charged towards Cigar. However, at that moment, Cigar slowly removed the cigar from his mouth, took a deep breath, and then covered his nose with one hand, releasing a vast cloud of gas from his mouth. Upon contact with the air, the gas instantaneously ignited into roaring flames, surging towards them. Chapter 183, Seeking One's Own Demise. The tyrant, witnessing Cigar's offensive, slightly pouted, expressing his discontent. You truly infuriate me. Such a perilous task. And you hand it to me. Just to clarify, if I cannot handle it, I will flee. With that, the tyrant leapt from the 30th floor down to the ground below. As he descended, a dramatic transformation overtook him. Countless rough scales erupted from his body. And in an instant, he resembled a creature akin to a crocodile, a sight both fearsome and daunting. To call him green-faced and fang-toothed would not be an exaggeration. Indeed, he resembled a monstrous green lizard, earning him the name Tyrant due to his volatile temperament. At this moment, the tyrant showcased his abilities. Poison Island Seiko observed him with keen interest, then turned to Miyamoto Rei, asking, Rei, shall it be your hand that strikes, or shall I take the lead? Let us both strike together. I wish to return home sooner. Clearly, upon hearing of Su Yi's arrival, Miyamoto Rei had lost her patience for battle. At her words, a beautiful smile graced Poison Island Seiko's lips. In that case, I shall not hold back. Just as her words fell, the tyrant could no longer restrain himself. You too. Do not underestimate me. With that proclamation, he charged towards the two women, his form flickering with speed, arriving before Poison Island Seiko in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she softly murmured, Release, Cherry Blossom Serpent. With her words, the blade of her Zanpakuto erupted with unprecedented brilliance. As the light shone, the hilt of her sword transformed into a cherry blossom serpent, coiling around her arm. Then, Poison Island Seiko raised her sword high and swung it towards the tyrant before her. The blade seemed to slice through space itself, reaching the tyrant in an instant. Humph. Do you think I would allow you to strike me so easily? The scales on the tyrant's body glimmered with a blinding sheen. He clenched his fists tightly and slammed them down onto the ground, causing the earth before him to upheave as if the floorboards had been lifted. The ground surged upward, attempting to thwart Poison Island Seiko's strike. However, what the tyrant failed to anticipate was Miyamoto Rei stepping forward at a crucial moment. Her red tassel spear spinning into a flourish. A silver glint flashed through the spear flower, piercing forward, clearing the debris from the ground. Meanwhile, Poison Island Seiko tossed her arm upward, and the cherry blossom serpent, once coiled around her arm, flicked its tongue. The sword, now resembling a serpent's tail, swung down from above, cleaving towards the tyrant. With a sickening thrust, the blade effortlessly pierced the tyrant's heart, blood geysering forth. A thrill of excitement washed over Poison Island Seiko's face. Battle, slaughter, and Sui. These were her greatest delights. Venom injection. Poison Island Seiko murmured softly. As a purple toxin seemed to exude from the blade, the venom surged into the tyrant's heart and coursed through his body to his other organs. The intense pain contorted the tyrant's expression. He had truly not anticipated that Poison Island Seiko's assault would be so treacherous. He found himself struggling to move, each step a monumental effort. This woman is indeed a venomous serpent, he mumbled to himself, just as he contemplated abandoning Cigar to flee swiftly. He was caught off guard by Poison Island Seiko's slender arm violently yanking to the side. The cherry blossom serpent unleashed its tail, and in a gruesome display, the tyrant's body was cleaved in half. It was a sight most tragic. Now, we can deal with the other one. With those words, Poison Island Seiko leveraged the momentum to hurl her Zanpakuto onto the exposed floor above, the blade sinking effortlessly into the concrete. The body of the cherry blossom serpent continued to extend, still coiled around Poison Island Seiko's arm, as she soared into the air. At that moment, Miyamoto Rei took a deep breath, sprinted forward a few paces, and with the butt of her red tassel spear striking the massive stone below, propelled herself upward. She landed on a corner of the building that Poison Island Seiko had just cleaved, racing towards the 30th floor. Meanwhile, Cigar, sensing this turn of events, instinctively swallowed hard, his already parched mouth growing drier. However, devoid of the soothing moisture of saliva, all that remained was an endless, agonizing dryness. My throat felt as if it were about to ignite. It appeared that the tyrant had met his demise. It was evident that prolonging the situation would have sufficed. Yet, that insufferable fool managed to capture the attention of two women, truly despicable. The cigar murmured softly before taking another drag. Subsequently, pinching his nose, he unleashed a ferocious torrent of flames towards the front. This time, the blaze surged forth like a jet, propelling the cigar's form skyward. The cigar intended to make a hasty escape. If worse came to worst, he would simply become a stray dog, seeking refuge in another faction. For this was not his first endeavor of the sort. With his capabilities, he was certain that he would find someone willing to take him in. However, at that moment, a serpentine shadow flickered. Hiss, 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 hiss. 4 successive sounds echoed from the sky. When the cigar finally comprehended the situation, he discovered that both his hands and legs had vanished without a trace. Following that, an unprecedented wave of pain surged through him. The agony compelled the cigar to cry out. The flames in his mouth dissipated instantaneously, and he plummeted from the sky. Help! Save me! If you rescue me, I shall divulge our plans. As the cigar continued its descent toward the ground, Seiko Tojo canceled the initial release of her Zanpakuto. Standing at the edge of a crumbled building, she softly remarked, I apologize, but regardless of the plan, it is but a fleeting thought in the face of absolute power. Just as Seiko's words fell, a cacophony of explosions reverberated from the faction she commanded. Evidently, another team was attempting a surprise attack, unbeknownst to them. Su-e was already within the faction. What is this called? This is termed seeking one's own demise. Chapter 184. You are all surrounded by me alone. At that moment, within the faction, Su-e and Sayaka Takashiro were engaged in a discussion regarding the iron battle suits in a villa. Suddenly, they heard what sounded like bomb explosions emanating from the rear of the faction. Sayaka's eyes immediately sparkled with realization. With her sharp intellect, she quickly deduced that the tremors were likely the result of a psychic attempting to launch a surprise attack on their camp. Promptly, Sayaka prepared to don her iron battle suit for defense. However, as she approached the suit, she suddenly remembered that Su-e was right in front of her. If he was present, what was there to fear? Su-e, shall you handle this matter? Well then, let us go. After all, this is your faction, is it not? Upon hearing Su-e's words, a radiant smile spread across Sayaka's face. Fantastic. I shall take you there at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Sayaka grasped Su-e's arm and headed into the distance. Although she often stayed indoors in the villa, she was quite familiar with the various arrangements within the faction. Leaving the villa, they made their way towards the source of the vibrations and sounds. Along the way, they encountered a sentry who came to inform Sayaka, my lady. Queen has gone to the front lines. They have circled around to launch a surprise attack from behind. What should we do now? What else can we do? Let us make a delicious scrambled egg dish, however you like it. After speaking, Sayaka turned to the individual before her and said, All right, I shan't jest any longer. Rest assured, we shall take care of the rest. Our faction will not falter. But there are nearly 20 psychics on the opposing side. The largest group we have encountered thus far. And so what? Do you believe there is a difference between 1 ant and 20 ants? Sayaka paid no heed to the concerns of the person before her. Instead, she eagerly addressed Su-e. Su-e, let us hasten to the scene. I can hardly contain my excitement. Observing Sayaka's exuberance, a subtle smile crept onto Su-e's lips. It must be said, when Sayaka smiled, her little tiger teeth were simply endearing. Even Su-e could not help but feel momentarily entranced. With Sayaka pulling him along, they ventured forth. Soon enough, they beheld a group of approximately 20 individuals, wreaking havoc as they pillaged and plundered, many of them laden with stolen provisions. Some were even reaching towards a woman tending to her crops. Upon witnessing this, Sayaka's face flashed with unprecedented disgust. However, before she could voice her thoughts, one of the assailants suddenly found his arm severed. Su-yi had merely extended a finger, appearing utterly nonchalant, exuding an air of calmness. Ah! A cry of agony erupted from the field. The man clutched his severed arm in anguish, yet blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably. This scene instantly captured the attention of many, drawing their focus to Su-yi and Sayaka. A psychic? A cutting psychic? One of the burly men, with a face full of brutish features, regarded the duo with caution. He was the leader of the 20 and had orchestrated this attack to seize food supplies. He was well aware of Seiko Tojo's formidable strength, realizing that she was no ordinary psychic. Hence, he had devised such a battle plan. However, he was unprepared for the existence of a cutting psychic within Seiko's faction. Just as he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon Sayaka, and for an instant, a nefarious glint sparkled in his eyes. What does it matter what kind of psychic she is? After all, he was but one against over 20 of them. He doubted he could not overpower the individual before him. Most importantly, there was such a beautiful woman by his side, a vision of cherry blossom hair and an exquisitely enchanting figure, unlike any he had ever encountered. He was, after all, a rather ordinary man. No, one might even say a failure. In a normal world, he would have never found a girlfriend. Yet here, the victors reigned supreme, and the weak were devoured. His current strength was formidable. He was a 6th-tier psychic. He was confident he could defeat the person before him. Just then, Su-yi called out to them, "You are all surrounded by me alone. Now, immediately cover your heads and crouch, or I shall send you all to your graves." As Su-yi's voice echoed, all were rendered utterly speechless. What could this possibly mean? One man surrounded 20? Ha. Boss, did you hear that? He claims he is surrounding us all by himself. This is utterly hilarious. I can hardly contain my laughter. He must be intent on making us die of amusement. Yet, it is genuinely amusing. The bald leader couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming how naive he was, just a mere child. At this juncture, the bald leader proposed, "How about this? If you hand over the woman by your side, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Am I not magnanimous? However, I am rather petty." The moment you uttered those words, it signified that your fate was sealed. A smile adorned Su's face as he slowly formed hand seals. At that moment, the bald leader commanded his subordinates, "Charge at once, but do not harm that woman." Yes. With their affirmative responses, the 19 abilities users behind him surged towards Su. A plethora of powers manifested in that instant. Just then, Su calmly announced, 18 plows of Fengdu. As his words resonated, a colossal ancient Fengdu emerged behind him. The expanse of Fengdu continually expanded, encircling everyone in the blink of an eye. The arena underwent an instantaneous transformation. The abilities users, momentarily taken aback, displayed a change in expression. However, their actions remained unimpeded as they launched their assault on Su. At that moment, a smile graced Su's lips. Chapter 185, Pleading for Mercy? It is too late. The attacks from these abilities users rained down upon Su, yet within the realm of the 18 plows of Fengdu. They could not inflict even a scratch upon him. The damage inflicted upon Su was swiftly redirected to the multitude of abilities users before him. Thud, thud, thud. They felt their bodies grow heavy, an indescribable sensation enveloping them. When they examined themselves, they found no injury. Resolute, they continued their assault on Su. Meanwhile, the bald leader observed from the back, feeling an inexplicable eeriness in the surroundings. Most importantly, the sights around him appeared magnificently vast, stretching infinitely, with no end in sight. This indicated a realm of near boundlessness. What tier of abilities users could possibly achieve such a feat? The bald leader felt a surge of fear, as the situation had far surpassed his expectations. He retreated cautiously, desperate to escape this uncanny environment. Yet, despair washed over him as he realized no matter how he retreated, he seemed unable to take a single step away. It felt as though he were imprisoned in place. Gulp. Instinctively swallowing, the bald leader clenched his fists. Being a speed abilities user, endowed with formidable swiftness, he refused to believe he could not escape. Immediately, he unleashed his power. His legs whirled like a tempest, racing toward the exit. But at that moment, Su appeared before him. "Where do you think you're going?" As Su's words fell, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 18 plows of Fengdu dissipated. In that moment of dissolution, the injuries sustained by those who had attacked Su erupted. In an instant, the pain overwhelmed them before they could react. They felt as though a searing fire consumed their abdomen, scorching their very being. In the blink of an eye, this burning sensation spread throughout their bodies. Within moments, their forms disintegrated into a mist of blood, carried away by the wind, vanishing from existence. Such power! How could this be? The bald leader questioned his sanity, as the scene before him far exceeded his imagination. If previously he had found it laughable that one person could encircle 20, he was now engulfed in fear. Without hesitation, the bald leader dropped to his knees before Su, devoid of any dignity. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his repeated bowing resonated in the ears of Su and Takashiro Saya. Upon hearing this sound, Su slowly extended his foot, pressing it down upon the bald leader. Thud. With the sound echoing, the bald leader's body was imprinted into the ground, forming a human-shaped indentation. The earth itself cracked, evoking astonishment. Saya, how do you typically handle such situations? We generally hang them from trees, allowing everyone to witness the fate of those who dare to attack us, thus instilling our image in the hearts of many. I see then. As Su's words concluded, he raised his hand slightly. From the ground before him, mounds of earth began to rise dramatically, shifting in form. As he spoke, Su hurled the bald leader's head toward the mounds. Thud. Upon contact, the bald leader's body was entirely engulfed by the earth, his limbs consumed as the mounds fortified, rendering any escape impossible. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again. The bald leader shouted to Su, drawing the attention of many. They gathered around, pointing and laughing at the bald leader, their faces adorned with prideful grins. Witnessing this scene, Su yawned and messaged Seiko Busujima in their chat group. Seiko? The opposition's camp has been dealt with. I have completely resolved the ability's user leader this time. How do you plan to handle the remaining matters? Seiko replied, I have already infiltrated their camp. Once I finish dealing with everything there, I will return. Su responded, all right then, Saya and I will await your return at the villa. Come, Saya, let us return. With that, Su and Takashiro Saya headed toward the villa district. Little did they expect that upon opening the villa door, they would find Shizuka Jikawa, swaying with a jug of alcohol in hand. As the door swung open, she heard the commotion and promptly turned to face the entrance. Her previously hazy eyes sparkled with clarity. Ah, is that you, Su? Would you care for a drink? Shizuka said, striding towards Su with a feline grace. Her face flushed from excessive drinking. Even her attire exuded a suggestive aura. Takashiro Saya raised an eyebrow and quickly approached Shizuka. Teacher Shizuka, what brings you here? And how could you have drunk so much? After saying this, Takashiro Saya continued. Now, come with me. As we returned to our room, Takashiro Saya exclaimed, what on earth is going on dressed like this? Casting a glance at Suichi beside her, she noticed his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Kurokawa Shizuka. A wave of jealousy surged within her. After all, she was no less mature. The more she pondered this, the more forcefully she gripped her drink. However, the already inebriated Kurokawa Shizuka, unsteady on her feet, stumbled backward after being jostled by Takashiro Saya. If she were to fall, a common person might escape unscathed. But with her enviable assets, a blow to the back of her head could spell disaster. At that moment, Suichi made a resolute decision. He would save Kurokawa Shizuka. He stepped forward swiftly, catching her before she could hit the ground, preventing her fall. Meanwhile, Takashiro Saya, still grasping Kurokawa Shizuka, tumbled into her embrace. The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Chapter 186, Remember to mention my name. At this juncture, Dakudai Seiko and Miyamoto Rei, accompanied by the remaining psychics, arrived at the opposing camp of psychics. This encampment was newly established, hence Dakudai Seiko had no intention of exterminating it. Instead, she aimed to seize the opportunity presented by the enemy's offensive to uproot their forces entirely. In this apocalyptic world, resources held immense significance. A lack thereof could severely hinder development. She envisioned establishing her own empire. Therefore, anyone daring to lay a hand on her would face utter annihilation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us wreak havoc here. Spare food, women, and children. The rest is yours to dispose of as you wish. Yes, my queen. With her command, the other psychics surged into the encampment. Meanwhile, the commotion within the camp reached the ears of others, particularly a rotund man at the center, his bald head gleaming, who was taken aback by the ruckus. He forcefully pushed the woman in his arms aside and hastily donned a garment. His expression darkened considerably. Is it true that my brother Zhao Ruiqiang has already met his demise? How infuriating. To slay my brother, they possess audacity indeed. As Zhao Ruiqiang's words fell, a fierce gust swept through, and several sword energies surged toward him. His countenance shifted dramatically. So powerful. How could this be? He hastily dodged to the side, only to witness the walls around him being shredded by the oncoming winds of sword energy. Ah! A woman in the room shrieked, clutching her body and retreating to a corner. Dakudai Seiko cast a disdainful glance at the woman, but chose not to comment. After all, not all women possess the resolve to survive in this crumbling world by wielding a blade. Many opted to rely on their beauty to navigate this harsh existence. Shaking her head slightly, Dakudai Siko addressed the psychic before her. You must be the leader here? Yes, you are indeed the infamous Dakudai Siko? Zhao Ruiqiang regarded her with suspicion. From her earlier attack, he discerned that this woman was exceptionally formidable, surpassing anyone he had encountered before. Dakudai Siko regarded him with a dismissive gaze. I never imagined I had become the subject of such rumors. Nevertheless, it matters little. You may as well take your own life now to spare me the trouble. After all, you are devoid of any psychics by your side, are you not? You are correct, but before Zhao Ruiqiang could finish, he charged at Dakudai Siko, his nails extending into sharp claws. Clearly, he was a type of enhanced psychic. Yet, a brutish man attacking with his nails seemed rather pedestrian. What troubled Dakudai Siko was the peculiar aura emanating from him, causing her brows to furrow slightly. However, regardless of how strange he may be, once he harbored murderous intent, she could not allow him to live. With her Zanpakuto, Dakudai Siko struck once more. The blade carving a perfect arc through the air, the sword energy hurtling toward Zhao Ruiqiang. Slicing through him with unyielding sharpness, the sword energy cleaved Zhao Ruiqiang in two. A gruesome sight. Yet, this smoothness heightened Dakudai Siko's wariness. Everything transpired too effortlessly. In a world as chaotic as this, a camp leader could not possibly be this weak. Yet, this man exuded a weakness that was almost insulting. Nevertheless, he lay dead before her. Without hesitation, Dakudai Siko delivered several more strikes, reducing Zhao Ruiqiang to mere fragments before she turned her attention to the woman nearby. Hurry and change your clothes. You are an invaluable resource, she commanded, preparing to depart. At that moment, the woman revealed a sly smile, a radiant halo of white energy emanating from her hands, and lunged at Dakudai Siko. How wonderful! With such a powerful leader, I can finally achieve my goals. It turned out that Zhao Ruiqiang had merely been a puppet. The true mastermind was this woman, a fifth-tier psychic capable of controlling minds to bend others to her will. Her identity had led many to underestimate her, allowing her to remain concealed. From the very beginning until now, it had all been an act. Now, her disguise was torn away. She dashed toward Dakudai Siko's back with astonishing speed, her hands almost grazing the leader's head. Yet, unexpectedly, a razor-sharp blade erupted from her chest, halting her in her tracks. Blood gushed forth. How is this possible? When did this happen? She murmured, disbelief clouding her eyes. She had sensed no murderous intent. Why had a blade suddenly pierced her from behind? At that moment, Dakudai Siko, a smile gracing her lips, turned slowly to regard the woman. Did you think I would lower my guard against another woman? The only individual capable of truly easing my vigilance is the one I hold dear. Upon uttering these words, I observed Siko Tokisaki extend her delicate arm. Entwined around it was a cherry snake. The serpent's tail swayed, and suddenly, the blade was forcefully withdrawn from the woman's body. It traced a graceful arc through the air before returning to Siko Tokisaki's grasp. Only then did she calmly declare, initial release. Cherry snake. Earlier, when Siko felt a sense of peculiarity, she had directly unleashed her initial release. This ability not only expanded her offensive range, but also allowed her to see through the eyes of the cherry snake, granting her a broader perspective. Simultaneously, it endowed her blade with the capacity to inject venom. One could say it was an exceptionally formidable initial release. Observing the woman before her collapsed on the ground, Siko Tokisaki remarked coolly, remember to speak my name before the King of Hell. Chapter 187. What is this? Siko Tokisaki effortlessly dismantled the opposing faction, a mere task for her in her current state. She left the aftermath to others and, alongside Miyamoto Rei, made her way back to her own camp. The two were positively eager. Soon, they returned to their quarters. Siko Tokisaki and Miyamoto Rei hadn't even changed out of their clothes before entering the villa. Upon opening the grand door, they were greeted by a rather scandalous sight. They found Shizuka Jurikawa reveling freely within the villa, occasionally taking swigs from a flask. Her face adorned with an unmistakable flush. Ah, Siko, you finally returned. I've missed you so much. Would you care to join me in a game of mischief? Upon witnessing Shizuka's demeanor, Siko Tokisaki felt a wave of exasperation. Teacher Shizuka, might you exhibit a semblance of decorum? What manner of behavior is this? Hurry and put on some clothes. With that, Siko Tokisaki seized Shizuka by the arm and led her back to the room. At this moment, only Suichi, Sayaka Takashiro, and Miyamoto Rei remained in the room. Suichi expressed his helplessness and inquired, by the way, Miyamoto, is Shizuka always like this? Miyamoto Rei, startled by her name being called, instinctively paused before responding to Suichi. Shizuka does behave this way, but only in front of us girls. Glancing at Suichi, Miyamoto Rei leaned closer to him, disregarding Sayaka seated beside them. Suichi, how have you been lately? Quite well, I must say. My life has been fulfilling and meaningful. Miyamoto Rei, upon hearing Suichi's reply, found herself at a loss for words. Sayaka Takashiro, observing the scene, let out a soft sigh and said to Suichi, you know, during your absence, Miyamoto often mentioned you. At this, Miyamoto Rei's cheeks flushed deeply. She quickly waved her hands dismissively, replying, no, it's not as exaggerated as Sayaka claims. Subsequently, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Suichi's eyes. Just as the atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, Siko Tokisaki emerged from the room. Teacher Shizuka has truly gone overboard this time. She drank far too much. It seems she must be restricted from alcohol for a while. Otherwise, she'll consume all the supplies herself. With that, Siko Tokisaki comfortably settled beside Suichi, evoking a sense of envy in Miyamoto Rei. Presently, Miyamoto Rei felt exceedingly self-conscious. In front of others, she might be decisive and assertive, but before Suichi, she found herself utterly incapable of action. So, how has your conversation been progressing? Siko Tokisaki inquired of Sayaka Takashiro. Sayaka glanced at Suichi before addressing Siko. Well, Suichi has agreed to my request. I intend to visit his world to observe their technology, perhaps gleaning further knowledge. However, upon finishing this statement, Sayaka seemed to recall the earlier misunderstanding, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Hearing this, Siko Tokisaki nodded slightly. In that case, I shall allocate your rations to others. You must understand, the provisions you consume daily are hardly trivial. Humph. Without proper energy replenishment, how can I maintain my brain? After all, my intellect is invaluable. Indeed. However, this is no longer my concern. Remember to behave while in Suichi's world. Do not be too headstrong. Otherwise, believe me, I shall have Suichi send you back. Siko Tokisaki was merely issuing a precautionary warning to Sayaka Takashiro. Aware of Siko's concerns, Sayaka casually waved her hand in reassurance. Rest assured, Siko, I would never engage in reckless behavior. I'm merely going to study a variety of things. What do you take me for? With an air of pride, she raised her chin after speaking. You all continue your conversation. I'll go pack my things. By the way, what shall I do with these iron suits? You're not expecting me to carry them one by one, are you? Will they even make it through the dimensional passage? Sayaka's excitement was palpable, her lips parting as she directed her query towards Suichi. Suichi, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, all right, no need to be overly excited. Just pack your belongings. Leave the rest to me. In the chat group, Suichi announced, attention all members, since I became the group leader, I haven't given any gifts. I've gathered some rather fine materials to craft your iron suits. While they may not serve a practical purpose, they are visually appealing and possess collectible value. Occasionally, you might use them in battle for amusement. I trust you will find them delightful. With that, Suichi rose from his seat and approached the nearby iron suits. The first was a small-sized iron suit, intended for Edward, the little potato. Placing his hand on its shoulder, he dispatched a personalized gift. Edward Elric, little buddy. This is your iron suit. Next, Suichi moved to an iron suit with an opening at the abdomen, designed to accommodate Kaneki Ken's combat form. Kaneki Ken, this iron suit is for you. Then, Suichi approached another suit. This model not only mitigates your frostbite damage, but also enhances your mobility to some extent. I believe you will find it quite to your liking. With that, he sent a special gift to his death. Retsu Unohana, this is yours. Next to the iron suit, there's a scabbard that perfectly matches your Zanpakuto. I imagine you will look splendid in it. After speaking, Su-e sent over a suit of armor that resembled a Japanese-style steel battle suit to Mayheim Retsu. Su-e, Hinata Hyuga, little Hinata. Your version can activate a special vision mode without affecting your abilities, and it features energy outlets for flames and lightning, enabling attacks with Prometheus and Zeus. Su-e, CC. Your suit possesses remarkable mobility, defensive capabilities, and infiltration skills, allowing control over most machinery. Even if control is not possible, it will attempt new calculations and decoding. I believe it will serve you exceptionally well in your world. Su-e, Asuna Yuki. Your armor has been specially enhanced in the mechanical structure of the legs, perfectly adapting to your acceleration fruit, providing significant boosts when you utilize it. Whitebeard, Gurararara. I am increasingly curious about what my steel battle suit looks like. CC. If I recall correctly, Whitebeard's height is approximately 6.66 meters. Asuna Yuki. Indeed, Whitebeard's towering stature is truly impressive. Edward Elric. There's nothing to be done. After all, our father is formidable. Seeing the lively chatter in the group, Su-e couldn't help but chuckle. He approached a nearby cabinet, opened the door, and retrieved 2 bracelets. Su-e, Whitebeard, these are 2 bracelets. Once you wear them and press the button on top, they will envelop your body, transforming you into the true form of your steel battle suit. Upon seeing the exclusive gift Su-e had sent him, Whitebeard immediately clicked on it. His fondness for such items well known. He had desired them before, but found them too pricey to purchase with points, and requesting them outright didn't align with his style. However, Whitebeard was taken aback by Su-yi's thoughtful creation of such a unique steel battle suit for them, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within him. At that moment, the chat group was abuzz with excitement. Observing the joy in the conversation, Su-yi felt a warm glow in his heart. Finally, he turned to the side and addressed Seiko Busujima. Seiko, you should know to whom this suit of armor is intended, right? Seiko nodded vigorously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Su-yi continued, in fact, I've also instructed Sayaka Takagi to install a program within it called Bloodlust, which allows the armor to switch to a bloodthirsty state. In this mode, your field of vision will expand, ensuring that no enemy can escape your lock-on. This aligns perfectly with your character. Once an enemy is targeted by you, it's akin to being ensnared by a venomous serpent, unable to escape. After distributing the gifts, Su-yi turned his attention to the nearby Miyamoto Ray. He then produced 10 rings, the very weapons he had once given to Seiko to enhance her combat prowess. However, with Sayaka's departure and the absence of various battle suits, Seiko's resources had diminished significantly. It was worth noting that Sayaka had previously been capable of remotely controlling the steel battle suits to eliminate foes. Of course, all these gifts were brand new. Thus, to bolster Seiko's combat capabilities, Su-yi decided to present her with 10 rings from his collection that he was not particularly fond of. He handed them to Miyamoto Ray, saying, these 10 rings each possess unique functions. When you have the time, you can ask Seiko to teach you how to utilize them. Upon hearing her name called, Miyamoto Ray glanced at the 10 rings in Su-yi's hands, a blush creeping onto her face. Can I really use these? Absolutely. After all, we are all part of the same team. Your strength is vital for us to establish a foothold in this world, isn't it? Miyamoto Ray hardly registered the latter part of Su-yi's words. Her mind was consumed by the phrase part of the same team. Trembling slightly, she extended her delicate hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su-yi. However, Su-yi remained oblivious to her excitement. After chatting for a while longer, Sayaka Takagi finally returned to the villa, only to find Su-yi overwhelmed upon seeing her laden with various suitcases filled with clothing. Let's leave these here for now. We can always go shopping for clothes later, Su-yi suggested. Upon hearing this, Sayaka glanced at her suitcases, realizing she had acted hastily. Had she known, she would have simply followed Su-yi without packing anything at all. Blushing, she nodded in agreement. Then let us go now. Afterward, Sayaka turned to Seiko and Miyamoto Ray, reassuring them, don't worry, I'll come to visit often, bringing plenty of supplies each time. Oh, and remember to tell Teacher Shizuka that I'll miss her. Ha ha ha. Teacher Shizuka will probably be exasperated by you. In an instant, the villa was filled with laughter and joy. Su-yi opened a portal and, after bidding farewell to Sayaka, Seiko, and Miyamoto Ray, stepped through it. In the next moment, Su-yi and Sayaka found themselves in Su-yi's villa. At that moment, Wanda, dressed in a maid outfit, exchanged a glance with Sayaka, her face flushing crimson. Sayaka exaggeratedly turned to Su-yi and exclaimed, Su-yi, do you have a penchant for this attire? Should I don a similar outfit as well? The implication in Sayaka's words was unmistakable, and even Wanda's eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. If someone were to join her in wearing such a revealing outfit, perhaps she wouldn't feel so embarrassed. However, Su-yi mischievously replied, no, that won't do. This is your punishment, so you must wear it alone. With that, he said to Sayaka, familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I need to handle a few matters. Sayaka nodded slightly and approached Wanda, who took her on a tour of Su-yi's villa. Meanwhile, Su-yi settled into the living room, casually sitting on the sofa, and pulled out his phone to call Nick Fury. Soon, the call connected, and Nick Fury's familiar voice emerged from the other end. So, Su-yi, what do you need from me? Nick Fury sounded a tad anxious, as Su-yi's calls often signified troubling news. To this, Su-yi replied nonchalantly, I'm looking to throw someone into your Avengers team. What do you think? Throw someone? What do you mean? It seems rather unremarkable. The challenge lies in locating a suitable internship for her. Allow her to gain some experience, honing her combat skills and reconnaissance abilities. I believe our exceedingly generous Nick Fury will undoubtedly acquiesce to such a request. Nick Fury opened his mouth, poised to articulate a response. Yet upon realizing that Su-yi had personally broached the subject, he found it quite difficult to refuse. This reluctance stemmed not from a fear of Sue-yi paying him an unexpected visit, but rather from his own bashfulness, making it hard for him to decline her request. Yes, that must be it. With this thought in mind, Nick Fury took a deep breath and addressed Sue-yi. Since you have put it forth so candidly, I shall agree. I wonder if the individual you mentioned is Wanda. If Black Widow is available, you may have her come to retrieve her. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, continuously reminding himself not to succumb to irritation. Yet, the more he tried to suppress his anger, the more he found himself incensed. It seems that recent frustrations had certainly contributed to this sentiment. All right then, I will arrange for Black Widow to pick her up daily. That should pose no issue, correct? Yes, that is acceptable. I shall entrust this matter to you. With that, Sue-yi ended the call and proceeded to dial into Clint Barton. Clint, please prepare a birthday gift for me. You know Peter Parker from Midtown High, right? He is a friend of mine, and his birthday is approaching. I wish to provide him with a combat suit resembling that of Spider-Man. The primary colors should be red and blue, with a large spider emblem prominently displayed on the chest. Please enlist renowned designers to assist with the design of this uniform and send the design drafts to my phone so I can select one to present as a gift. Upon hearing Sue-yi's request, Clint nodded. Understood, I will take care of it, and I assure you it will be executed flawlessly. With that, Clint ended the call and turned to the side, relaying Sue-yi's words to a nearby Hawkeye. Upon hearing Clint's account, a cold glint flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. With that, he swiftly exited the building. Once outside, Hawkeye retrieved his phone and called Felicia Hardy. Black Cat. Sue-yi has a friend named Peter Parker, who is reportedly nearing his birthday. Find an opportunity to get close to Sue-yi and ensure you obtain what I require. Your time is running short. However, this time Felicia Hardy remained silent and abruptly terminated the call, subsequently blocking Hawkeye's number. This was her first encounter with such an employer. Someone who would go to such lengths for a mere theft. It left her pondering who the true thief was. After resolving this matter, Felicia exited the ladies' restroom to find Hannah waiting for her. Let's go, Hannah. We shall continue our shopping. All right, Hannah nodded. Originally, Sue-yi had promised to pick her up, but it appeared that Poison Ivy had unexpectedly summoned her, so she ventured out alone. Little did she know, upon casually entering a store, she encountered Felicia Hardy. Hannah had a vivid recollection of Felicia. If her memory served her right, she had spotted this woman outside the flower pressing shop while accompanying Sue-yi. It was impossible not to remember her striking white hair and stunningly alluring face. Thus, the two engaged in conversation and quickly became acquainted, roaming the mall together. Hannah, I recall the last time you came in with a handsome gentleman. What is he to you? Oh, him. Hannah's expression grew somewhat evasive, a hint of unnatural color gracing her cheeks. After all, the beautiful woman before her was merely someone she had met on the street. Sharing a bit about him should pose no issue. With this thought, Hannah replied to Felicia Hardy, "He is my boyfriend. Is there a problem?" "None at all. I merely think your boyfriend is incredibly handsome. It seems only a true beauty like you could attract such a wonderful man." Felicia Hardy grasped Hannah's hand, adding, "I truly envy you. Your boyfriend is not only tall and handsome, but also willing to accompany you to flower pressing. He must possess considerable patience. Such men who can endure such activities for their girlfriends are rare." Hearing Felicia's words, Hannah did not conceal the truth, responding, "Oh, he's just a small gift for his little lover." At this, Felicia Hardy was taken aback. What was going on? A little lover? A cascade of questions flooded her mind. Immediately, Felicia sought clarification from Hannah. "What do you mean by little lover? Did I mishear?" To this, Hannah shook her head. "You heard correctly. He has a little lover. And it seems he even cuddled with another little lover this morning." At that moment, Felicia was utterly astonished. Yet, for the sake of caution, she feigned indignation. "Aren't you upset, Hannah? You know that this..." Before Felicia could finish her sentence, Hannah interjected, "Why would I be upset? It simply means my taste is impeccable. Good women are drawn to him. Besides, if he were faithful, I would have no chance at all." Hannah shrugged and flashed a mischievous smile at Felicia Hardy. "What do you think? Should I introduce you to?" Felicia Hardy gasped in surprise. Chapter 188. A great effort to have her steal. Felicia Hardy felt her mind racing, struggling to keep up. Who would willingly share their boyfriend? Yet, here was Hannah, displaying such generosity. This exceeded Felicia's expectations. Was Hannah playing a trick on her? Felicia's intuition suggested her thoughts were not unfounded. After all, she could not imagine sharing her own boyfriend, even though she had never had one. From birth, she had remained perpetually single. However, if this could serve as a means to approach Sue-yi, having Hannah's introduction might prove beneficial. If she were to genuinely fall for Sue-yi. With this thought, Felicia instinctively shook her head, feeling it unlikely. Due to her profession, She was acutely aware of the dangers that could entangle her acquaintances. If she were to truly love Sue-yi, it would undoubtedly pose a risk to him. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Felicia Hardy's mind, leaving Hannah beside her feeling rather perplexed. "Hardy, are you all right?" Upon hearing these words, Felicia Hardy promptly shook her head and instinctively replied, "It's nothing." "By the way, Hannah, didn't you mention introducing me to someone? I am quite curious about the kind of man who could possibly win the heart of such an exceptional woman like you." After listening to Felicia Hardy's words, Hannah casually waved her hand and said, "Winning anyone's heart? Well, truth be told, it was I who pursued Sue-yi initially. He is indeed an extraordinarily admirable man." At this point, Hannah turned to Felicia Hardy and added, "Just make sure you don't get lost in Sue-yi's charm." Felicia Hardy smiled slightly, choosing not to respond further. Just then, Hannah's phone rang. It was a call from Sue-yi. "Hannah, I've resolved my matters here. May I inquire where you are at present?" "I'm currently shopping with a stunning beauty. Hurry over, I want to introduce you." Upon hearing this, Sue-yi nearly choked on his own saliva. He immediately told Hannah, "Sure, send me the address, and I shall bring someone along to meet you." "Bring someone? Is it your sisters?" Hannah referred to Hella and the others. In response, Sue-yi pretended to cough lightly and remarked, "You'll find out when you arrive. Let's say she is quite the prodigious young lady." Upon hearing this, Hannah nodded vigorously. "All right. I'll wait for you and Hardy at a designated spot." After saying this, Hannah blew a kiss into the phone, giving Felicia Hardy the impression of being a bystander witnessing a display of affection. Sae Takamachi had arrived in Sue-yi's world for the first time, realizing that there were numerous daily necessities she needed to procure. Since they were going shopping anyway, it was the perfect opportunity to restock. "Come on, Sae, let's go shopping." At that moment, Sae Takamachi emerged from the basement, her expression still fixed in astonishment from her earlier discoveries. She gazed at Sue-yi and exclaimed, "Sue-yi, you have so many iron armors in your basement, and they all seem to be the latest versions." The so-called latest versions were those that Sue-yi had never previously provided to Sae Takamachi. To this, Sue-yi replied, "I initially planned to gather a few before sending them to you, but since you're here now, feel free to use and dismantle any of them at your leisure." "Did all these iron armors originate from that Tony Stark?" "Yes, he crafted every single one." "Then, once I've created my own iron armor, may I challenge him?" "Of course. Just make sure you don't get killed. Give him a good thrashing." Sue-yi smiled gently at Sae Takamachi. If Tony Stark were to overhear such words, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. "By the way, I noticed a few display cases in the basement that were empty. What were they used for?" Sae Takamachi asked curiously. In response, Sue-yi produced 3 stones from his possession. These stones were the Space Stone, Mind Stone, and Soul Stone. As for the original Tesseract, it had been crushed by Sue-yi, revealing the true nature of the Space Stone within. Upon seeing the 3 stones, Sae Takamachi felt her senses captivated by their presence. "What is this?" She was utterly astonished, never expecting to be mesmerized by 3 stones. For reasons unknown, she found herself particularly intrigued by the Soul Stone. An idea suddenly blossomed in her mind. She looked at Sue-yi and inquired, "Sue-yi, do you think it's possible for me to transform this stone into a mechanical stone?" "Mechanical stone?" Sue-yi raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Sae Takamachi's suggestion. It was indeed a remarkably avant-garde thought, almost too extravagant to fathom. A mechanical stone. Such a concept had never manifested in the Marvel Universe. If it could be realized, it would undoubtedly be astounding. As for the Soul Stone, Sue-yi regarded it as somewhat superfluous. After all, this Soul Stone was an extra reward bestowed upon him by the chat group. Even if it were to be destroyed during experimentation, he wouldn't be particularly distressed. Worst case scenario, he could always retrieve another from the hands of the Purple Potato Essence. If the Purple Potato Essence were to hear Sue-yi's thoughts, it would surely be quite troubled, having not yet invaded Earth, but already being on Sue-yi's radar. With that in mind, Sue-yi eagerly anticipated battling the Purple Potato Essence. With this thought, Sue-yi addressed Sae Takamachi, "This Soul Stone is yours to research as you please. However, I must emphasize the importance of taking proper safety precautions during your experiments. You must not sustain any injuries, understood?" Hearing Sue-yi's concern warmed Sae Takamachi's heart, and she nodded earnestly. "I promise I won't get hurt." After hearing this, Sue-yi nodded slightly and added, "Now, shall we prepare for our shopping excursion?" Wanda, witnessing this exchange, interjected, Can I join as well?" Wanda looked at Sue-yi, to which Sue-yi replied with a gentle smile, "I'm afraid not. Black Widow might show up to pick you up soon. You can change into some training gear and get ready." With that, Sue-yi took Sae Takamachi and headed outside. Recalling Hannah's earlier remarks, he surmised that she was likely with Hardy. He remained particularly curious about that black cat. As for the Hawkeye who intended to employ Black Cat for theft, Sui certainly had not forgotten. He had plans to pull a little prank on Hawkeye, ensuring that he would not forget his name when facing his fate. This time, Sui opted not to drive his beloved Bugatti Veyron, but instead chose a Rolls-Royce. After all, he had several young ladies to accompany him, and the Bugatti Veyron simply could not accommodate them all. When one is out with companions, it is only reasonable to select a vehicle with greater seating capacity, is it not? Before long, Sui arrived at the shopping mall with S.A. Takamachi. Upon seeing the grandeur of the mall, S.A. Takamachi's eyes lit up instantly. As a girl, she naturally adored shopping. In her own world, she had thoroughly explored the nearby malls. Now, with a new and expansive central mall before her, she felt an immense sense of joy. After parking the Rolls-Royce, Takashiro Saya shyly descended from the vehicle and gently intertwined her arm with Suyi's, following closely beside him as they ventured into the shopping mall. Along their path, numerous onlookers cast curious glances at the duo, particularly captivated by Saya's striking pink hair, which undeniably stood out and attracted considerable attention. Those who beheld Sui and Takashiro Saya could not help but perceive them as a pair of ethereal lovers. Just as they entertained such thoughts, they soon realized their assumptions were misplaced. Many had witnessed Sui and Takashiro Saya making their way toward a cafe, where they seamlessly settled beside two other beautiful women. This scene astonished not only those who had been following Sui, but also left several would-be suitors feeling unparalleled embarrassment. Among them were individuals who had previously attempted to strike up conversations, only to have their advances utterly thwarted. A mere glance from Hannah and Felicia had been enough to send them scurrying back in trepidation. Initially skeptical of their claims of waiting for someone, they now felt profoundly humiliated, as Sui was undeniably handsome, and even more incredulous was the fact that he was surrounded by three women, each seemingly interested in him. He appeared to be the quintessential embodiment of a life well lived. Hannah regarded Takashiro Saya with an expression brimming with curiosity, aware that she was a latecomer. Saya suspected the two women before her might very well be Suyi's girlfriends, having occasionally gleaned insights about him from Siko. Thus, she had consciously adopted a position of humility from the outset. At that moment, Takashiro Saya addressed Hannah and Hardy with earnestness, saying, "Hello, I am Takashiro Saya, and I have a penchant for studying peculiar things. I look forward to your guidance." Hannah was taken aback by Saya's forthrightness, and, instead of continuing to scrutinize her, introduced herself. "Hello, I am Hannah, Suyi's girlfriend, and this is Hardy." Before Hannah could finish her sentence, Takashiro Saya nodded earnestly and interjected, "I know. You must both be Suyi's girlfriends. In any case, I hope you will take care of me in the future." This declaration left not only Hannah stunned, but also rendered the Black Cat momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, bystanders who had been eavesdropping felt a pang of disappointment, as they had not anticipated that the individuals before them were all Suyi's girlfriends. It was impossible for them to deny their envy. Each of these women embodied the very type they had longed for, yet they were all encircled around Sui, igniting their utmost jealousy. As Hannah pondered how to clarify the situation, she noticed Hardy extend her delicate hand towards Takashiro Saya, saying, "I look forward to your guidance as well." Hardy then turned to Sui, addressing him, "You must be Sui. I was intrigued by what Hannah had said about you, and was curious to learn what kind of person you are. It seems you are truly exceptional." Upon hearing Hardy's words, Takashiro Saya found herself momentarily dazed. Could it be that she had mistakenly assumed the wrong identity? This woman before her did not seem to recognize Sui, implying she was not connected to him at all. With this realization, Saya lowered her head, akin to an ostrich. Observing her demeanor, Sui affectionately tousled her soft pink hair, then turned to Hardy, remarking, "You are far more complex than you appear." Suyi's words stirred a wave of confusion within the Black Cat. What could this mean? Did he truly grasp her identity? Such knowledge was exceedingly rare, as very few were aware of her true self. They only recognized her outward appearance. Yet if it were merely about white hair, there were many others in the city. Hence, what did Suyi's statement truly imply? Hardy felt her mind whirl in response. Without elaborating further, Sui redirected his attention to Hannah, saying, "Shall we go shopping?" She still needs to purchase some everyday necessities, as she plans to move in from her world soon. Upon hearing this, Hannah immediately understood the implications. Yet, the Black Cat instinctively voiced her confusion, asking, "Her world? What does that mean?" Hardy, looking at Sui, inquired further. Sui explained, "Takashiro Saya is a homebody. For her, her room constitutes her world." After hearing this explanation, Hardy nodded slightly before deciding to take a risk. She then said to Sui, "By the way, Sui, I heard from Hannah that your room is quite spacious. May I move in as well?" I've just returned to the Queen's District and Haven Tea found a suitable place yet. Without hesitation, Sui agreed, saying, of course, I enjoy a lively atmosphere. And my villa is large enough that even 4 or 5 people can reside comfortably without feeling cramped. Upon hearing this, Hannah's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, she had thought herself to be the primary resident, but she was surprised by how bold the others were. Immediately, she seized the opportunity to express her desire to join as well, to which Sui warmly welcomed her in every conceivable sense. Thus, the 4 of them gathered around a table, each harboring their own distinct intentions. Hannah yearned for more time with Sui, while Takashiro Saya aimed to find a way to convey her feelings and truly be accepted by him. Hardy sought both potions and the chance to deepen her connection with Sui, hoping to experience the thrill of romance. As for Sui, he simply found the entire situation amusing. Despite their varied motives, they now shared a common goal. Shopping for everyday items were indeed necessary. Consequently, the quartet spent 5 hours traversing the mall as the night began to draw near and time grew late. In the shopping center, a delivery service was indeed available, otherwise, they would not indulge in such shopping. Subsequently, everyone returned to Sui's villa. Prior to their arrival at the villa, Sui had requested Jinbing to find some individuals to tidy up the rooms. She instructed them to place the purchased items within the villa and to organize it a bit, allowing the ladies to move in immediately upon their return. Hannah expressed her familiarity with Sui's villa, as she often visited and had a room designated for herself. On the other hand, Takashiro Saya had just chosen her room, which was situated in a corner. This was not due to Sui isolating her, but rather a personal choice. In Saya's own words, she preferred a corner room for her frequent research on chaotic matters, as it would minimize noise and provide easier access between floors. As for Hardy's room, it had been deliberately arranged by Sui. At that moment, Hardy found herself momentarily stunned in front of her room. She glanced at her own space and then at Sui's grand bed, at a loss for words. Was Sui's room essentially a room within a room? It certainly seemed somewhat inappropriate upon reflection. Sui made this observation with intention and then addressed Hardy, suggesting, would you like to switch rooms? There are still plenty of rooms available on the first floor aside from the second and third floors. Hardy's cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly as she replied to Sui. I actually quite like this room. It gives me a sense of security. However, I worry that I might disturb you while moving around at night. To this, Sui reassured her, do not fret, I sleep very soundly at night, and it takes a great deal to rouse me. Relieved, Hardy responded, then I shall rest assured. I look forward to your guidance during this time. With a playful wink, she added a touch of charm to her demeanor. Sui nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Her own room was quite intriguing, being spacious as the master bedroom and containing an additional room within it, which was also reasonably sized. However, entry to this room could only be gained through Sui's bedroom, thus making it rather convenient for stealthy activities. Sui mused on her meticulous planning concerning Hardy, a smirk gracing her lips as she observed Hardy before the doorbell rang. Takashiro Saya bounced eagerly towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, she was met with Wanda, who entered with an air of exhaustion. The Black Widow glanced at Saya, her expression revealing mild surprise, as it was her first encounter with the pink-haired girl. Nevertheless, she promptly informed Saya, please convey to Sui that we are earnest regarding Wanda's training, so she need not worry. We will not squander Wanda's talents. After delivering her message, the Black Widow departed the villa. Wanda, casting a glance at Saya, hurried past her. At that moment, the others emerged from their rooms to witness Wanda sobbing as she clung to Saya, lamenting, wah, that woman is utterly terrifying. She insisted I defeat her without using my powers, yet she constantly knocked me to the ground. I ache all over. Finally voicing her concerns, Wanda turned to Sui and asked, so, can I avoid wearing that outfit? Because aside from Saya, there are 2 other women I don't recognize. If I wear that outfit, I might just die of embarrassment. To this, Sui replied, no, you cannot. You promised me that, and as my pillow, you will wear whatever I find comfortable. Wanda could only express her exasperation. The other women could not help but laugh at Wanda's predicament. Amidst this lively atmosphere, night fully descended. As midnight approached, everyone had succumbed to a profound slumber. Chapter 189, Mechanical Gemstones. Night fell, and each individual was nestled in their respective rooms. Sui embraced Wanda as a pillow, sleeping soundly. Before retiring for the night, Sui had placed the potions on the nightstand, along with the antidote, ensuring that even if Hardy overlooked them, the potion names were clearly labeled. In the stillness of the night, Hardy, the black cat, stealthily emerged from her room. Residing in the inner chamber of Sui's room, she had to pass through Sui's bedroom to exit. Even in pitch darkness, Hardy could navigate effortlessly, her eyes capable of discerning every detail in the night. Hence, the moment she stepped out, she noticed the potions on Su Yi's nightstand. However, she refrained from reaching for them, instead observing Su Yi quietly. Time trickled by beside the silent black cat, and soon dawn broke. Su Yi gradually opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the untouched potions. At that moment, Hardy also emerged from her room, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, stretching languidly. She had only returned to her room shortly before dawn, having slept for merely a few hours. "How did you sleep?" Su Yi inquired of Hardy. Hardy nodded vigorously, responding, "I slept very well. I have never rested so comfortably before." This was no exaggeration, it was the truth. As a thief, she typically enjoyed very little sleep, always remaining vigilant. Yet, within this villa, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Upon hearing Hardy's words, Su Yi nodded appreciatively before rising from the bed, gently rousing Wanda from her slumber. To Su Yi's amusement, she found that Wanda had slept even more soundly than herself, leaving her both entertained and bewildered. Before long, Su Yi, Wanda, and Hardy stepped out of their rooms. "Where's Saya? Has she risen?" Su Yi asked Hannah, who stood nearby. "It seems she was up even earlier than I, busy tinkering with something in the laboratory." "Is that so? Then I shall go take a look," Su Yi replied, making her way toward a room that had been transformed into a laboratory in the brief time since yesterday. In the laboratory, Takashiro Saya continuously absorbed the knowledge of this world. Simultaneously, while delving into the latest steel battle suits, an unprecedented inspiration surged within her mind. These flashes of insight were meticulously recorded in her intelligent brain for ready access. This intelligent brain, developed by Saya through Jarvis, is a personalized artificial intelligence uniquely tailored to her. Thus, the steel battle suits would not be entirely constrained by the limitations of Jarvis's artificial intelligence. As Su Yi entered the laboratory, Takashiro Saya remained blissfully unaware of his presence, her entire focus devoted to her research. With every passing moment of knowledge absorption, her conceptualization of the mechanical gem became increasingly lucid. Chapter 190. The Great Transformation of the Soul Gem. Takashiro Saya was entirely oblivious to Su Yi's existence. Her unwavering attention was fixated on the development of the mechanical gem. She carefully placed the soul gem on a machine and attempted to integrate it with her intelligent brain. A torrent of data flowed into the soul gem, while the laboratory equipment continually relayed feedback, prompting Saya to incessantly adjust the data output. It must be said that if she were in a normal world, Takashiro Saya would undoubtedly be regarded as a terrifying genius. Whatever she undertook, she could master with astonishing speed. This singular ability already far surpassed that of most protagonists. "All right, Saya, it's getting late. We should take a break for dinner." However, before Su Yi could finish his sentence, the soul gem began to exhibit fluctuations. It slowly levitated into the air, its energy surging forth in waves. These energy ripples resonated throughout the room. Observing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow, swiftly moving to Takashiro Saya's side, enveloping her protectively in his embrace. At that moment, a spark of brilliance flickered in Takashiro Saya's eyes. "Su Yi, I believe I have succeeded. I have activated the autonomous function of the soul gem, transforming it from a mere stone into one that possesses its own thoughts." Pausing briefly, she continued, "However, the soul gem still has yet to fully metamorphose into a mechanical gem. We need to alter its material, forging it at high temperatures and fusing it with as many varieties of metal as possible, enabling it to command these metals and continuously evolve and synthesize using its own abilities." Takashiro Saya conveyed her thoughts to Su Yi, who, upon hearing her words, began to formulate ideas of his own. "Is that so? In that case, let us first resolve the soul gem issue," Su Yi added. "Once we have transformed it into a mechanical gem, we can revisit the breakfast discussion." As Su Yi's words fell, he swiftly embraced Takashiro Saya, and in the next instant, the magnetic field activated, propelling them skyward with the soul gem in tow. At this moment, under Su Yi's control, the soul gem exhibited a faint inclination to escape. But who was Su Yi? It was merely a soul gem, hardly a formidable entity. If the purple sweet potato essence were privy to Su Yi's thoughts, one could only imagine the turmoil it would cause within. In the next moment, Su Yi inhaled deeply, unleashing his mental energy completely. His formidable mental prowess began to scan the earth before him. Holding Takashiro Saya aloft in the sky, Su Yi swiftly detected nearly every element present on the planet. Consequently, he maximized the magnetic field's potential. In that instant, the earth ceased its rotation. Countless metallic elements, under Su Yi's command, raced toward him at breakneck speed. Shortly thereafter, He released a portion of the magnetic field, allowing the Earth to resume its rotation, before directing his gaze toward the soul gem ahead. Chapter 191. The Frustration of Baldness. At this moment, the soul gem voraciously absorbed various metallic elements. An array of distinct metallic elements etched themselves upon the surface of the soul gem, spreading peculiar runes around it. Gradually, the gem's luster shifted towards a metallic hue. Countless metallic elements dispersed from the soul gem. No, it was no longer the soul gem. It had transformed into a mechanical gem. Through the power of the mechanical gem, a steel battle suit materialized before everyone's eyes. This battle suit appeared exceedingly bizarre, lacking any semblance of a cockpit. In other words, it was solid throughout. As the steel battle suit continued to take shape, a glimmer of red light emerged from its eyes, evoking an eerily unsettling sensation. Takashiro Saya's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated that her fleeting idea would manifest into reality. This was simply splendid. As she pondered this, an unprecedented wave of exhilaration washed over her face. With her emotions heightened, her actions followed suit. In a moment of enthusiasm, Takashiro Saya planted a kiss on Su-Yi's cheek, her eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness and joy. Yet, regarding Saya's exuberance, Su-Yi chuckled. "Saya, please calm down a bit. This mechanical gem seems to have some discrepancies." Upon hearing Su-Yi's words, Takashiro Sa momentarily froze, then turned to observe the gem before her. She noticed the red eyes glowing ever more brightly, radiating an intensity that grew increasingly blinding. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot forth towards the two of them. That scorching ray, as if capable of igniting space itself, reached Su-Yi in the blink of an eye. Though still cradling his sister, Su-Yi regarded the entity before him with indifference. Nevertheless, he could not allow his sister to be frightened. Immediately, he vanished from the high altitude, prioritizing Takashiro Saya's safety before reassessing the potential of the mechanical gem. If it could attain the level of a conventional gem, that would indeed be exceptional. Unbeknownst to Su-Yi, the entire world was in an uproar. The recent events had instilled an unprecedented sense of terror among the populace. The Earth had halted its rotation. Though it lasted only a few seconds, it astonished many, particularly Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D., who was drenched in cold sweat. He realized how terrifying it truly was. If someone could indeed stop the Earth's rotation, they could plunge the planet into unimaginable chaos at will. At that moment, intelligence personnel sent Nick Fury a crucial piece of information. "Director, we have identified a highly likely suspect." "Is that so? Hasten and let me examine the materials of your investigation. Such matters are undeniably of utmost urgency." Upon hearing these words, the intelligence officer promptly transmitted the information to Nick Fury. As Nick Fury laid eyes upon the bold characters spelling Su-Yi, his expression momentarily froze, the features of his face contorting with an unmistakable tension. This sensation was, without a doubt, peculiar. After a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled a sigh, remarking, "Since it pertains to Su-Yi, let us set aside this issue. Whatever transpires shall unfold as it must." The members of S.H.I.E.L.D., upon hearing Fury's words, were left utterly bewildered. Could it be that Su-Yi would be so carelessly dismissive? Yet, they were oblivious to the bitterness that weighed upon Nick Fury's heart. He was acutely aware that, should Su-Yi desire, he could likely obliterate the Earth with but a single blow. For such a being, the complexities of the situation would hardly pose a challenge. Therefore, it was deemed harmless. Each time he contemplated this, Fury felt as though he was shedding every last strand of hair. Wait a moment. It seemed he never had any hair to begin with. Chapter 192. The Destruction Mecha. After Su-Yi returned Sayaka Takashiro to Earth, he perceived the mechanical gem soaring towards another destination. Notably, this location was Stark Industries. At that moment, the mechanical gem was affixed to the armor it had generated, resembling Ultron from the films, albeit crafted from an exceedingly dark metal. Furthermore, the mechanical soul birthed from the gem had even bestowed upon itself a name. Destruction. I am destruction. Evolution. I shall evolve. The mechanical brain of the Destruction Mecha effortlessly connected to Earth's network. Through its search online, it swiftly pinpointed Stark Industries, revered by all as the sanctum of Iron Man. This was the company of Tony Stark, housing many of the world's leading technologies. Thus, the Destruction Mecha designated Stark Industries as its chosen site. As the Destruction Mecha approached Stark Industries at a rapid pace, Tony Stark, in his underground laboratory, instantly sensed the incoming mecha. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned his Nano Mecha 20, fully prepared for battle. Just as he readied himself, the destruction armor materialized before his eyes. Upon witnessing the destruction armor, Tony Stark's expression shifted dramatically. Within his faux Iron Man suit, he scrutinized the approaching mecha, his mind racing with numerous queries. Who are you? Where did this technology originate? Tony Stark presumed that the destruction armor was controlled by a human. Upon hearing Stark's inquiry, the destruction mecha slowly opened its body, revealing an almost solid interior devoid of any operators. Recognizing this, Tony Stark remarked to the destruction mecha, "It appears to be a remotely operated mecha." However, no sooner had Stark uttered these words than the destruction mecha began to act wildly. No one can control destruction. Destruction desires to evolve. The eyes of the destruction mecha glowed a fierce crimson. Countless metallic elements began to spread from its body, defying the laws of mass conservation. These metallic elements intertwined and grew, ultimately assembling into a laser blade, a 1-meter-long beam of light, entirely constructed by the destruction mecha itself. In other words, it had self-assembled through evolution, an undeniably terrifying prospect. As Tony Stark beheld this unfolding scene, his brow furrowed, sensing that the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. What precisely are you? Stark's mind began to entertain various hypotheses, including the possibility of alien technology. Destruction, not merely a thing, it possesses a soul. The destruction mecha declared to Tony Stark, brandishing the laser blade and charging towards him. Stark's pupils dilated in shock. He had not expected the destruction mecha to act so irrationally and strike without warning. Just as the blade was about to make contact, his propulsion system erupted into a torrent of flames, propelling him to narrowly evade the destruction mecha's assault. This is not the battlefield. Let us relocate. With that, Tony Stark dashed outside, and the destruction mecha, without a hint of hesitation, followed closely behind, intent on consuming the armor adorning Stark. Chapter 193, The Conclusion. Just then, Su-Yi arrived at the scene. He pressed his hand upon the destruction armor, and with formidable strength, obliterated it entirely. All power was reclaimed within the mechanical gem. Upon witnessing Su-Yi's arrival, Tony Stark stood frozen in place. What on earth is happening? Just as Stark's curiosity piqued, he spotted a vessel resembling a colossal donut descending from the horizon. The mere force of its descent was sufficient to topple numerous buildings. In mere moments, a vast expanse of ground had been cleared beneath the spaceship. At this time, all the superheroes gathered in the vicinity, Wanda, Tony Stark, Captain America, the Hulk, every notable figure had converged here. At that moment, two figures, one large and one small, emerged from the donut-shaped ship. They addressed the assembled superheroes, esteemed guests. Welcome the arrival of Thanos. As their words resonated, the space rippled with ominous waves. A gigantic vessel, employing spatial jump technology, materialized above the gathered heroes. Simultaneously, the sky lit up with a brilliant flash. As the radiance faded, Hela's silhouette appeared beside Su-Yi. Approaching him, she remarked, "Su-Yi, I have just attended to matters here and sensed something amiss. It seems I have arrived just in time." Upon hearing Hela's words, a slight smile graced Su-Yi's lips. "You are indeed correct. Your timing is impeccable, for a formidable boss is about to make an entrance." Formidable boss? Hela paused momentarily before turning her gaze to the colossal warship. Upon sighting the massive vessel, she stood momentarily dumbfounded. The aura emanating from it was undeniably formidable. Indeed. After all, this is the universe's very first purple sweet potato essence. As Su-Yi's words fell, all present were momentarily taken aback. Purple sweet potato essence? What sort of title is that? As the crowd stood in astonishment, a voice emerged from below. Belonging to one of Thanos' subordinates. "How dare you show disrespect to Lord Thanos? Do you not know how to write the word death?" Upon hearing this, Su-Yi slowly yawned and posed a question. "Pray tell, can the Lord Thanos you speak of strike me down with a single blow? What do you think?" As Su-Yi's words hung in the air, a figure resembling a towering hill emerged from the warship. Thanos responded to Su-Yi with a measured tone. After hearing Thanos' reply, Su-Yi's expression radiated sheer disdain. "Regardless of whether you can inflict harm upon me, let us consider if I can reduce you to mere dust with a single punch." With those words, Su-Yi unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the fabric of space ruptured, engulfing Thanos entirely within its chaos. The next moment, Su-Yi stood before Thanos' subordinates, bestowing each of them with a resounding slap. In that instant, the world fell into profound silence. Having resolved the matter with such ease, Su-Yi casually remarked, "That concludes our little affair. The story comes to an end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next tale."